This is a low-level warrior job change book that is despised by the whole world. However, when I saw it for the first time, I decided to make it my first profession. Passers-by on the street mocked one who could not change jobs, still wanting to break through fate? Just because this is a world of professionals, where people can awaken as professionals once they reach the age of 18. Some awaken the will of fire, leaves dancing in the wind, where no grass grows. Some awaken the black and white impermanence, hands locking souls, cutting off worldly desires. But beneath the glory of the professionals lies the sorrow of ordinary people. In a world dominated by professionals, ordinary people who fail to change jobs are like stinky bugs in the sewer. Their ultimate destination can only be to go to the underground world to mine, to become mine slaves, and I am one who failed to awaken. I am well aware of what it means to fail in changing jobs in this world. The only hope now is to buy a job change book with lifespan at the Temple of Fate. And with 50 years of lifespan, I can only afford the lowest level job change, exchanging for the basic warrior job change book. As my words fell, the voice of the Temple of Fate immediately sounded, detecting that your lifespan is sufficient and the transaction is in progress. Ding! Transaction successful. 50 years of lifespan deducted. You have been forcibly changed to a basic warrior. As my lifespan was deducted, I suddenly felt an irresistible fatigue, but a burst of light appeared, and my body gradually recovered. The personal information panel has been opened, and you can check your own information. Then, I opened my own panel, and when I saw the last line with the word talent, my pupils contracted sharply, and even my breathing became heavier. The talent is longevity. Killing monsters can obtain lifespan. What does this mean? Each kill can gain a day of lifespan. If you kill thousands or tens of thousands, you can gain decades of lifespan. And this talent can also be upgraded. In the long run, hundreds of years, thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, even eternal life. Lifespan is worthless to me. I can confidently exchange for the goods of the Temple of Fate. And I am learning the most rubbish profession. Not even awakening professional skills. I looked at the professional skills in the Temple of Fate, but no matter how I looked at it, I was not very satisfied. Ordinary skills can be bought with divine power, while some very good skills cost tens or hundreds of lifespans, which I can't afford at all right now. After looking for a long time, I saw the last column and suddenly froze. Life strike. Special skill. No job restrictions. No learning restrictions. Consumes 1 day of lifespan. Doubles all your damage within an hour. Usage limit, once a day. Price, 10 years of lifespan. Note 1. If you consume 1 year of lifespan, you can increase the damage to 10 times. If you consume 10 years of lifespan, you can increase it to 100 times, maximum. Note 2. This skill can be upgraded. Currently requires 100 years of lifespan. Seeing this skill, I couldn't calm down at all. Consuming life to increase damage. Isn't this skill tailor-made for me? The numerical values of the rubbish profession simply cannot kill monsters quickly. But as long as I have this skill, everything will be solved easily. I have 32 years of life left. Even if I buy this, I still have 22 years of life left. Enough. I grit my teeth and buy it. Your life is detected to be sufficient. Deducting 10 years of life. Ding. Congratulations. The transaction is successful. You have successfully learned the skill, Life Strike. Gotta go kill monsters quickly. I immediately left the Temple of Life and rushed to the leveling dungeon. In the southwest outskirts of Lan City, where there are many mountain residences, many young people gather in front of a gloomy valley. This is the leveling place near Lan City, with many dungeon portals. As long as you enter, you can be teleported to the corresponding dungeon. At this moment, many people are shouting, asking if anyone wants to team up for leveling. Experience and loot materials are shared equally. I am level 7 and can take 3 newbies to level up. Interested parties can chat. Affordable price. 50 divine power points. Is there a big brother or big sister who can take me to level up? I'm very obedient. Most people either seek to team up or want someone to take them to level up. Just then, a person came up and patted my shoulder. It was a few young people who were planning to team up for leveling. I was about to refuse when one of the young people exclaimed, "Isn't this Lidu? He, what are you doing here? A failed job changer? This person is my classmate, Sun Hao, one of Jian Yanming's lackeys." Seeing me, he couldn't help but mock me. Others also showed disdainful expressions upon hearing this. What? It's actually a failed job changer. What is this kind of person doing here? Judging by his appearance, I thought he was some big shot. Come on, stay away from him, so as not to get bad luck. The young people who were originally somewhat enthusiastic immediately turned harsh. Sun Hao continued to mock. What are you still doing here? Why don't you get lost? A failed job changer should look like a failed job changer. Go mine quickly. This sentence immediately touched the most sensitive nerve in my heart. My parents died because of a mining accident. With a low drink, I immediately used the skill I just learned, directly choosing to deduct a year of life. Then I immediately felt a surge of power throughout my body. While Sun Hao was still mocking, I suddenly stepped forward and gave him a huge slap. Slap. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, and Sun Hao was even directly knocked out by me, his originally somewhat pale face instantly turning bright red. You dare to hit me? Sun Hao felt unbelievable, as if the flunky who had originally been oppressed all along had committed regicide, and the others were amazed. What's going on here? Sun Hao, didn't you say he was just a mortal? This power sent you flying out of the room, and you're telling me he's mortal? Li Du looked condescendingly at Sun Hao. If you don't know how to speak, I don't mind teaching you. This is just a lesson. If you dare to jump in front of me again, I will let you know what it means to regret. Sun Hao's brain went blank. When had he ever seen Li Du look so tough? Moreover, just now, Li Du's power was so immense that there was no way it could be made by a mortal. Suddenly, Sun Hao understood what was going on, and even ignored the fiery pain on his face and climbed up to let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Li Du, did you go to the Temple of Fate? Going there and spending 50 years of your life for the most trashy profession? Ha ha ha. When you were talking to Qin On Min, it happened to be overheard by me. I didn't expect you to actually change. No wonder you're so mad. You don't have a few years left to live. Can you not be mad while it lasts? Sun Hao's voice was so loud that many people around him heard it, and people gathered around. What's going on? What's the buzz? Isn't this Li Du? How come it's here? Didn't he fail the transfer? Sun Hao was not the only one of Li Du's classmates who came to practice. There were quite a few others. They all froze when they saw Li Du as well. Someone shouted at Sun Hao. Hey, Sun Hao, what's going on with you? I could see it. You were actually slapped by this punk Li Du. Sun Hao laughed out loud, completely unconcerned. This punk Li Du went to the Temple of Destiny to change his transfer book in order to not go be a punk. Even if he slapped me, so what? He doesn't have a few years to live anymore. People were astonished to hear this. Crap, Li Du is so extreme? You know that the most trashy transfer books from the Temple of Fate sell for 50 years of lifespan. Ha ha ha, looks like this is his return. He's going to die. Let's not bother with him. I've heard that people are usually very mad before they die. It wouldn't be good to mess with a mad dog. Right. He dared to slap Sun Hao. Wait, you go tease him a few times. Maybe he'll bark and come up to bite you. People pointed their fingers, and some of them who didn't know Li Du began to taunt. Taking 50 years of life for the trashiest of careers. What is a person who can do such a thing if not a fool? This kind of transfer book only provides pitifully little attribute values and not even career skills. So even if you change it, what can you do with it? Endless taunts. Like a tidal wave, we're going to drown Li Du. I don't know how many of these taunts Li Du had heard over the years, but strangely enough, at this moment he was not as angry as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had a bottom? They only knew that Li Du had exchanged 50 years of life for the most trashy profession, but they didn't know how powerful Li Du truly was. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Du's mouth lifted up an arc instead, pointing at the crowd and shouting, "You guys go ahead and taunt. I don't care. History, 30 years from now, will remember your folly today." After saying that, Li Du turned around and entered the copy. People froze for a moment when they heard this, and then broke out into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, this punk Li Du has gone completely insane. I've long since looked at this waste. His father is a waste. His mother is a waste. His whole family is a waste. That is, mortals should behave like mortals. Isn't it good to be a good mining slave? This guy clearly has no possibility of awakening his profession and still comes to school. The most damn disgusting thing is that he even gets a scholarship year after year. How could the school's scholarship be given to this kind of trash? Okay, stop. People are dying. Let's build up our mouths. No one cared about Li Du's grandiose words, people just thought he was crazy. Subsequently, Li Du's matter gradually spread out from the Coyote Valley copy. Ow. Inside the Coyote Valley, it was the incessant howling of wolves, accompanied by the eerie light, which was very appalling. Ho ho ho. Soon, Li Du saw a few coyotes. Coyote, rank 1. Very common coyote, slightly inferior to adults. As soon as these wild wolves saw Li Du, they attacked with a low growl. Li Du showed no mercy, although he did not have a weapon. But having boosted his damage by 10 times, the damage from a single punch was able to directly pierce through even a large tree. Even the power of his bare hands was not something that this tiny coyote could withstand. Almost one punch at a time, Li Du immediately killed several coyotes. You kill the coyote and absorb 1 day of life. Gain 10 experience points. Congratulations, level up. Current level, 1. You kill the coyote and absorb 1 day of life. Gain 10 experience points. You kill. Congratulations, level up. Current level, 2. After a few wild wolves were killed, Li Du rose to level 2 in one breath. At the same time, 10 attribute points were gained. The early stages are the quickest time to level up, requiring only a few dozen to a few hundred experience points per upgrade. After about level 5, leveling up slows down. I have to move fast. In order to boost my damage, I consumed a full year of my lifespan, which means I need to kill a full 365 coyotes in an hour to get my money back. Li Du continued to move forward and soon encountered a few more wild wolves, which he killed along the way. His experience value kept growing as well. Longevity is also on the rise. While killing, Li Du also counted. The good thing was that there was an endless supply of wolves in the Coyote Valley, and after killing a batch of wolves, another batch would be refreshed immediately. Li Du did not need to look for them at all. He was able to see them almost all the time. He kept killing deeper and deeper into the Coyote Valley at a frequency of 5 or 6 coyotes per minute. Congratulations! Leveling up. Current level, 6. Soon, with the last 5 minutes left until the end of his life strike duration, the wolves around him finally dwindled. Li Du leaned against the big tree, panting frantically. His arms were almost paralyzed, and for almost an hour he had been almost constantly swinging. In order not to waste his lifespan, Li Du almost put up a fight. The good thing is that the rewards are also amazing. He counted as he killed, and by the time he stopped himself, he had shouted 478. 478 only, adding more than a year of life expectancy to Li Du. It also raised Li Du's level to level 6, counting the 1 year deducted for fighting monsters. He had also earned a full 113 days of lifespan. Now that he looked back at the ground, Li Du could only see wolf corpses all over the ground. Unfortunately, I'm not currently learning the extraction skill to extract materials from these wolf corpses. As long as you have learned the extraction skill, you can extract materials after killing wild monsters. Wild wolves can usually extract materials such as wolf claws, wolf skin, wolf meat, etc., which are good choices to collect and use for equipment, eat, or sell. With several hundred wild wolves, the materials that could be extracted were also a huge number. Now it's just going to go to waste. Li Du's heart was quite sad, but even if all of it is extracted, I won't be able to carry it all. If only I could get my hands on a space spell. Shaking his head, Li Du eventually emptied his thoughts. After all, it was just a coyote, and the materials were not worth much, so even if they could not be extracted, they could not lose much. Li Du's purpose was still to enhance his lifespan. As long as he had enough lifespan, what couldn't he buy in the Fate God Temple? If I come here every day to kill monsters, every day I'll be able to boost my lifespan by 100 days, averaging 3 days and a year. Calculating like this, I'll be able to change my occupation to a normal occupation in 2 years at most. No, it's not right. I've leveled up and will be able to kill monsters faster. Moreover, life absorption can be upgraded, and I'm afraid that the life expectancy added to killing monsters after upgrading will be even more. It's not likely that I'll be able to change professions in just a few months. Life absorption upgrades required a total of 10,000 experience points, while killing a monster was 1 point, and at today's rate, Li Du would be able to kill about 500 monsters a day. Life strike was used once a day, or 20 days, and life absorption was able to be upgraded. At that time, even if killing a monster only added 2 days of life expectancy, the efficiency to Li Du had increased by a full double. Li Du was getting more and more excited. He was truly seeing endless hope. The thought gave him renewed motivation. Still have the last few minutes left. Gotta kill some more monsters while I'm at it. Li Du forced himself to get up his spirits and dragged his tired body to continue to hunt the wild wolves. Hooray! Right at this moment, a loud roar reached Li Du's ears. A sound that carried a few tremors, causing Li Du to almost jump in shock. He turned his head to look and was surprised to find a burly coyote. This coyote was about 2 or 3 times the size of a normal coyote, about the size of a Tibetan mastiff, with a ferocious face, and was staring at Li Du with a low growl. King of the Black Blood Wolves, level 10, the leader of all the wolves in the Coyote Valley. He will use his sharp claws to tear apart any creature that trespasses into his territory. The Black Blood Wolf King. I actually came to its territory. When he saw this Wolf King, Li Du was taken aback. He did not expect that he had unknowingly intruded into the Wolf King's territory. It was no wonder that the wolves he saw in the neighborhood gradually decreased, and the other wolves didn't dare to come too close to this place. Who? The strong low roar almost brought out a gust of wind, but instead of panicking, Li Du's face showed joy. The Wolf King belongs to the boss wild monsters, so as long as I kill it, I'll be able to receive a reward without learning the extraction skill. However, just because the Wolf King was so powerful, the items dropped must also be very precious. When he thought of this, excitement flashed in Li Du's eyes. There's still the last 4 minutes left in Life Strike. I have to move fast. I have to kill it while it lasts. Thinking of this, Li Du immediately went forward despite his physical exhaustion. Ho ho ho. After the Wolf King appeared in front of Li Du, countless wild wolves also rushed over. They surrounded Li Du with menacing expressions. Ouch! With the Wolf King's howl, the surrounding wolves hissed and rushed up. Kill! Li Du bellowed, his adrenaline spiking, and his originally tired body was once again filled with strength. He punched a coyote and killed it towards the Wolf King. Ow! Ow! The Wolf King kept howling and ordering the wild wolves to attack Li Du, but it was all useless. Li Du's punches were too harsh. No wild wolf could even withstand them. Soon, Li Du killed the Wolf King. Seeing this, the Wolf King lunged and tore at it. Li Du immediately swung his fist. Put! As a heavy fist wind appeared, Li Du's fist landed heavily on the Wolf King. Ow 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 ow. The Wolf King was in pain and immediately wailed and was trying to escape, but Li Du was quick on his feet and directly grabbed the Wolf King's tail. Put! Another punch! The punch shook Li Du's fist, and the sound of bones breaking could be vaguely heard, but it wasn't Li Du. It was the Wolf King. Put! Or a punch! Ka-chow! The Wolf King's skull was actually directly shattered, and black blood splashed out from it, splashing down on Li Du's clothes. But it's not dead. It's still struggling. One more punch. The Wolf King's actions had slowed down, and what had been a frantic struggle turned into a weak whimpering. Dying. Another punch. Another punch. Like a rainstorm of punches kept falling, and the black blood of the Black Blood Wolf King almost dyed Li Du's clothes black. In the end, when Li Du hit the 10th punch, the Wolf King was left with only the air that was coming in, and no more air that was coming out. Chapter 5, Killing the Wolf King, A Bountiful Harvest. Congratulations! Killing the Coyote Valley boss, the Black Blood Wolf King, gained experience value of 580, due to the fact that the wild monster you killed was far stronger than you. This time you gained a life absorption strike. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed 50 days of life. Congratulations! Leveling up. Current rank, 7. Finally dead. Li Du let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. And at the same time, the effective life strike officially ended. Listening to the voice in his head, Li Du grinned widely. The extreme overdraft of his body had made it very difficult for Li Du to almost even move a finger now, and his whole body was trembling, making no effort. His body almost fell apart. But what we did today was so worth it. Leveling up to level 7. And most importantly, killing wild monsters over the level. It's amazing that you can gain so much longevity. Killing a Wolf King surprisingly topped Li Du's killing of 50 wild wolves. This discovery surprised Li Du. If he killed more bosses and wild monsters in the future, would he be able to gain longevity quickly? Not only that, after the black-blooded Wolf King died, its corpse actually emitted a strange light. Afterward, several items jumped out from its corpse. These things shimmered with green and blue light, and Li Du was pleasantly surprised. Dropped equipment. Li Du was very happy. His body that was originally falling apart had strength again because of his excitement, and he immediately went forward to pick it up. This was the special thing about boss-level wild monsters. There was no need to extract skills. As long as they were killed, they were able to automatically drop equipment and materials. The black-blooded Wolf King dropped a total of 3 items, 2 of which shone with a blue light and were fine grade items, while the other shone with a green light and was excellent grade. Kill of the Black Blood Wolf King, fine grade gloves. Equipment requirement, LV5. Warrior type profession. Provides, plus 15 points of strength. Hitting the target has a 30% chance of tearing the wound, causing continuous bleeding. Equipment description, one of the Black Blood Wolf King sets. If you collect all the sets, there may be unexpected effects. It's worthy of being a blue suit. It even adds 15 points of strength directly to the extra effect. I've made a fortune this time. It was important to realize that equipment below level 10 usually didn't provide attribute points, and even the attack power was pitifully small, making it difficult to deal much damage to wild monsters. However, the bonus provided by this pair of gloves was unknown to be much higher than those equipments. Wolf King's Sharp Claws, excellent level skill. Learning requirement, LV5. Warrior type occupation. Gather 2 sharp wolf claws and maintain them for 1 minute. The wolf claws can tear through enemies, causing wounds that bleed continuously. Skill release consumption, 30 nana points. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds. Surprisingly, it's a skill book. Li Du was overjoyed. Skill books were really much more expensive than equipment. Although blue suits were precious, blue suits below level 10 were able to be purchased by spending roughly just a few thousand divine power points. However, a skill book of the same quality would require a price directly in the tens of thousands. As for the green skill books, even though they were not as precious as the blue armor, the price was only a few hundred points lower than the blue armor in terms of divine power value. Wolf King's Bone, fine grade material. The sharp claws dropped by the black-blooded Wolf King can be used to craft the black-blooded Wolf King suit. There are 3 items in total, all of which are of very precious value. This time Li Du had earned it. The equipment and skill books happen to be warrior types. I can just learn them. Without hesitation, Li Du directly put the gloves on his hands. Into his hand was a warm sensation, as if the gloves still had the Wolf King's body heat remaining on them. At the same time, Li Du immediately felt his entire body filled with power. Phew! He swung a fist, and the wind from his grinning fist blew up a few leaves on the ground. The power of the punch was not to be underestimated. With these gloves on, I have enough fighting power despite my low attributes. Li Du was very excited, and then continued to learn the skills. After flipping through the skill book, quite a lot of information flooded into his mind, and it was as if he saw a wild wolf in the process of killing. Li Du swung his fist out based on the feeling in his head. Brush! 2 sharp claw shadows immediately appeared in front of Li Du, tearing towards the large tree in front of him. Ka! That large tree was unexpectedly torn out with a deep fissure under the tearing of these 2 sharp-clawed shadows. If used in conjunction with Life Strike, Li Du was afraid that he would be able to directly tear the large tree in front of him in half. Worthy of being a Wolf King Sharp Claw, with this killing power, it's already capable of easily disemboweling a level 10 or lower professional, right? Li Du was very satisfied that both the equipment and skills were effective. After the test, Li Du couldn't wait to open the system panel and check his own information. Name, Li Du. Rank, 7. Occupation, Basic Warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill. Skill, Wolf King's Claws, Green. Life value, 360. Mana, 65. Power, 27. Spirit, 14. Physical fitness, 12. Agility, 13. Free attribute points, 35. Talent, Everlasting Life. Low level you gain life from killing wild monsters, currently at a rate of 1 day per monster. Talent experience, 528/10. 000. Lifespan, 21 years, 186 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Among them, except for the life value and mana value which were automatically raised by upgrading, and the strength which was raised by wearing equipment, the rest of the attributes were not raised. This was because Li Du was so focused on killing monsters that he didn't even bother to add points. After thinking about it, Li Du divided the 35 attribute points into 4. 20 of which were added to strength, and the rest of the attributes were added 5 points each. This made his attributes 47 strength, 19 spirit, 17 physique, and 18 agility. Since spirit was tied to blue and physique was tied to lifesteal, Li Du's lifesteal was also boosted, coming to 360 plus 250, 610 points, and mana came to 65 plus 50, 115 points. The reason why he added the most power was because Life Strike was mainly based on his attack power, which was an attribute that only equipment and power could provide, and Li Du could only focus on power in order to kill monsters more efficiently. Gotta find a chance to learn some wide-range skills, otherwise killing them one by one is just too inefficient. When a professional was strong enough, a single skill could even directly clear a copy. If Li Du possessed such abilities, he might be able to kill tens or even hundreds of thousands of wild monsters in a day. This kind of quantity would allow Li Du to increase his lifespan by hundreds of years every day. At that time, the commodities in the Destiny God's Hall would be at Li Du's disposal. Just thinking about this, Li Du was filled with vigor. Unlike before, the future of him nowadays had no upper limit in sight. Let's go to the trading house first. Sell the Wolf King's Claw. The blue material should be able to sell for a few hundred divine power values. After selling it, buy the extraction skill book first, or else we'll have to waste a large amount of materials every time we brush the monsters, which is really too much of a loss. Afterward, Li Du quickly left the copy. When Li Du came out of his copy, it was already getting late. There were too many surprises on today's trip. Li Du dragged his tired body and gradually arrived at the trading house. Tenkai Trading House. This was the largest trading house in Arashur City, backed by the Tianhai Guild in Tianhai City. Almost everything in Arashur City such as materials, equipment, props, medicines, etc., were traded in this trading house. Hello sir, what do you need? A shopper saw Li Du and immediately went forward to ask. Li Du didn't immediately chime in, but just took out the Wolf King's Claw and asked, "How much can this be sold for?" The guide picked up the Wolf King's Claw and took a closer look at it. "Sir, this Wolf King's Claw of yours was just dropped today and is of excellent quality. If you want to sell it to our trading house, we can recoup it for 980 divine points." "Okay, sell it. I'll pick up a little something on the way. Be my guest, sir." Afterward, Li Du immediately checked the list of items in the trading house. He mainly looked at the line of skill books. Blistering Wind Arrow, Fine Grade Long Range Class Occupation Skill Book. Occupation Limitation, LV15. Shoots out several arrows. They carry the power of the blistering wind and will penetrate the target at a very swift speed. Price, 2. 380 divine power points. Water bomb, excellent grade magic class occupation skill book. Occupation limitation, LV7. Summons a ball of water to attack the target, wetting it, inflicting damage and delaying the target's movement for 15 seconds. Price, 890 divine power points. Needless to say, many of these skill books were very appealing to Li Du. However, the more advanced the skill book, the more expensive it was. Li Du simply couldn't afford it at the moment. Eventually, he flipped to the top page, and at the top there was one of the cheapest skill books. Extraction, Unlimited All Profession Skill Book. Extracts items from the bodies of dead wild monsters, with an extraction success rate of 1% 99%. The success rate is proportional to one's level. Price, 80 points of divine power. I'll take this one, plus a large regular backpack for me. Okay, sir. A total of 120 divine power points are required. Li Du nodded, and then he simply swiped his card. After swiping it, he only had 1,000 or so divine power values left on his card. Before selling the Wolf King's Claw, Li Du was living in a very tight spot, and the value of divine power in his card was just less than 200 points. Today's spending was considered a great deal for Li Du, but these are necessary expenses. There was no need to mention the extraction skill. As for the backpack, it was used by Li Du to carry the loot. He didn't have a space magic weapon, so he could only carry a backpack. After leaving the trading house, Li Du was planning to go home. Suddenly, a voice came through. Yo yo yo, our punk schoolboy. How come he's out of the trading house? Is he rich? Li Du turned around and immediately saw a youth. It was Jian Yanming. He walked forward and said coldly, "Since you have the money, when will you pay back the 500 points of divine power value you owe me? I'm in a bad mood. Tomorrow at the most, I have to see the divine power value." Li Du's face sank. "I don't owe you any money. You don't want to get any of your divine power value." Hearing this, Jian Yanming was furious. Fine. You dare to talk to me like that, don't you? Do you believe that I can break your family tomorrow? These words immediately ignited Li Du's anger. Li Du clenched his fists and coldly shouted, "You can try. I may not be able to stop anything, but I can definitely kill you as well." These words full of killing intent made Jiang Yanming startled, and after that, he was instantly annoyed, and just when he wanted to say something, the dog leg beside him spoke up. "Young Master Jiang, why bother with him? He doesn't have much life left, so naturally he bites like a mad dog." Jiang Yanming listened to this and gradually calmed down. If Li Du was really pushed, he himself did not have a few years of life to live, and there was no telling what he would do then. Thinking of this, Jiang Yanming spoke. Li Du, I am a generous person and can disregard the money you owe me. However, tomorrow you must fight me in the school ring. If you lose, kneel in front of the school for 3 days and 3 nights and kowtow to me, and I'll forget about it. Do you dare to promise? Li Du said. What if I win? 1. Jiang Yanming took out a gold card and waved it in front of Li Du. See this gold card? This is the Great Summer Divine Power Bank Supreme card, which contains 10,000 points of divine power value, something you'll never earn in your lifetime. If you win, this card is yours. Well, I just hope you don't regret it tomorrow. Li Du finished speaking and left directly. Soon, Li Du returned home. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon. Brother, you're back. Just as he reached the door of his house, a clear voice rang out, and then a young girl wearing a white blouse ran out, and then jumped into Li Du's arms. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Brother, it's going to be dark if you don't come back. Looking at this girl, Li Du's heart gradually became warm. Isn't this back? Shu Weisheng, are you hungry? It's already calling. Brother, you hurry up and cook. Good. The cozy routine is one of the few warm memories of Li Du's 18 years. The young girl, named Li Shu Weisheng, was not actually his biological sister. When Li Du was 4 years old, his parents picked up a girl who was still in her infancy. The girl appears to have been abandoned by her parents and thrown into the river to float. When she was rescued, she was less than a year old. When the father decided to adopt, he said something like, "Since we brought her up in the water, why don't we call her aquatic?" Since her parents died in a mining accident 2 years later, Shu Weisheng basically had no impression of her parents when she was young, and it was Li Du who raised her. For Shu Weisheng, Li Du is not just an older brother, but also plays the role of a father. As she grows older, Shu Weisheng has also become a very attractive woman, and there is no doubt that she is a beauty. It wasn't as if she hadn't had the opportunity to break away from Li Du and pursue a better life over the years. In fact, as early as when Shu Weisheng was 6 years old, there were people who wanted to adopt Shu Weisheng. The matter was even more constantly brought up afterwards, and people didn't think that one child, Li Du, could afford to raise his sister. However, Shu Weisheng said nothing about leaving, and Li Du did not agree. As a matter of fact, After the death of his parents, Xu Weisheng was practically his spiritual pillar for Li Du. God knows who was the reason he hadn't broken down after all the humiliation he had experienced over the years. Perhaps also because of the experience of being abandoned. Even if life is hard, Xu Weisheng is not willing to leave Li Du. Of course, maybe it was again because Li Du was the one who had raised her from a young age. The two are dependent on each other to this day. Xu Weisheng has become a part of Li Du's life. Li Du skillfully washes, chops and cooks. The poor man's child is an early starter. And both cooking and housework have become part of life for Li Du. Today Li Du is both happy and heavy. Happily, he has the unimaginable gift of the common man, killing monsters plus longevity. It weighed heavily on him that he didn't know how to say it all. To speak of his talent, Li Du didn't really want to. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xu Weisheng, but his talent was just too mind-boggling. Li Du, who has experienced suffering, almost finds it hard to trust other people. And the pipsqueak is not guilty of harboring a bad thing. It doesn't matter about him. But what about Xu Weisheng? It was just that if he didn't say it out loud, how would he explain to Xu Weisheng about the fact that he had spent even years of his lifespan on purchasing a profession? Xu Weisheng knew that today was the day the school awakened to its profession. The dinner was simple. It was cabbage fried with pork. Eating it, Li Du was distracted. Xu Weisheng didn't seem to notice any of this either. Just as usual, the siblings eventually finished their meal in silence, then bathed and went to bed as usual. It's as if Xu Weisheng doesn't know anything. Perhaps she has forgotten what day it is if that is the case. The next day, Li Du had to go to school. Xu Weisheng got up early and cooked congee for Li Du. Before leaving, Xu Weisheng suddenly hugged Li Du, her cheek pressed against Li Du's shoulder from behind. The young girl's body was very warm, and Xu Weisheng clung to it as if he was afraid that Li Du was going to run away. Brother, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. Li Du laughed and pinched her cheeks. Isn't that of course? How can you live without me? Li Du then left, with Xu Weisheng waving behind him, until Li Du's back disappeared into thin air. But her tears fell and she murmured, Brother, I understand you. Even if I only have one day left to live, I will always be with you. Have you heard? Li Du is actually going to fight Jiang Yanming. Crap, is this for real? Isn't Li Du a loser? Where did he get the guts? Who knows? I've heard that she spent 50 years of his life in the Fate God Temple to awaken the trash profession. Once she gets into the ring, I'm afraid she'll be directly and completely abused by Jiang Yanming. That's not? Jiang Yanming has awakened the profession of a two-handed swordsman, which is an elite-level profession with twice the value of a normal profession. Before Li Du had even arrived at the school, the news that he and Jiang Yanming were going to bet on a battle had already spread throughout the school. Everyone in the senior class of Arashur City High School was shocked by Li Du's actions. What kind of person was Jiang Yanming? Not only were his parents level 40 professional bigots, but he himself had awakened an essence-level profession. And with his strength, ranking number 1 in the entire school wasn't even a problem. As for Li Du, he couldn't awaken his profession and was already a proper waste. How dare Li Du? Li Du, you are talking too irrationally. When he came to the school, Qin Anmin found Li Du. Hurry up and come with me. Go find Jiang Yanming and ask him to cancel the betting war. Hearing Qin Anmin's words, a few moments of warmth appeared in Li Du's heart. This teacher was the only one who truly cared about himself during these 3 years of high school. Still, he shook his head. It's not necessary. Sensei, it's my decision. You. Qin Anmin stared at Li Du in a daze, unable to say a word. Soon, Li Du arrived in front of the school's ring. Jiang Yanming had also arrived, and not only him, but many people, including students and teachers, had come here in droves. They also wanted to see the action. Seeing Li Du, Jiang Yanming immediately revealed an arrogant expression. Li Du, you'll have a good look at how I beat you to your knees later. I will let you know that the gap between a genius and a wastrel is insurmountable. Instead of attracting hate, his arrogant words caused many people to let out cheers, especially some nymphomaniac girls. They even shouted, young Master Jiang is so handsome. When Li Du saw this, he did not panic, but instead was very calm. You can try to see who actually made who kneel down. Many people snickered at this. No one thought Li Du could win. Ahem. Silence. At this moment, a balding middle-aged man stood out and shouted, Gentlemen, I am Zhou Qiang, the notary teacher for this duel. This duel is a voluntary duel between two parties, and there is no limit to the means, except for not being able to kill anyone. As long as you can knock someone out of the ring or beat them until they are incapable of fighting, it will be considered a victory. Do you two have any objections? Li Du and Jiang Yanming both shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Since there are no objections, the duel begins. Then, both Li Du and Jiang Yanming stepped into the dueling ring. Below, many people were cheering for Jiang Yanming. Jiang Yanming, completely waste this punk for me. I've long since grown tired of seeing him. That's right, young Master Jiang. Don't keep your hands off. One strike to kill. Completely crush this punk. I want to see him cry for mercy. Not only the students, but a number of teachers had gathered and whispered. One of the senior class directors, Wang Qi, let out a laugh. I don't know what this Li Du was so stimulated by that he dared to strike a stone with an egg. The other teachers chimed in. Yes, Zhang Yanming is not only a fine grade profession, but I heard that his father is even personally taking him to practice leveling. Don't look at the fact that it's only been a day, but Li Du would never have guessed that Zhang Yanming is already level 10. Not only that, the equipment Zhang Yanming is wearing is even a fine grade set, and his father even found an epic grade skill book for him. Zhang Yanming is our school's hope to hit the top spot in the college entrance exams this year. How can this Li Du compare? The ring. Zhang Yanming extended a thumb to Li Du, then pointed downward. Li Du, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 300 times right now, I might be able to have mercy and let you go. Li Du coldly said, there's no need. You go straight on. Humph, stubborn. Zhang Yanming let out a cold snort. Then he touched the belt around his waist, and two long swords that flickered with a shining light unexpectedly appeared out of thin air in his hands. When people saw this, they were immediately shocked. Space magic weapon. Zhang Yanming actually possesses a space magic weapon. He's too rich, isn't he? It's not just the space spells. Look at his two swords. Their quality is definitely not low either. 3 seconds. Zhang Yanming shouted. I want you to kneel down for 3 seconds. And then, he immediately swung his dual swords. Dual sword water dragon dance. Hoo hoo hoo. A gust of wind immediately appeared throughout Zhang Yanming's body. And then this gust of wind invoked a dragon-like wave of water that immediately slapped towards Li Du. The speed of the water dragon was very fast, constantly flying and approaching Li Du. A strong pressure came over him at once. Life strike. Li Du let out a low gulp and immediately utilized life strike. After deducting 1 year of life expectancy, his entire body was immediately filled with power. And then, he swung a punch at that water dragon. Whoa! The raging water dragon was actually dispersed under Li Du's punch. The loss of the double sword water dragon dance froze Zhang Yanming. How is this possible? How could you possibly break my twin sword water dragon dance? Zhang Yanming couldn't accept it at all. That was a fine grade skill that was able to seriously injure even a level 15 professional. The others were even more shocked. Isn't Li Du a loser? How did he get so powerful? But it was too late for him to think. Li Du immediately rushed towards Zhang Yanming. Soon, he arrived in front of Zhang Yanming, and with a swing of his fist, he directly punched out. Seeing this, Zhang Yanming snorted. Not even using skills. You think you're my opponent if you manage to break my double sword water dragon dance? And then, he tried to catch Li Du's punch. But, the heavy and incomparable power immediately fell on Zhang Yanming, and the power after being strengthened 10 times by life strike immediately made Zhang Yanming feel as great as a mountain. His eyes were stupefied. And then, he was solidly hit by Li Du's punch. But, as a thick voice rang out, Zhang Yanming unexpectedly vomited blood directly. Well, wow! Zhang Yanming covered his chest, his face spasmed from the pain, and his eyes spat out. How can you have so much power? Li Du coldly said. As I said, if you want to deal with me, have the guts to try. That 10,000 divine power value card of yours. I'll take it. Saying so, Li Du heavily kicked Zhang Yanming, and then directly kicked him off. By the time he came back to his senses, he had collapsed under the ring. Zhang Yanming, lost. People looked at the scene and just felt incredible. Both students and teachers. Qin Anmin, on the other hand, was relieved. Li Du looked at the notary teacher and shouted, Mr. Zhou, it's time to announce the results, right? Only then did Zhou Qian react and hurriedly shouted, this sparring match, Li Du wins. Li Du walked over to Zhang Yanming. Now, according to the agreement, give me the card. Cough up, cough up. Zhang Yanming coughed frantically and managed to struggle up, looking at Li Du with a gaze full of resentment. He hated to kill Li Du. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Li Du in this sparring match. He simply could not accept this result. Qin Hanmin walked over at this time and said coldly, Student Zhang Yanming, since you lost the match, you have to accept the result. Seeing Qin Hanmin, Zhang Yanming eventually gave the card to Li Du reluctantly. Li Du, wait for me. Afterwards, he directly left the school. Having lost such a big face, he didn't want to stay in the school for even a moment. Qin Hanmin looked at Li Du with a complicated expression. On the one hand, he simply did not expect that Li Du would be able to win this competition. On the other hand, he also saw something from Li Du. Li Du, what you used just now, was the life strike skill that you redeemed from the Temple of Life, right? Li Du froze. Mr. Qin Hanmin sighed. He really didn't know what to say. In the end, he simply said, "Li Du, teacher will not interfere with your choice. But, teacher wants you to know that it is not just yourself that you are carrying. I heard that you also have a sister. If you grow old, or even die, at a young age, what should she do?" Li Du bowed deeply toward Qin Anmin before saying, "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Alas, Qin Anmin sighed and didn't know what to say. Afterwards, Li Du also left the school. After leaving, Li Du didn't choose to go home, but directly headed to the Coyote Valley copy. There's 45 minutes left in Lifestrike. Got to hurry while it lasts. He was consuming his lifespan to use Lifestrike, and he had to take advantage of this time to hurry up and kill wild monsters to make up his lifespan. Soon after, Li Du threw himself into killing the wild wolves. Almost one punch at a time, Li Du killed all the coyotes that could be seen with the naked eye. You kill the coyote and absorb 1 day of life. Gain 10 experience points. You kill the coyote and absorb 1 day of life. Gain 10 experience points. You kill. As message after message appeared, Li Du's lifespan and experience value increased. Congratulations, level up. Current level, 8. After about half an hour of killing, Li Du upgraded again. He ignored it and continued to kill. Eventually, time ends. When Li Du came out of his copy, he surprisingly didn't feel that tired. Perhaps it was because his level had increased, both in strength and physique. The same 400 or so coyotes were killed today. It's just a shame we didn't see a boss. Also, over 400 coyotes only raised me to level 8. Thinking about this, Li Du was a bit helpless. These wolves were the lowest level wolves, all of which had a level of only 1. And the experience value provided by killing them was only 10. And the experience value needed to raise from level 8 to level 9 amounted to more than 7,000. This copy was not providing much help to Li Du at the moment anymore. Open the data panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 8. Occupation, Basic Warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, Green. Extraction, White. Life value, 610. Mana, 115. Power, 47. Spirit, 19. Physique, 17. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 5. Talent, Everlasting Life. Low level you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 1 day per wild monster. Gifted experience, 992/10. 000. Lifespan, 21 years, 282 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. At present, the longevity situation remains bleak. A lifespan of 21 years was still too little. If he had enough life expectancy, Li Du actually wanted to travel to the Fate God's temple once again. However, at the moment, this could only be an extravagant hope. It was a good thing that the talent experience had already accumulated nearly 1/10 of it, and as long as it continued, it would soon be able to upgrade. With the 5 attribute points brought by the level up, Li Du directly added it to his strength, and Li Du's strength became 52. Continuing to stay in the Coyote Valley replica, my earnings are just too low, and in this place, I'll only be able to add over 100 days of lifespan per day. When he thought about it, Li Du was a bit disgruntled. I wonder if I can get a lifespan boost by killing into a mosquito type of replica and killing in large numbers. Thinking of this, Li Du was suddenly very moved. If he was able to do so, then Li Du only had to find a way to kill a large number of them in a short period of time, and he could even gain thousands of experience points at once. I remember there was a copy of the school about locusts. By all means, go ahead and try it. Thus, Li Du immediately left the Coyote Valley copy. He didn't immediately head to the school, but first went to the trading house and spent 5,000 divine power points to purchase 10 flame scrolls. Flame scroll contains a flame magic, capable of releasing a large amount of flame after use. This scroll is a great weapon against locusts. After buying it, Li Du went back home first. Today's life strike had already been used, and he would wait for tomorrow. On the second day, the school homeroom teacher's office. You said you want to enter the Locust Plague copy? Do you realize that this copy is a level 10 copy? When Qin Anmin heard Li Du's request, he was very surprised and wondered why Li Du suddenly had this idea. I know, but I have my reasons, and I'd like to ask the teacher's permission. Since that's the case, then I won't say anything more. But you must be careful. Although the Locust Plague copy is only an ordinary copy, it's still dangerous for a professional of your level. I have it in my mind. Subsequently, after obtaining Qin Anmin's permission, Li Du immediately headed to the school's copy portal and entered the Locust Plague copy. Buzz. When Li Du entered the copy, the black clouds in the sky immediately rushed up. This black cloud was no other than patches and patches of locusts. Sharp-bladed locust, level 5. Although individual locusts are weak, even mortals can crush them at will. But when they appeared in pieces, Anyone would be terrified by them. Seeing this, Li Du immediately tore open the flame scroll. Hoo. Strong tongues of fire immediately set countless locusts ablaze while sending out blast after blast. Subsequently, countless information appeared in Li Du's mind. You have slain the sharp blade locust and successfully absorbed 1 day of lifespan. Gain experience value of 1. You killed. Seeing this information, Li Du's heart rejoiced. It works. Sure enough, it was also possible to obtain a lifespan boost through this method. The only pity was that the individual locusts were just too weak, resulting in the experience value gained being only 1 point, which was not even as good as the coyotes. But the experience value wasn't Li Du's aim either. For Li Du, as long as he had a lifespan, he could redeem almost everything in the Fate God Temple. Thus, Li Du stopped being stingy and directly threw out the remaining flame scrolls as well. One after another, the locusts died under the flames. Outside, when Qin Anmin came out, he ran into a few other teachers. Mr. Qin, does anyone in your class need a school copy? I see that the entrance to the Locust Plague replica is open. Who's using it? This copy is so cockamamie. I didn't think there would be any students willing to enter. A couple of teachers said. Ereshur City High School was having quite a few copies of its own, among which quality copies were also available, but it never included the Locust Plague copy, because this copy of locusts was too many and fast. Not only was it bad to kill, but it also provided less experience value. Normally, no one would even want to enter this copy. Qin Anmin said. It was Li Du who wanted to go in, and I don't know what he wanted. Li Du? A few teachers were instantly surprised. It's actually him. Li Du became famous in Lanchang High School after he defeated Jiang Yinming. He was originally a school bully as well, and many teachers looked favorably on him. However, the moment Li Du failed his transfer, almost all of the teachers selectively forgot about Li Du. However, he did not expect Li Du to win against Jiang Yinming. Nowadays, Li Du had once again become a genius in the eyes of many teachers at Ereshur City High School. Regardless of how he actually won or how many years of life he had left, the fact that Li Du was stronger than Jiang Yinming proved that Li Du would definitely be able to achieve better results in the college entrance exam. This benefits Ereshur City High School in many ways. A teacher was puzzled. How could Li Du go to this kind of copy? Doesn't he know that this copy is not necessary to pass the level at all? Another teacher chimed in. And it's still a level 10 copy. Qin Anmin didn't say anything. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Crap, look at that. You guys, the data from the Locust Plague copy. A few teachers immediately looked over and instantly revealed surprised gazes. Even Qin Anmin was surprised. How is this possible? The data of the Locust copies appeared on the screen of the mastermind connected to the copy space, from which it could be seen that the number of locusts was decreasing. It's rapidly diminishing almost every second. What the hell is going on in there? Although not many people want to enter the Locust Plague replica, that's because dealing with locusts is very troublesome. Although these locusts were easy to kill, they were very annoying because of their generally high level and flying around, and the returns from killing them were extremely low. All along, this copy of the school was empty. Time continued to pass, and several teachers looked at the data on the mastermind screen with increasingly surprised expressions. Soon, the better part of an hour had passed. Li Du finally walked out. After seeing Li Du come out, several teachers immediately came forward. Li Du, what did you do in there? Why are the locusts dying so fast? Li Du didn't say too much and just said, it's just normal leveling. Brush up? Several teachers were surprised, and Qin Anmin immediately asked, how many levels are you at now? Level 10. Level 10. When they heard those two words, the several teachers were all surprised. Surprisingly, they had reached level 10. Even if the Locust Plague copy itself was a level 10 copy, this was really too much, right? He's not going to kill all the locusts in there, is he? This statement was quickly confirmed. Li Du inquired, Teacher Qin, when all the creatures in a copy are killed off, approximately how long will it take until they recover? You killed all the locusts? Right. My god, how on earth did you do that? Qin Anmin simply didn't know what to say, and the remaining few teachers were even more dumbfounded. The way they looked at Li Du was already like looking at a monster. Defeating Jiang Yanming was even more than that, but he also killed all the creatures in a copy within an hour's time. Is he really wasted? Several teachers wanted to know what exactly Li Du had done it by, but if Li Du didn't say anything, it was not good for them to inquire. Qin Anmin said, a person cannot enter the same copy consecutively within a short period of time. They will be ostracized by the copy rules. Like our school copy, the single cooldown is about 24 hours. However, the Locust copy is special in that you won't be able to re-enter this copy for 7 days due to the overwhelming number of copy creatures. Hearing this, Li Du was a bit disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for clearing up the confusion. I'll leave first. Afterward, Li Du excused himself and left. When Li Du left, several teachers immediately entered the locust plague copy. When they saw the scene inside, they were all shocked beyond belief. The flames reduced the world within it to rubble, and burnt locusts were everywhere on the ground. Isn't he a warrior? How can he use flame magic? Your talent experience is full. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Congratulations, the talent upgrade was successful. This locust plague copy was a huge harvest for Li Du. It was not in vain that he had spent a huge amount of money on 10 flame scrolls. There were a total of 376 locusts within the entire copy, and under the burning of the 10 flame scrolls, not a single one survived at all. Li Du also finally managed to upgrade his talent. At the same time, its own level was raised to 10. Open the data panel and the information in it has changed. Name, Li Du. Rank, 10. Occupation, Basic Warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. Life value, 710. Mana, 115. Power, 47. Spirit, 19. Physical fitness, 27, plus 10. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life. Intermediate, you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 3 days per monster. Talent experience, 9368/100000. Lifespan, 71 years, 39 days, 15 hours, 41 minutes, 17 seconds. 71 years of life. The copy of the Locust Plague had directly allowed Li Du to gain 50 years of lifespan. Not only that, after his talent had been enhanced, his efficiency in acquiring longevity had even increased by 3 times. At this rate, as long as I clear a few more similar copies, I'll soon be able to save up enough for a 200-year lifespan. By then, I'll be able to change my occupation to a normal occupation. Generally speaking, ordinary professions can learn professional skills after reaching level 10. But the most trashy professions like Basic Warrior obviously didn't have this kind of treatment. If Li Du wanted to learn skills, he could only go and buy skill scrolls. Unfortunately, in order to eliminate a single Locust Plague copy, Li Du had paid 5,000 divine power. When he thought about it, he felt a meaty pain. But it was comforting to know that Li Du had finally found a way to easily swipe a large number of lifespans. Even though this method was rather costly, it looks like we have to find a way to get money. Ereshur City. Mission Hall. This was the place where all kinds of quests were released, and as long as you completed the quests in it, you would be able to obtain very generous rewards. Among them, there is no lack of a large number of divine power value, fine equipment scrolls and so on. Li Du had come here because he wanted to complete the quest to obtain divine power values to purchase the flame scrolls, and after that, go kill more Locust Plague-like duplicates to earn lifespans with which to buy transfer scrolls. There are only 20 days or so left in the college entrance examination, and if he is unable to advance his career within these 20 days or so, he must be at a disadvantage in his entrance examination. Identity check in progress. Checked. Li Du, senior at Ereshur City High School. Rank, 10. Battle rating, 28 points. Rank evaluation, temporarily unable to open rank evaluation. When Li Du walked into the mission hall, he immediately saw his information as well as his battle evaluation. Battle rating is the most important standard for evaluating a person's strength or weakness, and generally speaking, the battle rating of a level 10 common profession will be above 20 points, and some fully armed geniuses may be able to get a 40 or 50 rating with only one level. The level rating, on the other hand, is only generated when you reach level 100. It will be automatically generated based on a person's profession, level, equipment, skills and other information. From low to high is low, medium, high, master, grandmaster, king, and legend. As long as you entered the mission hall, you would be able to see your relevant evaluation. Of course, this evaluation could also be hidden. In the mission hall, Li Du also saw quite a few highly rated powerhouses. Chu Shan, level 17 Forest Bowman. Battle rating, 789. Rank rating, low. Han Nebula, level 28 Attacking Magician. Battle rating, 1876. Rank rating, medium. These people were walking around the big point of the mission on their own, completely unconcerned about the others. Li Du also walked to the front of the Great Hall. At a glance, they were all missions, all kinds of them. Long-term recycling of Tianshui porcupine tusks at a price of 10 divine power value per tusk. Creating a full set of excellent grade suits. Labor cost, 500 points of divine power. I would like to go to the Goblin Hills replica to practice, and I need 7 bodyguards. The cost is 300 divine power points/day. Interested parties contact. Ereshur City was an extremely ordinary small county under the jurisdiction of Tianhai City. and had little presence at all in the entire Tianhai city. As a result, most of the quests here are also very unusual, not very challenging, and not very rewarding. The two most numerous of these are recycling materials as well as bodyguard-type missions. Li Du looked around and was always very dissatisfied. These tasks required a lot of time costs, but the benefits simply did not meet his expectations. Suddenly, Li Du froze as one of the quests caught his eye. I wish to purchase the Berserk Orc King crystals at a high price. Purchase price, 30,000 God's power value. Note, this crystal only appears in level 15 abandoned mine copies, and it will only pop up in nightmare difficulty. Seeing this purchase price, Li Du was very moved. However, after seeing the difficulty of the copy, Li Du hesitated. Nightmare level copy. The levels of difficulty for the duplicates are normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the more powerful the wild monsters within the copy, especially the bosses within it, which were even more terrifying. Reaching a nightmare level of difficulty, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could challenge at will. Li Du had also heard of the abandoned mine copy, which was located at the foot of a mountain 50 miles outside of Arashur City. If you want to challenge this copy, you have to go out of town. However, getting out of town meant danger. In the city, both mortals and professionals are protected by the city's boundaries, and wild monsters simply cannot invade. But outside of the city, with the lack of protection, wild monsters run rampant and you have no idea what you're in for. Maybe it's possible to just turn around and run into an elite monster. Of course, going out of the city was only secondary. Powerful professionals could completely ignore the dangers outside the city. But the nightmare level difficulty was the absolute factor that dissuaded them. Because of this quest had been placed here for so long, with such a generous reward, yet still no one was willing to take it. Yet, it's rewarding enough. 30,000 divine values. After thinking about it, Li Du still took the task. Rich and powerful, he had had enough of being looked down upon. If he didn't even have the guts to do so, he wasn't qualified to say anything else. You have accepted the quest, Berserk Orc King Crystals. Please submit the quest item within 7 days, or it will be considered a quest failure. After accepting the mission, Li Du left the mission hall. Li Du was currently still a student and could not freely leave the city. If he wanted to leave the city, he would still need an exit permit from the school. He immediately rushed to the school and told Qin Anmin about his request. You said you were going out of town? Hearing Li Du's words, Qin Anmin was startled. What are you doing out of the city? Do you know how dangerous it really is outside the city? Li Du said. I know. But teacher, I have something very important to do, so please allow me. As for my safety, teacher need not worry. Qin Anmin thought for a moment and finally shook his head. No way, it's really too dangerous. I can't agree to your request. To be honest, he still had some expectations for Li Du. He had seen all of Li Du's efforts over the past 3 years. He really felt sorry for Li Du. If he hadn't failed in his transfer, he would have had a better future. Li Du bowed to Qin Anmin. Teacher, I know it's dangerous to go out of the city, but I have to go out of the city. Please approve it. Qin Anmin was a bit angry. To be honest, the only point of Li Du that displeased him was this stubborn-ass temper. Once he decides on something, no amount of talking or persuasion will bring him back. Why don't you listen to advice? Do you realize what it would mean if something happened to you? I know that, Sensei, but still, I ask Sensei's permission to leave town. Qin Anmin was simply exasperated and laughed as he looked at Li Du's gaze. He felt very helpless. Okay, I'll give you an out-of-town permit, and no matter what happens, you just don't regret it when the time comes. Li Du was overjoyed. Many thanks, teacher. After getting the certificate of leaving the city, Li Du went back home first. He wanted to talk to Shu Weixing about leaving the city. After all, this one was going to an abandoned mine dozens of miles away, and he would likely be gone for days at a time. It was a good thing that Mizuno didn't stop it, though he was a little worried. Soon after, Li Du left. Before leaving the city, he made a trip to the trading house. The challenge this time was a nightmare-level copy, and he had to be prepared. Life Recovery Potion, 50 points of Divine Power Value / bottle. After taking it, it instantly restores 300 points of your own life value. Mana Recovery Potion, 50 points of Divine Power Value / bottle. After taking it, instantly restores 100 points of your own mana. Elementary Purification Potion, 50 points of Divine Power Value / bottle. After taking it, slowly removes one's negative status. These 3 types of potions were all very important replenishment potions, and Li Du purchased 10 bottles of each and put them in his backpack. In addition to this, Li Du also bought a lot of compressed cookies, water, and living supplies. Looking at the backpack that was beginning to bulge behind him, Li Du's heart gradually settled down. It's time to go. Are you sure you want to leave town? While checking Li Du's information, the guards of Ereshur City revealed a surprised look. A high school student, level 10, who had only awakened his profession not long ago. He even dared to go out of town, and the school even allowed it. It was important to realize that even though the wild monsters near Ereshur City weren't powerful, they were basically level 15 to 20, at least 5 levels above him. However, there was nothing wrong with Li Du's documents, and there was no reason for him to stop them. Take care of yourself, and if you run into danger, run back quickly. Li Du nodded. Thanks for your concern. Then, it left Ereshur City. Speaking of which, this was the first time Li Du had ever left the city. For as long as he could remember, he had never left the city. A mortal was naturally not qualified to go out of the city, and he had longed for it when he was very young. What was the outside world really like? As Li Du left Ereshur City, he realized that the outside world was a bit more eerie and murky. A mist caused Ereshur City to gradually become blurry, and only the faintly visible city walls could be seen. If it wasn't for the signposts left by high-end professionals on the road, I'm afraid that Li Du would soon be lost. The mists didn't block the view ahead, though, and there were a number of road signs outside the city pointing the way. Hooray! Suddenly, Li Du heard a few angry roars. He immediately saw a skeleton-like monster that was screaming strangely and rushing towards him. Skeleton soldier. Level 15. A very common skeleton soldier that will use its bones to knock down any enemy in front of it. Coming outside the city, the level of the monsters has also gotten higher, so I'm afraid it's even harder to deal with. While Li Du was thinking, the skeletal soldiers had already rushed over. It held a long, sharp bone in its hand and kept fiddling with it in front of its body. The Wolf King's sharp claws. Li Du immediately made a Wolf King's sharp claw. Soon, 2 claws coalesced on Li Du's gloves and immediately slapped down towards the skeleton's body. Ka-chow! The sharp claws attack was so strong that a single slap directly shattered the bones of a skeleton soldier. However, the skeleton soldier did not lose his fighting strength. Seeing this, Li Du swung his sharp claws again, and as more and more bones broke, the skeleton soldier finally fell. You kill the skeleton soldier, and due to the high level of the wild monster, you extract a lifespan of 15 days. You gain 450 experience points. To be able to add 15 days to your life? Li Du was a bit surprised. It seemed that the rewards of killing wild monsters by crossing levels were indeed much better. Moreover, a skeleton soldier was surprisingly able to provide him with 450 experience points, which was a full 45 times that of a wild wolf. The experience value I need to raise from level 10 to 11 is around 20,000. Based on skeleton soldiers, it would take more than 40 kills. Thinking about this, Li Du had an urge to stay nearby and kill the skeletal soldiers. But in the end, Li Du suppressed the urge. After all, his purpose of going out of the city was not to practice leveling. Walking over to the skeleton corpse, Li Du launched the extraction. Unfortunately, the extraction failed. Hearing this voice, Li Du was a little disappointed. But it was also just a skeleton that couldn't extract anything good. And after the failure, Li Du didn't bother to keep trying. After checking the road signs, Li Du continued his journey. He wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible and didn't want to waste time. On his way to catch the road, Li Du had also encountered quite a few professionals. They were all brushing monsters near the outskirts of the city, and some of them had simply set up their tents directly before some copy portals. Almost everyone is very quiet and doesn't interact with the others. The outskirts of the city are ungoverned places where anything can happen no matter what. Along the way, Li Du also ran into quite a few wild monsters. Some of the wild monsters were not high-leveled, around level 15, and Li Du killed them in passing, while others, Li Du avoided them if he could. His life strike could only be used once a day, and Li Du didn't want to waste it. Gradually, Li Du left the outskirts of the city and came to a forest. Through this forest, you will be able to see the abandoned mine, but by this time it was getting dark. Looks like we'll just have to stay in this neighborhood for the night. Li Du came to a more open place in the forest and found some firewood to build a fire. The forest is dangerous at night, and fires must be kept burning all night long. The wild monsters are not of high rank, and many animal habits remain in them, such as fear of fire. After waiting for the fire to ignite, Li Du took out a few compressed cookies from his backpack. After eating, it was time to plan a break. Gollum, Gollum. It was a very soft sound, as if made by a stomach that had been empty for a long time. Although it was very slight, it still immediately caught Li Du's attention. Who is it? Li Du gave a calendar drink in the direction where the voice appeared. Ahem. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hide. At this time, a figure stepped out from a dense forest. It was a young girl, looking about the same age as Li Du, dressed very plainly, with her face and clothes dirty, as if she had fallen into a mud puddle. After she walked out, She sat down in front of the campfire as if she was familiar with herself and said to Li Du, "Big brother, can you share a piece of compressed cookie with me?" Li Du glanced at her, and although he was a little wary in his heart, he still took out a compressed cookie from his backpack and gave it to her. When she got the cookies, she nibbled them right up as if she was starving. Ahem. Water, water, choking on dash. Li Du was helpless and gave her another bottle of water. A whole cookie was quickly swallowed and she eyed Li Du again. Li Du had to take out another piece, and again she ate it quickly. It took 4 compressed cookies before she stopped. Phew. I'm full. Thank you so much, big brother. I'd been hungry for days. It was only at this moment that Li Du spoke. Then can you tell me who you are and why you are here? Hearing this, a few moments of hatred flashed across the young girl's face, but it was quickly covered up by her. It's nothing. I just went out of town to fight monsters and accidentally failed. You're lying. The young girl blinked her eyes and looked at Li Du with a somewhat innocent gaze. You don't have the right look on your face. Wow. The young girl deliberately showed a very surprised expression. Big brother, you're observing so carefully. Are you a detective? Seeing Li Du still looking straight at him, the young girl finally lost the battle. Okay, I'll just say it. You are so not funny. My name is Zhong Shallowmoon, a level 17 shadow messenger, a special occupation. As for why I am in the current appearance, well, the situation is very difficult to say. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Li Du. Sparse. Just then, a few footsteps were approaching, and Zhong Shanyue's face instantly went cold. She whispered, I have something to do first, big brother. Thank you for your hospitality. I will remember you. When she finished speaking, she was seen casting a skill, and her body actually gradually became illusory, as if it had merged into the shadows. And then, Li Du only saw her flash by and she was never seen again. Shoo shoo shoo. At the same time, several arrows landed near Li Du. Li Du immediately dodged, but the arrow was too fast and still grazed Li Du. You've been grazed by an arrow. Life minus 18 points. After a few seconds passed, 3 figures appeared. Still haven't caught up. Count her lucky. But she's been driven by us for days now and I'm afraid she's about to be exhausted. Li Du also got a good look at the 3 men. One of them was carrying a big sword, which should be a warrior-type profession. One of them was holding a staff, which should be a mage-type, and one of them was holding a bow and arrow. And that arrow just now was shot out from his hand. There's a campfire? There's someone here. The 3 of them spotted Li Du and immediately walked over. Hey, kid over here, did a woman just pass by here? Li Du didn't answer, but just said coldly, your arrow hit me. The archer looked at the clothes that had been rubbed on Li Du's chest and instantly understood. He wanted to apologize, but Li Du's tone always made him feel bad. Didn't shoot you. What's your name? Li Du's gaze sank as he considered whether or not to use life strike to teach these people a lesson. This was the middle of nowhere. There was no jurisdiction, and even if these few people died here, no one would even care. Just then, the man carrying the large sword suddenly spoke. All right, don't cause any trouble. We have business to attend to. The archer gave a very irritated cut at this. Fine. I'll apologize to you, okay? After saying that, he didn't even look at Li Du. Instead, the man carrying a large sword threw a bottle of very poor quality recovery potion at Li Du's feet. This potion is compensation for you. It's more than enough. It's none of your business what we do. The condescending tone of voice was as if it were some great favor to be given. This tone made Li Du's gaze grow colder and colder. But before Li Du could react, the man carrying the large sword left with the other 2. Li Du did not choose to retaliate in the end. He wasn't sure about the strength of these people, and even though he was able to use life strike, this skill could only be used once a day, so it was better not to cause any trouble. After a few people had walked away, Li Du looked around and suddenly stood quietly for about half a minute. You come out. No need to hide. Just as Li Du's words had fallen, Zhang Shanyue, who had originally lost her figure, unexpectedly appeared from the darkness. She was very surprised. How did you see through my subterfuge? She was a shadowbringer, and this profession was a very special and extremely rare profession. Once he activated his subterfuge, no one would be able to see through it at all unless their level was more than 15 levels higher than hers or they possessed a special concealment breaking skill. Li Du said blandly. So this move is called the sneaky shadow technique? Zhong Shanyue froze for a few seconds and suddenly understood something. You're guessing. You're swindling me? For a moment, she felt like she was being crushed with her intellect, and she didn't know if it was because of anger or aggression, but her face actually bulged slightly. Li Du said, well, it's time for you to tell me why you're being chased by those guys, right? Zhong Shanyue seemed to be angry and asked rhetorically, what makes you think that those people are here to find me? Sparse. A burst of Tokyo fixed Zhong Shanyue's expression. 3 men had appeared in front of the 2. Zhong Shanyue's expression changed instantly, flashing a few moments of coldness. Big bro, I didn't think I'd have to say goodbye again. I'll take my leave. Don't miss me. With that, she was about to cast the sneaking shadow technique again to enter a state of invisibility, but at that moment, a ball of light suddenly flew up into the sky, illuminating the neighborhood. The ball of light quickly hovered in the air, and when it did, the mysterious light fell on Zhong Shanyue's body. Oh no! It's a shielding light orb. Shielded light orb. A very special prop that could lock onto a person and prevent them from using any skills for a certain period of time. Locked by the light of the shielded light orb, Zhong Shanyue obviously panicked. She couldn't care less and was about to escape, but as the swoosh came, it was actually an arrow that locked onto her. It's over, Zhong Shanyue shouted in her heart, unable to use her skills. She had no way to dodge. That arrow was getting closer and closer, but at that moment, Li Du stepped in. He watched the moment the arrow shot out and immediately struck out to knock it away. At the same time, three silhouettes appeared in front of both Li Du and Zhong Shanyue, precisely the three professionals who had just walked away. Humph, I told you, this guy just looks weird. Sure enough, he's in league with this woman. In that case, kill them together. The three professionals were very cold. When Zhong Shanyue heard this, she immediately became anxious and hurriedly shouted, I'm not in league with him. You can deal with me if you want to. Don't implicate unrelated people. The bow-wielding professional sneered. Irrelevant? The moment he appeared, he was already a dead man. Zhong Shanyue gritted her teeth. Then I'll give you the stuff. Okay? Take the stuff and stop biting me to death. He. If you had said that a few days ago, we might have accepted it. But now that you've been hit with the shielding light orb, we'll be able to get it just as well if we kill you. These words made Zhong Shanyue a little desperate. He glanced at Li Du. I'm really sorry, big brother, for involving you in this. Later on, I'll hold them off. Why don't you find a chance to escape? Li Du said. How are you going to stall them when you've been hit by the shielding light orb? Zhong Shanyue was speechless. Li Du continued. What level are they? The one carrying the great sword is level 22, and all the others are level 20. I know. Level 22. This level was not an unacceptable category for Li Du. Turning on 10 times the life strike should be enough to deal with it. The professional carrying a greatsword shouted. Well, hurry up and do it before the night gets too long. Omni enhanced. As the greatsword professional shouted, his body unexpectedly began to expand, growing about 20 to 30 centimeters taller, and his physique became very robust. The originally loose clothes also immediately became like tights, wrapping around the swollen muscles. He removed his greatsword and held it in his hand with a cruel expression. Zhong Shanyue shouted, You run first, big brother. Don't worry about me. I have an idea. She really didn't want to harm Li Du. The archer snorted. Can you run away? Blasting arrow. Then, an arrow like a fireball immediately shot towards Li Du. The arrow was burning with a blazing flame, and the closer it got, the more it looked like a small sun. If it hit, it would immediately create a large explosion. At that time, even if the two of them didn't die, I'm afraid they would be seriously injured. Get out of the way. Zhong Shanyue hurriedly shouted, and in the moment of crisis, she pulled Li Du to try to dodge. But suddenly, she realized that it was as if Li Du had become a huge mountain, and no matter how much she pulled, she couldn't shake Li Du one bit. Kill. Right at this moment, Li Du clenched his fist and swung it hard between the blasting net shot over. That arrow was actually directly bounced off by this punch. Boom! The arrows exploded and flames flew, immediately igniting a number of bushes. This scene not only stunned the three professionals, even Zhong Shanyue was shocked. The equipment on Li Du was extremely shabby, wearing only a pair of gloves. No matter how you look at it, it's an extremely common professional. But surprisingly, he had knocked the blasting arrow away just by punching it. It was important to realize that blasting arrows flew at a fast speed, and the instantaneous explosive power needed to send such an attack flying was extremely huge. The archer shouted, Hurry up and check this guy's information. He might be an expert. The mage immediately cast a detection spell on Li Du, and soon, Li Du's information appeared in front of several people's eyes. Name, Li Du. Occupation, Basic Warrior. Level, 10. A level 10 Basic Warrior. Isn't this the most trashy warrior class profession? Are you sure this information is true? The mage was also dumbfounded. This, I don't know. That's the information I detected. The archer couldn't care less as he cast Detect himself. As a result, the message that emerged was the same. They were astonished beyond measure. Even more so than when Li Du sent the blasting arrows flying. Li Du ignored their surprise and immediately rushed up. The archers hurriedly shot arrows, and soon, several arrows were shot towards Li Du. But Li Du just waved his fist, and surprisingly, all of those arrows were sent flying. After using life strengthening, Li Du's damage was directly strengthened by 10 times. This kind of damage was completely able to cover the arrow, and it was dissolved before it even got close to Li Du. I'll do it. The man with the big sword who had just been omnipotently strengthened shouted, and with his big sword, he slashed at Li Du. Hoo. The large sword is windy and has an unusual weight. Li Du also struck at the same time, Wolf King Sharp Claw. 2 sharp claws then appeared in Li Du's hands, slashing towards this great sword. Drawing. The sharp, glass-scratching sound was unmistakable and creepy. Li Du's sharp claws directly blocked the great sword. The man immediately felt an irresistible force, and his hands were actually forced backward. Before he had time to be surprised, the sharp claws stabbed along the greatsword into his chest, and then slashed straight down. Soon, blood splattered as the man screamed miserably and died outright. Dead. The archer and the mage couldn't believe that the most powerful man between them had died so quickly. Fireball. The mage shouted and waved his staff, coalescing a huge fireball, trying to attack Li Du. However, Li Du reacted quickly, and the moment he opened his mouth, Li Du had already stepped forward to cast an attack. Sharp claws stabbed in, and the mage was simply unable to resist. The powerful amount of damage directly kills the mage in one hit. And then came the archer, isolated and helpless. There was no way he could be Li Du's opponent, and he soon died at Li Du's hands as well. 3 people, all dead. You killed them all? The 3 men were dead, and the effect of the shielding light orb was gone. Zhong Shangyue immediately ran to Li Du and said in surprise. Li Du looked at the corpses of the 3, and despite being a bit disgusted, his face did not change much. They were the ones who tried to kill me first. Ignoring the surprised Zhong Shangyue, Li Du directly began to grope around the 3 people's bodies. Soon, something was gained. You acquire equipment, Berserker's Sword. Berserker's Sword, Fine Grade Warrior Class Professional Equipment. Equipment Limitation, LV20. Provides, plus 25 Strength, plus 200 Lifesteal. Attacks come with a 30% critical hit probability and a 30% stun probability. Bow of Lightness, Excellent Grade Lightness Type Profession Equipment. Equipment Limitation, LV15. Provides, plus 10 Agility, plus 5% bow type damage. Exquisite Staff, Excellent Level Spell Class Professional Equipment. Equipment Limit, 15. Provides, plus 10 Spirit, plus 5% spell class damage. Several pieces of equipment, all flickering with light, were the equipment that Li Du had acquired from the 3 people. Other than the 3 weapons, the quality of the other equipment was very ordinary. In addition, there are some materials, medicines and other things that are not of great value, but no matter what, this was his loot, and Li Du stuffed it all into his backpack. Whether he could use them or not, at the very least he could take them and sell them for money. After collecting the stuff, only a scroll was left on the floor. Li Du picked it up and looked at it. You get the props, the mysterious map. At this time, Zhang Shangyue, who had been silent on the side, spoke up. This is a treasure map, and according to the map's guidelines, one can find a relic. If one enters the relic, one might be able to obtain the treasure. Li Du opened the scroll to check it out and realized that it was indeed a map. And the location on the map didn't seem to be far from Arashur City. How do you know? Zhong Shangyue smiled helplessly. Because that's why I was hunted by them. Li Du looked at her. She was indignant. They and I met in a copy, when I killed the copy boss and popped out a treasure map. As a result, it was seen by these guys, and they snatched the map based on the fact that they were outnumbered. Then why don't they go looking for the treasure and continue to hunt you down? Because the key was in my hand. It was popped out together with the map. They didn't realize it at the time. Saying that, Zhong Shangyue revealed a cool gaze. Humph, death is deserved. After saying that, she kicked the corpse on the ground a few times as if she was venting her anger, and then she sat down on the ground, completely oblivious to her image. Seeing as you've helped me, I'll give you this key. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard to get the treasure. With that, she threw something to Li Du. Li Du took a look and realized that it was a strange-looking piece of jade. After collecting his things, Li Du also sat down. You're not heartbroken? Zhang Shangyue bristled. What's with the heartache? It's just a relic. I'm so lucky. I'll run into it again in a couple days. By the way, your name is Li Du, right? Why don't I just call you by your name? Li Du nodded. Li Du, it's about time for you to remove your disguise, isn't it? We've sort of experienced life and death together. There's no need to cover up. Li Du was puzzled. What camouflage technique? It's just camouflage. You're not disguised as a basic warrior dash. Speaking of this, Zhong Shangyue suddenly realized something, and her gaze suddenly became strange. You can't really be a level 10 basic warrior, can you? Is there a problem? Zhong Shangyue simply didn't know how to describe her surprise. She was like discovering a new continent. How did you awaken this profession? No. Basic warrior this strong? Li Du didn't say anything. After a few seconds, Zhong Shangyue asked tentatively again, Li Du, did you not even learn the detection technique? Detection. One of the most basic skills. It is able to view simple information about characters as well as basic information about wild monsters. Li Du shook his head. Zhong Shangyue couldn't speak. What was the reason for such a powerful person to have not even learned the detection technique? After thinking about it, she threw a skill scroll to Li Du. Do you accept the skill scroll, detection? Li Du wondered. Zhong Shangyue said, hurry up and learn, count it as my gift to you. Thanks a lot. Li Du did not refuse and used the scroll directly after receiving it. You have successfully learned the skill, detection. After learning it successfully, Li Du used it on Zhong Shalomon. Soon, Zhong Shalomon's information appeared in front of Li Du. Name, Zhong Shalomon. Occupation, Shadowbringer. Rank, 19. Level 19. Zhong Shangyue's level was still quite high, at least 9 levels higher than him. I really don't know where the hell you came out from. You're obviously so strong. But you look just like a fledgling youngster. Li Du did not reply, but continued to look at the treasure map. After looking at the place for a while, Li Du realized that it seemed a bit familiar. Continuing to look, Li Du realized, wasn't this the location of the abandoned mine copy? Are you sure this is a treasure map? Hearing Li Du's question, Zhong Shangyue giggled. Of course, are you trying to say that this is the abandoned mine copy map? Li Du nodded. The relics are in the mines, but hidden. You'll be able to see the relics once you've cleared the copy with the key. Yeah? Li Du also stopped saying anything and continued to build a bonfire. Many relics and copies were actually connected to each other, and it wasn't strange that you could only enter a relic if you cleared the copy. I don't know if it was because of boredom, but Zhong Shangyue continued to come and strike up a conversation with Li Du. Seeing that you're only level 10, you've only awakened your profession this year as well, right? Preparing for the entrance exam as well? Li Du nodded. Then which university are you going to apply for? With your strength, you should be able to enroll in the top 10 academies, right? But, well, I've heard that the top 10 academies place more emphasis on professional performance, so I don't know if you'll be able to pass as a basic warrior. In addition to the 10 great schools, the Yanguan school is also very good, the top school outside of the 10 great schools, or the only civilian school. When you reach the university, you'll be able to challenge the Tower of Heaven, where the limits are challenged. As long as you break the record, you'll be able to get a reward. And some people have even gotten a legendary level set. In addition to the Tower of Heaven, there are quite a few exclusive copies or relics. By the way, you can still start your own guild in college. I don't know if Zhong Shangyue was a chatterbox. Once she talked, there was no end to her talk, gushing and introducing Li Du to the various universities. As Li Du listened, he also gained a general understanding of these academies. As she spoke, the night was deep. At some point, her voice petered out. The next day, when the sunlight spilled down, Li Du realized that Zhong Shangyue had already disappeared, but she left a note. Big brother Li Du, I'm leaving, so don't miss me. If you go to university, I suggest you take the Yanguan Academy. I have a feeling that you and Yanguan Academy are very much related. Farewell. Looking at the note, Zhong Shangyue's big-hearted appearance couldn't help but appear in his mind. Li Du couldn't help but smile. Kinda a warm encounter. He packed his bags and moved on. I didn't realize that the relics were located inside the abandoned mines, so it was a good thing that it was just along the way. Crazy Minotaur, level 17. Life, 1. 380. Strength, 70. Use skill, Minotaur charge. After learning the detection technique, Li Du was able to view significantly more information about the wild monsters, not only being able to see their specific values, but also their skills. The further away from Arashur City, the more powerful the wild monsters became. Li Du even saw level 20 wild monsters many times. Luckily, these wild monsters were not very aggressive, and Li Du quickly walked through. If he was attacked by these ranked wild monsters, Li Du could only use Life Strike. Finally, as the time came to the afternoon, Li Du arrived at the abandoned mine copy. At the entrance was a vortex, which was the replica's teleportation portal. Only by entering it would one be able to teleport into the abandoned mine copy. Wild copies, in general, are divided into difficulty levels, like the abandoned mine replica, which offers 4 difficulties: normal, elite, hard, and nightmare. Since it was a field copy, the intensity of the copy was higher than any of the leveling copies in the city. Normal difficulty is fine, just the occasional elite monster. The elite difficulty, on the other hand, is filled with wild monsters that have gone through a round of enhancement and can be considered all elite monsters. As for the hard difficulty, it is extremely intense. Not only did the wild monsters go through 2 rounds of reinforcement, even the bosses had more berserk mode. Berserk mode, the boss is not only the whole body, there is a very strong back to blood. As a result, people who want to challenge the high difficulty of this copy almost always have to choose a group. Nonetheless, there are a number of self-proclaimed geniuses who have fallen on difficult difficulties. As for the nightmare difficulty, Li Du looked at a stone tablet next to the copy portal. There are a few lines of engraving on it. These are the names of the teams that have passed the nightmare difficulty of the replica. Only 10 teams made it through nightmare difficulty. 10th place, Red Falcon Squad. Passing time, 9 hours, 56 minutes and 8 seconds. 2nd place, White Knights Black Mountain Squad. Passing time, 7 hours, 44 minutes and 25 seconds. 1st place, Sky and Sea Guild Raiders Group. Passing time, 6 hours, 38 minutes and 12 seconds. When Li Du arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered here. Team up to fight difficult copies. Lack of mages. Lack of output. Lack of milkmaid. Gain scoring. Interested parties come. Playing a copy. Elite difficulty. 5 short of 1. Just assist. Hard difficulty lacks control. Preferably mage. Is there any coming? Just level 15 or above. Quite a few people were yelling and looking for people to team up with. In addition to solo brushing, copies can also be brushed with others. Although brushing copies in a group will result in lower personal gains, clearing copies has also become easier. And there are some rich and powerful people who will specifically hire someone to take them to brush their own copies, and all the proceeds will be his alone. Some people saw that Li Du was staring at the passing stone tablet and asked, "Brother, is this your first time coming to this copy?" Li Du didn't answer. Another person asked, "Dude, what's your profession and are you high-leveled? Do you want to play the book together? Elite difficulty, good pass." Some people saw Li Du's bland expression and thought that he might be an expert, so they invited him, but Li Du just waved his hand. He came to the portal and directly opened the copy difficulty selection. People were a little surprised to see this. No way. Is it hard for this brother to solo a copy? Crap, this is an expert. This copy isn't something that can just be soloed even on normal difficulty. Let's see what difficulty he's going to brush up on. Without hesitation, Li Du chose nightmare difficulty, and then, he stepped directly into the portal and disappeared. And those who saw Li Du's choice were all dumbstruck, almost speechless. Did I read it right? The difficulty this brother chose just now was nightmare difficulty. You didn't see it wrong, I saw it too. Crap, where did this master come from? Entering the portal, Li Du arrived in a dimly lit underground world with only a few remnant lamps emitting a faint glow. There is no doubt that this is the abandoned mine. When Li Du entered the middle of the mine, he heard several hissing sounds, and then there was a sound of footsteps. And several bull-headed monsters had already run in front of him. Li Du immediately cast the detection technique. Berserk Enhanced Minotaur. Type, Common Wildlife. Rank, 15. Life Value, 3,480. Power, 260. Description, a Minotaur that has been strengthened and has entered a Berserk state with 5 times the value of a normal Minotaur. This kind of Minotaur will only appear in nightmare difficulty and above copies. Seeing the values of these Minotaurs, Li Du's face instantly became grave. No wonder no one challenges this difficulty. Even the values of normal monsters are so exaggerated. Not to mention the elite monsters and copy bosses that follow. Nowadays, Li Du's strength was only 40 or so, and his life value was only 700 or so. With these values, if he wanted to kill this little monster, he didn't know how long he would have to grind. And once Li Du was accidentally hit by them, it was almost as if a single hit could make Li Du half dead. Life strike, 100 times, without hesitation. Li Du directly consumed 10 years of his lifespan and executed a 100-fold life strike. With such a high life value, even if Li Du used 10 times life strike, it wasn't very stable. In order to pass this copy, there was no room for Li Du to be restrained. Ho ho ho! A few minotaurs wielded their huge axes and charged towards Li Du. The Wolf King's sharp claws flashing. Li Du was nonchalant and directly confronted the minotaur head-on. Brush! Soon, several minotaurs died under Li Du's attacks. Completely unresisting. Hundreds of times the damage that falls on a minotaur is literally a punch in the face. Congratulations! Killing the Berserk Enhanced Minotaur. Detecting that this monster's value far exceeds yours, you have successfully extracted 150 days of life. You have gained 1580 experience points. Congratulations on killing. Seeing the message that appeared, Li Du could not help but rejoice. A minotaur gains 150 days of life directly, and 15,000 experience. This is absolutely great news for Li Du. Li Du was filled with energy and immediately piled into the mine. The roads of the abandoned mines were all over the place, and there were passages everywhere. So if one did not pay attention, one might get lost here. Li Du had marked everywhere along the way, and in order to kill as many wild monsters as possible, he had even gone to the end of almost every passage. His experience value kept going crazy as a result. After about half an hour, Li Du had already killed more than 30 minotaurs. Congratulations! Leveling up, current level, 11. Upon seeing this news, Li Du was very happy. Although basic warrior was the most trashy profession, leveling up would only gain the most basic 5 attribute points and there wouldn't be any other boosts. But after all, it was an upgrade. Not only have I upgraded, I've gained 12 years of life. The 100x life strike has paid for itself. If he practiced here every day, I'm afraid that within a few days, Li Du would be able to save up 200 years of life. When the time came, whether it was changing his profession to a higher level or upgrading life strike, it would be a huge boost for Li Du. Just thinking about it made Li Du excited. There's still half an hour left. I have to hurry up and get to the boss room. Otherwise I'll have to leave the copy once the life strike ends. Li Du accelerated his movements. Along the way, he encountered about 10 more minotaurs, and after killing them all, Li Du finally passed through the maze-like mine. Although the roads in this place are all over the place, as long as you keep moving forward, you will eventually be able to come to the end. At the end of the line was an iron gate, behind which a very large figure could be seen, still gasping for breath. Even through the iron gate, Li Du was able to feel the great oppression of this wild monster. He immediately cast detection. Berserk Jackal Overlord. Type, Elite Wildlife. Rank, 16. Life value, 6,880. Power, 658. Feature, Full Hegemony. Immune to any control type skills, this feature will not take effect if level suppression is over 10. Skill, Jackal Charge, deals 5x power damage and sends the target flying for 3 seconds. Target also deals 5x power damage when it lands. I can't believe it's just an elite wild monster. Seeing the value of this wild monster, Li Du was simply stunned. With such a powerful value, it was only an elite wild monster. So just how strong was the boss inside? With this kind of value, Li Du was completely no match for it even if he executed 10 times the life strike. It was a good thing that Li Du was able to perform a 100-fold life strike. Without hesitation, he pushed the door straight open and entered it. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. The Jackal Overlord seemed to be sleeping, emitting a subtle snoring sound, but the moment the iron door was pushed open, it awoke with a start. And then, twisting and turning, he stood up. The Jackal Overlord's height was very exaggerated, a full 3 meters tall, and Li Du stood in front of it looking incredibly small. When it saw Li Du, it immediately became furious, and then let out a roar. Roar! The roar carried the wind and almost blew Li Du out. Just as Li Du wanted to cast his skill, he saw that the Jackal Overlord was rubbing his hind legs, looking like he was going to charge. He's going to cast a skill. Li Du realized it immediately. Meanwhile, the Jackal Overlord had already finished storing up his power, and with a roar, he charged. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps because of its huge size, even the ground was shaken by the Jackal Buster. Li Du saw the right moment, and immediately dodged the moment it was about to hit him. Boom! The Jackal Overlord plunged headfirst into the iron door, only to hear a loud clang, and the iron door was actually directly knocked away. The destructive power was extremely astonishing, and Li Du was dumbfounded. However, taking advantage of the moment it had just finished crashing, Li Du immediately moved, and this was an opportunity. The Wolf King's sharp claws. The shadows of the sharp claws kept falling on the body of the Jackal Overlord. The damage that had been strengthened by 100 times was extremely terrifying. With a single claw, that Jackal Overlord's back was actually torn open by the occasion of Li Du, and the bones were seen. Roar, 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 roar. The intense pain caused the Jackal Overlord to jump straight up, and his hands kept clawing back, but due to the shortness of his hands, he couldn't touch his back anyhow. From its back, countless amounts of blood also splashed out, staining the ground red. Li Du immediately moved away, partly to prevent blood from splashing onto him, and partly because the Jackal Overlord was almost mad, and if Li Du rushed to attack at this time, he might eat his damage. Detection. Li Du cast the detection technique, intending to check its status. Raging Jackal Overlord, Rage. Weakness, Serious Injury. Life value, 1586. 1579. The original Jackal Overlord's life value of more than 6,000 had directly allowed Li Du to dry up to 15,000 in a single strike. The damage that had been strengthened by 100 times was as terrifying as it was. It only needed one more blow to be able to kill it completely. Li Du waited for his chance. However, after a minute passed, the Jackal Overlord gradually calmed down. It turned its head to look at Li Du and suddenly roared angrily, rolling and crawling to the depths of the mine. It actually escaped. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Just as Li Du froze, countless roars came from all directions. And then, from among the mine passages in all directions, many wild monsters suddenly ran out, completely surrounding Li Du. Jackalope Warrior. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 15. Life value, 3,530. Power, 310. These wild monsters, all of them were jackal warriors. And looking at the number, there were almost hundreds of them. It was not expected that the jackal overlord would not only run away, but would also gather so many wild monsters to come and surround Li Du. Li Du completely did not expect that an elite monster on nightmare difficulty would come to this kind of operation. It's no use though, these wild monsters I totally punch. Ho 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 ho. Countless jackal warriors attack Li Du, who was not afraid in the slightest. At 100 times damage, he was almost invincible. You have killed the jackal warrior. Extract life value, 150 days. Gained experience value, 1890. You have killed the jackal warrior. Extract life value, 150 days. Gained experience value, 1890. You killed. Message after message appeared in Li Du's mind as his experience value continued to rise wildly and his lifespan continued to increase. As one of Li Du's punches landed, a jackal warrior would fall at Li Du's feet. Since there were simply too many jackal warriors, Li Du's body was also splattered with a lot of blood, but he couldn't care less. He had only had his damage strengthened by 100 times. His lifesteal and resistance hadn't been strengthened, and he couldn't even eat a single blow from a jackal warrior right now, so Li Du could only keep attacking. In the end, after more than 20 minutes had passed, the hundreds of jackal warriors were finally killed off. Who dash? Li Du took a long breath. It's no wonder that no one is able to solo this copy at all. Even after defeating the jackal overlord, they still need to face the attack of hundreds of jackal warriors. An offense of this intensity is simply not something a level 20 or lower professional can withstand. I'm afraid, only legendary quality or higher quality professions would dare to single-handedly brush this kind of copy, right? If he was able to exchange himself for this kind of occupation, then there was no need to consume 10 years of life every time. Thinking of this, Li Du's tired body gradually gained strength again. With a few minutes left, crusading the boss was out of the question. However, that jackal overlord had already been seriously injured and definitely couldn't run far. Li Du must kill it. Afterwards, Li Du ran along the passage where the jackal overlord had escaped. Soon, the jackal overlord was seen lying on the ground. It was dying and in a state of near death, lying motionless on the ground. The ground had been dyed red with the blood of the jackal overlord. Li Du cast detection to take a look. Berserk jackal overlord, dying. Life value, 138. Only 100 or so life points left. Without hesitation, Li Du stepped forward to give it one last blow. You killed the rampaging jackal overlord. The value of the wild monsters you have killed far exceeds you. Congratulations. You have successfully extracted a lifespan of 500 days. You gain experience value, 12,800. Congratulations. Leveling up. Current level, 12. Soon. Several messages appeared in Li Du's mind. 500 days of lifespan and over 10,000 experience points. Li Du was simply stunned. And this harvest surprised him. With this, he had upgraded directly. Counting the jackal warriors I killed earlier, minus the consumption of life strike, I've actually gained more than 50 years of lifespan in this copy. I didn't realize that the harvest from one copy would almost catch up with the locust plague copy. Most importantly, Li Du did not need to buy a flame scroll. This copy, no cost. If I continue practicing here, will I be able to rapidly increase my lifespan? Li Du thought carefully, but after thinking about it, he realized that it might not work. This was because the longevity gain from killing wild monsters could only be increased by tens of times if the wild monster's value far exceeded his own. Once Li Du was strong, he would have to go to harder copies, but it didn't matter. As long as there were life strikes, no amount of difficult copies would be hard enough to beat Li Du. The life blow is almost gone. Hurry up and look at the loot. Li Du came to the jackal overlord's corpse and immediately cast extraction. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Material obtained, jackal's essence bone. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Material obtained, jackal core. Congratulations! Extraction successful. Gained equipment, hegemonic heavy armor. A total of 3 items were extracted, all of which were elite level items. Jackal essence bone, blue, the strongest bone on a jackal, can be used to create a jackal suit. Jackal core, blue, the purification of a jackal's power, used as the main ingredient for making powerful elixirs. If taken directly, it can briefly increase one's power by 2 times, but one's sanity may be affected by its berserk aura. These were materials that could be taken and sold for money. Li Du took a look at them and threw them into the backpack behind him. What moved Li Du was this piece of equipment on the ground. Overlord Heavy Duty, blue. Equipment weight, 15 kilograms. Wear level, 15. Equipment attributes, plus 1000 lifesteal, plus 20 physique, plus 10 strength, plus 1%/S maximum lifesteal replacement after disengagement, not exceeding 50. Equipment skill, Overlord's Wrath, blue, drain 150. Cooldown 5 minutes. After casting it, enter the Overlord state. Duration 1 minutes. A level 15 blue suit that also offers such powerful attributes. It also has equipment skills. Li Du simply hated to put it on immediately. It's just a shame that the requirement for this equipment is level 15. Moreover, this equipment weighs 15 kilograms, so if you don't have enough strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to move an inch after wearing it. Step it up. 2 or 3 more swipes in this copy and I'll be able to wear this equipment. At the same time, the life enhancement on Li Du completely disappeared. He directly chose to teleport away from the copy. Without life enhancement, this copy was incredibly dangerous for him. It's out. He's out. It's only been an hour. Is it hitting a hard spot and can't pass the copy? After Li Du came out, many people on the side looked over. After all, Li Du's solo entry into a nightmare level copy had already spread around the neighborhood. People were very curious as to what kind of god was this? When Li Du came out, people were incredibly surprised to see him covered in blood. Is he hurt? Nope. Look closely guys. This blood isn't his. It's the wildlife's. Holy shit. How many wild monsters did he kill? Li Du ignored the people's surprise and walked very calmly to sit down nearby to rest. His life strike was gone and could not be used again today. If someone were to plot against Li Du's situation would be very dangerous. But Li Du knew that the more such times came, the more calm he had to be. As long as he was calm enough, no one would dare to hit him, and it would be a real disaster if he panicked. Everyone in the neighborhood was looking at Li Du, but none of them dared to approach. For one thing, Li Du had traveled to the nightmare level copy solo, stayed for an hour, and was still safe and sound. No one knew how strong Li Du was. Secondly, Li Du was covered in blood, and the strong smell of blood also made many people subconsciously afraid to approach. In this way, Li Du spent the night safely. After resting for the night, early the next morning, Li Du arrived in front of the entrance to the replica. Before entering the copy, Li Du found an interesting line of information. Abandoned mines, nightmare difficulty passage progress 36%. Current time 1 hour 02 minutes 36 seconds. For high difficulty copies, clearing them often took a lot of time. Some copies even needed to be conquered for several days in a row, in which case it was impossible to require the professional to always stay inside the copy and not come out. That's why high difficulty copies usually have a progress save feature. In this way, when entering the copy for the second time, you will be able to immediately teleport to the location you arrived at last time. Li Du immediately entered the portal. Is it teleported to the location of the copy progress? Yes. After passing through the portal, Li Du left to where the Jackal Overlord was. Countless blood could still be seen on the ground, and they had already dried up and turned black due to the long time that had passed. However, the air was still filled with a strong smell of blood. None of the wild monsters I killed have refreshed either. So move on. Li Du moved through the blood and the bodies of the Jackal warriors, heading deeper into the abandoned mine. Soon, a number of wild monsters were encountered. There are jackals, there are orcs, there are minotaurs. Values are very powerful. They are crowded in the narrow passage of the mine, and if you want to pass through, you must kill them all. Without hesitation, Li Du directly opened Life Strike, and then, one by one, they went forward to kill them. The passage was long, and Li Du knew that it was probably the passage to the boss room. Along the way, he had killed 20 to 30 wild monsters, and his experience value and lifespan were increasing. Eventually, after about half an hour, Li Du finally came to the end. The light around them was weak, with only a few fluttering candle flames, as if they would go out at any moment. Ka-chow, goo 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 goo. There was the sound of breaking bones and constant chewing. Just ahead, very clear. When Li Du walked over, he finally saw a behemoth. It was over 3 meters tall, about the same as a Jackal Overlord. However, it was covered in armor and its skin was still green, making it look a bit like a kobold. Li Du used detection to take a look. Kobold King, rank, 20, type, escort boss, life value, 12, 800, power, 980, feature, Kobold King, able to summon elite kobold warriors to battle. The summoned object inherits 60% of its own total value. Skills, Goblin Summoning, King's Trident, Roar. Seeing the information of the wild monster in front of him, Li Du froze. Boss, shouldn't the boss of this copy be the Berserk Orc King? And what's the Guardian boss? Li Du was puzzled when he soon saw the last line of the detection technique. Introduction, it was originally the king of the kobold world, encountered the Berserk Orc King, and lost the battle with one of them, and was subdued by the Orc King, and became the guard of the Orc King. Note, you will not gain anything after defeating a guard. When you defeat a target guarded by a guard, you will gain additional benefits. Seeing this, Li Du realized. It turned out that this Goblin King was once a boss as well, but it couldn't dry out the Orc King. Although you won't gain from killing the Goblin King, it would be nice to gain extra profit from killing the Orc King. Although the King of Goblins' values were exaggerated, Li Du's enhanced damage of 100 times made him simply fear nothing. At this moment, the Goblin King also noticed Li Du and immediately stopped chewing. Its turquoise body looked delightful, but when it stood up, its huge body still brought a lot of pressure to Li Du. Roar! The King of Goblins roared to the sky, and soon, many Goblin elite warriors holding swords and forks appeared around him. They all charged towards Li Du. Kill! Li Du cast Wolf King Sharp Claws and immediately charged up. Under his attack, the Goblin elite warriors were no match at all. Seeing his little brother being ravaged like this, the Goblin King roared in anger and immediately rushed up with his trident in his grip. Li Du saw the right moment and slammed his fist into the King of Goblins' waist. Put! The punch was so solid that Li Du even felt some raw pain in his hands. Although this wild monster was a kobold, it wore armor all over its body and had extremely high armor protection. Li Du punched down and found that the King of Kobolds only took a few steps back, covering his abdomen, but did not look too injured. Li Du hurriedly cast the detection technique. King of Goblins. Life, 11,684. I punched down and only did less than 2,000 damage? This surprised Li Du very much. This Goblin King's armor was a bit too high, and his damage was almost reduced by 60 or 70%. But if one punch doesn't work, then another. Li Du kept tearing through the defense of the Goblin elite warriors, and came to the King of Goblins and threw another punch. This time, the Goblin King finally cried out in pain and kept waving its trident in its hand, trying to kill Li Du. However, its body was too big and its movements were very inflexible, and many times it was dodged by Li Du. And even if he couldn't dodge it, Li Du could still occasion an attack against it, neutralizing the King of Goblins' attack with powerful damage. It was important to realize that as long as the power was strong enough, the wind from the swung fists would also be able to form an extremely strong barrier. Just like that, after about 10 minutes of back and forth, the Goblin King was already covered in blood, and his armor was all cracked. When Li Du used the detection technique again, he found that the Goblin King's life value had dropped to below 3,000. Well, keep up the good work. Li Du was about to continue his attack when the Goblin King suddenly roared. Ho 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 ho! This roar carried an extremely strong aura, and Li Du was almost shaken out. He rushed away from the Goblin King to see what he was up to. Could it be that he's running away? Just as Li Du was thinking about it, a strong uneasiness suddenly surged to his heart. And then, a monster with red hair all over its body, eyes emitting a red glow, and two horns like sharp swords walked out. Even the ground shook as it walked. Bang, bang, bang! That monster was even taller than the King of Goblins, more than 4 meters tall. As soon as the King of Goblins saw it, it even fell to its knees, not daring to raise its head. Li Du used detection to take a look. Berserk Orc King. Rank, 20. Type, Boss. Life value, 18,800. Power, 1280. Characteristics, Hegi, cannot be controlled. Berserk, increased attack power and attack range. Battle Kai, very high armor, able to reduce most physical damage. Summon, all monsters in abandoned mines do its bidding. Skills, Orc Charge, Orc Trample, Orc Slash, Orc Roar, Orc Summon. Seeing the attributes and skills of this monster, Li Du finally understood why the nightmare difficulty had been limited to only 10 teams to pass the level, and a lot of teams had to spend 8 or 9 hours to get through it. Even Li Du, who had strengthened his damage by 100 times, felt incredibly nervous when facing the Berserk Orc King. A blood quantity of nearly 20,000, and a power of up to 12,000, all signaled the extraordinary nature of this boss. He let out a roar when he saw Li Du, before slamming his fist into the ground. Rumble! Li Du, who was in the distance, was so shaken by the punch that he almost jumped. The battle was imminent. The Berserk Orc King's power was too high for Li Du to be able to eat one of his moves in any case, so Li Du struck directly. However, his target was not the Orc King, but the kneeling Goblin King. Just when the Orc King thought that Li Du was going to attack him, Li Du reversed his direction and unleashed a Wolf King sharp claw shot at the Goblin King. Brush! A few sharp claws immediately tore through the Goblin King's armor, causing its flesh to be completely broken open and blood to splatter out. Ho 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 ho! The Goblin King immediately cried out in pain, but the blood drained out too quickly and collapsed after a few cries. It had also been seriously injured, and Li Du was claiming that it was sick and wanted him dead. You kill the King of Goblins, as this monster is ruled as a guard. You need to kill the Berserker Orc King to receive the extra reward. After killing the King of Goblins, Li Du directly backed up, and the Berserk Orc King was enraged when he saw his guards being killed. He stomped and trampled on the earth, almost cracking the ground, and Li Du was able to feel this powerful sense of vibration even from a distance. After the trampling was done, the Berserk Orc King immediately charged over. Li Du took out the potion to restore mana from his backpack and drank it before casting Wolf King's Sharp Claw once again and rushed out as well. Kill! The sharp claws landed hard on the Berserker Orc King's body, but only scratched a crack in its armor, which was very ineffective. However, Li Du did not care and took the opportunity to continue releasing the Wolf King's sharp claws and attacking continuously. Ho ho ho! The Orc King was furious and kept hissing and slapping Li Du, but Li Du was very agile and dodged them all. Even if he couldn't avoid it sometimes, Li Du directly used his Wolf King's sharp claw to fight hard. The Orc King's hands were without armor, and Li Du's one Wolf King's sharp claw had directly cut long cracks in the Orc King's hands. Blood flowed down, causing the Orc King to rage furiously. Roar! 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 Perhaps it was completely enraged and by Li Du. The Berserk Orc King roared 3 times, and then it even directly red warmed up. Li Du knew that it had performed Berserk. In this state, its power and attack range would be greatly increased. At this moment, it was best for Li Du to dodge and wait for its Berserk state to disappear. But Li Du couldn't wait that long. He had less than 10 minutes left in his life blow. Kill! Li Du also almost red warmed up and kept casting Wolf King Sharp Claws. If he ran out of mana, he would just drink potions. Almost all of the blue recovery potions he had brought with him had been drank up, and he had already unleashed an unknown number of skills on the Orc King. In this case, Li Du also experienced many perils. Several times, the Berserk Orc King's attacks were about to land on his body, but fortunately, they were all dodged in the end, or directly defused. Ka-chow! With a crisp cracking sound, the Berserk Orc King's battle armor was finally directly smashed by Li Du. Roar! Ho ho ho! The battle armor cracked and the Berserk Orc King had many more wounds on its body. It roared and almost went mad. Li Du dodged the attack while casting the detection technique. At this moment, the Berserk Orc King's life value had dropped to below 8,000. Kill! Li Du was very happy and continued to attack. Powerful attacks landed on the Berserk Orc King one after another, punch after punch. In the end, the Berserk Orc King finally couldn't support himself and collapsed. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Berserk Orc King and cleared the abandoned mines, nightmare difficulty. Due to the fact that the attribute value of the target you killed far exceeds yours, you have successfully extracted the lifespan, 1,500 days, the single extraction limit has been reached. Upgrading skills can extract more. You have gained 38,000 experience points. Congratulations! Leveling up. Current level, 13. It's incredible, you've set a new record. Your time to pass is 1 hour, 59 minutes, 27 seconds. Do you leave your name or nickname/team name? Seeing one after another bursting out, Li Du finally grinned. It was hard to finally get through this copy. A Berserk Orc King had directly given him 1,500 days of longevity, and he would have been able to obtain more. But unfortunately the current level of the longevity talent was not enough, and the experience value, which was nearly 40,000, allowed Li Du to upgrade again. Between level 10 and level 15, the experience value required for each upgrade was in the tens of thousands. Now that Li Du was level 13, if he wanted to upgrade to the next level, he would need 68,000 experience points. Brushing the copy one more time would be about right. It wasn't even impossible to brush it 2 more times in level 15. Level 15 this level, and then change to a better profession. The high school entrance exam should be no problem. Li Du actually longed for the university, especially the top 10 top schools in the Great Summer Country. All the people gathered there were the top professionals of the Great Summer Country. There were even those who had already entered the Transcendent, just one step away from igniting the divine fire to become a god. Becoming a god. This is something that Li Du did not even dare to think about before. But now, he had confidence. Keep reading. Not only did he pass, he broke the record for this copy. Looking at the prompt above, Li Du did not hesitate and directly wrote down his full name, Li Du. He didn't have anything to hide his thoughts. He had had enough of other people's questions and blank stares. Now that a chance to make a name for himself was right in front of him, how could he possibly refuse? You succeeded in leaving your name, Lee Wataru. Congratulations, breaking the record. You receive a reward, 10,000 divine power values. Random epic props gift pack ×1. After breaking the record, Li Du was also immediately rewarded. Not only was there divine power value, there were also epic props. Seeing this, Li Du almost went crazy with laughter. Worth it, so worth it. After getting the gift bag, Li Du immediately opened it. Congratulations on obtaining the epic prop, Space Ring. Surprisingly, it's a space ring. Li Du was pleasantly surprised. Spatial rings, at the very least, were of fine quality. This thing was simply a godsend for professionals. With it, not only was one able to alleviate a large amount of one's own weight, but one was also able to access all sorts of items and props anytime, anywhere. It's almost like carrying an entire home with you. I wonder how much space is in there. Epic level. Surely it's not small? Li Du immediately put on the ring, then focused his mind and probed the space within the ring. Soon, he got the information. 500 cubic meters, 10 by 10 by 5 space. This space is almost equivalent to a large room. Not bad for an epic space ring. Li Du was just too happy. After playing with the space ring on his hand for a while, he put it back on his ring finger. And at that moment, his gaze finally rested on the corpse of the Berserk Orc King. With such a powerful boss, there were definitely a lot of things that could be popped out. As he looked around the corpse, there were 7 or 8 items, most of which were flashing blue, and 2 items were even flashing purple. Normally even a boss would never drop this many items. The reason why this was the case was that the King of Goblins extra rewards had taken effect. You pick up materials: Berserker Orc King Fangs, Berserker Orc King Horns, Berserker Orc King Essence Bone, Berserker Orc King Battle Armor Core, Berserker Orc King Battle Axe Core. All of these materials were fine grade, while Li Du's eyes were on 2 items that emitted a purple glow. Berserk Orc King Core, Crystal Core, Epic Grade Material. Gathering the essence of the Berserk Orc King, it is a very high-level material that can be used to make epic equipment, props, and potions. Rage of the Berserker Orc King, Battle Axe. Epic Warrior Class Equipment. You can use the Battle Axe Core to strengthen your equipment. Wear level, 15. Attribute, plus 100 strength. Trait, doubles damage when facing Orc Class Wilds. Chapter 19 Omnipotent Scroll. Epic Skill 10,000 Swords. The Berserk Orc King Core, needless to say, was the crystallization of the Berserk Orc King, which was the item that Li Du was going to take to turn in his quest. The remaining piece of equipment, on the other hand, made Li Du's eyes burn with fire. First, the attribute. Although very singular, it provides 100 points of strength directly. This alone puts countless equipment of the same level out of reach. Not only that, but it also has a godlike trait doubling the damage to beast class wilds. In other words, by coming back to the abandoned mine copy with this weapon, Li Du's damage would be directly doubled. But unfortunately, it also had more limitations. So although Li Du was very moved, he still didn't intend to equip it. Why don't we just sell it when the time comes? I'm afraid this equipment can be sold for a good 70,000 to 80,000 divine power values. The selling price of the lowest ranked epic equipment started at 20,000 divine value, not to mention the level 15 ones. I'm afraid it would have to double or triple. I didn't realize that I, who was originally embarrassed by a penny, had now turned into a rich man. 70 to 80,000 divine power value. What can't you buy if you want to? Li Du had already begun to long for it. After storing everything into his space ring, Li Du instantly felt much more relaxed. At least you don't have to carry dozens of pounds of backpacks. Right. The treasure map. Li Du took out the key that Zhong Shanhua had given him, and according to her description, after he had cleared the copy, he would be able to directly access the treasure with the key. When Li Du took the key out, it emitted a burst of light, and then, surprisingly, it automatically flew into the middle of a nearby piece of wall. Rumble. A vibrating sound appeared, and the wall unexpectedly stepped right back and opened up like a door. Li Du walked into it and saw a box. Upon opening it, a message appeared. You get the Scroll of Omnipotence, Epic. Surprisingly, it's an Omni Scroll, and it's also of epic quality. Li Du was pleasantly surprised. So this was the treasure. The Omnipotent Scroll, a very high-level prop. Even the most trashy kind had to start at tens of thousands of divine power values. It is similar to a skill scroll, but different. After a skill scroll is used, it will be able to automatically learn the corresponding skill. Depending on the quality of the scroll, the quality of the skill will also vary. This was not the case with the Omnipotent Scroll. When this kind of scroll was learned, it was able to acquire a skill that best suited the professional's own skills. Any profession was able to learn it. Even the all-powerful scrolls above the fine grade were able to choose from several skills. An epic-level Omnipotent Scroll was worth at least 1,000,000 divine power values. Make a killing. Really make a killing. Li Du was excited, and at the same time, his heart was very grateful. Unexpectedly, Zhong Shanhua had left such a great gift to him. No matter what, this was a great favor. He opened the Omni Scroll directly and used it. Congratulations! The Omni Scroll was used successfully. Please choose your skill: Endless Strike, Earth's Fury, Storm of Destruction, Sword of the 10,000 Swords. There were 4 skills in total, all of which were warrior-type skills. The Endless Chopping is a single skill. The Earth's Fury is control. The Club Storm and the Sword is a group output skills. To be honest, Li Du wanted either one, but he had to make a choice. Endless Decapitation. Performs 30 consecutive decapitations on a single target. Each decapitation is capable of inflicting great damage. and if the target is directly decapitated to death, the skill CD will be refreshed. This is a godly technique against elite monsters, with ridiculously high single output damage. Earth's Fury shakes the earth and causes all wildlife within 30 meters of itself to faint for 30 seconds, along with a decent amount of damage. It is the ultimate control skill. Kubo Storm summons a storm that sweeps over all enemies. The storm sends the target flying and deals a large amount of damage. 10,000 swords. Summoning 10,000 swords to fall from the sky and kill all enemies within 50 meters of itself. The damage of each sword was small, but stacked together, it was able to deal out an extremely terrifying output. After thinking about it, Li Du finally chose the 10,000 swords. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the skill, 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords, purple warrior class skill. Learning limit, 10. Summons 10,000 swords from the sky to kill all enemies within a 50-meter radius of itself. Each sword deals 0.2 times its power. Skill consumption, 150 mana. Skill cooldown time, 10 minutes. Li Du had his reasons for choosing so. First of all, after having his life strike skill, Li Du's single output was not lacking at all. Even the most trashy skills were extremely considerable, under 100 times the damage. What Li Du lacks is group output. In the future, he was bound to keep entering duplicates and killing large numbers of wild monsters to extract longevity. Single output was just too much of a waste of time. And with group output, Li Du's efficiency would get a huge boost. And why choose the 10,000 swords over the clubbing storm? It's simple because the range of the 10,000 swords is much larger. Although the club storm could summon a storm, the storm moved slowly after it was released and swept far less than the 10,000 swords. So for Li Du, the 10,000 swords were the most suitable. After choosing his skills, Li Du was in a good mood. Nowadays, he finally has skills that look good. Open the properties panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 13. Occupation, basic warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 swords, purple. Life value, 710. Mana, 175. Strength, 57, plus 10. Spirit, 19. Body mass, 27. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, everlasting life. Intermediate, you gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 3 days per monster. Talent experience, 37148/100000. Lifespan, 147 years, 236 days, 8 hours, 29 minutes, 37 seconds. In terms of attributes, since Li Du was the most trashy profession, even if he upgraded, he wouldn't improve his attributes. He would only be able to gain 5 pathetic attribute points. So there wasn't much of a change. And Li Du added all 10 attribute points to strength. The biggest change is in longevity. Li Du had directly raised his lifespan by more than 70 years, and his talent experience had come to more than 37,000, which was already over a third. Talent experience is gained in correlation with lifespan gains at a ratio of 1 day of lifespan equals 1 talent experience. Today, it is only 50 years short of a 200-year lifespan. Soon. It's going to be soon. Just switching to a normal profession would be a huge boost for me too. Professions vary in quality, and the gap becomes more pronounced the further back you go. The average 4-dimensional attributes of a normal quality profession, at level 13, could already reach over 40, and some excellent students could even have 50, but Li Du was only in his early 30s, and there was also a part of the attributes gained from wearing equipment. The contrast difference is just too obvious. Most importantly, Li Du's current blue bar was only 175, and this bit of blue bar could only unleash the 10,000 swords returning once. Chapter 20, Shanliang Guild. The wanted criminal is actually myself? Although his values had been garbage until now, Li Du wasn't worried at all. He just lacked time, and as long as he kept increasing his lifespan, this could all change. A wave of relief washed over Li Du at the thought. After collecting the loot, Li Du rested in his copy for a while before leaving. Out. He's out. It's true, he passed the copy and broke the record. Less than 2 hours. He soloed the nightmare copy. Is this something a human can do? So his name is Li Du. Such a powerful professional. Why have I never heard of him? As soon as Li Du came out, he heard people exclaiming. The moment he broke the record, people had already seen it through the record stone. I didn't expect that the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine copy would be cleared by someone, or single swiped. Not only was it a single brush, but it also broke a record. It even took more than 4 hours less than the recorded first place. This kind of thing was simply heavenly, and countless people couldn't believe it, but Li Du was standing right in front of their eyes. Looking at the people's exclamations of shock, a few moments of pride gradually surged in Li Du's heart. This was not the blank stares and mockery that had once been there. This was absolute shock. This feeling, how many years had he waited for? Passing through the crowd, Li Du found a blank spot to sit down and rest. There were still 4 days left before submitting the quest, and Li Du was not in a hurry. He planned to brush through the duplicates once more to raise his level to 15. Although Li Du did not intend to wear the Berserker Orc King battle axe, he was very moved by the Overlord heavy armor that he had obtained from the Jackal Overlord. The wearing requirement for this piece of equipment was level 15. If you don't have enough level to force it on, the equipment will not provide any bonuses and is equivalent to scrap metal. When people saw Li Du resting, no one dared to come forward to disturb them at all. An existence that can single-handedly brush a nightmare copy is terrifying. Who knows what his temper is like? Although no one dared to disturb Li Du, the news that the Abandoned Mines nightmare difficulty record had been broken by a single person still spread quickly. Some of the people who had left brought this news out. Only that very few people would believe it simply because this matter was just too impossible. Nothing happened overnight. I don't know if it was because he was too tired. Li Du slept this sleep until noon before he woke up. Despite being in the wilderness, he slept unexpectedly well. After getting up and washing up, casually eating some compressed cookies and drinking some water, Li Du planned to head to the copy. However, there were some people gathered in front of the replica at the moment, and they were making a lot of noise, not knowing what they were doing. When Li Du walked in, he heard them talking. The Shanlian Guild is looking for someone. Have either of you seen this man? This person is wanted by the Mountain Tomb Guild. Once you see this person in the wild, be sure to inform the Mountain Tomb Guild. All come here, all of you. Look over and memorize what this man looks like. It looks as if someone is wanted for something. Li Du didn't care and just headed to the entrance of the replica on his own. At this time, a voice shouted at Li Du. That beggar over there. Get your ass over here and take a good look at this person. This is a wanted criminal of our Shanlian Guild. As long as you come across him, you must report to the Shanlian Guild. Many people were very angry inside when they heard this name. Only, they also dared to be angry. The Shanlian Guild was the largest guild in Arashur City. Their president was said to be a level 40 big shot, and the ordinary members of the guild were at least in full green armor, with leveling skills that suppressed ordinary professionals. The strength was not as good as others, and there was simply no one who dared to mess with the Shanlian Guild. Li Du completely ignored the man's shouts and just moved forward. This move instantly enraged the people from the Shanlian Guild. Are you deaf? Get your ass over here. Didn't you hear me? Phew. Suddenly, an arrow shot at Li Du's feet. Clearly a warning. If Li Du didn't go over, I was afraid that the next arrow would fall directly on his body. It was only then that Li Du finally turned around, but his eyes were grim. And at that moment, the man from the Mountain Tomb Guild took out a portrait. Fucking memorize this person for me. Once you encounter it, you must report it to us. Anyone who dares not report it is against our Mountain Tomb Guild. When he saw the portrait, Li Du's gaze suddenly became odd. This portrait turned out to be him. I'm the most wanted man in the world. And I'm the most wanted man in the world. Li Du froze. When did I provoke your Shanlian Guild? The Shanlian Guild, including the people present, did not recognize Li Du, because Li Du had killed monsters for a day yesterday. His body and face were all covered in blood, and his face had long since been disfigured. Li Du finally spoke. What did this man do? A member of the Shanlian Guild sneered. This person is guilty as hell. He cheated our guild's young hall master out of 10,000 points of divine power value. Even our young hall master dared to cheat him. If you fools encountered him, I'm afraid you'd even lose your pants to him. Hearing this description, Li Du vaguely understood. Your young hall master, isn't he called Jian Yanming? Asshole, are you looking for death? How dare you call our young hall master by his name? Ha! Li Du sneered. He touched his spatial ring and took out a bottle of water, opened the cap and poured himself from the head. The people around them were very puzzled and wondered what Li Du was up to. Then, Li Du vigorously wiped his face, wiping all the blood stains on his face, and also finally revealed his true face. At that moment, someone in the field shouted out, "It's him!" Surprisingly, it's him. Isn't he the mighty ranger who soloed the nightmare difficulty yesterday? Crap, the Shanlian Guild dares to want him. Under the cleansing of the water, Li Du had no disguise. The people from the Shanlian Guild, too, finally got a good look at them and were instantly annoyed. It's you? Good. I didn't think you'd dare to appear in front of us. Catch him, take him back and let the young hall master teach him a good lesson. There were a total of 7 or 8 people from the nearby Shanlian Guild, and they immediately formed a circle and surrounded both Li Du. These people were fighters, archers, mages, priests, and so on, combining output, control, and recovery in a very standard team. Li Du immediately used the detection technique. Wang Ji, rank, 23, profession, heavy warrior, green, Han Feng. Level, 22. Occupation, Natural Mage, Green. Zhou Guang. Rank, 22. Occupation, Blast Archer, Green. Clearly all of them were above level 20. Half level 23 and half level 22. Moreover, everyone's professions were green quality professions, which were quite a bit stronger than ordinary professionals. All it took was for Li Du to turn on the tenfold life enhancement, and dealing with them would be as easy as a slap in the face. By this time, the man at the head of the group had spoken. Warriors go on top, shooters go long range, and mages provide control. Everyone else keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Several warriors then immediately rushed up. Facing them, Li Du only needed to turn on his tenfold life enhancement to be able to defeat them easily. However, Li Du suddenly had other ideas. The epic skill he had already acquired, 10,000 swords. Might as well test the damage here? Thus, Li Du gave a low shout, 10,000 swords. Chapter 21 Kill them all. The return of the 10,000 swords is as terrifying as it is. 10,000 swords, which is a group skill with a range of 50 meters in a circle. When Li Du shouted out, an incomparably huge seal appeared in the sky, in which countless mysterious runes were engraved. And then, one sword after another fell like rain. There were still many people watching nearby, but Li Du was able to control the target of the 10,000 swords. Countless swords landed on the people of the Shanliang Guild. This scene immediately caused everyone to be surprised. What skill is that? Crap, so many swords. This can't be a blue skill, can it? This scene looks like a purple skill to me. Worthy of being able to solo nightmare difficulty. It's simply terrifying, regardless of the damage. The effect brought about when the 10,000 swords returned was released was shocking enough. Shoo shoo shoo, shoo shoo shoo. Countless swords fell one after another, and the people of the Mountain Mausoleum Guild immediately felt a wave of pain after a wave of pain. Even though they were wearing quite a lot of defensive clothing, Li Du's 10,000 swords return was an epic skill. Their defensive clothing was almost useless and could not withstand much damage at all. In almost less than 10 seconds, countless wounds appeared on all of the Mountain Tomb Guild's people, and blood flowed out. Quickly, where are the shield guards? Shield guards release their skills quickly. Wow. Block these attacks. And the milkmaid? Don't just stand there. Give us back our blood. The people from the Shanliang Guild kept shouting as the swords falling from the sky caused them great trouble. The shield guard holding a huge shield cried out, "It can't be helped. I just opened my shield, but it was immediately pierced by these swords." The nurse of the priest profession also shouted, "I finished all my skills and they're still on CD, so you guys wait a little longer." They were instantly thrown into a state of chaos, and many of them took out blood recovery potions, but they still couldn't block the damage from 10,000 swords. Someone shouted, "Straight on, kill him first. As long as we kill him, his skills will be forcibly stopped." Several warriors immediately released their skills, wanting to finish Li Du first. For a while, a number of skill rays appeared. However, Li Du immediately drove the sword of the 10,000 swords and focused on attacking a few warriors. Soon, there were countless sword blades landing on them. When Li Du used his detection technique to take a look, he found that their blood bars were dropping drastically, and they immediately entered a moribund state. Eventually, one of the fighters spat out blood and screamed, collapsing. Under the 10,000 swords, they could not even get close to Li Du. Run away. He's a monster. The person at the head of the Shanliang Guild finally got scared and tried to escape. But where is the escape? 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords. And only less than 1,000 had fallen by now. Would be enough to wipe out their regiment. Under the attack of countless sword blades, the remaining people simply couldn't support themselves. In the end, they all died under Li Du's sword. At this time, the progress of releasing the 10,000 swords to the Duke was only at 23%. Everyone in the Shanliang Guild is dead. Li Du also put away the 10,000 swords. Worthy of being a purple skill, terrifying as it is, Li Du muttered. He hadn't cast Life Strike at all, and his profession was still the most trashy basic warrior. However, under 10,000 swords, a group of people with green professions and a level nearly 10 levels higher than his, all died in his hands. This is simply not something that can be done with ordinary skills. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Du had no qualms about collecting all the equipment and props on them. You get the equipment, Warrior Greatsword, green. You have obtained the equipment, Bone Spirit Staff, green. You have obtained the equipment, Windless Bow, green. The equipment was all green. And as for the props, most of them were some materials or potions. Taking them and selling them for money, they should be able to sell quite a lot. After collecting them, Li Du entered the copy without looking back. As for the corpse, Li Du was too lazy to deal with it. Anyway, this was the wilderness, and no one would care what was done. As for whether or not the people of the Shanliang Guild would know about this matter, even if they did, so what? Li Du was not afraid of retaliation at all. Only when Li Du's figure disappeared did people gradually dare to discuss this matter. Really strong 7 or 8 people. The occasion seconds. The skill he used just now feels like a purple skill. That damage. My scalp went numb just looking at it. What on earth is he? Is there a genius named Li Du in Arashur City? I don't know. Maybe he's not from Arashur City. It shouldn't be local. Our Arashur City is just a small city. Even if it expands to Tianhai City, this kind of genius is almost impossible to appear. That's true. The most famous genius in Tianhai City is Fuming, and she was the one who led the team through the nightmare difficulty of this copy before, directly killing her way to first place. It's a pity that there's a world outside of people. I just don't know what will happen if Fuming knows about this. People talked and gradually dispersed. Not a few people were afraid of retaliation from the Shanliang Guild. First of all, this place was outside the city and there were no constraints. The Shanliang Guild wouldn't necessarily be able to find out who killed their people. Secondly, although the Shanliang Guild was overbearing and unreasonable, their influence was only limited to Arashur City. The big deal was that they went to other cities, and the sky was so big that it could still be difficult to defeat a hero? Arashur City, Shanliang Guild. Jiang Yanming was in a very irritable mood. Ever since he learned that Li Du had left the city, he had been trying to find a chance to get Li Du killed. That day when Li Du defeated him strongly and took 10,000 points of his divine power was something that haunted him. In Arashur City, there was the city lord's office and patrols that didn't allow killing, so he didn't dare to be too reckless. But once he left the city, everything was different. It could be said that as long as he found a trace of Li Du outside the city, he would be able to directly have Li Du killed. It's just a shame that a few days have passed and there's still no news. Damn, are these people all rice buckets? Even if a loser like Li Du left the city, how far can he run? It's been 4 days and we haven't even found him. Jiang Yanming really wanted to kill someone. His background was considered powerful in Arashur City. His father was even the vice president of the Shanliang Guild, and he himself had become the guild's young hall master early on. Originally the scenery was boundless, but he was severely slapped by Li Du. This breath he could not endure no matter what. At that moment, someone suddenly came to report. Young Hall Master, news related to Li Du was found, but it cannot be confirmed. What is it? The person who came to report talked about the news that the abandoned mine record had been broken, and the name of the person who broke the record, among others, was called Li Du. We are unable to determine if this Li Du is the one you are looking for. Young Hall Master. But, the elites that we went to explore the abandoned mines all died there. The equipment and props were all stripped bare. Hearing this news, Jiang Yanming was furious. What are you guys doing? Even if you can't find Li Du, it's not enough that your people were killed. You're telling me that you're the strongest guild in Arashur City? Bunch of fools. A bunch of fools. The man who reported it was sprayed with splinters, but he didn't dare refute it. In reality, he was very dissatisfied with Jiang Yanming, but there was no way. Who let others have a good father? After venting, Jiang Yanming continued to send people. In any case, as long as Li Du did not return to Arashur City, Jiang Yanming could not possibly let go of his heart to kill him. Chapter 22, Out of the Loot. Shocking the president of the trading house. Congratulations. Leveling up. Current level, 15. After coming out of the abandoned mine copy again, Li Du's whole body was relieved. Finally, he was level 15. For this reason, he stayed in this copy for 2 more days. When he entered the replica again, everything was already a breeze, especially with the 10,000 swords returning. Li Du's efficiency in killing monsters had greatly increased. He had once again set a new record for himself. Today, Li Du's nightmare difficulty clearance record is set at 1 hour, 22 minutes and 4 seconds. Unfortunately, since Li Du had already broken the record once, breaking it again could not be rewarded. But the harvest within the copy also made Li Du very happy. For 2 days, Li Du brushed his copy twice more. Unfortunately, Li Du's longevity gain in the replica is minimal, only a short 20 years. This was so because when he entered the copy again, the attributes of the small monsters could no longer suppress Li Du by far due to the fact that he had the terrifying skill of 10,000 swords. Li Du couldn't get 150 days of lifespan even when he killed the little monsters. This number was reduced to a basic 3 days. The reason why there are still 20 years is provided by the elite monsters, bosses and the elite minions they summon. It seems that copies of locusts and the like are still my main means of quickly increasing my lifespan, and if I don't want to venture into powerful copies every time, I'll have to look for locust-type copies as well. With 3 swipes of the copy, Li Du had harvested many materials and gotten 2 more pieces of equipment, and epic level items as well. Today, Li Du can be considered a little rich. Are you wearing the battler's heavy-duty, blue, dress? Li Du took out the Overlord heavy armor and put it on his body. The 15 kilograms heavy load was heavy on the body. However, It was able to provide Li Du with an extraordinary sense of security. Wearing success. When the prompted message appeared, Li Du immediately opened his own panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 15. Occupation, basic warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Overlord's Heavy Armor, blue. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 Swords, purple. Life value, 1910. Mana, 215. Strength, 67, plus 10. Spirit, 19. Physical fitness, 47. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life, intermediate. You gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 3 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 45386/100000. Lifespan, 168 years, 113 days, 6 hours, 12 minutes and 42 seconds. The biggest boost was the life value, and the Overlord Heavy Armor directly gave 1,000 life points. This value could be said to be very exaggerated. After doing this, Li Du left the copy. I haven't been back in a few days. I wonder how Shu Weisheng is doing. Li Du was in a good mood right now. This copy trip, his harvest was just too great. He almost jogged all the way back to Ereshur City. And even though the weight of the Overlord Heavy Armor was heavy, Li Du did not feel tired. Looking at the tall city wall in front of him, Li Du could not help but feel a sense of reassurance welling up in his heart. It takes a long time in the wilderness to realize how good the city is. After entering the city, Li Du first found a bathhouse to clean himself up and went to buy new clothes. He didn't want to go home with a body full of blood. After washing himself clean, Li Du immediately headed to the Heavenly Sea trading house. Sir, may I ask what you're trading? The waitress smiled and came up to ask. Li Du said, I have a lot of stuff. Can you make a decision? This statement froze the waitress as she inquired. Can you give a general word? Sir, I want to trade for something that is worth more than 100,000 divine power values. The waiter was taken aback and quickly came back to his senses, and hurriedly said, please take a seat. Sir, I will immediately inform our bank president. Please wait a moment. After placing Li Du, the waiter immediately left. 100,000 divine values. It's actually very small for the trading house itself. However, Ereshur City was only a small city, and this place was even just a branch of the trading house in Ereshur City, with a monthly flow of only around 200,000 divine power values. A transaction of 100,000 divine power value was enough to invite their governor. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked downstairs quickly and asked, which comrade wants to trade? Li Du stepped forward and said, I am Li Du. The middle-aged man immediately stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Du, while asking very enthusiastically, hello, little brother Li Du. My name is Han Minghui. I am the president of the Ereshur City branch of the Heavenly Sea Trading Bank. May I ask what you want to trade? Li Du opened the door. I'm going to offer a large amount of equipment and materials. There are 2 purple suits and purple materials. Can you guys eat them? When these words came out, Han Minghui immediately became serious. Little brother, please follow me. He then brought Li Du to a room. There was a table here with the light of spells flickering on it. There was also a screen on the wall on one side. This is our appraisal room. Please also place the items you wish to trade on it. Little brother. Li Du took it out of his space ring and put it all on. As Han Minghui watched the action, his eyes visibly twinkled for a few moments, and he became even more in awe of Li Du. People who have a space ring and take out a purple suit, like this, are either top geniuses or have a top background. Whichever it was something he had to make every effort to befriend. Once you gain the friendship of such a person, it is very favorable to the development of the trading house. Although he was already the branch president, he needed more performance if he wanted to go further, and people like Li Du were the most likely to produce results. Soon, the appraisal was complete. It showed the information of the items as well as their provenance, most of which came from the abandoned mine copies. Seeing this, Han Minghui suddenly had a guess that he himself couldn't believe. Recently, a person called Li Du became famous in Ereshur City, because the record for a copy of the abandoned mine's nightmare difficulty had been refreshed, and the person who had refreshed it was Li Du. He cleared it in less than 2 hours at an almost impossible pace. Countless people thought that this was a fake, but as people continued to go to inquire, they all eventually confirmed that this matter was true. There was also a lot of speculation as to who Li Du really was. After all, what Li Du had done had almost shattered the speculation about the upper limit of genius. There were even some people who said that Li Du had at least awakened a legendary profession, or else he wouldn't have been able to do all of this. At the very beginning, when Li Du said his name, Han Minghui didn't care. In fact, according to statistics, there were a total of more than 30 people called Li Du in the entire Ereshur City. ranging from 70 to 80-year-old men down to babies that were just born this year. But now, the truth seems to be at hand. The value that a genius approximately equal to a legendary level profession could provide was simply incalculable. Han Minghui's voice trembled as he asked, Li Du Xiao, Mr. Li Du, are these things? Are they the loot that you acquired after clearing the nightmare difficulty copy of the abandoned mine? Li Du glanced at him and did not answer, but asked, how much can I sell it for? Although Li Du did not answer, Han Minghui almost confirmed that it was him. It was the youth in front of him who didn't even look 20 years old. Han Minghui's attitude became warm all of a sudden. The total value of these items, if valued strictly, would be around 120,000 divine power values. However, Mr. Li Du, if you are willing to trade with our bank for a long period of time, I can make a deal to acquire all the items at a price of 150,000 divine power value. Li Du frowned, but I'm going to take the college entrance exam soon. Han Minghui grabbed it and said, no harm done. Our bank has branches in many cities across the country, so we can trade across provinces. How about this, Mr. Li Du? You leave a contact information. If there is a need or trouble, just contact me. Chapter 23, Submitting a Task. Getting Rich Overnight. Seeing that Han Minghui was so enthusiastic, Li Du no longer refused. He was probably clear about Han Minghui's intentions, but he didn't care. Li Du had long known the nature of this world. When you were strong or had a sufficiently amazing performance, the entire world would open up for you. 150,000 divine power value, not less than a cent. Hit Li Du's card. Looking at the balance of nearly 170,000 divine power value on his card, Li Du finally had a substantial feeling he had money. Han Minghui was also very happy. This single transaction could bring him great results. If Li Du became brilliant in the future, he could even use it to go to the next level. Thinking of this, Han Minghui took out a black and gold colored card and handed it to Li Du. Mr. Li Du, your transaction amount has reached our bank standard. This is our bank's supreme black gold card. With this card, you will be able to enjoy a 30% discount when spending at any of our bank's outlets. Moreover, this card also has an overdraft limit of 50,000 divine power values. Originally, Li Du could not meet this standard, but Han Minghui was very optimistic about Li Du, and gritting his teeth, he still decided to send this card out. The icing on the cake is far less profound than the snow. He could see that Li Du was still very young at the moment. Even though his performance had exceeded his peers by too much, it was a bold investment for Han Minghui. Li Du froze for 2 seconds, but finally took the card and said, thanks a lot. Han Minghui said evenly, the biggest aim of our trading house is to make our customers comfortable. Is there anything else you need? I have some shopping to do. No problem. Go ahead and watch. Afterward, Han Minghui called out one of the prettiest shoppers to entertain Li Du before finally taking his leave. Li Du looked at the list of goods and eventually slid to the list of skill books. Combat Golden Body, Fine Grade Warrior Skill. Learning Condition, LV15. Price, 12,900 Divine Power. Tiger's Voice, Fine Grade Warrior Skill. Learning Requirement, LV15. Price, 14,900 Divine Power. Skill Books. As the level of learning rises as well as the quality changes, the price will also rise. Level 15 blue skills are usually priced around 10,000 to 20,000 divine value. But Li Du didn't stop here, but continued to turn the page. He wanted to see if there were any epic skill books for sale here. Generally speaking, a small city like Arashur City would rarely have epic level skill books. Skill books were top tier in value among all props. Arashur City was still too small and not too many people could afford to spend on such skill books. Sure enough, when Li Du finished rummaging through them, he still didn't see any. The highest was the fine grade skill book. After thinking about it, Li Du chose only one skill. Thunderstrike, Fine Grade Warrior Class Profession Skill. Learning Requirements, LV15. Price, 19,998 Divine Power Values. Effect, Cast Critical Strike. Dealing massive damage to the target. For 30 seconds after critical strike, all of your attacks will have 1%, no more than 500, lightning damage attached to the target's maximum life value. Skill Consumption, 90 mana. Skill Cooldown Time, 3 minutes. This is the most expensive of the blue skills sold. The effect is also very not bad, or very powerful single output skills. It just makes up for Li Du's current shortboard. In this way, he possessed both single and group output. After purchasing it, Li Du studied it straight away, and then he continued to look through the merchandise. Soon, he saw a very special prop, Gathering Monster Gems, for epic props. Price, 9,800 Divine Power. Effect, after wearing this item, your attraction to wild monsters will be tremendously increased, whether in the field or in a copy, and you are more likely to meet wild monsters. The effect will disappear automatically after you put it in your backpack or space magic weapon. If the level of the wild monster exceeds 40, the effect will be greatly reduced. Seeing this thing, Li Du was immediately moved. Without hesitation, he directly placed an order. This thing was a divine weapon to him. As long as he had it, Li Du would not worry about finding wild monsters when he entered a copy in the future. His efficiency in killing monsters will gain a huge boost. After buying the items, Li Du left the trading house. Spending almost 30,000 divine power values in one go was something that Li Du had never dared to think about before. With excitement, Li Du arrived at the mission hall. Li Du, senior at Erishur City High School. Rank, 15. Battle rating, 1,786 points. Rating, medium. When he saw his battle power rating, Li Du was surprised. 17,000. Originally, his battle rating was only 28, and now it had doubled dozens of times. Is it because of the 10,000 swords? Li Du felt it was likely. After all, his own numerical value was actually very poor, but 10,000 swords returned was simply too powerful. He didn't need to turn on Life Strike. He was able to cross the level to kill 7 or 8 level 20 plus professions, who were even still fully armed. This level rating of mine is already equivalent to a level 27 or 28 green professional. After turning off the level evaluation, Li Du took out the crystal core and directly chose to submit the quest. The crystal core of the Berserker Orc King has been detected, and the quest conditions have been met. This mission has been submitted. You get the quest reward, 30,000 divine power value. After waiting for the divine power value to hit his card, Li Du left. He had thought that he would be very excited, but perhaps it was the experience of the Heavenly Sea trading house that had surprisingly given Li Du the illusion that 30,000 divine power values wasn't a lot, but he did have the qualifications to say this at the moment. After all, with the addition of this 30,000, the value of divine power in Li Du's card was already nearly 180,000. Overnight riches, no less. Once again returning to his long-lost home, Li Du's heart was filled with warmth. Even though he had only been away for 4 days, it felt like 4 years. Shu Weisheng, I'm back. When Li Du turned on the light and shouted towards the house, he did not hear Shu Weisheng's reply. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Shu Weisheng had gone out? Li Du was about to continue shouting when he suddenly heard an ouch from the bathroom, which seemed to be someone who had fallen. Then, the bathroom door opened, and Shu Weisheng unexpectedly came out directly grabbing a bathrobe. Brother, you're back? Great. I thought you. Shu Weisheng completely disregarded his image and was dripping wet, but he ran over and jumped into Li Du's arms. Shu Weisheng, you. Li Du couldn't speak anymore because he heard Shu Weisheng was sobbing in a small voice. It was as if a mood that had been suppressed for a long time had suddenly been released. It was as if the water stains on her body were salty. For a moment, his mind echoed back to the countless times he had been in the past with Shu Weisheng, and Li Du felt a throbbing pain inside. He stroked Shu Weisheng's wet hair and whispered, "What's wrong? I'm just going out for a few days." "No, it's fine." Suisei sobbed, whispering, "I just miss you." The sobs immediately diminished, as if they were hallucinations. Just missing it? Li Du always felt that something was wrong. Shu Weisheng seemed to have something she wanted to say, but did not dare to say it. However, for this girl, Li Du was so heartbroken that he did not intend to look deeper. She could be said to be Li Du's spiritual support for living until now. "Well, look at you. How old are you? Even if I come back, you don't have to be like this. The bath is not even clean. It's been washed." Shu Weisheng gradually left Li Du's arms, her face finally turning red after realizing the state she was in now. I just didn't change." "Go change." "Aha." Mizuno turned and ran back to the bathroom, suddenly pausing as if realizing something. Shyly, he put one hand behind his back to cover it and grabbed his robe again to leave quickly. Couldn't wait to find a hole to drill in. Chapter 24, Autonomous Admission Test, Tian Gue Academy. "Brother, will you go out again back there?" "Not for a while. In a couple of days it's the independent entrance exam, and then there's the college entrance exam." Oh, when Li Du cooked, it was as if the siblings had forgotten about the earlier scene and went back to their daily routine. Looking at Shu Weisheng's wolfish appearance, Li Du smiled helplessly. He also didn't know if Shu Weisheng had eaten well in the past few days while he was away. Subconsciously, Li Du touched her head. Shu Weisheng looked at Li Du and her eyes were narrowed with a smile. Already in her teens, she still liked to show this childlike smile in front of Li Du. Turning back slightly, Li Du suddenly saw the family portrait hanging on the wall. Shu Weisheng was still very young at that time, and he didn't know if he remembered anything. His father was pulling him, his mother was holding Shu Weisheng, and the family was smiling happily. But that's a thing of the past. Their graves, which Li Du visited every year to clean up, were occasionally occupied by small children playing in the neighborhood. I wonder how they are doing underground. Is it hard? Looking at it, the corners of Li Du's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Suddenly, Li Du felt a warm and delicate body in his arms. Xu Weisheng did not know when, came to hug her, leaning her head against Li Du's chest. Xu Weisheng whispered, "Brother, you still have me. I will always be with you." Li Du felt something in his heart and gently stroked her cheek. It was always like that for Suisei to be the first to notice a change in his mood. After a few seconds pause, Li Du recalled, "Mom and Dad left early, and I don't know if you remember. The day they were buried, I held you and you cried so loud. It was also raining that day, and I couldn't get back at night, so I held you in someone's storefront to get out of the rain. You cried most of the day, and by the time I wanted to cry at night, you actually stopped crying at that point and fell asleep. It was obviously raining hard and you just slept like a baby. And so, I was too embarrassed to cry for fear of waking you up." Xu Weisheng giggled as she gently tickled Li Du's chest. "Because your arms are warm, brother. Is that right?" Li Du was a bit sentimental. There was a time when a parent's embrace was warm. However, looking at the lively Xu Weisheng, Li Du's mood finally became a little better. He touched Xu Weisheng's head. "Alright, eat. It'll get cold if you don't eat. Brother, you eat first. It's delicious." Good. The next day, Li Du didn't go to school or go on a mission. He stayed at home, intending to spend some time with Xu Weisheng. During the period, talking and laughing with Xu Weisheng. In the afternoon, he also took her shopping, to the amusement park, the movie theater, and went to the most luxurious restaurant in Arashur City to have a good meal. Listening to Xu Weisheng's silver bell-like smile, Li Du felt his spirit healed. He thought many times that it would be nice if the world was simpler. If he and Xu Weisheng could go on forever in times like these. Arboretum High School. The school, which had been gradually emptying because the seniors had left to practice, was particularly lively today, because today is the day of independent enrollment. On the 10th day after the senior students awaken to their careers, each university sends the person in charge to each college to conduct independent enrollment and select outstanding students in advance. There are quite a few heavenly prides who can set their future directly at this time without having to wait for the college entrance exam. Naturally, Li Du could not miss such a momentous day. Although he still puts more of his mind on the college entrance exam, it would be nice to get a good result in the independent entrance exam. Li Du came to school early in the morning. Soon, as people continued to arrive, the classroom gradually filled up. Xin Anmin came to the podium and glanced at the students below before opening his mouth to speak. "Classmates, there are many outstanding academies that have arrived for this independent enrollment exam, and among them, there is even the Tiangue Academy. It's the top school in our Gue province. And it's also a top school ranked in the top 30 in the country. If you guys can achieve excellent grades, you can even be directly guaranteed a place in the Tiangue Academy without having to take the college entrance exam. Exactly how? It's up to you all. I won't say much." Dismissed. After saying that, Qin Anmin left. In the classroom, people were excited and eager to try. After Li Du left the classroom, he went directly to the independent enrollment office. "There's been a lot of yelling for publicity here. Students, come and see us at Border Hill Academy. Not only are we one of the top 100 schools in the country, we also have a 90th grade professor sitting on campus. Want to get stronger? Want to further your education? Want high-level equipment and skill books? Recognize the Li River Academy, the outstanding academy of the great summer country." Unlike a bunch of enrollment sites that were yelling everywhere, one enrollment site nestled in the middle of all the sites was very quiet. The place was sparsely staffed, with only a middle-aged man sitting quietly. And yet no one came forward to sign up, because of 4 big words: Tiangue Academy. Tiangue Academy, in Gue Province, is absolutely thunderous. It is not only the double first-class key project school of Daxia, enjoying countless national resources, its own strength is also very strong. Ranking of the academies in the great summer country, Tiangue Academy has stabilized at 24 or 25 every year, and is among the top academies. Because of this, the difficulty of trying to get into the Tiangue Academy was enormous. Despite the fact that Tiangue Academy comes to Lanchang High School every year to enroll students for the independent admission test, only a few students here enter Tiangue Academy every year. As for the more highly ranked academies, they would not go to a tiny county in Lanchang to enroll students, and if they were to go, they would also go to the top high schools in Tianhai City to enroll students. Li Du came to the front of the enrollment point and said, "Hello, I want to sign up for the independent enrollment test." The middle-aged man looked up at Li Du and said very kindly, "Yes, please fill out the form first." Although Li Du was more longing for the top 10 top schools, it didn't mean that he had to take the bull by the horns. If he did not play well in the college entrance examination, it would be great to have a guaranteed place in the Tiangue Academy. After filling out the form, the middle-aged man looked it over and immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Your profession is basic warrior? Did you fill that out correctly? Li Du shook his head. It's not written wrong. Seeing this, the middle-aged man frowned slightly and said very politely, this student, I'm afraid it's very difficult for you to pass our school's independent enrollment exam with your occupation. If you fail, I'm afraid it will affect your later exams. The time frame for the independent admission test is very tight, with only 7 short days. In this way, a student can only take a maximum of 2 independent university entrance exams. Moreover, most of the good universities will only schedule the exams for the first 4 days. Therefore everyone is very careful when choosing a university. They are afraid of wasting their strength, but also afraid that the difficulty is too high to pass. Lido said, it's okay. When the middle-aged man saw this, he couldn't say anything, so he had to help Li Du enroll. He was also muttering in the bottom of his heart, how could someone awaken a basic warrior profession? Generally speaking, even if one's talent was poor, the minimum occupation awakened should be an ordinary occupation. Soon, the enrollment was complete, and the middle-aged man printed a sign for Li Du. This is your pass. With this pass you can go to the city lord's mansion tomorrow afternoon and use the teleportation array free of charge to teleport to the Tiangue Academy Test Center to take the independent enrollment examination. You can also use the teleportation array to teleport back for free after the exam. There's no need to worry about food and lodging. The Tiangue Academy will make uniform arrangements. Li Du took the pass. Thank you very much. Chapter 25 Seconds. Achievement break first. On the second day, Li Du arrived at the examination center of the Tiangue Academy through the city lord's mansion's teleportation array. No less than a few thousand people had gathered here densely. This exam is destined to be cruel, because this year's Tiangue Academy, there were only 200 independent enrollment quotas, but the number of competitors had already exceeded 6,000. They all stood above the square in a black mass. Amidst everyone's gazes, a grand and brilliant tower descended from the sky and landed steadily in the center of the square. And then, there was the sound of a majestic voice. This is the trial tower, the place of your examination. Entering it, the trial tower will generate different exams based on your professions. Corresponding scores are generated based on your performance. According to the ranking of high and low scores, only the top 200 are eligible for a guaranteed place in the Tiangue Academy. Everyone was listening intently, lest they miss something. The sound continues. Once you enter the trial tower, all of your equipment, props, and space spells will be invalidated, and you will only be able to use the basic equipment provided by the Tiangue Academy. Now, everyone line up to get your gear. Hearing the rules of the exam, people were in an uproar. It was fine that props were not allowed to be used in the exam, but I didn't expect that even the equipment would be invalidated. This exam was really very strict. Many people in the field had already revealed a blank expression, and some were still thinking about relying on top-quality equipment and passing the exam directly. Although it was difficult, no one dared to question the decision of the Tiangue Academy. People have gone to get their gear. After Li Du removed all the equipment he was wearing, he also received his equipment. The equipment he received was the generic equipment of a warrior, which only consisted of a pair of gloves and a sword. Of course, if one was using a sword or an axe, they could be replaced. These pieces of equipment are specially crafted to provide no numerical value, and their only function is simply to allow the professional to utilize it to unleash skills without going barehanded. The voice reappeared when the pickup was complete. Good. Everyone enter the trial tower in an orderly fashion and take the test. People lined up in an orderly fashion, and no one dared to cut in line. To the people here, this exam is no less important than the college entrance exam, and no one dares to mess up. Soon, all the candidates entered the trial tower. Not far from the attic, there were several middle-aged men standing, their gazes looking at the trial tower. On the large screen to the side, various information about the candidates appeared. They are the examiners for this exam. There are quite a lot of excellent seedlings this year. Out of the more than 6,000 candidates, there are more than 60 epic-level professions. I have a feeling that all of them will be able to get guaranteed places. By and large, the advantage of epic professions is still too great, but there are also hundreds of fine professions, and there are quite a few good seedlings among them. It's a pity that no legendary occupations appeared, or our school would be blessed. Ha ha ha, how can a legendary profession be that easy to see? Even the nation's top academy, Qingbei Academy, only receives a dozen or so legendary occupations every year. A few people talked and laughed and were very excited about this year. Compared to previous years, nearly one-third more epic careers are taking the independent admissions test this year at Tiangue Academy. What's with the basic fighters? Suddenly, an examiner saw Li Du's message and exclaimed in shock. It's a system display error, isn't it? The other examiner also felt very out of place. And then, several people tried to fix the system, but the final result shown was no problem. No way. Basic warrior profession also dares to enroll in our school? The examiners were puzzled, but the exam had already begun, so they could only suppress their doubts. Confirmation of information completed. Candidate, Li Du. Pass number, 028106. First exam, single combat exam. Exam, slaying the Earth Bear. After entering the trial tower, Li Du immediately saw a line of information. After this line of information was a thin curtain of light. Behind the curtain of light, a wild monster could be vaguely seen, with a huge physique. A black bear. Confirmed. Confirmation complete. Examination begins. The curtain of light then lifted and the wild monster appeared in front of Li Du. Earth Bear. Type, Elite Wildlife. Rank, 15. Life value, 2100. Power, 120. This value was very ordinary to Li Du, even if it was an elite wild monster. But Li Du had experienced the nightmare difficulty of the abandoned mine, so there was no way he would be afraid. Ho ho ho. The Earth Bear roared and immediately charged up. Without hesitation, Li Du directly opened Life Strike. Thunderclap. Splat. As Li Du swung his sword, thunder rang out and immediately slashed at the Earth Bear. Subsequently, countless thunderbolts landed on the bear's body as if an explosion had occurred, and the Earth Bear immediately became scorched black all over its body, and collapsed with a miserable cry. And then a message appeared. Exam passed. Your test score is 2 seconds. Li Du had a bashful face. After he turned on Life Strike, the damage was extremely terrifying, and it was impossible for the Earth Bear to carry his strike. However, the examiners outside were all shocked when they saw this scene. Passed? Passed? The exam just started. How did he finish? The test didn't go wrong. Did it? Could it have gotten the wildlife data wrong? There's no mistake. Level 15 Earth Bear. That's what the exam for the warrior class occupation is all about. In order to screen out the best students, the independent enrollment test of Tiangue Academy is very strict. The first exam was to face a level 15 elite monster, which would be stressful to deal with even for an elite level profession. This was the way to eliminate most of the people, thus selecting the best among the best. In previous years, the best time achieved by students at the first level was around 10 seconds, which is already very good. However, 1 second. Surprisingly, some candidates passed the exam in just 1 second. It's just unbelievable. An examiner asked, "Can you analyze the skills he used?" A few seconds later, another person spoke. It should be Thunder Heavy Strike. This skill is quite popular among warrior-type professions, and quite a few other people besides him have also used this skill in the first exam. Is the power of Thunder Heavy Strike that great? And he's only a basic warrior. The examiners were puzzled. Eventually, the examiner clapped his hands and said, "Since we can't figure it out for the time being, let's leave it open for discussion until the exam is over." This student called Li Du. "Let's rank him first." The examiners could only nod. The exams continue. This examination did not go on very long, and was completely over in half an hour. There were more than 6,000 people, and about half of them were eliminated directly. The rest have all completed the exam. As for the test scores, except for Li Du who was a second, the rest of the people took a lot of time. The universal score is around 1 minute. Soon the majestic voice rang out. The results of the first exam will now be announced. A curtain of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes, in which the rankings of everyone's results appeared. First place, Li Du. Time 2 seconds. Second place, Vermin. Time 8 seconds. 172nd place, Jiang Yanming. Time 1 minute 37 seconds. Chapter 26, 10,000 Swords. Shocked examiner. When the results came out, some were happy and some were sad, and people were astonished beyond belief after seeing Li Du's results. Fuming put his staff away and looked at the light screen, muttering under his breath, "The best past result was only 10.3 seconds, so I'm definitely in first place." She was a renowned genius in Tianhai City, and had actually long since gotten a place to enroll in Tiangue Academy, and didn't even have to participate in the college entrance exams or the independent enrollment exams. However, she was high-minded and proud, unwilling to take shortcuts, still chose to participate in the independent enrollment examination. The purpose is to obtain the first break grade, so that everyone knows that she relies on the strength can also surpass others. Soon, the rankings on the light screen appeared. Vermin froze. How is this? How is this possible? I can't believe I'm not in first place. Who is this guy named Li Du? It took 2 seconds. To cheat, right? Fuming's eyes widened in disbelief. On the other side, Jiang Yanming was furious. Li Du, I'm grassing on you. Fucking Li Du. He cheated. He definitely cheated. 2 seconds? How is that possible? He simply couldn't accept it. How could Li Du become so strong when he was clearly just a waste? Even if he traded his life for a career, that's not the way to do it, is it? Li Du didn't care. Soon, the majestic voice sounded again. Congratulations to you, candidates who have successfully passed the first exam. You have proved yourselves and possessed more strength than others. But that wasn't the end of it, followed closely by an even more brutal second exam. This exam will be the watershed that separates you from the others. The danger factor of this exam is extremely high. Please act according to your ability. As the voice fell, a message appeared in front of all the candidates who passed the first exam. Second exam, group combat exam. Please select the difficulty of the exam: normal, elite, difficult, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty, the easier it is to get a high score. There were 2 independent enrollment exams in Tiangue Academy. The first one was just an appetizer, and the second one was the big headache. Historically, countless geniuses just fell in the second exam. Unlike the first exam, this one also saw a division of difficulty. Li Du did not hesitate and directly chose the hell difficulty. Difficulty selected successfully. Your exam is, defend against the attack from the goblin army. Examination time, 30 minutes. The exam began, and Li Du appeared in the middle of a battlefield. And then, the wind and dust rolled, and countless kobolds rushed towards him like a tidal wave. Goblin soldier. Type, elite wildlife. Rank, 15. Life value, 2380. Power, 160. The values were very exaggerated, and the value of a single goblin soldier even exceeded that of the earth bear. It was worthy of being the highest difficulty exam. Outside, several examiners had their eyes on Li Du. Seeing that Li Du had actually chosen the hell difficulty, they all revealed expressions of surprise. Fearful afterlife. He actually chose hell difficulty. Under this difficulty, the value of every small monster is 50% higher than the elite monsters, and no one has been able to pass it since all the years. That's right, at best. I've passed the nightmare difficulty, and there are only a handful of them. That little girl from the Sky and Sea Guild also chose nightmare difficulty. The difficulty division of the second round of this exam actually corresponded to the occupation quality. Nightmare difficulty. One needed to have at least an epic profession to be able to pass, but it was only possible. The hell difficulty, on the other hand, was considered to be prepared for the pride of a legendary profession. While Li Du was only a basic warrior, the few examiners were really incredulous. Let's see how he performs. A basic warrior being able to kill an earth bear in seconds still feels too dreamy to me. It would be really fantastic if he could pass. Several of the examiners shook their heads, thinking that Li Du was just too much of a trustworthy person. After all, the wild monsters on nightmare difficulty had values that were a notch higher than even the earth bear. There were so many kobold soldiers that it almost blew a gust of wind. Li Du even felt that the entire earth was shaking. I wonder if slaying them will boost my lifespan, Li Du muttered. At this moment, the goblin soldiers had already rushed over, and he no longer hesitated. 10,000 swords return. As Li Du shouted, a huge spell formation immediately appeared in the sky, and then, countless swords only fell one after another. Like rain, the charging goblin soldiers were immediately penetrated by countless sword rains, and burst after burst of miserable screams were emitted. And this scene completely shocked several examiners. What kind of skill is this? This? He was actually able to cast this skill. It's at least up to the epic level. I can see that the strength of this skill is even vaguely capable of catching up to legendary grade. I can't believe he still has this trick. I have a feeling he's probably going to be number 1 on this exam. Several examiners simply didn't know what to say. Li Du stood right under the sword formation, commanding the swords to only strike down the goblin soldiers while he himself remained motionless. Every sword that fell must have killed a goblin soldier, and not a single sword would be wasted. It took a while before the examiners set their eyes on the others. On the other side, Fuming was actually doing well. She cast a large magic spell that generated a huge spell formation on the ground. These spell formations constantly drained the life points of the wild monsters, and then she used her skills to constantly weave and dodge, making it impossible for the wild monsters to harm her. Just like that, without expending a single bit of effort, he was able to grind countless wild monsters to death. Moreover, Fuming had many skills, not only skills that returned blood, but also skills that returned blue. As long as the timing was right, she could even keep releasing skills like a perpetual motion machine. This Nasan is pretty good too. If it wasn't for that guy called Li Du who was just a bit unbelievable, she would have been the brightest candidate in this exam. I wonder how she will be when she sees Li Du. This ninny has always been high-minded and proud, and when a few of us old things invited her here, she was even reluctant to take the exam. Vushang has given birth to a fine daughter. Apart from fuming, there were also quite a few professionals who played very well. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the attention of a few examiners, especially for the candidates at the bottom of the ranking. The examiners just swept a glance and passed by, leaving no impression at all. One of the examiners commented very sharply when he saw Jiang Yanming. "I'm afraid I won't last 10 minutes if I only care about having a good time and don't know how to retain my strength." A common problem with young people, for the most part. In comparison, Li Du and Fu Ming are much more mature. After seeing amazing geniuses, it was really hard for them to raise their interest when they saw ordinary geniuses. Soon, their eyes returned to Li Du. At the moment 20 minutes had passed. Li Du's sword formation had already been released and his blue bar was empty. However, Li Du still carried the iron sword to kill the goblin soldiers, one sword at a time. The movement was clean and sharp, and the flow of water was like art. Several examiners saw this and scat again. Time keeps passing. During this period, most of the candidates either due to injuries or physical exhaustion. Most of them opted to withdraw from the examination and regretted the loss of their guaranteed eligibility. Among them was Jiang Yanming. He was just as the examiners had said, spending all his blue after 10 minutes. Dumbfounded. Without skills, he couldn't possibly fight off that many wild monsters, and could only quit in disgrace. Eventually, 30 minutes had passed. A voice rang out. Exam over. Chapter 27 Achievement is far ahead. Fu Ming's challenge. This round of exams was even more brutal than the last. The previous round only eliminated half of the people, but this round directly eliminated 90% of the candidates. 3,000 people. And in the end, less than 300 were able to last until the end. The difficulty was simply too high. Eventually, the light curtain of the exam result ranking appeared in front of everyone. No. 1. Li Du. With a total score of 1,872. Difficulty choice, Hell. Second place, Fu Ming. Total score 780. Difficulty choice, Nightmare. How is this possible? He actually chose Hell difficulty. Is he a legendary profession? After seeing Li Du's score, Fu Ming's entire body was nonplussed. She had tried Hell difficulty once, but both the intensity of the wilds and the danger were just too high, so she quit in less than 10 minutes. She had thought her Nightmare difficulty was enough to surpass most people, and so it is. In the past, the first place winners of the independent entrance examination scored a total of just over 600 points, and most of them scored only 300 or 400 points. Li Du, however, broke right through that and pulled up the score to an unattainable level. He's not cheating, is he? The idea suddenly popped into Fu Ming's mind, but after thinking about it he shook his own head. This was the independent enrollment exam of the Tiangui Academy, and the strictness in all aspects was not even inferior to the college entrance exam. Who dares to cheat in this kind of exam, when the strongest person monitoring the trial tower is blind? I'm afraid that this one called Li Du is a hidden legend-level professional. It was the only possibility, otherwise Fu Ming wouldn't have believed, no matter what, that she herself had been pulled apart by such a large gap. Soon, the candidates were teleported out of the trial tower one after another. The independent enrollment examination has ended and the ranking of the results has been announced. Our school will conduct a 2-day verification of the results of this exam, and the results will be released to the public once they are correct. Those who have achieved the standard can then come to our school to sign the early enrollment procedures without having to pass the college entrance examination. If anyone wants to pursue a higher platform, I would like to be very welcome. It's finally over. Although the examination time is not long, full counting is actually only more than an hour. But the examination pressure is extremely huge. Because it is an independent enrollment selection test, the difficulty is much greater than the college entrance examination. So many candidates are extremely strenuous. But it was nothing to Li Du. When the results were announced and he saw his first place ranking, Li Du just smiled. Looking at it this way, I might be able to make an impact on this year's provincial champion. There must still be geniuses in the Gui province that didn't come to participate in this exam. Their goal was the top 10 top schools, and the Tiangui school was still a bit short. Li Du had heard that the independent enrollment exams of the top 10 top academies were the real cruelty, and that it was a bit of a struggle to pass even a legendary career. There are no more than 20 epic careers that can be passed in a year. A competitor for one's own high school entrance exam might be a genius in a legendary profession. The examination ended and people left one after another. Li Du also planned to leave. He didn't actually plan to apply for the Tiangui Academy. He just wanted to see what level he was currently at. You're Li Du, right? Just then, a clear voice rang out. Li Du turned around and realized that it was a young girl wearing a tea-green long dress and a flower and leaf head ring like an elf. You are? The young girl introduced herself. My name is Fuming. I'm the second place winner of this exam. Yes? Li Du smiled and asked. Do you want something from me? Fuming didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Is your profession a legendary profession? No. Fuming clearly didn't believe it and directly threw a detection spell. Soon, the light of the detection technique fell on Li Du, displaying his information. Name, Li Du. Rank, 15. Profession, basic warrior. Seeing this message, Fuming froze. How is this possible? How can you be a basic warrior? How can a basic warrior score that high? Do you have some kind of prop that can disrupt the detection spell? Li Du said. Not really. Also, it's a bit impolite for you to use the detection technique on me without my permission, isn't it? Alright, I apologize. But Li Du, I'm going to challenge you. Challenge me? That's right. Do you dare to answer the battle? Li Du suddenly smiled. He felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Yanming had said similar things to him before. But for Jiang Yanming, Li Du was completely disgusted. Whereas this girl called Fuming, although she seemed a little bit bratty, she was still considered reasonable. Dare or not is my business. Why should I accept your challenge? Fuming thought for a moment and said, I'm the strongest genius in Tianhai City. If you win against me, you're the strongest. I don't care. How about this then? I'm still the vice president of the Heavenly Sea Guild. So as long as you win me, I'll let you join the Heavenly Sea Guild. Not only can you enjoy the resources in the guild, I'll let you use all the copies in the guild for free. Hearing this condition, Li Du raised his eyebrows slightly. You have that much power? Fuming was instantly proud. That's for sure. I'm the one who calls the shots in the Heavenly Sea Guild. Empty words. What if you don't recognize it when the time comes? Fuming was instantly a bit angry. What do you think I am? How could I possibly deny it? He was still about to continue saying something when a middle-aged man's voice with a strong middle air suddenly rang out. How's my guarantee? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Fuming immediately turned around, revealing a surprised expression. Dad, what are you doing here? This middle-aged man turned out to be Fuming's father. He smiled at Li Du and then said to Fuming, Am I not coming and watching you take second place and fight with others here? Where? Fuming bristled. The middle-aged man came to Li Du and extended his hand. Hello, Li Du. My name is Fu Shang. I am Fuming's father. His demeanor was very amiable, yet he carried a bit of majesty of his own. This kind of temperament was absolutely impossible to exercise if he had not been in a high position for a long time. With just the first glance, Li Du confirmed that the middle-aged man in front of him was definitely a big shot. Li Du stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fu Shang. For some reason, he was actually a bit formal at this moment. Perhaps it was because he had rarely seen such a figure as Fu Shang. Despite having experienced quite a lot, Li Du had actually only turned 18 this year. After releasing his hand, Fu Shang smiled and said, My daughter is good at everything else, but she likes to compete. You took the first place that she favored. How could she possibly sit still? How about this? You'll compete with her once. Win or lose is making friends. As for Mingle's promise, let me say, is it weighty enough? Having said that, where was Li Du's reason for refusal? Moreover, Fuming's conditions were also very appealing to Li Du. There was no need to mention the great value of the Sky and Sea Guild's copy. In that case, I'll agree to this match. However, the trial has just ended today. How about the competition takes place tomorrow? Vushan didn't say anything and looked at his daughter. Fuming snorted coldly. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I will never lose to you. Well, we'll see. Chapter 28, I win. Dad, what are you doing meddling in my business? After Li Du left, Fuming complained to Fu Shang. Fu Shang only grinned. Don't you care what profession he is? Your detection technique wasn't wrong. He's the basic warrior. How is this possible? Fuming's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Shang took out a file. This is the file I pulled up about Li Du. Take a look at it. Fuming immediately looked up. Li Du, male, 18 years old, a native of Lanchang, Gue Province. Profession, basic warrior. Recent performance. The content of the file was not detailed, only recording Li Du's occupation and some recent performances. However, the official seal of the file was Tiangue Academy. In other words, the content of the file on it was confirmed by the Tiangue Academy after testing. Li Du's profession is really basic warrior. There can be no mistake. Fuming simply didn't know what to say. She couldn't believe that she had been left far behind by the basic warrior. And her profession was an epic level profession. Fu Shang touched his daughter's head and said meaningfully, There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Confidence is good, but it's not good to be too proud. Even if that's the case, I won't lose to him. I didn't actually put out my full strength in today's exam, or else my score would have doubled again. Well, I've always believed in you. Afterwards, Fuming trotted off on her own. She had to go prepare for tomorrow's competition. And when Fuming left, Fu Shang took out another file, also from Li Du. The difference is that this is the most detailed file on Li Du. It is a record of his biography, background, connections, itinerary, and experiences. It is almost a restoration of the 18 years of Li Du's life on it. He flipped through the pages, staring at the top line in thought. Failed to transfer. Exchanged career base warrior at the Temple of Fate. Tiangue Academy Dormitory. This is the dormitory arranged by Tiangue Shuefu for the independent enrollment examination of the examination. The 2 days here can be free accommodation, and there is a free canteen downstairs. Li Du returned to the dormitory after eating and began to look up information on the communal computer provided in the dormitory. Actually, Li Du didn't know if he could inquire about it, but he had a feeling that Fu Shan was probably a big shot. If so, there should be some information about him on the internet. Soon enough, there were results. Vu Sheng, 42 years old, level 90 speech spellcaster, occupation quality, epic. Li Du looked on, surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that middle-aged man who looked so amiable to be a top level 90 powerhouse. There weren't many people in the entire Tianhai city who could reach level 90, right? Li Du had heard that even in the Tiangue Academy, there were only a handful of big brothers above level 90. Looking further down, Li Du suddenly froze. Served as the president of the Tianhai Guild, currently serving as the mayor of Tianhai City. He turned out to be the mayor. If he hadn't purposely inquired, Li Du wouldn't even have known. Fuming, that young girl has such a background? The next day, Li Du arrived as instructed, and Fu Ming was already here waiting for him. Seeing Li Du, Fu Ming immediately raised his chin. Humph, Li Du, you were just lucky yesterday. Today, I will go all out and show you who the strongest genius is. Then I hope you'll be merciful. When he saw Fu Ming again, Li Du's attention obviously increased. He didn't know if it was just luck that he had gotten caught up with fuming. Perhaps it was because of the death of his parents that he experienced in his childhood. Li Du always had an inexplicable resistance to people with powerful backgrounds. However, although Fu Shang is the mayor, but the person looks very gentle, Li Du to him also cannot hate up, also have no reason to hate. However, today, Fu Shang did not arrive, and what came was an old man in a white robe. When he saw Li Du arrive, he opened his mouth and said, I am the notary teacher for this competition, so the two of you can feel free to compete. The only requirement is that you can't attack the vitals and you can't kill. Admitting defeat or falling out of the ring is considered a loss. Fu Ming said, trouble elderly. Seeing this, Li Du followed Fu Ming's words. The old man surnamed Li waved his hand. No trouble, no trouble. Young people are full of energy. It's good to have more competitions. Are you two ready? With both Li Du and Fu Ming nodding their heads, the old man surnamed Li spoke. Then I declare that the competition begins. Fu Ming took out a staff that glowed with a deep green light, with an emerald green like hairball set at the top. The light radiated like everything was reviving. My profession is a nature spirit messenger, and I can catalyze the power of nature, including fire, lightning, storms, and tsunamis. My skills will take the power of nature with them, so watch yourself. Liddell laughed. Thanks for the reminder. Humph. Fu Ming immediately activated his staff, and the light of mana flowed through the staff before gradually condensing a flame. The flame grew more and more prevalent, and then formed a fireball. This fireball was very huge, with a diameter of half a meter. If it were to explode out, it was feared that it would cause an extremely large amount of damage. Speech fireball, attack! As Fu Ming shouted out, the fireball in his staff immediately rushed towards Li Du. Li Du also immediately made his move and catalyzed a tenfold life strike. The Wolf King's sharp claws. A claw shadow appeared, and Li Du's Wolf King's sharp claw seemed to have summoned a real Wolf King. The sharp claw immediately rushed towards the fireball, and the powerful wind unexpectedly split the fireball directly. Hoo. The fireball didn't even have time to explode before it was directly dissolved by Li Du. Fuming was not surprised to see this scene, as fireball was only the most basic spell skill, and she was only testing Li Du by casting this skill. My turn. Li Du immediately rushed forward, trying to get close to Fu Ming. As long as he got close, Li Du would be able to create a large amount of damage whether he executed the Wolf King's sharp claws or thunder heavy strike. Fuming knew this as well and released his skills again. Force of nature forest imprisonment. The staff emitted a turquoise light, and then, the shadows of countless large trees unexpectedly appeared around Fu Ming, which had countless vines wrapped around them, and they all rushed towards Li Du. They were like twine to bind Li Du on the occasion. Seeing this, Li Du immediately counterattacked. Brush. Under the attack of the Wolf King's sharp claws, one vine after another was immediately sliced into several sections, and none of the vines were able to get close to Li Du. Instead, Li Du kept approaching Fuming. After opening tenfold life strike, Li Du's damage was extremely huge, and these vines could not withstand it at all. Seeing that Li Du had already arrived at his heels, Fu Ming was a little anxious. She swung her staff and unleashed her skills again. Nature's fury, avalanche thunder art. Rumble, rumble, worthy of being a nature spirit envoy. All three types of skills, flame, forest, and thunder, were all cast in Fuming's hands. And this one avalanche thunder skill was clearly extraordinary. It was as if Li Du saw the sky literally darken as lightning bolt after lightning bolt fell, to strike him directly. Thunderclap. Seeing this, Li Du did not hesitate and took out a long sword from his spatial ring before immediately executing a thunderous heavy strike. The sword blade with the power of thunder immediately clashed with the lightning in the sky. Under the powerful damage of the thunder heavy strike, instead of causing damage to Li Du, the thunderbolt of the avalanche thunder technique directly merged into Li Du's long sword. Fuming was incredibly surprised to see this. In the next moment, Li Du immediately swung his sword. Countless thunderbolts surged towards her, and Fuming immediately felt an intense danger. If these thunders really landed on her body, she would not be able to resist them at all. Just as Fuming closed his eyes and prepared to endure this attack, the imagined pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Li Du was already in front of her with his long sword raised. I won. Chapter 29, Joining the Sky Sea Guild. Copy of the Cholera Goblins. The battle is over, and the winner has been decided. If Li Du hadn't stayed back with this strike, Fuming would have lost. There was even the possibility of either death or injury. Faced with this situation, even though she was unwilling but had to admit that Li Du was really too much better than him. Seeing this, the old man surnamed Li also immediately declared the winner. The battle is over, and the winner is Li Du. Upon hearing this result, despite Fuming's displeasure, he skimmed his lips and said, "You won. Congratulations," Li Du said. "Since you've lost, it's time to honor your promise." Fuming snorted coldly. "Of course, I'm not one to go back on my word." With that, she threw a blue-gray token to Li Du. "This is your identity token. I've specially adjusted the permissions for you. As long as you hold this token, you'll be able to enter all the replicas belonging to the Heavenly Sea Guild for free. Your guild member information is on there too." Li Du held the token and realized that the word Du was engraved on it, which was obviously his name. After using the detection technique on the token, it immediately revealed his information. Tenkai Guild Identity Token, Premium, Holder, Li Du. Guild Rank, Ordinary Member. Contribution, 0. Token Privilege, Free entry to permanent copies. Fuming said, "In addition to entering the duplicates, you can also trade at the Guild's trading house. If you complete the quests issued by the Guild, you can also obtain contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for many things in the Guild's trading house. On top of that, you can try out the Guild's teleportation array for free." Li Du nodded in understanding. "You have a heart. Humph, don't get me wrong. I didn't make this. My dad did." Although Fuming was a bit unhappy because she had lost, she was still very dry. Li Du smiled and didn't say anything. After carefully playing with the token for a while, he then said, "Since I've become a member of the Heavenly Sea Guild, why don't you take me to the duplicate to take a look?" Fuming didn't refuse and brought Li Du through the Tian Gui Academy's teleportation array, and he arrived at the Tian High Guild. The guild's building was very luxurious, filled with a sense of majesty and mystery everywhere, as if it contained some great energy. Fuming brought Li Du to stroll around the guild. There weren't many people in the guild. Most of them were out doing quests. No one would cat around. However, the people along the way were very surprised to see that Fuming had brought a man to the guild. Could it be that the vice president is in love? People speculated, but they didn't dare to say much. Although Fuming's rank wasn't high, the reputation of Tian High City's #1 heavenly pride was too loud, especially Fu Shang, who was once the hero of Tian High City. As the daughters of Fu Shang, they also had a heartfelt respect for Fuming. Soon, Fuming brought Li Du to a room. The room was very empty, and there was only one portal. This is the universal portal for copies, so as long as you choose the copy you need to enter, you can go in directly through this portal. Li Du said, "I know." After Li Du touched the portal, he immediately saw a line of information. Level detection in progress. Detection successful. Your level is 15. You are allowed to enter copies up to level 25. Please select the copy you need to enter. Below that, there was a line of copies, all below level 25. In total, there were about 20 of them. Li Du directly chose the first one, and then pulled down and chose the highest difficulty, held difficulty, and entered it. As Li Du's figure disappeared into it, Fuming chopped her foot somewhat angrily. "Humph, simply a nerd. I'm a big beautiful woman accompanying you over here, and you don't even say thank you. You just know how to brush copies." Although she was angry, Fuming did not leave, but instead looked at the screen to the side, from which she could directly see the news of the copy, including Li Du's clearance. Cholera Goblin. This was the copy that Li Du had just entered. It was a very common copy in the Tianhai Guild, and it was an experience copy. What is an experience copy? This was a very special type of replica in which the experience value of the wild monsters was higher than that of any other replica. However, in exchange, the wild monsters here could not extract equipment or materials. Usually people would only choose an experience copy when they were in dire need of leveling. Because of the extremely large number of wild monsters in the experience copies, gaining experience is fast. Did he pick the wrong difficulty? Fuming was very surprised when he saw the difficulty of the copy. Li Du actually chose the hell difficulty right from the start. Was he not worried at all? But once he thought that Li Du also chose the hell difficulty in the independent enrollment exam, Fuming immediately felt a little frustrated. In the middle of the copy, Li Du arrived in the middle of a wilderness. Immediately, there came one strange cry after another from all directions, and then there was a short and ugly goblin, which held up all kinds of weapons and rushed towards Li Du. Goblins, rank, 15, type, common wildlife, life value, 1400, power, 70. The value of a single goblin was actually not high, but as Li Du glanced at it, the goblins were densely packed in all directions, and he did not know how many there were. Thousands of them were also possible. They were like locusts, crowding in black. 10,000 swords return. Without hesitation, Li Du immediately released the 10,000 swords. Soon, countless swords rained down, killing the goblins in pieces. You have slain the goblins and succeeded in extracting a lifespan, 3 days. You gain experience value, 30. Message after message appeared in Li Du's mind. The experience value provided by a single goblin was very scarce, but Li Du didn't care. He only cared about longevity. Unfortunately, though, the lifespan offered by the goblins is an unusual lifespan of only 3 days. As the rain of swords continued to fall, Li Du's lifespan continued to increase and his experience value rose. Soon, it rose to full capacity. Congratulations! Leveling up, current level, 16. Even though he had upgraded, Li Du's experience bar was still rising fast, and these goblins were charging as if they couldn't be killed enough. Each and every one of them was charging with no life. A few minutes later, the prompt message reappeared. Congratulations! Leveling up, current level, 17. It wasn't until level 17 that the rate of increase in experience value dropped. Because Li Du's level exceeded the wild monster by 2 levels, the experience value gained was directly less than half. Yet, life expectancy is still going up. 10 minutes later, the 10,000 swords ended, but the goblins still hadn't decreased. Li Du was finally surprised. How many of these goblins are there? The 10,000 swords returned to the father. One sword could kill several goblins. Even if you counted according to one sword killing one goblin, currently Li Du had already killed tens of thousands of goblins. Forget it, just leave. The goblins were simply too many, and Li Du had no choice but to directly choose to exit the copy. When Li Du left, he saw Fu Ming staring at him with wide eyes, looking at him like he was a monster. What did you do inside the copy? It's only been 10 minutes, and the goblins inside have died by more than 20,000. Chapter 30 Life Strike Evolution, Anger of the Living. More than 20,000? Hearing Fu Ming's words, Li Du was very pleasantly surprised. It seems that my efficiency in killing monsters is still quite high. More than 20,000 monsters translated into a lifespan of more than 60,000 days, almost equivalent to 200 years. Li Du didn't even realize that he had swiped so many lifespans this time. Fuming was instantly silenced by Li Du's words. Are you a monster? I can't. Li Du, I want to go down with you. I can't sleep until I see how you do it. Hearing this, Li Du smiled helplessly. I don't care, but the cholera goblin copy is already on cooldown, so I have to wait until tomorrow. Fuming said, here, take this and you can go in right away. Li Du took a look and realized that it was a prop like a piece of talisman paper. Copy cooldown charm. Blue immediately refreshed the copy cooldown time, only for copies below level 30. There are still such props? Li Du was a bit surprised. Seeing this, Fu Ming was in a much better mood. That's for sure. There's a lot of good stuff you don't know about. If you hang out with me in the future, I can let you brush copies every day. Li Du just smiled, but he still accepted the talisman paper. A few minutes later, when the cooldown of 10,000 swords returning to the palace had ended, Li Du entered the copy with Fu Ming. Upon entering the copy, there was still a huge influx of goblins. Despite the low value of a single goblin, the number of goblins was simply too great, and a single inattentive moment could result in being overwhelmed by countless goblins. Seeing that the goblins had already rushed over, Fu Ming hurriedly said, watch out. She was about to swing her staff to strike the goblin when she suddenly froze. Li Du had already cast his skill. A huge formation was formed in the sky, and then there were countless swords that fell like rain. After they landed on the ground, they chopped at the goblins in unison. Large swaths of goblins were instantly split into pieces, and the ground was littered with piles of goblin corpses. These swords were just too many. So many that the goblins didn't even have a little enough to kill. That simple? Fuming was shocked. You even have this kind of skill. Why didn't you use it when you were competing with me? Li Du said indifferently. If I used this skill, it would really be too bullying and I would not be able to win. Fuming was instantly infuriated. Her little face pouted and she turned her head away in a cute manner. Humph. I'm not as weak as you think. However, the way Li Du gently killed one goblin after another still deeply shocked him. After a few more minutes had passed, Li Du suddenly collected the 10,000 swords. Because the goblins have been killed off, a voice appeared in the minds of Li Du and Fuming. A copy of the cholera goblins has been cleared. That's a pass? Fuming didn't know what to say anymore. Originally, she was still very unconvinced about losing to Li Du, but at this moment, after seeing Li Du's true strength, there was a sudden relief in her heart, as if it was right for her to fail in the face of such a powerful opponent. After exiting the copy, Fuming asked, "You're obviously so powerful. Why is your occupation just a basic warrior? The values of your skills are simply impossible for a basic warrior to be able to beat." Hearing this, Li Du was surprised instead. "You don't know? Know what? I thought you'd make a point of investigating me." Fuming was the daughter of Fu Shang, and Fu Shang was the mayor of Tianhai City, so if he wanted to know information about Li Du, it would be almost easy. Li Du's words angered Fuming as she shouted, "What do you take me for? I'm not the kind of person who casually explores other people's privacy." Seeing that she was angry, Li Du realized that he had said the wrong thing and had to apologize. It was only then that Fuming's puffed-up face finally returned to normal. "Alright, hurry up and tell me if your basic warrior profession is true or not. If you say that you have props that are able to block the detection of the Tiangue Academy, I'll believe it too," Li Du said. "My profession is naturally true." This was the second time Li Du had admitted this profession in front of her, and even though it was hard to believe, Fuming had to believe it. She suddenly had a deep sense of frustration. Even if she lost to Li Du herself, Li Du was even just a basic warrior. She was the first genius of Tianhai City. Was she that bad? For a moment, Fuming was surprisingly a bit aggrieved and felt like crying, but her pride wouldn't allow her to shed tears in front of Li Du, so she had to puff up her face and pretend to be angry. Li Du comforted. "Alright, don't be angry. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Humph. I'm not angry. Don't get any ideas. Aha. I know you're not mad." After a while, Fuming gradually calmed down. Li Du said, "I'm going to leave. I'll continue to come over tomorrow to play copies." Fuming turned his face away. "Whatever. The token has been given to you. Come whenever you like." Soon, Li Du returned to the dormitory of Tiangue Academy. Along the way, Li Du was in an exceptionally good mood. The harvest from the trip to the Heavenly Sea Guild was just too great for Li Du. The total number of goblins in the cholera goblin copy was over 30,000, and after killing them all, Li Du gained over 90,000 lifespans. Open the data panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 17. Occupation, Basic Warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Overlord's Heavy Armor, blue. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 swords, purple. Life value, 1910. Mana, 215. Strength, 77, plus 10. Spirit, 19. Body mass, 47. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life. Intermediate, you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 3 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 141386/100000. Upgradable. Lifespan, 431 years. 125 days. 21 hours. 36 minutes and 51 seconds. 431 years. This copy directly allowed Li Du to reap a lifespan of over 200 years. This way, I'll be able to exchange for a normal profession at the very least. However, Li Du's gaze gradually became hot. If the speed of enhancing his lifespan was so fast, why would he limit himself to redeeming ordinary occupations? Excellent, fine and even epic. Levels may not be impossible. No matter what, let's upgrade the talent first. I wonder how much the efficiency of absorbing lifespans can be increased after this upgrade. Afterwards, Li Du immediately upgraded his talent. Upgrade successful. As a message appeared, Li Du immediately checked the talent. Talent, Everlasting Life. Advanced, you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 10 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 41386/100000. Seeing the upgraded talent, Li Du finally grinned. 10 days, killing a wild monster is able to gain 10 days of life. If the difference in value is huge, I'm afraid that killing one will be able to gain 500 days of life. In this way, Li Du's efficiency in killing wild monsters had once again increased dramatically, and after upgrading, to upgrade again, 1 million talent experience was needed. A few more swipes of the cholera goblin replica. This won't be too short. After upgrading his talent, Li Du looked at his lifespan of 400 years and thought of the lifestrike skill. This skill can also be upgraded, and the lifespan required to do so is 100 years. I don't know what the effect of the upgrade will be. Let's upgrade first and see. Upgrade successful. Lifestrike has evolved into Rage of the Living. Chapter 31, Continuously Brushing Copies. Fuming is speechless. Wrath of the Living Spirit, special skill. No occupation restriction. No learning restriction. Skill effect. Consume 1 day of your lifespan to gain a boost of 2 times your full damage for 1 hour. Usage limit, 200 mana. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Skill passive, when you suffer a fatal injury, automatically deduct 100 years of your own lifespan to offset this injury and cause all of your attributes to be strengthened by 2x for the next 30 minutes. This effect can only take effect 3 times. Note 1, if you consume 1 year of life expectancy, you can boost the damage up to 10 times. If you consume 10 years of lifespan, it is boosted 100 times, and so on. This skill can be upgraded. Currently required for upgrading, 1,000 years of lifespan. Note 2, consuming 100 years of lifespan. You can force this skill to be performed during the cooldown period, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. After the upgrade, the effect of the Rage of the Living Spirit hadn't changed much. However, Li Du was very happy. This was because after the upgrade, although the release of Spawn's Wrath required the consumption of mana, the cooldown time had changed from 1 day to 1 hour, and even during the cooldown, it could be forcibly cast. Since Bio Rage goes on skill cooldown only after the effect ends, Li Du can unleash Bio Rage up to 12 times a day. In this way, he would be able to go to the high difficulty copies many times to brush the monsters, and the efficiency of lifespan acquisition would be greatly increased. Of course, it's just one of those things. What surprised Li Du the most was that the Wrath of the Living Spirit had an additional passive. This allowed Li Du to directly have 3 chances to save his life. Although it was said that he needed to consume 100 years of lifespan to trigger it, but if his life was gone, what was the use of lifespan? The Rage of the Living Spirit has been upgraded again, requiring the consumption of 1,000 years of lifespan, so it looks like it's time to brush up again. Even though he already had several hundred years of lifespan, Li Du still felt that his lifespan was just too short. Right now, he needed to consume his lifespan for everything he did. Changing to a new profession would consume at least 200 years, and if one wanted to change to an excellent level profession, one would even need to consume thousands of years of life. The consumption of the Temple of Destiny is even more limited to life expectancy, and the upgrade of the Rage of the Living is another 1,000 years of lifespan. Li Du suddenly felt so poor. It's been a busy time for brushing monsters. Thinking of this, Li Du immediately sent a message to Shu Wei Shang, saying that he wouldn't be going home for a while. The Tian High Guild's copy was very suitable for him, and before the college entrance exam came, Li Du needed to hurry up. The next day, Li Du once again came to the Heavenly Sea Guild. Fuming was already in the guild, and when Li Du saw him, he gave a greeting, while then he ran straight to brush his copy. Fuming looked at Li Du's back and watched with itching teeth. "Humph, I'm such a big beauty. You didn't even take a look at me before going to swipe the copy. Curse you for not being able to find a girlfriend for the rest of your life." Arriving at the replica, there was another familiar group of goblins. Without hesitation, Li Du directly released the 10,000 swords, and then, the experience bar and lifespan all began to rise continuously. A few minutes later, Li Du came out. "Fuming, do you have a blue recovery potion and a copy cooldown charm?" Fuming threw the item at Li Du in a bad mood. "Take it. Thanks a lot." After saying that, Li Du entered the copy once again. Soon, Li Du came out. It was because the copy had been cleared. When Li Du came out, Fuming was still watching him, but Li Du didn't pay any attention to it. He just sat on the ground with his eyes closed and waited for a few minutes for the skill CD to be ready before entering the copy of the Cholera Goblins once again. Just like that, most of the day passed. It wasn't until Fuming realized that the blue recovery potion and copy cooldown charms he had on him had completely run out that Li Du stopped. Fuming looked at Li Du as if he was looking at a monster. "Aren't you tired of brushing your copy for so long?" At this moment, Li Du was already sweating profusely and panting as he sat on the ground to rest. Hearing Fuming's words, he smiled helplessly. In fact, continuously brushing copies and releasing skills was a huge drain on physical and mental energy. It would have been fine if there were only a few times, but Li Du had been brushing for most of the day, with no breaks at all in between. As long as the skill cooldown was ready, he continued to brush. Do I look like I'm not tired? Fuming was puzzled. Then why are you working so hard? The results of today's independent enrollment exam have already come out. And you're number 1. If you're willing, you can directly obtain the guaranteed qualification of Tiangue Academy right now. Li Du looked up slightly. Are you concerned about me? Why? Why do I care about you? Fuming inclined her head. I just thought it was strange. Li Du sighed and didn't answer. In fact, for him, the Tiangue Academy was indeed enough. It was a top academy that many people wouldn't even dare to think about. However, Li Du felt that it would be too much of a pity if he just went to the Tiangue Academy. He actually wanted to go to the top school in all of the great summer country, the Qingbei School. The reason for this was partly because he wanted to prove himself. He had suffered too many blank stares over the years. On the other hand, Lido wants to turn the page for his parents. When they died in a mining accident, that mining accident killed not only his parents. There are many people, hundreds of them, all mortals. But in the end, the results of the investigation is only a few words. Li Du even parents cannot see the body. And finally only collected a few pieces of clothing to build a clothes grave. And that mining conglomerate is supposedly bankrupt. But the other big mining head that has risen over the years is filled with executives who were once in that mining conglomerate. And none of them have changed. This was a thorn in Li Du's heart. His parents died a horrible, unjust death. And Lido wants to know what really happened back then. And all of this requires having absolute strength. This is the age of the professional. And there is no reasoning. Li Du finally opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. There's nothing strange about it. If you're a human being, you want to become stronger. I am now able to secure a place in the Tiangue Academy, but if I bite the bullet a little more, won't I be able to go even further? Fuming shook his head. It's hard. Your career is just too bad. And the Tiangue Academy is already at the top. The more top-tier academies were, the more importance they placed on professions. Like Desia's topmost Qingbei Academy, it didn't even want an elite-level occupation. It wanted an epic level to start with. Maybe. Li Du did not listen to Fu Ming's words and felt that he had rested almost enough, so he planned to continue into the copy. However, he soon saw the cooldown on the copy before reacting to the fact that the copy cooldown talisman had run out. Do you still have any copy cooldown charms? Fu Ming was furious and chopped his foot. No more. Brush. Just know how to brush copy. Sooner or later one day brush you to death. If you like swiping copies so much, why don't you go and break the records of all the copies in the guild? Hearing these words, Li Du's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't even realize about it. When he was in the abandoned mine copy, he even took a space ring after breaking the record. Li Du immediately grabbed Fu Ming's hand and said happily, "You're right, I've forgotten about this matter if you didn't tell me. Where can I see the records of the copies?" Chapter 32 Top Copy. Cayman or Kingdom. Fuming stared blankly at Li Du, not even realizing that his hand was being grabbed. "No, you're really going to do this, aren't you? Is there a problem?" Fuming. Soon, Li Du found the stone tablet of copy records, which recorded the clearance records of each copy, all of which were below level 25. Dark Forest Wizard, 27 hours, 6 minutes, 23 seconds. Carmen's Orc Kingdom, 42 hours, 5 minutes, 33 seconds. Underground Ant Kingdom, 25 hours, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Lava Beast, 18 hours, 35 minutes, 36 seconds. Looking down one by one, these are all extremely difficult copies. The difficulty level is hellish, and they are all team passes. Even then, it will take a minimum of 10 hours, with some copies even taking 24 or even 4 hours to clear. Fuming said in a nonchalant manner, "Just take a look. The difficulty of these copies is not something you can clear alone. You think any copy is an experience book like the Cholera Goblins?" Li Du asked. "Can you tell me more carefully?" Fuming had to explain it to Li Du. "Take this, Dark Forest Sorcerer, copy at the top. The pass condition for this copy is to defeat the sorcerer residing in the Dark Forest, and that sorcerer's level isn't that high, just level 25. But you mustn't think that it's easy. First of all, that forest is a wizard's territory, and all the vegetation and wild monsters in it are the wizard's eyes. Every move you make is in the eyes of the sorcerer. There's nowhere to hide. Moreover, the entire Dark Forest is a giant illusionary formation, and if you're not careful you'll be lost in it forever. Even if we got lucky and found the sorcerer's lair, that sorcerer's skills are pretty nasty. Not only will it summon all sorts of powerful dark creatures, it will also unleash all sorts of strange curses on you, and it will even be able to close off your 5 senses and turn you into a disabled person. Without sufficient knowledge and a targeted team, it's nearly impossible to get through this copy. Speaking of this, Fuming blankly glanced at Li Du. "Although you are strong, your skills are just too simple. Even if it's me, as long as I'm well prepared, it's not like I don't have a way to defeat you." Li Du nodded. He did not doubt Fu Ming's words. In fact, at that time, when Li Du fought her, there were still a lot of means that she hadn't been able to utilize. Fu Ming continued, take the lava beast again. This copy is very simple, but inside the copy there is magma everywhere, and extremely hot air. Once you enter the copy, you will have 1% of your maximum life value deducted every second. If you accidentally fall into the lava, you'll be crippled if you're not careful, or you'll die outright. Without the corresponding equipment, you won't even be able to walk in front of the boss when you fight a copy of the lava beast before you're directly scalded to death by the lava. After listening to it, Li Du also gradually calmed down. Sure enough, none of these copies are that easy. However, Li Du felt that there should be copies that he could challenge. After looking around, Li Du asked, what about this Cayman Orc Kingdom? Fuming said, this copy is a kingdom of Cayman Orcs. If you want to pass the level, you have to take down this kingdom. There's an army of Cayman Orcs in there, and many large wild monsters, so I'd advise you not to consider it. The only dangers in there are from Cayman Orcs and large wild monsters. Nothing that needs to be specifically targeted? No, but the Cayman Orc army inside. Each soldier is stronger than an elite wild monster, and on hell difficulty, one Cayman Orc inside is even equivalent to a level 35 normal wild monster. Then I'd like a challenge. Fu Ming was instantly surprised. You're okay with this, right? This copy, it's the hardest among these copies. Li Du didn't say anything as he directly walked to the teleportation portal and chose the hell difficulty of the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy before entering it. Hey! Fu Ming shouted twice from behind, and when she saw Li Du ignoring her, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. You have entered a copy of Cayman's Orc Kingdom, and the difficulty you have chosen is hell. In this difficulty, the value of Cayman Orcs will be greatly increased, and they support each other extremely quickly, and are well versed in the art of war, so you will be in a very difficult situation. The king of the Cayman Orc Kingdom will become extremely robust, and you won't have direct access to the king until you've killed all the Cayman Orcs. You will always be exposed in the kingdom of the Cayman Orcs, and you will have nowhere to hide. Well, the Cayman Orcs have found you. Good luck. When Li Du entered the copy, he heard line after line of information. He had already overestimated the difficulty of this replica as much as possible, not realizing that he had ultimately underestimated it. This was a wilderness, and a standing castle could be seen not far away, with countless buildings surrounding the huge castle like a kingdom. Apparently it's the territory of the Cayman Orc Kingdom. Whoa. Soon, a few voices caught Li Du's attention, and next to them were a few Cayman Orcs who were patrolling, and they had already spotted Li Du. These Cayman Orcs looked similar to kobolds, both green in color, but were much taller than kobolds and had a more menacing face with very strong muscles. After they saw Li Du, they immediately rushed over to him with strange cries. Li Du immediately cast the detection technique. Cayman's Orc Patrol, type, common wildlife, rank, 25, life value, 9,800, power, 280, sure enough, it's worthy of hell difficulty. Even the value of a wild monster is so exaggerated. Without hesitation, Li Du directly cast 10 times the wrath of the living spirit. The Wolf King's sharp claws. Brush. Under a few sharp claws, these Cayman Orcs were immediately defeated by Li Du. You kill the Cayman Orc Patrolman, and detect that this wildlife's value far exceeds yours, and you gain a lifespan of 500 days. Congratulations, you've gained experience value, 600. A single Cayman Orc Patrol is able to extract 500 days of life. Cool. A few of the beasts died, and Li Du immediately added several years to his lifespan. Now that his talent had been upgraded, he was able to obtain a lifespan of 10 days by killing even a minimum of one wild monster. At this rate, I'm afraid that before long, Li Du's lifespan would reach thousands of years. Wow. Digger digging and, after a few Cayman Orc patrols died, Li Du heard a few more strange cries. On the other side, there was another group of patrollers. Li Du was just about to attack when those Cayman Orcs suddenly fled as if they were frightened. Li Du was about to chase after them, but he only saw them throw out an unknown object, and when it landed on the ground, it unexpectedly exploded into a large pile of smoke, directly obscuring Li Du's vision. A few seconds later, all that could be heard was a loud bang. Woo-hoo-hoo, woo-hoo-hoo. It's the sound of a horn being blown. At this moment, the smoke disappeared, but there were no more Cayman Orcs in the field. Li Du looked towards the castle and realized that there were many more heavily armed Cayman Orcs on the walls. They held their bows and arrows and aimed them at Li Du. And after, shoo shoo shoo, 10,000 arrows. Chapter 33, 10,000 swords. Slaughtering Cayman Orcs. Countless arrows were falling like rain. It was the Cayman Orc soldiers who were attacking. They were well trained and did not look like orcs at all. Instead they looked like an army of iron blood that had been in battle for a long time. Seeing this, Li Du no longer hesitated and directly casted the rage of the living spirit. 10,000 swords return. Li Du bellowed, not holding back in the slightest. The huge phalanx landed above the sky, and then countless swords rushed towards the Cayman orc soldiers on the city walls. In an instant, countless Cayman orc soldiers let out screams and were pierced by Li Du's sword. You killed the Cayman orc soldier. Successfully extracted 500 days of life. You gained 650 experience points. You killed the Cayman orc soldier. Successfully extracted 500 days of life. You gained 650 experience points. You kill. Message after message appeared as Li Du's lifespan continued to increase and his experience value grew. Congratulations. Leveling up. Current level, 19. A few minutes later, a golden glow appeared on Li Du's body as he upgraded again. Previously, Li Du had brushed the Horde Goblin copy several times and gained a large amount of experience value. Not only had he risen to level 18, he was only a very small portion of experience away from level 19. And now after brushing the Carmen Orc Kingdom copy and killing a lot of wild monsters, he finally upgraded again. However, Li Du was not excited about upgrading. This was because his profession was simply too poor, and the upgrade boost was equivalent to nothing. Li Du no longer paid attention to these messages and focused on releasing the 10,000 swords. Soon after, the 10,000 swords disappeared, and the Cayman orc soldiers on the city wall had long since been killed by all of Li Du. He came to the gates and unleashed the thunderclap, and then, the city gates slowly opened. With this, Li Du entered the middle of the Cayman orc kingdom. Woo woo, loud horns continued to sound, and even though the soldiers on the walls had been killed off, a tidal wave of large numbers of soldiers emerged from the kingdom, heavily armed and rushing towards Li Du. Carmen Orc Elite Soldiers. Type, Elite Wildlife. Rank, 25. Life value, 18,760. Power, 450. Seeing this value, Li Du could not help but be taken aback. The value of these elite soldiers was twice as high as ordinary soldiers. 10 times the amount of living wrath isn't enough. There are just too many of these soldiers. Li Du no longer hesitated and directly raised the rage of the living spirit to 100 times. 10 years of lifespan consumed. Li Du immediately rushed up. Thunderclap. Soon, heavy blows with lightning landed on the front row of soldiers, killing several of them outright in an instant. You kill the Cayman Orc Elite Soldier. You have successfully extracted 500 days of life. You've gained 200 experience points. Although the extracted lifespan is still 500 days, the experience value is twice that of an ordinary soldier. At this rate, I'll soon be able to upgrade again. If he was able to rise to level 20 before the college entrance exam, Li Du even had complete confidence in competing with those legendary level professionals to capture the provincial scholar. You kill. One message after another appeared in Li Du's mind, and with the addition of 100 times damage, the Cayman Orc Elite soldiers were like a piece of paper, and they were not Li Du's opponent at all. A few minutes later, dozens of Cayman orc soldiers were already lying on the ground. It was an entire formation, all killed by Li Du. Shoo shoo shoo, shoo shoo shoo. Right at this moment, countless strong air-breaking sounds rang out, and Li Du looked around and realized that countless Cayman orc soldiers had surprisingly poured out again in all directions. Some of them were high above the city tower, firing arrows at Li Du. The other part was heavily armed and rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a tall figure shook the ground and rushed over. Carmen Orca. Type, Elite Wildlife. Rank, 27. Life value, 30,000. Power, 900. When he saw this Cayman giant orc, Li Du was truly surprised. This value was nearly twice as powerful as the Cayman Elite Soldier, especially with its strength of up to 900 points. It basically only needed one punch to be able to kill Li Du. However, Li Du was not afraid. After a few minutes of fighting just now, the cooldown of 10,000 swords returned was ready. 10,000 swords return. Li Du bellowed and once again unleashed the 10,000 swords. And then, countless swords rained down, and the Cayman orc soldiers in all directions were once again slaughtered side by side. And although the Cayman giant orc man had a thick blood bar, it couldn't withstand the damage of the 10,000 swords. Li Du was able to see that it was soon bruised all over, its blood bar dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the 30,000 blood Cayman giant orc man collapsed. You have killed the Carmen orc and succeeded in extracting a lifespan of 500 days. You gain experience value, 1,800. By the time this 10,000 swords ended, the surroundings were finally much quieter. The ground was littered with the corpses of Cayman orc soldiers, and even though there was still the sound of charging not far away, which looked to be reinforcements, it would take time for them to rush over. Li Du walked over to the corpse of the Cayman giant orc and launched the extraction. Congratulations! The extraction was successful. You get Behemoth's Tooth, blue, Berserking, blue. A total of 2 items were extracted. with the behemoth's tooth being immaterial and berserking surprisingly being a skill book. Berserking, summoning class skill book, causes the summoned object to gain attribute enhancement, lasts for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, this was not a warrior-type skill, and Li Du was unable to learn it. However, blue skill books were able to sell for quite a bit of money when sold, and their value was still very high. After collecting the loot, Li Du continued to walk towards the depths of the castle. At this time, Li Du surprisingly realized that there were still walls inside the castle walls. He arrived at the second castle, where the soldiers were heavily armed and already waiting for him. There was also an eagle of enormous size perched in the sky above the walls. By the time Li Du appeared, an extremely stout caiman orc that was nearly 3 meters tall and wearing silver armor all over his body walked out from the city wall. Li Du casts detection. Carmen Orc General. Type, mini-boss. Life value, 58,000. Power, 1280. Characteristics, high resistance, physical and magic resistance. Burst damage, each damage will hit hard and deal 2x damage. Seeing this value, Li Du felt even more of a pressure. Worthy of being the most difficult copy, the value of the mini-boss had already far exceeded that of a normal copy. It was no wonder that the best records of others who had cleared the level required more than 40 hours. Kill the intruder. At this moment, the Cayman Orc General even spoke directly, drawing a silver longsword and aiming it at Li Du. And then, the giant eagles in the sky, and the Cayman Orc soldiers on the city walls, all aimed their weapons at Li Du. Wah ha! A strange cry came out amongst the Cayman Orc soldiers, and then Li Du realized that these soldiers were actually casting skills. A huge phalanx appeared in the sky, and the giant eagle flew high into the sky and spat at the phalanx. And then the spell formation unexpectedly transformed into a huge fireball that smashed at Li Du like a meteorite. Chapter 34, Beheading Cayman Orc General. Crippled Orc God Order. The fireball was just too big, with an estimated diameter of 2 to 3 meters. When Li Du saw the fireball, he had felt a very strong sizzling breath. He didn't dare to take this fireball hard at all and quickly fled away. Just as Li Du had just left the range where the fireball had landed. The fireball had landed. Rumble, rumble. Strong explosions accompanied the fire, which kept pounding and erupting. Countless tongues of fire spread in all directions, and Li Du immediately felt a sharp pain. After casting detection, Li Du was able to see that his life value was dropping rapidly. He wasn't hit by the fireball, but merely grazed by the fire, and that was all. If the fireball had hit him directly, Li Du was afraid that he would have died immediately. One must be careful everywhere. Li Du took out a few bottles of recovery potions and drank them down, finally feeling a little better. The pressure didn't go away, though. After the fireball ended, the army of Cayman orcs in the city once again let loose their arrows. 10,000 swords return. At this moment, Li Du's skill cooldown was good again, and he did not hesitate to release it again. Under the 10,000 swords returned, the countless Cayman orc soldiers were simply unable to resist, although the current Li Du looked very wretched. As long as he had the 10,000 swords returning to the palace, he was almost invincible. Under the bonus of 100 times the damage of the Wrath of the Living Spirit, the damage of one sword of the 10,000 swords was already extremely terrifying, let alone 10,000 swords. However, when Li Du used the detection technique, he still couldn't help but be surprised. When the 10,000 swords fell on the Cayman Orc General, the damage of each sword was actually cut to 100. You know, this was a 100 times strengthened 10,000 swords returning to the palace. If it wasn't strengthened, wouldn't each sword only be able to deal 1 point of damage? Cayman Orc General's double resistance is just too high. After a few minutes, the release of the 10,000 swords ended, and the soldiers and elite soldiers around them were all dead. But the Cayman Orc General was still standing on the city wall. Not only that, but after a long cry in the sky, the giant eagle also came to the city wall. It flew out of the range of the 10,000 swords and didn't eat a single bit of damage at all. Li Du used detection to take a look and found that the Cayman Orc was nearly half-blooded. Even though its armor was covered in scars, its combat power had not been cut down. Kill the intruder. The Cayman Orc General spoke once again, and then, it unexpectedly mounted a giant eagle and flew up into the sky towards Li Du. Newbie. The giant eagle cried long and hard, its voice extraordinarily sharp. Li Du only felt another gust of wind pounding on his face, almost toppling him over. Thunderclap. Li Du did not flinch as he executed the thunder heavy strike. Countless thunderbolts fell on his body appearing and crackling. Just as the giant eagle swooped down to kill Li Du's thunder heavy strike was released. Kill. With a loud shout, the thunder heavy strike chopped down. The giant eagle immediately let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground. One of its wings was actually directly broken by Li Du's thunderous heavy strike. Blood flowed horizontally, and black feathers scattered in all directions. The giant eagle lay miserably on the ground, and even the Cayman Orc General rolled off with a few wails. Li Du capitalized on the victory and immediately went forward to attack. And neither the giant eagle nor the caiman orc general reacted and were caught off guard by Li Du. The wolf king's sharp claws. A vicious sharp claw kept tearing at the caiman orc general. Li Du specifically looked for places on its body that were not protected by armor, and soon beat it to a bloody pulp. And then, Li Du directly peeled off its helmet, and a sharp claw landed on its head. Kill! Kill! Invaders! The Carmen orc general hissed a few words before finally dying. And then, Li Du made up the attack and also killed the giant eagle at the same time. Congratulations! You have killed the caiman orc general and have successfully extracted a lifespan of 5,000 days. You've gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations! You've killed the black-feathered eagle and successfully extracted a lifespan of 500 days. You gained 3,000 experience points. Killing 2 strong enemies in a row made Li Du feel soothed. After sitting on the ground and catching his breath for a few moments, Li Du then surveyed the corpses of the caiman orc general and the giant eagle before casting the extraction skill. Withdrawal successful. You have obtained General Caiman's Sword, purple, Elite's Bone, purple, and a Broken Beast God Order. Withdrawal successful. You get Black Feather Eagle Claw, blue. There weren't many things that were extracted. Perhaps because Li Du's extraction skill was just too low level. However, a few of the things still made Li Du care a lot. General Caiman's Sword, Warrior Class Profession Equipment, Epic Grade, Wear Level, 25. Attributes, plus 300 Strength, plus 1,500 Lifesteal. Effect, your attacks have a knockback effect attached to them, and all damage you deal is increased by 30%. Attachment skill, Caiman Chop. Seeing the attributes of this sword, Li Du couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was worthy of being an epic level equipment. The strength was directly increased by 300 points. Not only that, there were many very powerful effects, and it comes with equipment skills. It's a pity that I'm not leveled up enough, or else I'd be able to equip it straight away. After storing the sword and the materials into his spatial ring, Li Du looked towards a broken piece of debris. Beast God's Order of the Remains of the Body. Backstory, Caiman Beast God, the god of the Caiman clan. He created Caiman and gave life to all Caiman. Every Caiman beastman is proud to be able to die for the Beast God. Legend has it that if you collect the tokens of the Beast God, you will be able to summon the Beast God, obtain the inheritance, and become the king of Caiman beastmen. When Li Du cast his detection technique on this fragment, he saw this piece of information, and then, a message appeared in his mind. Congratulations, successfully triggered the hidden quest, Caiman Beast God Order. Quest description, legend has it that the Carmen Beast God divided the tokens into 7 pieces and scattered them all over the world. As long as you collect all 7 tokens, you will be able to summon the Beast God and obtain the inheritance. Please collect the Beast God's tokens scattered all over the world. This is a long-term mission with no time limit. When he saw this mission, Li Du couldn't help but be happy. This mission was surprisingly about a beast god. Gods, the beings that stood at the very top of this world, were even enough to influence the direction of the entire world. Professionals are ranked from 0-100. After reaching level 100, one could undergo career transmutation, also called career evolution. After evolution, the level of life would change, and the species at this moment no longer belonged to any of the native species of this world, but rather went to a higher level. This level of life is called transcendental. And there are 2 stages of transcendence, where the gap is even more like a rift. Only after stepping through the 2 stages and going to the pinnacle of the professions would one be qualified to see the divine flame. It is the transcendent who succeeds in igniting the divine flame that can become a divine spirit. Since the great change of the world, not a single human deity had appeared until now. Those who stood at the top of the human race were only transcendents. People's knowledge of the gods continues to come only from various legends and prophecies. However, this mission is a long-term mission after all. And it's definitely not that easy to accomplish. The 7 pieces of Beast God Order fragments were scattered all over the world. So how could it be that easy to get them? One might not be able to meet the next one in one's lifetime. Li Du collected the excitement in his heart and took all the loot back into his spatial ring. Chapter 35, Fuming's Concern, 1,000 years of lifespan. After killing the Caiman orc general, Li Du wanted to continue moving forward. But at the moment, the duration of his rage of the living was up. With no other choice, Li Du could only exit the copy for the time being. Carmen's Orc Kingdom. Your completion level is 8%. After coming out, Li Du was a bit surprised when he saw the completion level. He had thought that even if he didn't clear all of them, he should have at least cleared half of them, but he didn't realize that it was only 8%. It looks like it's going to take a long time to get through this copy. Are you okay? Seeing Li Du come out, Fuming immediately came up and asked with concern. Li Du shook his head. It's fine, but you're right. This copy is indeed difficult. Fuming was finally relieved, but then rolled his eyes for a while. I've told you not to challenge this. You just don't stop. So overambitious. No, what's wrong? Li Du just smiled and didn't say anything. Fuming also no longer said anything. In these few days together, she sort of knew Li Du's nature. This person looks quite gentle, but his temper is as stubborn as an ox, and he can't pull back what he decides. She changed the topic. Tiangue Academy's independent enrollment test rankings have been announced, and those who want to enroll early have gone to sign the paperwork. You didn't go today, and someone from their enrollment office found me and asked you what was going on. Li Du said, I don't want this place. I should be able to get better in the college entrance exam. For some reason, after hearing Li Du's words, Fuming was a little annoyed. Her grades could actually go to a better school, but since her father was the mayor of Tianhai City and the family's connection to Tiangue Academy was extremely deep, Fuming was pretty much limited to attending Tiangue Academy. Of course, due to her deep background, the treatment she received at the Tiangue Academy was far beyond the average, and even the students of the Qingbei Academy were not as good as her in terms of treatment. After thinking about it, Fuming said, why don't you go? My dad knows a lot of people in Tiangue Academy. I can ask him to find you a level 90 professor to guide you one-on-one. Li Du was puzzled. Why? Fuming snorted coldly. You don't even think about what profession you are in. Even if you reach the score, will the top-ranked academies really want you? Even if they do, will any of the teachers value you? Just come to Tiangue Academy. It doesn't matter even if you are a basic warrior. As long as I talk, there are plenty of professors to teach you. Li Du smiled. So you still care about me? Which? Fuming inclined her head. You took my first place. I definitely want it back. If you become weaker because you don't have a teacher to teach you, I won't have a sense of accomplishment even if I win. That's just it. Don't get me wrong. In that case, Li Du just smiled but didn't agree. Then thanks for the prodding, but I still plan to take the college entrance exam. Fuming was a bit angry. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? The top-ranked schools don't accept low-level professions, and even if they did, you wouldn't be taken seriously if you went there. Li Du just laughed and didn't retort, but that meaning was obvious. Fuming stomped her foot and gasped, whatever. It's none of my business what happens to you anyway. With that, he turned and walked away. Looking at her back, Li Du shook his head helplessly. To be honest, Li Du really kind of wanted to agree just now. In the end, though, he didn't say yes. It was just that if he was in the Tiangue Academy, Li Du always felt that it was not enough. The ceiling of this platform was not high enough. At the very least, it was difficult to be able to see a legendary profession in the Tiangue Academy. The 10 top academies, however, were able to divide the legendary level professionals into several classes. Although they say they look at careers. What if I take the provincial exam? Li Du was confident. At this time, it was already late, and Li Du was planning to go back. When he came to the entrance of the guild, he suddenly saw Fuming again. By the looks of it, she seemed to be waiting for herself. Li Du asked, anything else? Fuming said without a trace of anger, the independent enrollment examination has ended, and the dormitory of the Tiangue Academy has been emptied. So where are you going to live? Li Du froze for a moment. He apparently just now realized this matter. After thinking for 2 seconds, Li Du said, just find a random place. I knew you would say that. Fuming said, directly pulling over Li Du's arm. You come with me. Li Du followed him, and it didn't take long before he arrived at a very luxuriously decorated apartment. This is the guild's exclusive dormitory. I've already arranged a room for you, so you can just stay here. With that, he threw a set of keys to Li Du. She also made it a point to emphasize, I only told you about this because I saw your pity and suddenly remembered that there are still dormitories here. If I don't think of it today, Fuming waved a small fist and turned around. When Li Du saw this, he could not help but smile. The Fuming at this time was surprisingly quite cute. Walking into the dormitory, the decoration inside was very luxurious, with all kinds of furniture. After Li Du took a bath, he began to count today's harvest. Open the properties panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 19. Occupation, basic warrior. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Overlord's Heavy Armor, blue. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 Swords, purple. Life value, 1910. Mana, 215. Strength, 87, plus 10. Spirit, 19. Body mass, 47. Agility, 18. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life. Advanced, you gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 10 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 399242/1. 000. 000. Lifespan, 1,316 years. 307 days, 13 hours, 23 minutes, 9 seconds. The attributes were almost unchanged. After rising 2 levels, Li Du had only gained 10 attribute points and added 10 points of strength. When he saw this, the sense of urgency in Li Du's heart grew stronger. I must go exchange for a new profession as soon as possible, or else the gap between this value of mine and the others will grow wider and wider. The higher the level, the more obvious the gap between different qualities of professions became, and at level 60 and above, this gap could not even be bridged by legendary equipment. However, what made Li Du extraordinarily happy was that he had swiped almost 1,000 years of life throughout the day-to-day lifespan brushes straight up cool. At this rate, he would be able to go to the temple of the god of fate to change professions now. But there's no rush. The most you can redeem now is an excellent level occupation. Li Du remembered that the selling prices of professions in the temple of fate were actually similar. Junk professions sell for 50 years, average professions sell for 200 years, and excellent professions sell for 1,000 years. And an elite-level career requires a 5,000 year lifespan. For epic-level professions, a lifespan of 100,000 years or more is required. Currently, Li Du was unable to exchange for an epic-level profession for a short period of time, but an elite-level profession could still be considered. At the very least, a fine-grade career would be able to meet the minimum entry standards of the top 10 top academies. In addition to the 3 topmost academies, namely the Qingbei Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, and the Divine Summer Academy, the remaining 7 of the 10 top academies, the minimum standard for enrollment was an elite-level occupation. At least, that's what the paperwork says. Chapter 36, You're a Loser. On the second day, Li Du still arrived at the copy portal. Fuming had also come, and Li Du asked her, "Don't you even practice leveling?" Fuming bristled, "Not at all. I'm already this strong. If I'm still working so hard, how else am I going to give the others a chance to catch up?" Li Du smiled and didn't say anything, while then directly entering the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy. He had already challenged it once yesterday, and today he challenged it again, and Li Du was considered to be a lightweight. In the middle of the Cayman Kingdom, there were countless castles, and for every castle that was conquered, there was always the next one waiting for Li Du. It was no wonder that after killing so many monsters yesterday, the final clearance progress was only 8%. The Cayman Orc Kingdom seemed to have only one castle from afar, but underneath the huge castle were countless more smaller castles. Soon, an hour passed, the effect of the rage of the living spirit ended, and Li Du left the copy. Seeing Fuming waiting for him outside in a bored manner, Li Du suddenly remembered that Fuming seemed to have been like this for the past few days. She had done nothing for days to wait for herself. Li Du's heart was immediately a bit overjoyed. After thinking about it, Li Du said, "Why don't you enter the copy with me as well? I'll take you to level up." These words instantly made Fuming anxious. "I don't need it. Who wants you to bring it?" Li Du just laughed. He knew Fuming's nature. After sitting down, Li Du chatted with her one way or another. Soon, an hour passed, and Li Du suddenly pulled on Fuming's arm and said, "Come, I'll take you to practice." "Ha!" Before Fuming could react, she was pulled inside the copy by Li Du. At this time, Fuming's little face puffed up and complained, "I've said I don't need it. What do you want?" Without saying anything, Li Du quickly entered the castle once again and began to brush the monsters. When Fuming saw this, she was so angry that she chopped her foot. But in the end, she didn't leave and just watched Li Du brush the monsters. Under the 100-fold living wrath and 10,000 swords, the wild monsters simply did not have any room for resistance and were killed by Li Du in droves. Even the elite monsters and mini-bosses were merely the difference between dying early and dying late. Although he already knew about Li Du's skills, Fuming was still very surprised when he saw it again. Li Du's power really gave her a feeling that she needed to look up to him. Your companion Li Du kills the Cayman Orc soldier. You gain an experience value of 150. Your companion. Soon, one by one, information appeared in Fuming's mind, and her experience value continued to grow. But Fuming didn't care. Li Du's killing never stopped, and after entering the battle, he ignored Fuming. In Li Du's eyes, there was only the enemy in front of him. Under his killing, countless Cayman orcs were reduced to corpses. After an hour had passed, Li Du had once again captured 2 castles. At this time, the effect of the rage of the living spirit had also ended, and when Li Du intended to take Fuming away, he surprisingly found that Fuming had already fallen asleep leaning under a large tree. I have to say, Fuming is really pretty to look at. Today she wore a light blue dress, and didn't put on much makeup, nor did she wear any adornments. But it was this kind of her, with a few moments of youthfulness, that surprisingly had a feeling of first love. She was in a nice sleeping position, with a bit of childishness, and surprisingly a bit of drool in the corner of her mouth. Li Du smiled helplessly and suddenly had a mischievous thought, so he pinched Fu Ming's nose. Oh. The still sleeping Fuming felt a pang of discomfort and muttered a few times before finally waking up. Seeing Li Du's face close at hand, he was startled. Ah! What are you? What are you doing? Li Du loosened his hand and said, thanks to you, you can still fall asleep. This is a copy. Aren't you afraid? Fuming instantly had the feeling that a child had made a mistake, and inclined her face. Which, I was just pretending to be asleep and lying to you. Li Du didn't tear him down and laughed. Alright, time to go out. And then, it led her away from the copy. After coming out, it was already noon. Li Du was about to say goodbye and leave, but Fu Ming said, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you stay and I'll treat you to dinner? Li Du blinked and looked at Fu Ming, making Fu Ming look a little shy. You, don't misunderstand, this is just a reward I'm giving you because you took me to brush copies in practice. Yeah, great. Li Du didn't refuse either. Fuming instantly became a little happy and was about to pull Li Du away. At that moment, a youth arrived. MS. Fuming? Great. Finally found you. The visitor was a young man wearing gray mage robes, very handsome and seemingly very poised. When he saw Fu Ming, he even revealed a very warm smile. Fu Ming asked, Mo Shan Chang, do you have something? The youth named Mo Shan Chang said, it's like this. Uncle Fu has something to look for you. He asked me to tell you to come over immediately. Ha, Dad, what's he looking for me for? I've got a friend to take to dinner. You tell him I don't have time now. Mo Shan Chang's expression instantly became serious. Miss Fu Ming, it's something very important. Uncle Fu's expression is not unusual. Only after hearing this did Fu Ming somewhat reluctantly say, alright, I know. I'll go over there. And then with an apologetic look at Li Du, that thing of inviting you to dinner may not be possible. Li Du didn't care. There's no harm. If you have something to do, leave first. Fuming then left. When she left, Li Du also intended to leave. But a figure stood in front of him. It was Mo Shan Chang. Li Du was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you? Contrary to the original gentle expression, Mo Shan Chang's face was like cold frost when he looked at Li Du. He ignored Li Du's question and spoke to himself. Li Du, male, 18 years old, failed to transfer. A waste. Going to the Temple of Fate and spending 50 years of your lifespan for a crap profession. With a sister called Li Shuweisheng. Not your own. Your parents died in a mining accident. And you're still a fatherless and motherless trash. These two words touched the sensitive nerves within Li Du's heart. Li Du's face instantly went cold, and his body even trembled a little from anger. You're investigating me? What do you want? Mo Shan Chang raised his head, his face full of contempt. I'm asking you to take a good look at yourself. There is absolutely nothing in your past that you can hide from me. Li Du, you don't think that you'll be able to capture Fuming's heart just because you got lucky with the first place in independent enrollment, do you? Do you know what her status is? She is the phoenix that you can't climb in this lifetime. You, on the other hand, are just a worm in the gutter, worse than a pig or a dog. Ha. Lousy despises you waste mortals the most. Isn't it good for each and every one of you to honestly go and be a mining slave? You still want to climb up the ladder and try to change your status? Stay away from Fuming immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. When Mo Shan Chang said these words, Li Du's face was incomparably gloomy. A few points of killing intent had been brought into his eyes. There were two things he hated the most in his life. The first was when someone insulted his parents or made a point of his parents' debts. The second was when someone belittled him with a high and mighty stance. Both of these things, Mo Shan Chang was guilty of. And what are you? Chapter 37, Strong Counterattack. When he heard Li Du's words, Mo Shan Chang's face instantly turned gloomy. How dare you talk back to me? With that, he touched the ring in his hand and took out a gray-black staff, aiming it at Li Du. It seems you don't know how to talk to someone on my level if you don't get a lesson. How about this? I'll cripple you for life and make your life worse than death. The staff then began to gather mana, and Mo Shan Chang was releasing skills. A ball of fire appeared on his staff, the simplest of fireball spells. However, the fireball was huge, nearly half a meter in diameter. The hot flames almost made Li Du's skin raw. Fireball, unleash! Mo Shan Chang shouted and the fireball was immediately released. Li Du finally couldn't stand it anymore. The Wrath of the Living Spirit, forcibly cast. After withholding 100 years of lifespan, Li Du once again cast the Wrath of the Living Spirit. The Wolf King's sharp claws. Two sharp claws immediately appeared and directly grabbed the fireball in front of them. This fireball was actually directly grabbed into three parts by Li Du, but it was a fireball anyway, and even though it was dispersed by Li Du's grip, the fireball still erupted, and the roaring flames erupted and landed on Li Du's body, bringing about a sharp pain. However, Li Du did not say a word. He could have dodged it, but he didn't want to. Mo Shanchang's words stimulated the most sensitive nerve in Li Du's heart. Seeing Li Du's appearance, Mo Shanchang could not help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, you can't even dodge a fireball spell. What are you if not a waste? And at that moment, Li Du suddenly exploded. Thunderclap! As Li Du let out a furious cry, several streaks of lightning immediately appeared around him. Li Du stormed up and killed Mo Shanchang. Seeing this, Mo Shanchang continued to release his skills. Forbidden Ring of Fire. Then, a huge ring of fire appeared above Mo Shanchang's head, and with Mo Shanchang's command, it immediately rushed towards Li Du. And then, the thunder heavy strike and the forbidden fire ring immediately collided together. The flames and lightning erupted, causing a great commotion that even startled quite a few people in the vicinity. Some people came out one after another with puzzled expressions, not knowing what was happening. Mo Shanchang revealed a cocky expression. In his eyes, Li Du was definitely crippled by him this time. But suddenly, Li Du unexpectedly rushed over from the midst of the explosion of the two skills. And, he's not done with his thunderous pounding. Kill! Li Du shouted angrily, and thunderous heavy strike killed out. Seeing this, Mo Shanchang just wanted to cast a skill to block, but it was already too late. Li Du's attack landed solidly on Mo Shanchang's chest, and then the lightning stormed. Li Du felt a sound of bones breaking. It was Mo Shanchang's ribs that were directly broken by this strong impact. Not only that, but his entire body flew out, hit the wall, and landed on the ground again. Cough, cough. Li Du's strike left Mo Shanchang in disbelief, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How can you be fine after eating my skill? Li Du ignored it and walked straight forward, stepping on his chest with one foot and looking at him condescendingly. With his ribs broken and spitting out blood, Mo Shanchang only felt a sharp pain. At this moment, when he saw Li Du's icy gaze, he unexpectedly could not help but feel a few moments of fear. What? What are you doing? Li Du's eyes showed a cold light. Didn't you say that you wanted to cripple me for life? In that case, I'll just cripple you for life as well. Two sharp claws coalesced in Li Du's hands as Li Du stared at his two legs. Mo Shanchang's eyes instantly widened. You, don't mess around. I'm the young master of the Mo family. If you dare to hurt me, the Mo family will never let you go. Li Du coldly said. Even if I let you go, will you let me go? And then, the Wolf King's sharp claws fell hard, and Li Du directly shattered Mo Shanchang's knees. Ah! The intense pain made Mo Shanchang almost faint, and he looked at Li Du with a face full of resentment. Kill you. I will kill you. Li Du didn't care and similarly wasted his other knee. If there are no accidents, Mo Shanchang will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Only after doing this did Li Du turn around and leave. When Li Du left, gradually some people came over, and they were all incredibly surprised to see Mo Shanchang. Isn't this Mo Shan City? How come it's so miserable? Quick, call an ambulance. Who called Mo's house? After returning to his apartment, Li Du gradually calmed down, thinking about what he had done. He wore a bitter smile. Was I a bit impulsive? Li Du knew about the Mo family, a large family in Tianhai City. The current head of the Mo family was even the vice mayor of Tianhai City. To offend Mo Shanchang was to offend the Mo family. Li Du could feel that he was afraid that his next days would be very difficult, but a few cold glints flashed through Li Du's eyes. In any case, he wouldn't regret it now that he had done it, no matter what needs to be faced. Mo Shanchang's words touched the most sensitive nerve in Li Du's heart. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to shatter Mo Shanchang's lofty attitude and crush his dignity, even if it might come at a huge cost. After resting for a while, Li Du took his usual inventory of the day's harvest. After swiping the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy twice, Li Du dried up the progress bar to 27%. At this rate, he would be able to clear the copy in a few more days. By the time the copy was cleared, there was a high probability that the record would be broken. By then, both the gains from clearing the copy and the gains from breaking the record would be a huge gain for Li Du. I just don't know if you can get legendary props by clearing the side quest? Li Du shook his head, feeling that it was unlikely. Legendary and epic levels. Don't look at the difference of only one level. But these were two different levels. The difference in value between them could be 100 times 1,000 times. Copies that could swipe out legendary great props were also almost rare. As for experience, Li Du was still level 19, but his experience bar was already over halfway through, so he would be able to upgrade after a few more replicas. As for lifespan, the two copies had allowed Li Du to gain hundreds of years of lifespan, minus the 100 years of lifespan consumed by forcibly casting the Wrath of the Living Spirit. Li Du's lifespan gain was currently 457 years. In this way, Li Du's total lifespan came to more than 700 years. Soon, a few more days and I'll be able to save up 5,000 years of lifespan, and I'll be able to exchange it for an elite grade profession. Li Du was very longing. After exchanging for a fine great profession, his own values would definitely increase exponentially, possibly by several times, or even a dozen times. At that time, he would be unknown how much stronger than he is now. Coupled with the wrath of the living spirit, the provincial scholarship he was bound to win. When he thought of this, Li Du forgot about today's unpleasantness. After going to take a bath once, washing all the sweat off his body and having lunch, Li Du was planning to take a nap and wait until the afternoon to continue brushing copies. At this time, a violent knock on the door appeared. Knock, knock. Li Du, are you there? It's me. I'm looking for you for something. Li Du went forward to open the door, and it was none other than Fuming. At this moment, she was flustered and immediately grabbed Li Du's arm when she saw him, asking in a hurry, what did you do? How did you injure Mo Shanchang? Chapter 38, The Mo Family's Conditions. When Li Du struck out at Mo Shanchang, he had actually anticipated what would come next. However, Li Du did not expect that it was Fu Ming who was the first to approach him. Seeing Fu Ming's eager gaze, as if she was even more anxious than him, Li Du finally determined that this young girl was indeed concerned about him. Li Du sighed and said indifferently, if someone condescendingly called you a waste and made a move to cripple you for life, would you resist? Fu Ming froze, and the words he originally wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Unable to speak, she couldn't believe that Mo Shanchang had really treated Li Du like this. She didn't have much contact with Mo Shanchang, but she had heard that Mo Shanchang had a high reputation and was not only gifted, but also courteous. Originally, there was actually a tradition of marriage between her family and the Mo family. But Fuming had no feelings for Mo Shanchang, so she rejected the Mo family's request for a marriage. Even so, Mo Shanchang had never been displeased. Why would such a man treat Li Du so badly? Still, Fuming quickly came back to his senses. No matter what Mo Shanchang had done, Li Du had indeed injured him. I'm afraid that the Mo family will never swallow this bad breath. Fuming continued. Even if that's the case, the Mo family won't listen to your explanation. If they want to deal with you, what should you do? Li Du let out a bitter smile. Without power and without a background, he would face this kind of problem, but it wasn't like he couldn't fight back. Soldiers come and go. If the Mo family wanted to return the favor and waste him, or even kill him, Li Du would never sit back and wait for death no matter what. He had even made the worst possible plan to flee Tianhai City with Shuishing and flee Gue province. With the rage of the living spirit skill in place, it wasn't as if Li Du was unable to resist even when facing a strong person. He had no other family but Shuishing. Mo's family didn't have anything on him to put him in his place. Li Du's words simply made Fu Ming laugh. You talk a good game? Do you think the Mo family is just an ordinary family? Their family has more than a dozen strong players above level 60 alone. And their family head is even a level 85 professional. How are you going to block them when they're going to deal with you? Li Du didn't say anything, but his eyes didn't show a hint of retreat either. Seeing this, Fu Ming gritted his teeth and said, I'll help you resolve this matter. You stay in the apartment and don't go out for the next few days. The Mo family's people won't dare to force their way in. I'll go find Dad. Wait for me. After saying that, he didn't care if Li Du answered or not. He directly turned around and left. Li Du wanted to say something, but looking at her back, he ended up not saying a word. However, he had a few different feelings in his mind. Over the years, Li Du has tasted all the warmth and coldness of human beings, and in the midst of difficulties Li Du said I help you people. Fu Ming or the first. A kind of warmth gradually fell in the heart, turned into a dense. Li Du does not know what this feeling. Fu Ming didn't pay any attention to Li Du's gaze at all. All she was thinking about at the moment was how Li Du would get through this crisis. She probably didn't even realize that it was the first time she had ever cared so much about someone. Soon, Fu Ming arrived at his father's office, and without even knocking on the door, he directly pushed it in. Dad, I have a favor to ask you. Fuming took a few deep breaths and tried to look as unusual as possible, but the anxiety on her face still betrayed her, and Vashang just looked up, but was not surprised when he saw his daughter, as if he had known she would arrive. Sighing, Fu Shang said, You're trying to say something about that kid called Li Du, right? Fuming choked, and many of the words he had originally prepared did not come out. Dad, you know? Snap. Fu Shang slapped a pile of documents directly onto the table and huffed. He did a good job. Mo Shanchang's knees are shattered, and unless Transcendent strikes, he'll be spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair. You want to come to me to plead for him after such a hard hit? It was the first time that Fu Ming had seen her father's angry appearance, and as far as she could remember, her father had always been very amiable. For a moment, Fu Ming froze and was even somewhat speechless, but thinking of Li Du, Fu Ming still said stiffly, Dad, it was Mo Shanchang who made the first move. Li Du he was forced to fight back. Forced to fight back? So you just busted someone's knees? Hearing this, Fuming bit her lip and didn't say anything, but that pair of eyes didn't flinch a bit either. Seeing his daughter in this state, Fu Shang finally softened a bit. To be honest, he had weathered storms and seen countless big scenes over the years, and his heart had long since hardened like iron. His only weakness was his daughter. When Fu Ming was 2 years old, the Great Summer Kingdom had once experienced a war with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and on that occasion, Fu Shang and his wife had both gone off to fight in the war, unable to take care of their daughter, which had surprisingly led to her being abducted and sold, although it was later retrieved. It was 3 years later, and when Vushang saw his daughter, she was bone-thin and alone like a beggar. By that time, his wife had died of depression because of what happened to his daughter. A man of irony cried uncontrollably. Fortunately, the suffering in her early childhood did not leave her daughter with mental illness, and after a few years of recuperation, she has come out of the shadow of what she once was. Vushang can be said to owe only his daughter and wife to any one of its people. The various things that happened between Fu Ming and Li Du these days. Fu Shang actually saw it all, but he didn't stop it. On the one hand, it was his guilt towards his daughter, and he was unwilling to destroy any of her emotions. On the other hand, Li Du's performance was indeed surprising. Although it was said that after investigation, Fu Shang had learned that Li Du had spent 50 years of his lifespan to buy a career at the Destiny God Temple. However, during the last time he shook hands with Li Du, Fu Shang secretly checked, but found that Li Du's body had not aged at all. Li Du may also have had some unknown strange encounters. When he looked at his daughter again, Fu Shang finally spoke. Don't say that I'm unwilling to help you. The Mo family actually found their way to my place 2 hours ago. At that time, it was still me who stopped them. Otherwise they had already broken straight into the apartment and killed Li Du. Fuming's expression instantly became tense. What is he? What are they going to do? A level 60 professional with full power. As long as Li Du survives, the Mo family will not be blamed. Fuming's face suddenly turned a little pale. How is this possible? This is a level 60 professional. Isn't the Mo family trying to kill Li Du? Fu Shang said. This is the Mo family's bottom line and the only way for Li Du to be able to escape this. If Li Du doesn't agree or escapes, the Mo family will directly issue a mission to the Assassin's Guild to hunt him down and kill him throughout the country. It will be truly impossible to turn around at that time. Hearing this, Fuming also finally understood and was a bit disoriented. I know, Dad. I'll go talk to him now. Looking at his daughter's back, Fu Shang once again let out a long sigh. Soon, Fuming arrived again. When he heard the Mo family's conditions, Li Du looked at Fu Ming, but he revealed a smile. Why do you have this expression? Are you afraid that I will die at the hands of the Mo family? Fu Ming, who originally liked to retort to Li Du, unexpectedly did not retort this time. Li Du said, go talk to the Mo family. I agree to this condition. Fu Ming shouted. Why aren't you worried at all? That's a level 60 professional. Because I'm strong. Fuming eventually left. Looking at her back, Li Du softly said thank you. And then, his gaze gradually became serious. Tomorrow. That was tomorrow. He was going to face the full force of a level 60 professional. No matter what, he had to carry it off. For this reason, Li Du had to be prepared. Even though the Wrath of the Living Spirit can allow me to carry 3 deadly attacks, it's better not to use these 3 chances easily until the end. After thinking about it, Li Du planned to make a trip to the Fate God's temple to see if there were any good things to use. Chapter 39, Hellfire Ball. When he came to the Destiny God temple again, Li Du was in a trance. Even though it was only a short time ago, Li Du's mindset had been different for a long time. Li Du didn't have the heart to check out the wide array of other goods. All his eyes were on the life-preserving props. Advanced Protective Shield, Blue, applicable level 10 to 35. When used, it is able to form a shield around itself, resisting a large amount of damage. Price, 20 years of life. Vibranium Shield, Purple, applicable level 25 to 55. A shield capable of absorbing a large amount of damage, causing the damage you take to be greatly reduced. Price, 150 years of life. Quite a few props are actually very good, but Li Du looked down. The applicable level of these props is only up to level 55, which means that as long as the professional exceeds level 55, the effect of the props will be greatly reduced. And Li Du needed to face a level 60 professional. These props, they're simply not enough. After looking at it for a long time again, Li Du finally saw a prop that he was more satisfied with. Scapegoat Dummy, Purple, applicable level 0 to 75. A death substitute dummy inherited by the Miaojiang Witch clan for thousands of years. It takes effect automatically after carrying it and is able to block a fatal blow for you. Price, 500 years of life. This scapegoat dummy has an applicable level of 75. As long as he carried it, Li Du was fully capable of carrying the full force of a level 60 professional, despite the extremely high selling price, which amounted to a 500-year lifespan. There was no other choice for Li Du. Unless Li Du wants to deplete the passive count of Rage of the Living. Even though the passive of the Rage of the Living Spirit only consumed 100 years of life, this passive had no applicable level, which meant that even the most powerful attacks could be withstood by Li Du. This was something that no prop could replace. Therefore, Li Du did not hesitate and directly bought the scapegoat dummy. You have been detected as having sufficient life expectancy and are deducting 500 years of life. Ding! Congratulations! The transaction was successful. You have obtained the prop, scapegoat dummy. Soon, the scapegoat dummy appeared in Li Du's hands. It was a scarecrow doll that didn't look anything special, but the moment he got it, Li Du felt that he had some kind of connection with this scarecrow in the underworld. After he put the scapegoat dummy into his spatial ring, he left the Fate God Temple. The next day came as scheduled. On the square in the city center, the Mo family had already arrived, and Fu Ming and Fu Shang had also arrived. When Li Du arrived, everyone looked at him. Mo Shan Cheng's legs were thickly bandaged and he was currently sitting in a wheelchair. When he saw Li Du, he was filled with resentment. Kill him, third uncle. You must kill him. I want him to die. I want him to die. The originally graceful Duke Missouri was now furious, completely unable to see his former appearance. Some of the Mo family whispered, "He's Li Du? He. I didn't expect him to actually dare to come. Should I praise him for his boldness or scold him for his stupidity? Humph. He should have died a long time ago for injuring the young master." Li Du walked to the ring and looked at the Mo family's people as he coldly spoke. "I'm here. According to your conditions, as long as I receive the full force of a level 60 professional strike, this matter will end." A middle-aged man from the Mo family also walked onto the ring. He didn't say anything, just looked at Li Du as if he was looking at a corpse. Fu Shang stood up. "Since Li Du has arrived, I will once again announce the rules of this battle. The Mo family can only fight a level 60 professional, and can only make one move. After one move, no matter what the result is, this dispute is over. The Mo family shall also not seek any more trouble from Li Du. Do you agree?" There was no opposition from Mo's side of the family. In their opinion, Li Du was already surely dead. Li Du nodded back. "In that case, the battle begins." As Fu Shang's words fell, the Mo family's professionals moved. He took out his staff and cast a skill, and suddenly a gust of wind appeared around him. In the next moment, this professional unexpectedly flew directly into the air. It's a levitation spell that can only be learned at level 40 in the mage profession. The others saw this and marveled. Li Du cast the detection technique, wanting to see this person's information. Soon, he got a prompt message. The level difference between you and your opponent is too large for the detection spell to take effect. Soon, though, the message changed again. The detection technique is forced by the ring's force field. Name, Mo Tianzong. Occupation, Burning Demon Envoy, Purple. Level, 60. Level 60. Epic Profession. The Mo family had really come with the intention of killing him. After Mo Tianzong hovered in the sky, he immediately raised his staff high. Hell Fireball! As Mo Tianzong shouted, an incomparably huge fireball unexpectedly appeared immediately above his staff. The flames of this fireball were not unusual flames, but rather, they were a few shades of blood and darkness, just like the magma in hell. It kept expanding in diameter from half a meter to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, and still expanding. The intense burning breath caused a sharp pain to be felt around them. People gasped in horror. Surprisingly, it's an inferno fireball. Once this move is unleashed, the entire ring will be engulfed. Right, this is a level 60 skill, or an epic skill. I'm afraid this person has only just recently learned it. Is this a fireball? It's like a meteorite. Eventually, the diameter of the fireball was fixed at about 5 meters, and as Mo Tianzong waved his staff, the huge fireball rushed straight down, towards Li Du. Hoo. Countless flames burned, and once this fireball erupted, it was feared that a few hundred meters or even thousands of meters in a radius would be reduced to rubble, not to mention Li Du. Even a fellow level 60 professional would find it almost impossible to take this move head-on. Luckily, the ring in the center of the city had been reinforced by the transcendence, so the power of the fireball would merely erupt in the ring, and would not be able to leak out at all. But that was also why the power of the fireball would be even more terrifying. At this moment, people were staring at Li Du, wanting to see how he would resist, especially Fu Ming. She merely covered her mouth, her eyes were wide open, and a heart was in her throat. It was only by forcibly holding back that she kept herself from screaming out. What's going on? Li Du, he just watch, and do nothing? He's not giving up, is he? I guess so, knowing that I can't even block it, so I simply don't. Dead to the world. Seeing as he's still so calm, I suddenly feel like he's still a man. Rumble, rumble. The fireball landed and intense flames erupted as the entire ring was surrounded by flames. Even though the power of the fireball couldn't leak outside the ring, people were still incomparably shocked to see this scene. It was surprising that a level 60 professional was able to burst out with such a powerful force. It was probably the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. Li Du. The moment the explosion appeared, Fuming couldn't hold back any longer and shouted out, wanting to rush out. Just then, Vashang pulled her straight back. Fuming looked at the ring and couldn't help but blink with tears. Rumble. Fireballs continued to explode, one flame after another like bright fireworks. Chapter 40. The substitute dummy is activated, preventing a robbery. Mo Shanchang stared dead on as the fireball exploded, an unconcealed sense of unimpeded pleasure in his eyes. Die for me. He simply hated Li Du. His family had once requested a marriage between him and Fu Ming from Fushang, and although he was ultimately rejected, Mo Shanchang still regarded Fu Ming as his forbidden domain when he saw her beauty. He was an epic level profession, and Fu Ming was also an epic level profession. Both families had very powerful backgrounds between them, and he was also the fluttering and polite young master. Even though there was a gap between his strength and Fu Ming's, Mo Shanchang didn't think the gap was too big. No matter how you looked at it, he and Fuming were a match made in heaven. Although Fu Ming had never been able to show any interest in him, he at least hadn't clearly shown any rejection. Since everyone else knew about him, Mo Shanchang, and thus no one else dared to compete with him, Mo Shanchang had always been able to sink his teeth into the trick of chasing women. Even, in order to not let Fuming resent him, he tried his best to suppress his nature and never even took the initiative to show his mood. In this way, it made the replica's feeling towards him not good, but not bad either. If it stayed that way, perhaps in the end he might actually be able to impress Fuming's heart. However, the appearance of Li Du broke the balance. It was the first time he had seen that Fuming would actually go down a copy alone with another man. The first time he had learned that Fuming would talk to another man for so long, and even invited him into the guild and offered him a guild apartment. Mo Shanchang, who was rich and proud by nature, felt the taste of jealousy for the first time. After checking out Li Du's background, he broke his defense. Who is Li Du? He is a waste who failed to transfer. He has a dead father, a dead mother, and has been a mortal for generations. Born to be a waste of a mind slave. Why do you hardly ever smile at me when you get along so well with a loser? Therefore, he had always wanted to drive Li Du away from Tianhai City. Without realizing it, he suffered the biggest defeat of his life. Rolling waves of fire rushed to the sky, and vaguely, Mo Shanchang seemed to hear a familiar shout. He snapped his head back, only to find Fu Ming not far away staring at the explosion of firelight with tears in his voice. For a moment, Mo Shanchang felt like the biggest clown ever. He clenched his fists, his nails embedded deep into his flesh and blood, bringing on excruciating pain. Kill, third uncle, kill him, don't hold back, don't even leave him a corpse. Mo Shanchang was in a state of madness and shouted. While Li Du's appearance had certainly angered him, Fuming's attitude had simply broken him. The fire spread, rising and violent, and eventually slowly dissipated. Everyone stared at the ring. Fu Shan was also a little nervous and pulled his daughter tightly. Seeing the expression on his daughter's face, he was afraid that if Li Du really died just like that, his daughter would be afraid that something would go wrong at that time. A shadow remained upright in the center of the ring. The smoke dissipated and the figure became clear. It's Li Du. He's not dead. He stands in the ring, unharmed. However, he was holding a straw mannequin in his hand, which had now been burned to ashes long ago because it had absorbed too many flames. As the breeze blew by, the mannequin went up in smoke. The scapegoat dummy, who carried off the blow for him. Mo Tianzong froze, Mo Shanchang froze, the Mo family froze, everyone froze. Fuming also stopped crying. He didn't die, Mo Tianzong muttered. How is this possible? You actually didn't die. Mo Shanchang was even trembling, unable to say a word. Li Du spoke blandly. According to the rules, I am clear of your Mo family and from now on, well water does not offend river water. The sound was not loud, but everyone heard it. At that moment, a member of the Mo family jumped out. That's not right. He cheated. He definitely cheated. Otherwise how could he possibly carry this strike? The voice seemed particularly harsh. Fu Shan huffed. What? Do you Mo clan think I don't exist? Or do you think that a less than level 20 professional can cheat under my nose? The statement immediately choked off the skepticism. Fu Shang was one of the top experts in Tianhai City, a level 90 professional. Even the head of the Mo family couldn't compare to him. No one dared to question Li Du. At that moment, an old man from the Mo family also spoke. It was the scapegoat dummy that saved him from this death. It was only at this moment that people could see clearly the black ash on Li Du's hand. which was obviously the traces of the scapegoat dummy after it had been unleashed. The Mo family head spoke. The Mo family, admit to this matter, and from now on, as long as Li Du doesn't mess with my Mo family won't deal with him again. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, the rest of the Mo family could only leave helplessly. Li Du hadn't violated the rules, and the Mo family hadn't banned Li Du from using props, or rather, the Mo family had actually never expected that Li Du would be able to get his hands on such a high-level prop. Li Du, Fuming excitedly ran up to the ring. Great, you really survived. Since you have a scapegoat dummy, why didn't you say so earlier? It caused me to worry about you so much. Li Du snickered. How worried? There. Fuming paused, his original nature returning once again. Although his heart was concerned, his mouth was always unwilling to admit it. There's just that much to worry about. Humph. If you die, I have no one to catch up with. It will be very boring. Well, good luck catching up with me. Will do. Humph. I'm the first genius of Tianhai City. If you don't work hard, when I surpass you, I'll ruthlessly step on you. With that, she gave a vicious look, though at the moment none of the tear tracks on her face had dried. Fu Shang also slowly walked over inside. The later generations are fearful. The later generations are fearful. When Li Du saw him, he took the initiative to bow and said, Greetings, Uncle Fu. Fu Shang laughed. There's no need to be so formal. It's not like I'm a pedant. I've actually thought of many possibilities for you to get through this calamity. But the only thing that didn't occur to me was that you actually possessed a scapegoat dummy. Although Fu Shang was puzzled as to how Li Du managed to get a scapegoat dummy, he wouldn't make a point of prying. Young people had young people's opportunities, so it was only necessary to watch and there was no need to intervene. Li Du said, Thank you very much Uncle Fu for doing all this for me. Fu Shang said, You think it's because of me that the Mo family made this request? Why don't you think about Minger? She cares about you so much that she ran to cry in front of me specifically for you. Fu Ming immediately gasped a big red face. No, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Why do I care about him? Li Du also smiled and looked at Fu Ming very seriously. Of course you need to be thanked as well. I've troubled you with my affairs. It wasn't much trouble, just a small contribution. Don't get me wrong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Vushan left. At this moment, he was still satisfied with Li Du. He was not humble, courteous, and most importantly, he would not shirk his responsibilities. And he was also blessed with a deep fortune. Although his background might be a little too poor, but if he was able to go to a high enough position, this would instead be a plus. The Great Summer Kingdom is the most believing in fate, but also the least believing in fate. At the end of the day, a strong background will make people look at it differently. After the rise of the country, a humble background will be more convincing. Voodoo merchants are still kind of looking forward to it. When his father left, Fu Ming asked Li Du, What are you going to do next? She didn't notice that her gaze was actually a little expectant at the moment. Li Du said, Keep brushing your copy. You come too. Let's clear the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy first. Better break the record. Humph, breaking records isn't as easy as you think? Chapter 41 Passing the Cayman Orc Kingdom. Breaking another record. 10,000 swords. Kill. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless swords rained down, killing large swathes of Cayman Orc soldiers. Li Du no longer remembered how many batches this was. Almost all of the castles on the outskirts of the Cayman Orc Kingdom had been uprooted by him. In the past few days, Li Du had been playing copies with Fu Ming. Fuming barely did anything, and it was entirely Li Du who took her leveling. Now both of them had upgraded. Fuming was level 21, and Li Du had also risen to level 20. A few days down the line, Li Du's lifespan had gained a huge boost, and now he had a lifespan of nearly 3,000 years. It was very close to 5,000 years, and in 2 days at most, he would be able to exchange for a fine-grade profession, and Fuming had grown accustomed to it from his initial surprise. Blue return potion, and cooldown reagent. Here you go. When the 10,000 swords ended, Fu Ming handed over a few potions. After drinking them, Li Du's mana value directly returned to full, and the skill cooldown immediately refreshed. Honestly, if before, Fuming felt that Li Du's power was simply unbelievable, but after a few days of being together, she had actually counted on seeing through Li Du. Li Du actually only had 3 skills, a Wolf King Sharp Claw, a Thunder Heavy Strike, and a 10,000 swords. Among them, the excellent Great Wolf King's Sharp Claw was even Li Du's main means of output. His career is so bad after all. The average professional had at least 3 professional skills of their own by the time they reached level 20. For an epic level profession like Fu Ming, the number of skills had even reached more than 10 by the time she reached level 20. As a result, the way she fought could be described as ever-changing. But Li Du was extremely single-minded. If he wasn't strong enough in his own right, This single fighting style could easily be restrained. An hour later, the two left the copy. Li Du looked at the progress and it had reached 68%. Fuming said, Li Du, you should learn a little more skills. If you don't have skill books, I can give you some. Your skills are just too few. When Li Du heard this, he smiled helplessly. Was it skills that he lacked? Not really. His essence was actually that his profession was too trashy. Now he was level 20, but his four-dimensional attributes weren't much different from a level 7 or 8 professional, all because his profession was so bad. Shaking his head, Li Du said, you don't have to bother. Wait until the college entrance exam. I have prepared for it all. In the past few days, the relationship between the two had returned to normal, as if the incident in Mo Shan City had never happened. However, Li Du was able to detect that Fu Ming had become even closer to her, often shushing her, and the two of them were able to talk about more topics. When he was with her, Li Du would sometimes even ignore the passage of time. I happened to see the calendar and I didn't realize that the entrance exams were close. Perhaps hearing about the college entrance exam, Fu Ming asked again, Li Du, are you really not considering the Tiangue Academy? She was actually quite upset with Li Du. Maybe I'll consider it, but I think I should be able to hit a higher school. An hour later, the two went down to the copy again. By this time, the outer forts had all been captured. The two came to the inner area of the replica. Here was a taller wall, a grander fortress. Looking up, Li Du was able to see a huge stone monster leaning on top of the castle. This is the stone giant, a level 28 mini-boss. Seeing it means that we are close to the King City, Fuming explained from the sidelines. Hearing this, Li Du nodded, and then released the 10,000 swords, returning to the palace without hesitation. As the 10,000 swords fell, the stone giant was immediately crippled. Not only that, many of the caiman orcs on the walls were also killed in droves. After about half an hour, Li Du captured the city wall. He then gathered up all the loot and stepped into it. The architecture of the Karman Orc kingdom was very different from the outside world. It was filled with castles and tall walls built everywhere. Instead of a kingdom, it was more like a prison. Along the way, the scattered caiman orcs were cleaned up by Fuming, while when he encountered the regular army, Li Du directly unleashed a shot of 10,000 swords. After Li Du had turned on the rage of the living spirit, no caiman beastmen could survive at all. Moreover, Fuming had brought a large number of potions with him, allowing Li Du to release his skills uninterruptedly and his physical strength to recover quickly. The side trip, surprisingly, gradually became bearable. After 2 days had passed, Li Du finally arrived at the deepest part of the copy and met the final boss of this copy, the Caiman Orc King. He was extremely stout and full of majesty. Wearing a black vestment and a crown on his head, he sat on the throne and just silently looked at both Li Du and Fu Ming. Karman Orc King, type, boss, rank, 30, life value, 98,000, power, 1970, characteristics, king, able to command all Caiman orcs in the copy. Emperor's might, targets it considers enemies will have their full attributes reduced by 20%. Skills, Karman's Call, King's Wrath, King's Fury, Mountain Strike. It was the first time that Li Du had seen such a terrifying attribute. Nearly 100,000 life points, and his strength was even close to 2,000 points. With one strike, I was afraid that it would be able to directly cripple Li Du. Fu Ming said, Li Du, you must be careful. Many of the teams that broke into this copy in the beginning pushed all the way through in the early stages, but they all ended up collapsing at the boss. Li Du said seriously, I know. In order to be on the safe side, Li Du didn't hesitate and directly strengthened the rage of the living spirit to 100 times. At this moment, the Karman Orc King also gradually rose from his throne mountain. He was full of majesty and spat out human words. Those who trespass will be turned into dry bones under the throne of my king. With that, it tapped the scepter, and the palace actually shook as a result. Li Du charged straight up. Thunderous heavy strike. Splat. Countless thunderbolts flashed, following Li Du and rushing over likewise. The Karman Orc King raised his scepter. Then, a behemoth suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Li Du. Boom! Li Du's thunderous strike immediately landed in front of the behemoth. The thing turned out to be a 5-meter tall stone giant that collapsed after being directly cut by Li Du's thunderous heavy strike. Countless boulders rolled down and were shattered again by the thunder occasion. The thunderous blows were just diffused by the Karman Orc King. Li Du had no choice but to back away. And that's when the Karman Orc King still held up his scepter. In the next moment, Li Du realized that there were countless more shadows densely surrounding him. And then, all of them transformed into Caiman Orc elite soldiers and Caiman Orc generals. Sons of the kingdom, strike with me and slay the invaders. Hoo hoo hoo. With their feet riding the wind, countless Caiman Orcs rushed over like an ocean. If an ordinary teen were to see this, I'm afraid they would be in despair. There were Karman beastmen in all directions. and they were completely surrounded. However, Li Du did not panic as he directly cast 10,000 swords. Countless swords rained down, sweeping across one caiman orc after another, directly sweeping out a continent for Li Du. Li Du took a cooling reagent before charging again and killing the caiman orc kingdom. Again, thunder struck, strong lightning erupted again, and this time, the caiman orc king was unable to cast another spell in a moment due to the countless caiman orcs he had just summoned. And so, the thunderous blows fell hard on the caiman orc king, lightning flashed and heavy blows fell like meteorites. Strong attacks blasted over and over again, and countless wounds suddenly appeared on the caiman orc king's body. Li Du cast his detection technique and was able to see that its life value was decreasing. Li Du rode the wave of victory, taking a cooling reagent and unleashing another thunderstrike. Boom! The strong and heavy blows almost shook the great hall. Eventually, the caiman orc king collapsed. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the king of the caiman orcs, and you have succeeded in extracting a lifespan of 5,000 days. You gain 100,000 experience points. Your level increases. Your current level is 21. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared your copy, Caiman Orc Kingdom. Your clearance time is 36 hours, 24 minutes, 9 seconds. Congratulations on successfully breaking the record. Is your name/team name recorded? Chapter 42, Harvest, Separation. Finally cleared. 36 hours. In order to clear this copy, Li Du spent almost a week. After the prompted message appeared, Li Du instantly felt that his whole body was much lighter. Hurry up and write your name. I didn't expect you to really break the record. Fuming was very happy. She was not optimistic about Li Du, but Li Du really did it. Li Du smiled and glanced at Fuming again, while then directly wrote down a few words. Li Du. Fuming team. Congratulations to the team of Li Du and Fuming for breaking the record of Carmen's Orc Kingdom. Members Li Du and Fuming receive rewards, 50,000 divine power value, 10,000 guild contribution value, random epic grade prop gift pack X1, epic grade skill scroll X1. This time, the pass reward rewarded a total of 3 things, and both Li Du and Fuming received the same reward. After seeing this message, Fuming immediately shouted, What are you doing, Li Du? What are you writing my name for? This will take away part of your reward. Li Du laughed. Don't put your name on it and let you work for nothing? What working for nothing? I'm not working for you. Well, since I'm giving it to you, you can take it and throw it away if you don't like it. Humph. Then I'll throw it away tonight. Although he was bickering with Li Du, the gradual curve of Fuming's mouth was not fake. At this moment, Li Du walked over to the corpse of the Carmen Orc King, which had burst out quite a few goodies. 3 purple ones, a dozen blue ones, and even one half purple and half orange one. Fuming said, keep all these things, it was killed by you alone. Li Du also does not excuse. A dozen blue things are basically materials. Li Du all received in the space ring. Those 3 purple ones, on the other hand, are 3 pieces of equipment. Caiman Orc's King's Scepter, Epic Law Profession Equipment. Caiman Orc King's Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 3000 lifesteal, plus 250 strength, plus 500 intelligence, plus 1000 mana, plus 25 points of blue return per second. Bonus, provides a shock and awe effect when fighting a Caiman Orc, decreasing its total attributes by 10%. Bonus effect, 35% increase in all your spell damage. Bonus skill, Summoning, can summon 3 level 25 elite Caiman beasts to fight for you. Caiman Orc's King's Crown, Epic Law Profession Equipment. Caiman Orc King's Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 500 lifesteal, plus 100 intelligence, plus 200 mana. Bonus effect, King's Might, 10% increase in all attributes at the start of your battle for 3 minutes. Caiman Orc's King's Vestments, Epic Level Law Profession Equipment. Caiman Orc's King's Set. Wear level, 25. Effect, plus 1000 lifesteal, plus 300 constitution, plus 300 intelligence, plus 800 mana, plus 50 points of blue return per second. Bonus effect, immunity to 45% spell-like damage. This effect is greatly reduced beyond the target's level of 10, and disappears beyond level 20. 3 pieces of equipment, all with such powerful effects. Unfortunately, all of them were legal profession equipment, which Li Du was currently unable to wear. Seeing this, Fuming comforted. Don't be disappointed. If you take these equipments to the guild for recycling, you can gain a lot of contribution value. At that time, you'll be able to use the contribution value to exchange for the corresponding equipment, and it's even possible to exchange for a whole set of suits. Moreover, even if we don't recycle them for the guild, I'm afraid that if we take these 3 pieces of equipment and sell them for money, we'll still be able to sell them for hundreds of thousands of divine power values. Leto said, you're right. After that, The equipment was put away in the spatial ring. And then, all that was left lying on the ground was a half-purple, half-orange item. It's a crystal full of cracks. Broken Heart of Cayman, legendary item, damaged. Effect, a reward given by the beast god when the Cayman Orc King ascends to the throne. By possessing it, one is able to command all the Cayman Orcs in one's territory. Surprisingly, it's the Heart of Cayman. It's a pity it's already damaged. Fuming couldn't help but gasp out in shock when she saw something like this. Li Du asked, "What's the use of this thing that it can only command Cayman Orcs?" Fuming said very seriously, "You should not underestimate any of the legendary grade props, even if they are already damaged. The Heart of Cayman is a divine object among Cayman Orcs, and its greatest effect is not to command Cayman Orcs, but to transfer." Transfer? Li Du was very puzzled. Legendary grade props could still provide transfers? Vermin continued. Technically it's to give yourself a side occupation, King of the Cayman Orcs. As long as you repair the Heart of Cayman and complete the legend quest, King Enthronement, you will be able to fuse the Heart of Cayman and become the King of Cayman Orcs. And then you can summon the elite of the Cayman Orc clan to fight for you. As you continue to level up, the summoned Cayman Orc elites get stronger and stronger. And at level 60, you can even directly summon an army of thousands. Li Du was very surprised. So powerful? That's for sure. And the ones summoned aren't just stragglers, but real elite monsters. The values are very powerful. To a certain extent, you can even call upon the Cayman Beast God through the Heart of Cayman and receive the Beast God's blessing. Hearing this, Li Du's heart was also quite unfortunate. The Heart of Cayman was worthy of being a legendary grade prop. It was just damaged. So how do I fix this thing? Fuming was a bit lost. It's hard. The materials needed to repair a legendary props are very harsh, and you have to have a legendary forge master of level 70 or above to be able to repair it. Back then, some teams in the guild also obtained the Broken Heart of Cayman, but in the end, they chose to dismantle this prop. Hearing this, Li Du also felt quite a high degree of difficulty. The forger class of occupation was not much, not to mention the legendary forger. There is a count one. Almost all are national treasures, which is so easy to see. I'll just have to put it away and see if I get a chance to fix it later. After packing up the loot, Li Du and Fu Ming left the copy. At this point, the college entrance exam was already very close, and there were not many days left. When Fu Ming saw the calendar, he suddenly realized that they were afraid they would need to part ways. In a trance, seeing that Li Du was already packing up his things, Fu Ming asked, "Li Du, what are you going to do next?" Li Du subconsciously replied, "I have to prepare for the college entrance exams, so I won't be making copies in the next few days." So, Vermin was a little lost. The past few days of playing copies with Li Du, she had a very happy time. She had never felt that time could pass so quickly. "So you're going home?" Li Du smiled. "That's right, I actually have a sister. She's been home alone for the past few days. I'm afraid she's already worried sick." "That's so." Fuming pretended to be spontaneous. "Then you go. Don't let your sister worry for too long." "What? That's too much for me?" "Humph. I've taken out a lot of time to accompany you on your copies these past few days, and I got tired of looking at your face a long time ago." Li Du smiled and packed up his things with the intention of leaving. Fuming suddenly shouted, "Li Du!" Li Du turned back. "What college are you going to get into with that?" Li Du thought for a moment. "I still want to take the top 10 schools." "You, Li Du, your career is too bad. You really can't enter the top 10 academies. You come to Tiangue Academy. My father is still the honorary principal in Tiangue Academy. I'll let him find you a top professor of the 99th grade. How about it?" She really wanted to go to the same university as Li Du. It's just that she basically had to go to Tiangue Academy in college for various reasons. Li Du suddenly felt warmth in his heart, and a feeling he had never felt before surged through his heart. He stepped forward and suddenly hugged Fuming in his arms. Fuming froze. For a moment she didn't know what action to make. She didn't even know where to place her hands. For the first time in her life, she was embraced by the opposite sex. An inexplicable feeling took root in her heart, and at this moment, Fuming was like a little girl at a loss for words. "Thanks a lot," Li Du said in Fuming's ear, "but I think I can still put up a fight." With that, he let go and left. It was only after a few seconds that Fuming came back to her senses, suddenly feeling so aggrieved that she actually felt like crying. Spell! You're a basic warrior. It's the most trashy profession. What are you fighting for?" "Humph, you'll know I'm good when you hit the wall." Chapter 43, Transitioning Again, New Profession Abyssal Messenger. After packing up his things, Li Du left. To be honest, after spending time together these days, it wasn't as if he didn't have feelings for Fu Ming. Fu Ming's offer was also indeed very good. One could even say it was too good. No matter which way one looked at it, it seemed that Li Du should not have refused it. But he still refused. Tiangue Academy. Li Du really wasn't too satisfied, although it was also a national double first-class academy. However, compared to the top 10, it was still not enough. Even compared to the top 20, there was still a certain gap. His childhood experiences had hurt Li Du too deeply, and he had already had enough of that kind of life where he was looked down upon every day. No matter what, he was going to pursue the strongest. Thinking of Fuming's expression at the end, Li Du sighed. Am I considered a bit of a scum? With a helpless smile, Li Du dispelled these emotions. I should see you again in the future. The bits and pieces of this time were indeed wonderful. Not that Liddell didn't enjoy it. It's just that he had more important things to pursue. Coming to the Destiny God's Hall once again. This time Li Du's gaze was incomparably clear. Name, Li Du. Occupation, basic warrior. Life expectancy, 10,743 years, 322 days, 4 hours, 27 minutes, 34 seconds, 10,000 years of life. Enough to redeem a powerful profession. After the exchange, it is time to wait for the entrance exam. Looking down the list, all of them are fine-grade professions. Storm Mage, fine-grade law profession. Selling price, 5,000 years of life. Knight of Holy Light, fine-grade warrior class occupation. Price, 5,000 years of life. Ocean Priest, fine-grade auxiliary class occupation. Price, 5,000 years of life. As the line goes on, all of them have a life expectancy of 5,000 years. When he saw this, Li Du hesitated instead. What career should I choose? In his heart, Li Du actually favored the warrior-type professions, as his skill 10,000 swords returns to the father was a warrior-type profession. However, the several pieces of epic equipment that had been popped out of the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy were all of the French type. It seemed not bad if he switched to a law-type profession. And there was also a special effect of the omnipotent scroll when the profession shifted and the skills no longer matched. The skills originally acquired through the scroll would be transformed into scrolls again. Li Du could also learn skills again through scrolls. It was because of this effect that the omnipotent scroll was able to sell for a high price of 1 million divine power values. Li Du moved on down the list to check out careers. The number of professions derived from the world's changes so far was in the tens of thousands. With all kinds of disciplines, the number of fine-grade professions was also close to 2,000. There were so many that Li Du could not make a decision at all for a moment. However, when Li Du saw the bottom part, he realized that the selling price of these professions had been raised. Part of it is 6,000 or 7,000 years. There are even some professions that sell for 10,000 years. It seems that there is also a gap between fine-grade professions. After looking at quite a few of them, Li Du's gaze finally settled on one of the professions. Emissary of the Abyss, fine-grade multi-system occupation. Price, 10,000 years of life. Occupation background, you once fell into the abyss and should have been doomed, but you became the messenger of the abyss, carrying endless sins and walking the earth. The abyss gave you great power, but also made you always suffer boundless pain. Occupation effect, warrior, mage, summoning 3 systems in one occupation. You can learn and wear the skills and equipment of these 3 professions. Your profession skills will be more powerful than a normal elite level profession because they carry the power of the abyss. Occupation limit. The torment of the abyss will cause your body to age 10 times faster. Once you unleash your skills, this speed will also increase greatly. Note, if you are lucky enough to enter the abyss and complete the relevant quests, the quality of this profession can be upgraded. You will gain even more power, but also carry even more massive sins as a result. Abyssal Messenger. A very special profession. This profession could not be described as not powerful, as it was surprisingly a 3-system profession. The 3 systems of warrior, mage, and summoning were combined into one. In other words, learning this profession was equivalent to learning 3 professions, and Li Du could switch back and forth between the 3 systems. But the cost is also huge. This profession would accelerate the aging speed of one's body by 10 times, which in relative terms was almost equal to shortening Li Du's lifespan by 10 times. And when releasing skills, it would also accelerate this process. Therefore, even if this profession is powerful, it is poison to ordinary people. Once the transfer is made, I'm afraid I won't live many years. However, to Li Du, this side effect was almost equivalent to nothing. Li Du could gain longevity by constantly killing monsters, and even if the rate of longevity depletion was increased by 10 times, to Li Du it was just the equivalent of spending money a little faster. Without any hesitation, Li Du directly bought this book of transfer. You have been detected as having a sufficient lifespan and are deducting 10,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Deduction successful. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased the transfer book Abyssal Emissary. After purchase, the transfer book is automatically used. Soon, a light flickered around Li Du, and after that, Li Du immediately felt that his entire body was filled with power, and it was incomparably comfortable and smooth. Congratulations! The transfer has been successful. You have become the Abyssal Emissary. With the appearance of a prompt message, Li Du officially changed jobs. He immediately opened his data panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 20. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Overlord's Heavy Armor, blue. Skills, Wolf King Sharp Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 Swords, purple. Profession skills, Blue Abyssal Pupil. Abyssal Slash. Inferno Summoning. Dark Confinement. Life value, 9,500. Mana, 1,000. Power, 325. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 300. Agility, 300. Free attribute points, 100. Talent, Everlasting Life. Top level you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 50 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 9058/100000. Lifespan, 743 years. 322 days. 4 hours, 13 minutes, 4 seconds. Seeing this value, Li Du was comfortable by an unknown amount. His own life value was directly close to 10,000, and all 4-dimensional attributes had reached 300. Due to the equipment upgrade, strength came to 325. Moreover, his attribute points had all been reset. That's what should be the normal value. As for longevity, Li Du's talent underwent another upgrade while he was on his way to fight the copies. Nowadays, the longevity talent had reached the top level, and the absorption efficiency had come to a minimum of 50 days per wild monster. If the value of the wild monsters was too high, each one would even be able to gain thousands of days of longevity. But with my career boosting so much now, it shouldn't be too easy for the wild monsters to far exceed my values. Speaking of which, Li Du had actually eaten a wave of benefits for being too weak. Thinking about this, Li Du couldn't help but laugh a little. And at this point, gifted experience is no longer calculated by days, but by years. Upgrading again will require a 100,000 year lifespan. Li Du added all 100 free attribute points to strength, so that Li Du's strength came to 425. With Li Du's current values, if he were to go through another copy of the Cayman Orc Kingdom, Li Du was confident that he could resolve the battle in less than 15 hours or even 10 hours. Of course, in addition to the numerical upgrade from the transfer, Li Du also gained 4 vocational skills, all of which were fine grade. The first 2 are basic profession skills that can be learned at level 5, Abyssal Pupil and Abyssal Slash. Among them, the Abyssal Pupil was similar to the detection technique, but it was more advanced than the detection technique. Not only was it able to view a person's basic information, it could even go a step further and view the opponent's skills, talents and even some hidden characteristics. For wild monsters, it could even view their attack preferences. Abyssal Slash, on the other hand, was a very common offensive skill, but the effect was very powerful. The damage was even a bit higher than Thunder Slam, and the cooldown and consumption were similar to Thunder Slam. The other 2 skills, one was learned at level 10 and the other at level 20. They were Inferno Summoning and Dark Confinement respectively. Inferno Summoning is to summon an Inferno to fight for you. The Inferno has the same attributes as yourself and can use Abyssal Slash to attack enemies. Its existence time was 1 hour, and after the hour, there was a 30-minute interval before it could continue to be summoned. However, the Inferno's level could only reach a maximum of level 35, and after Li Du exceeded level 35, the Inferno's attributes wouldn't increase. Dark Confinement, a very powerful control skill, was also able to deal decent damage. It creates a black fog, and those covered will fall into a blinding effect, while the black fog does not affect Li Du's own vision. On top of that, the black fog would continue to absorb the power of those enveloped in it, which would paralyze their entire body and prevent them from moving for a short period of time. During this period, the black mist dealt damage every second, and in less than a minute or 2, it was able to grind all the people inside to death. Moreover, the range of the black mist was still very large, a full 30 meters in circumference. Although it was a fine-grade skill, Li Du felt that it was already equivalent to some epic-grade skills, and the cooldown of the skill wasn't long, only 30 minutes. These are still just the current profession skills. In the future I'll be able to obtain a profession skill for every 10th level, and the quality of the profession skills is tied to the profession quality. In addition to the transfer, I remember getting something for breaking the record, and now I can use it. When he broke through the record of the Cayman Orc Kingdom's copy, Li Du also gained quite a few rewards. Li Du immediately took them out. First, there's the random epic prop pack. Congratulations, you've obtained an epic prop, the Scroll of Return. Surprisingly, it's a return scroll. Seeing this prop, Li Du was surprised again. Return scroll, epic prop. Range of application, 500 kilometers. Number of uses, 100. This was a 500-kilometer level city return scroll. Only need to set up the main city. Anywhere within 500 kilometers of one's main city, one would be instantly teleported back to the main city after using the scroll. And this scroll can be used up to 100 times. With it, even if Li Du encountered danger in the wild in the future, he would not have to worry at all. This was equivalent to a very powerful life preservation prop. Putting the scroll away, Li Du continued to check the next reward, the epic skill scroll. After using it, you can get a random epic skill book. Li Du used it directly. Congratulations, you have obtained the epic summoning class skill book, General Summoning. General Summoning, epic summoning profession skill. Learning level, 20. Mana consumption, 200. Skill cooldown, 2 hours. Skill info, summon a Cayman Orc General to fight for you, exists for no more than 30 minutes. Its level is always 5 levels higher than yours, max level 40. It has attributes equal to a Cayman Orc General of the same level on Hell difficulty, and it is able to use all of the Cayman Orc General skills. Chapter 44, Brother and Sister Have a Heart-to-Heart. There is no doubt that General Summoning is likewise a very powerful skill. The value of the Cayman Orc General had already been seen by Li Du. After summoning it, it was definitely a very powerful helper for Li Du. Perhaps when he went to brush the monsters in the future, Li Du could brush a piece himself and let the Cayman Orc General brush another piece. After getting this done, Li Du left the Fate God Temple. This time, the Destiny God Temple had consumed 10,000 years of Li Du's lifespan, and the lifespan that had been accumulated during this period of time had been emptied. However, it was well worth it to Li Du. I haven't been home in days, and I don't know how Shu Weixing is doing. Riding on the train back to Ereshur City, looking out the window at the scenery that kept receding until it was a blur, Li Du was a little emotional. He didn't use the teleportation array because the time for the independent enrollment exam had long passed and the teleportation array was no longer free. The teleportation fee for teleporting from Tianhai City to Ereshur City was as high as 2,000 divine power values, whereas taking the train back, although it would take a few hours, the ticket was only 5 divine power values. Although Li Du did not lack divine power values now, his years of living in poverty had still made him develop the habit of saving. 3 hours later, arriving station ahead, Arashiro Station. Please ask passengers who need to get off to do so as soon as possible. With the announcement from the car's radio, Li Du got off with the crowd, breathing the familiar air of Ereshur City again. Li Du couldn't tell what he felt. After buying some vegetables from the food market, Li Du went straight home. Returning home and opening the door, Li Du shouted as always, "Shu Weixing, I'm home. Brother, you're back." In the room, Shu Weixing ran out, his face full of excitement. Even though he had only been away for a few days, how Li Du looked at him. He felt that Shu Weixing seemed to have emaciated a bit. When she saw Li Du, she was so happy that she even wanted to cry a little, biting her lip and saying, "I thought you wouldn't come back until the college entrance exam." What kind of words are these? Li Du smiled helplessly. Nothing much happened in the days I was not at home, right? No. Brother, it's good to have you back. Shu Weixing came up to take the groceries Li Du had bought and pushed Li Du onto the couch again. You rest, brother, I'll cook. Yeah. It seemed that because of Li Du's return, Shu Weixing was extraordinarily happy. The mood was much lighter when cooking, and on the sofa, Li Du could hear Shu Weixing's light humming. Soon the meals were ready. The two ate as usual, as if nothing had happened. Brother, which school are you going to get into? While eating, Shu Weixing couldn't help but ask. For some reason, her tone seemed to harbor a few worries. Li Du didn't hear it, just thought about it. If I could, I would actually like to go to the 3 universities, whether it's the Qingbei Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, or the Divine Summer Academy, the top 3 academies in the entire Great Summer Country. If I can get in, it's almost equivalent to stepping into the top half of my life. It's just that the enrollment conditions of these 3 academies are all too harsh. The minimum standard for enrollment in these 3 academies was an epic level occupation, and Li Du's occupation wasn't enough. Shu Weixing only thought that Li Du was joking and joked. Brother, if you get in, all the city lords of Ereshur City will have to come to our house for dinner. She actually already knew Li Du's profession, basic warrior. It is even known how Li Du acquired this profession, but she didn't dare to say it, just as Li Du also didn't tell Shu Weixing about herself. Both were afraid that the other would worry. Shu Weixing didn't know how many years of life Li Du had left, and she didn't want the rest of Li Du's life to become monotonous and boring. Whenever she watched Li Du leave, Shu Weixing's heart throbbed. She was really afraid that one day the meeting between the two would be the last. However, Li Du's next words made Shu Weixing freeze. Although I can't get into the 3 top academies, I can still make a dash for the top 10 academies. The 4th ranked academy is the Magic City Sky City University. which is located in Magic City. If I get in, you can transfer to Magic City then, and we'll rent a room there. Shueising's hand holding the chopstick stopped in midair. Brother, you're not kidding, are you? Li Du blinked and laughed. What? Do I enjoy teasing you? Shueising couldn't help but shout. Brother, aren't you a basic warrior? How? Suddenly, Suisei covered his mouth as if he had said something wrong. Li Du also froze, staring blankly at Mizuno for a few seconds. An eerie silence fell between the siblings as Li Du's gaze gradually calmed down. Shueising, do you know something? Brother, Shueising bit her lip. Tears couldn't help but well up in her eyes. She couldn't speak anymore. Li Du suddenly laughed and stepped forward to gather Shueising into his arms. Did you think that I only had a few years of life left to live? They all say. You went to the Temple of Fate and took 50 years of life in exchange for the basic warrior. Brother, I didn't mean to hear that. Looking at Shueising's appearance, Li Du felt a heartache. He suddenly thought, what kind of suffering was it for Shueising during the time he was away? Does she think about anything at night? She even cried the last time Li Du came back. A deep sense of guilt appeared in Li Du's heart. Li Du even regretted a little that he hadn't said this to Shueising early in the morning. So much so that he had made her misunderstand for so long. Gently caressing Shueising's face, Li Du said, I'm fine, Shueising. I'm not a basic warrior right now. My profession is an elite grade profession, abyssal emissary. Besides, you don't have to worry about my longevity. But, after thinking about it, Li Du really didn't know how to explain. He suddenly pulled Shueising up and said, you come with me. Shueising didn't know what Li Du was going to do, but followed him out. The two of them put on their coats and went out. And then, Li Du brought Shueising to the Destiny God's Hall. A flash of light swept over the two. And then a line of information. Name, Li Du. Occupation, Messenger of the Abyss. Lifespan, 743 years, 321 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes, 28 seconds. When he saw the line of information, Shueising's eyes went wide. Brother, your life expectancy? Li Du smiled. How about it? Are you still worried now? But, brother, how did you? Li Du said, I have awakened a talent that can enhance my lifespan. These lifespans are all enhanced through the talent. Speaking of this, Li Du suddenly became very serious. Shueising, this talent of mine is very unbelievable. In any case, it's best that only you and I know about it. Other than the two of us, no one else, be it anyone else, can ever say anything about it. Got it? Shueising also gradually realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded. At the same time, Shueising felt very guilty. Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't heard these things, you wouldn't have to talk to me like this. Li Du touched her head and said, what silly things are you saying? We've come together for how many years? What else can't we know? Shueising hugged Li Du, as he did when he was a child, hugging tightly and pressing his head in front of Li Du's chest. Brother, your talent is so good, so we can be together forever and never separate. Aha! Li Du smiled and was planning to go home with Shueising. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Shueising, let's see how long you live. The Temple of Destiny opened a free data panel for Shueising, and Li Du scratched down to see Shueising's lifespan. Name, Li Shueising. Occupation, none. Lifespan, 47 years, 231 days, 12 hours, 34 minutes, 9 seconds. Chapter 45, the start of the higher education examination. 47 years. Aquatic life is only 47 years. Li Du didn't even realize that he lived long enough. But what about Shueising? He had lived for 1,000 years and 100,000 years and 100,000 years. But one day, Shueising grew old, and one by one, the people he knew turned into shovelfuls of earth. At that time, what was the point of him living? What would he do if one day Shueising died as well? Li Du couldn't dare to imagine. He had already experienced the separation of life and death. After the death of his parents, he almost died at one time. If not for Shueising, he did not even have the courage to live. Shueising had become his spiritual pillar of life. Li Du didn't dare to imagine at all how he would face all this if Shueising passed away. Shueising noticed that something was wrong with Li Du and was a bit puzzled at first, but when she saw her lifespan, she suddenly realized it as well. My brother has a long life, but what about myself? They will grow up, and one day they will grow old, and their original delicate flower-like face will gradually become dry and youthful. At that time, how should they face? From a young age, Mizuno had learned the hard way that she wanted to be with her brother forever. She heard people say that girls have to grow up and become independent. In the future, she would still have to marry someone else, and some people even looked at her and said sourly, I don't know which pig will get this cabbage. But she didn't want to face this. She didn't want to be separated from her brother. And she didn't want to marry. She couldn't imagine her future respecting a stranger. Obviously her brother was the one who had always been there for her. Obviously he was the one who had always raised her. What right did the others have? When my own family was poor, I didn't see a single person come to help them. Her fear was that when she was old one day, would her brother still like her as much as he did now? She's afraid of it all. Unconsciously, Xu Weixing felt a little cold and subconsciously tugged on Li Du's clothes tightly. Just like when she was a child, she would subconsciously do this whenever she was nervous or scared. Li Du, however, gradually calmed down and comforted. It's okay, Xu Weixing. Brother? The Fate God's temple can exchange your lifespan for a lot of good things. And as long as your brother changes your occupation to a good one, you can actually live for a long time. Didn't you say that you envied those transcendents when you read the books in the past? They can fly in the sky and hide in the ground. Those transcendentalists actually have a very poor life expectancy. As long as you become a transcendentalist, you don't have to worry about anything. Mizuno gave a soft Eventually, the two of them left the Fate God's hall. For a few days, Li Du didn't go back to painting copies. Instead, he kept Xu Weixing well company. Xu Weixing is 14 years old this year, in the second year of junior high school. Next semester will be the third year of junior high school. Li Du had already made the decision to let Xu Weixing transfer to whatever place she was tested to. When she finishes high school, Li Du will see if she can awaken a good career. If it was possible it was best. If not, or even if the awakening failed, Li Du went to the Fate God's temple to choose a profession for her. Soon, a few days passed and it was finally the day of the entrance exam. The provincial city's professionals had already come to each school to set up teleportation arrays that could teleport each student to the corresponding test center. A couple of teachers were talking and laughing nearby. The quality of all the students at my school is very good this year. I'm afraid we can produce a few good ones. Ha ha ha, Teacher Qin. I think Jian Yanming from your class is amazing. He scored 212th in the independent enrollment exam and got a guaranteed place in the Tiangui Academy. Mr. Qin, congratulations. Really congratulations. You won't be able to lose your bonus again this year. Hearing the compliments from the other teachers, Qin Anmin returned the smile. You teachers are overstating it. I didn't actually contribute. It's the students who are excellent. It's not just Jian Yanming. The school has also produced a few honor students this year, all of whom have gotten early guaranteed places at a number of universities. Soon after, the students came to the school one after another and gathered on the playground. As long as the number of people arrived, the teleportation array would open. At that time, the entire school was directly transported to the examination center through the teleportation array. Next to the playground, a detection device is placed. Each student can walk up and view their information and it will be revealed on a large screen in front of the playground. Senior, Class 5. Li Chengdong. Profession, Elite Assassin, Green. Level, 14. I didn't expect this Li Chengdong to reach level 14. At this level, it seems that the first class academy is stable. In past years, first class academies basically rushed at level 13. Level 14. Without any problems. Senior Class, 7. Lu Xiaoming. Profession, Flame Mage, Green. Level, 13. It's only level 13. But mages are a popular profession. It's a pity. If he can reach level 14, I feel like there's even a chance to rush a double first-class academy. People commented on one of the careers that appeared on the screen. There were many good students and certainly no shortage of bad ones. A month of preparation has gradually polarized the students. Many of the best students had reached the 13th and 14th grades, while many of the poor students, however, were only at the 7th and 8th grades. And with such grades, it was difficult to even get a book, and basically they could only go to a second-born institution. However, the strength of the secondaries is simply there for all to see. It's a hell of a place to go to have a future. A few minutes later, a line of information on it surprised a number of people beyond belief. Senior Class, 2. Jian Yanming. Profession, Two-Handed Swordsman, Blue. Level, 16. Wow, Jian Yanming has actually reached level 16. Bullish, bullish, bullish. At this level, it's completely possible to impact the top 30 double first-class academies. What? You guys still don't know? Jian Yanming has gotten a guaranteed place in the Tiangui Academy. Crap, worthy of being Mr. Jiang. It's awesome. At his rank, he can completely become our Ereshur city's top student this year. I heard that he still has to take the college entrance exam to prove himself, aiming to hit the top 500 in the province. If he succeeds, he'll be awesome. People were amazed beyond belief, and many teachers felt very proud. Having such an honor student in the school was good for all of them. Many teachers had even begun to curry favor with Qin Anmin. Qin Anmin is the homeroom teacher of the senior 3-2 class. Jian Yanming is so outstanding. I'm afraid his bonus this year will have to be doubled several times. Min also went around returning the salute with a smile on his face. But while happy, he was a little worried. He didn't know how Li Du was doing. He used to have high hopes for this student. Although Li Du took the first place in Tiangui Academy's independent enrollment exam, since he didn't end up signing the formalities with Tiangui Academy cancelled his results. The first place announced by the academy to the public was still fuming. Not even any of the teachers at Erishur City High School knew that Li Du had actually gone to take the independent enrollment examination. In the perceptions of countless people, Li Du was still the same trash who had been a school bully for 3 years but had ultimately failed to transfer. Even though he had defeated Jiang Yanming once, he still hadn't reversed this perception. While discussing Jiang Yanming, people also began to discuss Li Du. I heard that Li Du didn't defeat Jiang Yanming. Why didn't he show up? I don't know. But can he really beat Jiang Yanming? This can't be a fake news, right? My assessment is study journalism. No, I saw him beat Jiang Yanming with my own eyes that day. However, I feel that Jiang Yanming should have been too careless. And now Li Du is absolutely no match for Jiang Yanming. That's for sure. One is a basic warrior and the other is a two-handed swordsman. Where's the comparison? Jiang Yanming stepped down from the detection device, and when he heard people's discussion, he immediately revealed a smug expression. He loved this feeling of being envied by people. It gave Jiang Yanming the thrill of being on top of 10,000 people and in the spotlight. Hearing someone discussing Li Du, Jiang Yanming even snorted coldly. What kind of thing is Li Du? And he deserves to be compared to me? Although on the day of the independent enrollment, Li Du ruthlessly irritated him. But in the end, Jiang Yanming was ecstatic when he saw that when the results came out, there was no Li Du's name. He felt that Li Du must have cheated. Otherwise it was impossible that his name was not there. He really was still the strongest. Just then, some people suddenly clamored. Li Du is here. Li Du's arrival drew attention, and many teachers looked sideways. Jiang Yanming's eyes, on the other hand, became gloomy. He suddenly walked up to Li Du and raised his head. Li Du, do you dare to walk up and show everyone your rank? Li Du looked over and realized that the large screen still displayed Jiang Yanming's level 16. He's proud. There was an uproar all around. Li Du, do you dare to go up? Ha ha ha, how dare he go up there as a basic warrior, going up for a laugh? Li Du, if you have the guts, you can go up. Hearing these voices, Li Du sneered and walked up, and then, the information refreshed and Li Du's name appeared. The whole school froze. Chapter 46 Legendary Profession. Geniuses are like clouds. Senior Class, 2. Li Du. Profession, Abyssal Messenger, Blue. Level, 20. Level 20. Here are Li Du's numbers. People froze when they saw this line of data. They couldn't believe it and even thought that maybe the big screen was broken. Level 20. How is that possible? Jiang Yanming stared blankly at these words, and the mocking words he had already prepared stopped in his throat, like ice cubes that chilled his entire body. People are speechless, especially those who looked down on Li Du. They were even more incredulous at this moment. Some teachers were very confused. Isn't Li Du a basic warrior? Why did his profession turn into abyssal emissary? There was no problem with the school's installations. They had been checked several times when they were moved up here, and it was impossible to say that something had gone wrong when it came to Li Du. There was also no problem with Li Du's occupation. So where exactly did his occupation come from? Li Du slowly stepped off the detection device and walked onto the class without even glancing at Jiang Yanming. People moved aside to make way for Li Du. Level 20. This level is only possible for those epic big brothers to reach. Li Du is going to hit the top 50 in the province. If Li Du really made it into the top 50, he might even be able to get into the top 10 top academies. Crap, after so many years, is our Erishur city finally going to produce a genius who can enter the top 10 top academies? Watching the envy that originally belonged to him pass on to Li Du, Jiang Yanming hated his teeth, but at this moment, he no longer dared to go to Li Du's trouble. People came one after another, but the heat belonging to Li Du did not dissipate, but rather intensified. The people who had originally looked down on Li Du had changed their minds, and all of them praised Li Du as an unbeatable genius. Even those who had satirized Li Du in the past had run over to apologize. This is how the world is. Teachers, please count the number of people in each class. We're about to teleport to the test center when everyone is present. At this moment, the director of instruction went up to the stage and shouted, and the teachers of each class counted the number of people. Shortly after, the head count was complete and the entire school had arrived. And then, everyone stood on top of the teleportation array. As the provincial city's archmage cast his teleportation magic, the entire school was instantly teleported away. The originally lively campus became empty. The provincial capital of Gue province was Tianhai City, and the province's college entrance exams were held uniformly in Tianhai City. Hundreds of thousands of test takers across the province were uniformly numbered and randomly assigned to one of the 5 test centers. Li Du was assigned to the 3rd test center, and by good fortune, the 3rd test center was in the Tiangui Academy. Attention all candidates. This is the information detection phase. This stage will test your detailed information and publish it on the big screen. After this stage is over, the entrance exam will begin. With a loud voice coming out from the sky, and then countless rays of light fell on the bodies of each candidate. Immediately afterward, a number of messages appeared on the large screen. Name, Fong Xiaochang. Occupation, Angelic Holy Warrior, Legendary. Rank, 21. Origin, Heather City. Name, Zhua Bing. Occupation, Cleric Mage, Legend. Rank, 21. Origin, Gainan City. Name, Mo Xiaobing. Occupation, Storm Lord, Legend. Rank, 21. Origin, Tianhai City. A single message appeared on the big screen. This is all the information about the candidates, evaluated almost according to the strength of the base. The ones at the top of the list were all legendary professions. Li Du was very surprised that in the entire Gue province, there were a full 20 legendary great professions. This was something he had never even heard of before. In fact, due to the protection of legendary rank occupations, before the college entrance exams, each school would not publicize information about legendary rank occupations. It was also for this reason that Fuming was able to obtain the Tianhai City first talent slot. Otherwise, in Tianhai City alone, there were 5 legendary level professions, so how could it not be her turn? But Fuming wasn't far behind, as Lido saw her at No. 21. Despite not being a legendary profession, she was still the strongest amongst the epic profession. I didn't expect her to come and take the college entrance exam as well. Li Du thought that Fuming would not take the college entrance examination. As for Li Du, he was in 186th place, sandwiched in the middle of a group of epic-level professions. Although his profession was fine grade, he had reached level 20, and this level made him stand out. Most of people's attention was focused amongst the legendary level professions, and these were the ones that were discussed the most. This year, Gue province had produced a total of 20 legendary level professions and 213 epic level professions. As for the fine grade professions, it was even more than 5,000. The vast majority of them were around level 12 or 13, and those who were able to reach level 15 were ranked at the top. When the information detection was over, Li Du saw a tall tower falling from the sky. The trial tower has appeared. People were incomparably excited. This was a special trial tower for the college entrance exam, and everyone would enter the trial tower to take the exam. And then, a loud voice came from the sky once again. Attention all candidates, the trial tower has descended. This exam requires that no props be used, no equipment be carried on one's own, and all spatial storage devices are prohibited. The exam is only allowed to use attribute-less props provided by the exam center to take the exam. If you violate the rules of the exam, you will be treated as cheating. Cheating on the college entrance exam will disqualify you for life, and the consequences are extremely serious. So please take it seriously. People were very serious when they heard this voice. In the era of universal transmutation, the country placed extreme importance on the college entrance exam, because the power that powerful professions could exert was simply too incredible. The college entrance exam had to detect all geniuses 100%. As a result, the strictness of the college entrance exam reached an almost pathological level. Cheating on college entrance exams is almost equated with crime in this day and age. Now, all candidates please proceed to collect your equipment. As the voice fell, the candidates went to collect their equipment one after another. Li Du also went to collect it. And it was all just very simple equipment that could hardly provide any effect, and even less attribute bonus. After putting it on, the voice of the sky sounded again. All candidates will take the test within the trial tower, and depending on the occupation, different test scenes will appear. It's mainly categorized into 3 types of occupations: combat, auxiliary, and life. Among them, there are 5 rounds of combat exams, and the difficulty will gradually increase. The exam is divided into 2 days. The first day holds 4 rounds of exams, with half an hour between each round, and the second day holds the final round. At the end of each round of exams, you can all check your exam points and be ranked through them. Exam points are very important, and the exam points you gained in the college entrance exam can be converted into university points in equal amounts. The role of university points in the university is even greater than the value of divine power. Now, please ask all candidates to enter the examination room one after another without cutting in line. As the words fell, the candidates entered the middle of the examination room. At such a serious moment, no one dared to make trouble either. The original untouchable eunuchs and young masters and the like were all honest now as well. Even if one's background was big, no one would dare to go against the country at such a serious moment. Soon after, Everyone entered the trial tower. Chapter 47, Hegemony List, Powerful Legendary Profession. In the attic of the Tiangue Academy, several examiners had already gathered. This year has been great. I didn't expect that there would be 20 legendary level professions. It seems that this year, my Gue province is expected to have a few more geniuses going to the 3 top academies. Not only is it a legendary career, but the epic career has also produced this child, Fuming, and I'm very optimistic about her. A few examiners chatted and their eyes gradually shifted to Li Du's information. This one called Li Du. Isn't he the first place winner of Tiangue Academy's independent enrollment exam? It's him. I was also an examiner in that exam, but isn't he a basic warrior? How did his occupation change? Maybe it's getting a mandatory transfer scroll, but that scroll is almost only likely to drop from a legendary tier copy. It seems that this little guy is quite blessed. As a few people chatted, they began to pay attention to the exam. Li Du had already entered the trial tower. Name, Li Du. Level, 20. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger, Blue. Candidate's information is confirmed. As the voice fell, Li Du saw a light appear in front of him. This light coalesced and eventually transformed into a robot-like wild monster. First test, single combat test. Exam content, within 10 minutes. Output as much damage as possible to the test robot. Scores will be calculated according to the level of damage. In the process, prevent the test robot's attacks from hitting you as much as possible, or points will be deducted. The exam is very simple. Li Du immediately cast Abyssal Pupil. Test robot. Rank, 100. Life value, 10 million. Power, 0. Skill, basic combat skills. This robot has no offensive power and will only exist for 10 minutes. As the sound of the start of the exam fell, Li Du immediately launched an attack. Abyssal Chop. Soon enough, the powerful attack landed on the robot, and the blow chopped out solidly, causing no reduction in damage whatsoever. In order to deal with the subsequent tests, Li Du did not use the Wrath of the Living Spirit. After the Abyssal Slash ended, Li Du continued to cast other skills, casting the skills that could deal damage as much as possible. Even the 10,000 swords have been cast. This robot was also counterattacking, but it was moving very slowly and could not reach Li Du at all. Countless amounts of damage poured up, but because the robot's blood level was simply too high, the blood bar barely changed. Soon, the 10 minutes were over. Attention combat candidates, the first round of exams is over. Now announce the results of this round. In the trial tower, a ranking of everyone's accomplishments appears. First place, Li Dong, damage inflicted, 387, 000 points, 100. Second place, Fong Xiaochang, damage inflicted, 385, 000 points, 100. Among them, the legendary level professions without a doubt cleanly dominated the top 20, and Fu Ming lived up to his name, taking 21st place, and Li Du came in 86th place, dealing 240, 000 damage. Moreover, Li Du did not use the Wrath of the Living Spirit, otherwise the first place would definitely be him. As an elite ranked profession, it was surprising that he was able to get this ranking. Several examiners were a bit surprised when they spotted Li Du. It's extraordinary. An essence level profession has surpassed many epic level professions. It's probably because his profession does a lot of damage. There are quite a few epic professions that favor functionality. Even so, he's pretty good. Immediately after the first round, the second round follows. The second round of exams tested the ability to fight in groups. All candidates would face 100 wild monsters of the same level, and it was up to them to see who could kill them quickly. When the exam started, Li Du's surroundings were immediately surrounded by wild monsters. Goblin Soldier. Type, Common Wildlife. Rank, 20. Life value, 1560. Power, 60. When Li Du saw the values of these wild monsters, he even went cold for a second. That's too low a value, isn't it? Li Du, who had experienced the baptism of a hell difficulty copy, felt that such an exam was not challenging at all, but soon Li Du understood. This is, after all, a college entrance examination, the purpose of which is to select talents rather than eliminate them. If the difficulty is too high and causes widespread elimination, it will not be a good thing for the country. Without hesitation, Li Du directly cast 10,000 swords. Soon, countless swords rained down, and these wild monsters fell one by one. It was almost less than a minute before Li Du finished the exam. The second round of exams finally ended as the candidates finished one by one, and then the results rankings appeared. First place, Li Dong, time, 21 seconds, points, 500. Second place, Fong Xiaochang, time, 21.8 seconds, points, 500. Most of the legendary level professions still dominated the top 20. Why do I say most? Because two non-legendary professions appeared. 5th place, Li Du. Time, 27. 8 seconds. Points, 400. 6th place, Fuming. Time, 29. 1 seconds. Points, 400. Fuming and Li Du, surprisingly squeezing a bunch of legendary level professions, came in 5th and 6th place. The examiners weren't too surprised by Fuming's appearance. However, they were surprised beyond measure by Li Du. What's going on with this Li Du? I can't believe he only used 27 seconds. Is the attribute of the wild monster set incorrectly? There's no mistake. It's the attribute set according to his level. After several examiners confirmed that there were no mistakes, they also finally confirmed Li Du's results. In the other trial tower, Fuming saw that his and Li Du's rankings were actually linked together and felt both happy and unconvinced. Why should I be one place behind him? I'll try harder and definitely surpass you. And some of the legend-ranked professions that had been surpassed were very surprised, not realizing that any fine-ranked professions could come to this ranking. Mo Xiaobing, in particular, was ranked 7th, right behind Fuming and Li Du. Seeing their rankings, Mo Xiaobing sneered. It's just a matter of abusing vegetables faster. Wait until the next 3 rounds of exams begin. You will see the power of the legendary rank profession. Soon, the 3rd round of exams began. However, this round of exams is no longer generic. Starting from the 3rd round, the difficulty of the exam will be increased significantly. All candidates will be able to choose the difficulty on their own, with normal, elite, difficult, nightmare, and hell, 5 types of difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more points you get, and the more difficult the corresponding exam. Please select the difficulty of the exam for all combat class candidates. As the words fell, the candidates began to choose the difficulty. Li Dong stood in the trial tower with a resolute gaze. I'll only challenge the hardest things, and I'm determined to win the provincial top prize for this exam. And then, he didn't hesitate to choose hell difficulty. The second-ranked Fong Xiaocheng similarly chose hell difficulty. On both exams, he was 1 line behind Li Dong, and he was not convinced. The same as a legendary level profession. Why should I lose to you? It's not just Fong Xiaocheng. Almost all of the legendary level professions chose hell difficulty, and Fuming froze slightly when he saw the difficulty choices. By all rights, she should have chosen nightmare difficulty, which was the most appropriate. After all, she wasn't really taking the college entrance exam to get into any college. She had already been admitted early to the Tiangui Academy, but she wanted to prove herself. Even though I'm an epic level profession, I'm no worse than a legend level profession. Li Du, I'll surpass you. I promise. She then chose hell difficulty as well. When Li Du saw the difficulty options, he didn't hesitate for a second. If I don't use the wrath of the living spirit, it might be a bit difficult to challenge the hell difficulty with my current strength. However, that doesn't mean I don't have the ability. Li Du also chose hell difficulty. In today's 4 rounds of exams, Li Du did not intend to use the wrath of the living spirit in the first 3 rounds. He was going to save it for the most important time. Eventually, the choice of difficulty was completed for all candidates. Chapter 48 Li Du's ranking drops. Something wrong with him? The 3 rounds of exams examined the ability to adapt to the situation. In this round of exams, candidates would face a variety of elite monsters. They might appear alone, they might come in groups, and they might sneak up on them, which was a simulation of various situations on the battlefield. Candidates are required to be able to skillfully respond to a variety of emergencies. The exam lasts for 1 hour, and candidates are able to gain points for each elite monster they kill before the exam time ends. Points are acquired in increments of 1, 2, 4, 8, and 20 points based on difficulty. As the exam began, various wild monsters began to appear continuously around Li Du. Blue Moon Greedy Wolf. Type, Elite Monster. Rank, 20. Life value, 7,800. Power, 320. By this point, these elite monsters were finally able to bring some pressure to Li Du. However, this value is not impossible to face. Inferno Summoning. Li Du cast his skill, and then a spell appeared on the ground. An Inferno Devil whose entire body was filled with flames appeared. Its attributes were exactly the same as Li Du's. Kill. Li Du commanded the Inferno Devil and immediately killed it. At the same time, Li Du also struck out and released his skills. Soon, this elite monster was killed by Li Du. It wasn't over yet though. After this elite monster died, another elite monster immediately appeared around it, of a completely different type. Li Du made his move and killed the wild monster again, and then several more appeared nearby. One of them even just appeared and sneak attacked Li Du. And if Li Du had not been vigilant, he would have almost succeeded in the sneak attack. This round of testing finally stopped being easy. It wasn't just Li Du. The others had also started killing monsters. Li Dong's profession was of the warrior class, and he held up his greatsword. And although he did not have any attributes, Every attack that fell caused a powerful thunderstorm. A wild monster couldn't even survive 2 seconds in front of him. This Li Dong is really strong, and has a high level of combat, killing monsters cleanly and without delay. That's true. Li Dong's father is the head of the southern military region. Under the influence of his father, can Li Dong be any worse? He's so determined to win the provincial top spot this time that he even wants to hit the national top spot. Another battlefield. Fuming's battle was very cozy, and these wild monsters didn't pose much of a threat to him. Compared to the Cayman Orc Kingdom copy, this challenge could even be described as easy. Though her profession wasn't very lethal, she was still dry in killing monsters as well. Several candidates nodded. Vermin is also very good, and Bushin seems to have taught her well. After all, Fu Shang is someone who has actually fought in a war, and even had a chance to become a general in the first place. In that case, it seems that this nymphette has a chance to take the top 10 in the province. It's just a pity that the odds are that she'll still have to stay in the Tiangui Academy. The examiners continued to check. Every time I see a good seedling, I can't help but critique it. Soon, Li Du was seen. The fight was very well organized, and although it looked ordinary, it was actually quite good. The fight is starting to get a little hard though. It's an elite level profession after all, but the choice of hell difficulty is courageous, and a talent to be reckoned with. A few of the examiners commented on it and were about to go look at the others, but soon one of the examiners realized something was wrong. Wait, you guys look carefully. The skill this Li Du is using is clearly a warrior type skill, but he's actually able to summon elite monsters. I almost didn't notice until you told me. What's going on? Let's see. This Li Du is actually a very rare 3-system occupation, belonging to the warrior, law, and summoning systems respectively. Is there such a profession? It seems like a real eye-opener. The Abyssal Messenger currently has no record of this occupation nationwide. We have to hurry up and report the data, and observe Li Du a little more. Several of the examiners nodded. The exams continue. This round of exams was not like the first 2 rounds. The difficulty was greatly increased. From this round onwards, one after another people were forced to withdraw from the examination room due to injuries or various reasons, and their scores were finalized. If you can't even finish the 3rd round of exams, you'll probably only end up going to a 2nd grade. It's simply not possible to hit a 1st class, or even a 1st or 2nd class institution. Hundreds of thousands of candidates in all of Giwei province have been eliminated, more than half of them by now. At this point, the cruelty of the college entrance exam gradually manifested itself. However, excellent professions continue to stand out. Even quite a few fine grade professions powered up, squeezing out many epic grade professions. Soon, an hour passed and the 3rd round of exams officially ended. Li Dong took a long breath and his expression remained flat. He looked at his score and finally settled on 186. He had killed 186 elite monsters. Fang Xiaochang also stopped. This time I put my best foot forward and killed a full 185 elite monsters, so no matter what, I should be able to surpass Li Dong. You want to win the provincial championship? Ask me if I've passed. Fuming also stopped. Looking at her score, she felt very satisfied. 146 wild monsters, already very good. Eventually, the results rankings reappeared. First place, Li Dong, kills, 186 points, 3,720. Second place, Fang Xiaochang, kills, 185 points, 3,640. 18th place, Fuming, kills, 146 points, 2,920. 35th place, Li Du, kills, 123 points, 2,460. Seeing that he was in 2nd place again, Fang Xiaochang was furious. Crap, how did he kill 186 of them? Just one more than me. I'm not convinced. I can't believe I'm 2nd again. He cursed and vented his frustration, and Fuming was already satisfied to see that she had actually made it into the top 20 after all. After all, her profession's killing power wasn't that great, and many of her skills were actually more on the functional side, but not seeing Li Du surprised her a bit. I passed Lido? Fuming was a little happy at first, but when he looked down and saw that Li Du had actually dropped to 35th place, he became a little worried again. He's not going to have any problems, is he? Li Du shouldn't be at this level. Just as worried as she was, she still had to take the next exam. After the 3rd round of exams, the 4th round began soon after. This round has the same difficulty options. Before it began, though, the loud sound of the sky reappeared. Attention all combat candidates, the 4th round of exams is about to begin next. The difficulty of this exam is extremely high and the possibility of injury during the exam is extremely high. If you choose to withdraw from the examination and complete the first 3 rounds of the examination, your scores will also be sufficient to enroll in a university. Whether or not to take the 4th round of exams, Please act according to your ability. Upon hearing this, many candidates opted out. I quit. I quit. This college entrance exam is just too hard. I really can't do it anymore. Just go to a book. I'll quit too. I wasn't much of a genius to begin with. I almost got killed in the third round of exams. And the fourth round of exams is even harder? No more exams, no more exams. Soon, a large numbers of candidates opted out, ending their journey to the entrance exams early. However, there are still a number of candidates who choose to stay. They had come this far, and it would be very ungrateful to stop here. In any case, at least go through the journey of high school. Chapter 49, Living Spirits Wrath Seconds. Li Du's True Strength. All the candidates were determined to stay or go, and then the fourth round of exams finally began. The fourth round of exams. This is the real challenge, because this round is going to be facing boss monsters. Again, there are difficulty options. Li Du did not hesitate to choose Hell difficulty. However, the others' choices were different from Li Du's. Other than Li Dong, Feng Xiaochang, and a few other legendary level professions that had been dominating the top 5, who had chosen Hell difficulty, everyone else had surprisingly chosen a lower level of difficulty. Even if they were legendary professions, they didn't even have the confidence to pass Hell difficulty. Fuming also chose Nightmare difficulty. The more epic professions, on the other hand, chose the hard difficulty. There are even those who choose normal difficulty for stability. This round of exams is extraordinary. Once you have made your selection, the exam officially begins. A couple of examiners are communicating. How many do you guys think will make it through the fourth round? After the first 3 rounds of screening, there were only 6,000 or so combat class candidates left in the entire Gue province. These people were the true elites of Gue province. I have a feeling there might be less than 100. This round is more difficult than previous years. I'm afraid many candidates won't be able to make it. Of the 6,000 people, it was estimated that less than 200 could pass. Elimination reaching 97%. The horror of this elimination rate was indeed unprecedented. A man sighed. It can't be helped. Lately all the countries near the Great Summer have been unsettled. The Lighthouse Kingdom has been provoking frequently. And with Little Cherry Blossom calling after us, we have to make preparations for the coming war. Not only that, but the spatial cracks within the Great Summer have recently multiplied, and many abyssal demons have infested the area, already causing a considerable amount of casualties. Mankind is not at peace, and times are not good in Daxia. On the one hand, friction among the nations of the world does not diminish as the world changes. On the other hand, all kinds of space cracks keep appearing all over the world, from which all kinds of burning legions, hell devils, and abyssal demons come out, all of which are a great threat to human beings. The difficulty of this year's college entrance exams has risen abruptly, and it is closely related to the current situation in the country of Daxia. In the trial tower, the boss that Li Du faced had appeared. It was a very huge monster, with its entire body skin as red as lava, emitting a very terrifying heat. It had a very special appearance, ghostly face and fangs, horrible to the extreme, like a demon walking out of hell. In fact, it kinda came from hell. Burning demon, type, boss, rank, 30, life value, 128,000, power, 2780, trait, searing heat. The closer you get to it, the faster your life points drop. Skills, hell magma, demon summoning, inferno gold, demon roar. When he saw this value, Li Du finally revealed a surprised expression. Its value was surprisingly more powerful than the Cayman Orc King. 120,000 life value, close to 3,000 strength. With such a frightening value, it's no wonder the examiner made a point of warning. In the face of this wild monster, I'm afraid there's no way for a legendary ranked profession to say that they can definitely defeat it, right? But that's already the value for hell difficulty. Other difficulties should be lower. Fuming looked at the demon in front of him with an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Although she had chosen nightmare difficulty, the demons she faced were still incredibly powerful. With over 100,000 life points and around 2,000 strength, this value alone was enough to make her go all out. No matter what, make sure you take this round. Although her opponent was very strong, she was not without confidence. And more than a few, they were pale. Because even though they have overestimated the intensity of this opponent as much as possible, they have found that it is still far from enough. Even on normal difficulty, the life value of the demon reached a staggering 50,000. The attack power also reached 800. And the damage was extremely high. But they have to face it anyway. The path you chose for yourself. You have to finish it on your knees. As the sound of the start of the exam fell, the various candidates began to fight. And Li Du finally stopped hiding. The wrath of the living. With a furious cry, Li Du immediately casted the wrath of the living spirit. He didn't cast 10 times the spirit of life's wrath, but 100 times. Abyssal chop. With the realization of the wrath of the living spirit complete, Li Du once again unleashed his skills, under 100 times the damage. After just one photo, that burning demon's body was actually directly chopped in half by Li Du. With a scream, Li Du killed the burning demon. However, the others hadn't completed the exam, so Li Du hadn't gotten the alert message yet. But out there, Li Du's message has come up. First place, Li Du, time, 0.1 seconds, points earned, 8,000 points. When this message came out, all the examiners froze. What's going on? How come a candidate finished the exam? What's happening? The exams have only just begun. How could this Li Du take only 0.1 seconds? Is there a mistake in the exam content? Check them all. The examiners were amazed beyond belief. This had never happened before. In past years, the fourth round of exams was not as sick as this year, but it took a while for the candidates to kill the bosses. All took about 30 minutes on average. As for the provincial scholar, in previous years, it had also taken roughly 3 or 4 minutes to kill the boss, and the best record in the past had been 2 minutes and 13 seconds, a record that had even stood for 7 years. And at 0.1 seconds, this instantaneous spike has not occurred at all. What happened? At this time, an old man wearing a gray-blue vestment walked over. A few examiners saw him and hurriedly saluted. It's Elder Zhou. What brings you here? Zhou Ning, a top professor of the Tiangui Academy, a level 99 legendary quality law profession, and a top figure of the National Guild, was also a representative of Gui province. Such a big shot was qualified to enter the capital to face the saint, and all of the Fushan had to bow respectfully when they saw him. Several examiners did not expect him to come to the entrance examination. Zhou Ning returned the salute, completely lacking the stance of a big shot. Is there a problem with the grades? A few examiners immediately spoke about Li Du's situation, a situation they had never seen before at all. Zhou Ning scrutinized Li Du's battle footage and quickly smiled. This Li Du possesses a skill that can drastically increase his attributes for a certain period of time. I just don't know what the upper limit is. Upon hearing this, several of the examiners came to a realization. Would he be breaking the rules by using this skill? The entrance exams do not prohibit similar skills. It's just that it wouldn't be good to just rank him number 1. At this time, Zhou Ning spoke up. How about this? You guys arrange for an even more powerful boss and have him fight it again, to see if you can test the upper limit of this skill of his. The examiner was a bit embarrassed. But, Elder Zhou, how will the points be calculated in this way? No matter. I'll pay out of my own pocket. And if he still wins, I'll reward him with an additional 10,000 points. Several examiners said. How can this be? How can we let you break the bank? Elder Zhou, how about this? We'll pay for 10,000 points. We are the examiners after all. Zhou Ning was instantly a bit displeased. I was the one who suggested it. What's wrong with me offering points? You guys don't mess around. One size fits all. A few examiners heard this and could only accept it with reluctance. Soon, Li Du saw the new information. The second exam begins. Li Du was a bit puzzled. There's a second exam in this round? However, since it had appeared, Li Du had nothing to worry about. With 100 times the reinforcement of the wrath of the living spirit, he was completely fearless. Chapter 50, Final Exam. Real Battlefield Simulation. The newly appeared wild monsters were likewise glowing red, as if they were covered in lava. The wild monster looked like a vicious dog, but surprisingly had 3 heads. Cerberus, type, boss, level, 30, life value, 158,700, power, 3,800, characteristics, overbearing, berserk, won't defend, just keep attacking, searing, skills, punching, magma summoning, tengu calling, berserker body. The attributes of this boss were even more powerful and terrifying than before. With such a strong boss, even Li Du felt incredible. Even though it was hell difficulty, the difficulty was just too high, right? Li Du didn't realize that this was a test exclusively for him. Despite the extremely high attributes of the hell's 3-headed dog, Li Du was not afraid. Thunderclap. Li Du bellowed and executed a thunderous heavy strike. Soon enough, the hell's 3-headed dog was killed by Li Du once again in seconds. And this scene shocked the outside examiners. This kind of killing power is hard to achieve even for a legendary level profession. It's really hard to imagine that he's just a management profession. Elder Zhou, how should this be handled? Zhou Ning said, rank him first according to the rules. When the exams are over, deduct 10,000 points from my account as an extra reward for him. The examiners nodded. Soon, people completed the 4th round of exams one after another, and the current round was officially over. The 4th round of exams has ended, and the results will now be announced. First place, Li Du. Difficulty, Hell. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. Points gained, 8,000 points. Second place, Li Dong. Difficulty, Hell. Time, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Points gained, 5,000. Third place, Fong Xiaochang. Difficulty, Hell. Time taken, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Points gained, 4,800. Hashtag 28, Vermin. Difficulty, Nightmare. Time, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Points gained, 2,500. The difficulty of the fourth round of exams really isn't something to be taken lightly. The vast majority of candidates were eliminated. Of the more than 6,000 people, only 267 were able to complete the current round of exams. Although it was a bit more than the expected number, the elimination rate was still very exaggerated. The eliminated candidates hung their heads in despair, and their inability to pass the fourth round of exams had also almost cut off their possibility of getting to a double first-class academy. And as the results were gradually announced, many people were surprised. After they saw that Li Du unexpectedly overpowered a group of legendary-level professions and came in first place, they felt even more of a wave of incredulity. What kind of god is this Li Du? 0.1 seconds to complete the exam. How did he do it? The most important thing is that the difficulty he chose is still Hell difficulty. Li Dong was also surprised to see that he had been surpassed. I didn't expect Gue province to have such a hidden powerhouse. It seems I was too arrogant. He had thought that his provincial first prize was a nail in the coffin, but now that he looked at it, it wasn't necessarily so. Li Du's standing out did give him a bit of pressure, but it doesn't matter. I'm still number one in the end. There was also the fifth round of exams, which was the final exam, and the importance of this round was higher than even the first 4 rounds. If dealt with well, candidates who were at the bottom of the first 4 rounds might even be able to make a comeback in the 5th round. Fong Xiaochang was even angrier when he saw that he didn't even get second place. What exactly is this one called Li Du? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Where are the examiners? Come out. I want to report. Someone's cheating. When the few examiners saw that Fong Xiaochang was actually clamoring here, they were a bit displeased. Candidate Fong Xiaochang, please watch your words. If you question the results of the exam, you can go ahead and make a representation after the exam is over. However, if you disrupt the examination process, we have the right to disqualify you from the examination. Hearing these words, Fong Xiaochang instantly dared not speak. Still, his gaze was filled with hate. Not only did he hate Li Dong, he even hated Li Du together. Fuming was very happy when he saw that Li Du had actually won first place. Humph, I knew you hadn't really powered up yet. When you do, you'll definitely surprise everyone. Having played a copy with Li Du, Fuming was well aware of Li Du's strength. She couldn't even wait to see the surprised stares of others, as if she was the one who was Li Du. The 4 rounds of exams are over. And today's exams are over for now. The 5th round of exams will take place tomorrow, one after another. The candidates left to rest, and Li Du also left. He went straight back into the candidates' dormitory and did nothing but close his eyes. Soon the day passed and the exams began again the next day. All candidates returned to the examination center at the scheduled time. Attention all candidates. The 5th round of exams for combat class candidates will be held today. This round of exams will take place in a real battlefield, with ever-changing situations and a higher level of difficulty than the previous 4 rounds. I would like to remind the candidates who have already passed the 4th round that your current scores are already good enough to enter a double first-class academy, and that there is no harm in giving up the 5th round of exams even if you do. Whether or not to take the 5th round of exams, please act according to your ability. Unlike before the 4th round of exams began, surprisingly none of the candidates chose to give up in the 5th round. It's come this far and no one wants to leave here. The 5th round of exams officially begins. As the voice fell, the candidates in the trial tower immediately entered the examination room for the 5th round of exams. Li Du realized that the surroundings had changed. He came to a very dim desert that smelled of blood and was littered with corpses and bones nearby, some weathered and some still stained with blood. The venue for the 5th round of exams was surprisingly a battlefield. The 5th round of exams has begun. Examination content, real battlefield simulation. A variety of enemies will appear in this battlefield, including wild monsters, demons, and professionals. Candidates need to survive this battlefield and kill as many enemies as possible. Battlefield lasts 1 hour. When the sound ended, Li Du realized that he was surrounded by many more figures. Kill, kill, kill these monsters. No retreat. Behind us is the motherland. Dedicate yourself to your country and honor your ancestors. He was surrounded by a surprising number of soldiers who were fighting, of different professions, dirty and covered with blood, but without the slightest intention of retreating. And in front, there were all kinds of monsters. There are hell demons, burning legions, goblins, and professionals from other countries. The melee has begun. Kid over there, what are you waiting for? Dawdling on the battlefield is deadly. At this moment, a middle-aged man chopped his head off at Li Du. When Li Du saw that middle-aged man, for some reason, he had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't think about it too much anymore. Immediately casting the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du threw himself into the middle of the battlefield. Abyssal chop. Countless enemies surged up and various skills appeared. Li Du cast Abyssal Slash and instantly killed several enemies, but Li Du did not stop. As a skill went down, countless more enemies died. Beside Li Du, there were just as many comrades who had killed the enemy, fighting on this battlefield. Chapter 51 Breaking records one after another. The examiners are stunned. Simulates the real battlefield, also called the abyssal battlefield. The monsters, enemies and comrades on the battlefield were all once there. Projections of the past. There are 5 stages to this battlefield, and as each stage progresses, the enemies get stronger and the battlefield becomes more dangerous. The first stage generally only has elite monsters around level 25 and up to level 30. When you wait for the second stage, there will be level 25 to 30 boss monsters. Its strength is based on the boss of the 4th exam, and the 3rd stage onwards is the real hell stage, because from this stage onwards, the monsters that appeared would no longer have a level cap. The further you go, the higher the strength of the enemies, and by the time you reach the 5th stage, even level 60 boss monsters will appear. In previous years, the record of the Great Summer Kingdom had only reached the 3rd stage, and it had only lasted less than 5 minutes in the 3rd stage. Most people kill up to the 2nd stage at most. At this time, Li Du had already fully engaged in the battle, strengthening the damage by 100 times, allowing Li Du to kill monsters as if they were chopping up vegetables. Several examiners had been checking Li Du's screen, and because Zhou Ning was always staring at Li Du's movements, the examiners didn't dare to switch the screen. Unbelievable. Zhou Ning sighed. This little fellow called Li Du was definitely blessed with deep fortune. An examiner asked, Lord Zhou Ning, what do you see? Out of all the candidates, Li Du's fight was the cleanest, not wasting a single bit of strength. Even Li Dong, who comes from a military martial arts family, is slightly lacking in comparison. Such a person is either immersed in the battlefield for years and has killed countless enemies. Either that or they are exceptionally gifted and were born knowing how to fight. Hearing that Zhou Ning had actually rated Li Du so highly, several of the examiners were surprised. However, when they saw Li Du's appearance of killing the enemy, they also marveled. Obviously, the first stage didn't bring him any pressure at all. I wonder how many stages this Li Du can kill. As long as you kill more than 200 enemies, you will be able to go straight to the next stage. At this moment, Li Du had no idea how many enemies he had killed, and a message appeared in his mind. The simulation of a real battlefield has entered the 2nd phase. All enemies have been strengthened and elite-level enemies have begun to appear. After the voice appeared, Li Du sensed that the enemy was stronger. The values are also much more frightening. Even one of the most ordinary wild monsters already had a life value of tens of thousands and a strength of 2,000. And some elite wild monsters even had 30,000 blood and almost 3,000 power. Surrounded by such wild monsters, you may be seriously injured if you are not careful. However, this still did not pose any threat to Li Du. Even though the elite-level enemies were strong, Li Du's damage was simply too high, and it was still one sword at a time. The dimly lit earth was filled with blood as Li Du's kills continued. Li Du was really the first to enter the 2nd stage. The later generations are fearful. The exam has only passed less than 10 minutes. He's already broken the record of the Great Summer Kingdom, right? Breaking. The fastest it used to be to get to the 2nd stage was 15 minutes. In that case, it seems likely that Li Du will kill his way to the 3rd stage. Indeed, but the 2nd stage requires killing 400 enemies before he can enter the 3rd stage. Even if he is able to enter the 3rd stage, I'm afraid he won't have much time left. In the middle of the battlefield, Li Du executed the 10,000 swords. Countless swords rained down, killing one enemy after another. Whether it was a wild monster, a demon or a hostile professional, under the 10,000 swords, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Even elite monsters were completely irresistible. When the examiners saw this, they were too shocked to speak. They thought that Li Du would take a long time to kill his enemies. But with this move, countless enemies had died under Li Du's sword. This skill is only an epic skill. How can it have such powerful damage? We underestimated Li Du. It's already a nail in the coffin for this kid to enter the 3rd stage. Let's see how long he can last in the 3rd stage. The examiners were impressed. Li Du was only an essence-level professional, yet his performance suppressed a host of legend-level professions. Other battlefields have seen mixed performances. The advantages of legendary-level professions in this kind of scenario were amplified, and every legendary-level profession didn't feel too much pressure when facing the abyssal battlefield, especially Li Dong. His speed of killing the enemy was not as fast as Li Du, but it was also extremely dry. At the 16th minute, he also entered the second phase. Liden was clearly imperative to opening the third phase of the battlefield. Following Li Dong, the various legendary great professions also entered the second stage one after another. Still, many were injured in battle and had to withdraw from the exam. The final test is as brutal as it has ever been. You brat, looking so skinny. I didn't expect to be so awesome. The surrounding comrades all admired Li Du when they saw him killing the enemy like drinking water. At this moment, a middle-aged man came over and praised Li Du. Li Du chimed in with a smile and didn't say anything. For the people on this battlefield, Li Du had immense respect. Although they were all simulated shadows, they were people who had actually existed. Perhaps an ordinary character around him was a military god that had appeared in some textbook. The enemy is coming up again. Men, hold them off. The great summer kingdom does not fear death. Charge with me. Charge. Go for the kill. In this intense atmosphere, Li Du also gradually became exhilarated, killing the enemy with unparalleled vigor. Soon after, the 10,000 swords had been released and ended, and countless corpses appeared on the ground. At the same time, Li Du's points continued to soar, directly increasing to over 60,000 points. In held difficulty, the first stage was able to gain 100 points for every enemy killed, and the points for kills in the second stage were directly doubled to 200 points. The accumulated points of 60,000 meant that Li Du had currently killed over 200 enemies in the second stage. Compared to Li Du, the others were in a poor points situation. Li Dong, who ranked second, currently had just over 20,000 points, a full 3 times the difference with Li Du. And the third place, Fong Xiaochang, didn't even reach 20,000. Epic level professionals like Fuming performed even worse, with none of them breaking 10,000. Nowadays, those who had entered the second stage, other than Li Du, were all legendary professions. Even Fuming was still some distance away from the second stage. The quality of a profession still has too much of an impact on its own combat effectiveness. Time continued to pass, and the exam quickly passed most of the way through. It was nearing 40 minutes, and at that moment, after Li Du killed a Sakura Nation's professional, a prompt message finally appeared. The simulation of the real battlefield has entered the third stage, and all the enemies have been greatly strengthened, and there will be extremely strong boss-level monsters. Under this phase, you earn 300 points for killing normal targets and 500 points for killing boss targets. This kid has entered the third stage. It's only been 40 minutes and he's pushed the record straight ahead by almost 15 minutes. The examiners were surprised to see Li Du enter the third stage. Li Du's performance had once again refreshed their imagination. Chapter 52, Sudden Changes. Boom boom boom. Strong magic crashed against the earth as one giant figure after another appeared. These are boss-level monsters. Chief of the Burning Legion. Type, Demon Boss. Level, 30. Life value, 127. 800. Power, 4,200. The value of a single boss-level wild monster was even more powerful than the boss of the fourth exam. And facing this intensity of wild monsters, Li Du's 100 times damage couldn't even do a second kill. That's the real challenge. The outside examiners all put their attention on Li Du, and they were eager to see how Li Du performed. Abyssal Chop. Even though the enemies were very powerful, Li Du was not afraid in the slightest. His nimble figure continuously weaves between various bosses before launching attacks. The damage strengthened by 100 times was still very terrifying. Almost 2 or 3 attacks were able to kill a boss. The examiners were still shocked to see this, even though he already knew that Li Du was very powerful. Every time he saw Li Du's performance, he felt incredible. Is he really a fine-grade professional? With this kind of performance, I feel like he even has the elegance of a super fine grade. Above the legendary level is the superlative level, and above that is the holy level. But professionals of both qualities are almost a rarity. The entire country of Daxia couldn't produce more than a few in a year, sometimes not even one in a few years. The rest of the examiners shook their heads. Although it's powerful, it's still a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's super grade. I also agree. Professionals of this grade are not even in the same world as us. Super grade and saint grade professionals don't take the entrance exams, and even before they grow up, no one would even know about it. From the day they appeared, they would be received directly into the imperial capital, taught uniformly by the most powerful mentors and secretly cultivated, the absolute future of the country. Only after reaching level 60, this grade of profession can appear in front of the world. Nowadays, in the entire country of Daxia, there were only 10 super grade professionals who could be known to the public, and they were also known as the Daxia 10. As for the saint level professionals, there were only 3 of them, and the performance of a professional of this quality absolutely crushes everyone. More than 10 years ago, at that time, There was a war between the Great Summer Country and the Sakura Country next door. In that war the country sent a super-ranked professional. With a rank of 70, he had hard across 20 levels to powerfully kill several rank 90 samurai from the Sakura Kingdom, letting the whole world see the strength of a super rank. And saint-level professionals had rarely even made a public strike until now. The only record was decades ago when a level 70 saint-ranked professional decapitated a level 99 legend-ranked professional. That legendary rank had even crossed half a foot into the transcendent realm. Therefore, even if Li Du behaved so strongly again, the several examiners did not dare to think about these two grades at all. After watching for a long time, the examiners switched to the other candidates with fondness. In fact, Li Dong's performance was also very good. He was currently still in the second stage but had already killed over 300 wild monsters. In 10 minutes at most, he would be able to enter the third stage. However, after seeing Li Du, the examiners were no longer so shocked by Li Dong's performance. There was once no water in the ocean, but the mountain of witchcraft is not a cloud. If it wasn't for Li Du, Li Dong would definitely be the top scorer of this exam. It's both born and bred. I didn't expect a fine-grade profession to be able to make it this far. There really is a world outside of people. The test scores are clear. Li Du is bound to be the top scholar. No one can surpass it. The gap is too big. And Li Dong could only take second place. There are less than 10 minutes left and the examiners are waiting for the time to expire. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth changed color, and the environment darkened for a few moments. The temperature dropped extremely at this moment, as if it had instantly come to winter. Several shadows suddenly appeared around the trial tower. They released their skills, and light immediately surrounded the trial tower. Bold, who dares to mess with the college entrance exam? A few examiners immediately noticed that something was wrong and rushed towards those figures, about to apprehend them. At this time, the figures gradually solidified and transformed into several men wearing Sakura uniforms. With mockery on their faces, they all sneered as they looked at the examiner. Ha ha ha, sick men of the Great Summer Kingdom. The future of East Asia belongs to Sakura, and you will surely become slaves of my great Sakura Kingdom. Boom! The intense light instantly surrounded the entire trial tower. The entire tower immediately experienced a strong vibration, which was followed by countless lightning bolts discharging indiscriminately. When the examiners tried to stop this, they felt an extremely strong aura that prevented them from taking a step forward. Kill! At this time, Zhou Ning stepped in. He was extremely powerful, a level 99 legend-ranked professional, and was even about to qualify to enter the transcendent realm. Under his intervention, those rays of light were instantly bounced off, and an entire trial tower immediately returned to smoothness. And then, with a wave of Zhou Ning's one hand, several rays of light rushed towards the several men in Sakura uniforms. Bang! 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 Their bodies instantly swelled, and they unexpectedly exploded one after the other. However, at the time of the explosion, these few people did not have a trace of panic. Instead, they all revealed teasing smiles. Our job is done. Do as you please. Long live the great Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Long live His Majesty the Great Emperor. Bang! As the last man exploded, the trial tower finally returned to smoothness. The examiners immediately went up to check it out. And then, all of them showed a grave expression. Zhou Ning stepped forward and asked, "How is the situation?" "It's very unpromising," one of the examiners said in a deep voice. "I didn't expect the scum of the Sakura country to come and cause trouble. Those mongrels were aiming for the candidates inside, and they released a special barrier to disrupt the trial tower. On top of that, they've dropped something into the trial tower that can't be found out anytime soon. The situation of the candidates inside is dangerous." The expressions on the examiners' faces made even Zhou Ning realize the seriousness of the matter. He immediately asked, "How do we fix it?" A few examiners immediately said, "A few of us will do our best to repair the trial tower. And during this period, the candidates may need to face unknown dangers." At this time, inside the trial tower, Li Du swung his sword, but nothing hit him. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground, checked around, but realized there was nothing here. Where are the enemies? How did they disappear? Li Du was very puzzled and didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, many figures appeared all around, but it wasn't the enemy, but the candidates who were taking the exam together. Li Du also saw fuming. Candidates were filled with confusion as to what was happening. Li Du. When Fuming saw Li Du, he immediately ran over. Li Du asked, "Do you know what happened?" Fuming shook his head. The exam didn't end, but the enemies all disappeared. "Look at the sky, you guys." At that moment, someone pointed to the sky. People all looked up, horrified to find the sky changing dramatically. The clouds had somehow turned blood red. The atmosphere around them also became eerie. A lot of people are a little scared. Chapter 53, Resurrection Magic, Undead Revival. The blood-red sky was like naked flesh and blood, fishy and disgusting. People felt a sense of depression, wondering what was about to happen. Just then, there was a sudden tremor in the ground, and then, countless densely packed skeletons unexpectedly crawled out directly from the ground, surging towards all the candidates like black clouds. Right at this moment, Zhou Ning in the outside world suddenly shouted out, "It's resurrection magic!" Those scumbags from the Sakura Kingdom used a large amount of resurrection magic, causing all the dead monsters in the tower to pour out. There are just too many of them. The candidates inside will never be able to support them. Hearing these words, the faces of several second examiners gradually turned pale. Resurrection magic is an extremely powerful magic. After using it, it can revive a dead creature in its undead state, and it is even more powerful after revival. This kind of magic effect was extremely powerful, and thus the cost was also very great. It couldn't be cast by a single person, and had to be cast by at least 5 epic-level magic professions, and after casting it, the caster's chances of survival would be cut drastically, or even die on the spot. This is the price of resurrection magic. After being resurrected, the undead have no sense of autonomy and will recklessly attack anything living within sight. They are tireless, painless, and unbelievably crazy, and while the resurrection magic is in effect, even if the undead die, they will be resurrected again, in a continuous stream. Sakura Nation is surprisingly so vicious. He's trying to exterminate all the people in the trial tower. If we really let them make it, the Great Summer Kingdom will definitely be hurt. These candidates were the future of the Great Xia Kingdom, and even one death would be a loss of outstanding talent for the Great Xia Kingdom. This move by the Cherry Blossom Country was simply digging up the roots of the Great Xia Country. Zhou Ning shouted, "We must immediately cast a large shielding magic to bring the candidates inside right out." Influenced by the people of the Sakura Country, the candidates were now trapped in the trial tower. A few examiners were also simply unable to retake control of the trial tower in a short period of time. The examiners didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and immediately cast their magic. Zhou Ning, as the main caster, came to the top of the trial tower to cast a spell. The rest of the examiners acted as deputy casters, assisting Zhou Ning in casting spells. At the same time, Zhou Ning's voice fell into the trial tower, landing in the ears of the various candidates. "Hello children, I'm Zhou Ning." Hearing this voice, countless candidates were excited. "Elder Zhou. It's actually Elder Zhou. I can't believe he's here." As a representative of Gue Province, Zhou Ning is an idol in the hearts of countless people. Many professionals had even been inspired by Zhou Ning to become stronger step by step. "Children, our trial tower has suffered an attack from the Sakura Nation, and the tower is currently under a wide range of resurrection magic. Countless enemies are resurrected in the tower and a steady stream of attacks are launched. We have begun casting shielding magic and will be able to get you right out once the spell is over. But it takes time to cast the spell, and you need to hold out for an hour. So during this hour, I also ask you to stand united against a strong enemy. You're all the top geniuses in Gue Province. As long as you're united, there's no battle you can't win. No impregnable." Zhou Ning's voice is extremely infectious. In the trial tower, countless candidates had their blood rushing up and were exhilarated. "Elder Zhou, we'll be fine. Unite and kill the enemy. We are now united to crush Sakura's machinations. To hell with Primrose." Everyone was thrilled to be confronted with this scene. The hatred between the Great Summer Kingdom and the Little Cherry Blossom had long been unresolvable, and there was friction between the two countries almost every year, with a major war every 10 or 8 years. The last great war between the Great Summer Kingdom and Little Cherry Blossom was more than 10 years ago, and some people's parents had even fought in that war. When it comes to the Cherry Blossom Country, every person in the Great Summer Country is filled with righteous indignation. Li Du's gaze was also icy cold. At this moment, Li Dong, who came from a military martial family, immediately stepped forward. "Gentlemen, I am Li Dong. The danger of this time is unprecedented, and in order to overcome it, we must unite as one and utilize the maximum effect of each profession. Please also ask the defense-type professions to stand at the front and block the attacks for us, and output-type professions, fire at full power. Priests are in charge of healing. The ones that don't do much damage mainly play control. None of them stay in hand. For this hour, our goal is for no one to die." With a father who was originally a general, Li Dong spoke with an infectious, almost natural leadership. When the professionals present heard his words, they all followed Li Dong's arrangement and lined up in formation as well. At this point, a large number of wild monsters had resurfaced. They came in swarms. Kill the enemy, kill all these wildlings. The candidates released their skills one after another. In an instant, the light of countless skills fell onto one wild monster after another, and large swathes of wild monsters were killed by the skills. When people saw this, their confidence increased. "What's the matter? I thought it was dangerous. Aren't these wild monsters randomly killed? Humph. But it's just to support for an hour. Look down on who? Look at me with a fireball spell. The death of the first wildlife gave great information. But soon, when the second batch of wild monsters appeared, many people's faces began to change. This was because the second batch of wild monsters appeared with many elite and boss monsters whose attributes were even equivalent to stage 3 professionals. If they were to be impacted by these wild monsters, the professionals present would definitely not be able to stand it. Seeing this, Li Du immediately rushed to the front of the group and charged towards the wild monster. Li Du, what are you doing? Fuming immediately shouted anxiously when he saw that Li Du dared to rush out. Others were shocked. Who is he? How dare he rush out? Doesn't he want to die? Doesn't he know how strong the wild monsters are there? Who knows about this guy? Just as people were puzzled, Li Du suddenly shouted, 10,000 swords. A huge phalanx appeared in the sky, and after that, countless swords only fell one after another. Like rain. Brush. They landed on countless wild monsters, sweeping piece after piece. In a moment, countless elite monsters and boss monsters all died under Li Du's sword. This scene also completely stunned everyone present. What kind of skill is this? It's so powerful. Who is he? He's even more awesome than Li Dong. Countless rays of detection techniques fell on Li Du, and his information appeared in people's eyes. Name, Li Du. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger, Blue. Level, 20. Li Du. He's that Li Du who took first place in the 4th exam. Crap. It's him. So powerful. No wonder he was able to kill the boss of the 4th exam in seconds. Isn't this dude a blue profession? Why is he so strong? At this moment, Li Du's figure was deeply burned into everyone's eyes. When Li Dong saw this, he was also impressed. There's a man out there, and there's a man out there. So he's so powerful. No wonder I lost. When Fuming saw that Li Du was not only fine, but was also doing so well, his original worries suddenly turned into excitement. Humph, you made me worry for nothing. Stinking Li Du. Blah blah blah. No. What am I worried about him for? I'm not going to worry about him. Fong Xiaochang, on the other hand, was filled with gloom. Already having Li Dong pressing on his head was already unbearable for him. And now there was an additional Li Du. This made Li Dong, whose self-esteem was extremely strong, feel as bad as if he had been cut with a knife. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Fong Xiaochang was a little scared and didn't even dare to think that he would have such a thought. But the less he thought about it, the more the idea took root in his mind. It made him consider the possibility. Now happens to be the most dangerous time. If Li Dong and Li Du died unexpectedly, if it's hidden. The more he thought about it, the more he trembled terribly. Chapter 54, Fong Xiaochang's Sneak Attack. Neither Li Du nor Li Dong realized what Fong Xiaochang was thinking. Countless undead came back to life and kept on impacting. In this situation, people are united. While Li Du released the 10,000 swords, the others immediately stepped forward to kill the monsters. Li Du topped the front, causing the pressure on people to be reduced by a lot. All find your positions and don't mess up the formation. Once the formation is messed up, we're done for. Li Dong was also constantly directing and getting people to set up their formations. It was the only way to resist the onslaught of the undead. After a few minutes, the 10,000 swords ended. A large number of undead once again impacted, nearly drowning the crowd. Many people were engulfed by the undead and directly lost their lives. This scene caused the remaining people to despair, and some had even wanted to give up. Kill. Li Du waved his long sword and continuously released his skills. As the rays of his skills fell, one after another wild monster fell under his sword. However, Li Du's power alone was limited after all. No amount of undead he killed would stop the hordes of undead from storming the crowd. The death toll is starting to mount. That's the real desperation. At this moment, people are experiencing the scene of a real battlefield. The people's formation was also being compressed, and if it continued like this, sooner or later, they would be completely killed by these wild monsters. Li Du, how long will it take to release that skill of yours? Li Dong suddenly spoke. Nowadays, unless Li Du unleashed another 10,000 swords return, people could hardly see any hope. Even though Li Dong was a legendary great profession, his skills were simply unable to kill the wild monsters in this area in a wide range. The values of these elite monsters were simply too high, and no one else could kill them in a short period of time except for Li Du's Rage of the Living Spirit. 3 minutes to go. Hang in there. Li Dong was relieved to hear this. 3 minutes. Shouldn't be too hard. It was a pity that the college entrance exam did not allow any props to be carried. Otherwise it would have been perfectly fine for Li Du to use a skill cooling potion. Hold on a little longer. Li Dong shouted at the people. We, the people of Disya, will never retreat. Don't let these undead show off. Infected by Li Dong's words, the people also perked up. Just then, a cold light suddenly landed on Li Dong's back. And then, a skill that appeared out of nowhere unexpectedly penetrated Li Dong's body directly from the back. Ah! Li Dong screamed miserably as his pupils contracted dramatically. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. Li Dong, what happened to you? What's going on? Hurry, quick rescue. Li Dong is injured. Rev, priest, cast a restoration spell. Li Dong's collapse immediately caused the crowd to go into chaos. Several people immediately came forward to help him up, and the priests also rushed up to cast recovery spells. However, Li Dong's injuries were too severe and he bled too much and remained unconscious. However, it was good that there were quite a few priests in the vicinity, and there were even legendary priest-type professions, so Li Dong's life was not yet in danger. However, the scene still left people in a state of confusion. Even Li Du did not react for a moment. The wild monster undead was clearly in front of him, so why was Li Dong being attacked from behind? Just then, Li Du suddenly had an extremely dangerous feeling, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. At this moment, an attack unexpectedly just grazed Li Du's arm and fell directly into the crowd. It was good that it did not injure anyone else again. This attack was exactly the same as the one that injured Li Dong. Li Du was startled and immediately turned around, so he saw a figure that was about to hide in the crowd. Come out, I see you. What are you doing? Li Du shouted angrily. He had already seen the person who had struck. In the next moment, the Cayman orc general beside Li Du immediately rushed over and kicked the person inside out. It was Feng Xiaochang. At the moment, he was still grasping the staff in his hand, exactly as he had just finished casting the spell. It's Feng Xiaochang. It was him who sneak attacked Li Dong. Feng Xiaochang, what do you want? Seeing that he had been exposed, Feng Xiaochang was filled with panic and hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. Don't you guys frame me. And you say you weren't wronged? We all saw you. He tried to kill Li Dong, and he also tried to kill Li Du. Feng Xiaochang wants all of us to die here. You're not a spy from the Sakura country, are you? Seeing that people's words were getting more and more outrageous, Feng Xiaochang became infuriated and shouted, you're the one who's a spy. All get out of my way. I didn't do what happened. If you guys wrong me again, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he was about to cast a skill, trying to attack the crowd. Many people subconsciously stepped back when they saw this. Feng Xiaochang was a legend-ranked professional second only to Li Dong, and even others who were also legend-ranked did not want to provoke him too much. However, Li Du was not the least bit concerned and directly went up and stomped Feng Xiaochang down. You. Feng Xiaochang froze. He did not expect Li Dong to dare to do this to him. How dare you argue? Not only did you want to kill Li Dong, you also wanted to kill me. If I hadn't dodged in advance, I would have ended up like Li Dong just now. Both Li Dong and I have no grudges against you. Why are you doing this? Feng Xiaochang's face was pale and incomparably flustered. He had wanted to secretly kill Li Dong and Li Du, but he did not expect that he would be exposed. If today's events were to spread out, he would definitely not end up any better. In any case, he must not admit it. You've wronged me. I didn't do anything. You say I did it. Do you have proof? Li Du laughed at the words. Evidence? You want evidence, don't you? Suddenly, Li Du grabbed Feng Xiaochang and unexpectedly threw him out directly. After the rage of the living spirit had been strengthened, Li Du's power was ridiculously high. Feng Xiaochang flew out for nearly 100 meters and unexpectedly landed directly into the group of undead wild monsters. Feng Xiaochang, who hadn't reacted yet, panicked when he saw that he was surrounded by wild monsters. In a hurry, he immediately made the skill. Shoo shoo shoo. A beam of magic passed through one wild monster after another. People recognized it at once. There's absolutely no mistaking it. This is the skill that sneaked up on Li Dong just now. It's really him. Feng Xiaochang wants to kill Li Dong. People were horrified. Originally, in this kind of scene, people were struggling to protect themselves. It was all up to Li Du and Li Dong to support them. And Feng Xiaochang even wanted to kill them. Does he want everyone to die here? Many people immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, countless wild monsters had surrounded Feng Xiaochang. Even if he was a legendary level profession, he couldn't stop so many wild monsters. Not to mention the fact that there were quite a few level 30 bosses among them, each with over 100,000 blood. Soon, Feng Xiaochang died at the hands of the wild monster. And then, the wild monsters once again impacted. And seeing that the crowd was about to fall into chaos, Li Du bellowed, the priest stays behind to take care of Li Dong. All the rest, follow me to kill the enemy. Survive this period of time. And then, Li Du immediately rushed forward and released the 10,000 swords return. Seeing this, the rest of the professionals also rushed out. Things have come to this point. It's useless to say anything. We can only keep killing the enemy. In the process, people kept dying. However, Li Du was on fire and attracted most of the wild monsters, greatly reducing the pressure on the others. Time kept passing, and people almost killed until they became numb and forgot about the passage of time. Eventually, an hour passed. As the light fell, the undead in the trial tower suddenly disappeared. Chapter 55, The End of the Exams. The top student. Boys, hard work. The shielding spell formation has been constructed. Now you may leave the trial tower. When Zhou Ning's voice reappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had really supported themselves for too long. It was an hour that was worse than a century for them. Eventually, people came out one after another. A number of people died, but others survived. People were either sad or angry. There was no doubt that the purpose of this raid by the Sakura Kingdom had been achieved. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ning was incomparably angry. Even though he had already killed everyone who had come from the Sakura country, it still didn't relieve his hatred. Upon seeing Li Dong's condition, he was stunned. What's going on with Li Dong? Several candidates cried as they told Li Dong's situation, and as Zhou Ning listened, a face gradually twisted. Asshole, Fang Xiaocheng, how dare he? At a time when everyone was in immense danger, he dared to sneak attack. This kind of behavior was not even that different from selling out. While angry, Zhou Ning still immediately had someone bring Li Dong down for treatment. At the same time, report the current situation immediately. As a matter of fact, the Sakura Kingdom wasn't just messing around in Guei Province. There were people from the Sakura Kingdom in every province sabotaging the college entrance exam. In order to accomplish this, they even went so far as to use many of the spies that had been ambushed in the Great Summer Country for many years. This move also infuriated the top echelons of the Great Summer Kingdom. This move by the Cherry Blossom Country was undoubtedly digging up the roots of the Great Summer Country. As for how to retaliate later, this was not something Zhou Ning could learn. Despite the fact that the college entrance exams in multiple places were sabotaged, it was a good thing that the Great Xia Kingdom had already set up heavy defenses against the college entrance exams and had already had countless plans in place. As a result, although the Sakura Kingdom had killed quite a few geniuses, the overall impact on the Great Xia Kingdom did not reach the point of breaking bones. Candidates were settled in to wait for the announcement of the results of the entrance exams. Li Du. Fuming immediately ran to Li Du's side. She was really too worried. During this time in the trial tower, she really felt like she was going to die. If it wasn't for Li Du, the candidates inside would have been almost completely wiped out. Li Du, are you okay? How are you now? Looking at Fuming, Li Du smiled. I'm fine. How about you? It's good that it's okay. Thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we'd really be in danger. At this time, the examiners had already begun to restore order in the trial tower, and the situation in the trial tower was gradually displayed as the candidates' battle flashbacks appeared in front of the examiners' big screens. It's really dangerous. These undead are like a tidal wave. Luckily, there's Li Du, whose skill slowed down most of the undead, giving the remaining candidates time to organize a resistance. Fang Xiaocheng, if that attack of his had been a little off, it would have directly grazed Li Dong's heart. That's ruthless. I didn't realize he was like that. It's a good thing he died in the end, and it's a good thing Li Du dodged it. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Apart from marveling at Li Du, several examiners were furious when they saw what Fang Xiaocheng had done. It was fortunate that Li Dong didn't die, or else Guei Province would have feared a major earthquake. Once Li Dong's father became angry, no one in the entire Guei Province could carry him. After watching it, the examiners started evaluating the performance of the candidates. There are two dimensions of performance on the GCE, the first being points and the second being evaluations. It goes without saying that points are awarded, and evaluations are the examiner's overall assessment of the candidates' 5 exams. From low to high, they are poor, average, and excellent. The evaluation is mainly for the candidates of the 5th exam, as almost all the dual colleges require a distinction in the exam evaluation in addition to the points and career requirements to be eligible for admission. Generally, if one shows enough bravery, calmness, and intelligence in the exam, the rating will not be low. In the past, there were very few epic and legendary level professions that received a poor evaluation, and unless the performance was truly unsatisfactory, the examiners were more than happy to give a slightly better evaluation. It goes without saying that Li Du is the one who came out to save the day when people were desperate. Without him, it's possible for the candidates inside the trial tower to be annihilated by the group. Indeed, not to mention the extremely powerful strength, the fighting is flowing, and the courage is excellent, facing countless undead without showing even a hint of fear or retreat. A combination of strength and intelligence, and quite a leader. It doesn't get much better than him. Even without being backstabbed, Li Dong's performance was still inferior to his. The examiners were in awe, watching the video replay of Li Du over and over again. They had truly never seen a student like Li Du. He already had all the elements of a top-tier powerhouse, and all that remained was time. And after seeing Li Du's performance, it was almost impossible to look at the performance of others. Alas, there is no comparison. Each of these people is a genius, and as a result, this one screamed the loudest when the danger came, and his legs went weak, and he's still an Epicurean profession, so it turns out he doesn't have any guts. And then there's this one, fighting unorganized and clearly panicked. Li Dong is quite good, worthy of being head Li's son. If it wasn't for Li Du, this year's top student would be him. Fuming is also okay, although he can't compare to Li Du and Li Dong. He stands out in comparison to the others. The examiners evaluated on the fly. Eventually, the results of the exams were fully published and everyone's points and ratings were available. First place, Li Du, points, 97. 800. Rating, excellent. Alma mater, Arashiro High School. There was no doubt that Li Du took the first place and became the top student of the college entrance examination. All candidates did not question this line when they saw it. Li Du's performance conquered everyone, and even the high-minded legend-ranked professions had to admit that they were simply no match for Li Du. Scholar, Li Du really got the first prize. Fuming immediately jumped up. She was simply happier than Li Du. He even took Li Du's hand in spite of his image and was giddy. When the teachers of Arashiro City High School saw this, they were even more incredulous. Is it him? Is that Li Du from our school? It's him. Didn't you see that alma mater following behind? Ha ha ha. Our school actually produced a top student. Mr. Chin. Teacher Chin, you're blessed. Li Du from your class got the top prize. Chin Anmin also felt incredible. A month ago, Li Du was still a waste of space who had failed to transfer. And a month later, he had actually taken the top spot. The scene almost made him feel dreamy. Following Li Du, the results of the rest were announced one after another. Second place, Li Dong, points, 42. 500 points, evaluation, excellent. Alma mater, Shamchung First Middle School. Third place, Moan, points, 32. 000 points, evaluation, excellent. Alma mater, Shanglong Third Senior High School. All legendary professions got excellent ratings. Fuming came in 20th place, a result that was well deserved. Jiang Yanming, who had previously been given high hopes, didn't even finish the fourth exam. His final score was 230th in the province. This score, not to mention to go to the double first class. To go to the first class university is a problem. I'm afraid that can only go to some ordinary one. When he learned of his results, Jiang Yanming was angry and hateful. I'm not convinced. Why is this year's exam so difficult? Why is Li Du the top scholar? But no one was paying attention to him. Chapter 56 Zhou Ning's Arrival. National Policy Adjustment. After the college entrance exams were over, the candidates left one after another. They have to fill out their volunteers and wait for admission to the school. This time is very tight. Only 3 days. When all the candidates have filled out their volunteers, the results will be announced within 2 days. At that time, there will be a special person to distribute the acceptance letter. And then it is time to wait for the school to start. From high school to college, there are no vacations. The break is up to half a month. Li Du had planned to go home immediately to fill out the volunteer, but someone had approached the door. You're Li Du, right? The one who approached him was an old man in a white dharma robe with a very amiable look. Are you, Elder Zhou? The old man smiled and nodded. He was none other than Zhou Ning. Elder Zhou, please. Li Du didn't dare to be slow and immediately invited him in. However, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Elder Zhou was a representative of Gue Province. What was he doing here looking for himself? Zhou Ning got right to the point. I watched your performance in the trial tower, and it was very excellent. To be honest, in all these years, I've never seen a student as outstanding as you. With a fine grade career, you suppressed a bunch of legend grade careers, and ultimately stood out and won the provincial top prize for the college entrance exam. You deserve it, Li Du immediately said. Elder Zhou is too kind. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Zhou Ning grinned. That's not an overstatement. You are worthy of these praises. What school do you want to enroll in for college? Li Du answered truthfully. I long for the 3 top academies, and if I can't go there, the 10 top academies will do. Hearing this, Zhou Ning's gaze was a bit gloomy, looking at Li Du to reveal a few moments of regret. He sighed. You're going to be disappointed. If you'd taken the entrance exam a year earlier, you might have gotten in, but that's not going to happen this year. These words made Li Du's heart tighten and he immediately asked, Elder Zhou, what's going on? The international situation has been extraordinarily tense lately, and there's a lot of wrongdoing over at the Abyss. All signs point to the fact that a war is likely to happen. For this reason, the country has had to make many adjustments. One of those adjustments is to the Big Ten's enrollment policy, which has not been announced but has been implemented ahead of schedule. The minimum requirement for enrollment in the 10 great academies has been adjusted upwards to an epic-level occupation. Hearing these words, Li Du immediately had an indescribable flavor in his heart. Perhaps aggrieved, perhaps unwilling. He frowned and said, "Even if I get the provincial scholar, I won't be able to go?" Zhou Ning didn't say anything, but had obviously already spoken the answer. This is a national policy adjustment and there is nothing he can do about it. This made Li Du not know what to say, and he didn't know what to feel inside. He originally thought that even if he couldn't go to the 3 top academies, surely he could go to the 10 top academies, right? I've already taken the provincial top prize, proving my excellence. I've also met the minimum standards for my career, so there's no reason I can't get in anyway. But Li Du never thought that the minimum standard. He adjusted upward. Zhou Ning said, "It's a pity, but Li Du, do you want to listen to my advice?" Li Du took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Please speak, Elder Zhou. In fact, it seems to me that you're blindly going to the top 10 academies is most likely not necessarily a good thing. I've learned a little bit about your background, not to pry into your privacy, but to get to know you as a person. There's no harm in it, Elder Zhou. I understand. To be honest, with your background, going to the 10 great schools will likely be out of place. Most of the people in the 10 great schools come from wealthy backgrounds, and although there are many geniuses, many of them are tainted with all sorts of wealthy diseases. At the same time, it's still a playground of power there, and you'll easily get in and out of trouble." After pausing for a few seconds, Zhou Ning said, "Go to Yanguan University, Li Du. That's the only civilian school among the double first-class schools, ranking 11th in the country, right behind the top 10 schools. Yanguan University?" Hearing those 4 words, Li Du had a sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered. When he was doing the quest in the abandoned mine, he had met a girl called Zhong Shanhua. At that time, she had held Yanguan University in high esteem, but Li Du wasn't interested in that, so he didn't listen to her carefully. Now hearing Zhou Ning's words again, Li Du suddenly recalled Zhong Shanhua's note before she left. She said, "I think you and Yanguan University are quite close." In hindsight, that seems to be exactly what happened. Li Du asked, "Elder Zhou, can I inquire why you have come over specifically to talk to me about this?" Zhou Ning said, "You're the only one who won the provincial top prize with an elite-level career, and if I don't say anything, the odds are that you'll have to fill out the top 10 academies, and you'll most likely end up failing the list. I don't want to see a genius lose out for that reason." Hearing this, Li Du immediately got up and thanked him. If Zhou Ning hadn't come over on purpose, Li Du would really be very likely to fall off the list. Zhou Ning waved his hand. "There's no need to be polite, and I'm not alone in this matter. What else is going on? The first thing is a reward for you, the top student in the province. The province has rich rewards every year. Originally, these rewards were not to be given to you until you went to university, but I took it upon myself to give them to you in advance. There are 2 rewards in total. The first one is 100,000 points, which is an extra reward that you can use during your time at the university. The second piece is an epic all-purpose scroll. With that, Zhou Ning took out the reward. Seeing this, Li Du was very happy and quickly thanked him. "I didn't expect to get another Omni scroll and an additional 100,000 points." After waiting for Li Du to accept the reward, Zhou Ning continued, "There's one more thing, but you must enroll in Yanguan University before I can tell you about it." Hearing this, Li Du considered for a while and then said, "Elder Zhou, I have decided to enroll in Yanguan University." Zhou Ning's words had made it clear that with the adjustment of the national policy, it was almost impossible for him to enter the top 10 academic institutions again. In this way, the 11th ranked Yanguan University became Li Du's choice. Li Du had no other choice. Seeing this, Zhou Ning revealed a smile. "Don't worry, you will never regret your choice today." And then he continued, "This matter I'm about to tell you is actually a trial, organized by Yanguan University's president, Qin Yanguan. I can't say much about the content of the trial right now, but this trial you're actually not qualified to participate in at all. This is a quota that Qin Yanguan and I purposely asked for you. It's a good thing you did well enough in the entrance exams or he wouldn't have agreed to let you get the spot." Hearing this, where did Li Du not understand? He hurriedly thanked Zhou Ning. Regardless of how this trial went, this approach of Zhou Ning's would have been very much appreciated by Li Du. Li Du knew his manners, and Zhou Ning was very happy. He was actually very optimistic about Li Du. But it was just a pity that the limitations of the fine grade profession were really too great. Chapter 57 Yanguan University. Having already determined to head to Yanguan University, Li Du's mood calmed down. He talked to Zhou Ning about Xuexing's matter and proposed that he wanted Xuexing to transfer to another school. Zhou Ning directly agreed to help Li Du to do this matter. In Yanguan University affiliated high school is near the school. I'll go and talk to Qin Yanguan and it'll be resolved. After the conversation ended, Zhou Ning left. There were still a few days left at the moment, and when the school year was about to start, he would still come over and directly pick up Li Du to go to Yanguan University. Soon, a few days passed, and Zhou Ning arrived once again. Li Du and Xu Weixing had already packed their bags, and then followed Zhou Ning through the teleportation array, directly teleporting to Yanguan University. Yanguan University was in the middle zone of the Great Xia country, extremely far away from Gui province. Since the world had changed drastically, the continent had also expanded by an unknown number of times. The original territory of the Great Summer Kingdom had instantly become vast. The distance between each province even reached several thousand miles and tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, the wilderness was full of dangers everywhere, and even level 60 or 70 powerhouses didn't dare to traverse the wilderness at will. Without the use of a teleportation array, an ordinary person might have difficulty crossing it even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Soon, with a light covering them, the trio had arrived at Yanguan University. When one looked in, one saw a very grand gate, on which there was a huge plaque with the words Yanguan University written in running script. Just by looking at this gate, Li Du surprisingly felt a huge pressure. Zhou Ning said, "The gate itself is a powerful magical artifact, forged by 10 level 90 or higher forgers, and no one will be able to break it at all unless a transcendent strikes." Hearing this, Li Du could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Worthy of being the 11th ranked university in the country, the handiwork of this gate was not simple. Walking into the school, there were quite a few students coming and going around, and quite a few others were practicing various skills, the light of the skills flying around. Some of these students would even go up to Zhou Ning and salute when they saw him. "Hello, Professor Zhou." Zhou Ning nodded in return. It was a long walk before we reached our destination. Ahead was a very fine apartment building that looked as if it was a dormitory building. Zhou Ning said, "This is the dormitory and the living area of Yanguan University. You can choose to live here in the future. Or of course, you can rent a room outside the school. For tonight, you stay here now. As for the latter, someone will come and speak to you." At that moment, a voice came over. "Elder Zhou, I'm already here." The one who spoke was a girl, and the voice struck Li Du as very familiar, and when he turned around, he froze. He saw a familiar person, Zhong Shanyue. "Why is she here too?" Zhou Ning seemed to recognize her and nodded to her. "Xiao Yu, he's the person you're going to receive," called Li Du. "You should have gotten to know him as well. You first take him to familiarize himself with the campus. After that," he said to Li Du, "I'll leave first." Only after Zhou Ning left did Li Du look at Zhong Shanyue with some emotion. "I didn't think we'd see each other again." Zhong Shanyue smiled, revealing shallow dimples. "Didn't expect it, Li Du, he. I've heard about you, getting the first prize in Gui province. I didn't expect you to be so good." With that, he gave Li Du a thumbs up. "She still has this big personality. This one? This is my sister, Li Xu Weixing. After I go to college, there's no one else in the family, so I'm going to have her transferred here for school," Li Du said, and also introduced Zhong Shanyue to Xu Weixing. Xu Weixing was very polite and immediately greeted. "Hello, Sister Zhong." Hello. Zhong Shanyue sized up Xu Weixing. "What a polite little girl. How old are you?" 14, going into junior year. Zhong Shanyue seemed to like Xu Weixing and kept talking to her. Li Du even felt a little left out. It took a while before she remembered. "Oops, I forgot to show you around the dormitory. Come on, I'll take you there." With that, he pulled Li Du into the dormitory area. There are many dormitories here. Single, double, quad, and 6, as well as luxury apartments. There are no school rules. You can live wherever you want. In school, all expenses are calculated through points. The same applies to accommodation costs. An ordinary 4-person dormitory would cost 200 points a month. A double dormitory would cost 300 points, and a single dormitory would cost 400. General dormitories are fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, including bathrooms, air conditioners, and public computers. For a nicer stay, luxury apartments are great. However, the cost of the luxury apartments was also very high, with the minimum costing 2,000 points a month, while the most luxurious one even reached 5,000 points a month. If that doesn't sound good enough, you can even rent a villa, but the cost is also very exaggerated, amounting to tens of thousands of points a month. Zhong Shanyue asked, "Where do you want to live?" Li Du thought for a moment and said, "Then live in an apartment, the kind with 2,000 points. He didn't want to live with other people, and most importantly, of course, there's aquatic life. 2,000 points. You're really willing to give it up?" Zhong Shanyue spat. I know that you must have gotten a lot of rewards for taking the top spot, but I still advise you that it's best to save your points. In the university, there's no place where you don't need to use the points. Hearing this, Li Du asked, what can all the points be used for? Clothing, food, housing, transportation. Every aspect is needed. Points are the currency in the university, and it's even more valuable than divine power value. Let me put it to you this way. In the university, 1 point of points can be exchanged for 10 points of divine power value, but divine power value can't be exchanged for points in reverse. Hearing this, Li Du sort of understood the importance of points. So what's the best way to get points? A lot. The simplest is to go to the school's official website to receive tasks. Complete the task, have points to obtain. Secondly, the school's various exams. As long as the ranking is high, you will also be able to get points rewarded. In addition to that, you can also go to the school's trading house to sell items in exchange for points. Zhang Shangyue said a lot. In fact, the points were the divine power value in the university, but they were even more precious than the divine power value. After she finished speaking, she scowled at Li Du. How about it? Great scholarly, do you still want to live in an apartment? Actually, it's already fine for the two of you to live in a double dormitory. The conditions are not bad, and the most important thing is that it's only 300 points a month. She was actually being kind, because she knew that Li Du's condition was not good, and she had been poor and miserable herself, and knew that kind of unpleasantness. Li Du shook his head. Thanks for your concern, but I'll continue to live in the apartment. Seeing this, Zhang Shangyue also stopped saying anything. Then bring me your points card and I'll rent you an apartment. Li Du handed the card over. Zhang Shangyue then got the equipment in front of the dormitory and prepared to help Li Du operate it. A few seconds later, she suddenly let out a gasp. Crap, goddamn Li Du. Where did you get these 190,000 points? Did you go rob a bank? Chapter 58, Zhang Shangyue. Seeing the numbers on Li Du's scorecard, Zhang Shangyue suspected for a moment that her eyes had made a mistake. It wasn't accepted until it was confirmed several times. Li Du snickered. What? Is $190,000 a lot? You still have the nerve to say that? Zhang Shangyue gritted her teeth. Old me. I've worked my ass off until now, and the points I've saved up are just over 50,000. Tell me the truth. Did you go rob a bank? The fact that she even used a title like Old Mother was enough to see how unbalanced she was at the moment. Li Du explained. The college entrance exam earned more than 90,000 points. Took the top prize, and the province rewarded 100,000 more. Then it was 190,000. More than 90,000. Zhang Shangyue looked at Li Du with eyes full of oddities. Are you still human? I haven't heard of any top student of the college entrance examination who can actually get 90,000 points. The top scholar of Central Plains province this year only had 30,000 points. It felt exasperating, but she wasn't in a jealous mood or anything like that. Soon, Zhang Shangyue helped Li Du rent an apartment. Here's your card. The apartment is already rented. A 1-bedroom deluxe apartment. 120 square feet. 3 bedrooms, finely decorated. I'll take you there now. With that, he brought Li Du to the apartment. Apartment 503, Building 06. This is your key, reinforced with special magic. Without the key, no one can enter unless a transcendentalist bangs on the door. The fee will be automatically deducted from your card every month. Remember to leave enough money. Well, forget it, you dirtbags don't lack money now. Taking the key, Li Du walked in. Sure enough, it was very luxurious. The apartment was large and grand, and all the various decorations inside were pleasing to the eye, and even had the feel of a 5-star hotel. The rooms, furniture, back kitchen, bathrooms, all kinds of configurations are top of the line. There is even a meditation room set aside for learning skills and self-improvement. Not only that, just by going in, Li Du felt a very cozy feeling. The qi and blood are revitalized, and the spirit of the whole body seems to come to its best. Zhang Shangyue explained. This apartment is also equipped with a specialized magic array, so as long as you're inside the apartment, your concentration will automatically be raised to the most extreme state. Whether you're learning skills or doing other work, you'll be able to greatly increase your efficiency. In addition, the apartment will always condition your body and spirit your attributes slowly. If you're injured, being in an apartment makes recovery many times faster. Not bad for a 2,000 points a month apartment. The configuration is just luxurious. When converted into divine power value, I'm afraid that this apartment wouldn't even be rented for 20,000 divine power value a month outside. Well, I have to go, so get some rest today. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Zhang Shangyue left. Shu Weisheng, how do you feel? Li Du asked with a smile after putting down his luggage. Brother, Wouldn't it be a bit too expensive? We don't have to stay in such a nice place, right? Li Du said. If you don't enjoy yourself when you have money, then what are you going to do with that money? Don't worry. This amount of money is nothing to me. Shui Sheng, you have to remember. Now we are rich people. Hearing this, Mizuno couldn't help but giggle. Yes, 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 brother, you're the best. And then, Li Du went and bought ingredients and made dinner. As Li Du came to the university, Shuisheng also transferred to the affiliated middle school of Yanguan University. In the future, he would also be able to move directly to the affiliated high school. Middle school hasn't started yet, and unlike college, middle school still has a period of vacation. The next day, Zhang Shangyue did come. Come, Li Du. I'll take you around the school. We'll be classmates from now on too. She was obviously in a good mood, and Li Du didn't refuse. Following Zhang Shangyue, Li Du walked to various areas of the school building, the mall, the trading house, and so on. Shopping malls and trading houses are not the same. The school's mall sells all sorts of living materials, like food, daily necessities, all sorts of furniture and even all sorts of items carved with magic. And the trading house only trades items related to professionals, such as skill books and equipment. The school building was where classes were held, and when school officially started, Li Du could choose his own classes. At present, school had not yet begun, and Li Du was merely learning about it. On top of that, there was the library. Inside, there were not only ordinary books, but also many books specifically for professionals, describing the characteristics of many professions, the history of professionals, the do's and don'ts of various secret realms and bosses, and so on. Points are also required to use the library and are billed by the hour. There are also various practice rooms where you can practice your skills and more. The entire university, which is as bustling as a small city. During this period, Li Du also learned that Zhong Shangyue was originally from the Central Plains province. She originally attended Yanguan University affiliated high school and did not participate in the college entrance examination, entering Yanguan University directly through the independent enrollment examination. Li Du, in fact, if I take the college entrance exam, this year's top student in Central Plains province must be Neo. How about that? Awesome, right? Zhong Shangyue bragged to Li Du. Li Du laughed. As I recall, aren't you a fine grade profession? You can also take the top spot? You're still a basic warrior. If you can take it, why can't I? But speak honestly, how on earth did you take the top spot? Basic fighters, whose values alone differ from others by a large margin, simply don't have a development ceiling. Liddell said, look at my career again. Zhong Shangyue was puzzled and immediately used the detection technique on Li Du. Name, Li Du. Level, 20. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger, Blue. How did you become an Abyssal Messenger? Zhong Shangyue was astonished beyond measure. And then, she was so angry that she punched Li Du directly on his shoulder. Humph, I even asked you back then if you had used occupational disguise and you said you didn't use it. As a result, you actually lied to me. Li Du, you hurt my feelings. With that, he deliberately made an aggrieved expression. Li Du was a bit helpless. I really didn't lie to you. My situation was a bit special, but I was indeed a basic warrior at that time. Zhong Shangyue waved her hand very generously. Forget it, I'll forgive you. But you owe me a dinner, or I'll take back my forgiveness. Row. After strolling around for a long time again, the campus was finally finished. Under Zhong Shangyue's strong request, Li Du had to treat her to a meal. While eating, Zhong Shangyue suddenly said, you're also going to participate in the trial tomorrow, right? Li Du was puzzled. You know about the trial? Of course, because I'm also going to participate. Zhong Shangyue spoke very easily. This trial isn't simple, although I don't know why Elder Zhou would purposely allow you to participate, but you must be prepared. Forget it, I won't say anything over dinner. I'll come to you tomorrow, just as a return of your meal law. This was a big surprise to Li Du. Listening to those words, the content of the trial was not simple, but Zhong Shangyue was only a fine grade profession. She could also participate? Li Du felt that she might be very uncomplicated, but he didn't think much about it. The next day, Zhong Shangyue arrived again. Chapter 59, Being a Dog Means Being a Dog. Yunling College, one of the colleges of Yanguan University. At Yanguan University, there were a variety of colleges. Each academy taught different things, and in order to learn the real knowledge, one needed to enter the academy. However, the academy was not something that could be entered casually. One had to pass the academy's examination. Successful assessment is required to enter the academy and attend the academy's exclusive courses. If you do not pass the test, you will only be able to take the most basic courses, and you will not be able to learn anything deeper at all. Zhong Shangyue brought Li Du to the Cloud Ridge Academy. where the trial was taking place. There are already a few people waiting here, discussing something. Luna, you're here? A woman with excellent looks and a tall figure immediately revealed a smile upon seeing Zhong Shunyue. Sister Shueshui, I've brought the people. Oh. The woman that Zhong Shunyue called Sister Shueshui looked at Li Du. Is this the Li Du that Elder Zhou was talking about? That's right. Oh. She's also the top student in Gue Province. I heard that the mayor of Tianhai City wanted to keep him in Tian Gue Academy. Or it was Elder Zhou who snatched him over. I don't know if it was because she was in a good mood, but Zhong Shunyue even joked about Li Du. The woman smiled faintly and did not say anything, nodding her head at Li Du. Hello, my name is Xia Yixue, a sophomore at Cloud Ridge Academy. You can call me Sister Snow, Zhong Shunyue added. Sister Shui is already level 28 and is a legendary holy beast summoner. Oh. Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. I didn't expect her to be a legendary class profession, or a very rare sacred beast summoning class. He had probably heard of these types of professions, and those who were powerful were even able to summon the legendary true dragons and phoenixes. Li Du also introduced himself. My name is Li Du. Profession is Abyssal Messenger. Currently level 20. Xia Yixue smiled and nodded without saying anything, but a few of the men around them burst into a fit of discontent. How come it's only level 20? Are you kidding me? Level 20 is qualified to come to this trial? He's a legendary profession? Saying that, one of the men holding an aquamarine-colored staff directly cast a detection spell regardless of whether Li Du agreed or not. And then, it read out Li Du's message. Abyssal Mage. Fine grade. Why are you only fine grade? This action instantly caused Li Du's face to sink. What do you mean? Using a detection technique on another person without permission is already a provocation. This mage didn't pay any attention to Li Du at all and just sneered. Even if Elder Zhou asked us to bring someone, let's at least find a decent one. What is this guy? Seeing this, Zhong Shunyue immediately couldn't sit still. He Xiao, keep your mouth clean. He Xiao simply ignored Zhong Shunyue's warning and continued to taunt. Am I wrong? I don't know what kind of drugs this guy gave to Zhou Lao, but he even agreed to let his old man open the back door. Zhong Shunyue shouted. He Xiao, how dare you question Elder Zhou? Li Du, he is the top scholar of your province. Hearing this, He Xiao instead became even more contemptuous. What's a top student? In Yanguan University, the most worthless thing is the top student. Only then did he say that. Did he look at Li Du with a warning look. I can agree to you following us to the trial, but you'd better lower your stance for me. Being a dog means being a dog. If you dare to drag your feet, you'll be the first one I won't let go when the time comes. Li Du's gaze grew colder and colder. In the face of this naked mockery, if he could still hold back, he would not be considered a man. Idiot. What did you say? He Xiao's face was instantly gloomy. Li Du dared to scold him. Li Du continued to speak. Didn't you hear me when I said you were an idiot? He Xiao didn't say another word, but simply raised the staff in his hand. The massive energy immediately coalesced as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Zhong Shunyue immediately blocked in front of He Xiao and shouted. He Xiao, what do you want? He Xiao's gaze was cold. There's a dog who doesn't know what his status is. Can't I teach him a lesson? The energy was still condensing, and he didn't care about Zhong Shunyue at all. Seeing this, Zhong Shunyue also wanted to make a move. At this time, Xia Yixue finally couldn't stand it anymore and coldly shouted. You guys have had enough. It was only when she spoke that He Xiao finally stopped. Humph, count yourself lucky. With that, he stepped aside alone. Xia Yixue said to Li Du, this trial will start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I can't talk to you about the specifics right now. There is still time for you to go and prepare. Just gather here 15 minutes earlier in the afternoon. Zhong Shunyue immediately pulled Li Du and said, go go go. Li Du, I will take you to get ready. Li Du didn't say anything and followed him out. When the two left, Xia Yixue walked towards He Xiao inside. He Xiao, Li Du's rank is a bit lower, but he was introduced in by Elder Zhou. I hope you don't have preconceived notions and that everything is focused on the trial. He Xiao sneered. Low level 20 is low. It's not like you can't take it. But what's an elite level occupation? What's the difference between this kind of profession released and cannon fodder? Someone from the side interjected. Even though it's an elite level profession, but he won the province's top prize after all, so there must be something outstanding about him. Who knew that? He Xiao sneered. Just by him? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Elder Zhou was able to shove him in and let us bring him to the trial. So who knows if he relied on connections to get the first prize in the province? Xia Yixue shouted. He Xiao, watch your words. Hearing this, He Xiao Kai said in a bad mood, taking a step back. Even if he really got the first prize in the province, so what? How many professions are only powerful after level 20? A whole lot of professions are very strong before level 20, but as soon as they reach level 20, they become trash. Aren't most of the top winners these trash? Seeing He Xiao like this, Xia Yishu sighed and stopped talking. After leaving, Zhong Shanyue's expression was filled with apologies. Li Du, that is really sorry. I really didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Li Du laughed. Why? What are you sorry for? Isn't this matter? To put it bluntly, just a lunatic who can't stand to see me barking his dog around? He's barking. Am I going to bark like him? Hearing this, Zhong Shanyue puffed and laughed. Li Du, you are so detrimental. Li Du was puzzled, but I have a doubt. Seeing as that one called He Xiao has a lofty look, he hasn't questioned you? You know, Zhong Shanyue is only a fine great profession too. He dares? Zhong Shanyue said disdainfully. And then, she scowled at Li Du, whispering to you, I'm actually hiding a secret. Oh, if you know, you will definitely be shocked. What secret? I can't tell you now. You'll know when the trial starts. In that case, I'm looking forward to it. Alright, I'll take you to get something. The trial is hard, so prepare well. With that, she pulled Li Du and ran to the trading house. In other people's eyes, this look of theirs even had the feel of a couple. However, Li Du felt that Zhong Shanyue definitely didn't realize this. That's just the way she is. After all, Chapter 60, Almighty Scroll. New skill. Blue Return Potion. Life Potion. These should be prepared more. Inside the copy without renewal is very difficult. At the trading house, Zhong Shanyue was excited to show Li Du around. The Blood Restoration Potion is 5 points a bottle, and the same goes for the Blue Restoration Potion. If you exchange it for a Divine Power value, it will require 50 Divine Power values. When Li Du heard this, he was a bit surprised. You can still spend money with Divine Power value in school? That's for sure. After all, there are students who don't have enough points, and the school can't watch them starve to death, can it? While talking, Zhong Shanyue prepared quite a few potions. Do you have a space spell? Yes. That's good. Then prepare more things. Besides potions, there were many other things in the trading house. For example, equipment, skill scrolls, and the like. There were also a variety of magic scrolls that had all sorts of magic stored in them that could be used by simply tearing them open. However, the magic scrolls were very inexpensive, yet they could only be used once, which was not very cost-effective. Generally, the most popular choices for people are also the various types of potions. In addition to the potions, Li Du had also purchased quite a few additional copy cooldown talismans. After all, in the future, he would need to brush a large number of copies to keep his lifespan at a consistently high level. At this time, Zhong Shanyue took down 2 walkie-talkies. This one's for you. Looking at the walkie-talkie, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Zhong Shanyue explained, this is a special walkie-talkie that can be used in level 60 or lower copies. With it, no matter where we are, we'll be able to make calls immediately. This thing isn't cheap. It costs 300 points for one. It's on me. Hearing this, Li Du did not push back. After strolling around for a while, the two of them were almost done with their preparations. As they left the trading house, Zhong Shanyue asked, do you have anything else to prepare? Li Du remembered that he still had an omnipotence scroll that he hadn't used, and after talking to Zhong Shanyue, he returned home first. He would wait until the afternoon before traveling with him to Cloud Ridge Academy. I also wonder what skills I'll be able to learn this time. Li Du was very much looking forward to it because this omnipotent scroll was also epic grade. Last time, the epic grade omnipotence scroll had directly opened up a skill like 10,000 swords to the soul for Li Du. And I was afraid that this time would not be simple either. You have successfully used the scroll of omnipotence. Please choose the skill you need to learn from the following skills. After using it, the same 4 skills appeared for Li Du to choose from. Abyssal Warfare, Epic Warrior class skill. Greatly strengthens all of one's attributes. And if the area you are in is an abyss, the strengthening will be further increased. Extreme Cold Storm, Epic Mage class skill. Summons an extremely cold storm that sweeps through the surrounding area for a duration of 5 minutes. Those who are covered by the storm will not only receive a large amount of damage, but will also be frostbitten and their movements will be greatly slowed down. Hell Vanguard, Epic Summoning class profession skill. Summons an Inferno Vanguard to fight for you, which is always 10 levels higher than your level, up to a maximum of 60. Stalwart, Epic Warrior class profession skill. Immunity to 90% of all damage for 3 minutes. This effect will be drastically cut down if the opponent's level is more than 15 levels higher. Each of the 4 skills is very good. Unfortunately, you can only choose one. Li Du thought about it and finally chose the 4th skill, Hierophant. Nowadays, Li Du had single damage, group damage, and summoning skills, but he did not yet have defensive skills. This led to the fact that once Li Du was accidentally injured by an enemy, the impact would be very great. Now that there was an extra stalwart, the ability to gain 90% damage immunity for 3 minutes was very valuable to Li Du. Congratulations, you've successfully learned the skill, Haley. Now that I have more and more skills, there aren't too many limitations when it comes to fighting. When he had few skills, every time he released a skill, Li Du needed to grasp the timing, because skills had a cooldown. Once they were released, one would enter a vacuum. And now that he has more and more skills, he can release one and move on to the next. In this way, Li Du's fighting ability was able to gain a great boost. Soon the afternoon had arrived. Li Du, come out. If you don't come out you'll be late. Zhong Shangyue had already come over and was waiting for him. Coming, Li Du immediately went out and traveled to Cloud Ridge Academy with Zhong Shangyue. Xia Yixue and the others had also arrived. The location of this trial isn't within the school, so don't run around when you enter the teleportation array later. Li Du and Zhong Shangyue both nodded. He glanced at Li Du with disgust and sneered. It's not likely that someone won't even be able to find their way and get lost in the abyss later. Before Li Du could speak, Zhong Shangyue immediately said sarcastically, He Xiao, are you talking about yourself? He Xiao snorted coldly. I was talking about a certain dog that doesn't know the heights of heaven. When these words came out, Li Du couldn't help himself and directly scolded. If you want to be a dog yourself. Don't think everyone is like you. To be honest, Li Du really didn't know what he had done to piss him off. He has been targeted at every turn since he first arrived. He Xiao's face changed slightly. Kid, you're looking for death? Enough. Xia Yixue couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out to stop it. If anyone doesn't want to participate in this trial, they can choose to withdraw. Only when he heard this did he Xiao not continue. Xia Yixue coldly said, This trial is of great importance. I don't care what conflicts you have. If anyone dares to mess up in the trial, don't blame me for being impolite. In any case, there was no way she could let Li Du and He Xiao fight here. Otherwise there would be no point in the trial going on. After seeing that both Li Du and He Xiao were silent, Xia Yixue continued, The trial is a group trial. Before that, all of you introduce your professions and levels in order to understand each other. With that, she introduced herself first. Xia Yixue, level 28, Sacred Beast Summoner, Legendary Quality. After Xia Yixue, Zhong Shangyue also immediately introduced herself. Zhong Shangyue, level 22, Dual Life Profession, Shadowbringer, Fine Quality, Dark Mage, Epic Quality. After hearing Zhong Shanyue's introduction, Li Du was very surprised. She turned out to be an extremely rare dual career. Zhong Shanyue smiled cheekily. How about it, Li Du? I told you it would blow your mind, didn't I? A big surprise indeed. Dual Life Profession. This kind of profession had a very huge advantage over ordinary professions, because Zhong Shangyue could add attribute points twice per upgrade. She could obtain 2 sets of vocational skills. Both the value and the number of skills would be more. After Zhong Shangyue, the other two introduced themselves one after another. Wu Chang, level 23, Gold Knight, Epic Quality. Zhou Wei, level 23, Elf Priest, Epic Quality. And then, Xia Yixue looked at He Xiao. He Xiao snorted coldly and reluctantly introduced himself. He Xiao, level 23, Inferno Blast Warlock, Epic Quality. Li Du concluded his presentation. Li Du, level 20, Abyssal Emissary, Fine Quality. After everyone was introduced, Xia Yixue nodded. I'll say it for the last time. This trial is important. No matter what, we must be united and not implode. Otherwise, I will directly kick him out. After saying that, he gave He Xiao a special look. At the same time, a huge teleportation array appeared around them, and a force immediately enveloped the 5. Chapter 61 Trial Mission, City of Abyss. As the teleportation array enveloped them, the 6 were immediately sent high into the air. Li Du looked down on the earth and was able to see the entire Yanguan Academy. Its area was extremely vast and could even be fully described as a city. In each of the 5 corners of the Yanguan Academy, 5 tall towers stood. The tower was unbelievably majestic as it reached the sky. Soon, his vision became blurry, and then his vision changed. They had entered the teleportation array. It was as if he had entered a strange space where everything around him was drastically passing by. The teleportation array did not immediately send them to their destination. Enough to see that the place of this teleportation was extremely far away. About half a minute passed before a few people finally reached their destination. As his feet stepped onto the earth, Li Du unexpectedly felt a faint K. The teleportation time was too long, and this feeling made it very difficult. Li Du looked around. This was a desert. No vegetation could be seen around, and the climate was extremely hot, as if it was a furnace. A few dozen meters ahead is a long rift valley, only to see the darkness. Xia Yixue spoke. This is the Abyssal Rift. From here we can reach our trial site. Only then did she begin to introduce its contents of this trial. The copy of our trial, named Abyssal City. It is a field copy with no difficulty options, And the true difficulty is even higher than hell difficulty. There is a very special item inside this copy, the abyssal crystal. This is an extremely precious crystal that can be used to create abyssal props that are worth a fortune. The abyssal city only drops 10 abyssal crystals every year, and only at a fixed time. Today is the time when the abyssal city drops the crystals. This copy is not within the Great Summer Kingdom, but rather in the Niju Rift Valley, where competition is extremely fierce. In order to compete for the abyssal crystals, the top 10 top colleges of our great Xia country have all sent teams. Therefore, we need to compete not only with foreign teams, but also with teams from other colleges and universities. Hearing this, several people realized the difficulty of this trial. Aside from Li Du, who remained calm, the rest of the few people revealed a grave expression. Xia Yixue didn't want to see a serious blow to her morale before she even got off the copy, so she said, "You guys don't have to put too much pressure on yourselves. Our purpose for this trial isn't to capture the abyssal crystals, since the odds are that we won't be able to compete. Like the 3 top-tier academies, they would definitely send teams with all legendary level professions, and if they were to face them, Yanguan University would have no chance of winning. The trialists from other countries weren't eating their words and would surely obstruct them as well. Our goal is to explore as much of the abyssal city as we can while keeping ourselves safe. In the future we will all have to enter the abyss to fight, and this will be good experience." At this time, Li Du suddenly asked, "If we meet a foreign trialist, what should we do? If we fight, can we kill someone?" These words caused Xia Yixue to freeze, and for a moment she was unable to answer. It was the first time she had ever seen anyone ask such a question. He Xiao immediately mocked, "Just by you? If you don't get killed, we'll all be burning incense." Li Du ignored He Xiao, and Xia Yixue ignored him as well. Generally speaking, a detour is fine. Our great summer country itself is one of the 5 strongest countries, and trialists from other countries generally don't dare to compete with us for anything. Li Du continued, "What if it's Sakura Nation?" He hadn't forgotten that the Sakura Nation had come to cause trouble during the college entrance exam. Not much news had come out of that college entrance exam until now, and there was no doubt that the higher-ups had concealed the news that the college entrance exam had been attacked by the Sakura Nation. However, the other candidates who had died under the countless undead in the first place were like a nightmare that Li Du did not dare to forget no matter what. Before Xia Yixue could answer, He Xiao continued to taunt, "Humph, if you don't have the guts to participate in the trial, get out while you can. Yakking around is a waste of time." Li Du glanced at He Xiao and didn't say anything. Xia Yixue said, "Alright, all stop arguing. The trial is important." With that, Xia Yixue looked at a youth and shouted, "Zhou Wei, add status to us." Zhou Wei nodded, then cast the skill, Fairy Blessing, and then, a few rays of light fell onto the bodies of a few people, and Li Du immediately felt that his entire body had become lighter, and not only that, his qi and blood had also become extremely active, and his entire body seemed to be filled with power. Zhou Wei said, "My Elven Blessing is able to drastically increase your agility attribute and life value, while providing a large amount of life recovery, as well as a small amount of strength." It wasn't over yet. After casting Elven Blessing, he proceeded to cast it, Holy Water Light. Several more rays of light then fell on several people. This is the light of holy water, which will make you immune to most negative effects. Both states are capable of lasting an hour. Shay Snow nodded. At this moment, Li Du looked around. There were quite a few other teams nearby, and they were making various preparations. Among them, Li Du saw a lot of professions that were bubbling with an orange glow, undoubtedly legendary level professions. Only the topmost academies were able to organize a team composed entirely of legendary level professions. Xia Yixue said, "Alright, let's hurry and get down to the copy." Several people then came to the front of the Rift Valley, and there was no way out. Below it was pitch black and deep. Zhang Shangyue asked, "Sister Snow, how are we going to get in?" "Jump, jump." Zhang Shanyue's eyes immediately widened. There was even this kind of way to get a copy? Xia Yixue said, "This Rift Valley itself is a huge portal that leads to the abyss. From this area, it's just right to be able to teleport to the city of Abyss." Li Du said, "I didn't realize there was such a copy. The world is a big place." He Xiao sneered, "Unseen bumpkin." When these words came out, Li Du's gaze turned cold, being sneered at 3 times. Even a mud man has a bit of fire in him. Several lightning bolts appeared on Li Du's arm, crackling and about to explode. When He Xiao saw this, his face immediately changed. These lightning bolts unexpectedly gave him a very dangerous feeling. He held his staff in his hand and was about to unleash his skills. At this time, Xia Yixue immediately stood between the two. "Enough, how many times do I have to say it? This is a trial, not a place for you to fight." Xia Yixue was already a bit impatient. This wasn't the first time the two had been at odds, and it wasn't the first time the two had had to fight. Seeing her blocking the center, Li Du paused for 2 seconds and finally retracted the skill he was about to release. This is the last time. Li Du's voice was icy cold as he looked at Hishio. Hishio snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Xiaoxue said in a bad mood. Don't delay. Get off the copy. With that, she was the first to jump down the chasm, her figure drowning in the darkness. Li Du and Zhong Shangyue also jumped down, and then the other three followed down. With a burst of darkness enveloping them, the vision disappeared and reappeared immediately, and when several people opened their eyes, they had found themselves standing on the earth again. Chapter 62, Injustice Zombie. It was a very dark space with a depressing atmosphere. What appeared in front of the few people was a dilapidated city. The walls in front of them were already aging. Huge cracks could be seen everywhere, and it looked like they might collapse at any time. On top of that, the smell of blood and the rotting stench of corpses spread everywhere around. Wow, what a disgusting smell. Zhong Shangyue pinched her nose. These smells really made her uncomfortable. Xiaoxue looked at Zhou Wei. Is there a way? Zhou Wei immediately released a skill, and soon, the surrounding air was purified, and the unpleasant odor finally disappeared. Come on, let's go inside, Xiaoxue said, and led the group forward. Our goal is the palace in the center of the city, where the real copy of the trial is. The city of the abyss was huge, and after walking into the city, long roads were visible to the eye. Several people had to walk through it to the palace in the center. Horse. Suddenly, a sound appeared, attracting the attention of several people, and then, a hideous-faced, rotting, ghost-like monster appeared in front of the crowd. Injustice Zombie. Type, Common Wildlife. Rank, 28. Life value, 8,600. Power, 280. This was a wild monster in the abyssal city, and Wu Chang immediately charged up. Gold suppression. Wu Chang's entire body immediately radiated a strong light, like countless gold appearing, very dazzling, and then, he held up a large shield and immediately smashed it against the grieving zombie. Whoa, 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 whoa. The zombie's body immediately cracked as it was continuously slammed down by the large shield and let out all sorts of strange screams. Night Sanction. Wu Chang changed his weapon from a shield to a sword, and then immediately slashed down. The zombie was immediately split in half and died. Your team kills grievance loss. You gain experience value 150. Your team activates the auto-extract skill. Xiaoxue gains, Bone of Decay X1. Due to the fact that it was a group, the benefits gained from killing wild monsters were split, and Li Du gained very little experience value, and the materials obtained from the team's extraction would be obtained by the team leader, Xiaoxue. Since the wild monsters were not killed by Li Du himself, he was unable to obtain lifespan absorption. However, Li Du didn't care. This time when he came to the trial, it wasn't meant to be for practicing or absorbing lifespan. After Wu Chang killed the zombies, the group continued to move forward. During this time, a few more wild monsters were encountered, all of which were swiftly killed. That's when Xiaoxue spoke up. From here to the city center, it's at least an hour in a straight line. It's a long stretch of road, and if we get interrupted by wild monsters again, we'll be even slower. If we have to fight every time we encounter a wild monster, I'm afraid we'll consume several times as much time. Gotta pick up the pace. Which one of you has more control skills? Zhong Shangyue raised her hand. Sister Shui, I have a lot of control skills. I'll keep those wild monsters under control. Let's hurry up while we're here. Zhou Wei also snapped. I'll continue to add status to maximize our speed. Xiaoxue nodded and said, let's do it. As Zhou Wei released his skills, the group continued onward at a much faster speed. During this time, many more wild encounters were encountered. Song of Chaos. Zhong Shangyue cast her skill, and the wild monster immediately fell into a state of confusion, losing its target of attack and running around haphazardly. Taking advantage of this time, a few people hurried to catch up. The wild monsters encountered along the way are treated as such, with less time consumed in fighting monsters, coupled with the speed gain around them. Several people immediately traveled much faster. Soon the group had been walking for the better part of an hour. The palace was already faintly visible at this point, with about 20 minutes left to travel. However, a few people stopped. At the intersection ahead, there were many zombies wandering around, numbering about 50 to 60. These zombies were just walking around the neighborhood, unwilling to leave. This is the way to the city center, and if you go through in a straight line, you have to face these walkers. Xiaoxue frowned slightly. So many zombies with high levels. At level 28, it took time to clean up even though it was not a threat to her. The main reason was that the blood level of these zombies was so high that it took more than a minute to kill one. She looked at Zhong Shangyue and asked, is there a way? Zhong Shangyue shook her head. Sister Shui, there are too many zombies. There's no way I can control that many at once. And there are also elite monsters among them. I can't control the elite monsters at all right now. Hearing this, Xia Yishua was a bit disappointed. Looks like there's no way out but to just go through with it. With that in mind, she was ready to summon her own summoned beast and start fighting. At this time, Li Du spoke up. Let me do it instead. As soon as these words came out, He Xiao immediately sneered. You come? What do you think you are? And you dare to talk nonsense? Zhong Shangyue couldn't help herself and shouted. He Xiao, can you shut up? If you don't speak, no one will take you as mute. Xia Yishue also immediately said. He Xiao, this is not the time to argue. Seeing this, He Xiao had no choice but to stop, though the dissatisfaction in his eyes grew heavier. Xia Yishue looked at Li Du. What are you going to do? Li Du said. I have a wide-range control skill that can control all of these zombies. Hearing Li Du say this, He Xiao couldn't help but sneer again. Don't laugh at me. Just you? Xia Yishue couldn't help herself, and Cold River said. That's enough. He Xiao, if you don't want to participate in the trial, you can start by and withdrawing. Li Du also looked at him, his face grim. If it wasn't for Xia Yishue stopping him several times, Li Du would have already made his move. The fact that he could endure He Xiao until now already counted him as having a particularly good temper. Horse. At this time, the sound of movement suddenly startled the zombies in front of them, and they immediately discovered a few people, who then rushed over. Wu Chang shouted. Shit, those zombies have found us. Zhong Shangyue looked at He Xiao angrily. It's all you, He Xiao. If you would have kept your foul mouth shut, we wouldn't have been found by the zombies. Everything was going well, and these few yells from He Xiao directly disrupted their plans. He Xiao retorted. Blame me? Is what I said wrong? You guys don't really believe that a level 20 loser can have a solution, do you? Alright, Xia Yishue shouted. Hurry up and get ready to meet the enemy. Her heart was also extremely dissatisfied with He Xiao, but she didn't have time to think so much right now. She had to rush to meet the zombies. Otherwise, once they were surrounded, their situation would be dangerous. Just then, Li Du immediately released his skill, Dark Confinement. And then, a spell formation appeared, and countless black mists unexpectedly spread out around it. These dark houses seemed to merge with the abyssal city and surrounded all the zombies. The black fog possessed a blinding effect, and at the same time, it would constantly absorb the target's attributes. With the black fog completely filling the eyes, the surrounding zombies immediately lost their target and started running around. Some of these weak zombies even immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhong Shangyue excitedly shouted. It really works, Li Du. You're too good. Li Du said. Alright, there's no time to delay. Let's rush out while we're here. Xia Yishue said. Hurry up. Several people then immediately rushed out of the intersection and out of the range where the walkers were. Chapter 63, A Complete Break. Finally breaking out of the walkers. A few people were happy when they did. Zhong Shangyue patted Li Du's shoulder and shouted. I knew you must have a solution. Hey, it's worthy of being the top student of the college entrance exam. Zhou Wei and Wu Chang also complimented them, not realizing that Li Du had solved their dilemma. Xia Yishue was also happy and asked, Li Du, is that skill of yours your professional skill? Li Du nodded. This skill of mine is called Dark Confinement, and its effect is to create a large area of black fog, and any target that is enveloped by the black fog will fall into a blinding state. Not only that, the black fog will also continuously extract the target's attributes, causing them to gradually fall into a paralyzed state. Xia Yishue said. A very powerful skill. It doesn't even look like it's fine grade, and even some epic grade skills can't compare to this skill of yours. Her comments were very pertinent. Li Du's occupation was not an ordinary fine grade occupation either. The Abyssal Messenger carried the sins of the abyss, and Li Du's lifespan consumption was raised tenfold, and accordingly, the strength of the profession was greatly increased. Seeing Li Du being praised, He Xiao's face was full of gloom as he said in a conspiratorial manner, Isn't it just creating a piece of mist? What else does he know besides this? This succession of targeting not only angered Li Du, but even the others couldn't stand it anymore. Wu Chang said, He Xiao, will you stop talking? Without Li Du, there's no way we could have come over so quickly. Cut. He Xiao was not amused. Li Du suddenly walked up to He Xiao and looked at him coldly. When he saw Li Du passing by, He Xiao instantly became furious and shouted, What are you looking at? Do you want to find death? Unexpectedly, Li Du didn't immediately get angry at this time, but asked lightly, Did I mess with you? What do you mean? You've been targeting me since I showed up. Did I mess with you? Honestly, while angry, Li Du was still a bit confused. Even if He Xiao was a madman, it was impossible for him to keep targeting him for no reason, right? He Xiao sneered. Who knows if you, a loser who came in through connections, will drag your feet? I'm doing this for the good of everyone. If you have some self-awareness, get the hell out of here, or get down on your knees and be a good dog. and I might even have the mercy to keep you. Targeting again and again had almost reached the upper limit of Li Du's patience, and these words at this moment were more than enough for Li Du to endure. He didn't say anything, but his body was immediately gathering a powerful force. And then, lightning appeared, crackling all around. Li Du suddenly struck out. Thunderclap! The strong heavy strike was instantly unleashed, catching He Xiu off guard. Stop it, what are you doing? Seeing this, Xia Yixue immediately came up to stop it, but it was already too late. Li Du's attack had already struck. Crackle! The electric current was in turmoil, and He Xiu immediately felt his entire body paralyzed, while a powerful force crashed into his body, and he immediately flew backwards. You dare to hit me? He Xiu had not expected at all that Li Du would strike first. That punch was so heavy that He Xiu felt that his internal organs were almost displaced, and an intense pain appeared on his body. He got up with difficulty, a face that had become distorted with rage. Lava fireball, die for me! He Xiu waved his staff, and a huge fireball immediately coalesced over the staff, causing the air around him to become boiling hot, and the weeds around him seemed to be burning. Phew! The fireball was unleashed and immediately rushed towards Li Du. The rolling heat was relentless, like a small sun. Luoshui heavenly horse. Block! A dainty cry appeared. It was Xia Yixue who struck out. A white horse that seemed to fall from the sky suddenly appeared and let out a long neigh before creating a barrier that completely blocked He Xiu's fireball. This was one of Xia Yixue's summoned beasts. At this moment, the heavenly horse stood in front of Li Du and He Xiu, as if it was a true holy beast. Enough already, what the hell do you guys want? Xia Yixue said angrily. It was supposed to be a trial for all to be happy. Who knew that this kind of thing would happen? She was really a little heartbroken. He Xiu was already in a fit of anger. He didn't even listen to Xia Yixue's words as he roared. This punk of his even dared to take a shot at me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, where are you going to make me lose face? Saying that, he actually wanted to release his skills again. Xia Yixue coldly shouted. He Xiu, if you dare to make a move, just try it. After these words were said, He Xiu really didn't dare to make another move. On this team, the only one who was a sophomore is Xia Yixue. The rest of them, all of them were this year's freshmen. She had almost absolute power of speech in this team. Only after seeing that both He Xiu and Li Du had stopped talking did Xia Yixue continue. I ask you, is the trial or your conflict important? Especially you, He Xiu. I know you have anger in your heart, but that's no reason for you to target Li Du for no reason. Everyone can see clearly where the conflict started. Ask yourself, if they were Li Du, I'm afraid that they would have been unable to hold back a long time ago. Hearing this, He Xiu suddenly sneered. Fine, then I'll quit. What did you say? Xia Yixue froze for a moment, almost feeling like she had misheard. He Xiu pointed at Li Du. Either I quit or he gets out. With me and without him. With him and without me. Your choice. The reason he dared to say this was to force Xia Yixue to make a choice. Although this trial was not pursuing abyssal crystals, the results of the trial were very important to Xia Yixue. He Xiu, was an Inferno Explosion Warlock, the main output of the team. Without him, by the time they entered the palace, facing powerful bosses would be very overwhelming and could even lead to failure. Therefore, he can say this with impunity. He has eaten his heart out, and this team can't do without him. Zhou Wei shouted. He Xiu, you're joking, right? This is a place in the trial that we've traded for with great difficulty. How can we just say we're quitting? Wu Chang also said. Sister Shui, He Xiu should be joking. Don't take it seriously. He Xiu completely ignored them and continued. I'm not kidding. Me and him, only one can stay. Who are you keeping? Hearing He Xiu's words, Xia Yixue was disappointed to the core. I didn't think he would force himself in such a way. However, it had to be said that He Xiu's words did make her a bit hesitant. If the team was missing a main output, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to enter the palace. If she failed this trial, the impact on her would be huge, and it might even affect her future. Zhang Shangyue snapped. Sister Snow, you make the decision. Although she said that, she was nevertheless standing with Li Du. Obviously, she was on Li Du's side. Seeing this, Xia Yixue had already made her decision. She looked at He Xiu and said coldly, then get lost. At this moment, there was no need to give him any good looks. When He Xiu heard this, his face changed. You're letting me go? That's right, didn't you hear me? I'm the main output. If you guys don't have me, you'll never make it past the palace. Are you sure you want me to go? Right. Her aura was already a bit cold, matching her name, especially when she was in a bad mood. This cold aura came out. A great anger rose within He Xiu's heart. He didn't expect Xia Yixue to let him leave. Fine, I'll go. I'll see if you guys can make it through the palace without me. When you fail then, Just don't run back and beg me to join you. With that, he left the copy directly. Chapter 64, Sakura Nation Professional? Seconds. Although he had driven away Hishio, however, Xia Yishue didn't feel good. Zhong Shangyue ran over and gave her a hug, comforting her. It's okay, Sister Shui, we're united. There's nothing hard about this copy. And Li Du is very strong. If he gets serious, he'll definitely surprise you. Only then did Xia Yishue sort of cheer up and said, that's right, hurry up and go. We've already delayed a lot of time, and I'm afraid the other teams have already entered the palace. The group then moved on. Soon they reached the palace. However, a group of walkers blocked their way. In front of the palace, there were hundreds of zombies roaming around, and these zombies blocked the entrance of the palace. Xia Yishue asked, Li Du, with this number of zombies, can you still control them? Li Du said, it should work. With that, he was about to unleash darkness imprisonment, but at that moment, a sudden warning sign came from his subconscious mind, and Li Du immediately stopped casting spells and dodged aside while shouting, danger! Dodge! Boom boom boom! Several sword shadows immediately landed on the place where Li Du originally stood and exploded upon contact with the ground, blowing several large craters out of the ground. The scene startled the others as well. Wu Chang immediately shouted, who is it? Xia Yishue suddenly looked up and noticed several figures in the distance. They were dressed in all sorts of weird costumes and were standing on the attic not far away. Daxia people, get back! The men in the strange costumes immediately jumped down from the attic and drank at a few people. Strangely, the zombies around them didn't attack them. Seeing the clothing of several people, Xia Yishue frowned. Oh no, it's the Sakura Kingdom's professionals. They're stopping us from entering the palace. Zhong Shangyue was puzzled. Why aren't the zombies attacking them? Xia Yishue explained. See the one in the center with the staff? That's Sakura Country's special professional, the Yin-Yang Master, able to manipulate all kinds of ghosts and monsters. Those zombies, I'm afraid they've all been manipulated. Seeing that a few people were indifferent, the Sakura Nation's people bellowed once again. Great Xia people, get out immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. With that said, they had already begun to gather energy and prepare to release their skills. Wu Chang and Zhou Wei both looked at Xia Yishue and asked, Sister Shui, what should we do? Xia Yishue was a little hesitant. She did not know the strength of those yin-yang masters. If the other party manipulated hundreds of zombies to surround their party, their situation would be extremely dangerous. At this time, Li Du spoke. Kill over there. Kill it, are you sure? Xia Yishue was a bit surprised, but Li Du had already rushed on. When the people of the Sakura country saw this, they laughed coldly. Ignorant Daxia people. And then, they immediately cast their skills. The Yin-Yang master in the center even shouted, all zombies, listen to my order. Kill the person in front of you. Horse. Large groups of zombies rushed towards Li Du. Seeing this scene, it was impossible for Xia Yishue to remain indifferent. Helplessly, she directly ordered, all prepare for battle. Heavenly Fire Eagle. Sacrifice. As she bellowed, a spell appeared in the sky, and then a huge eagle had appeared in the sky. The feathers of this eagle's entire body were fiery red, much like the legendary phoenix. When it cried, there were even flames rising. The others had also prepared for battle. Xia Yishue shouted, Li Du, don't fight for your life. Our purpose is to enter the palace. She was afraid that Li Du would fall into a siege. Dark confinement. Li Du shouted and immediately released dark confinement. Large swathes of black mist surrounded the surroundings, and the zombies immediately lost their target and scurried around. The sudden blinding also caused some confusion for a few of the Sakura Nation's professionals. Shit, what happened? Why can't I see? It's their skill. Kamita-kun, why don't you hurry up and release the skill? The Sakura person named Kamita immediately unleashed his skills, and soon, the blinding status of several people was dispelled, and they could see again. However, Li Du had already taken advantage of this time to come to them. The wrath of the living. Li Du let out a loud cry and finally casted the rage of the living spirit. In an instant, his own damage increased tenfold. Instead, the lifespan he consumed was no longer 1 year. Under the influence of the Abyssal Messenger's sins, he unleashed 10 times the wrath of the living, directly consuming 10 years of his lifespan. Not only that, every time Li Du released a skill in this state, he would lose an additional year of life. He had to make it quick. Thunderclap. Li Du didn't hold back, and a heavy blow landed on Sakura Man's body. In a moment, several miserable screams immediately issued. Baka, stop it. Damn Daxia, are you going to start a war between the two countries? Li Du's gaze was grim, and he didn't have any intention of stopping at all. As several heavy blows landed, the Sakura people in front of him were surprisingly all killed by him. By this time, Xia Yishue's few people had also felt it. When they saw the dead Sakura Nation people on the ground, they were all shocked. You killed them? Well, Wu Chang and Zhou Wei were instantly nauseated. It was the first time they had seen a dead person. Xia Yixue and Zhong Shangyue were fine. However, Xia Yixue was still surprised beyond measure. Li Du had managed to kill the Sakura Nation's professional. It's that they're too weak. Li Du didn't care, as if he had crushed a few ants. At this moment, he even had the leisure to put away the loot on a few people. Zhong Shangyue laughed. Sister Shui, am I right? Li Du, he's really powerful. We don't have to worry at all. Xia Yixue sighed. Although that's the case, I'm afraid that they won't be satisfied with the deaths of the Sakura country's professionals at your hands. No matter, if they dare to come, I dare to kill them. Li Du had absolutely no good feelings towards the Sakura country. He even hated all the Sakura people to die cleanly. My dark confinement can't last long, and these zombies are currently in chaos. So let's hurry up and get off the copy while we're at it. Xia Yixue also reacted and immediately said, let's hurry inside. Several people nodded and walked through the midst of the zombie horde, directly into the palace. Passing through the gate, several people entered a long corridor. As long as they passed through the corridor, they would be considered to have truly entered the duplicate. This copy is called the City of the Abyss, and there is no doubt that it is a city in the abyss. Just after entering it, the several people felt a great sense of oppression, as if there was a hand that was always pressing down on them. No matter how they walked, they could not walk out of this five-fingered mountain. That's the thing about the abyss. In reality, this wasn't really an abyss, as there was no abyssal breath in this place. The so-called breath of the abyss is the air of the abyss. Humans could not survive in it unless they wore special equipment. And this kind of equipment has always been extremely precious. Not many countries have it, even the Great Summer country. For this kind of equipment has always been in short supply. Abyssal crystals, one of the materials used to create such equipment. A few minutes later, a few people crossed the corridor and entered directly into the copy. Chapter 65, Destroying and Destroying, pushing all the way across the country. The palace didn't have the slightest hint of luxury. Everything was so ancient and filled with the smell of decay. Blood could be seen everywhere on the walls around them. And rotting bones. Ka-chow. Cackle. Several chewing sounds echoed around the area. And when the few people entered the palace, they saw a number of monsters that were chewing on bones. They were so appalling looking that they looked like zombies without skin. Abyssal evil. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 25. Life value, 18,560. Power, 380. Level 25. Over 18,000 blood. No doubt extremely high values. Even Xia Yixue had gotten serious at this moment. And that's not just one. As one looked in, one was able to see 7 or 8 abyssal evil ghosts. Xia Yixue spoke. Let's pay attention to our stance. Wu Chang, you go taunt and add status around. Everyone else pay attention to finding opportunities to output and resolve these wild monsters within 10 minutes. Li Du suddenly spoke. There's no need to be so troublesome. And then, he immediately released his skills. Inferno summoning. The general summons. A Cayman Orc general and an Inferno were then summoned at once. Seeing this, Xia Yixue was very surprised. You still know summoning type skills? As soon as the words fell, Inferno and Cayman Orc general immediately rushed out. You have killed the abyssal evil ghost, successfully extracted 50 days of life. You gain 230 experience points. As the prompt appeared, all the abyssal evil ghosts in front of them were killed. After Li Du released the rage of the living spirit, his summons were also able to enjoy the effects of the rage of the living spirit. So at the moment, their damage was ridiculously high. Almost one punch at a time, the abyssal evil ghosts were completely unable to resist. Seeing this, several people showed surprised expressions. Your summons do that much damage? Xia Yixue was also very surprised. This damage, even my heavenly flame divine eagle can't match it. Zhong Shangyue came up and patted Li Du's back. Li Du, I didn't expect you to hide a hand. But isn't your profession legal? How did you learn the summoning class skill? Li Du explained. My profession is not just a law system. It is actually a profession that combines the warrior, law, and summoning systems. Hearing this, several people were even more surprised. 3 faculties in one. Surprisingly this kind of occupation. I didn't expect you to be deeply hidden as well. Xia Yixue said. An elite-level profession with 3 faculties in one is already able to compare to an epic-level profession. No wonder the principal chose you to participate in the trial. Li Du is indeed qualified. The 3 faculties were united, much like Zhong Shalomoon's dual life profession. Yet it was different. In terms of ceiling, it was definitely Zhong Shalomoon who was higher. However, the unification of the 3 systems meant that Li Du's fighting style was very diverse, with almost no weaknesses. After killing the abyssal evil ghosts, The few people continued to move forward. The wild monsters encountered along the way were almost all killed by Li Du's summons. The others didn't put up a fight at all. Soon, several people entered the inner hall. Xiaoxue said, "Open this door and it's the room of the elite monsters. We must be careful." A few people nodded, then opened the door directly. Squeak! The door was opened and a searing heat hit him. What came into view was a behemoth. It was a monster with a glowing red body, with lava-like liquid flowing from its body, horns, and a very frightening appearance. Abyssal Demon. Type, Elite Monster. Level, 28. Life value, 57,800. Power, 980. Characteristics, Scorching, Burning, Berserk. Skills, Fire Breathing, Magma Splash, Rage Trample, Abyssal Slam. The values of the elite monsters were very powerful, and just by looking at them, they were able to feel a very frightening sense of oppression. Upon seeing several people, the Abyssal Demon immediately let out a roar, and then, immediately stomped on the earth. Boom, boom, boom. A trampling sound appeared, and the earth was immediately shaken to the point of almost cracking, and Li Du's few people were almost shaken out by the vibration. It was the furious trampling of the Abyssal Demons. Zhou Wei immediately released his skill, Firm Heart. A few rays of light fell, and even though the earth was still shaking, Li Du's few people had smoothed out. I've applied a 1-minute hegemony status to all of you. Let's take advantage of this time to make a move. Li Du immediately struck out. Commanding the two summons, he launched himself at the demons. Ho ho ho. Both the Inferno and the Cayman Orc General let out a roar before one breathed fire and the other swung his sword. Both attacks landing on the Abyssal Demon's body. Hoo hoo hoo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. An attack fell, immediately striking the Abyssal Demon to the point where his body almost cracked. Countless lava-like blood spurted out. Kill! Li Du roared again as the two summons continued to attack. Then, Cayman Orc General's sword directly cut off the Abyssal Demon's head, killing him completely. You killed the Abyssal Demon and detected that the target's attributes far exceeded yours, and you absorbed a lifespan of 5,000 days. You've gained 3,800 experience points. That's dead? Crap, bro, you turned out to be so awesome? Even if it's a 3-lineage profession, it's still a bit too powerful, isn't it? In almost less than a minute, Li Du directly killed the Abyssal Demon. Knowing that this Abyssal Demon had more than 50,000 blood, Li Du's damage was too high. At this moment, Xiaoxue also finally understood Li Du's strength. You're not wrong. He is indeed very good, worthy of being the top student in the college entrance exam. Zhong Shanhua immediately puffed out her chest. That's true, this is a talent that I think highly of. Li Du laughed. Alright, hurry up and extract it. Let's see what materials are on this elite monster. Xiaoxue immediately went up and extracted it, obtaining quite a few fine-grade materials, as well as some props. The harvest was not large. After collecting the materials, the few people continued forward. At this time, Xiaoxue suddenly asked, Li Du, which academy are you planning to go to? College? Zhong Shanhua explained for Xiaoxue, there are many colleges in the university. Different colleges teach different things and go in different directions. The Cloud Ridge College that Sister Snow is in is one of the 3 top colleges in Yanguan University. Oh, Lido said. I haven't thought about it yet. Xiaoxue said. Then come to Cloud Ridge Academy. Your strength is definitely enough. Cloud Ridge Academy has the most resources in Yanguan Academy and also has the largest number of top professors. After you come, we can even team up together when we go on copies in the future. And with me leading you, you'll upgrade very quickly. Zhong Shanhua teased. Sister Shui, you're looking at Li Du here? Is this throwing an olive branch at her? Xiaoxue said. Who wouldn't want a powerful talent? Li Du didn't answer. Instead he asked Zhong Shanhua, what about you? What academy do you want to go to? Of course it's Cloud Ridge Academy. It's the academy founded by the principal himself. Hearing her say that, Li Du really felt that Cloud Ridge Academy was very good. However, Li Du felt that this choice should be made with some caution, and therefore did not answer immediately. Soon, several people came to a large gate. This was the very center of the Abyssal City, which housed the Abyssal Lord, the boss of this copy. Chapter 66, Killing the Abyssal Lord. Completing the trial. The very center of the palace was very empty, and it smelled of decay more than the outside world ever did. The Abyssal Lord sat on a throne in the center. It wore thick armor and looked as if it was a demonic warrior that had been sleeping for thousands and thousands of years, its entire body radiating an aura of despair. Abyssal Lords. Type, Boss. Level, 30. Life value, 153,760. Power, 4,200. Features, Lord Field, your full attributes drop by 20%. Abyssal Erosion, all your attributes slowly drop. Skills, Abyssal Army, Blade of Despair, Darkness / Dread Canopy, Abyssal Prison. This was the attributes of an Abyssal Lord, complete with the attributes of a Hell-level boss. And not only that, under the influence of the Lord's Field and Abyssal Erosion, the longer one fought against the Lord, the faster one's attribute values would drop. Upon seeing Li Du's several people, the Abyssal Lord's gaze gradually turned and stared at them, flickering with a few strange lights. He suddenly spoke, "O my people, submit to me. Follow me towards the abyss to witness the glory that belongs to us." The voice was disorienting. It was as if the speaker was not a corrupt demon, but a wise emperor. "Witness to glory," Wu Chang muttered and suddenly walked towards the Lord. His steps were very hobbling, and he looked like he might fall to his knees at any moment. Not only that, but Zhou Wei was also trembling. Even Zhong Shanyue's gaze was a bit lax. Seeing this, Xia Yixue immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Quickly wake up!" The sudden shouting brought several people back to reality immediately. Wu Chang's face was filled with horror. What did I just do? He seemed to see an incomparably bright future, and he was about to walk into that future himself. But suddenly a voice shattered everything. Xia Yixue said, "It's the Abyssal Lord. He's confusing you. Just now you were almost about to walk towards him." Hearing this, several people were in a state of fear. The disorientation of that voice was simply too strong. "All cheer up. We've come this far. Don't make any mistakes." Xia Yixue's voice made several people get serious. Seeing that the confusion wasn't taking effect, the Abyssal Lord finally stood up from his throne mountain. It had an extremely stout figure, nearly 3 meters tall. In front of it, several people appeared to be 5 comparatively small. On the side of the throne, there was a rotting greatsword. The Abyssal Lord took that greatsword and swung it at several people. Hoo. The strong sword chi was like a black curved moon as it instantly rushed over. It's dark / the Abyssal Lord's skill. The chop came so quickly that even Xia Yixue barely reacted. Li Du immediately stepped forward, stalwart, and then, a golden light immediately wrapped Li Du, and it was as if the skin of his entire body had turned golden. Li Du rushed forward and directly blocked that black chop with his physical body. Rumble! A strong explosion immediately erupted, causing several people to jump. Li Du, Zhong Shanyue was very worried. However, by the time the explosion ended, Li Du was still standing in place. Staying still allowed Li Du to be immune to 90% of the damage, and that darkness chopping strike only caused Li Du to graze his skin a little. "I'm fine." The others saw this and finally put their hearts down. "It's good that you're fine." Xia Yixue was also a bit worried. What kind of skill is this that can block such a large amount of damage? Li Du smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xia Yixue also stopped pursuing. The Abyssal Lord's sudden strike had angered her. Xia Yixue said, "Let's do it together and kill it." She then cast her skill and summoned the Heavenly Flame Divine Eagle as well as the Luoxue Heavenly Horse. The 2 major summoned beasts appeared and stood on her sides, making Xia Yixue look like a queen. The others had also prepared for battle. Zhou Wei added statuses to everyone while casting skills that could immunize them from various negative statuses. Li Du took the lead and charged straight up, delivering a thunder-heavy strike. Crackle! Intense thunderstorms continued to appear, landing on the Abyssal Lord's body and causing a large amount of damage. At the same time, Xia Yixue summoned the Divine Eagle and released a flame attack. Divine Eagle Heavenly Flame. The intense flames combined with the lightning directly drowned the Abyssal Lord, while Zhong Shallow Moon was wandering around, looking for opportunities to make up damage. This attack by several people immediately wore down a large portion of the Abyssal Lord's life value. Zhong Shanyue was very happy and shouted, "Sister Shui, at this pace, we'll be able to kill it in 10 minutes at most." However, Xia Yixue did not show a happy expression, and Li Du was also very serious, because it's just getting started now. Sure enough, the Abyssal Lords quickly counterattacked. Ho ho ho! A strong hissing sound was emitted, and the entire palace seemed to tremble. And then, a powerful aura impacted in all directions. Several people felt a wave of faintness. Abyssal Army, fight with me, kill those before you. It began to unleash its skill Abyssal Armada. At once, countless abyssal demons arrived from all directions, densely packed like one army after another. Their entire bodies were spread with the flames of the abyss, as cold as the poles. The oppressive aura spread all around at once. It's going to summon the Abyssal Army. Hurry up and interrupt it. With that, Xia Yixue took control of the 2 major summoned beasts and attacked the Abyssal Lord. As for the others, they also stepped forward, trying to interrupt the Abyssal Lord's skills. Apparently it didn't work though, and the Abyssal Army was summoned anyway. Seeing this, Xia Yixue's face was a bit gloomy. The situation is getting a little worse. Surrounded by these abyssal armies, it will be especially difficult for us to fight. If we don't clear them out, we'll probably even lose the battle. Fighting the enemy while surrounded by them is obviously extremely difficult. Li Du spoke. It's fine. Leave it to me. And then, he immediately released the skill, 10,000 swords. At that moment, a huge spell formation appeared in the sky, and then countless sword branches fell like rain. Shoo shoo shoo. A rain of swords fell on the abyssal demons, immediately piercing them through. The sword rain that had been strengthened by 10 times the damage was simply not something that these ordinary abyssal demons could resist. Seeing this skill of Li Du, the rest of the few people were surprised beyond words. Even though Xia Yixue also had a clearing skill, the damage simply wasn't as high as Li Du's. Was he really a fine-grade profession? Swords rained down and large swathes of abyssal demons died. Soon, more than half of the abyssal demons were wiped out. When the abyssal lord saw this, he became furious. Kill, destroy, despair, fear. The abyss descends. Hoo. A gale struck, and the black mist instantly spread, surrounding the few people. The abyssal lords once again released their skill, Fear Canopy. In an instant, it was as if the few people surrounded by the black mist had seen half of the things they were most afraid of in their lives, almost losing their ability to fight. And at this time, Li Du struck again. Abyssal Chop. The strong attack landed on the abyssal lord's body, immediately sending him flying. His huge body crashed on top of the palace, and the abyssal lord's skills were forced to abort. At the same time, the Inferno Demon and Cayman Orc generals took turns to attack the abyssal lord. Seeing this, the remaining few people also stepped forward, and countless attacks landed on the abyssal lord. The abyssal lord wanted to counterattack, but every time he tried to release a skill, he would always be interrupted by Li Du in time. The abyssal chopping strike, the force of which was simply too great for even the abyssal lords to resist. The fight went on for 10 minutes. In the end, the abyssal lord turned into a black mist and completely disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the abyssal lord. Detecting that your opponent's value far exceeds yours, you have successfully extracted the life value, 10,000 days. You gain experience value, 12,000. A message landed in Li Du's mind. Not only that, but several items emitting a purple glow also burst out on the ground. Chapter 67, Provocation of the Lighthouse Kingdom, Nidhogg the Black Dragon. Bull, I can't believe we beat such a powerful monster. Wu Chang was so excited that he almost jumped up. The others were also very happy. Xia Yixue said, it's still thanks to Li Du. Without him, our trip to this copy would have become very difficult. Zhong Shanyue said, Sister Shui, I told you that Li Du is very strong. Do you believe it now? Believe it. Zhou Wei also said, Li Du, thanks to you, if our teammate was He Xiu, we still don't know if we can pass this copy. At the mention of him, a few people burst into anger. Xia Yixue coldly said, don't mind that person. There's nothing to say about this kind of small-minded person. Li Du said, alright, let's see what the abyssal lords have exploded. Xia Yixue then went up to check out the items. Through the team's information sharing, several people also saw the information of several items. King's Sword, Lord Grade, Warrior Class Profession Equipment. Wear Level, 25. Provides attributes, plus 450 Strength, plus 450 Constitution, plus 15% skill damage, up to level 40 only. Passive skills, Shock, your damage is increased by 50% when facing normal wild monsters that wait for you to be inferior to you. Warrior's Heart, when you meet the strong, you are stronger. And whenever you are battle-hardened, it boosts all of your attributes by up to 50%. Active skill, Dark Slash, quickly releases a slash that deals a large amount of damage. The chopping attack is accompanied by the power of the abyss, which will prevent the target's wounds from healing for a short period of time. Abyssal Battle Armor, Lord Grade, Warrior Class Professional Equipment. Wear Level, 25. Attributes provided, plus 3000 lifesteal, plus 800 Constitution, plus 25% damage reduction, up to level 40 only. Passive skills, Sins Not Added, gain 50% damage reduction from abyssal monsters. Thorns, rebound 30% of damage taken to the opponent. Effective range 50 meters. Active skill, Fear Descent, causes targets within range to fall into a state of fear and flee in droves. Abyssal Crystals, special props that can be used to build equipment. Mysterious Scepter, this equipment's attributes are too high and needs to be appraised. A total of 4 items were obtained, and there were even abyssal crystals among them. The hall had a few people excited. It seems like the harvest is abundant. Zhong Shanyue revealed a smile. The curved corners of her mouth were surprisingly cute. Xia Yixue was also very pleasantly surprised. We even obtained abyssal crystals. The trial mission is considered to be overfulfilled. Li Du said, it seems like we were still fast enough to clear the copy before anyone else. If they had been any slower, I'm afraid that the abyssal crystals would have already been gotten by the other teams. Xia Yixue said, There's another piece of equipment that surprisingly needs to be appraised, and it looks like the grade is quite uncomplicated. Let's go out first. Several people then left the copy. By the time they went out, there were already quite a few people gathered outside the replica. It looked like they were from other teams, and they were making a lot of noise and seemed to be arguing about something. This copy doesn't belong to your lighthouse country. Why don't you let us in? That is, you don't really think you're lawless in your lighthouse country, do you? The two gangs are facing each other. One of the parties was clearly from the Great Summer Country, while the other team was led by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth, and a few professionals from the Sakura Country. They stood in front of the other team with arrogant expressions. Hey, you Great Xia Kingdom are all a bunch of sick people. You'll never be able to pass the copy even if you go in, so you might as well watch from the outside. That's just it. The Lighthouse Kingdom is the most powerful country in the world. What are you going to compare with them? People of the Great Summer Kingdom, get out. At this moment, Li Du's few people immediately caught the attention of the others after they came out of the copy. Someone's coming out. People's eyes went to a few people. Li Du looked and realized that in the middle of the Great Summer Kingdom's group, there was actually He Xiao. When he saw them, He Xiao's face turned icy cold. The people around him saw his face change and asked, He Xiao, what's wrong with you? He Xiao Dao, those guys are the team that drove me out. Humph. I didn't expect them to come out of the copy alive. Are they good? Humph. There's only one person who's still slightly strong. Everyone else is stupid. When the foreign team led by the Lighthouse Nation saw Li Du's several people, their faces suddenly became gloomy. I didn't expect that there would be a leak from the Great Summer Kingdom entering the copy. Then the Lighthouse State professionals came up. Great Xia people, this copy doesn't belong to you. Hand over what you got from the copy or don't blame us for being rude. A few other professionals followed the Lighthouse Nation's professionals and immediately surrounded them. At this time, a foreign professional suddenly shouted, Look guys, the duplicate gate has changed. And that mark that recorded the abyssal crystals is extinguished. What? The mark is extinguished. The abyssal crystals have been gotten. Hearing this, the surrounding professionals were surprised. The person from the Great Summer Country hurriedly asked, Did you really get the abyssal crystals? Xia Yishua said, Yes, the abyssal crystals are in our hands. Hearing this, the rest of them were astonished beyond measure. I didn't realize they had cleared this copy. Among them, when He Xiao heard this, he felt even more unable to accept it. How is this possible? How can they still pass the copy without me? But no one paid any attention to him at all. The foreign professionals were anxious when they heard this. Abyssal crystals. This copy appeared 10 pieces after a year. Today was the day that the abyssal crystals appeared. If they were to be gotten, they would have to wait at least 2 months for this copy to brush out abyssal crystals again. Great Xia people, hand over the abyssal crystals, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Hand over the abyssal crystals if you don't want to die. This scene immediately aroused the anger of the rest of the Daxia people. The teams from the Great Xia Kingdom rushed over and shouted, The abyssal crystals were captured by my Great Xia Kingdom. By what right should they be handed over? Foreigner, get back. Others are afraid of you. Lighthouse Nation. But I, the Great Summer Nation, am not. And Little Cherry Blossom Oni. What's all the yammering about? Think we don't dare to make a move? When the Sakura Nation's professional saw this, he let out a cold laugh. It seems that you won't realize how stupid you are until you've seen what I'm capable of. The Lighthouse Nation's professionals then immediately released their skills. In the next moment, a huge spell formation appeared. And then, a black dragon with a huge body suddenly appeared from the spell. Its entire body exuded pitch-black flames, as if it was capable of burning the earth into black charcoal. My name is Nidhogg. Who calls to me? The Lighthouse Nation's professionals immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Lord Nidhogg, please show great power and kill all these people in front of you. Roar! The black dragon named Nidhogg immediately roared. I grant thee thy request. The appearance of the black dragon immediately surprised everyone beyond measure. People threw out detection spells, trying to detect the black dragon's level. But soon, everyone's detection spells failed. They couldn't detect it at all. To be able to disable our detection spells, this black dragon has reached at least level 35. Chapter 68, Killing the Black Dragon in Seconds. Perfect trial evaluation. The appearance of the black dragon caused the professionals of the Great Summer Kingdom to panic. Still, someone stood out and shouted, Don't be afraid. If we work together, we may not be unable to win. Seeing this, the Lighthouse Nation's professional let out a cold laugh. Stubbornness, death is your final destination. The black dragon then immediately attacked. Ho ho ho. The loud roar of the dragon was deafening as the black dragon swooped down, its sharp claws about to tear everything apart. The professionals unleashed their skills to fend off the black dragon's attack, but it wasn't much use at all, as the black dragon's sharp claws grabbed a few professionals and threw them aside. The huge damage almost killed those few people. Even if they're not dead, they're incapable of fighting. And the people's attacks landed on the black dragon's body, but it was like scratching an itch, not causing much damage at all. Ha ha ha, Lord Nidhogg is immune to nearly 60% of physical and magical damage. Your attacks can't even break through his lordship's defense. The Lighthouse Nation's professional principals were unimpressed and kept taunting. The black dragon attacked again, once again wounding several professionals. Seeing this, Li Du immediately struck out. The wrath of the living, 100-fold. Without hesitation, Li Du once again strengthened the wrath of the living spirit. With countless lifespans consumed, his damage had been strengthened to 100 times. And then, directly released the skill. Thunderclap. Intense thunderbolts kept appearing, as if they were thunderstorms of clouds. The people in the surroundings immediately felt the terrifying energy being condensed. And then, these thunderbolts landed on the black dragon's body, surprisingly splitting its skin directly, even causing a large number of wounds on its body. Ho ho ho! The black dragon cried out in pain, blood pouring out. 100 times the wrath of the living spirit made Li Du's damage incomparably terrifying. Even if the black dragon was able to immunize itself from most of the damage, it still couldn't withstand it. For a while, large swathes of blood fell from the sky. Surprisingly, the black dragon could no longer maintain flight. Rumble! The huge black dragon fell directly to the ground, and then turned into a cloud of black smoke, which dissipated. This scene immediately shook the surrounding people. Seconds? The black dragon was actually seconded. Crap! Who is he that he's so powerful? The professionals of the Great Summer Country all looked at Li Du and were all surprised. There was no lack of legendary level professions among them, but none of them could be as powerful as Li Du. Hishio was even more filled with incredulity. This is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. He's just a backdoor walker. How can he be so powerful? The black dragon was killed in seconds, and the Lighthouse Nation's professionals were immediately hit with a strong backlash. His face was filled with panic, and then he unexpectedly spat out a large mouthful of blood on the occasion. The rest of the foreign professionals were even more horrified. How come? The Lord of the Lighthouse Kingdom, he actually lost? With that black dragon gone, how can the people of the Great Summer Kingdom be so powerful? They couldn't believe it, but everything was happening right in front of their eyes and there was no room for disbelief. The Lighthouse Kingdom's professional managed to slow down and looked at Li Du with a face full of horror. I'll remember you. Great Summer Kingdom, the Lighthouse Kingdom will not let you go. When he finished speaking, he simply left. My lord, where are you going? My lord, don't leave us behind. When the other foreign professionals saw this, they all panicked. For a while, they fled after the Lighthouse Nation's professionals. The originally breezy group of people were now routed like dogs that had lost their souls. When the people of the Great Summer Kingdom saw this, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Rebreeza, weren't you guys awesome just now? So people from the Lighthouse Kingdom can run away too. I thought how awesome. And that black dragon, I thought how strong it was. But it got seconded in one go. They run away like a dog. Previously, he had been blocked by the Lighthouse Kingdom's professionals, but now he had finally raised his eyebrows. People looked at Li Du with a few moments of admiration in their eyes. Many people had begun to speculate about their identities. However, the Li Du several people were not wearing the uniforms of any school or college, so they did not know Li Du's identity. Several people who had been in contact with Hishio asked about him, but when Hishio heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He didn't care about the others, and with a cold snort, he too left directly. Seeing Li Du pleased with himself, he simply hated to die. The few people ignored the gazes of the people around them. Now that the trial was over, it was time for them to return. Through the teleportation array, several people returned to the middle of the academy. After returning to the academy, the few people weren't teleported back to their original place, but were instead teleported to a huge hall. It was magnificent and filled with majesty. Xia Yishui explained. This is the Great Hall of Trials, where one can receive and submit various trial tasks. Saying that, she immediately stepped forward to submit her trial task. Trial mission, City of the Abyss. Starting number 6, ending number 5. Trial completion detection in progress, have successfully entered the Abyssal Hall. The basic trial is complete. Advancement trial completion detection in progress, defeat the Abyssal Lord. Complete. Obtaining Abyssal Crystals. Complete. Final trial evaluation, perfect. When the word perfect appeared, several rays of light fell on several people. You've earned a reward for the trial, 10,000 points. After the trial was completed, several people were rewarded with 10,000 points. Phew, I didn't realize the rewards would be this good. Ha ha, 10,000 points. That's enough for me to spend for a long time. I've been wanting to buy a skill book for a long time, and now I can buy it too. I can just trade for a fine grade suit. Several people were very excited. The rewards of this trial were simply out of their expectation. Xiaoyishua said. Originally, the reward for the trial was 2,000 points per person. But thanks to Li Du, not only did we kill the boss, but we also obtained the abyssal crystals, so we were able to get so many rewards. Li Du laughed. It's not enough for me alone. This trial is ultimately about everyone working together. Slap. A few claps came through, and then a muffled voice. Well said. We Xia people have always emphasized unity. As long as we are united, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. When several people turned around, they saw an old man wearing a grey purple vestment robe, with a very amiable face, and on his chest, white pinned a badge, which had a dragon and phoenix pattern, and also coalesced a few of the characteristics of the national flag of the Great Summer Country, which was very exquisite. Li Du instantly recognized the badge, the Transcendence Mark. This was a badge personally issued by the highest leader of the Great Summer Kingdom, and it was a prop of the holy level. Only Transcendentals are able to wear it, without a doubt. This old man in front of him was actually a Transcendent. Xiaoyishua cried out in surprise. Headmaster, you're actually here? Principal. The old man in front of him was actually the president of Yanguan University, Qin Yanguan. Even Li Du couldn't be too calm when he saw this legendary figure. Qin Yanguan was definitely a figure that was enough to go down in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. It was said that he was the absolute top genius of the Great Xia Country when he was young, and during his career, he fought countless battles for the Great Xia Country and made countless great achievements. He deserves a lot of credit for making the Great Summer Kingdom what it is today, even if in the end he didn't choose to enter the leadership of the Great Summer Kingdom, but instead founded the academy himself. He had achieved great success. Qin Yanguan didn't have the stance of a big shot and was very amiable. I heard that you guys were having trouble during the trial, so I came over to take a look. Xiaoyishua immediately said. Headmaster is overstating things. Where are the trials not difficult? Well said, but you guys responded well. No matter which country dares to bully our Great Summer Country, it will absolutely not be tolerated. You don't have to worry. Whether it's the pressure from the Sakura Nation or the Lighthouse Nation, the school will carry it for you. Chapter 69 Abyssal Crystal. Abyssal Warrior. Hearing this, several people were moved. As a principal, it was surprising that he was able to take the initiative to come forward to solve the problem for the students. Looking at the entire colleges and universities of the Great Summer Country, he couldn't see many people. After a few more casual remarks, Qin Yanguan left. Afterwards, several people began to divide the loot. Li Du had the biggest role in this trial, and in the end, Li Du got the equipment that needed to be appraised. Any item that needed to be appraised was undoubtedly worth a lot of money. That piece of equipment was given to Li Du, and no one objected to it. As for the rest of the people, they divided the various equipment and materials equally. Xiaoyishua didn't take anything. To her, the evaluation of this trial was her best gain. After dividing up the loot, several people left. Li Du, if you want to appraise equipment, go to a trading house. After speaking to them about your needs, they'll contact an appraiser for you and you'll be able to appraise the equipment. However, the appraiser's charges are very expensive, and a single appraisal requires at least 5,000 points. Hearing Zhong Shanyue's words, Li Du was a bit surprised. Are appraisers so good at making money? One appraisal required 5,000 points, and with just a few more appraisals, the year's expenses were already there. Zhong Shanyu said, it's not that there are too few excellent appraisers. Appraisers themselves were living professions without the ability to fight, and such professions didn't have a high status in the Great Summer Country. Unless there was a specialized organization that spent a great deal of money to train them, there were very few people who could become proficient. For each college, there are basically no more than 5 good appraisers. Yanguan University. The appraisers who were able to obtain the certificate of outstanding appraiser issued by the state were only 8, and among them, there were only 2 appraisers who could appraise legendary items. But you don't have to worry. Although the appraisal fee is very expensive, the items that need to be appraised are originally extremely precious, and this appraisal fee is nothing to the item itself. Li Du nodded in understanding. After a few pleasantries, he went back home. Shortly after, Li Du received a message from Zhou Ning asking him to come over. 10 minutes later, Li Du arrived at the school's principal's office. Zhou Ning was already waiting for him, and to Li Du's surprise, the principal Qin Yanguan was also here. Hello principal? Hello Elder Zhou. Li Du greeted them separately, and Zhou Ning nodded and smiled. Sit down. After Li Du sat down, Zhou Ning spoke. You did a great job. The results of this trial exceeded our expectations. I had only intended for you to see the wider world, to see how other good people fight. I didn't expect you to become the brightest one instead. Li Du said. Elder Zhou is overstating the case. I'm actually just doing what I'm supposed to do. There's no need to be modest. If it's your achievement, it must be yours. No one can deny it. At that moment, Qin Yuan also spoke up. Old Zhou, I thought you just wanted to go through the back door in the beginning. I didn't expect to send me such a big surprise. This Li Du is a good boy. Hearing the principal's comment, Li Du instead didn't know what to say. Even though he usually looked mature, he had actually only turned 18. Ha ha, come on, you're embarrassing him. After a few compliments, Zhou Ning got right to the point. I'm calling you over now. I actually have something to tell you. Maybe even a mission. Hearing this, Li Du sat upright and immediately said, Elder Zhou, please speak. Do you know what the abyssal crystals do? Li Du shook his head. Abyssal crystals are a type of crystallization from the abyss that only appear in copies related to the abyss and are produced in very small quantities. So these crystals are in short supply in every country. Since this crystal is formed from pure abyssal power, it has a very special effect. It absorbs the negative power of the abyss. Thanks to this effect, equipment and items created with abyssal crystals can eliminate the vast majority of abyssal influences. In this way, ordinary people will also be able to move autonomously in the abyss, and even live in the abyss. Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. Zhou Ning then began to popularize the various aspects of the abyss to Li Du. The abyss, a special world that appeared in this world after the great change in heaven and earth. The rules there are completely different from the outside world, full of blood, decay, tyranny, and despair. The power of the abyss is currently encroaching on the real world through several strongholds in the world. One of these several strongholds was the Nizhou Rift Valley, which was the place where Li Du had gone for his trial. In fact, the place where Li Du had gone was only an insignificant part of the Nizhou Rift Valley. The entire Nizhou Rift Valley was tens of thousands of miles long and bottomless. Every distance corresponded to an abyssal city. In the center of the Rift Valley, there was even a hell where hundreds of millions of abyssal monsters lived. The monsters in the abyss are extremely powerful and carry a wide variety of abilities that one has to guard against. However, humans were simply unable to survive in the abyss, because the aura of the abyss was filled with all sorts of tyranny, despair, and other negative states. Even the most powerful professions would be affected in their sanity and even become insane if they lived in the abyss for a long time. Moreover, the power of the abyss was unaffected by skills, and ordinary purification-type skills were completely unable to dispel the negative aura of the abyss. For a long time, humans have only dared to explore the outer reaches of the abyss, and it was the appearance of the abyssal crystals that gave humanity the backbone to enter the abyss. Although the abyss is terrifying, it is also a treasure. Zhou Ning said, in the beginning, the strongest professions discovered by mankind were merely at the legendary level. Yet when mankind hunted down an abyssal demon that had reached the transcendent, they learned about knowledge above the legendary level. At that time, mankind came into contact with supergrade, and even holy grade items for the first time. It can be said that the abyss influenced humanity, and humanity is also utilizing the abyss. This knowledge was very shocking for Li Du to hear. Although he knew some information about the abyss, he was only limited to understanding that the abyss was a very scary place, and that there were very powerful demons in it. However, he did not expect that there was so much past. Zhou Ning continued, in order to fully utilize the abyss, and also to prevent the abyss from having too much influence, every year, humans would send their elites forward to the abyss to round up all sorts of demons, and these people are known as abyssal warriors. However, because the abyss was very dangerous, the selection conditions for abyssal warriors were very harsh. Almost only legendary level professions were qualified to be selected, and those who were eventually selected were, without exception, geniuses among geniuses. Despite the harsh conditions, the benefits of becoming an abyssal warrior were enormous. First of all, the demons in the abyss were already very powerful, so the benefits of killing them were extremely high. Secondly, there were extremely many treasures in the abyss, and even a random cave that one went into could harbor terrifying demons. Slaying these demons can sometimes even result in obtaining legendary items. It's so much more rewarding than painting copies. As a result, by the time the abyssal warriors returned, they had basically left their peers far behind in terms of strength, and eventually, all of these warriors would become pivotal figures in the country. In the past, the abyssal fighters were almost always encompassed by the 3 top colleges, and the rest of the colleges would be able to occasionally show up 1 in 5 or 6 years at the most, but their performance was also very poor, and they were almost always at the bottom of the list. Over time, the selection of abyssal warriors pretty much centered around the 3 top colleges. Speaking of this, Zhou Ning looked at Li Du and asked, Li Du, do you want to become an abyssal warrior? Chapter 70. Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. Elder Zhou had called himself here, but he was actually talking about this matter. But the selection of abyssal warriors was extremely harsh. Could he really do it? Even though Li Du possessed the skill of rage of the living spirit, he actually still didn't think that he was invincible. He had never seen those truly top geniuses until now. Even for legendary level professions, there were grades. Without the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du's strength nowadays was actually only equivalent to the more powerful epic level professions. At this time, Xin Yanguan spoke. Do you know why we are talking to you about this matter? Li Du shook his head. Because you got the abyssal crystals. With that, he took out the abyssal crystal stone and placed it on the table. This appeared to be a very ordinary crystal, but it contained a great amount of energy. Xin Yanguan said, a piece of abyssal crystal, by value, is worth at least 1,000,000 points. It still has a price. Our school wasn't qualified to run for abyssal warrior, but because you got the abyssal crystals, the country decided to allocate us a spot. You deserve the most credit, so I'm going to give you a chance. Dare you take it? Xin Yanguan's words were very serious. At this moment, it was as if he was no longer that amiable old grandpa, but had turned into an iron-blooded soldier. Hearing this, if Li Du hesitated again, he deserved his mediocrity for the rest of his life. Headmaster, I want to become an abyssal warrior. There wasn't a bit of hesitation in Li Du's words. When Zhou Ning saw this, he laughed. Old Qin, I told you that you couldn't bluff this kid. Now see? Xin Yanguan laughed loudly. Not bad, not bad. It's a little guy with guts. He then put away the abyssal crystals. However, the abyssal warrior is not such a good job, and our school is only qualified to run for the election. Whether or not you can make it depends on your final performance. Li Du asked. Headmaster, what are the requirements to become an abyssal warrior? Xin Yanguan began to popularize the abyssal warrior to Li Du. Abyssal warriors. There are 3 levels. From low to high are normal, advanced, and top. These 3 types of fighters correspond to levels 30 to 40, 60 to 70, and 90 to 99. Depending on the level, they fought in the periphery of the abyss, the interior of the abyss, and the center area of the abyss. If Li Du wanted to run for it, he could only run for a low-level warrior. The requirements for running are actually quite simple. As long as you reach level 30, every year, the abyssal warriors campaigned around September for a month, and then all the warriors would head to the abyss for a 3-month purge. A person could only campaign for the same rank of abyssal warrior once, and this was to give others more chances. For this year's abyssal warrior, Li Du definitely didn't have a chance. His chance was next year, and because of this, Xin Yanguan had also postponed the quota he had obtained to the following year. Ordinary abyssal warriors. Our country selects 50 each year and divides them into 10 teams. If you can reach level 30 within a year and meet my standards, I can push you out of the running. If you can't reach it, I'll give the spot to someone else. Zhou Ning said. Li Du, this isn't simple. After level 20, it will be increasingly difficult to upgrade. Moreover, at this level, the experience value you gain from killing wild monsters whose level is lower than yours will be very scarce. If the level of the wild monster is 10 levels lower than you won't even get a single bit of experience value. Anyone who has reached level 30 as a sophomore so far can't even find 5 people in the entire school. Li Du also gradually realized the difficulties, because even for a legend-ranked profession like Xia Yishui, her sophomore year was only level 28, still 2 levels short. It could be seen how difficult it was to upgrade. Moreover, it wasn't enough to have reached level 30, but he also had to meet the standards of Qinyan Pass. Even though he didn't say what the standard was, Li Du knew that it was definitely not simple. However, if he chose to give up because of the difficulties, Li Du would regret it for the rest of his life. He replied, Principal, please give me this opportunity. I can do it. Xin Yanguan laughed. Good, there's ambition. Then you start cheering from now on. When he had finished, Li Du asked, Headmaster, are there any methods in the school that can be upgraded quickly? That's pressing? Xin Yanguan grinned. There are many ways to upgrade, none more unusual than brushing copies. Some copies are so difficult that if you can solo them, you can have all the experience to yourself. But it's difficult and also easy to get hurt, so you need to measure your strength. In addition to brushing copies, some special trials reward a large amount of experience that you can go and complete. In addition, you can also go out of the city. Outside of the city, there are many field copies and field bosses. As long as you kill them, you can also gain a lot of experience, even more than school copies. However, the wilderness is extremely dangerous, and it's hard to predict the irregular refresh times of copies and bosses. Most importantly, quite a few guilds have contracted some of the areas in the wilderness, so outsiders can't enter at all. Xin Yanguan said a lot, many of which were very unusual experiences, but there were also some that were unheard of by Li Du. Just for example, Xin Yanguan also recommended a way, becoming a soldier. Every year, the country would recruit soldiers at various colleges and universities, and as long as they were selected and participated in the war, they could redeem many items with the contribution value saved during this period, among which was experience value. There was just someone who had been a soldier for 3 years and traded all of his contribution value for experience, only to be promoted from level 30 to level 40 in one go. In addition, it was even possible to go out of the country. The borders between countries are extremely active with all kinds of wild monsters, and you can often encounter patches and patches of wild monsters. Of course, the danger here was also high. Sometimes if one encountered a wave of beasts, one would even die without a burial place. Qin Yuan even recommended Li Du to take on more trials related to the abyss, which were more effective than copies. After about 10 minutes of talking, Qin Yuan stopped. In short, there are many ways to upgrade, as long as you have the will. It's not really difficult to go up 10 levels in a year, Li Du said. Thank you, Principal, for explaining. Is there anything else you want to ask? Hearing this, Li Du remembered something related to the academy and asked about the conditions for entering the academy. Qin Yuan laughed. Just go to more trials. The criteria for entry into the academy is the number of times a trial has been evaluated for excellence. All trials, upon completion, would have 4 evaluations: poor, average, excellent, and perfect. As long as you get an excellent evaluation, you will be able to accumulate the number of times a trial has been evaluated for excellence. Generally, one only needed to obtain 10 points of trial evaluation to be able to qualify for the academy's examination. When the examination was passed, one would be able to enter the academy. As for the top colleges, the requirements will be a bit higher. Like the Cloud Ridge Academy, it would require 30 points of excellence to be able to exchange for an examination qualification. The difficulty of entering was still very high. However, as long as one entered the academy, they would be able to enjoy the courses within the academy, as well as various resources. For this reason, the effort was worth it. Zhou Ning said, "You'd better go complete more trials and hurry to enter the academy. If you are able to enter the academy within this semester, this will help you greatly in upgrading." Li Du listened to this and nodded. He then left. Li Du did not go home, but instead headed to the trading house. He planned to appraise the equipment, and when he was done, he would go and brush his copy. Now that his life expectancy was running out and he was consuming so much, he had to replenish it as soon as possible. Whether it was brushing copies or completing trials, Li Du needed to consume quite a bit of his lifespan. Chapter 71, Legendary Prop. Hourglass of Time. The trading house was crowded with people coming and going, constantly making all kinds of transactions. Coming to the front desk, Li Du asked, "I need to appraise the equipment. Please contact the appraiser for me." The woman at the front desk was very surprised to hear this. However, she didn't dare to slack off and immediately said, "Sir, please come with me." She then took Li Du to a room. "I'll contact the appraiser for you. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a greenish-gray robe walked in, and upon seeing Li Du, he asked, "I'm LV Bin, a level 1 appraiser. Are you the one who wants to appraise the item?" Li Du nodded. The middle-aged man said, "The starting price is 5,000 points, and the price will vary depending on the quality of the item. If you're fine with it, take the item out and I'll take a look." His voice was very nonchalant. One could even say that it was a bit mean, and Li Du frowned a bit at the sound of it, but still didn't say anything. Taking out the equipment obtained in the Abyssal City, Li Du placed it on the table. The object was in the shape of an hourglass, very small and looked like a fine toy. Lupin picked it up and examined it carefully before casting a skill to check it out. Soon, his expression became a bit grave and his movements slowed down. He kept casting various skills and taking out various props, but his face became increasingly ugly. After a few minutes, a drop of cold sweat even oozed from his forehead. Li Du was in no hurry and waited patiently. After about a quarter of an hour had passed, Lupin put down his things, and at the moment, he was sweating profusely. "I'm sorry, I can't appraise this." It was as if he had lost all his strength when he uttered those words. This made Li Du very surprised, not expecting the appraiser to be unable to appraise. Li Du was puzzled. "Why is that?" Lupin said, "This thing of yours is really too high grade. It's beyond my ability. I surmise that it's at least reached the legendary grade. If you need to continue with the appraisal, I can help you contact Master Hong Lantern, who is the only appraiser at Yanguan University capable of appraising legendary grade items," Li Du said. "Then I'll trouble you." Soon after, Lupin left. After about half an hour had passed, a female receptionist came over to inform Li Du. "Hello sir, Master Hong Lantern has arrived. Please come with me." And then, Li Du followed the female clerk into the interior of the trading house and walked into a room. Here, there was already an aging old man seated, and upon seeing Li Du, he revealed a kind smile. "Little fellow, have a seat." I heard Lubin say that you want to appraise something. Please put the things on the table and I'll take a look. Li Du took out the items. Soon after, Master Hongdang picked up the item to examine it. After scrutinizing it, he revealed a very surprised look. This is not a simple thing. Can you tell me where you acquired it? Of course, if it's a matter of privacy, you can pretend I didn't say anything. Li Du didn't hide it and said, I obtained this in the Abyssal City. Hearing this, Master Hongdang exclaimed, amazing. It seems to be another heavenly pride. The Great Summer Kingdom is blessed. With that, he casually cast a skill. Soon, the hourglass that was still gray immediately changed. Covered in light, the hourglass began to become exquisite and clean. Just like freshly built and completed equipment. The identification is done. Look at it. Li Du immediately took the hourglass and checked the properties. Hourglass of Time, legendary grade, special prop. No equipment requirement. Synopsis, the hourglass that contains the power of time. No one can penetrate its mysteries. Dropping rules, only dropped in the hell level abyssal copies. The probability of dropping is about 3 in 10,000. Methods of use, 3 in total. Copy class, select a copy and mark it. When you pass the copy, unleash hourglass to instantly clear the copy's cooldown. Skill class, select a skill and mark it. When you use the skill, activate hourglass to instantly clear the skill's cooldown. Recovery class, mark yourself to actively activate hourglass when you are injured, instantly restoring full status. Passive, when you die, hourglass automatically activates to revive and restore 1/5 of your status. After this effect is activated, hourglass is permanently damaged and unusable. Note, hourglass needs to be energized, and will not be activated if it is low on energy. When Li Du saw the effect of this hourglass, he was simply stunned. He didn't even know what to say. Although he had already guessed that this hourglass was likely a legendary great prop, he did not expect it to be so powerful. There are 3 uses for this hourglass. The first 2 were the simplest. Like the copy class could directly replace the copy cooldown talisman, while the skill class replaced the skill cooldown talisman. Both of these types of talismans were extremely valuable, and only someone with a very strong background like fuming could use them in large quantities. And the third one is where hourglass gets really sick. The healing effect was needless to say, and this hourglass was even able to revive people. Even though it could only be resurrected once, it almost broke Li Du's cognition. This allowed Li Du to directly have one more life. And if this prop was taken out and sold, Li Du estimated that he would not be able to take even a few million or tens of millions of points. Those who are powerful and influential will, I am afraid, drop countless sums of money to buy this hourglass. This hourglass is not without its limitations, though. Li Du carefully examined it and realized that the hourglass was limited to use by professionals below level 40. In other words, once Li Du exceeded level 40, this hourglass would be useless. Because of this, it made the scope of application of this hourglass narrow all of a sudden. However, level 40 was still a long time for Li Du, and this hourglass would last him at least 2 years. That's enough. Moreover, when he exceeded level 40, this hourglass would be great whether he sold it or gave it to Shu Weisheng to use in the future. Master Hongdang did not disturb Li Du and very patiently let Li Du read all the information from the hourglass. Only after a few minutes did Li Du put away the hourglass with great interest and asked, Master, may I ask how much the appraisal fee needs to be? Master Hong Lantern was not polite and stretched out 2 fingers both. 20,000 points. Upon hearing such an exorbitant appraisal fee, Li Du also could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, he was still very quick to pay the appraisal fee to Master Hong Lantern. This 20,000 appraisal fee was a complete drop in the bucket compared to the value of the hourglass. After waiting for Li Du to pay the appraisal fee, Grandmaster Hong Lantern spoke. Little fellow, I can tell you one thing as I see that you are very agreeable. Li Du was a little surprised. Please speak, Master. Special props like the Hourglass of Time can actually be upgraded. After upgrading, the usage level cap can be raised to level 60, and with another upgrade, it's even able to be raised to level 90. Hearing this, Li Du was very surprised. He had not thought of this layer at all. Li Du hurriedly asked, May I ask Master, how is this prop going to be upgraded? Master Hongdang said, the specific method involves secrecy, so I can't tell you right now. However, if you are able to join the Great Summer Country National Guild, you will be able to access it. Hearing this, Li Du immediately said, Thank you very much. Chapter 72 The National Guild of the Great Summer Kingdom. The Great Summer Country National Guild. Li Du had also heard of it. Once when he was in high school, his teacher focused on the National Guild. This was a guild established by the National Organization of the Great Xia Country, and those who were able to enter the guild were, without exception, absolute geniuses of the Great Xia Country. In the future, it was even very likely that they would enter the leadership of the Great Xia Country, and even become the leader of the Great Xia Country. For this reason, the entry conditions of the National Guild were also extremely harsh, and their severity was even 100 times more difficult than entering the 3 top academies. Because of this, the National Guild held more than half of the resources of the Great Summer Country, more than all the universities combined. Those who were able to enter the National Guild would be able to own a full set of legendary grade suits even at the worst, and various skill books and props were even more numerous. In addition, the National Guild held countless secrets of the professionals. Some of these secrets were even worth a lot of money, and if one didn't enter the guild, it might be impossible to know them for the rest of one's life. Just like the way Time Hourglass was upgraded. If Li Du wanted to know, he could only enter the National Guild. But it's a long-term goal. After coming out of the trading house, Li Du was a bit emotional. The National Guild is open to all professionals in the country, and everyone can sign up. The way to join the National Guild is also open. First of all, one has to pass the annual professional examination and obtain the professional establishment to become a public official. Secondly, it is that if you get the top 50 in the province in the provincial examination, you will be able to qualify for the national examination. And then, as long as you get the top 10 in the national examination, you will be able to get to participate in the National Guild examination. After passing the examination, one would be able to become a probationary member of the National Guild. Yes, it's still only a trial membership up to this point. This period is as short as 1 month and as long as 1 year. An evaluation is made based on performance in the National Guild and eventually 30% need to be eliminated. Only those who stayed after layers of screening were able to become official members of the National Guild. You can imagine how difficult it is. Just the first step of the occupier's examination was enough to make it difficult for countless people. The professional examination was city-based, and there were as few as 200, 000 to 300, 000 professionals in a city, or as many as 1,000,000. However, the number of places released each year is basically only a few hundred. It can be described as 1,000 armies crossing a single wooden bridge. However, Li Du was very confident. By himself, as long as he kept accumulating lifespans and exchanging powerful enough professions as well as skills in the Destiny Gods Hall, he would not be a problem no matter what the test was. Moreover, he himself had the Rage of the Living Spirit skill, which was powerful enough on its own. But at the moment, Li Du wasn't in a position to think about that. There was one condition for the profession test, and that was that the profession level should be at least level 40. Currently he was a long way from level 40. After level 20, the experience required to upgrade began to become extremely large. Generally speaking, a person might have to spend a month or 2 before being able to upgrade once. Gradually calming his heart down, Li Du entered the school's teleportation array and after swiping his student card, he teleported to the replica hall. The student card was one that Zhong Shangyue had helped Li Du apply for, and it contained Li Du's points. With one card, one could fulfill almost every function in the school. The replica hall was hidden in a special space in the school and could only be entered through a teleportation array. Each time you enter, you need to spend 100 points. After entering the teleportation array, Li Du arrived in a very vast space. It was bright, a huge square in which many people were walking around. In many places, several people could be seen gathering and others yelling. Copy of Black Moon Lone Wolf. Elite difficulty, 3 short of 1, but a milkmaid. Come if you're interested. Copy of the Burning Legion. Hard difficulty, 5 short of 2. Any warlocks or elves? Preferably a water-based warlock. Copy of Goblin City. Hard difficulty, we're short on main output. Who's willing to come? If you're willing to come, you can directly share 1/3 of the copy harvest. These are teams of professionals all recruiting and preparing to attack the replica. Most people choose elite and hard difficulty. Very few choose normal and nightmare. The former is because the copy is too easy to get anything good, while the latter is because it's too hard. Nightmare difficulty, which requires at least a standard epic 5-man group to be able to say that it can be successfully tackled. As for the hell difficulty, few people would consider this difficulty except for legendary professions, because it was just too hard. Walking through the crowd and to the end of the square, one was able to see a large hall. This was the replica hall. In the replica hall, one was able to see rows and rows of teleports, and after going through them, one could directly enter the corresponding replica. There were several signs distinguishing the copy entry levels for people to find. In front of the portal one was also able to see a staff-like decoration with a crystal ball on it. As long as one inputs mana into it, one will be able to see the information of the corresponding copy. Entering the main hall, Li Du heard a man yelling something. It was a young man in his early 20s. Which one of you needs a copy of the Grand Hall's instructions? I personally organized and bound. Only 5 points a book. Absolutely value for money. Seeing this, Li Du stepped forward and said, please give me a copy. The youth said, okay, this is for you, 5 points. After paying the points, Li Du got the copy of the Grand Hall instructions. When you turn it over, it contains a variety of bullet points organized about the replica Grand Halls. The first was the function of the replica hall, where there were countless teleportation portals, and through this place, one could travel to a wide variety of replicas. Some replicas were free, and some replicas required points to be able to enter. All replicas have a cooldown, but if you are willing to spend a lot of points, the cooldown can be removed immediately. Generally speaking, this price would require a minimum of 1,000 points, while some high difficulty copies would even require tens of thousands of points, and different copies have different entry requirements. All replicas are divided according to level, and there are 4 types in total: below level 20, level 20 to 39, level 40 to 59, and level 60 to 69. Half of these replicas above level 70 are not part of the replica hall and are inaccessible to students. Whether you are over or under leveled, you will not be able to access the corresponding copy. In the entire replica hall, there were the least number of replicas below level 20, only 5. There were the most number of replicas from level 20 to 39, a whopping 78, and the remaining 2 types of replicas, their number was 30. In addition to this, the Hall of Replicas has 5 large replicas, 2 mega replicas and a world replica. There is no level requirement for these 3 replicas, only a number of people. Large replicas required at least 20 people to be able to open. Mega replicas required 50 people, and world replicas required 100 people. Each copy had a difficulty selection as well as a clearance record, and the clearance record only took the top 10. The first time they made it to the list of clearance records, they were all able to obtain a considerable reward. The record holders, on the other hand, were able to obtain certain rewards every year, and the rewards would vary depending on the rank of the record. After the general understanding was completed, Li Du entered the Great Hall. Chapter 73, A Copy of the Buried Land. Another record breaker. There were a lot of copies here, but since there was a level restriction, there weren't many that Li Du could go to. Li Du came to the level 20 to 39 area and began to check out the copies. There were currently only 3 copies that met Li Du's level requirements. Burying Ground Replica, level 20 to 22. Chaotic Forest Replica, level 20 to 23. Lone Wolf Replica, level 20 to 22. Among them, Lone Wolf copies are very rare single monster copies. This type of copy has only one wild monster. The wild monster is the boss, so often can drop complete sets of equipment. If you want to get the set, Brush this kind of copy is a very good choice. It meant little to Liddell though, and went straight through. The Buried Bone Land copy and the Chaotic Forest copy were just normal, and after Li Du checked the copy information, he found that the Buried Bone Land copy had more wild monsters, and there would be a constant stream of skeletons appearing. Thus, Li Du occasion chose the Buried Bone Land copy. Copy fee, 50 points. After paying the points, Li Du immediately entered the portal, and then directly chose Hell difficulty on the difficulty. What appeared before Li Du's eyes was a desert. The light here was low, very dim, and all kinds of dead bones could be seen everywhere on the ground. Extremely appalling. A few seconds later, there was a sudden tremor in the earth. And then, a skeleton began to crawl out of the ground. Skeleton. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 20. Life value, 9,800. Power, 500. It was worthy of Hell difficulty. Even the normal wild monsters had very powerful values. Without any hesitation, Li Du directly turned on the tenfold wrath of the living spirit. And then, they immediately went up to kill the skeleton. You killed the skeleton and successfully extracted a lifespan of 50 days. You have gained 400 experience points. You killed the skeleton. One by one, the skeletons died in Li Du's hands, and countless dead bones fell to the ground. Li Du tried to use the extraction skill on the dead bones and realized that he was only able to extract the bones, which did not have much value. And then, Li Du stopped extracting and focused on killing monsters. There were a lot of skeletons, and after killing one another one appeared. It was simply dense. Li Du was able to sweep a large swath of skeletons with a single skill, and after 10 minutes, the number of skeletons that had died in Li Du's hands had even reached several hundred, and Li Du reaped decades of longevity as a result. Right at this moment, the skeletons on the ground suddenly changed. Their originally decayed bones unexpectedly began to glow red and became extremely manic. Li Du hurriedly cast Abyssal Pupil. Mutant Skeleton. Type, Elite Wildlife. Rank, 20. Life value, 18,900. Power, 1200. Trait, Mania. Attack speed greatly increased. Control immunity gained. Weaknesses, Fear of Light, Fear of Purification skills. After these skeletons mutated, their values directly became more than twice their original values, and were already in the range of elite monsters. However, they also had 2 more weaknesses as a result, and if they were able to attack against the weaknesses, the killing efficiency would be greatly improved. Only, these two skills were not yet possessed by Li Du. There was no way out. Li Du had to kill hard. However, even the skeletons after mutation could not do much damage to Li Du. Soon, the mutated skeletons also died in batches at the hands of Li Du. In this way, about half an hour had passed, and Li Du had used all kinds of skills to kill about 1,000 mutant skeletons. The lifespan acquired is also nearly 200 years. At this time, the mutant skeletons finally all died out. When Li Du looked back, he realized that all the way was full of dead bones, which had been spread all over the ground. After killing for so long, Li Du lacked much fatigue. Instead, he was very excited. At this rate, by brushing this copy a few times a day, he would be able to acquire thousands of years of lifespan. Then in a maximum of 3 or 4 months, Li Du would be able to acquire 100,000 years of lifespan. At that time, he would be able to go to the Temple of Fate to exchange for an epic level profession. But how come I haven't seen a boss after killing skeletons for so long? Li Du was a bit puzzled. Did it mean that this copy didn't have a boss? Just then, the skeleton on the ground suddenly moved. The originally scattered and incomparable withered bones unexpectedly began to tremble, and then gathered one after another. A few seconds later, all those dead bones flew into one place, and surprisingly coalesced into a huge 5 or 6 meter tall skeleton. This scene surprised Li Du beyond measure. He immediately cast Abyssal Pupil. Mutant Skeleton Giant. Type, Boss. Rank, 22. Life Value, 128,000. Power, 3,800. Characteristics, Mania. Toughness. Reorganization. Core is not broken. Even if the whole body is shattered, it can be restored. Skills, Small Bone Attack. Giant Bone Trampling. Bone Breaking Slash. Bone Burying Meteor. Weakness, attacks the core, which can cause a lot of damage. Li Du did not expect these skeletons to form a huge boss, but it looked like this was the final boss of the replica. So as long as he killed it, he would be able to pass the replica. Through the abyssal pupil, Li Du immediately saw the core of the mutant skeleton giant. At the skeleton's chest, there was a very small crystal, where it was surrounded by countless bones. Only by breaking that piece of crystal could one be considered to have truly killed the mutated skeleton giant. At this moment, the skeleton had already discovered Li Du and instantly threw out a huge bone. Seeing this, Li Du immediately dodged. Boom! The bone smashed into the ground and smashed out a large pit. Just when Li Du thought that he had dodged the attack, the bone unexpectedly began to tremble before it flew towards Li Du once again. Li Du was startled and dodged. The piece of bone then flew back into the hands of the skeletal giant. And recycling? Li Du was very surprised. If he wasn't alert enough, he would have gotten a direct hit from that bone. Abyssal Chop. Li Du launched a direct attack, and powerful chopping blows landed on the skeleton's body, strengthened by 10 times the damage. The skeleton was simply unable to resist. Soon, Li Du cut off the skeleton's legs. Rumble. Having lost his legs, the skeleton's huge body fell to the ground, bringing about a heavy rattling sound. Just as Li Du was about to capitalize on his victory, the legs that were originally cut off unexpectedly returned to the skeleton's body, and it stood up once again. Sure enough, if you can't hit its core, hitting anywhere else is ineffective. After trying only, Li Du also understood the difficult part of this skeleton. At this moment, the skeleton giant was already furious because his legs had been cut off. It let out a strange shriek, and then raised its hands towards the sky, and the countless dead bones around it unexpectedly coalesced in its hands, transforming into a huge skeleton ball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Phew! The skeleton giant threw the skeleton ball towards Li Du. The huge skeleton ball brought up a strong wind sound. If it hit, Li Du was afraid that he would be directly turned into a lump of flesh. Luckily, the flying speed of the skeleton ball was not fast. Li Du immediately fled to the side, trying to escape from the skull ball's attack range, but there was no way around it. The skull ball was just too big. Hilly, Li Du had no choice but to release his skills. Boom! The skeleton ball smashed into the ground, bringing with it a burst of raised sand. Li Du was hit by this aura, and his entire body directly flew out. However, because of the stalwartness, Li Du did not suffer any injuries. However, when he looked back, he found an additional large pit 7 or 8 meters in diameter on the ground. The killing power of that skeleton ball is just too much. However, with such a powerful skill, the consumption of the skeleton giant was also enormous. When Li Du returned to his senses, he found that the skeleton giant's entire body was stiff, which seemed to be the aftermath of releasing the skill. It's an opportunity. Li Du immediately realized it and immediately cast the skill. Thunderclap. Rumble. The strong attack instantly landed at the skeleton giant's chest, directly smashing countless bones before exposing the core within. A few seconds later, as a click came out, the skeleton giant core directly shattered. And then, the skeletal giant fell apart and turned into a mountain of bones. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the mutant skeleton giant. Due to the high target value, you have successfully extracted a lifespan of 5,000 days. You've gained 58,000 experience points. Congratulations! Leveling up. Current level, 21. It's incredible. You have set a new clearance record for this copy. Difficulty selection, hell. Time to pass, 48 minutes and 28 seconds. Chapter 74, another record breaking, shocking the crowd. Just as Li Du killed the mutant skeleton giant, a voice rang out from the replica hall. Dang, knock. It was one bell after another. 10 in a row. Everyone was surprised when the bell rang. Crap, someone broke the record? Which one of the big boys is it? Hurry up and check it out. The bell actually rang 10 times. This big man has directly broken the highest record. Pow 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 pow. I have to go and admire it. There is something to be said for the bells in the replica halls. The more times they ring, the more records are gained. A full 10 clicks indicates a break of the final record. Soon, people were pouring into the replica hall. The originally empty hall was instantly overcrowded. On the big screen in the center of the great hall was the new record. The bone-laying ground, Inferno. New record, 48 minutes and 28 seconds. Creator, Li Du, Abyssal Messenger. People were surprised to see this record. This is a person? Yes. One man. Not a team. Crap, this is hell difficulty. How dare someone solo hell difficulty and set a new record? How awesome is this big guy supposed to be? Do you guys know what profession the Abyssal Emissary is? I've never heard of it. Wouldn't it be a legendary profession? I think it's legendary as well. Otherwise it's impossible to solo a hell-level copy. Just as people were talking, Li Du had already walked out of the copy. As soon as they saw Li Du, people gathered around. It's out. He's out. Dude, you're so awesome. How did you break the record? Can you take me with you? Big man, is the thigh missing a pendant? I'll shout 666. Seeing these people, Li Du was somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that he had caused so much attention by breaking a record. However, at the moment, he had to continue to brush up on his copies, so he didn't have time to chat with these people. Li Du took out the hourglass of time and zeroed out the cooldown time of the copy. So he entered the copy once again. Ah, he's gone back in. Still hellish and solo. Isn't he tired? Looks like the big guy is ruthless. In the copy just now, Li Du gained a huge harvest. His lifespan alone had increased by more than 200 years, and killing the boss also popped out a few pieces of fine-grade equipment and some materials, but unfortunately not epic grade. A copy like this was ordinary in itself, and even on the highest difficulty, it would be hard to pop out good things. However, Li Du didn't have the luxury of getting anything from here. After breaking the record, Li Du also received a considerable reward, 3,000 points. This was the reward for the first place. And if the rank was lower, like the 10th place record, only 500 points could be taken, and the points can only be taken once, and subsequently even if Li Du breaks the record again, there will be no second time. This is to prevent teams from cheating by setting multiple records and grabbing a large number of points in a short period of time. Entering the copy again, Li Du had already made light work of it. He directly summoned the Inferno Demon and came an Orc General, and at the same time, with the help of the 10,000 swords, he was able to kill the skeletons in a short period of time. When the mutated skeletons appeared, it was the same tactic again. In barely 20 minutes, the skeletons and mutant skeletons were all dead. During this period, if the skill was on cooldown, Li Du directly used Hourglass of Time. Currently, the Hourglass of Time's energy was full. Li Du had calculated that at full energy, the Hourglass of Time would be able to refresh the copy cooldown roughly 10 times as well as refresh the skill cooldown 20 times. And the Hourglass of Time was very simple to recharge, requiring only divine power values to be able to recharge it. Each time it recharged, it would require roughly 30,000 divine power values. That translates to 3,000 points, which is still a very good deal. With the help of the Hourglass of Time, Li Du's efficiency in brushing monsters had increased a lot. Soon, the mutant skeleton giant reappeared. This time, Li Du didn't give the skeleton giant another chance to attack, and the moment it appeared, he directly blew up its core. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the mutant skeleton giant. Due to the high target value, you have successfully extracted a lifespan of 5,000 days. You've gained 58,000 experience points. Soon, several messages appeared that Li Du had cleared the copy. Not only that, he broke the record again, but this time there was no reward. And the replica hall that had originally calmed down because Li Du had entered the replica again was now bustling with activity again. The bell rang. Still 10 bells. Crap, what's going on? Someone broke the record again? That's how long it's been. 10 rings? Another 10 rings. Is today the day the big boys pile on? However, when people ran over to look at it, they found that the record of the copy was still the burial place. What's with the burying ground again? Crap. It can't be that big guy from earlier, can it? He just broke the record and now he's broken it again? Crap. That record advanced straight through 15 minutes. How did he do that? Is this still human? The new record is clear, 33 minutes and 27 seconds. After disregarding skill cooldowns, Li Du's efficiency increased by an unknown amount. The original record had directly advanced a huge step forward, almost to the point of despair. This made Li Du very happy. He currently possessed a large amount of points, and even his divine power value was 2 to 300,000. Such a large amount of points and divine power values allowed Li Du to spend them almost without a care in the world. He could use the hourglass of time to restore skill cooldowns and refresh copy cooldowns with impunity. Even if he ran out of points, Li Du only needed to sell all the materials and equipment in the copy, and he would be able to exchange them for many points. In this way, Li Du had almost no cost at all. Soon, Li Du came out again. There were still quite a number of people who gathered around, wanting to get close to Li Du or asking about this and that. Li Du was helpless and still ignored these people. Using the hourglass of time, he entered the copy once more. However, this time people didn't leave right away, and many stayed put, waiting for Li Du. It's true, big brothers are all high and mighty and don't care to talk to us commoners. Maybe people are just introverts? If you look at the copy he entered, you can tell that he must not be a high level. Maybe he's a freshman this year. It's not a no, it's a yes. Every one of us old-timers is level 34. Is there any guy who's a sophomore or junior and still under level 22? During college, an average student would be able to upgrade about 5 to 10 levels a year, which averaged out to about 6 or 7 levels. With a double first class like Yuan University, the upgrade would be even faster. Many people are around level 27 as sophomores and around 35 as juniors. By the time you graduate from college, if you haven't reached level 40, you didn't do very well in college. What do you guys think? Can he keep breaking records? I think it's hard. I've also been to this copy, and there are simply so many skeletons in it that it's doubtful, and the boss can only appear after killing all the skeletons. There's no shortcut. That's right. I can't even figure out how the hell he kills skeletons so fast. Maybe the big man is not like us. 33 minutes. I bet that record won't be broken for 50 years. 50 years? You're looking down on us too much. I'll bet a pack of chili fries that no one can break it for 500 years. Soon, more than half an hour had passed, and Li Du had once again cleared the copy. However, this time it didn't break the record. After coming out, Li Du still ignored the others and still continued into the copy. The others were not surprised anymore, but there were still quite a few people gathered around, happily discussing Li Du. Chapter 75, New Copy, Chaotic Forest. After brushing the copies 3 times in a row, Li Du's harvest was still very huge. Currently, he had harvested a lifespan of nearly 800 years, and as he continued to brush it off, Li Du estimated that today he would be able to harvest a lifespan of nearly 1500 years. After coming out of the copy again, there were still quite a few people surrounding the entrance. People were praising it, but Li Du didn't care. He looked aside to the copy, the Chaos Forest copy, and walked straight in. The difficulty is naturally hellish. The points to enter weren't low either, requiring 100 points, which was fully twice the amount of the buried bone land. The reason why he didn't go to brush the buried bone land and chose this copy instead was because after brushing the buried bone land a few times in a row, Li Du was a bit tired of it and wanted to change his flavor. Of course, another reason was that the highest level of entry for a copy of the Chaotic Forest was level 23, which was 1 level higher than the buried bone land, and the rewards might be even greater. After entering the copy, Li Du arrived in the middle of a dense forest. There was only one road in this forest, and all around the road were all kinds of trees, some of which Li Du had never even seen before. The environment looks quite nice, but the atmosphere is very depressing and gives you an uncontrollable sense of tension. Li Du walked for a while, gradually revealing a puzzled look. How come there's no wildlife? After coming for half a minute, Li Du did not even see a single wild monster. This was very unusual. Normally as soon as you entered a copy, a wild monster would immediately attack. Just as Li Du was puzzled, a vine silently landed behind Li Du and had curled into a coil, as if it could instantly entangle Li Du with just one push. Shoo! The vines were instantly unleashed like a rope to bind Li Du. However, Li Du's reaction was quick and he realized it in an instant, immediately launching his skill. The Wolf King's sharp claws. A sharp claw appeared, and the vines immediately shattered into several pieces, and that's when the surroundings changed. The trees, which originally looked unusual, actually moved. The branches were like limbs. The vines were like tentacles. They became fertilized. Is the wildlife these trees? Li Du released the abyssal pupil. Chaos tree goblin. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 20. Life value, 10. 800. Power, 620. Weakness, fear of fire attacks. The values of these tree spirits were higher than the skeletons in the buried bone land, so it was no wonder that the copies were charged higher, but it still wasn't a threat to Li Du. Rage of the Living, 10 times the damage boost, and then Li Du immediately released the skill. Abyssal Chopper. Under a chopping blow, several tree spirits were immediately cut off by Li Du, letting out a burst of strange cries. You killed the Chaos Tree Spirit and successfully absorbed 50 days of life. You gain 800 experience points. Abyssal Decapitation was followed by the rest of the skills. Not only that, Li Du also summoned the Inferno Demon. The Inferno Demon was originally an abyssal demon, covered in flames. Its appearance was almost a disaster for the tree spirits. Soon, the Inferno released one flame after another, instantly causing countless tree spirits to burn. The tree spirits struggled, but they didn't have legs, so they couldn't escape at all. Soon, the large swathes of tree spirits were burned out by the Inferno, and Li Du obtained a bar of hints. Due to the Inferno's powerful restraint, this copy of Li Du fought extraordinarily well. At this time, Li Du also sort of understand. Chaotic Forest copy. The whole forest is actually wild monsters. The trees, shrubs and other plants that live in the forest have all become fertilized, and may come to a sneak attack in the cold. Therefore, Li Du's approach was to directly kill all the way there. Inferno's flames opened the way, and Li Du mopped up behind him. The countless tree spirits, all turned into ashes, and a message appeared in Li Du's mind. Outside, as Li Du entered a new copy, people began to discuss it again. What do you say? Can this man set a new record? I can't say. The highest record for a copy of the Chaotic Forest, as I recall, was set by a senior 5 years ago, with a time of 1 hour and 23 minutes. I feel it's very likely. With the speed at which he passed through the buried bone land, the Chaotic Forest shouldn't be hard for him to beat. But there are a lot of forks in the Chaotic Forest, and a single slip-up could consume a lot more time. And without a map, it's hard to get to the boss in a short amount of time. It makes sense. I'm afraid he won't achieve too good results the first time he enters the Chaotic Forest. Having said that, I'm still optimistic about him getting through this copy. People were talking and still had confidence in Li Du. The two copies of the Chaotic Forest and the Buried Bone Land are both known for having a lot of wild monsters. Among them, the Chaotic Forest is even more perverted. A whole forest is full of wild monsters. Also, the many switchbacks in the forest discourage challengers. If no one guides you, it could take 7 or 8 hours to find where the boss is. Li Du didn't know this. At this time, he had already killed for almost half an hour, and there were 200 to 300 tree spirits that had died in his hands, and he finally saw the fork in the road. Ahead, a three-way intersection that looked exactly the same, with no idea which way would lead to the final boss. Seeing this, Li Du decided to go down each path. My aim is to brush up on monsters, not break records. Don't let go of the wild monsters on each path. Li Du's goal was clear. Quickly, he chose the leftmost path and killed again. All along the way, a steady stream of tree spirits could be seen. After killing for 10 minutes, he saw the fork in the road again. Li Du still chose the leftmost road, killing all the way to the end. There is no road. Seeing this, Li Du retreated back and chose another fork in the road to kill again. Just like that, Li Du kept advancing, and countless tree spirits died or were turned into black charcoal. Time was also passing, and soon an hour and a half had passed. People looked at the time and were a little disappointed. Still can't seem to break the record. That's normal. With that path in the forest of chaos, who dares to say they'll find the boss the first time they go in? Ha ha, I remember the first time I went in there. I got all lost in there and it took me a whole day to get out. How long do you guys think he'll brush? I have a feeling it's going to be at least most of the day. Break it up, break it up. There are no more new records. There's no point in us continuing to stay here. Soon, a large portion of the people left, and the originally overcrowded hall immediately emptied out. However, there were still people waiting. After all, Li Du was a ruthless person who was able to single-handedly brush a hell difficulty copy, so there was no harm in getting to know him. Little by little the time passed, and soon 3 hours had passed. At this time, it was already late, and the afterglow of the setting sun cut a late sunset in the sky. Li Du's copy trip also came to an end. All the forks in the road have been killed. It's time to go for the boss. This copy of the Forest of Chaos has quite a few forks in the road. Li Du had calculated that from the main road forward, there were a total of 3 forks, each of which branched off into forks, and forks, eventually coming down. There were a total of 40 forks in all the forks. It would take a long time just to walk through the forks, not to mention having to kill monsters, but the rewards are great. Li Du had killed a total of more than 3,000 tree spirits, among which there were hundreds of mutated tree spirits, which were in the category of elite monsters. The harvested lifespan amounted to 400 years. That translates to twice as much as the buried bones. It's just a pity that the time consumed is much longer. And in contrast, it's still somewhat inferior to the buried bones. Chapter 76, Single Brush Copy. Chaos Tree King. Soon, Li Du walked to the end of the copy. This is the room where the boss is. Ahead was a blackened patch of land that looked as if it had been burned by fire. In the center of the black land, there was only one large tree, also black, but very tall, looking at least 20 meters tall. Releasing the abyssal pupil, Li Du saw the information of the big tree. Chaos Tree King. Type, Boss. Rank, 23. Life value, 187,800. Power, 2,230. Characteristics, imprisonment, unable to move. Lightning strike wood, unable to be burned. Skills, entanglement, seeding, shock. Weakness, fear of lightning. When he saw the value of this boss, Li Du couldn't help but be surprised. This was the highest life value boss he had ever seen, with a full 180,000 life values. However, the strength was quite low compared to other bosses of the same type, only more than 2,000. And as a large tree, it can't move on its own, so it shouldn't be too hard to beat. When Li Du entered the territory, the big tree also reacted immediately. Soon, the countless black branches on his body immediately began to sway, rushing towards Li Du. These branches were originally incomparably soft, but at this moment, they were transformed into sharp swords that were incomparably severe. If he was stabbed by them, Li Du's body would probably be penetrated. The Wolf King's sharp claws. Li Du immediately released his skills, and soon, the shadows of several claws appeared on his body. The sharp claws tore, and the branches were chopped off by Li Du one after another. The branches that landed on the ground instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke and completely dissipated. The attack failed, and the Chaos Tree King seemed a bit annoyed, only to see it continuously shaking itself. And then, pieces and pieces of black dots unexpectedly flew out from its body. These black dots were like raindrops, and Li Du was very surprised, not knowing what they were. Thus, Li Du directly released the stalwart. The black dots kept falling and disappeared into the black earth. Li Du stepped back to prevent the black dots from landing on his body, and then the black dots on the ground changed, and they turned out to be the seeds of a tree. The seeds continued to take root and sprout on the land, and then grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, Li Du was unexpectedly surrounded by dozens of tree spirits. This is the skill of the big tree, scattering seeds. The seeds fell and grew immediately. Li Du was surrounded by tree spirits. Moreover, when Li Du used his abyssal pupil to check, he found that these tree spirits had inherited the lightning strike wood characteristic of the Chaos Tree King and were not afraid of flames. Still, it doesn't work. Without hesitation, Li Du released the 10,000 swords return. At once, countless swords only fell like rain. The trees on the ground were chopped off one after another. Seeing this, the Tree King was immediately infuriated and summoned countless vines to attack Li Du. However, all the vines were directly chopped off when they came into contact with the range of the 10,000 swords returning, and they could not land on Li Du's body at all. One move did not work. The Tree King once again scattered countless seeds, and a tree spirit continued to grow. But the 10,000 swords returned was simply too powerful, and none of these tree spirits grew before they were directly cut off. Rustling. Rustling. The Tree King kept shaking his trunk, and large swathes of leaves fell. And then, like sharp swords, these leaves flew towards Li Du. Its intensity was even no less than that of the 10,000 swords. It was impossible for Li Du to completely resist this kind of intensive attack. However, he turned on the stiletto, and the damage caused by the blades after they landed on him was not great. However, it was still able to cut through his skin, and if he allowed the blades to keep falling, Li Du might even be in danger. Make it quick. Li Du no longer stayed his hand, intending to settle the fight directly. Thunderclap. Li Du immediately released his skills and countless thunderbolts fell. Although the Tree King was not afraid of flames, it was afraid of lightning strikes. The countless thunderbolts from Thunderstrike immediately dealt a large amount of damage when they landed on the Tree King. Crackling sounds continued to ring out, and the trunk of the large tree unexpectedly cracked directly. Through the abyssal pupil, Li Du was able to see that Big Tree's life value was decreasing. Hourglass of time. Remove skill cooldown. Li Du rode the wave of victory, and directly after the release of Thunderous Heavy Strike ended, he used Hourglass of Time to clear the cooldown and release Thunderous Heavy Strike once again. Just like that, a thunderbolt kept falling on the big tree. In the end, the large tree was simply unable to resist and was directly and completely split. Congratulations, killing the Chaos Tree King. You extracted 8,000 days of life. You've gained 68,000 000 experience points. The Tree King fell, and Li Du completely cleared his copy. On the side of the Tree King, there were quite a few dropped items, both blue and purple. Chaos Crystal Core, blue, the crystal core of chaotic monsters, which can be used to build equipment. Chaos Vine, blue, the vines of the Chaos Tree King are very strong and can be used to build equipment. Chaos Branch, blue, the branch of the Chaos Tree King, very hard, can be used to build equipment. The materials dropped by the Chaos Tree King were all of fine grade, which were of little use to Li Du. And the epic one was a piece of equipment. It was a head ring, made of branches and vines, overall blackish, and a black and purple flower, which looked very demonic. Ring of Chaos, purple. Type, epic, all professional equipment. Wear level, 21. Attribute, plus 400 spirit. Special effects, plus 40% toughness, reduces time under control, plus 40% abnormal status resistance. Built-in skill, Word of Confusion, causes targets within range to fall into a state of confusion for 30 seconds. Confused state, unable to control their own actions. The attributes of this equipment are still very good, and it is a very rare all-professional equipment, providing 400 points of spiritual attributes. It was also able to gain toughness and abnormal state resistance. After wearing it, Li Du could not only gain a great increase in mana, but also be able to resist various controls and abnormal statuses to a great extent. Moreover, this equipment has built-in skills, which is even better. With a level limit of 21, I can just about wear it straight away. Thus, Li Du immediately put the Ring of Chaos on his head. After wearing it, Li Du felt that his spirit was much more refreshed. Moreover, this equipment wouldn't make Li Du feel any discomfort, and even Li Du couldn't realize that he was wearing a head ring. It's been a while since I've looked at the attribute panel. Check it out. Li Du opened the attribute panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 21. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Overlord's Heavy Armor, blue. Ring of Chaos, purple. Skills, Sharp Claws of the Wolf King, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 Swords, purple. General's Summoning, purple. Stalwart, purple. Profession skills, Blue Abyssal Pupil. Abyssal Slash. Inferno Summoning. Dark Confinement. Life value, 12,500. Mana, 5,250. Power, 380. Spirit, 750. Body mass, 350. Agility, 350. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life. Top level you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 50 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 11588/1000000. Lifespan, 2,136 years. 102 days. 6 hours, 28 minutes. 24 seconds. Lifespan-wise, it was a rewarding day to brush up on 1,000 or so years. Numerically, for the profession of fine grade, each time Li Du upgraded, his full attributes would be increased by 50, and both his mana and life values would also receive a considerable increase. Unlike the initial base profession, Li Du's values didn't grow at all. This boost would increase as Li Du got higher in rank. Not only that, every time he upgraded to the next level 10, Li Du's attributes would usher in a qualitative change. For example, if level 29 was upgraded to level 30, even though it was only a one-level upgrade, Li Du's attributes would most likely double in this regard. These are advantages that lower quality careers do not possess. If there's only disadvantage I have today, I'm afraid it's only my equipment. Li Du wears the same old gear today. This was so because under the influence of the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du did not have a high need for equipment. However, in the future, as he increased in level, the challenges faced by Li Du became greater and greater. Looks like it's time to get a better set of gear. Chapter 77, Buying Equipment, 150,000 points. Brother, you're finally out. After 3 hours of brushing, has the copy cleared? It must have passed. This brother is awesome. After exiting the copy, someone immediately came forward to inquire. Even though it was already evening, they were still waiting for Li Du. When Li Du saw this, he was somewhat helpless. It's been cleared. Hearing Li Du's reply, the others were in awe. That's amazing. Soloing another hellish copy. This copy isn't simple, not to mention the many forks in the road. The final boss's blood level is particularly outrageous, and the various skills are very disgusting. Without a good team, they all don't want to pass. Too bad it didn't set a record. It took over 3 hours. Li Du smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, he could set a record if he wanted to. He had already memorized the path of the copy, and if he went straight to killing the boss at the beginning, Li Du felt that he should be able to clear the level in no more than an hour. Li Du was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. By the way, for a level 21 professional, Besides being able to brush these copies, where else can you go to level up? What place has the most copy wild monsters? Even though he had gained 1,000 or so years of life in a single day, Li Du was not satisfied. At this rate, it was still a long way from a 100,000 year lifespan. And at this time, Li Du felt more and more the advantages brought by high-quality professions. For this reason, he had to hurry to get himself a higher quality occupation. When people heard Li Du ask questions, they answered them in a very positive manner. I know, you go to trials, and a lot of trial places have more wild monsters than in the copies. You're being misguided. Those trial places just have a lot of monsters, but the experience value has a great shrinkage. It's simply not worth the loss. If you ask me, it's better to go into the wild. The copies in the wilderness generally have a lot of monsters and leveling is fast. But the wilderness is too dangerous. Can you keep yourself safe? People were talking and talking, but none of them were particularly satisfied with Li Du. At that moment, a man suddenly spoke. Classmate, if you want to upgrade quickly, why don't you just go to a large copy? The wild monsters there are highly ranked, and you can have someone lead you. Yeah. Why did I forget about this method? This method works. Hearing this, Li Du immediately asked in detail. In the replica hall, in addition to the general replicas, there were various large replicas that required extremely dozens of people to be able to open, and these large replicas span a wide range of levels, usually up to level 10, like the Desert Emperor copy. It's a large copy that anyone from level 20 to 30 can go in. You can put out some points and have a high-leveled bigwig take you leveling, so you don't have to do anything and have leveling income. Li Du asked, are there many wild monsters in this copy? A lot. The Desert Emperor is able to summon countless sand soldiers, which are all considered wild monster units that can be killed to gain experience values and materials. For the entire copy, all the sand soldiers add up to at least tens of thousands. Not only are there sand soldiers, but there are all kinds of sand wolves, sandworms, ubiquitous poisonous snakes, and even storms that blow up from time to time. This copy is dangerous. Listening to people's introductions, Li Du was very curious about this copy. He felt that this copy should suit him well. After making a mental note of this copy, Li Du left. After leaving the replica hall, Li Du didn't go home, but instead headed to the trading house. He first sold the various materials he had obtained in the copies. The selling price wasn't high, only more than 8,000 points. Regardless of counting Li Du's expenses, these points could be said to be a net profit from these few trips to the duplicates, earning 8,000 points a day. If this earning speed was told, I'm afraid that countless students of Yuan University would die of shame. Quite a few of the best students here earn a few hundred points a day at best, and less than 10,000 in a month. After the sale, Li Du began to ask about the equipment. There were many different kinds of equipment in the trading house. The most numerous of them were the fine-grade equipment, which was also the equipment that people used the most. Epic gear is relatively rare, and legendary even less so. Some of these legendary grade equipment could only be encountered by even traveling to an auction, and the equipment is generally not cheap. Fine grade was fine, and the highest fine grade equipment at level 21 was just over 5,000 points, and the lowest even required less than 2,000 points. But once you get to the epic level, the price goes up many times. The cheapest epic level equipment unexpectedly required 20,000 points, and the most expensive ones even reached 80,000 points. The higher the level, the more expensive the equipment. When Li Du didn't reach level 10, even epic level equipment was only a few tens of thousands of divine power values, which converted to only a few thousand points. But when the level came to level 20 and above, the price difference was more than 10 times. By the time Li Du reached level 30, I'm afraid that these points would only be able to buy fine-grade equipment. Looking at it this way, my 200,000 or so points won't even purchase a few pieces of equipment. Faced with this situation, Li Du could only choose equipment of somewhat higher importance individually. After all, if you opt for a complete set, the price is even higher. The common price of a level 21 fine-grade set was around 30,000 points. The price of an epic level set of the same grade was even 400,000 points. Li Du thought about it and eventually chose only two pieces of equipment. Scepter of the Abyss. Introduction: the scepter used by the demons of the Abyss, containing mysterious and unfathomable power, as well as the sins of the Abyss. Source: a copy of the Source of Evil. Type: Epic Law Equipment. Wear level 21. Attributes: plus 300 Strength, plus 300 Constitution, plus 300 Spirit, plus 300 Agility. Extra effect: 15% increase in skill power. 30% increase in Abyssal class skill power. Negative effect: Abyssal Sins Plus. This equipment will accelerate your physical function consumption, causing your lifespan to shrink. Paladin's Armor. Introduction. The battle armor worn by paladins has survived countless wars and still survives to this day. Source, copy of Paladin's Gothic. Type, Epic Warrior Class Equipment. Wear level 21. Attributes, plus 600 physique, plus 3500 max lifesteal. Additional effects, provides 35% physical damage reduction, boosts the effect of defense class skills by 20%. Built-in skill, Paladin's Light, releases an aura that envelopes an area. Within the area itself and its teammates gain hegemony for 3 minutes. The attributes and extra effects of the Abyssal Scepter are incomparably powerful, providing a 300 bonus to all attributes needless to say, but also able to additionally enhance the power of skills. Absolutely devastating and extremely powerful equipment. However, this equipment also had a negative effect, similar to Li Du's profession, the Abyssal Messenger. Because of this, equipment with such powerful values sells for only 68,000 points, which is not even close to the first tier. Others might be cautious because of the negative effects, but none of it was a big deal to Li Du. He's got a lot of life to spend. The Paladin's battle armor, on the other hand, is a very standard defensive suit that provides not only a large number of attributes, but also extra life points. The extra effect was still damage reduction, and it also boosted the effect of defense-type skills. This made Li Du's effect even more powerful when he used Stalwart. There are also built-in skills that provide up to 3 minutes of dominance. It's even able to be shared with teammates. Just looking at the attributes and skills, this equipment was even better than the Abyssal Scepter. Because of this, the price of this equipment was also in the absolute top tier, reaching a staggering 88,000 points. It's a full 20,000 higher than the Abyssal Scepter. Although the price was extremely high, Li Du did not hesitate and directly bought the 2 pieces of equipment. Points have been deducted, 154,000 points. Congratulations! You have obtained the equipment Abyssal Scepter and Paladin Battle Armor. After buying the equipment, Li Du was left with only a few tens of thousands of points, so it could be said that he had become much poorer all of a sudden. Chapter 78, One Night Back to Liberation. Although he had lost most of his points, the attributes provided by the equipment were extremely considerable. After putting on the equipment, Li Du only felt that his whole body had changed a lot. Open the data panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 21. Occupation, Abyssal Messenger. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Paladin's Armor. Ring of Chaos, purple. Abyssal Scepter, purple. Skills, Wolf King's Claws, green. Extraction, white. 10,000 Swords, purple. General's Summoning, purple. Stalwart, purple. Word of Chaos, equipped. Ring of Chaos, equipped. Profession skills, Blue Abyssal Pupil. Abyssal Slash. Inferno Summoning. Dark Confinement. Life value, 59,000. Mana, 12,750. Power, 640. Spirit, 1050. Body mass, 1230. Agility, 650. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Everlasting Life. Top level you gain the life absorption skill. Killing wild monsters can extract life. The current extraction rate is 50 days per wild monster. Talent experience, 11588/1000000. Lifespan, 2136 years, 102 days, 4 hours, 36 minutes, 19 seconds. The physical attributes provided by the Abyssal Scepter and Paladin's Battle Armor of up to 900 points allowed Li Du's life value to be greatly increased, leaping to nearly 60,000 life value. This life value attribute was already similar to a boss of the same level on Nightmare difficulty. Moreover, Li Du's strength had also reached over 600. Without the help of the Wrath of the Living Spirit, the damage that Li Du could inflict by releasing his skills could basically reach over 4,000. If it was a damage blitz, it could also be doubled. While most wild monsters, elites, and bosses have various physical and magical resistances that cause this damage to be cut, it's still extremely substantial even if it is cut. Under the Hell difficulty copy, Li Du was basically able to kill a wild monster with 2 skills in seconds and an elite monster with 4 or 5 skills. But this attribute still made Li Du cry a little. My spirit is simply too high, and my mana value has broken 10,000. However, my skills basically don't consume too much mana value, and this attribute is a bit overflowing. In fact, Li Du knew that spirit was not only tied to mana value. With a high spiritual attribute, the stronger the resistance to various negative statuses, and even some charm skills, might be ineffective against Li Du. Compared to the basic warrior profession he had chosen at the very beginning, Li Du realized that he was now becoming more and more like a mage instead. That's the beauty of a 3-system career. There are still tens of thousands of points left, so why not simply buy some more skills? Looking at the catalog of goods in the trading house again, Li Du saw 2 very interesting skills. Automatic extraction, epic passive skill. No occupation requirement. No level requirement. Skill effect, after killing a wild monster, the extraction skill is automatically activated. Extraction success rate is 70%, with a 1% chance of extracting a higher quality item. Activation condition, 10 mana/time. Price, 30,000 points. Automatic pickup, fine grade passive skill. No occupation requirement. No level requirement. Skill effect, automatically picks up dropped items. This skill will not take effect when the space spells are filled to capacity. Activation condition, 10 mana/time. Price, 8,000 points. 2 skills, 1 automatic extraction and 1 automatic pickup. This was a set of matching skills. If learned, when Li Du went to brush the copies, not only would it be much more convenient, but he could also avoid missing out on many materials. Since the extraction skill that he had previously learned was the lowest level skill, it required Li Du to manually activate it, which not only wasted time, but also failed easily. As such, Li Du's brush copies usually did not extract materials from ordinary wild monsters. However, these materials were able to sell for quite a lot of money if they were in large enough quantities. Li Du had been losing at least tens of thousands of points. And now, if you learn these 2 skills, you won't have this problem anymore. More importantly, the extraction success rate of the automatic extraction skill was as high as 70%. It was unknown how much higher than his own initial extraction skill. Although it was said that both skills required 10 mana points to be consumed each time they were activated, if Li Du killed a large number of wild monsters at once, the mana consumption could be extremely high. However, at present, Li Du's blue amount directly broke 10,000, which was not a problem for Li Du at all. Thinking of this, Li Du did not hesitate and bought it directly. Congratulations, successfully learned skill, automatic extraction. Congratulations, successfully learned skill, auto pickup. After the 2 skills were learned, Li Du had almost returned to his former self overnight. Currently I only have less than 30,000 points left, so I have to hurry up and go earn points, or else I won't even be able to pay my rent in half a month. The house that Li Du currently lived in rented for as much as 2,000 points a month. After leaving the trading house, Li Du went straight back home. Brother, you're back? Xu Weisheng was already waiting for him at home, and when he saw Li Du, he immediately broke into a smile. At this time, Li Du had changed into new equipment, and his outfit looked very extraordinary. Xu Weisheng froze for several seconds before saying, "Brother, you've suddenly become so handsome." The paladin battle armor itself carried the light of a paladin, and although this battle armor was said to be battle armor, it did not affect movement at all. Li Du wore it on his body as if he had really become a paladin. Seeing Xu Weisheng's surprise, Li Du also joked, "What? I wasn't handsome before? He, brother, you used to be handsome too. You've always been the most handsome." Xu Weisheng was very curious to come up and touch Li Du's battle armor. It was the first time she had ever seen Li Du wearing such an outfit. Li Du grabbed Xu Weisheng's hand and said, "Alright, don't look. If you like it, I'll change your suit when you awaken your profession. Brother, it's a deal. You can't go back on it." Of course, have I ever backtracked on anything? Li Du then went into the kitchen to cook. With Zhou Ning's help, Xu Weisheng had already successfully transferred to a secondary school attached to Yanguan University. As long as she had good grades, she could be directly promoted to Yanguan University affiliated high school to study without passing the midterm. In the future, whether it's to get into Yanguan University or to go for the college entrance exams to get into a better school, it's fine, but that future is a long way off. Xu Weisheng had just turned 14 this year, and there were still 4 years to go before he awakened to his profession. What happens 4 years from now is anyone's guess, but Li Du knew that he would keep growing, keep getting stronger, keep going higher, and then guard her. After the death of his parents, Xu Weisheng is the only thing Li Du was worried about. Soon dinner was ready, still very unusual home cooking. The two ate and made small talk. "How's the new school environment? Are you getting by?" "It's going well, and the students are very polite. No pressure to study, right?" "No. The mock exam is coming up next week. I feel like I can rush the top 10 in my age." When he said this, Xu Weisheng's eyes were shining, looking at Li Du expectantly. The meaning was very obvious. "Quickly praise me." Li Du laughed and stroked Xu Weisheng's head. "Very good." Suisei smiled cheekily, enjoying Li Du's touch very much. "Didn't run into any difficulties, did you? If you encounter any, be sure to talk to me. We're not what we used to be, so you mustn't feel troubled." No. The teachers all love me. Their principal was surprised when Grandpa Chow took me there. Chapter 79. He couldn't be a legendary level professional, right? On the second day, Li Du got up early. After having breakfast, the first thing to do was to send Xu Weisheng to school. Currently, Middle school wasn't on vacation yet, and the university hadn't actually started yet. The actual start of the school year will have to wait until 3 days from now, when classes will also be divided. However, this was just a basic class. People would almost always get into various academies in the future, and no one would stay inside the class all the time. Classes wouldn't teach any advanced knowledge either. It would all need to be learned at the academy. Li Du had heard that after the opening of the school year and the division of classes, each class would have a trial, and the school would also have rewards based on the trial rankings. But Li Du didn't care. Having been through quite a bit, he had long since pulled away from the professional just starting college inside. After seeing Sui Se enter the school, Li Du headed to the replica hall. There's a lot of people here already. In college, students' house prices almost never go home. Instead they are at school brushing up on their levels, trying out, and so on. In this era of immense competition, a trip home means suffering the consequences of being pulled apart by their peers. People were coming and going, countless people yelling and teaming up to play copies. Despite the crowds, there was no sense of chaos. Many people brush copies, are still choose and other people group. Because the group brush copy more efficient, the danger is also lower. Even though the experience gained is relatively small and the loot needs to be split equally, it can be made up for with a few more team-ups. Solo copies are very rewarding, but still too dangerous. Yanguan University wasn't one of the top 3 schools, and in this school, most people's occupations were actually fine grade, with epic grade occupations only accounting for about 20 to 30%, and legendary level occupations like Xia Ishues were extremely rare. After all, if one awakens a legend level profession, who wouldn't want to go to the 3 top academic institutions? Once again also going to the top 10 academic institutions, which would choose Yanguan University. An elite quality profession has a very tough time soloing a difficult difficulty copy, let alone a nightmare difficulty. After entering the replica hall, Li Du headed directly to the chaotic forest replica. Let's break the record first and get the point bonus. The copy hadn't changed much, and Li Du summoned the inferno and killed his way through. You killed the chaos tree spirit and succeeded in absorbing the lifespan for 50 days. You gain 800 experience points. Automatic extraction skill activated. Extraction successful. You obtain, tree branch, green, ×1. A message appeared in Li Du's mind. For every chaos tree spirit he killed, the automatic extraction skill would be activated. The chaos tree spirit's withered items were excellent quality branches, and such branches were good for making staffs. If sold, a branch would fetch about 10 points. The extraction success rate of the automatic extraction skill was still very high, and Li Du had almost never failed to extract. He pushed his way across the room, and soon, there were quite a few branches piled up in his space ring. A few minutes later, a special message appeared. Automatic extraction skill activated. Extraction successful. You obtain, twig, green, ×1. Chaotic toxin, blue, ×1. After Li Du killed a tree spirit, not only did he extract the branch, but surprisingly, he also extracted a fine-grade material, confusion toxin, a very special material that can cause a person to fall into a state of confusion for a short period of time after use. Mixed with the rest of the herbs, it can be used to make water of chaos. The auto-extract skill not only extracts, but also has a 1% chance of extracting a higher level item. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. Li Du had only killed a few dozen chaotic tree spirits and extracted a drop of chaotic toxin. If we killed all the tree spirits in this copy, I'm afraid that we would be able to extract 20 to 30 drops. The price of chaos toxin wasn't cheap. One drop was able to sell for 150 points. After all, the water of chaos was a very precious potion. When used by oneself, this potion was able to gain 3 hours of immunity to chaos. If it was given to an enemy, it would in turn be able to inflict a 30-minute chaotic effect. Moreover, the amount needed to take effect is minimal, with one drop having an effect. After more than 10 minutes, Li Du killed the fork in the road. Based on yesterday's memories, Li Du headed directly to the road where the boss was located. Along the way, Li Du encountered the tree spirit Smooth directly killed. Not Smooth Li Du also lazy. From here on, quite a few elite monsters will gradually appear. These elite monsters had much stronger attributes, and with Li Du's current attributes, it would be difficult to cross over. Thus, Li Du directly used the Wrath of the Living Spirit and pushed his way across. Countless materials were also acquired during this period. Elite-level tree spirits were able to provide stronger branches as well as chaotic toxins, and sometimes they would even burst out equipment. However, most of them were green equipment, and Li Du could not even look at them. As Li Du's goal was extremely clear, the speed of his advance became much faster. Even though there were more and more elite monsters along the way, they were only able to slightly slow down Li Du's speed and could not stop him from advancing at all. After about 50 minutes had passed, Li Du finally reached the end of the fork in the road and came to where the final boss was. Dark, tall trees still stood in front of them. The king of chaos trees. It hasn't changed much from yesterday. After Li Du appeared, the tree king shook countless branches and turned them into sharp swords to stab at him. The attack did not change in any way as Li Du executed the wolf king's sharp claws and quickly sliced a few of the branches. Make it quick. At this moment, almost an hour had passed since Li Du entered the copy. Only needing to resolve the tree king within a few minutes, Li Du would be able to clear the copy within an hour. The tree king continued his attack, shaking his massive branches as countless seeds fell. Seeing this, Li Du did not hesitate. 10,000 swords returned. Countless swords rained down and stabbed at the tree king. The tree king immediately let out a strange, animal-like cry. The trembling of the branches also became more violent. Now, Li Du's power was more than twice as strong, and with the rage of the living spirit, the damage that fell on the tree king was incomparably terrifying. Even though the tree king possessed 180,000 blood, it was still difficult to resist. These seeds were directly destroyed by Li Du before they even hit the ground. The damage from the 10,000 swords fell onto the tree king, and it even caused the tree king's branches to continuously crack. Thunderclap. Intense lightning fell on the tree king like a heavenly calamity. The king of the tree, as if returning to the light, suddenly twisted his whole body's branches violently, and then there was no sound. The king of the chaos tree, thus died. Congratulations, killing the chaos tree king. You have extracted 8,000 days of life value. You've gained 68,000 experience points. It's incredible. You've set a new clearance record. Your clearance time is 56 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations on your reward, 4,000 points. As a message appeared, the bells in the outside world rang once again. Dang, when? A total of 10 bells meant that someone had set another record high. Crap, another record has been broken. Which big guy is it? Will it be the same one from yesterday? Let's see which copy is being played first. A group of people poured into the large hall, and on the screen at the very center, new information appeared. Forest of Chaos, Inferno, clearance records. First place, Li Du, with a time of 56 minutes and 7 seconds. Crap, it's really him. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him? It's one of the big guys from yesterday, soloing a hell-level copy of the Buried Boneland and breaking the record. Crap, yesterday he soloed the Buried Boneland and today he soloed the Chaotic Forest. Why is he so awesome? Hey, is that the guy who bet me yesterday that he couldn't break the Chaos Forest record? Hurry up and come out. I'm still waiting for you to call me Daddy. Dad. I'm sorry, I was wrong. People were shocked beyond belief. Yesterday's record-breaking behavior of Li Du was astonishing in itself, and today's continued record-breaking is even more unbelievable. People are speculating what Li Du's occupation is. He can't be a legendary-level professional, can he? Upon hearing this speculation, quite a few people felt that it was quite possible. After all, this kind of feat could only be done by a legend-ranked professional. But just then, a grim voice came from a corner. Humph, bunch of idiots who don't know anything. You guys don't think he's really that good, do you? He's just an elite-level professional. But he's just lucky. The voice was full of jealousy, resentment. People's eyes were immediately drawn to the voice. The person who spoke was wearing a red robe of a warlock and looked very flashy. If Li Du came out, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This person was none other than Hishio. Chapter 80, he's the top student in the province? It's a waste to come to our school. Brush. A single gaze had landed on Hishio's body, making Hishio surprisingly a bit nervous for a moment. Someone asked, "Dude, what do you mean by that?" The others also spoke up. It's true that Li Du broke the record. Or he broke the record by solo brushing a hell-level copy. And you're even saying that he was lucky? The people's rebuttals instantly made Hishio's face look bad. He sneered and said disdainfully, "What is it if it's not good luck? He only just finished taking the college entrance exam. And if he didn't mix into the school on the basis of his relationship with Professor Zhou Ning, he might not even know where he is now. Do you really believe that he broke the record by his own ability?" This sentence was immediately opposed by a number of people when it was first uttered. What? What's wrong with just taking the entrance exam? Who among us here didn't come in through the entrance exam? That's a shady thing to say. Do you have any proof? He broke the record. Not by his own ability. What did he rely on? That sounds like a sour note to me. You wouldn't think there must be something fishy about someone else breaking a record just because you're not capable of breaking it yourself. Would you? I recognize you. Your name is He Xiao. I know your father, called He Changming, is the vice-governor of Central Plains Province, and also has a relationship with the principal. Relying on this layer of relationship, you have been able to study at Yanguan University since you were a child. Saying that others rely on connections, you yourself are the one relying on connections, right? The words immediately provoked an uproar when they were spoken. Yanguan University is the only civilian institution among the double-tier universities. Despite being ranked 11th in the country, the admission requirements for this university are extremely low, and only careers that require awakening of excellent qualities are eligible to enroll in this university. Moreover, university admission is not only based on grades, but will also be skewed in favor of students from poor families. Because of this, the quality of Yanguan University's student population was a bit different than that of any other double first-class university. But even so, it's still ranked 11th in the country. Almost everyone who attends this university is of civilian origin. Thus, when Hishio's background was told, he almost immediately suffered the wrath of the crowd. Because of their lack of background, many Yanguan University students enjoy few resources before entering the university. People like Hishio, who could have studied at Yanguan University since he was a child, were a luxury for them. If that was all, no one else would have said anything. But obviously you, Hishio, are the one who relies on connections? But you end up saying that others rely on connections. So who can tolerate that now? For a while, the two parties immediately quarreled. The replica hall almost became a food market. Hishio was immediately infuriated and his face turned red, almost ready to strike. And at that moment, the light of the portal flashed, and it was Li Du who came out. For a while, the quarreling people surprisingly stopped quarreling very silently. Someone shouted, "Li Du, are you a candidate for this year's college entrance exam?" Li nodded. "So how did you do on your high school entrance exams?" Li Du was a bit puzzled, not knowing why they were asking this, but he answered anyway, "Provincial scholar." Crap, provincial scholar. Hearing Li Du's words, people were surprised. "I didn't expect to be a top student, and to be honest, coming to our school is condescending." Hishio, what else are you going to say? A provincial scholar doesn't have the ability to break records. Who would believe it when you say it? It seems that Li Du really is a legendary profession. This solves the case. Big brother, that's a real big brother. The provincial scholar from each province would almost always go to the top 10 academies without considering any other academies. This was because being able to get the provincial scholar was almost certainly a legendary career. At this moment, many people looked at Li Du with envy. Hishio was so angry that he almost jumped up and sneered. "A bunch of fools, you guys believe his bullshit? Don't laugh your asses off. A fine grade career can take the provincial top prize?" Hearing this to voice, Li Du turned his head before he saw Hishio. At once, the gaze went cold. "I didn't expect to run into him here." Someone asked again. "Student Li Du, can I detect your occupation?" Lido said, "Whatever." Soon, the light of a detection spell fell on Li Du. His profession is also revealed. Fine grade. How is it fine grade? Crap, can an elite level profession solo a copy of hell? It's the same fine grade profession. Why is the difference between us so big? At this moment, Hishio sneered. "See, he's just a fine grade trash. Who knows?" This statement immediately angered a lot of people. How is an elite level a waste? What do you mean? Looking down on fine grade? Are you? Are we fine grade professions eating your family's rice? At this moment, Li Du slowly walked up to Hishio's body with a grim gaze. Seeing Li Du passing by, Hishio was surprisingly a bit nervous and involuntarily took a few steps back, shouting, "What? What do you want? Get out of my sight immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. You do it if you can. Think I'm afraid of you?" Li Du did not speak, but the abyssal scepter held in his hand gradually began to gather power. Crackle! A small amount of lightning appeared, and it was about to take shape. Hishio immediately felt an uncontrollable sense of oppression, as if a huge mountain was about to fall. His body even began to tremble, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The scene where Li Du faced a foreign professional was not something he had forgotten. That kind of crisp and clean maneuver, that kind of killing move, all shook him to the core. It was as if what was in front of him was not a college student, but a god of killing. He's really scared. "You, Humph, I'm in a good mood to let you off today, but don't think I'm afraid of you. If I run into you in the wild, I'll never let you go." With that, he turned and walked away. However, because of the trembling legs, just a few steps unexpectedly fell directly to the ground, causing the crowd to laugh. "Ha ha ha, this guy is scared. Wasn't he still wild just now?" As a result, you were directly scared out of your soul by a single look from Li Du. This is looking down on our noble young masters of fine grade professions. That's got less guts than a rat. My dad would have to spit twice if he saw it. A voice kept cutting into Hishio's self-esteem like a knife, and after he climbed up, he ran away without looking back, as if some monster was chasing him. This incident was just an episode for Lido. However, it was different for others. Someone soon went to check on Li Du's identity, and immediately found out that Li Du was this year's top scholar in Gue Province. Gue Province's top scorer. Li Dong, was a legend-level talent and went to the Divine Summer Academy. However, the top scorer, Li Du, had come to the Yanguan Academy. The point is, Li Du is only just an elite-level profession, a fine grade profession, pressed against a bunch of legend-grade professions and took the top spot. This feat caused countless people to admire it, and Li Du's reputation gradually spread amongst this year's new students of Yanguan Academy, and he Xiao, as the backdrop, was naturally the one being made fun of. Li Du's deeds also invigorated countless students of fine grade professions. Li Du was able to win the top prize by pressing the legend-ranked professions. But I can't make a career out of it? But for all this, Li Du did not care. At this time, he still went into the copy to brush the monsters. Chapter 81, Starting School. Crap, classmate. Are you Li Du? Time passes day by day. Li Du was still happily brushing monsters in the copies every day. Almost in a single day, he was able to brush 2,000 or 3,000 years of lifespan. In the process, Li Du continued to break his own record. Because of this matter, Li Du also gradually became famous in Yanguan Academy. People knew that there was a freshman called Li Du who was the top student of Gue province. He was a record fiend, basically breaking 2 or 3 copies of the record every day. The record of 3 copies at level 20 had been broken to an unimaginable height by Li Du. Even with the lone wolf copy, Li Du had broken the record by hand, taking 3,000 points. Soon, 3 days had flown by, and it was already the day of the school year. In these 3 days, Li Du had brushed an unknown number of materials and obtained countless loot in the copies. These loot were all sold and directly sold nearly 50,000 points. It made Li Du's wallet, which had been parched for some time, fill up again. As for longevity, it was even more exaggerated. Today, Li Du's lifespan had reached over 12,000 years. At this rate, I'll be able to reach 100,000 years of lifespan in a month at most. Li Du was still very satisfied with this speed. As for the upgrade speed, it wasn't that fast. Even if Li Du brushed his copies night and day, today he was still a little bit short of the experience value to upgrade. But that's just what he's done in 3 days, and it's been amazing. Today the school started. The school has been divided into classes. For the first class of the school year, every student is not allowed to be absent, and Li Du can't go to brush his copy for the time being. After a good breakfast, Li Du checked the school schematic and came to his class. In the classroom, there were already some people here. Some were alone, while others were clustered together and seemed to have formed tentative friendships. There were also people whose gazes swept around, like a hunter looking for prey. Li Du's arrival didn't attract much attention. People didn't know each other. He found a random seat and sat down. After a while, a lanky-looking youth came to Li Du's side and asked, "Buddy, is it okay if I sit on your side?" Li Du nodded, not caring. The youth sat down nonchalantly and took a long breath. Phew, finally arrived at the classroom. This Yanguan University is also really around to play a whole lot. Make me even lost. The youth seemed to be a self-acquaintance, and when he came up to Li Du, he asked, "Hello buddy, my name is Sun Li, a native of northeast China. What's your name?" Li Du. Hearing Li Du's name, Sun Li was a bit surprised. "Yo, dude, your name is the same as that very famous freshman recently. Ha ha, I heard that Li Du broke a lot of records, and before the school year even started, people were on fire." Seeing that Li Du didn't have much of a reaction, Sun Li seemed to feel a bit bored and turned around to speak to other students. People came in one after another, and soon the class was quite full, 30 or 40, I think. Seeing that Li Du had been silent, Sun Li came over again. "Dude, aren't you bored?" Li Du was a little puzzled. Seeing this, Sun Li said helplessly, "As soon as I came here, I saw you sitting here like a log and not moving at all. Can't you be an introvert?" "Maybe." Li Du didn't care. Sun Li changed the topic. "Right buddy, where are you from? I heard you speak with an accent. You should be from the south, right?" Before Li Du could speak, Sun Li spoke at length. He's definitely a talker and can talk about anything. Li Du was a bit helpless, but he couldn't say anything. It was left to him to talk until the bell rang, and then it gradually stopped. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe walked into the classroom, and he glanced at the people in the classroom before speaking. "Hello everyone, I'm your counselor, Zhou Guangyi. You all can address me as Teacher Zhou. You are all outstanding students from all over the world, and the fact that you can come to Yanguan University shows your talent. However, you must not be complacent because of this, knowing that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. It is only by holding the faith of going forward that you can go step by step to the highest place. Think back to the time when our Yanguan University was just established. I don't know if it's an old schooler's fault." Zhou Guangyi's words blah 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 spoke a big paragraph. Sun Li skimmed his mouth. As soon as he comes up, he's pouring chicken soup, just like an old fart. This kind of person is the most annoying, After speaking for about half an hour, Zhou Guangyi stopped only with great interest, and then he said, "Let's all introduce ourselves first. Come up here and introduce your name, where you're from, and what your occupation is. You'll all need to study together in the future, and it's important that you get to know each other." People then began to come forward one by one to introduce themselves. "My name is Wang Ming, I'm from Tianshui High School in Handong Province, and my occupation is elf emissary. Fine grade. Hello everyone my name is Li Meng, from the South China Sea Province, a cute little southern potato My profession is a forest priest, and I'm also an elite grade Li Jiangdong, graduated from Dongjiang Province's Yinjiang No. 7 Middle School, 87th in the province in the college entrance exam. Epic level profession Undead Knight. Wow, it's actually an epic career. It's great." When they heard about the epic level professions, some people were in an uproar. Yanguan University didn't have a large number of epic level professions. There were only about a dozen people in a class, and most of them were still fine level professions. And Zhou Guangyi made it a point to cast a glance when he heard that Li Zhendong was an epic profession. And then, people kept coming forward to introduce themselves. When it was Sun Li's turn, he took big strides. His stout figure was like a wall, attracting many people's attention. They'd shout out, "I am Sun Li, I'm from Tianbei No. 1 Middle School in Tianbei Province. And I'm a level 21 epic profession, berserker fighter. My college entrance exam score was 68th in the province. In high school, I used to." Sun Li lived up to his reputation as a chatterbox and introduced himself. When he talks, it's never ending, and he pretty much tells the story of his experiences from childhood to adulthood. In the end, it was Zhou Guangyi who couldn't stand to watch and told Sun Li to go down, and only then did he come down unfulfilled. And then the others continued on. Li Du was the last one to go up. By the time Li Du went up, some of them were muttering a bit. "Why does this person look a little familiar to me? I think I've seen it before and I don't think I've seen it before." After coming to the stage, Li Du opened his mouth. "Li Du, from Guai Province, occupation is abyssal emissary. Fine grade." Li Du's introduction was uneventful, and he was about to walk on after one sentence. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Crap, classmate, you can't be that Li Du that's been so famous in school lately, right? What, that Li Du? Did I miss something? It's that Li Du. He's been very famous lately. I heard he's been breaking the school's copy record for the past few days. And I also heard that he was actually the top student in Guai Province. Crap, it can't be, he's only a fine grade profession. How can he be the top student?" At that moment, someone shouted, "Classmate Li Du, are you the top student in Guai Province's college entrance examination?" Li Du didn't hide it and nodded. Right. The class was in an uproar. Chapter 82 Freshman Trial, Tower of Heaven. Li Du's introduction caused an uproar. None of them had expected that a top scholar of the college entrance examination would choose their school. Moreover, Li Du, a fine grade profession, was able to get the top student of the college entrance examination. This is just incredible. Seeing that people's discussions were getting more and more heated, Zhou Guangyi finally snapped, "Alright, everyone, be quiet. Student Li Du, you can return to your seat first." The people quieted down then, and Li Du returned to his seat. Sun Li looked at Li Du incredulously. "Crap, dude. Are you really that Li Du? I thought it was just the same name." "What? It doesn't look like it?" Like, too much like. I've heard that you've broken several copy records in a row, and they're all hellish, and they're still solo. How did you do it? Can't you do it? Isn't this nonsense? If I could do that, I wouldn't have come to this school. I'd have stormed the 3 great universities long ago." Li Du was non-committal. In fact, he himself wanted to go to the 3 university campuses. Only that the national policy was adjusted and he had no choice. But coming to Yanguan Academy seemed to be good. At least both Elder Zhou and the principal treated him well. After learning that he was Li Du, Sun Li's words opened up completely. Li Du kept asking Li Du all kinds of questions, and Li Du answered them one by one. Many of the nearby students also came up, interested in Li Du. Li Du didn't turn people away, but he wasn't too enthusiastic either, interacting with them in a very unusual way. At this point, Zhou Guangyi began to talk about various matters of the new students. There was no need for Li Du to listen to all these things that Zhong Shanyue had told him when he came to the school. Bored, Li Du then looked directly out the window and wandered off. He actually rarely wanders off. During the 3 periods of elementary school, middle school and high school, Li Du's life was bad. At those times, changing his fate was Li Du's greatest obsession, and for that reason, he was desperate to study. And now, his fate has been completely changed. However, he was not satisfied. He also wanted to stand taller and get more. To Li Du, The time spent on this lesson was totally inferior to letting him go and brush up his copy a few more times. In a month's time, he'd be able to change his profession to epic. It was only after more than 10 minutes that Zhou Guangyi finished talking about the various precautions, and it was only after that he talked about a topic that Li Du was slightly interested in. Students, you should have heard about one thing as well, the freshman trial. All new students, before enrolling in school, will undergo a trial. The result of this trial is very important. If you get good grades in the trial, not only will you be rewarded with a large number of points, but you'll also be able to be credited with a number of trial evaluations. The number of trial evaluations is related to your future entry into the academy, so you must take it very seriously. When they heard about the freshman trials, many people started to communicate. Some are worried and others are confident. Sun Li asked, "Dude, is there anything you want to say about this trial?" Someone immediately said, "Student Li Du has directly broken the school's copy record. The trial must be easy for him." That's right. People are the top students in the college entrance examination. The trial is not sprinkled with water? At this point, Zhou Guangyi continued to speak. "Everyone, get ready. Follow me to the teleportation array and participate in the freshman trial." The entire class of more than 30 freshmen got up and followed Zhou Guangyi away. Soon, it came to the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, everyone arrived at a square. There were already quite a few people here, all in batches, obviously all freshmen like Li Du and the others. Just as they were still looking around, a voice filled with majesty suddenly rang out. "The Tower of Heaven. Now, rumble." As a loud ringing sound was emitted, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire square. And then, an incomparably huge, mountain-like tower unexpectedly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the square. This tall tower was incomparably magnificent, shocking countless people. "It's like the highest mountain, and one can't help but bow one's head," Zhou Guangyi said. "Students, this tall tower is the Tower of Heaven, and your trial will take place in it. There are a total of 99 floors in the Tower of Heaven, and your trial consists of entering the Tower of Heaven and continuously traveling to the next floor. The number of floors you travel to represents your trial results. As the layers rise, the difficulties you face will become greater and greater. If you find yourself overwhelmed, be sure to quit in time." Hearing the content of this trial, many people were excited. Tongtian Tower, but Yanguan University's famous tower. Even this tower was more famous than Yanguan University. Countless celestial prides were proud of how many layers of the Tower of Heaven they could pass. And there were people who came to even the top 10 top colleges and universities. And Yanguan University's management of the qualifications for entering the Tower of Heaven was very strict. If one's strength was not enough, one could not enter the tower at all. I didn't realize that this was their trial. It's something that Yanguan University never had before. In fact, Zhou Guangyi is also more envious of this class of freshmen, because the external situation has changed. Many universities have made changes. Allowing this class of new students to enter the Tongtian Tower trial was an order given by the principal Qin Yanguan himself. For this reason, the school even suspended the requests of students from other grades to enter the Tongtian Tower today. Someone asked, "Teacher Zhou, when we enter the Tower of Heaven, how many floors do we have to climb to get good grades?" Zhou Guangyi said, "The school's expectation of you is 3 floors. Just climb up to the 3rd floor, and whether you pass or not, you'll be able to earn a number of trial evaluations. It's only the 3rd floor. Who are you looking down on?" "That's right. 6 layers is more like it. That's too little to ask, isn't it?" Zhou Guangyi said seriously. "You guys are just starting out. Don't be overly ambitious. Do you guys know how difficult the Tower of Heaven is?" People immediately stopped and listened to him. With each level of the Tower of Heaven, the difficulty skyrockets. On the 3rd level, it corresponds to the general combat power of a level 20 epic level profession. And on the 4th level, the corresponding level is directly raised to level 24. There are quite a few of your seniors who are 30-something levels for epic professions, but their best scores are only on the 7th or 8th level. On the student side, the current school record for the Tower of Heaven only rests at the 24th floor. It's still set by a level 40 legendary profession senior. Hearing this, people immediately felt the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven and couldn't help but smack their lips. Someone asked, "So, Mr. Zhou, hasn't anyone climbed to the top of the Tower of Heaven?" Zhou Guangyi said, "Not yet. Even for the principal, the highest he has climbed is only to the 87th floor, and the highest national record for the Tower of Heaven has only stopped at the 90th floor. Hearing this, many people felt great pressure. It's no wonder the schools hold them to such low standards. It turns out that even the 3rd floor, they have a high probability of not being able to climb. Sun Li came over to Li Du and asked, "Dude, how many floors are you planning to climb to? I feel like you have a big chance." Li Du said, "It depends." He wasn't sure how many floors he could climb to, but at least 3 floors were not difficult for him. However, according to the increase in the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven, I'm afraid that Li Du's best result would only be the 6th or 7th floor. Although it didn't look good, Li Du estimated in his heart that this score should be enough to get the first place in the whole school. The reward for first place was a must for him. Zhou Guangyi said, "Alright, the Tower of Heaven has been opened. You guys line up to enter one after another. Your results will be automatically generated after you leave the Tower of Heaven." Chapter 83, A Rising Star. Soon, all the new students entered the Tower of Heaven one after another. The space within the Tower of Heaven was very peculiar, looking like a large hall. However, it was very empty and instead looked like a square. In the surroundings, Li Du also saw various peculiar runes that permeated everywhere. He was keenly aware of what these runes did. They formed an extremely powerful force that was able to ensure that no matter what happened inside the tower, it would not be able to destroy the entire structure of the space tower. Li Du tried to use the abyssal pupil to view the copy. Unable to check. What you get is this message. He didn't really care and walked straight ahead. At this moment, a message appeared in Li Du's mind. You have entered the first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Your numerical condition is being checked and a clearance expectation has been generated for you. Your clearance is expected to be level 5. Entering the 5th floor, you can get a reward. When he saw the pass expectation, Li Du froze for a moment. Zhou Guangyi had not talked to them about this. However, Li Du had heard that the higher the number of floors entered in the Tower of Heaven, the more generous the rewards obtained. I'm afraid that refers to the passage expectation, doesn't it? If one entered the 5th layer, one should be able to obtain the rewards of the Tower of Heaven, and vice versa, i.e., no rewards. If the higher the number of layers one passes through, the reward should be better. And this pass expectation is based on your own values, which means that the higher the value, the higher the pass expectation will be. After thinking about it, Li Du's gaze gradually became serious. At the same time, a light appeared in the center of the square, and then, a monster holding a huge axe with a bull's head and a horse's face appeared in front of Li Du. Bullhead and horseface. Type, boss. Rank, 20. Life value, 36,000. Power, 4000. Characteristics, unlimited strength, swiftness and sensitivity. Skills, bull charge. Horse stance, shocking roar. This monster's values weren't high, but its strength reached a staggering 4,000 points. It far surpassed bosses of the same level. And what made Li Du even more surprised was that the abyssal pupil was unable to access this monster's weakness. This meant that the monsters within the Tower of Heaven, Li Du was afraid that he would have to kill them all head on, without any possibility of trickery. It's worthy of being the Tower of Heaven. Li Du took out the abyssal scepter and his expression gradually became serious. At this moment, Bullhead and Horseface had already rushed over. Ho ho ho! It let out a roar, and like a huge rock, it crashed straight over Hilly. Li Du unleashed his skills without any dodging. Knock! Ox-headed Horseface directly crashed into Li Du. Yet it was as if it had crashed into a steel plate, and after a loud noise, Li Du did not move at all, while Ox-headed Horseface was even bounced off by the powerful reaction force. This is the characteristic of hilliness. In addition to being immune to injury, it was also able to make Li Du stand directly in place, making it difficult to shake Li Du's form no matter what the impact was. Although Bullhead and Horseface's charge was very powerful, under the hilly meat, Li Du barely lost any blood. Instead, it was Bullhead and Horseface who were counterattacked by Li Du and suffered considerable injuries. Thunderclap! Li Du directly struck out, and the powerful power of his skill instantly landed on Ox-headed Horseface's body. Abyssal Chop! Another skill that caused Bullhead and Horseface to tremble and split their skin. Li Du did not use the wrath of the living spirit, so he could not kill Bullhead Horseface in seconds. However, at this moment, his damage was already very powerful, and after a few skill drops, Bullhead Horseface finally closed his eyes unwillingly. Bullhead and Horseface are dead. You have successfully passed the first level and are on your way to the next level. As a light fell, Li Du officially arrived at the second level. Soon, the monsters on the second level appeared as well. It was a man wearing a blood-colored cloak, but with a very strange look, a face as sharp as nails, eyes that were red, and 2 tiger teeth that were extraordinarily long, like zombie teeth. Cast Abyssal Pupil. Vampire Count. Type, Boss. Rank, 20. Life value, 68,000. Power, 2800. Characteristics, Flight. Night Body, the weaker the light, the stronger the attribute. Bat, Ultrasonic Rush. Immune to blinding effect. Skills, Blood Sucking. When blood is sucked, your attributes are permanently reduced. Screaming, Berserking. This boss, obviously, was much stronger than Bullhead and Horseface, and it could fly. Facing a boss with this kind of attribute, it was already a bit tough for Li Du to kill it at the moment. Moreover, once he flew up, it was difficult for Li Du to hit him. Thus, Li Du no longer hesitated and directly turned on the wrath of the living spirit. At this moment, the vampire count also rushed towards Li Du. It spread its huge bat wings and immediately flew over. Extremely fast. Li Du didn't hold back and immediately released his skills. Outside, a number of teachers had gathered to discuss this year's freshmen with each other. I heard that your class came in with 20 epic careers this year. I'm really envious. What's an epic level profession? I heard that in Mr. Lu's class. A legendary rank occupation came out. It's so rare that a legendary career would choose our school. What about your class? Mr. Zhou, that Li Du, who's been very famous lately, seems to be from your class. I've heard he's broken quite a few records. Zhou Guanyi waved his hand and said, being young and strong doesn't mean growing up strong. It all depends on their own creation. I'm just leading the way. Not only the teacher, but there were two people sitting in the loft in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhou Ning and Qin Yanguan. The principal turned up in person. Being old friends, the two of them talked while drinking tea slowly. Old Zhou, this Li Du you brought in is extraordinary. Single brushing hell-level copies and breaking record after record in 3 days. The legendary profession isn't as capable as he is. Zhou Ning was very happy. That's true. When has my vision ever been bad? Don't look at this Li Du as a fine great profession. But I'm the one who spotted him in the middle of the crowd. I heard that Fu Shang originally wanted to keep him in the Tiangui Academy. But it turned out that you old man didn't speak of martial virtues. So Fu Shang he was depressed. As soon as he said this, Zhou Ning also cried and laughed a little. Although Zhou Ning was a representative of Gui province, he actually rarely worked in Gui province. His professorship at the Tiangui Academy was only a posting. Zhou Ning preferred Yanguan Academy, a university that was temperamental to him. If he's depressed, then he's depressed. What's it like to let Li Du go to Tiangui Academy? If he Vushang doesn't say anything, can I still not know? Tiangui Academy. There's a F** king ceiling. Qin Yanguan said. With this child's strength, he is actually most suitable for the Divine Summer Academy. Alas, it's just a pity that the occupation is a bit too poor. Zhou Ning said, gold will always shine. This kid has an aura I've never seen before, and I believe in him. Qin Yanguan nodded as well. He had also watched Li Du's performance during the entrance exam many times. Although he was only a fine great profession, Li Du's performance surpassed a host of legend great professions. He was very much looking forward to Li Du. Otherwise he wouldn't have given the Abyssal Warrior campaign slot to Li Du. At the same time, some of the secrets in Li Du's body also surprised Qin Yanguan greatly. Qin Yanguan had already investigated Li Du's various information and naturally knew that Li Du was actually a civilian who had failed to transfer. His first profession was even a basic warrior that he went to the Temple of Destiny to exchange. But that was when he took the first place in the independent enrollment examination of Tiangui Academy. Instead, the base warrior is now an abyssal messenger. Where did he get his life expectancy? Qin Yanguan would not purposely explore the secrets of his juniors. No matter how Li Du did it, it was his creation. After all, this was a rare junior he recognized. It's a rising star. Chapter 84, Destroyed. Passed consecutively. The vampire count is dead. You have successfully passed the second level and are on your way to the next level. Li Du fought very quickly, and after turning on the rage of the living spirit, he quickly resolved his opponent. Even though the vampire count could fly, Li Du's attack was still too powerful. It only needed one hit to be able to beat it to death. Upon arriving at the third level, the environment remained unchanged. A light flashed and a new monster appeared. It was a crocodile-like monster, but was walking upright. There was also a huge axe in its hand. Desert Butcher. Type, Boss. Rank, 20. Life value, 98,000. Power, 5,800. Feature, Fury. Each attack strengthens his next attack up to 10 times. Skills, King Chopper. Fierce Bite. Charge. Unstoppable Fury. It was the same level 20, but the monster in front of him was more than one level more powerful. When it fully appeared, its eyes glowed red and glittered with bloodlust. Despite being a boss monster, it was able to spit out human words. Tear, devour, kill, shameful humans, perish. He swung his giant axe and rushed up. When he was close to Li Du, he suddenly jumped into mid-air, and his giant axe swung in the air before chopping down. The huge axe chopping down like a full moon. In the face of this attack, Li Du couldn't help but be serious. Thunderclap. Strong thunderbolts appeared around Li Du as thunder heavy strikes struck out. And then, it collided with the crocodile's chop. Rumble. Thunder and lightning thundered. And Li Du was obviously even more powerful after being strengthened by the wrath of the living spirit. In a burst of thunderbolts, The crocodile was directly sent flying by Li Du. The tough skin also cracked quickly and blood flowed. This was only a monster from the third layer. Even if it was powerful, it was not a match for Li Du. 10 times the wrath of the living spirit. A single skill could deal tens of thousands of damage. And even after various resistance reductions, it could make the crocodile land half dead. Abyssal chop. Li Du showed no mercy and rode the wave of victory. Soon, as the chop fell, the crocodile was dead. Immediately afterward, Li Du immediately headed to the 4th floor. The monsters that appeared on the 4th floor were even more special. This was an extraordinarily large wolf, about a dozen times the size of an average wolf. The height exceeded 2 meters, and the body length was even 4 or 5 meters. Its entire body fur was a metallic silver color, but with a moonlight glow. It looked very sacred. However, the ferocity emanating from those eyes made Li Du realize that it was all an illusion. It was an extremely vicious boss. Open the pupil of the abyss. Silver Moon Wolf King. Type, Boss. Rank, 20. Life value, 154,000. Power, 7,200. Characteristics, power of the Silver Moon, 50% increase in all attributes when covered by the moon. Skills, Silver Moon Chop, Storm's Fury, Full Moon Howl, Tearing Claws, Rapid Impact, Lunar Flower, forcibly awakens the power of the Silver Moon. 150,000 blood, over 7,000 strength. Even though Li Du currently had several tens of thousands of life value, he still couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this value. If it were any other epic level professional, I'm afraid it would be difficult to be able to defeat the Silver Moon Wolf King. Even if Li Du had turned on the rage of the living spirit, it would be impossible to kill it for a while. It looks like there's a fight to be had in the next battle. This was still only the 4th level, and Li Du's pass reward needed to reach the 5th level before it could be opened. What about above the 5th level? What about higher levels? No wonder no one had cleared the Tower of Heaven so far. Roar! Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King growled lowly and slowly walked towards Li Du. Its huge body made Li Du feel extremely small, and its surroundings exuded moonlight, even within the Tower of Heaven, as if it was shrouded under the moonlight. Roar! The Wolf King roared, his entire body exploding with chi. A strong aura instantly impacted Li Du. Li Du only felt a strong gust of wind hit him, and he was actually about to be blown away. It was good that he immediately stabilized himself, but by this time, the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack had already begun. Brush! A sharp claw tore out like the sharpest sword in the world. Even the wind brought up by the sharp claws seemed to be able to split a person into pieces. Li Du immediately dodged, but the sharp claws didn't stop and clawed at the ground. Surprisingly, it scratched out deep cracks in the earth. Abyssal chop! Li Du immediately countered. Using the scepter as a weapon, he chopped down heavily. Although the abyssal scepter was a magic weapon, Li Du was still able to deal decent damage when he cast his warrior-type skills. The scepter landed on the Silver Moon Wolf King with a decapitating force, immediately knocking the Wolf King's form back several meters. Even the Silver Moon Wolf King was almost about to fall down due to the backlash of the chop. However, the damage caused by this strike to the Wolf King was not fatal. The Wolf King let out a roar as he slowed down, and then, the surroundings were suddenly enveloped in a mist. This caused Li Du to be surprised for a moment. And just as he wanted to continue to move forward to attack the Wolf King, he realized that the Wolf King's figure had disappeared at an unknown time. It was quiet all around, with only the mists drifting slowly. Step, step, step. Suddenly there were footsteps, but they disappeared in an instant. The next moment, whoosh, a gust of wind struck Li Du, and he suddenly felt an extremely powerful rush, and his entire body unexpectedly flew out. The Wolf King hid himself in the mist, and then suddenly struck out. This strong impact caused Li Du's internal organs to be almost displaced. Fortunately, Li Du was not in any serious trouble, just some internal injuries. Seeing this, Li Du also got serious. Abyssal pupil. Li Du's eyes immediately became demonic, flashing with an inexplicable light. And then, he saw through the mist. The Wolf King was walking slowly around the neighborhood, mulling over his next onslaught. Quickly, it found a good angle, took a few steps back, and impacted. The swift figure almost shook off the shadow. Without any hesitation, Li Du directly cast Hillside. The golden light shimmered, the Hierophant appeared, and the Wolf King crashed through at the same time. Knock! Only a strong echo could be heard as the Wolf King crashed on top of the Hierophant, and the damage received by Li Du was drastically reduced, almost equivalent to no damage at all. Instead, the Wolf King was directly bounced off by the reaction force of his own impact. Roar! Ho ho ho! The mist disappeared and the Wolf King's figure was revealed. At the top of its head, there was a crack. Obviously, that collision had directly injured itself. Rage of the Living, strengthened again. Li Du raised the strengthening effect of the Rage of the Living Spirit to 100 times. before launching another attack. Thunderclap. Strong lightning flashed continuously, and the heavy strike landed hard on the Wolf King. Roar. The Wolf King let out a hiss and kept struggling, but it was obviously useless. 100 times the damage was simply too high for the Wolf King to resist. In the end, the Silver Moon Wolf King closed his eyes unwillingly and died completely. The Silver Moon Wolf King is dead. You have successfully passed the 4th level and are traveling to the next level. The 4th level is finally passed. Li Du breathed a sigh of relief. The Silver Moon Wolf King was really tough to deal with. Li Du could actually fight it with 10 times the wrath of the living spirit, but it would take a lot of time. In order to save time, he directly cast hundredfold life spirit fury. Although because of the abyssal emissary's sinful enchantment, hundredfold life spirit's wrath directly consumed 100 years of Li Du's lifespan, and every time he unleashed the skill, Li Du would consume an additional 10 years of lifespan. Not only that, after casting the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du's body would also age faster. Under 100 times the wrath of the living spirit, the aging rate was 1,000 times the usual rate. In other words, in this state, even if Li Du did nothing, he would consume 1,000 seconds of life every second. But Li Du didn't really care at this point. He has the longevity to withstand these exertions. The 5th layer is coming up soon, and as long as I pass, I'll be able to obtain the Tong Tian Tower reward. I wonder what the 5th layer will look like. Will it still be the same as the first 4 layers? The light covered, and Li Du left the 4th floor. Chapter 85, Black Widow Spider. Irresistible Venom. Just as Li Du climbed the tower, the others followed close behind. As time passed, many people climbed to the 3rd floor, but there were also many who gave up. They realized that the Tower of Heaven really wasn't as simple as they thought. Even the bosses on the 2nd layer were enough to make people fearful, and the boss on the 3rd level was almost desperate. Most of the elite level professions, very few could pass the 2nd level. Calculating it out, only about 30% of the elite level professions came to the 3rd floor. Even though all of the epic level professions had come to the 3rd level, most of them had stopped here as well. Only about 20% of the people were able to enter the 4th floor. Very rarely is there an Epicurean profession that makes it past the 4th tier. In the Tower of Heaven, the challenges faced by different professions and attributes are different. For example, in the case of warrior-type professions, most of them will encounter warrior-type monsters that can resist and fight, with thick blood bars and high offense and defense. In this way, the strength of the warrior can be tested to the maximum extent. On the other hand, most of the mage-type professions encountered were mana-type monsters, proficient in many kinds of magic, with many different patterns, extremely testing the mage's use of various spells. If you weren't careful, you might be eliminated. The same is true for other professions. Nima, this Tong Tian Tower is perverted, right? A boss with several times my blood, several times my strength, even more skills than me, and all sorts of ridiculously high resistances. How can I fight this? Sun Li huffed and puffed as he left from the Tower of Heavenly Passage. He had already passed the 3rd layer and still wanted to make a go of it. However, the boss on the 4th floor was too perverse, and he eventually gave up with no choice. When he returned to the place where his class was, he found that most of the class had already come out. When some people saw Sun Li, they asked, "Brother, how many floors have you climbed?" 4 layers. Upon hearing this, a number of people were surprised for a moment. Crap, a master. You can climb to the 4th floor. Bull, I've only climbed 3 floors. Oh, you guys stop. I've only climbed 2 floors. I can't even get the number of times I've been graded for the trial. Honestly, this Tower of Heaven is just not for people to climb. One layer is more perverted than the other. That's right. The monsters on that 1st level almost scared me. Almost flipped my car on the 1st level. Hearing the people's comments, Sun Li's mood finally improved. I didn't expect him to score 4 levels, but it's still quite good. In fact, there were still about 10% of the freshmen that didn't even pass the 1st level. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to pass, but they flipped out on the occasion due to carelessness or gullibility. Not only are there no rewards for these people, there may even be penalties. After bragging about his accomplishments, Sun Li looked left and right. Who else is not out of our class? People say, there's only one left. Who is it? It goes without saying. You guys, how many floors can Li Du climb? I don't know. At least 5 floors. I feel like it's possible to climb to the 6th floor. Don't forget, he's a tough guy who can single-handedly brush a hell-level copy. If you say so, then I have a feeling he can climb to the 7th floor. Crap, bro went overboard. Just then, a curtain of light rushed down to the sky, and then, a huge screen appeared, which surprisingly recorded the number of layers of the current Tong Tian Tower climbers, as well as their battle scenes. Seeing this, many freshmen were excited. Crap, we came out early and there's even something good to see. Look at how these big guys climb the tower. At this moment, The rankings on the light screen were revealed one by one. First place, Li Du, layer, 5th layer. Second place, Qian Beiliang, layer, 5th. Third place, Liao Chen, layer, 5th layer. Fourth place, Zhong Xiaolomoon, number of layers, 5th layer. There were currently 58 people who were still climbing the tower. Among them, only 7 had climbed to the 5th floor, while the rest were all still stuck on the 4th floor, and they hadn't solved the boss on the 4th floor yet. People were surprised when they saw Li Du. Li Du had indeed climbed up to the 5th floor, and was still the first among all. Worthy of being a man who can single-handedly brush a hell-level copy, he really does have the strength. I have a feeling the 5th floor isn't the end of the line for him. Apart from Li Du, there were also many people discussing other people. I know that Qian Beiliang, he's from the same province as me. He's a legend-ranked profession, and instead of going to the 3 top academies, he came to our university. Liao Chen is also a legendary rank profession. I heard that it was the vice principal who specifically went to ask him to come to our school, and that he had planned to go to the Divine Summer Academy. Zhong Shangyue I've heard of. It's a very rare dual life profession. Although quite a few legendary level professions are better than legendary level professions, the discussions in the outside world were not known to Li Du. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th floor. Unlike the first 4 levels, the 5th level was no longer in the Great Hall, but had come to a forest. The grass and trees are lush and vibrant all around. A message appeared. Black Widow's Lair. This place is inhabited by thousands of black widow spiders, which possess extremely terrifying venom, and once you are poisoned, your end will be very miserable. Instead of being a trial for the Tower of Heaven, it's more like a trial for a copy. However, when Li Du checked around, he did not find any black widow spiders. He opened the pupil of the abyss. Soon, Li Du detected the densely packed dots in the surroundings. These small dots were, surprisingly, black widow spiders that were hidden. Black widow spider. Type, enhanced wildlife. Rank, 20. Life value, 1200. Power, 30. Characteristics, agile, good at hiding, netting, skill, biting. Remarks, once bitten by a black widow spider, you are immediately poisoned. This toxin causes you to lose 10% of your maximum life per second and immediately paralyzes you. This toxin cannot be removed by normal purification spells, and ignores your defense, resistances, and other attributes. The attributes of these spiders were extremely low. One could even say that they were too low. However, their toxins were extremely terrifying. Not only will you continue to lose a lot of blood, but you will also be immediately poisoned and paralyzed and unable to move. It can be said that if you are bitten once, you are almost certain to die. Moreover, the toxin also ignored attributes such as defense and resistance. This means that Hilly can't reduce the damage caused by the toxin. Worthy of the 5th floor, it's really different. At this moment, there were already many more densely packed spiders around, hibernating nearby, waiting to give Li Du a fatal blow. Suddenly, Li Du saw the spiders begin to move quickly in large numbers through his abyssal pupil. They have launched an attack on Li Du. In almost seconds, dozens of spiders actually crawled out of the otherwise quiet jungle. Seeing this, Li Du did not dare to hesitate and immediately released his skills. Inferno summoning. He didn't release the 10,000 swords. These spiders were simply too small and too many. And although 10,000 swords returned was able to sweep widely, it simply couldn't kill them all. As the Inferno appeared, Li Du immediately ordered the Inferno to fire. In an instant, several walls of fire immediately appeared around Li Du. These walls of fire surrounded Li Du while landing on many black widow spiders. Crackle! The intense flames immediately set the spider ablaze, and the spider's body exploded with a loud bang. However, the exploding spider corpses had surprisingly splashed out quite a bit of venom. It was good that the distance was relatively far, so it couldn't spray on Li Du. Otherwise, once poisoned, Li Du would be in danger. There was also quite a bit of venom that landed on the Inferno, but the intense heat of the Inferno demon's body immediately caused the venom to evaporate, forming a sheet of black gas. Inferno, burn this jungle clean at once. Li Du did not hesitate and gave a direct order. Chapter 86, Black Widow Spider King. Boom, boom, boom. A fireball was sent out from the Inferno demon's hands and landed on top of the jungle, immediately igniting a huge fire. Fire in the jungle. Li Du used his abyssal pupil and immediately saw many spiders being killed amidst the flames. Many other spiders crawled out of the fire, trying to get close to Li Du. However, the Inferno demon released its skill and formed a wall of fire around Li Du. Those spiders were burned to ashes by the flames just as they approached the firewall. The flames of the Inferno demon, after all, were the flames of the abyss? Not ordinary flames. The damage was extremely high, and it was simply not something that ordinary wild monsters could withstand. This jungle isn't very big. Still, the flames burned for a long time. Li Du ignored the other places that were burning, and followed the road as the inferno opened up, heading directly into the depths of the jungle. It wasn't long before he finally saw a huge nest. A giant spider can be seen faintly in the nest. When Li Du arrived, the giant spider gradually crawled out of the hole. It was simply too big. Its size was even a circle larger than the silver moon wolf king. Blackened body with a few red marks on the abdomen. No doubt it's also a black widow spider. Black widow spider king. Introduction: the queen of the black widow spiders. In charge of the countless black widow spiders in her territory. Type: boss. Rank: 20. Life value: 120. 000. Power: 2800. Characteristics: toxin attack. All attacks have black widow spider venom attached. Self-destruct: will explode upon death, splashing a large amount of venom. Skills: spider web entanglement, silk entanglement, venom spray, spider scythe, egg laying, generating hundreds of baby spiders. Self-destructing poison spider. Seeing the attributes of the black widow spider king, although the value was not high, Li Du became even more grave. The black widow spider king's power lies not in its attributes, but in its characteristics. The toxin attack meant that Li Du must not let even one of the black widow spider king's attacks hit him, or else he would be waiting for a poison state that could not be undone. However, each of the black widow spider king's attacks were extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention skills such as venom spray, spider web, and the like. It was surprisingly capable of summoning small spiders and poisonous spiders that blew themselves up. Once Li Du had been negligent and was tainted with the toxin, even if he turned on the hundredfold rage of the living spirit, I was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape death. Hiss dash. Hiss dash. The black widow spider king let out a few hissing sounds, as if warning Li Du. But in the next moment, a spider web suddenly and rapidly rushed towards Li Du. Li Du was almost startled. The spider's attack was just too sudden. Fortunately, he reacted extremely quickly, immediately dodging to the side. He avoided the attack. The spider web fell onto the trees and entangled, and then it oozed out countless transparent liquids. The spider's venom. As soon as these venoms landed on the trees, they actually directly caused a several-meter-tall tree to wither instantly. Not only that, but the nearby plants immediately withered and lost their vitality. This terrifying scene caused Li Du to be even more grave. This battle is definitely not easy. Inferno. Set the fire. With Li Du's command, Inferno immediately released several fireballs. Boom boom boom. Fireballs attacked towards the spiders, but the spiders waved their slender spider spears, directly bouncing the fireballs away. One of the fireballs bounced off the spider web and even bounced back, rushing towards Li Du's side. Inferno jumped up and knocked the fireball away, but this scene also made Li Du understand that the spider web of the Black Widow Spider King was fireproof. Flame attacks were fine against ordinary spiders, but against the Black Widow Spider King, they were clearly no longer enough. The Black Widow Spider King continued to attack, and this time it sprayed a cloud of venom directly from its mouth. The flight speed of the venom was extremely fast, but fortunately, Li Du was always ready and immediately dodged it. Soon, the venom landed on the ground. The plants that were stained by the venom withered once again, without any surprises. The venom was simply too poisonous, and Li Du had no countermeasures at all. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at all, much less attack at will. He was waiting for the spider to take the initiative and reveal a breach. The spider's attributes were not high, and Li Du only needed to find an opportunity to kill it with a single hit. However, the spider was obviously extremely cautious, with half of its body shrunk in its nest, ready to retreat at any time. This kind of caution gave Li Du a big headache. Even if he wanted to cast 10,000 swords returning, once the spider entered the nest, 10,000 swords returning would not be able to hit the spider. A man, a spider and an inferno demon were facing each other like this, and no one dared to make any rash moves. Only the inferno would occasionally fireproof in all directions to prevent any small spiders from sneaking out and biting Li Du. A few minutes passed. During this time, Li Du also released Word of Chaos, trying to put the spider into chaos, but it failed. This kind of skill was fine against normal wild monsters, but it was almost impossible to work against bosses. The spider seemed to be getting a little impatient and moved again. It suddenly let out a sharp sound, and after that, a few things unexpectedly spewed out from its abdomen. The speed of these few things was extremely fast, and when Li Du saw them, it was already a little too late to avoid them. Right at this moment, the Inferno demon immediately appeared and blocked in front of Li Du. Those things instantly landed on the Inferno and shattered. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a couple of eggs entangled in a spider web. After they shattered, hundreds of tiny spiders crawled out of each egg, instantly inflaming the Inferno. Even the scorching heat couldn't kill the little spiders in an instant. Soon, the Inferno was bitten by the little spider and surprisingly collapsed to the ground in a flash. A few seconds later, Inferno died outright. Well, the death of the Inferno demon caused Li Du to suffer a moment of pain, but he was too late to experience it and immediately dodged away into the distance. There were too many of these spiders, already crawling towards Li Du. Can't hesitate. Li Du waved his staff and immediately released 10,000 swords. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless swords rained down, chopping into the ground. One by one, the small spiders were immediately killed by the 10,000 swords. There were also countless long swords falling towards the Black Widow Spider King. However, the Spider King was extremely cautious and retreated into his lair when Li Du executed the 10,000 swords return, while weaving a dense web to protect himself well. Soon, the small spiders were all killed by Li Du. However, the Black Widow Spider King did not suffer a single bit of damage. Even if Li Du's 10,000 swords returned to the spider's nest tore the web apart, almost instantly, the spider's web would be filled again. The return of 10,000 swords could not land on the Black Widow Spider King at all. After a few minutes, the 10,000 swords disappeared. Li Du's gaze became more and more serious. How should I kill the spider? Because of his fear of venom, Li Du didn't dare to approach the spider easily at all. The spiders were extremely cautious and would never stay away from their nests. If this continued, there was no way for Li Du to pass the level. There had to be a way to force the spider out. Examining the spider nest carefully, Li Du realized that the entire nest was, in fact, a huge web. These webs gripped the earth and the countless large trees behind it, and there were quite a few plants nearby. However, the plants near the spider's nest did not wither. This caught Li Du's attention. Could it be that the spider's lair is actually non-poisonous? Thinking of this, Li Du immediately released his skills. The General summons. The Carmen Orc General appeared immediately. Li Du commanded the Cayman Orc General and immediately went up to touch the spider web. Soon, the touch ended, and the Cayman Orc General was unharmed. Seeing this, Li Du knew that his guess was correct. Thinking of this, Li Du immediately had a way to deal with the spiders. He used the hourglass of time to zero out the cooldown of the 10,000 swords skill, and then, once again, he unleashed the 10,000 swords. Countless swords rained down, but there were no more small spiders for Li Du to kill. Li Du did not care and first commanded the Cayman Orc General to block the cave entrance to prevent the spiders from suddenly striking, and then, immediately cast the skill on the spider's web. Thunderclap. Abyssal Chop. The damage of the skill that had been strengthened 100 times was extremely terrifying. Soon, the spider webs were chopped off by Li Du, one after another, including the plants near the spider web. They were all cleared by Li Du. The spider's nest, which was originally fixed, was actually loosening at the moment. It's about to fall off. Seeing this, Li Du added more effort and continued his attack. Finally, the spider's nest couldn't hold on and fell. Li Du immediately retreated while ordering the Cayman Orc General to retreat. Boom! The huge nest fell to the ground and eventually cracked. The Black Widow Spider King also walked out from it. I've destroyed the entire lair, so you have nowhere to hide now, do you? The reason why 10,000 swords could not destroy the nest was because the damage of a single sword was too low. But the same could not be said for Li Du's other skills. Hiss dash. The Black Widow Spider made a few hissing sounds. Not sure if it was anger or some other emotion. Li Du didn't care either. As long as the spiders are out, everything will be fine. Refreshing the Inferno summoning skill through the hourglass of time, Li Du summoned the Inferno demon once again, and then commanded the Cayman Orc General to attack along with the Inferno. Chapter 87. The cooldown of Spirit of Life's Wrath can actually be refreshed? Without the nest in the way, the spider was forced to engage Li Du, but even so, spiders are not vegetarians. All of its attacks were highly poisonous, so Li Du didn't dare to get close at all, but kept commanding the Inferno to fight the Cayman Orc General. During this period, both the Inferno and the Cayman Orc General had been injured by the spiders and died of poisoning. However, Li Du summoned it again after refreshing his skills through the hourglass of time. Not only that, Li Du also used the 10,000 swords to constantly deplete the spider's status. Even though the spiders kept laying eggs and summoning small spiders as well as exploding spiders, trying to kill Li Du. However, all of these attacks were blocked by the Inferno or the Cayman Orc General. Eventually, the spider let out a wail and eventually died. The Black Widow Arachnid King is dead. You have successfully passed the 5th level and are on your way to the next level. When the voice appeared, Li Du was finally relieved. After spending a long time, he finally passed the 5th floor. At this moment, Li Du realized that he only had less than 10 minutes left for his Rage of the Living Spirit. Under the influence of the profession of the Abyssal Messenger, the Rage of the Living Spirit would intensify the consumption of Li Du's lifespan. If he were to forcefully cast it, the lifespan that Li Du would need to pay for would no longer be 100 years, but 1,000 years. Moreover, in this state, every time Li Du released a skill, he would consume another 1,000 years of lifespan. If Li Du didn't want his lifespan that he had worked so hard to save over the past few days to be consumed here, it meant that he only had less than 10 minutes left to climb the tower. It seems impossible to reach the higher levels. This was the drawback of fine-grade professions. With the loss of the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du's strength was at best equivalent to a relatively good epic rank profession, and it was difficult to advance further in the trial tower. Gotta get the epic career as soon as possible. As the light of teleportation fell, Li Du arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was back in the palace, and the monsters still refreshed in the center of the palace. It was an immense stone man. The whole body is made of stone. Li Du immediately cast Abyssal Pupil. Stone Giant. Type, Boss. Rank, 25. Life value, 158,000. Power, 4,800. Features, hardness, greatly increases physical and magical resistance, as well as immunity to 80% of physical damage, 70% of magical damage, immunity to toxins, immunity to curses, and immunity to sleep. Heaviness, strength below 5,000. Unable to control stone giants. Monolithic strength, when attacking, strength is increased by 3 times. Skills, boulder throwing, trampling, earth fury, boulder rolling, rock flying. When he saw this boss, Li Du's expression immediately sank. It's getting harder and harder to play. This stone giant, not to mention having a life value of only 150,000, possessed extremely high resistance and damage immunity, which meant that attacks that hit the stone giant could only deal a very small portion of damage. Also, stone giants are immune to toxins, curses, and sleep, which means that fetch damage can't be dealt. Also, don't look at the fact that the power was only 4,800, not even as good as the bosses in the previous levels. However, its boulder power was able to allow it to triple its power when it attacked. This means that the stone giant is able to boost its strength to 14,400 when it attacks, almost 15,000. When this kind of attack landed on his body, Li Du was afraid that he would be half dead on the spot. Not only that, the heavy nature of the stone giant made it impossible for Li Du to control it. No matter what control skills are performed, they are ineffective, unless Li Du's power reaches 5,000. If the Black Widow Spider King was a violent toxin that made the fight tough, the stone giant was, as its name suggests, rock solid. It was destined to be a vicious battle. I don't know if I can kill it in 10 minutes. If not, my limit for the trip to the Tower of Heaven will be the 6th floor. But in any case, Liddell had to fight first. The stone giant had already discovered Li Du and walked over with heavy steps. With every step forward, the entire palace would tremble. Inferno summoning. The general summons. 10,000 swords return. Thunderclap. Without hesitation, Li Du released 4 skills in a row. The Inferno demons and generals appeared together and attacked the stone giant. And then, a total formation appeared in the sky, and 10,000 swords rained down on the stone giant's body. However, the originally incomparably sharp sword, when it attacked the stone giant's body, it was actually bounced off directly by its hard rock exterior, leaving only a minuscule scratch. The Inferno released a flame and summoned fireballs at the same time. However, these fireballs couldn't break through the stone giant's defense at all and couldn't do a single damage to the stone giant. The Carmen Orc general brandished his longsword and swung at the stone giant. But again, it only left a sword mark. And with a swing of the stone giant's hand, the Cayman Orc general was sent flying straight away. And Li Du's thunder heavy strike was still better. The countless thunderbolts had finally broken through the stone giant's defense. However, when it landed on the stone giant, the damage caused was still not much. After 4 skills and all the damage had fallen, Li Du released his abyssal pupil and found that the blood dropped by the stone giant was even just over 10,000 tons. You know, that's a 100-fold boost in damage. If he didn't use the wrath of the living spirit, with Li Du's current strength, he wouldn't even be able to break through the stone giant's defense at all. Undeterred, Li Du used Hourglass of Time to refresh the cooldowns of all his skills before releasing them again. Crackle, Rumble, Thunder Heavy Strike, Abyssal Chopping Strike, and 10,000 swords were released again. Countless attacks landed on the stone giant's body, causing violent rattles. These attacks still only managed to grind down the stone giant's 10,000 or so blood. However, releasing these skills had taken Li Du a long time. Currently, there was less than a minute or so left until the end of the Rage of the Living Spirit. It's too late. Li Du's face was a bit gloomy. Stone giants are just too hard. Li Du had calculated that at the current speed, he would need to spend more than an hour before he could grind the stone giant to death. There simply wasn't enough time. Thinking about this, Li Du was a little disappointed. Stopping at the 6th floor, although it was considered to have met expectations, Li Du was still somewhat dissatisfied. By the way, does the Hourglass of Time refresh the time of the Wrath of the Living? Li Du suddenly thought of this. At the same time, the duration of the Rage of the Living officially ended. Li Du immediately took out the Hourglass of Time, wanting to remove the cooldown time of the Rage of the Living. Soon, the Hourglass of Time gave off a burst of light. Seeing this, Li Du was overjoyed. Yes, however, the glow lasted halfway through but came to a screeching halt. Not enough energy. Charge. Without hesitation, Li Du directly spent his divine power value to fill up the energy of the time hourglass. Soon, tens of thousands of divine power values were directly flushed into the Hourglass of Time, and the energy of the hourglass had also been filled back up. Li Du launched again. This time, the light no longer disappeared in the middle, and the cooldown of the Rage of the Living was refreshed. However, refreshing the cooldown of the Rage of the Living directly drained the energy of the Hourglass of Time. For one refresh, Li Du needed to pay tens of thousands of divine power values, but Li Du didn't care. The fact that the Hourglass of Time could refresh the cooldown of the Rage of the Living was an extremely important discovery for him. After recharging the hourglass again, Li Du looked towards the stone giant not far away, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Well, now I have time to take my time with you. An hour was enough for him to grind the stone giant to death. Li Du's tactics were very simple. Use the Inferno and the General to stall the stone giant and try to dodge its attacks. If they couldn't avoid it, Li Du summoned it again after it died. Taking advantage of the stone giant's lack of time, Li Du kept attacking from the sidelines. Once the attack was complete, they immediately retreated to a safe place, and then refreshed their skills through the Hourglass of Time for another round of attack. During this time, the stone giants also launched a number of attacks. It was able to create extremely huge rocks and throw them at Li Du. It could even stop and launch countless boulders in all directions with itself as the center. However, Li Du also owns the hillside. Small skills, Li Du directly used the hillside to block. As for the big skills, due to the extremely long casting forward swing, the probability of not reaching Li Du, the damage inflicted is not great. As a result, the stone giant had been led by Li Du. That's the downside of stone giants, they're bulky. It was so heavy and powerful that it was extraordinarily slow to move. Just need to pay attention to dodging skills while attacking to be able to break through its defense. The stone giant wasn't really scary. Even Li Du felt that it was better than the Black Widow Spider King to fight. If the outside world knew that Li Du had evaluated the stone giants in this way, there would definitely be an outcry. Unlike Li Du, the stone giant was a nightmare for quite a few professionals. Even for level 30 plus professionals, there were even quite a few that had a hard time breaking through the stone giants. The stone giant's defense was so high that it had a hidden mechanic 10,000 block. This meant that every section of damage that landed on the stone giant would be blocked off by 10,000. It was this mechanism that made it extremely difficult for countless people to deal damage to the stone giant. So much so that the stone giant was known as the hardest boss to fight below the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Li Du didn't feel it obviously because he had turned on the Rage of the Living Spirit and the damage was too high. Little by little, the time passed, and soon the hour was up, and the stone giant's blood level was eventually ground up by Li Du. Rumble. Several boulders fell and the stone giant finally died. The stone giant is dead. You have successfully passed the 6th floor and are on your way to the next floor. Chapter 88 First in the Trials. Bountiful Rewards. Upon hearing this tip, Li Du's entire body became much more relaxed. He hadn't experienced such a tough battle in a long time, and for the past hour, Li Du was tense. So much so that the moment the battle ended, he was even a bit paralyzed. But, finally, it passed. I won't be able to get through the 7th floor. I don't have much divine energy left, and I won't be able to afford to brush my copy if I forcefully recharge the hourglass. Li Du planned to take a look at the boss on the 7th floor and then just leave. Soon, Li Du reached the 7th floor. However, he was surprised. What appeared in front of him was not the boss of the 7th floor, but a few familiar faces. A middle-aged man in a suit several years old, with a smile on his face and hair that had gone a little gray. A middle-aged woman in shabby cloth with a kind face. There was also a girl in an old-fashioned but very clean floral dress. He was so familiar with it that when he saw the three of them, his heart unexpectedly went blank as if something was blocking his brain. Dad. Mom. Shu Weisheng. Li Du muttered. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the brain. Immediately afterward, everything disappeared and the scene in front of him became increasingly blurry. A message appeared in Li Du's mind. Pass failed. Your clearance score is 7th floor. Your clearance expectation is level 5. And your final score is level 7, exceeding the clearance expectation by 2 floors. Congratulations, you've earned an A rank reward. The reward has been stored in your space ring. When his vision cleared again, he had already been teleported beyond the Tower of Heaven. However, what he had just seen reverberated in Li Du's mind and could not be dispersed. What's going on here? He was surprised to see his parents and Shu Weisheng in the Tower of Heaven. It's out. Li Du has finally come out. At that moment, a sound came out. It was the students of the same class. After they saw Li Du, they all flocked up. Ha ha ha, I saw it. The 7th floor. Li Du actually climbed to the 7th floor. Crap, it's really too awesome. The entire freshmen in the school, just Li Du alone managed to climb to the 7th floor. Li Du also finally came back to his senses. Zhou Guangyi walked over, patted Li Du's shoulder with great relief, and laughed. Well done, student Li Du. Li Du took his question off the plate. Teacher, what's on the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven? Hearing this, Zhou Guangyi said, did you just enter the 7th floor and saw some passing scenes before realizing that you failed to pass the level? Li Du nodded. The 7th layer is a very special layer. There is no boss in this layer. As long as your spiritual power reaches 1500, you can automatically pass the level. Otherwise, you will somehow fail to pass the level. Just like you. Hearing this, Li Du finally understood. In that case, it seemed that even if he used the wrath of the living spirit again, he wouldn't be able to pass through the 7th floor. The trip to the Tower of Heaven could come to a temporary end before he raised his spirit to 1500. At this time, Zhou Guangyi added, in fact, all the floors in the Tong Tian Tower with a single digit of 7 are special floors. These floors, all of them require you to have a certain attribute up to standard in order to pass. Li Du gave his thanks. Thank you, teacher, for explaining. Zhou Guangyi nodded and said nothing. Meanwhile, the freshman trials officially ended. The rankings of the trial also appeared in the sky, and everyone could see it as soon as they looked up. First place, Li Du. Final score, 7th floor. Second place, Qian Beiliang, layer, 6th. Third place, Liao Chen, layer, 6th layer. Fourth place, Zhong Xiaolomun, number of floors, 6th floor. The rankings didn't change much. Aside from Li Du, everyone else had only climbed up to the 6th floor at the highest. At that moment, a voice appeared. The freshman trial has ended, and all freshmen who have reached the 3rd floor can count 1 trial evaluation times. Freshmen who have reached the 5th level can count the number of trial evaluations twice. Freshmen who are ranked in the top 10 in the school count 3 times on the tryout evaluation. After this voice fell, countless people cheered. The number of times a trial is judged to be the key to getting into the academy. In Yanguan University, every trial was not simple, so the number of times of honoring was extremely precious. People are excited to get the number of times they can be judged. The sound doesn't end there, though. There's an extra reward for the freshmen who are able to climb up to the 5th floor of the trial tower during this trial. At this point, many more people cheered. Of all the freshmen in the school, about nearly 100 had climbed to the 5th floor. They are looking forward to the extra rewards. Freshmen who climb to the 5th floor are rewarded with extra points, 5,000. Extra props, excellent grade skill scrolls. Freshmen who climb to the 6th floor are rewarded with additional points, 10,000. Additional props, refined grade skill scrolls. The freshman who wins the first place in the trial is rewarded with additional points, 20,000. Additional props, epic skill scrolls. When the rewards fell, people were shocked. Even Li Du was extremely surprised. I didn't expect the school's reward to be so generous. Directly taking out skill scrolls. It was important to know that the price of a skill scroll above level 20 could even exceed 1 million divine power values. Converted into points, it was worth more than 100,000 points. The students flocked over to congratulate Li Du. Crap, brother Bull. Epic skill scrolls. Ha ha ha, Li Du, you're so strong. You've even climbed to the 7th floor. There's a world outside of people. Not bad for a man who can solo a hellish copy. In response to the people's admiration, Li Du just gave a smile and didn't say anything more. Soon, the reward points hit Li Du's card. And then, Zhou Guangyi came over with a skill scroll. Li Du, this is your reward. After receiving it, Li Du said, thank you, teacher. There's no need to be polite. You deserve it. After saying that, he gathered the hole full of students and filled them with chicken soup for more than 10 minutes. During this time, he kept praising Li Du, letting people all aim for him and so on, until many people were impatient. And only then did he stop with impatience. Starting today, you are officially in college life. Most of the next class sessions will be general education classes, and you may or may not come. Your future goal should be to enter an academy. There are a total of 37 academies in the school, but there are less than 10 truly outstanding academies. Be sure to consider carefully which academy you want to enter. Your real college studies will only begin once you enter the academy. After that, it was dismissed. Many people came to invite Li Du to team up and brush copies together. There was even someone who wanted to offer points for Li Du to take him to brush his copy. However, at the moment, Li Du was not in the mood for this, and after politely declining, he left. Li Du. A familiar voice came from Li Du. Li Du turned his head back. and it was none other than Zhong Shangyue. Seeing him, Li Du smiled and greeted him as well. Hey, I can't believe that you're so strong. This big-hearted girl patted Li Du's shoulder as soon as she came up, looking even happier than Li Du. How does it feel to get first in the school? Very nice. When Li Du took first place, Zhong Shangyue was simply happier than Li Du. The two of them walked and chatted at the same time. During that time, Zhong Shangyue also kept telling Li Du about the various aspects of the Tongtian Tower. It wasn't until Li Du was almost home that Zhong Shangyue asked, Li Du, what are you going to do next? Brush up on your copies and take on trial quests. Brush up on the number of trial evaluations as soon as possible, and then go take the academy exam. It's something that's already been decided. So which academy are you going to? Is it Cloud Ridge Academy? When she said this, Zhong Shanyue's gaze took on a few points of anticipation. Li Du laughed. What? You want me to go to Cloud Ridge Academy very much? Then what else? Zhong Shanyue grinned, revealing two shallow dimples. I'm going to Cloud Ridge Academy as well. And you're going to Cloud Ridge Academy as well. So that way we can have a companion. Moreover, Sister Snow is also from Cloud Ridge Academy. So a big beauty. Don't you want to chase her? I'll tell you quietly. Sister Snow is still single and has never been in love. Hearing this, Li Du was somewhat helpless. Xiai Xue is indeed very beautiful, but Li Du really does not have too many feelings for her. Just sort of have a good feeling. Speaking of pretty, both Xue Sheng and Fuming were actually beauties. Even Zhong Shanyue wasn't bad, but Li Du did not think too much about feelings at the moment. He had already suffered too much, and until he was strong enough, Li Du did not even want to think about too much else. And speaking of feelings, Li Du suddenly remembered Fuming. That girl, when she learned that she still insisted on choosing other colleges, her gaze, Li Du saw, lost, aggravated, even holding in tears. At that time, Li Du admitted that there was actually some pain in his heart. Chapter 89 Elven Wings, Heavenly Fury Fireballs. Li Du and Zhong Shanyue traveled all the way until Li Du went home. During this period, Li Du didn't dangle her appetite and made it clear that he wanted to go to Cloud Ridge College, as the best college in Yanguan University. Even if Zhong Shanyue did not recommend it, Li Du was going to go there. After returning home, Li Du couldn't wait to take out the rewards he had earned from the trip. There are two in total. One was an A-rank reward from the Tower of Heaven, and the other was an epic skill scroll rewarded by the school. If I can climb to a higher level, this reward might be upgraded to an S-rank reward. Li Du had heard that the rewards of the Tower of Heaven were categorized into 4 grades: B grade, A grade, S grade, and Heavenly grade. One of them is the B-ranked bonus as long as you meet the pass expectation. A-rated rewards need to exceed the pass expectation of tiers 1 to 4. S-rank rewards need to exceed clearance expectations by 5 to 9 levels. Pass level rewards need to exceed the pass expectation by 10 levels or more. Li Du immediately opened the reward. Open A-level rewards. Congratulations! Get special props, elf wings, elven wings, wings jointly crafted by the elders of the elven race, allowing one to have the ability to fly. Sources: Tower of Heaven A-ranking rewards, 30 levels or less. Forest of Elves, Kingdom of Elves, copy of the prehistoric King of Elves. Attributes: no attributes. Durability: 100, this item will be permanently damaged once its durability reaches 0. Only water from the Elven Spirit Spring can be used to restore its durability. Flight speed, up to 11, 5 plus 6, m/s, for every 100 points of agility. You can increase your speed by 1 meter per second. Note, for every 10 hours of use of the Elven Wing, it will lose 1 point of durability. If the flight speed is increased, it will exacerbate the prop loss. When he saw this prop, Li Du was very surprised. Surprisingly, it's an extremely rare flying prop. Flying props, as the name suggests, are props that allow one to fly. Professionals could only learn the flying skill and step into the air when they reached level 40. Before that, the only way to fly was with the help of props. However, such props are extremely rare and are basically priced out of the market. Even if they could be bought, most of them were jetpacks and the like, which were not only extremely heavy, but also extremely cumbersome to recharge and consumed a huge amount of energy, like the Elf Wings prop, which surprisingly didn't have any energy consumption. The value of this alone was comparable to even the most expensive epic level sets. Despite the durability of this Dao and the fact that it was troublesome to repair, it had been extremely rare for Li Du. No wonder everyone wants to go and break into the Tower of Heaven. This reward is indeed amazing. Li Du immediately equipped the Elven Wings. Soon, a pair of crystalline wings appeared behind Li Du, giving Li Du a little more ethereality. He maneuvered with his mind and flapped his wings. In the next second, a gust of wind appeared from the bottom of his feet, and Li Du slowly floated up into the air. He tried to fly again and found no difficulty. At first, he was still a bit uncomfortable, But after flying for a few minutes, Li Du gradually got the hang of it. He could even make various movements in the air, and aerial combat was not impossible. This will make my fighting style even more versatile, and encountering enemies that can fly will no longer be a problem. After coming down, Li Du put away his elven wings. This thing was too conspicuous after all, and Li Du didn't want to wear it all the time so that he wouldn't be gawked at everywhere. In addition to the elven wings, there is another reward. Epic skill scroll after use. Randomly awaken an epic mage class skill. Skill level 20. Use. As Li Du used it, the skill scroll immediately turned into a ray of light. And then, a message appeared in Li Du's mind. Scroll used successfully. Congratulations. Awaken skill Heaven's Fury Fireball. Celestial Fury Fireball summons a huge fireball that falls from the sky, dealing unparalleled damage. Base consumption 500 mana. Cooldown 30 minutes. Fireball diameter. Base diameter is 3 meters. Consume an additional 1,000 mana to strengthen the fireball and expand its diameter to 5 meters. If you consume 5,000 mana, you can increase the diameter to 10 meters. Fireball range. Base range is 30 meters in a circle. This range will expand as the fireball diameter is raised. Seeing this skill, Li Du was pleasantly surprised. Another powerful skill. Heaven's Wrath Fireball. This skill is not only extremely explosive damage, but also extremely horrible group damage effect. It does a total of 3 types of damage. The first is the downward damage of a falling fireball. This will cause all targets in range to take 1 damage first, and there is a high probability that it will stun the enemy. The moment it descends, the fireball explodes. An extremely powerful explosion damage is dealt to enemies within range. This damage is highest at the center point and lowest at the edges, and the damage in the center, with Li Du's current attributes, was able to reach more than 20,000. Even marginal damage is several thousand. After the explosion, all enemies within range catch fire and take constant flame damage. In this way, the amount of damage dealt by the Heavenly Fury Fireball was even several times that of the 10,000 swords. After all, there were only 10,000 swords in total in 10,000 swords, and the damage of each sword wasn't very high, and sometimes the enemy's defense was so high that they couldn't even break it. Toward the stone giants is an example, but that's not the case with the Heavenly Fury Fireball. Not only does it have extremely scary burst damage, it also has extremely decent sustained damage. If it's coupled with the Rage of the Living Spirit, even a stone giant won't be able to carry 2 of my Heavenly Rage Fireballs, right? This skill is, indeed, powerful. It was also worthy of being a skill that could only be learned at level 20. When Li Du leveled up more and more, the skills he used to learn at lower levels would be able to play a smaller and smaller role, or even play no role at all. At this time, Li Du could only continue to learn higher level skills. As for the previously learned skills, you can go directly to the trading house. Through the washing scroll, the previous skills washed out. Remade skill scrolls. Li Du was also able to sell them to earn some money. However, this was not something that Li Du needed to consider at the moment. His 10,000 swords returning to the palace still had a powerful effect at the current stage, and even if he had to wash his skills, Li Du felt that this might be something he would not need to consider until after he reached level 40. There is actually another way to make low-level skills work besides washing them. That would be skill upgrades. However, regarding the knowledge of skill upgrades, Li Du had no idea at all. He just knew the concept. The exact method is said to be available only in the National Guild. Thinking of this, Li Du smiled helplessly. In any case, there was a need to find a way to enter the National Guild in the future. Otherwise, there were a lot of things that Li Du wouldn't be able to access. The thought of this goal filled Li Du's entire body with motivation. Unlike before, for Li Du, entering the National Guild was not a dream. Instead, it's a path that can be seen. Chapter 90, The Certificate of the Strong. On the second day, Li Du did not go to class, but came to the replica hall. Before participating in the freshman trial, Li Du was already in a state where he was about to upgrade. After arriving at the Great Hall, Li Du continued to go and brush his copies. After brushing a few times, the level finally increased again. After level 20, each upgrade is a nice boost. In addition to the basic attribute points that Li Du had received, all 4-dimensional attributes had been increased by an additional 100. And on top of that, the life and mana values had also been increased by a large amount. Compared to level 21, this boost is about 20%. Level 22. At this point, there is no longer much gain for me to enter these 2 original copies. It's time to consider higher level copies. At this point, excluding the 3 copies of Buried Boneland, Chaotic Forest, and Lone Wolf, Li Du had as many as 10 copies that met the entry requirements. Most of them are level 22 to 25 copies. However, after looking at it for a while, Li Du didn't really want to level up in these copies. This was because the wild monsters in these copies didn't look like there were enough of them. If there were too few wild monsters, Li Du might as well go back and brush the chaotic forest copy. How about going for a large copy? Li Du remembered that there was a large replica that he was able to enter at his level. However, all large replicas needed to reach a certain number of people to enter, which clearly did not fit Li Du's idea. He wanted to single brush. Li Du took out his communicator and sent a message to Zhong Shangyue. How do you solo a large copy? A few seconds later, Zhong Shangyue messaged back. You want to solo a large copy? Right. You're so brave. You have to know that there is no difficulty option for large copies, and some large copies are comparable to the difficulty of the hell level. The number of monsters inside is extremely high, the intensity is extremely high, and the process of clearing it is extremely long. If you brush it alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass it even if you brush it for several days. Sending a message. Zhong Shanyu at first spat, but quickly answered again. Although large replicas all require a sufficient number of people to enter, they are also able to be soloed just by getting a prop. What props? Certificate of Strength. Zhong Shanyu then continued to send messages to explain. This is a proof of a strong person. With this prop, you are not only able to solo large replicas, but you are even able to force your way into replicas by ignoring level restrictions. However, the proof of strongman is also divided into levels, and different levels have different degrees of being able to ignore restrictions. The highest grade of the Certificate of the Strong, on the other hand, has no restrictions at all. Seeing this, Li Du was very moved. Immediately, he sent a message to ask her how to obtain the Certificate of the Strong. Soon, Zhong Shanyue's message was sent over. I don't know the exact way. Go ask old man Zhou. He's seen a lot. He must know. Seeing this, Li Du immediately left the replica hall and headed to Zhou Ning's office. A few minutes later, you want the Certificate of Power? When Zhou Ning heard Li Du's words, he was a bit surprised, and suddenly he thought of his strength and understood. Is it because low-level copies don't satisfy you anymore? Li Du nodded. Sort of. Zhou Ning said, the Certificate of Strength isn't easy to obtain. It's a proof of a professional status as a strong person. Once obtained, it is bound to the professional and cannot be stripped, discarded, or traded. Theoretically, only national guilds where the top echelons of the country are qualified to issue a strongman's certificate. Hearing this, Li Du had a bad feeling. But Zhou Ning's words changed. However, our school has been authorized by the National Guild to be able to issue 20 certificates of the strong every year. And this year there just happens to be the last one left. I have a task. If you are able to complete it, I will issue this strongman's certificate to you. Hearing this, Li Du was overjoyed. Immediately, he asked about the content of the mission. Zhou Ning spoke slowly. About 120 kilometers away from the school, in the wilderness, there's a copy called the Bloody Prison. I need you to defeat the master of the Bloody Prison and get the Blood Red Heart, and I'll give you the Certificate of Power. Li Du was a bit surprised, not realizing that this mission would require going out of the city. However, he didn't feel any pressure. Although it was a wild copy, Li Du was confident that his strength was enough to complete it. Seeing this, Zhou Ning laughed. Doesn't it seem like the task is simple? Seeing Li Du's relaxed expression despite not answering, Zhou Ning continued to speak. You don't want to underestimate this copy. The Bloody Prison, as a field copy, has no level restriction though, but there are quite a few teams that die there every year. Even, last year, the school next door formed a team of all level 30s, full of fine sets, and wanted to go through the Bloody Prison, and the end result was a total wipeout. Although your strength is not bad, if you are careless and rash, you will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Li Du's expression only became slightly more serious. Zhou Ning continued, before you leave the city, if you are in a position to do so, you can buy some temporary return scrolls, so that you can immediately return to the school once you encounter danger. Li Du said, no need, Elder Zhou. I have a city return scroll. That's good. Zhou Ning then took out a document and gave it to Li Du, saying, this is a proof document for leaving the city, and it can only be used once. You can leave the city with this document. Receiving the document, Li Du said, thank you, Elder Zhou. Afterwards, Li Du left. At that moment, a voice from the side rang out. This little guy, he must think that the Bloody Prison is some ordinary copy, so I guess he didn't take your words seriously. The one who spoke was none other than Xin Yuan, who was also in Zhou Ning's office. The two old friends, they usually got together when there was something going on. Zhou Ning laughed. This child is very strong. Many copies are able to pass easily. If he doesn't suffer some setbacks, it's inevitable that he will be proud and arrogant. So, you think he'll fail this time? Zhou Ning shook his head. On the contrary, I feel that he will definitely succeed in the end. he still had confidence in Li Du. Instead, Qin Yenguan was not that confident. I'm afraid it's hard. This copy of the Bloody Prison is not an ordinary copy. There are no ordinary wild monsters in it at all. And the difficulty is one notch higher than a hell-level copy. With his strength, it's still too difficult. Zhou Ning suddenly changed the topic. By the way, I seem to remember you trying to solo this copy before. Hearing this, Qin Yenguan was immediately a bit embarrassed and coughed twice. It was when he was level 30, and as a legendary rank profession, it was the time to be spirited and proud, and not put anything in his eyes. Zhou Ning snickered. I remember that your copy went in the morning, and the person came out at noon. When you came out, you were still beaten half to death and in a sorry state. Qin Yenguan coughed. A good man does not mention the courage of the year. The past is the past. The present is the present. All the past. Zhou Ning completely ignored it and continued. If we hadn't been out there to pick up the slack, you might not have made it back. Even so, you were still in bed for most of a month at that point. Chapter 91 The Holy Warriors Guild. After leaving, Li Du first took out the city return scroll. This scroll was the reward he had obtained when he cleared the Carmen Orc Kingdom. Li Du had set his main city to Yenguan University, so that as long as Li Du used the scroll, he would be able to instantly teleport to Yenguan University. Moreover, this scroll had an effective range of 500 kilometers and 100 uses. The location of the mission, just 120 kilometers from Yenguan University, put you in a space ring to eat dust for a while, and now it finally comes in handy. Li Du used the scroll and immediately set up the main city. Right at that moment, Li Du also received a prompt that the mission was in effect. Ongoing mission, Blood Red Heart. Quest, enter the replica Bloody Prison and obtain the Blood Red Heart. Time frame of the mandate, 7 days. Posted by Zhou Ning. There were 7 days in total, which was still a relatively ample amount of time. Counting the time spent on rushing, Li Du had about 5 days to spend on attacking the copies. Li Du did not know when he would be able to complete his mission, so he first told Shui Sheng that he was going to be away for a period of time, and only then did he prepare all kinds of supplies and go out of the school. Through the school's teleportation array, Li Du directly teleported to the city gates and issued a certificate of exit. Yenguan University. You're a freshman? A guard looked at Li Du with great surprise. Freshmen, who were able to get a certificate of going out of the city, were almost always representatives of great strength, and it's still from Yenguan University. The younger generation is formidable. Li Du nodded. The guard then took a magic seal and stamped the document. Okay, you can leave town now. This file can only be used once, and when you come back again, it won't work. After saying that, he opened the portal. After entering the portal, Li Du had arrived outside the city. Xinshan City was surrounded by a tall wall, and people in the city were only able to travel to and from the outside of the city through teleportation gates, and no gates were set up. When Li Du went back, he only needed to stand on the teleportation gate and could teleport directly into the city. There was still nothing special outside the city, and this wasn't the first time Li Du had left the city. He came to the signpost, confirmed the direction where the copy of the Bloody Prison was located, and went straight ahead at full speed. At level 22, Li Du's agility reached over 700. Under this value, Li Du's speed was extremely fast. After he ran, the surrounding scenery and even shadows were left far behind by Li Du. However, Li Du was not running at full speed, otherwise he could only last for half an hour at the most, and his stamina was bound to be overdrawn. Along the way, he was running and stopping, and if he was tired of rushing, he would stop and rest. At this speed, counting the time spent resting, it would take Li Du about 3 to 4 hours to reach the location of the copy. In the road, Li Du also encountered quite a few wild monsters. However, the level of these wild monsters was not that high. They did not provoke Li Du, and Li Du was also too lazy to kill them. By the time Li Du finally arrived at the location of the copy, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun formed a red ribbon in the sky, and the flaming half of the clouds were very beautiful. Li Du arrived at a ruin that was like an ancient relic, full of decay. The portal of the Bloody Prison was at the center of the ruins. It's already late. Let's rest first and raid the copy in the morning. After rushing for a day, Li Du was physically and mentally exhausted. Entering the copy at this moment was a kind of torture for Li Du. Li Du looked around and saw a smaller jungle. He then entered it and made a fire to pitch his tent. After casually eating some compressed dry food at night, Li Du slept over. Early the next morning, Li Du was awakened by a cacophony of noise. He was surprised when he got up, washed up, casually ate breakfast, and stowed everything in his space ring before emerging from the jungle. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people coming from the neighborhood, and it looked like there were 20 to 30 of them. They gathered near the Bloody Prison copy portal, chattering and not knowing what they were talking about. but there seemed to be only 5 or 6 people making preparations, and the rest were milling around. Li Du walked forward with doubts. When someone saw Li Du, they immediately spoke. "Brother, are you also here to see the Holy Warrior Guild break the record? What's going on?" Seeing Li Du's doubt, the man was speechless. "No way, bro. The Holy Warrior Guild is going to break the blood prison record today, and you don't even know about this?" That's when the others looked over. Li Du was a bit dissatisfied and spoke at once. "Does this have anything to do with me?" Someone shouted at once. "Crap, that's so awesome. Brother, do you know how strong the Holy Warrior Guild is? I'm looking at people who are practically alone." "Forget it, let's ignore him." Li Du had never heard of any Holy Warrior Guild. He ignored the noisy crowd and walked directly towards the copy portal. Just then, someone suddenly stepped in front of him. "This copy is wrapped up by our Holy Warrior Guild today. The rest of you, no one is allowed to enter." Hearing this, Li Du's expression immediately sank. On what grounds? The one who spoke was a professional wearing a full set of epic level equipment. He lifted his chin with an arrogant expression. "Just because we're the Holy Warrior Guild." At that moment, another person came over. "What's the situation? There's a guy here who doesn't know what he's doing and wants to get into the copy." "Che, I thought it was something, but it turns out to be stupid. Our Holy Warrior Guild is breaking records, so idle people are exempted. So tell him to get lost." The attitude of these few people instantly angered Li Du. Li Du no longer paid any attention to them and intended to force his way into the copy. At that moment, more people came forward and blocked in front of Li Du. "Are you looking for death? I've been told you're not allowed in here. Are you deaf? Really think we won't take a shot at you?" Several people from the Holy Warrior Guild slowly approached. They were clearly the main force attacking the copy. The equipment worn by several people was also extremely luxurious. A full set of epic level equipment. One of them, a young man with a flat expression who seemed like nothing had anything to do with him, stood behind a few people. There were even 2 pieces of equipment on his body that were flashing with orange light, a sign of legendary grade equipment. Li Du tightly gripped the staff in his hand as his gaze gradually turned cold. "I said, I'm going in for a copy." Subsequently, a few rays of light gradually coalesced on the staff, and Li Du was ready to use the wrath of the living spirit at any time. "Humph, the guy who doesn't know what's good for him. It looks like we have to teach him a lesson, otherwise others will think that our Holy Warrior Guild's words don't work." Several people from the Holy Warrior Guild immediately gathered powerful energy and were about to attack. And all around, it became lively. People looked over, amazed. They hadn't expected that someone would dare to go against the Holy Warrior Guild. You have to know that this is a famous guild in Central Plains Province. There was no need to mention the strength of the entire guild. The fact that they were able to prepare a set of epic level sets for all of their core staff was enough to prove the strength of this guild. However, no one thought that Li Du could fight against the Holy Warrior Guild. Many people even showed contempt. Thinks Li Du is a brainless fool. Chapter 92, I want to enter the copy. No one can stop me. At this time, the youth standing behind a few people spoke, his tone indifferent to the extreme. "Hurry up and do it without delay." Hearing this voice, the remaining few people immediately made their move. Right away, a powerful skill light then rushed towards Li Du as countless energies erupted. Seeing this, Li Du no longer stayed his hand. Rage of the living. Hilly, 10 times the wrath of the living spirit was turned on. And again, it was stalwart. The powerful barrier allowed Li Du to withstand an attack. The countless energies that landed on Li Du had only a little bit left, causing very little damage to Li Du. A few people from the Holy Warrior Guild were filled with incredulity when they saw this. All of them made a move and Li Du was unharmed? How is this possible? Heavenly Fury Fireball. Li Du didn't have the time to accompany them in their jousting here. Without hesitation, he directly cast his most powerful skill. At that moment, a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters long fell directly from the sky, just like a meteorite falling to the ground. This fireball immediately shocked everyone present. The originally calm youth also revealed an unbelievable gaze at this moment. Quickly block this fireball. Everyone, cast a defense barrier. Don't hold back. The youth in the lead, including the several people who had originally surrounded Li Du, all turned their hands to fend off the fireball at this moment. Taking advantage of this time, Li Du occasion stepped into the copy portal and entered the bloody prison copy. At the same time, the fireball disappeared all of a sudden due to less continuous spell casting by Li Du. However, the terrifying heat did not dissipate, and some people were even hallucinating, feeling that the fireball had erupted and they were being burned to death. He's in the copy. Grass, I can't believe we got screwed over by a guy. Damn it, if I see him again, I'm going to dismantle him. The Holy Warrior Guild was outraged. Wang Jin was also grimacing. He was the captain of the team that was planning to break the record of the bloody prison replica this time, and he was also the vice president of the Holy Warrior Guild. Since the guild was powerful and their professions were also very powerful, they had never put anyone else in their eyes. However, Li Du's behavior was equivalent to giving them a hard slap in the face. A few moments of killing intent flashed through his heart. Wang Jin instructed a few people. You guys, if that person comes out of the copy later, do it directly and kill him. If you can't kill him, take the demon binding rope and keep him under control until we come out. These are the people who are here to pick up the slack, not to play copies. Hearing Wang Jin's command, they immediately nodded their heads. Demon binding rope. A very powerful prop that could bind elite monsters below level 25, and was even more effective when used on a professional. However, this prop was a disposable prop, but in order to get back what he had just done, Wang Jin didn't care about that anymore. Only after he finished his orders did he coldly face and lead his team into the copy. The people watching the battle from the sidelines shook their heads when they heard these words. That man is dead. He deserved it. Who told him to mess with the Holy Warrior Guild? It's just stupid, dim, decaying, bloody, silent. These were the words that popped up in Li Du's mind, and they were also the best description of the environment here. Bloody prison. The place was extremely dilapidated, and when Li Du entered the copy, he saw a dilapidated iron door. Pushing open the iron door, he entered the prison. At first there were no wild monsters in sight, and a long corridor as far as the eye could see. After walking through the corridor, you see a room. The rooms, all of which had iron doors shut, appeared to be rooms where prisoners were held. There are a large number of rooms, dozens of them. When you go to the end, there's no more road. Looks like the rooms need to be opened. I guess behind the rooms are the wild monsters. I just don't know which room the wild monster that can pop out the blood red heart is in. Since he didn't know, Li Du was going to use the dumbest way possible. He returned the way he came and walked to the first room, intending to open the rooms one by one and kill all the wild monsters inside. Squeak! There was a sharp sound from the iron door, and Li Du pushed open the door to the room. And then, immediately, the monster inside was seen. This monster is very special. It looks like a human and a ghost. A human body, a ghost's face. The body was dripping with blood everywhere, and a face that was hideous. The eyes were spitting out. The lips seemed to have been cut right off. The teeth were exposed, and it was still bleeding continuously. When he first saw it, Li Du was startled. This look is so creepy. It wore shackles and squatted on the ground, licking the wound on its arm and inhaling the blood into its mouth. It was oblivious to Li Du's act of opening the door to the room. Li Du immediately used the abyssal pupil. Criminal offenders, murderers, type, boss, level, 28, life value, 178, 000, power, 8200, characteristics, bleeding, body constantly bleeds. The more it bleeds, the more powerful the attribute boost. Masochism, the lower the life value, the higher the attack power. Bloodthirsty, will drink its own shed blood to regain its life value. Shackles, can't be killed with shackles on, but can't leave the room either. And once the shackles are broken, it will fall into a frenzy, and the speed of the attack is increased by 100%. Skills, murderous rapier, berserk masochism, bloodstorm, perfect murder. When he saw the attributes of this monster, Li Du was surprised beyond measure. Li Du did not expect that a room that was open casually would directly appear as a boss-level monster. If every room is a boss, how many bosses are there in this copy in that case? Moreover, the monster in front of him had such powerful attributes that even Li Du could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lifesteal and strength aside, this monster's characteristics were extremely special. Constantly bleeding could raise its attributes, and the lower the life value, the higher the attack power would still be. It could even regain blood by drinking it. Most importantly, if Li Du wanted to kill this monster, he had to destroy its shackles first. However, once destroyed, the monster is strengthened again. This was the monster with the most enhanced characteristics that Li Du had ever seen. If I let this monster eat all the enhancements, I might not last long once he hits me. Thinking of this, Li Du didn't hesitate and directly raised the enhancement of the Rage of the Living Spirit to 100 times. Li Du then walked into the room. It was only at this time that the monster gradually reacted. It raised its head and looked at Li Du. Its blood-filled eyeballs seemed to emit a bizarre light, and then, surprisingly, spoke. I killed a total of 142 people, of which 28 were lynched, 29 were decapitated at the waist, 12 were chopped into mincemeat, and 34 were steamed alive by me. Speaking of this, he gave Li Du a weird smile. This smile was like an evil ghost that hooked souls in hell. No, it was even more terrifying than that. You, what death do you intend to choose? Chapter 93 Murderers and Arsonists. If an ordinary person heard such words, they would probably be scared half to death straight away. However, Li Du's expression was very calm. Killing people? It wasn't like he hadn't killed before. The general summons. Inferno summoning. Without hesitation, Li Du directly summoned the Cayman Orc General as well as the Inferno. They were then directed to attack the murderers. At this point, the murderer also moved. He took out the 2 killing knives at his waist, and then he swung them with great speed. In the process of swinging the knife, blood continued to splash down. Clanging, the fast blade landed on the Cayman Orc General, immediately scraping the armor. But the damage the Cayman Orc General suffered was not great. And then the Inferno and Cayman Orc Generals attacked and repelled the murderers. Li Du also immediately launched an attack. Abyssal Chop. The powerful force landed on the murderer, immediately creating a sharp wound on his body. However, instead of flinching, the murderer smiled a cruel smile. Oh, ha 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 ha, oh blood, oh pain, come more violently, he cried out, and then his whole body unexpectedly exploded. Countless spurts of blood. This scene surprised Li Du to no end. He immediately stepped back and used his abyssal pupil to check. Bloodstorm state. In this state, the murderer's entire attributes are greatly enhanced, but he loses 1% of his maximum life value every second. Once the life value is reduced to less than 10%, this state automatically disappears. At this moment, the murderer attacked again. His speed and attacks were significantly faster. The Cayman Orc General couldn't even catch him, and the Inferno was even more out of target. Hoo. Fast knives became the wind, and the murderer immediately appeared, and then countless fast knives landed on the Inferno, instantly causing a large amount of damage. Kill. Li Du immediately stepped forward and released his skills again. The Cayman Orc General attacked along with them. Soon, an attack once again landed on the murderer, forcing him back. However, at this time, Yen Demon was on the verge of death. Li Du had no choice but to retrieve the Inferno Demon. That's tough. Li Du's gaze was a bit grave. The murderer was very agile, and even though Li Du's skills were able to hit him, he would always back away at the first opportunity, preventing Li Du's skills from having their full effect. At this point, he pulled back and prowled around, looking for an opportunity to attack. This room wasn't very big, but Li Du always felt separated from the murderer by a great distance. Kill. The murderer screamed strangely and attacked again. Skill. Killing fast. It's targeting Lido. Humph. Li Du was undaunted, and casting Hillside, he directly fought hard against the murderer. Thunderclap. A large amount of lightning erupted at once and clashed with the murderous rapid blade. Crackle. The lightning landed on the murderer and immediately sent it flying. At the same time, countless thunderbolts split its body open. The damage after being strengthened tenfold made it almost impossible for the murderer to resist. By the time the thunderous blows were over, the murderer had bled all over the floor. When Li Du used his abyssal pupil to check, he found that the murderer's blood level had dropped below 10%, and the bloodstorm status had disappeared. However, at this moment, the blood level had stopped falling. It was the shackles that had prevented its injuries from continuing to deepen. Ho ho ho! The murderer let out a strange laugh, and then, a burst of aura erupted from his entire body, and the blood on the ground was actually directly sucked into its mouth. And then, the severely injured body unexpectedly got better quickly. Seeing this, Li Du immediately commanded the Cayman Orc General to attack, trying to interrupt its spell casting. Ho 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 ho! The Cayman Orc General let out a roar before jumping into the air and slashing down heavily. Boom! After a loud bang, the murderer was directly sent flying, and his originally recovered injuries directly stopped. Cut the shackles. Under Li Du's command, the Cayman Orc General chopped down with a sword, instantly cutting off its shackles. At the same time, Li Du once again unleashed thunderous heavy strike. Countless thunderbolts erupted, directly ending the murderer. You kill the leader, murderer. Detecting that this ringleader's value is far greater than yours, you have successfully absorbed the lifespan, 8,000 days. You gain experience value, 80,000. You've obtained a fine-grade equipment, murderer's knife. You get a prop, bright red blood. After killing the murderer, Li Du obtained 2 things. There was no need to look at the fine-grade props, but the bright red blood caught Li Du's attention. Bright red blood, the purest blood that can be used to make berserk blood crystals. Surprisingly, it's this kind of material, berserk blood crystals, a kind of strengthening material. Allowing a forge master to use this material to strengthen equipment could provide the equipment with additional attack power, attack speed, and the chance of a berserk attack, and the boost wasn't low. Since its main drug, bright red blood, was extremely difficult to find, the value of the berserk blood crystal was also extremely high. A berserk blood crystal could be sold for about 50,000 divine power values, which translated into points was 5,000 or so. The value of its main medicine was at least 3,000 points, a small profit. After collecting the loot, Li Du continued to open the next room. The monsters inside are still humanoid monsters that look a lot like murderers. Li Du immediately opened the abyssal pupil. Criminal offender arsonist. Type, boss. Level, 28. Life value, 186,000. Power, 8,800. Features, flame immunity, flame damage is ineffective unless level 40 is reached. Born fire, flame attacks are strengthened by 3 times. Fire swallower, absorbs flames, which strengthens all attributes. Shackles. Skills, fireball, wall of flame, skyfall, arson frenzy. Weakness, not afraid of water attacks, but afraid of elf water. Similar to murderers, but this one monster is an arsonist. Again, still bosses. It seems that these rooms are holding the ringleaders. This copy, aren't there any normal wild monsters? This made Li Du had to get serious. So many leaders. It looked like there were 40 or 50 of them. Killing them one by one. They didn't even know how long it would take to kill them. One leader after another. All criminals? Not bad for a bloody prison. The monsters are all so special. The arsonist in front of him was immune to flame attacks, and both Heaven's Fury Fireball and Inferno were useless, though the other skills still worked. Li Du didn't waste any time and directly launched an attack. The Cayman Orc General followed suit and attacked. At once, several people fought. The arsonist's attacks were all flames, and Li Du had to pay extra attention lest he get into trouble. However, the Cayman Orc General's armor had a certain amount of flame resistance, and with it in front of him, Li Du's pressure was much less. Li Du didn't skimp on skills at all. Abyssal Chopping Strike. Thunderous Heavy Strike. All of them were released. When it's on cooldown, just use Hourglass of Time. Although the arsonist's attributes are a bit stronger than the murderer's, there are not many characteristics, rather not as difficult to deal with as the murderer's. After one of Li Du's skills fell, it was clear that the arsonist had become a bit unsupportable. During this period, it constantly tried to counterattack. It even released countless flames to surround Li Du, but Li Du had a stalwart. The 90% damage immunity effect was too powerful, and the flame damage that fell on Li Du was only a pathetic tiny bit. What's more, Li Du still had tens of thousands of life points. At best, it's just some burned skin, nothing serious at all. Eventually, as the Cayman Orc General cut the shackles, Li Du took advantage of the situation and attacked, killing the arsonist outright. You have killed the leader, arsonist. This ringleader's attributes are detected to be too high, and you have successfully sucked up the lifespan, 8,000 days. You gain experience value, 80,000. You gain, Pure Spark. Skill Scroll, Continuous Fireball, green. Scepter of Arson, blue. The harvest was still good. Pure Sparks were still valuable materials that could be used to create strengthening props. In addition, there was surprisingly a skill scroll, and even though it was only excellent grade, it was still considered a windfall. After taking the loot, Li Du didn't stop and immediately opened the next room. And I wonder what kind of criminal is in this room. Chapter 94, Boss Siege. Heaven's Fury Fireball Clearing. The prisoner in the 3 rooms is a monstrous man covered in bandages, and its crime, spreading the plague, and it attacks with the very same plague. These plagues would inflict all sorts of negative effects on Li Du and were extremely difficult to deal with. Li Du didn't even have any countermeasures. If he was surrounded by the plague, Li Du was afraid that he would have to fold here. Fortunately, after Li Du saw how it attacked, he directly made an immediate decision and turned on the 100 times living spirit's wrath. And after that, the fight is resolved instantly. The plague didn't even spread before it disappeared forever. After the battle, Li Du obtained a cursed gemstone. Enhancing it on a weapon could apply curse-related effects to the weapon. After killing the 3rd room, Li Du continued to the next room. The criminal in the 4th room is a cult leader. It is able to use mental attacks so that a person cannot resist its commands, and many more extreme thoughts will automatically come into their mind. However, Li Du's spiritual attribute was high enough, so the impact was minimal. After a fight, Li Du had no trouble killing the leader. The loot is spirit-related materials, and a piece of equipment. The criminals in the 5th room are terrorist organizations. The 6th, a corrupt criminal. The 7th, a burglar. One by one, they hit all the ringleaders, no exceptions. Li Du was almost numb. Dozens of rooms means dozens of bosses. Even after turning on the 100-fold enhancement of the Wrath of the Living Spirit, Li Du still had to spend several minutes before he was able to resolve a boss. In this way, it might take 5 or 6 hours to clear this copy. The good thing is that as long as this copy doesn't open the room, the bosses inside won't be able to come out. This means that I can actually rest in the copy. In this way, even if the cooldown of the Rage of the Living Spirit was up, Li Du did not need to leave the copy, but just wait in the copy. After all, it would only take an hour to be able to use Rage of the Living again. I just wonder how long the record is for this copy. With that in mind, Li Du began to check the information of the copy and soon found the column of records. The most recent record was 10 years ago, set by a top team from Yuan Academy. This team had a total of 5 people, 3 legendary level main outputs and 2 epic level top assistants. Even so, it still took them nearly 10 hours to clear this copy. Li Du was about to take a break when he suddenly saw a line of information and was stunned. Once you enter this copy, you are not allowed to exit. If you forcibly exit, you will be deprived of everything you have gained in the copy, including experience and drops, and your own level will be lowered by 1 level. Seeing this, Li Du was shocked. This copy even has an exit penalty. This kind of copy is really too rare. Less to see Li Du only heard about it in the textbook. This exit penalty is so severe. Doesn't it mean that once you enter the copy, there is only one way to pass? It seems that even if we have to rest in the copy, we must pass it. Li Du braced himself and continued on to the next room. This was the 10th room he had traveled to. Along the way, Li Du realized that as the number of rooms got further back, the attributes of the bosses got stronger. Upon opening the 10th room, it was unexpectedly very clean and didn't smell like blood. Standing in front of Li Du was a kind-looking old man who was writing something on a blackboard. Li Du looked and found that it was actually a math problem. This made Li Du extremely surprised. Open the pupil of the abyss. Dr. Moriarty. Type, boss. Rank, 30. Life value, 285,714. Power, 11,235. Features, Dr. Crime, proficient in all criminal techniques. Mastery of all criminal skills. Head of criminals, leader of all criminals. Can summon all criminals. Skills, criminal maneuvering, randomly acquire a criminal skill and unleash it. Criminal summoning, summon all criminals. Scapegoating, you can't damage a criminal until you kill all of them. When Li Du saw the attributes of this head, he already didn't know what to say. 280,000 life points and over 10,000 strength. It was completely beyond his level to deal with. Moreover, it was surprising that he had mastered the skills of all the criminal offenders and was able to summon them. Wouldn't that be summoning the leaders of the first 9 rooms? When Li Du entered the room, Dr. Moriarty had already turned around with a wry smile, and then he beckoned. This room was actually transformed into a huge battlefield. A spell formation appeared around them, and then, the 9 criminal offenders who had already been killed by Li Du were actually directly summoned out. Dr. Moriarty casually pointed his hand and the 9 chiefs rushed towards Li Du. Kill. Faced with this situation, Li Du had no choice but to attack. At this moment, he also finally understood why the Holy Warrior Guild had even prepared a whole set of epic level equipment in order to conquer this copy, and their leader even had a few pieces of legendary level equipment. Moreover, I'm afraid that all of those people are already level 30. A full set of epic gear might not be enough if you end up facing all the bosses. Although he had turned on the 100-fold rage of the living spirit, Li Du still fought this battle very hard, because the bosses are so many and so strong. Luckily, Li Du had a stalwart, and even though he was surrounded, he didn't receive much damage, and with 100 times the wrath of the living, Li Du was able to beat a boss half to death with a single skill. After about 10 minutes, Li Du finally eliminated 2 of the bosses and took advantage of the gap to rush out of the encirclement. And at this moment, Dr. Moriarty had come near Li Du at some point. He simulated a skill and immediately attacked Li Du. Fortunately, Li Du's intuition was very sharp and he immediately dodged, but the skill still grazed Li Du, making Li Du feel bad. If this continues, I won't be able to completely end the battle until my raw anger is gone. Thinking of this, Li Du no longer stayed his hand. Heavenly Fury Fireball. In an instant, huge and incomparable fireballs appeared above the sky. Boom! Strengthened with 100 times the damage, the Heaven's Wrath Fireball erupted, and rolling flames instantly filled the entire battlefield. Boss after boss, under the fireballs, completely turned into ashes. The damage of the Heavenly Rage Fireball was very huge, but if it was to achieve the maximum effect, the amount of mana consumed was also extremely terrifying. Li Du's strike had directly consumed 5,000 mana values. The blue bar, which was still quite abundant, immediately became empty, but the end result also satisfied Li Du Polizzi. Under the fireball, no boss could survive anymore. The arsonist, who was originally immune to flame damage, had also been killed by Li Du early on. However, Dr. Moriarty is not dead. It fell into the flames, burned and extremely hideous, and also already dying. Li Du stepped up to fill in and finished it off for good. Chapter 95. One power breaks all laws. Congratulations, killing Dr. Moriarty. The target's attributes were detected to be too high, and you have successfully extracted a lifespan of 15,000 days. You gained 150,000 experience points. You acquire Heart of Sin. Skill scroll, criminal art, purple. Ideal whip, purple. The harvest was obviously much higher than the other bosses, and there were even purple skill scrolls. Li Du immediately checked the loot. Sinful heart, a heart filled with guilt and possessing magical powers that can be used to create certain props. Skill scroll, criminal art. After using it, you can learn the epic level skill, criminal art. Criminal arts, level 25 darkness profession skill. Ideal whip, a teacher's dream whip. When struck on the target will be forced to listen to you, lasts for 3 minutes, and become much more receptive to the ideas you instill in them. If the target is more than 5 levels above you, this effect will be greatly weakened. Above your 10th level, the whip will have no effect. With 3 items, Sinful Heart currently has no idea what it can do. Perhaps we will have to wait until we return to school and check the information to find out. Skill scroll. The skill was very good, but unfortunately it was a darkness skill that Li Du could not learn. The ideal whip, without a doubt, is an extremely powerful prop, perhaps good for indoctrinating certain thoughts. When used on wild monsters, it can also have an extremely powerful control effect. Who dash? Liddell breathed a sigh of relief. After killing Dr. Moriarty, he returned to the room. At this point, the effect of the rage of the living had already ended. Li Du rested in place after putting away the loot. Using Hourglass of Time to remove the cooldown of Spawn's wrath would cost too much, and Li Du did not want to use it. After an hour, the cooldown ended. Li Du got up and headed to the next room. Upon re-entering, the room changed in appearance. Inside sat, surprisingly, a middle-aged man in a suit. Very decent. Political criminals extreme left. Type, boss. Level, 28. Life value, 158,000. Power, 7,800. Characteristics, extreme aggressiveness, extremely aggressive. Attack power increased by 1.5 times. Progressivism, as one advances in battle, one's attributes will slowly improve. Skills, tower speech. Incitement of the masses. Plotting unrest. Weakness, high mental attribute. Can immunize his skills to a certain extent. When he saw the attributes and skills of this monster, Li Du was a bit surprised. From criminal to political? During the rest period, Li Du had counted. The entire bloody prison had a total of 40 rooms, which meant that Li Du needed to face 40 bosses. Perhaps every 10th boss corresponds to a type of criminal. The 11th room, equivalent to the first room for political criminals. The boss has relatively modest attributes. What's more, Li Du's spiritual attribute was high and quite restrained this boss. Soon after, Li Du cast 100 times the wrath of the living spirit and directly killed it. Enter the second room. Still political criminals. However, instead of the extreme left, this time it has become the extreme right. Its skills were similar to the previous boss, but the colonel was the opposite. But no matter what, it was still ineffective against professionals with high mental strength. With only slightly improved attributes, he was simply no match for Li Du. 2 minutes later, this boss was similarly killed by Li Du. And after that, a third room. This criminal's appellation is interesting. It is the wrong side of the fence. The wrong side of the fence. And it has been implicated as a criminal. But it still didn't pose much of a threat to Li Du. Li Du kills quickly. All the way through. They're all political prisoners. The types vary. In addition to being on the wrong side, there are the persecuted. There are also various isms, such as ultraliberalism. It was capable of using all types of skills, and there were no limits to its fighting style. Maybe 1 second it was a mental attack, the next it was a direct melee, such as extreme environmentalism. The more damage Li Du's attacks do to the room, the higher attribute boosts he can receive, such as extreme animal protectionism. This alpha summons many animals that will automatically die once touched. After the animal dies, the alpha is able to gain a power-up, accumulated to a certain extent. It was even able to kill Li Du with a single strike. Compared to murderers, political prisoners are extremely diverse and span a wide range of types. Li Du fought and even had a tougher time. However, Li Du's choice was a force to be reckoned with. Whether they are leftists, rightists, centrists, animists, environmentalists or libertarians, Li Du breaks them down with absolute force. Factions, isms, and sides don't matter. It matters who has the power. This way down, Li Du's harvest was also very rich. In terms of equipment, since they were all fine grade, Li Du didn't even bother to look at them. Other items, on the other hand, are very valuable materials. Some of these materials were related to spiritual attributes, gems that could strengthen spiritual power, or some medicinal herbs. Li Du even obtained a spiritual skill scroll, and it was also of the legal system, which he could just learn. In addition, there are some exotic materials that don't currently serve an obvious purpose. Shouldn't be worth much though. Li Du went all the way forward. Eventually, it came to the 20th room. He was ready. Upon opening the room, it was a middle-aged man ambling about, with a thick beard and marshal's adornment. Li Du opened the abyssal pupil. Steel Marshal. Type, Boss. Rank, 30. Life value, 199. 100. Power, 8240. Features, The Great Purge, kill all political prisoners to strengthen your attributes by 3 times. Iron Will, immune to psychic attacks. Red Terror, your attributes are reduced by 30%. Iron Marshal, you can't damage all political prisoners until they are dead. Iron Alliance, you can summon all political prisoners. Skill, Winter is Coming, summons all political criminals and releases them one by one. This process cannot be interrupted. When finished, the Great Purge is unleashed, and winter is coming again. Seeing the attributes and skills of this boss, Li Du sucked in a breath of cold air. It's even scarier than Dr. Moriarty. Even though it only had one skill, the characteristics were extremely terrifying. This meant that Li Du had to kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise it would keep strengthening until Li Du could no longer deal with it. It's a good thing that the Great Cleansing won't be unleashed until after he releases all his skills. Otherwise this battle would be extremely difficult. Though it appears to be very powerful, it did not have a high life value or strength before the Great Purge was launched. Just kill it in the meantime. Not to mention, Li Du also had the Heavenly Fury Fireball. How about 100 times the damage? That's enough. When Li Du stepped into the room, the Steel Marshal also raised his head, a pair of eyes that seemed to emanate a terrifying light that sent one straight to hell. And then he stood up. The next moment, the skill was launched. Winter is Coming. The original room was transformed into a battlefield. The teleportation array appeared and all the political criminals appeared in the room. Li Du did not hesitate. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Chapter 96 All-Purpose Equipment. Steel of the Heart. Time passes little by little. Through the Celestial Rage Fireball, Li Du cleared the entire boss of the 20th room. After killing the Steel Marshal, Li Du didn't obtain another skill book, but instead got a purple material, and 2 purple suits. You get, Heart of Steel, Alliance Armored Motorcycle, Crimson Howitzer. One of them, Heart of Steel, still doesn't know what it's for. The other 2 pieces of equipment, which could only be used by a mechanical profession, could not be used by Li Du. The Mechanical Department, a very cold career system. The professionals of this system were much like the special forces before the world changed. They are able to use a variety of guns, props, and even drive armored cars, tanks and even Gundams. However, don't think that the mechanical professionals are weak themselves. The machinery they use also enhances their attributes. There were mechanical professionals who, while their armor was strong enough, had physical bodies that were even comparable to many professionals who specialized in the physical body. It's a pity that these 2 purple suits can only be sold, although mechanical professionists were relatively cold. Because of this, there were very few high-grade equipment. If he was lucky, Li Du's 2 pieces of equipment could be sold at a high price instead. Li Du then continued to rest. Wait for the cooldown on Rage of the Living to expire before moving on. After the battles in the first 20 rooms, Li Du already had plenty of experience. Starting in the 21st room, criminals become war criminals. While the skills have changed, the essence remains the same. These war criminals are many, ranging from Holocaust initiators, criminal generals, and battlefield executioners. A wide variety of names with different skills. If an ordinary professional were to face it, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult. But it was nothing difficult for Li Du. In Li Du's opinion, the hardest part of this copy was instead the first 10 rooms. If one hadn't experienced a copy, it would be absolutely hard to imagine that this was a copy made up of all bosses. Not only that, but every time you go through 10 rooms, you have to face all the bosses from the first 10 rooms, and those who had experienced the baptism of the first 10 rooms, and even the first 20 rooms, were still able to persevere. Wanting to pass this copy, the odds were that it was only a matter of time. Without realizing it, nearly 8 hours had passed. At this time, the sun was setting and the afterglow of sunset gradually colored the sky red. The duplicate portal has finally moved. Is it the Holy Warrior Guild coming out? Ha ha ha, it must be them. Are they going to break the record? It's definitely breakable. They're fully armed for this copy. They should have gotten the Heart of Blight, right? I've heard that the Holy Warrior Guild has already collected the Heart of Sin, the Heart of Steel, and the Heart of Hate. And all that's missing is the final Heart of Blight to be able to synthesize the Blood Red Heart. If they synthesized the Blood Red Heart, I can't even imagine how powerful their guild leader would be. When this was said, someone was puzzled and immediately inquired about the birth. The man on the sidelines explained it to him at once. The Blood Red Heart is a legendary grade material, the primary material for the all-purpose equipment Heart Steel and one of the hardest to find. Although many people still have doubts about the Steel of the Heart, but when they heard the words omnipotent equipment, They could not stand still. Crap, omnipotent equipment. So awesome? Omnipotent equipment is a very special kind of equipment. This kind of equipment had no occupational restrictions, only level restrictions. As long as the level was reached, anyone could wear it. Moreover, the incidental effects of this equipment were extremely powerful, and each piece was no less than a legendary great equipment. At this point, someone immediately corrupted the effects of the Steel of the Heart. Steel of the Heart not only has an extremely high blue boost, it is also immune to all negative statuses and mental attacks. Moreover, one's mana recovery speed will be increased by 10 times. Whoever gets this prop can basically put on unlimited skills. It's really awesome. It's worthy of being an all-purpose prop. People are talking. The people left here by the Holy Warrior Guild to receive them were even more excited. As long as the vice president and the others reached their goal, everyone involved in this operation would be rewarded. Everyone would even be able to get at least a few thousand contribution degrees. The importance of contribution in the guild goes without saying. Therefore, no one is looking forward to it. Soon, people from the Holy Warrior Guild appeared one after another. Unlike what one would expect, they were not spirited, but gray. Everyone was injured, and some even had their equipment smashed. Some people's faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen something unimaginable. This scene caused the people who were about to cheer to pause. The person who answered immediately came forward and asked, "Vice President, did you succeed?" Wang Jin glanced at the crowd, but his fists were clenched tightly. He didn't say a word and his eyes were filled with blood. One said feebly, "Failed." The moment the 3 words were spoken, they immediately surprised the people around them. The receivers, in particular, felt incredulous. How is this? How is this? Haven't we been completely prepared for this? Everyone who went in to clear the copy was at least an epic level set, and Wang Jin even had legendary level equipment. All kinds of medicines and all kinds of scrolls had been brought along long ago. Just such foolproof preparations, and in the end they failed? The bloody prison was a special copy that could not be exited once entered. Failing to pass the level, all of them were lowered by 1 level. Moreover, the gains from the copy were completely lost in the copy and could not be brought out at all. It's a line that's losing money to the grandmothers. Wang Jin suddenly roared loudly, "Damn monsters, I will definitely not let you go, and I will absolutely kill all of you next time." Seeing him like this, no one dared to approach. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that Wang Jin gradually calmed down. He suddenly remembered something. "What about the one who provoked us before? Were you killed?" The person who answered immediately tensed. "Vice President. He hasn't come out yet?" Wang Jin's brows immediately furrowed. "Everyone, stay where you are and wait for him to come out." His eyes were full of killing intent. If you can't beat a copy of a wild monster, is it hard to beat a professional? Failed the copy pass and was in a bad mood. Just the thing to take him on. Soon, the people from the Holy Warrior Guild stayed where they were, waiting for Li Du to come out. When the others saw that the people from the Holy Warrior Guild didn't leave, they didn't dare to leave either. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The intense fireballs carried unparalleled power. The huge destructive force killed all the bosses with more than 100,000 or 200,000 blood in seconds, strengthened by 100 times. The damage was simply not something an ordinary boss could carry. One move. The last thing Li Du used in the face of this copy was only one move. It was also true that only the Heaven's Wrath Fireball could achieve this effect. If he were to use 10,000 swords, Li Du's damage from a single sword would not even be able to break through some of the boss's defenses. At this point, he had cleared the remaining 20 rooms. The side trip is coming to an end. 40 rooms, besides ordinary materials, props, and equipment. I'm afraid the most special ones are the 4 hearts, right? Heart of Sin, Heart of Steel, Heart of Hatred, and Heart of Sickness and Sadism. These were the 4 types of hearts that Li Du had acquired after clearing 40 rooms. However, what made Li Du strange was that this copy didn't pop out the blood red heart, and after all the room bosses were killed by Li Du, there was no sound of passage. What's going on here? With doubt, Li Du looked around. Suddenly the end of the corridor seemed different. Li Du approached and found that the original wall had turned into a disc. Above the disc, there are 5 grooves. The 4 grooves at the top, bottom, left and right look exactly like the 4 hearts, and the notch in the center seems to be a switch to press down. Just then, a voice appeared in Li Du's mind. "All monsters have been detected dead. You may choose to pass the copy. There are 2 kinds of results for this copy. If you collect all 4 kinds of hearts, you can reach the perfect pass." And a perfect pass? Li Du immediately placed the 4 types of hearts one by one into the alcove. Soon, the alcove appeared to change and the light showed. And then, a blood-red heart-shaped gem appeared in Li Du's hand. "You have obtained the prop, Blood Red Heart." It turns out that the Blood Red Heart requires 4 types of hearts to be synthesized. Li Du then realized that it was no wonder that no blood red heart had popped up after clearing the level. After getting the blood red heart, Li Du immediately pressed the notch and chose pass. Chapter 97, Confrontation. Frightened off. Congratulations. You have cleared the copy, Bloody Prison. Your clearance time is 8 hours, 27 minutes, 9 seconds. It's incredible. You broke the record for this copy. You get a reward, 50,000 divine power value. Epic props gift pack. As you have achieved a perfect pass, you receive an additional reward, a mysterious scroll. Did you leave your team/your name? The rewards gained from clearing the copy were still very good. However, it was far inferior to the rewards from the copy. On this copy trip, Li Du had obtained a total of 5 purple equipment, 7 purple props, and 2 skill scrolls. The blue equipment, props, and materials were even more numerous. Although it was said that the occupation was limited and Li Du could not use much of it, but if all of these things were sold, I'm afraid that they could be sold for hundreds of thousands of points. That's a lot of money for a purple suit. Thinking of this, Li Du was in an incomparably wonderful mood. And a perfect pass is an added bonus. When Li Du checked, he found that it was actually another item that needed to be appraised. This excites Li Du. If there's the only thing this copy loses, it's longevity. This was the only time that Li Du's lifespan had decreased rather than increased after clearing a copy. Because in order to quickly clear the copy, Li Du had no choice but to turn on the hundredfold rage of the living spirit. Under the influence of the abyssal emissary, this state would reduce his lifespan every time he used a skill. In turn, Li Du had to use the hourglass of time and release his skills frequently in order to pass the level quickly. In this way, Li Du's lifespan was actually decreasing drastically. Even though killing bosses could gain longevity, it could not replenish Li Du's losses. I lost about 3,000 years of my lifespan on this copy trip. At the thought of this, Li Du's originally happy mood was suddenly not so happy. I just hope that after I get the certificate of the strong, soloing a large copy will allow me to make up for my lifespan as soon as possible. Afterward, Li Du left the copy. Meanwhile, outside the copy, a message appeared for all to see. A new copy record has been set. Creator, Li Du time, 8 hours, 27 minutes, 9 seconds. What? What's going on here? Someone actually broke the record. Which bigot is it? That goes without saying? It must be the kid who entered the copy before. Besides him, who else is inside the copy? Crap, he's a single person. Is it hard for him to have soloed this copy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A new record, unbelievable to all. Especially the people from the Holy Warrior Guild had a shit-eating expression on their faces. They fought so hard that they couldn't even clear their copies. As a result, someone else on the other side turned around and broke the record. 8 hours. That's more than an hour less than the Yankee University record. When Li Du came out and saw that the people from the Holy Warrior Guild were waiting for him, his expression suddenly went cold. However, it was good that he was prepared and the hourglass of time was already full of energy. With just a split second, Li Du was able to refresh the cooldown of the rage of the living spirit. He's out. The people from the Holy Warrior Guild immediately got up and prepared to attack. Wang Jin's face was full of gloom. Your name is Li Du? He was completely unwilling to accept that his own people had failed to pass the barrier, and as a result, someone else had actually broken the record. Li Du sneered. Does it have anything to do with you? Seeing Li Du like this, Wang Jin almost ordered to kill Li Du directly. However, thinking that Li Du was able to break the record of the replica, for a moment he was a bit elusive. Li Du didn't act rashly either. He didn't really want to fight. In the copy, in order to ensure the frequency of skill release, Li Du had energized the hourglass of time a total of 5 times, spending more than 100,000 divine power values. Currently, Li Du did not have much divine power value left, and it was only enough for the hourglass of time to recharge for the last time. If they fought now, even if Li Du could win, once he was entangled by the people from the Holy Warrior Guild, he would be in great danger in his current state. Therefore, if it is possible to scare them like this, it is for the best. However, it didn't mean that Li Du would be soft. After about 10 seconds of confrontation, Wang Jin opened his mouth. Hand over the heart of blighting abuse you got in the copy, and you and our Holy Warrior Guild. It's all over. When these words came out, Li Du immediately snorted with laughter. I did get the heart of blight, but it's been synthesized into the blood red heart. Do you want it? Li Du said and took out the blood red heart. All of a sudden, the blood-colored light shone as if a rain of blood had fallen from the sky, and everyone was astonished. Blood red heart. He actually obtained the blood red heart. Jesus, how is this possible? How did he get so lucky? And when Wang Jin saw this, his eyes went straight. Couldn't believe it. The blood red heart requires 4 types of hearts to synthesize. However, in this copy, the explosive rate of the 4 hearts is extremely low. There are two dimensions of influence on their popping rate. The first is the number of people entering the copy. The lower the number of people, the higher the burst rate. The second is the time spent fighting the bosses in each of the 10 rooms. The shorter the time spent, the higher the burst rate. This is almost always an impossible condition to meet. Therefore, to synthesize the blood red heart, you basically need to clear several copies. And Li Du surprisingly collected them all in one go. Seeing their expressions, Li Du also confirmed that the blood red heart was feared to be a very impressive treasure. Sure enough, he had not lost out on what he had paid for this copy. Putting away the blood red heart, Li Du said coldly, "The things are all in my hands. If you have the guts, come and get them." Hearing this, Wang Jin however hesitated. He was well aware of the difficulty of this copy, so when it was time for Li Du to take out the blood red heart, he instead became more and more scrupulous. The reason why they were intimidating was because Wang Jin was gambling that Li Du had run out of gas after clearing the copy and didn't dare to fight them. However, Li Du's calm expression made it impossible for Wang Jin to judge Li Du's strength. Is he in full form or has he run out of gas? Seeing that Wang Jin was hesitant to make a move and unwilling to leave, Li Du became a little impatient. "Since you all don't dare to make a move, why don't you, instead, let me do it?" Saying that, Li Du took out his staff and instantly began to gather power. The sky spells appeared, and the fireballs gradually coalesced like small suns. Seeing this, Wang Jin made a decision. He gritted his teeth, glanced at Li Du unwillingly, and shouted, "Let's go!" After saying that, he took the people from the Holy Warrior Guild and left, not wanting to stay for a moment. His face, "He has lost it." The others saw this and left. After they left, Li Du did not leave immediately, but stood in place and waited. At the same time, the abyssal pupil was opened at all times. Only after a few minutes of making sure that the people from the Holy Warrior Guild had completely left did Li Du close his abyssal pupil. Simultaneously relieved, Li Du had looked at it with his abyssal pupil. Wang Jin was a legendary profession, and the rest of the Holy Warrior Guild were all epic profession. Their current level was all 29, which was obviously a punishment for quitting the copy. But because of this, it allowed a few of them to be in a state that didn't deplete them too much. If they fought, Li Du must turn on the wrath of the living spirit. But then, Li Du would not have the divine power value to recharge the hourglass of time anymore. It's a good thing we managed to scare them off in the end. The Holy Warriors Guild, is it? I remember. Li Du's gaze was icy cold. Although he didn't make a move now, it didn't mean that Li Du wouldn't hold a grudge. Take a short break. Li Du set off straight for home. Chapter 98 National Contribution 10,000 Races Battlefield. After spending a day, Li Du finally returned to Qinshan City at noon the next day. Through the teleportation array, Li Du returned to the school. The 2 or 3 days had left Li Du a bit gray. Li Du went home and took a shower before contacting Zhou Ning. First, I sent a message, but there was a delay in seeing him reply. So Li Du called directly. "Hey, who is it?" A lethargic voice came over the phone, and it looked as if he had only just woken up. "Hello Elder Zhou? It's me, Li Du. I've got the blood red heart." Oh, it's Li Du ah. Got it ah. Suddenly, there was a 5-second long silence on the other side of the phone. "You got the blood red heart, you say?" "Right." Another 5 seconds of silence. Chuanin seems to be taking a deep breath. Eventually, a calm voice came out of him. "Well, good job. You come to my office." After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Li Du immediately moved on. In the office, Qin Yuan also came. Li Du saluted both of them separately. Zhou Ning said, "Hurry up and sit. Hurry up and sit." Despite the calm voice on the phone, it was clear that Zhou Ning's mood was still not that calm. The principal, on the contrary, remained ancient. When Li Du sat down, Zhou Ning confirmed, "Did you really get the blood red heart?" Li Du nodded and immediately took out the blood red heart. The two checked immediately. After a few seconds, Qin Yuan said, "It can't be wrong. It's the blood red heart." It was only after seeing this that Zhou Ning revealed an astonished look. Late bloomers, Qin Yuan asked, "How many times did you brush your copies before synthesizing the blood red heart?" "Once." "Single brush?" Li Du nodded. Hearing this, even Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with a few moments of astonishment. He had swiped this copy when he was young, and it was indeed lousy at the time. At that time, he was level 25, higher than Li Du. Later, when he was at level 30, he asked someone from the National Guild to borrow a legendary rank set before he finally soloed this copy. And Li Du, how many levels is he? Zhou Ning said, "Alright, old Qin, since he's accomplished his mission, it's time to give him a reward." Qin Yuan also nodded and took out a badge. "This is the certificate of the strong. As long as you input mana into it, you will be able to complete the authentication." "Thanks, Principal." Li Du received the certificate of the strongman and carefully examined it. The insignia was dark cyan in color. The main body was a diamond-shaped structure, in the middle of which was a shield wrapped around a long sword, with feathers extending outward from the shield body. It looked plain, but it had its own sense of overriding clouds. Yuan said, "This strongman's certificate of yours is only bronze level, the lowest level of strongman's certificate. Based on your performance, it can be upgraded in the future. There are 5 levels of the strongman's certificate: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king. The highest rank can ignore all copy restrictions and force entry." Hearing this, Li Du immediately used his abyssal pupil to check. Certificate of the strong, bronze level, proof of the strong. Wearing this item, you can ignore copy restrictions and force your way into a copy, up to level 5. You can enter large replicas alone, up to 60 people replicas. Bonus effect, boosts full skill damage by 20%. Seeing this, Li Du was very satisfied. Not only could the certificate of strength ignore the copy restrictions, it was surprising that it was also able to increase the damage of his skills. This was considered an unexpected blessing. Currently, he was level 22, and with the certificate of strength, he could go and brush level 27 copies. Brushing large copies solo was no longer a problem. Li Du asked, "Headmaster, how is the certificate of the strong going to be upgraded?" Yuan said, "Originally, you weren't qualified to know about this matter, but since you were able to solo a copy of the Bloody Prison, knowing about it in advance isn't a bad thing. There is only one way to upgrade the strongman's certificate: contribution degrees. You need to take contribution points and go to the National Guild to upgrade." Hearing this, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Contribution? Is it the same as contribution in the guild? It's not the same. Yuan shook his head. "The contribution I'm talking about is the national contribution." Afterwards, he immediately gave Li Du a popularization of the national contribution. This is a contribution that can only be provided by the country itself or the National Guild, and it's only for outstanding professionals who have made a contribution to the Great Summer Country. Through national contribution, you can exchange for almost anything you want as long as the Great Summer Kingdom has it. Things like high-level knowledge, various classified information, and legendary sets are the basics. If there are enough contributions, you can even exchange them for saint-level sets and even saint-level skill scrolls. It's not even impossible to have a saint-level powerhouse be your teacher. At this time, Zhou Ning added, "National contribution degrees are also able to exchange for the number of times the academy is evaluated for excellence. 30 points of contribution degrees will be able to be exchanged for 1 time, and you can even enter the academy directly without going to any trials if you wish to do so." Once he heard him say that, Li Du instantly felt that this contribution level was much more advanced. At the same time, the difficulty of obtaining it has skyrocketed. Still, Li Du was very much looking forward to it. "So how do I get national contribution?" Zhou Ning said, "When you become an abyssal warrior, as long as you come back alive, you'll be able to earn a guaranteed 10,000 national contributions. These contributions will be just enough to upgrade your badge to silver level." Hearing this, Li Du was a bit disappointed. In that case, he would have to wait at least a year before he could access the national contribution. However, the benefits of national contribution were too high, and Li Du did not want to wait. Zhou Ning was about to say something else, but Yuan spoke first. "There is a place that can provide a large amount of national contribution." Li Du's eyes lit up. "What place?" Yuan laughed. "Have you heard of the 10,000 Races battlefield?" Li Du shook his head. "Never having heard of it." Yuan explained. "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, all you need to know is that it's a good place. Inside here, you'll not only be able to earn national contribution points, but you'll even be able to obtain countless things that you won't be able to get from copies in the outside world." He then added, "Likewise, the difficulty of the battlefield of the 10,000 races is not simple, and not everyone is qualified to enter." "Then how should I qualify to enter the battlefield?" "I can just qualify you for that." Hearing this, Li Du immediately understood that this was feared to be conditional. After all, there would never be a free lunch under the sky. "What do I have to pay?" Yuan said, "There are a few materials in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. I can take you to the battlefield once first. You only need to get these materials in the battlefield and come back to hand them over to me, and I'll give you the qualifications to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races." With that, he made a list for Li Du. Heart of the Blood Scale, 5. Tears of the Mermaid King, 10 drops. Bloodthirsty Whale's Teeth, 15. Pincers for the Skyhorn Shrimp, 6. Chapter 99, The Desert Emperor. Hearing these materials, Li Du realized that the probability of the destination was at the beach, even though some of them were things that Li Du had never heard of before. But since Yuan was able to propose this task, it proved that it shouldn't be incomplete. Nodding, Li Du agreed. Afterwards, Li Du left. Li Du first went to the trading house and disposed of everything in the bloody prison. There were quite a lot of equipment and props in here. However, most of them were not what Li Du needed, so they were all sold. In the end, Li Du sold 360,000 points. When you do the math, despite the loss of a few thousand years of life, the gain from the bloody prison was truly wonderful. For other copies, even if I brush them 10 times, I won't be able to brush this many points. The only pity was that the monsters in the bloody prison were too few. Otherwise Li Du would have really wanted to brush them a few more times. After selling the items, Li Du took out 60,000 points and exchanged them for 600,000 divine power values before leaving the trading house. 600,000 God's power was enough to recharge the hourglass of time many times. Now that we've gotten the certificate of powerfulness, we must quickly make up for the lifespan we've lost in the past few days. Li Du immediately traveled to the replica hall and arrived at the large replica area. There is currently only one large copy suitable for Li Du. Desert Emperor, 50-player large-scale copy. Entry level, level 20 to 30. Large replicas had no difficulty options because the final boss was almost always a hellish difficulty boss. And because of that, the things that popped out inside were extremely valuable. Alongside the copy, there are several other records related to this copy. Heavy money for desert fruits, 3,000 points per piece. Seeking Czar crystals, 50,000 points. The raiding team is short of people. Come if you want to break the record. Only level 25 and above epic level professions are accepted. There are still 7 people missing. Team up to pass the Czar copy. Interested parties please contact. There were large and small quest messages. Some collecting materials, some breaking records, some begging for a ban to practice leveling. All sorts of things. Li Du glanced at them and did not intend to take these quests. He currently has plenty of points. This student, are you planning to attack the Tsar's copy? When someone saw Li Du lingering in front of the copy, they immediately went up to ask. Li Du looked back and nodded without saying anything. In that case, classmate, would you like to form a team together? Our team is currently short 5 people, so we'll be able to form a full group of 50. Just then, a few people came over from the neighborhood. Lu Hao, what are you doing here instead of recruiting? Just 5 more to go. A few people came over and saw Li Du and immediately spoke. Is this the person you're looking for? How many levels and what profession? The youth named Lu Hao immediately asked. Classmate, team up with us. Our team is almost full. Li Du shook his head and said, it's not necessary. With that, he immediately walked into the teleportation formation. It is detected that you have not met the requirements for entering the replica. Do you want to use the strongman's certificate to force your way into the replica? Enter. The certificate of the strongman is in effect. You have entered the copy. Soon, Li Du's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. The people around them were astonished when they saw this. Crap, what's going on? How did he get in there? How did he manage to enter the Tsar's copy when he was just one person? Does this man look familiar to any of you? When you say, this, crouch, isn't he Li Du? Li Du, it's actually him? The endless desert blurred the view, and a few ancient cities could be seen faintly. Not far away, there was sweeping yellow sand that looked like it could erupt into a dust storm at any time. A copy of the Desert Emperor, located in the middle of a huge desert. In the middle of it, the sun was scorching the earth, and Li Du only felt like he was in a furnace. Affected by extreme heat, your full attributes are reduced by 10%. Affected by the extreme heat, your wounds are extremely difficult to recover from. Speed of life regeneration reduced by 35%. Soon, 2 messages appeared in Li Du's mind. This is a negative effect that this copy imposes on the intruder. The destination should be that city in the distance. There shouldn't be a mirage here. Looking at the blurry city in the distance, Li Du slowly walked up. Sasha, Sasha. Suddenly, a few sounds appeared, and it seemed as if something was coming out of the sand. Li Du was immediately alert. The next moment, a black thing appeared from the bottom of Li Du's feet. Li Du immediately jumped aside while the thing showed itself. It's a giant scorpion. Desert scorpion. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 24. Life value, 12,000. Power, 380. Characteristics, attack with toxin. When poisoned, your life value will continue to decrease. Weakness, cut off the tail and it will die immediately. Is it a wild monster from this copy? It's poisonous and has pretty good attributes. It didn't pose much of a threat to Li Du though. Li Du saw the right moment and immediately released his skill at the scorpion's tail. Soon, its tail was broken while it died immediately. You have slain the desert poison scorpion and successfully absorbed the lifespan of 50 days. You have gained 780 experience points. Auto extraction launched. You have obtained a material, scorpion tail needle. Perhaps Li Du's action of killing the poisonous scorpion was too great. and soon, all sorts of sounds began to appear all around. And then, the densely packed poisonous scorpions unexpectedly all drilled out of the sand. It looks like there are hundreds of them. I'm afraid. They walked extremely fast in the desert and attacked Li Du in droves. Seeing this, Li Du immediately summoned the Inferno demon and Cayman Orc General. The Inferno was covered in fire, and the Cayman Orc General was surrounded by armor all over his body. The toxins of the desert scorpion had no effect on either of them. Li Du would only them unleash their skills, and soon, a large swath of desert poison scorpions were eliminated. At the same time, Li Du went on the offensive. Batch after batch of poisonous scorpions died. Although the attributes of these poisonous scorpions were relatively high, they still did not pose much of a threat to Li Du. Even Li Du didn't need to do anything, just the Inferno and Cayman Orc Generals alone were able to completely clean them up. He didn't even need to use the rage of the living. After about half an hour, the hundreds of poisonous scorpions were all killed, and Li Du continued to move forward. Instead of summoning the Inferno and the General, he let them open the way. Along the way, there were also quite a few poisonous scorpions encountered, but most of them were in 2s and 3s, unlike before when hundreds of them came out in one go. Further on, there was a sparse bush. It doesn't look like there's any danger. However, the more such a place, the more likely it is to hide inexplicable dangers. Inferno, set the fire. Li Du commanded the Inferno, and then, a fireball was sprayed out, immediately igniting a patch of shrubs. The shrubs in the desert were extremely dry, and it took almost nothing more than a spark to ignite them. Soon, all the shrubs were burning, hissing. Soon the count to the sound of voices. There really is something hidden in the bushes. And then, Li Du immediately saw that a few snakes were trying to crawl over to him quickly. Look at the tails. These are all rattlesnakes. Ho ho ho. The Cayman Orc General stepped forward and swung his sword down, immediately decapitating several rattlesnakes. You killed the rattlesnake. Successfully absorbed lifespan of 50 days. You gain 800 experience points. Automatic extraction launched. You have obtained a material, rattlesnake skin. You killed. What I didn't realize was the number of rattlesnakes in the bush. Almost every bush hides 2 or 3, and in dozens, a couple hundred. Still doesn't pose much of a threat though. Li Du launched an attack, and soon, these rattlesnakes died as well. Chapter 100 Mass Killing of Monsters. After another half an hour, Li Du finally cleared all the rattlesnakes and also obtained a large amount of snakeskins. Before and after, it had taken over an hour. Still a long way from the old city though. Li Du originally thought that there would be a lot of wild monsters in this copy, but so far, he had only killed more than 200, which translated into a life expectancy of only a few decades. This was a bit of a disappointment to Li Du. Does that mean I'm going in the wrong direction? Hoo. Just then, a gust of wind hit. Yellow sand flew in the sky, like a wall of desert, high up and pouring down. When Li Du took a look, he was astonished. Oh no, it's a sandstorm. Li Du was trying to escape, but the sandstorm came too suddenly, and by the time Li Du reacted, he was unable to leave. A sandstorm is coming. You'll take a lot of damage. He had no choice but to turn on the stiletto, make the sandstorm less damaging. Soon, countless sandstones hit Li Du's body, and his skin was almost cracked by the wind and sand. A large amount of sand swept through, and Li Du had to close his eyes. But this is also the most dangerous time. Li Du ordered Inferno and Cayman Orc General to guard his neighborhood. Hoo. Wild sand swept. Li Du almost felt like he was going to fly. It was a good thing that with the help of the Hierophant, the wind and sand couldn't shake him at all. A few minutes later, and the sandstorm disappeared. It was as sudden and swift as it came. Phew, it's over. Li Du breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his body was full of sand, and as soon as he flung his body, countless sand flew out. And the Cayman Orc General and Inferno were even buried in the sand and had a hard time climbing out. Li Du looked around and was suddenly stunned. At this time, countless shadows appeared from all directions and surrounded him. It's wildlife, lots of wild monsters. There are poisonous scorpions, rattlesnakes, huge ants, and weird dead wood, of all types, so dense that you can't see your head at all. A sandstorm caused countless wild monsters to appear and surround him. However, at this moment, instead of panicking, Li Du showed an excited expression. I told you why there are so few wild monsters in this large replica. It turns out that they won't appear until after the sandstorm. A large number of wild monsters flooded towards Li Du like half of a tidal wave. Without hesitation, Li Du released his skills. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The spell formation appeared, and huge fireballs coalesced over the staff, like meteorites, even forming a small sun. Soon, the fireball took shape. Li Du commanded the fireball and attacked immediately. Rumble. The fireball descended, countless flames rolling down, centering on Li Du. erupting with unparalleled power. In an instant, countless wild monsters were covered in fire. Crackling explosions continued to ring out. And then, countless information appeared in Li Du's mind. You killed the desert scorpion. You killed the rattlesnake. You killed the monster sand tree. You killed the desert termites. You killed the desert worm. One after another. It's impossible to see. I don't know how many there are. Li Du's lifespan was increasing at an incredible rate, and his experience value kept rising. Countless materials, moreover, flew towards Li Du and fell into the spatial ring. The originally huge space was immediately filled with material. Heaven's Wrath Fireball doesn't just have falling damage and exploding damage. After falling, countless flame damage incinerated the bodies of the wild monsters. However, since the rage of the living spirit was not turned on, some of the wild monsters in the periphery received low damage and did not die immediately. However, their bodies were already on fire, and these flames kept burning, and sooner or later, they would all be killed. Li Du and Inferno and the general also kept patrolling the battlefield, mending the wild monsters that didn't die. After about half an hour, no more messages appeared and Li Du finally killed all the wild monsters. Yes, killing monsters so freely, Li Du's mood was extraordinarily pleasant. I just don't know how many total kills. Li Du opened his own panel and checked his lifespan. And then, he was surprised to find that his lifespan had been added by almost 2,000 years, based on 50 days for a wild monster. This time, I actually killed over 10,000 wild monsters. A sandstorm, which was supposed to be a disaster, became Li Du's chance. I wish the sandstorm would come a few more times. Unfortunately, the sandstorm has disappeared and the desert has returned to calm. Li Du continued to move forward. Perhaps it was because Li Du's heavenly rage fireball was just too vicious, so much so that for the next half an hour long rush, Li Du did not even encounter another wild monster. This made Li Du extraordinarily disappointed. During this time, the summoning time of the Inferno and Cayman Orc General ended. Li Du had to use Hourglass and summon them again. Rushing further, Li Du finally began to encounter wild monsters one after another. However, it was still an ordinary wild monster that posed no threat to Li Du. But as he went deeper into the desert, the wildlife was gaining strength and the reminders were getting bigger. The desert poisonous scorpion that Li Du had encountered had grown to about 1 meter and was frighteningly large. The rattlesnake was also the same size as the python, and the sand kept shaking as it crawled. At this moment, Li Du finally felt the pressure. However, there was no need to turn on the rage of the living yet, but the speed of advancement had slowed down quite a bit. As time passed, it had been more than 4 hours since Li Du entered the copy. The long hours of fighting, coupled with the scorching heat, had made Li Du thirsty. Before coming to the replica, considering the environment of the replica, Li Du purposely brought a large amount of water. Now, he had drunk 3 large bottles of water and still didn't feel like it was enough, but it's not a bad time to be rewarded. During this period, Li Du encountered 2 more monster swarm attacks, and after killing them, he gained a large amount of lifespan. By now, he had gained over 2,000 years of lifespan. It was already on the verge of making up for the losses of the bloody prison. In the 5th hour of entering the copy, Li Du finally felt a hint of coolness. In the distance, sparkling water. Only the water is reflective. It's an oasis. Li Du was excited. The yellow sand in the sky was a great torture to one's heart, and now at last I see an oasis. Li Du immediately gained momentum and hurried at a fast pace. Soon, it came to the oasis. There is a huge lake here that is very clean. There was also quite a bit of grass and trees around it. A huge contrast to the dry desert. Li Du stepped forward and cupped the water to wash his face. The lake water was extraordinarily cool, surprisingly similar to well water. Phew, finally comfortable. The long hours of rushing and fighting had left Li Du drenched in sweat. He hated to stop and take a bath, but Li Du finally resisted the urge. It was not known if there was any danger here, and it was not time to relax too much. However, when he reached the oasis, Li Du was finally able to stop and rest for a while. The Desert Emperor's map is just too big. Li Du was overwhelmed with emotion. The only thing that could make him feel this way was a copy of the Carmen Orc Kingdom once upon a time. However, that copy isn't really that big. It just consists of a single city. The hard part is attacking the city. If you empty that copy, it's actually nowhere near the size of the Desert Emperor. With Li Du's speed, 5 hours, even if he was slowed down by wild monsters in the middle, the rush was not this fast. But he had traveled at least 60 or 70 kilometers. It's such a long distance, yet the end of the desert is nowhere in sight. Looking again at the blurry ancient city in the distance, Li Du suddenly had a suspicion. That city, it can't really be a mirage, can it? Li Du felt that it was somewhat possible, yet it was outrageous, because this was a copy. The entire copy was a desert. Mirage. Where do I go to get a sea market and how can I form a mirage? Just as Li Du was thinking, a warning sign appeared. And then, the calm surface of the lake roiled with a large amount of water, and a figure rushed out from it. Chapter 101 Desert Fruit, Powerful Effects. What appeared in front of Li Du was a giant scorpion. Its body length was at least 3 meters, and its huge tail was cocked up like a hooked scythe. Li Du backed up and immediately cast Abyssal Pupil. Oasis Scorpion. Type, Elite Monster. Level, 27. Life Value, 58,000. Power, 1380. Characteristics, Toxin Attack. Skills, Scorpion Tail Needle. Giant Pincer Attack. Water Attack. Weakness, breaking the tail pin will kill it instantly. It was an elite monster with decent attributes, but it still did not pose a threat to Li Du. Despite its frightening size, Li Du was not afraid. When it attacked, Li Du immediately summoned the Cayman Orc General. At the same time, launch an attack of your own. Soon, both sides began to fight. Without using the Wrath of the Living Spirit, Li Du's damage wasn't enough to kill the scorpion in seconds. However, his skill damage was still very powerful. As the battle deepens, eventually the Cayman Orc General cuts off the scorpion's tail pin with a single blow of his sword. The scorpion died immediately. You killed the Oasis giant scorpion. You have successfully extracted 50 days of life. You gain 9,800 experience points. You get Giant Scorpion Tail Needle. Scorpion Venom. The harvest wasn't great. Due to the low value of the giant scorpion, Li Du didn't gain much longevity. Li Du used the Abyssal Pupil to confirm that there were no more wild monsters near the oasis. It was impossible to check under the water, but even if it burrowed out again, Li Du was not afraid. After a short break, it was time to get back on the road. Li Du immediately advanced towards the ancient city. At that moment, for some reason, the ancient city seemed clearer. It looked as if it was closer, as it should be. Further on, Li Du came across a group of cacti. These cacti are extraordinarily huge. It can be 4 or 5 meters tall, as thick as a tree. Underneath the cactus, there were many wild monsters creeping, and some of them even revealed only 2 eyes. If not for Li Du's careful observation, he would not have been able to find them. When Li Du got close, these wild monsters immediately appeared. It's scorpions. Dense scorpions. It was still a desert poison scorpion, but its level had reached 26 and its body size had reached 2 meters. The attributes were a lot more powerful than the scorpion that Li Du had initially encountered. The Inferno and Cayman Orc generals were out in force. It was still possible to kill them, but the pace was significantly slower. Li Du couldn't kill it in seconds even if he used his skills. Despite the lack of speed, it took a while, but Li Du was able to clean them up. Li Du walked towards the front and suddenly saw an extremely strange cactus. Instead of a cactus, it's a tree. It was right in the center of all the cacti. Star-studded. Above it grew a fist-sized, purplish, fish egg-like fruit. However, it was hanging at the top and was nearly 6 meters high. Currently, Li Du was unable to jump such a high height, and if he used his skills to hit it down, it would be easy to accidentally injure the fruit. Moreover, the tree was full of spikes, making it impossible to climb. Elf Wing. Equip. Li Du had to summon the elven wings. Soon, a pair of crystalline wings appeared behind him. With the trend of Li Du's intention, under the flapping of the elven wings, Li Du immediately flew up and picked the fruit. Use the Pupil of the Abyss. Desert fruit, a fruit that grows in the depths of the desert. Extremely rare in production and very powerful, making it particularly valuable. Effect, upon consumption, 10% mana is restored per second, with a cumulative recovery limit of 500,000 mana. Extra effect, keeps the body in a cool state at all times. Immune to attribute lowering effects caused by high temperatures. Seeing this effect, Li Du was very surprised. It worked surprisingly well. Recovering 10% mana per second means that even if the blue bar is empty, it only takes 10 seconds to be able to get it back up, and it's also immune to heat. In other words, you can ignore the negative effects of the Desert Emperor copy after taking it. This has amounted to a very nice piece of equipment, although there is a cap on cumulative recovery. 500,000 cumulative recovery is more than enough for one person for a long time. No wonder someone offered 3,000 points for it. This amount of points is still too little for the fruit. Li Du immediately took the fruit. Soon, his blue bar, which was about to bottom out, immediately began to recover. At the same time, a sense of coolness came from the originally scorching hot desert, which turned out to be like an oasis. No longer seeing any heat. The effect is truly extraordinary. Li Du was excited. The effect of the desert fruit was indeed a surprise. Li Du's total amount of mana was actually very high, with more than 10,000. However, brushing the copy until now, Li Du had already emptied his blue twice. Because his auto-extraction skill was blue-consuming, the frequency of releasing the skill was extremely high. and it also consumed a lot of mana. Relying on the natural recovery of mana alone was not enough. During this period, Li Du didn't know how many potions to restore blue he had drunk. Nowadays, he didn't have many blue recovery potions prepared. The appearance of the desert fruit had filled Li Du's void. Too bad there's only one. If only there were more desert fruits. Li Du brushes copies of the release of skills extremely frequently, and therefore needs a large number of means of blue recovery. Originally, Li Du's means had been to constantly drink blue returning potions, but at present, the blue potion could not return many blue bars, even the largest bottle, once only to return 2000 blue amount. The price is not low, enough to need 60 points a bottle. Li Du once back to full blue, is equivalent to the consumption of 300 points. If there were a large amount of desert fruits, it would be possible to completely fill the consumption. 500,000 total blue. That'll last me at least 10 days, right? 50,000 blues a day. This was Li Du calculating his consumption from frequently brushing copies. This is actually quite an exaggeration. Ordinary professionals, a day to brush copies down, full of counting will not be more than 10,000 blue, is not as good as 1/5 of Li Du. If the desert fruits were given to someone else to use, they would last at least 2 months. Looking around, Li Du made sure that there were no other desert fruits left and had to leave. At this moment, it was getting closer to the ancient city ahead. Counting the time, it had been almost 8 hours since Li Du had entered this copy. Open the data panel to view your own lifespan. Li Du realized that he had harvested nearly 4,000 years of life. One copy, 4,000 years. Not bad for a large copy. At the moment, Li Du hadn't even hit the boss, and the number of wild monsters was literally too much. Every now and then a swarm of wild monsters would appear. After walking for more than 2 more hours, during which he killed countless more wild monsters and encountered quite a few elite monsters, it consumed a lot of Li Du's time. Finally, he arrived in the middle of the ancient desert city. This ancient city was in a state of disrepair, like a relic covered by wind and sand. When Li Du walked in, he suddenly saw several warriors wearing armor and holding spears. When they saw Li Du, they immediately got up and made a strange sound. Pupils of the abyss. Sand soldiers. Type, reinforced elite monster. Rank, 28. Life value, 78,000. Power, 3200. Characteristics, attacks are accompanied by sand and dust, blocking the target's view. Skills, spike attack. Sand summoning, sanding. Note, don't let the sand get in your eyes, beware of its sanding. This will make your skill fall. Weaknesses, combat effectiveness is greatly reduced on ground without sand. Finally, we've come across a strong enough elite monster. With this value, Li Du would already be struggling to fight alone. And there were quite a few sand soldiers. It wasn't just those few. There were footsteps nearby. Apparently, there were other sand soldiers on their way. Rage of the living. Without hesitation, Li Du cast the skill. The real battle is only now beginning. Chapter 102, King's Landing Academy. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. Our King's Landing Academy is going to set a new record. Don't get in the way. In the replica hall, a group of people came in great numbers. They were extremely flamboyant, traveling through the road. Many people saw this and gave way. Some who didn't get out of the way in time were even roughly pushed to the side. People were puzzled and asked, what is Junlin Academy mad about? What are they doing with so many of them? Just then, a person from the King's Landing Academy said, our senior Su Zhan leading the team will break the record for the Desert Emperor copy today. People were surprised to hear this. Crap, so awesome? The record of the Desert Emperor's copy is one of the hardest to break among several large copies. I remember the last record for this copy was still set by Cloud Ridge Academy. Can King's Landing Academy really be broken? Some questioned it, though others explained it. King's Landing Academy has made all the preparations for this operation. A few of the main forces, including Su Zhan, they're even equipped with a full set of epic level equipment, and they've purposely stuck their level at 30 and delayed upgrading, just for today. So much for the hope of breaking the record. Back when Cloud Ridge Academy's team was breaking records, their average level was only 27 or 28. It can't be helped that Su Zhan is in his 3rd year. He has to get some good grades. Otherwise, when he graduates, those big guilds won't want him. After finishing their studies at the university, there are several places for professionals to go. One of the most popular destinations is the grand guilds in each province. In fact, some of the professionals who have risen to prominence during their college years have been approached early by major guilds. In a big guild, not only could one enjoy many resources, there were also many quality copies. Many strong people were, at one time or another, members of one of the grand guilds. If you can't go to a big guild, you can also take the establishment, but this is extremely difficult. If both paths didn't work out, then the odds were that this was it for the rest of one's life. After all, a professional who couldn't even find a guild could imagine how bad it was. It was definitely easy for someone like Sujan to find a guild, but it wasn't simple to go to a big guild. Why would a major guild want you if you're not talented enough and have a proven track record? Although the people from the King's Landing Academy were very flamboyant, however, seeing their numbers as well as their configuration, others did not dare to say anything. Just then, someone saw someone. Isn't that Hishio? He's a freshman like us, so why did he make it into the Junlin Academy's team? Hearing someone talk about himself, Hishio sneered. Who is the same as you guys? You guys can't even get in as cadets, while I, on the other hand, have become a student of the King's Landing Academy ahead of time. People were astonished. That's impossible. It hasn't even been a month since school started. There's no way you can brush up on the number of times you've been graded. Just don't brag about it. Even if it's a legendary level profession, it'll take at least a month before you can enter the academy. Hishio laughed out loud. Uneducated fools, do you know what it means to recommend? Crap, isn't that just a backdoor? Fuck you, a backdoor man. What are you so mad about? Damn, I thought you were so awesome. When Hishio heard this, he became furious and was about to snap. Sujan said, come on, Hishio, don't be so general with them. This mission is important. Don't get distracted. Saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. So much for this group. Hishio twisted his head and stopped talking. Subsequently, the team of 50 people from the King's Landing Academy arrived at the Desert Emperor copy. A light fell, and a teleportation formation was then formed at the feet of the 50 people. The array was activated, and the 50 people immediately entered the Desert Emperor copy. And at this time, because of this matter, many people also rushed over. People wanted to know if King's Landing Academy could actually break the record for replicas. In the copy, Li Du didn't know what was going on in the outside world. After turning on the rage of the living spirit, his damage was greatly intensified. In 3 strikes, he killed a few sand soldiers. You kill the sand soldier and absorb life value for 50 days. You gain experience value of 1200. You acquire Sand Trooper Core. Although the sand soldier was an elite monster, its value did not far exceed that of Li Du. Therefore the harvested lifespan was still 50 days. However, the materials dropped were better. Sand Soldier Core, a blue material. After Li Du used his abyssal pupil to check, this material was able to be used to create a Sand Soldier set. This is the fine grade set. If you have this set, you can get a good advantage when facing the Desert Emperor copy. After putting it away, Li Du continued on. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Woo-hoo-hoo. It was the sound of a trumpet being blown that immediately resounded throughout the ancient city. Li Du immediately looked up and did not see the person blowing the horn. Instead, they saw a huge disc, slowly rising from the center of the ancient city, like a flying saucer, hovering at the very top of the ancient city. And then, that disc fired 8 rays of light from each of the 8 directions. The entire ancient city began to shake. Abyssal pupil. Through the abyssal pupil, Li Du immediately explored the properties of the disc. Ascension Sand Tablet, a relic with a miracle in the middle of the desert, rumored to contain unparalleled power. Effect: once an attack is launched on the desert city, the disc will automatically rise, causing all the people in the city to ascend. After the ascension, all citizens will receive a 50% increase in damage from all attributes. Seeing this description, Li Du finally felt a few moments of pressure. So, the ancient city went from calm to fierce, with sand soldiers pouring out everywhere. When Li Du checked, he realized that the attributes of these sand soldiers had really increased by 50%. The blood volume of over 70,000 was over 100,000 at this moment. The power is nearly 5,000. Various other attributes, too, were substantially increased. This attribute was already equivalent to a boss, yet it was only a reinforced elite monster. Looks like there's going to be a fight. Li Du summoned the Inferno and Cayman orcs to approach and immediately attacked the sand soldiers. Sand soldiers are plentiful and sandy. One slip up and a sand soldier might come out of the sand. It was for this reason that Li Du was sneak attacked by several sand soldiers and almost had his body penetrated by a spear. By now, the sand soldiers had grown in number and were surrounding him from all sides. 10,000 swords return. Li Du bellowed and cast the skill. Sky formations appeared, and then a rain of swords fell. Whoosh! 10,000 swords swept across the room, suddenly landing on the bodies of one sand soldier after another. However, despite being strengthened by 10 times, the damage done by a single sword to a sand soldier was still not high, and the odds were that it would only drop a few thousand blood. A sand soldier requires at least 20 swords to kill, unless Li Du turned on 100 times the wrath of the living spirit, so that the damage would be enough. After leveling up, the performance of 10,000 swords is starting to weaken. It wasn't just today that Li Du had this feeling. Yet today this feeling was the strongest. The most intuitive feeling was that when the 10,000 swords ended, Li Du looked around, and although there were corpses lying all over the place, there were still quite a number of sand soldiers surviving, and in the rear, the 10,000 swords returning sect was still rushing over as well. Look at the number. No less than 1,000. If you use the 10,000 swords, I'm afraid it will take 3 times to clear the field. There's no way around it. Use a fireball. Chapter 103, Evil Snake Woman. Hoo. The fireball coalescing in the sky grew larger and larger, rolling flames that could almost melt one's bones. Li Du raised his staff. His power had reached its peak. At this moment, the sand soldiers were still pounding away as if they didn't see anything. And the Cayman orcs would be close and the infernals would obviously be unable to withstand such a violent onslaught. They were dying at the moment and could die at any time. Kill! Li Du bellowed as the fireball fell. Rumble! Like a meteorite falling. A strong explosion resounded through the entire sand city as countless flames impacted and covered everything. Li Du retrieved the 2 summons. He stood in the midst of the fire. Despite the flames raging and covering him, they didn't hurt him in the slightest. And on all sides, countless sand soldiers were buried in the fire. You killed the sand soldier, gained a lifespan of 50 days, and gained an experience value of 1,200. You acquire Sand Trooper Core. You killed the desert mage, gained a lifespan of 50 days, and gained an experience value of 1,280. You acquire Sand Trooper Core. You kill. A message appeared in front of Li Du's eyes. Countless experiences, lifespans, materials, and countless more. With this one fireball, Li Du killed at least 1,000 sand soldiers. When the fireball disappeared, Li Du looked around. The ancient city had been reduced to rubble in many places due to the violent explosion. The originally loud and powerful sand soldiers were reduced to a pair of corpses. After a few seconds, it dissolves into sand and blends into the desert. Sure enough, it's better to have a fireball. Although the mana consumption of fireballs was huge, and a fully loaded fireball consumed almost as much mana as releasing the 10,000 swords returning. The exhilarating feeling of instantly clearing the field was something that the 10,000 swords returning couldn't give. Who doesn't like to see a skill go down and the place go all to hell? At least, Li Du couldn't refuse. Refreshing his skills with Hourglass, Li Du headed towards the ancient city. After a large number of sand soldiers died, there were very few sand soldiers left in the ancient city. Besides the sand soldiers, there were also some desert mages that would use mage skills. There were also quite a few long-range desert bow soldiers that would fire arrows from a distance. None of it poses much of a threat, though. Summoning the Inferno Demon and Cayman Orc once again to be close by, Li Du let the 2 summons open the way in the front, while he himself took a slow stroll in the back. There's time to get more summoning type skills so that I don't have to do anything when I go down. The summons is really good. Nowadays, what Li Du needed to do was merely to put a fireball to clear the field, and hand over the summons if there were any leaks. Even the hellish copies are so pleasant to pass. Soon, Li Du entered the main city, and here, even more powerful monsters awaited him. It was a monster with a human head and a snake's body, somewhat similar to the legendary Medusa. Snake Witch. Type, Chief. Level, 30. Life value, 246,000. Power, 12,800. Characteristics, Toxin Attack. Sanding, Petrification. Gazing into her gaze will turn you to stone. Skills, Snake Walk. Plague Fog. Poison Blast. Petrifying Gaze. Caution, never look her in the eye. Weakness, when she uses Petrify Gaze, you need to turn your back on her or take the opportunity to attack. Don't worry about her sneak attack. She will be unable to act for a short period of time. This monster's attributes became extremely powerful after receiving the boost from the sand table soaring. And, surprisingly, it can petrify people. It seems one has to be extra careful never to look her in the eye. If he was petrified, I'm afraid the trip to the copy would be a failure. In order to test the waters, Li Du directly dispatched 2 summons forward. At the same time, he himself and the snake woman kept a sufficient distance, ready to strike at any time. Soon, the 2 summons attacked. The Inferno coalesced fireballs, and the Cayman Orc General swung his sword, all attacking the snake woman. Hiss dash. The snake woman spat out her snake letters, and then moved as well. Her body twisted and came to the 2 summons with great speed, and then, a green liquid was sprayed out from his mouth. The liquid quickly fell on the Inferno. Hoo. The Inferno reinforced his body and immediately ignited a blazing fire, trying to vaporize the liquid. Yet the liquid suddenly erupted. Rumble. What was thought to be a liquid created an unexpected explosion. The Inferno was instantly blown away, while the Cayman Orc General used his shield to take the impact in the face. When the explosion was over, the Inferno was already covered in liquid, while falling into an extremely deep state of poisoning. though the blood was holding up well. The toxins were deepening every second, and it wasn't going to survive much longer. Her toxin damage is surprisingly high? Li Du recalled the inferno. Luckily, the Cayman Orc General was covered in armor, and the toxins couldn't hurt it. Gotta be careful with toxins or I might flip. At that moment, the Cayman Orc General attacked again. Li Du, on the other hand, was waiting for an opportunity. Despite the Snake Woman's high power, the Cayman Orc General was covered in armor and had extremely high resistance. Thus even if he hardened himself against the Snake Woman's attack, it wasn't unbearable. On the other hand, Li Du continuously unleashed Abyssal Slash and Thunderbolt. Fighting 1 against 2, Snake Woman was still a bit overwhelmed, and the damage that had been strengthened tenfold made Li Du's output extremely explosive. After a few skills, Snake Woman's body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing. Li Du used the Abyssal Pupil and found that she had less than half of her life value left. At this pace it will be killed in a few minutes. Just as Li Du was about to continue his attack, he suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. The Snake Woman unexpectedly twisted in an extremely strange position, twisting continuously and instantly twisting in front of Li Du. And then, the pupils dilated and the green light grew. Li Du immediately felt that his entire body was out of control and unable to move. She launched into petrification. Just then, the Cayman Orc General immediately blocked in front of Li Du. Li Du immediately resumed action. The Cayman Orc General's body, however, was fully hardened, and not even his armor was spared, completely transformed into a stone statue. Is this petrification? A wave of fear ran through Li Du's heart. For a moment just now, he felt an unprecedented danger. However, now that he had experienced it, it was time for Li Du to come to the end of the Snake Woman. Rage of the Living, strengthened 100-fold. Li Du boosted was the Rage of the Living Spirit effect and immediately attacked. The Snake Woman had just finished her petrification and her movements were affected. Li Du struck with a thunder strike, and countless thunderbolts immediately landed on the Snake Woman. The Snake Woman screamed miserably, but was unable to break free. In the end, she died at the hands of Li Du. You kill the evil woman of the demonic serpent. The target's attributes are detected to be too high, and you gain 8,000 days of life value. You have gained experience value of 78,000. You have obtained Demon Snake Crystal Core, Petrified Eye, Demon Snake Spear, Blue. After defeating the Snake Woman, Li Du obtained a total of 3 items. Devil Snake Crystallized Core, a material for building equipment, was nothing to write home about. Petrifying Eye is a special enhancement material that provides equipment with the additional skill of petrifying. As for the Spear of the Demonic Serpent, it was only a blue suit, and Li Du didn't bother to take a look at it, and threw it all into his spatial ring. Continuing on is the very center of the ancient city and the palace. Li Du looked ahead. So far, this trip to the replica was about to come to an end. Currently, Li Du had spent more than 10 hours brushing his copy. I don't know exactly how much, but it's definitely there on 11 or 12 hours. There is still a way to go from here to the palace. Perhaps there was still a bitter battle to go through. This copy really isn't simple. There are swarms and swarms of monsters infesting everywhere. And even after arriving at the ancient city, the challenges faced are still tougher. It's no wonder you have to have 50 people to enter. With so many monsters and not enough people, you're basically a giver. Even if one was a legendary ranked profession and did not have a similar skill like Li Du's Rage of the Living Spirit, one skill down would definitely not be able to clear the field. By that time, one would be caught in a circle of monsters. Once that happens, it's not far from failure. Li Du fought back and kept going. Chapter 104, Desert Emperor. Sure enough, there were several more alpha-level monsters on the way to the palace. They have even stronger attributes than Snake Girl. One had a dog's head, one looked like a sword, and another was crocodile-like, much like the desert butcher that Li Du had encountered in the Tower of Heaven. They are each difficult in their own way. However, Li Du's damage was too high with the 100x Living Fury boost. It hardly took much effort to kill them. The items gained were similar to killing the Snake Woman, neither of which Li Du would really need, and could just sell them when they went out. Finally, after a journey that lasted more than 10 hours, Li Du arrived at the deepest part of the Desert Emperor copy, the palace of the ancient desert city. Pushing open the door of the palace, Li Du walked in. It wasn't as opulent as expected. It was very quaint, as if it was all built out of sand. The tattered red carpet stretched all the way to the throne. The throne was extremely large, with the backrest even extending to the top of the palace, and a monster that reached a height of 4 or 5 meters sat on top of the throne. Its head looked like an eagle, but its entire body was clad in armor, emitting a sandy yellow color. It didn't have the nobility of gold, but it had an unrivaled imperial majesty. On one side of the throne, there was a scepter. Instead of a scepter, it was a sand-colored, pointed weed. Li Du cast his abyssal pupil to check its attributes. Desert Emperor, Type, Final Chief. Level, 30. Life Value, 328,000. Power, 18,000. Features, Sand Soldier present, it won't fight you personally. You must kill all of its sand soldiers to fight him. Desert Inheritance, 50% increase in all attributes if you fight in the desert. Sand Dust Power, you will be swept away by a sandstorm during the battle. And Desert Emperor's Might, 15% decrease in all of your attributes. Skills, Sand Soldier present. Sandstorm, Rise Again. Desert Fury, Forbidden Wall. Attention, watch out for dust storms. Weaknesses, it has no weaknesses when fighting in the desert. It was worthy of being the final boss. Whether it was attributes or characteristics, it was unrivaled. Moreover, fighting in the desert surprisingly had no weaknesses. Even with 100 times strength and living spirit's wrath, Li Du still had to admit that he was afraid that this battle would not be that good. Above the throne, the Desert Emperor gazed at Li Du. It suddenly opened its mouth. The desert was once the glory of this world, and only I can revive it. It then stood up. Countless amounts of quicksand fell from its body, which then merged into the throne. Trespasser, I will make you dissipate into the wind. Rumble, rumble. The entire palace shook and then collapsed. There was no rolling down of the wreckage, and the palace was surprisingly reduced to sand and part of the desert. No, it's not just the palace. The entire ancient city disappeared. All that remained around Li Du was the boundless desert, and the Desert Emperor. Sand troopers present. Countless quicksand surged up, and then one after another sand soldier appeared from the desert. Their numbers are unknown, constant and endless, surrounded Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du immediately struck out. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The rolling fireballs fell, erupting in a dazzling burst of fire in the desert. The general temperature of the surface of the sun was capable of melting even the sand. It was simply not something the sand soldiers could withstand, even if their numbers were far from constant. Just when Li Du thought that he could rely on the fireballs to clear the field, he suddenly froze. Despite the sand soldiers dying one after the other, the Desert Emperor in front of him still stood amidst the flames, unperturbed. Li Du realized that even though Li Du had killed a large number of sand soldiers, in just a moment, the Desert Emperor was able to summon countless more sand soldiers. The sand soldiers that kept appearing took a lot of damage from the fireballs. Nothing happened to the Desert Emperor. Even when Li Du opened his abyssal pupil, he found that the fireballs did zero damage to the Desert Emperor. How is this possible? Li Du was astonished. If that was the case, there was no way the Desert Emperor could have been killed. How did others get through it? It must have a weakness I haven't thought of. Li Du thought as he attacked. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Fighting in the desert, it has no weaknesses. But what if it's not a desert? However, this copy is supposed to be a huge desert. And where to find a place without a desert? Right. Oasis. Li Du remembered that there was a huge oasis in the middle of the desert. And in the oasis was a large lake. This was probably the only place in this copy that wasn't a desert. If I escape toward the oasis, will it come after me? Li Du thought it was worth trying. So he stopped attacking and immediately fled. Sure enough, when the Desert Emperor saw him fleeing, he directly dispatched a large number of sand soldiers, who came to pursue him. When Li Du ran a distance away, the Desert Emperor suddenly turned into sand. A few seconds later, the sand in front of Li Du coalesced, and it unexpectedly appeared in front of Li Du. However, Li Du didn't care, and after releasing his skills to kill a piece of sand soldiers, he once again fled away. And the Desert Emperor obviously had no intention of letting Li Du go, still chasing and blocking. This place was a long way from the oasis, but Li Du directly advanced at full speed. The sand soldiers at the back kept attacking. Li Du killed them if he could, and if he couldn't kill them, he directly performed hillside, so that the sand soldiers couldn't do much damage to himself. The Desert Emperor, on the other hand, was in hot pursuit, and if Li Du pulled away too far, it would just sand down and come to Li Du. In this way, the two chased and fled, and about an hour passed. The duration of Rage of the Living is all over. It's a good thing that Li Du can just use Hourglass to refresh. Eventually, Li Du finally saw the oasis. The large lake reflected the light and sparkled. Li Du made a big jump and jumped directly into the center of the lake. And at that moment, the Desert Emperor also came to the edge of the lake, but stopped and did not jump in after him. Li Du immediately cast Abyssal Pupil. At this point, the column of weaknesses had changed. Water will block the Desert Emperor's contact with the sand soldiers. Interfere with him with water to your heart's content. Thus, Li Du did not hesitate to cast the skill Abyssal Chop. He unleashed his skills in the water, immediately causing a strong impact. Boom! There was a huge splash of skill, which landed on the Desert Emperor's body with extreme precision. Instantly, the Desert Emperor let out a miserable scream, and the sand soldiers around it unexpectedly directly turned into a pile of sand. Li Du was very happy to see that it was effective. However, the Desert Emperor's reaction was also extremely swift. It surprisingly realized Li Du's thoughts and immediately turned around. About to leave the oasis. How can I let you run away? Li Du equipped the elven wings and rose up in the air from the water. Afterwards, he immediately released his skills. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Fireball again. Instant spell cast and released immediately. The huge fireball fell from the sky, and at that moment, the Desert Emperor had just arrived at the edge of the oasis and was about to step into the desert. But the fireball had already fallen. Rumble. Countless flames erupted and instantly smashed down. The Desert Emperor immediately drowned in the fire. A message followed. Congratulations, you've killed the Desert Emperor and successfully cleared your copy. Target's attributes are detected to be too high. You gain a lifespan of 10,000 days. You gained 150,000 experience points. You have acquired Desert Disc, purple, Desert Heart, purple, Skill Scroll, Sand Soldier Summoning, purple, Desert Emperor's Scepter, purple. Chapter 105, he broke another record. New skill Sand Soldier Summoning. As a message appeared, Li Du's record was finally finalized. 14 hours, 25 minutes, 6 seconds, for 14 whole hours. In order to clear this copy, Li Du could be said to have spent all of his energy, but it was all worth it. In terms of longevity income alone, Li Du had reached more than 5,000 years. One can only imagine how many wild monsters there really are in this copy. It's no wonder that the record lengths of the copies are so long. Now Li Du has broken the record. The last record for a copy of Desert Emperor was still 2 years ago. It took up to 17 hours. After breaking the record, Li Du got a full 10,000 points. The record-breaking rewards for large replicas were much better than other replicas. Of course, apart from that, the haul from the replica is not bad either. I didn't realize that the few items that the Desert Emperor burst out were all epic level. It hadn't been in vain that he'd gone to so much trouble. Desert Disc, carrying this on your body will grant you the Ascension skill. Ascension, gain a 30% increase in all attributes for 30 minutes. This skill consumes all of the disc's energy, and will fail if there is not enough energy to release it. Surprisingly, it was able to boost all of its attributes and lasted for such a long time. This prop, it can be said, is extremely useful. It was equivalent to the low-cost version of the Wrath of the Living Spirit. Moreover, it boosted all attributes, and its generalizability was even greater than the Wrath of the Living Spirit. Still, the effect was far less than the giant disc in the replica. After all, it can only be used on a single person and needs to be recharged. However, the Desert Disc was still very convenient to recharge, and just like the hourglass, it all cost divine power values. A one-time recharge would cost roughly 3,000 divine power values. Desert Heart, the core of the Desert Emperor, the main material for creating the Desert Emperor set. Only 1/5 of the Desert Heart is needed to fulfill the requirements of one of the equipment. Skill Scroll, Sand Soldier Summoning, use level 20. After using it, you can learn the skill, Sand Soldier Summoning. A material, a skill scroll, were all worth a lot of money, especially the skill scrolls, which turned out to be epic level summoning type skills. The learning level has reached level 20. So I'm afraid that the summoned sand soldiers will be even more powerful than the Cayman Orc General. Of course, maybe it's a group summoning skill too. When the Desert Emperor summoned sand soldiers, he could summon thousands at once. One man's army, so to speak. The skill books that are dropped are never going to be any worse. Desert Emperor's Scepter, Epic Level Magic Profession Equipment. Wear level, level 20. Background, an ancient scepter that gathers the power of the desert and carries the authority of the Emperor. It is rumored that by obtaining it, one is able to become the Emperor of the Desert. Effect, plus 500 strength, plus 400 spirit. Bonus effect, plus 15% damage boost to spell-like skills in the desert. This effect triples. Passive skill, Desert Emperor's Ascension, extremely full set can trigger. Increase all attributes by 20%. This effect will be tripled in the desert. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, it had to be said that Li Du was really a bit greedy. If all the effects of the equipment were utilized, not only would it be able to increase the damage of spell-type skills by 45%, but it would also be able to increase the full attributes by a full 60%. Unfortunately, not only do you have to collect the set, but you're also required to be in the desert to double it. This makes this gear very limiting. Nonetheless, the attributes of this piece of equipment still belong to the upper echelon amongst a group of epic-level equipment. This time, Li Du still made a lot of money. After counting his harvest, Li Du directly left the copy. Outside, a new record has emerged. The people gathered in front of the Desert Emperor replica were suddenly buzzing. Only a new inscription has appeared on the record tablet. Well, is it King's Landing Academy? No, not. No, who else could it be but the King's Landing Academy? See for yourself. Soon, people froze, wide-eyed with disbelief. First place, Li Du. Time to pass, 14 hours, 25 minutes, 6 seconds. How is this possible? It's Li Du. It's even him again. No, how come he's the only one with a name? Where are the others? Large replicas could not be entered with insufficient numbers, so when they saw Li Du's name, it was widely assumed that this was the team that Li Du was in. However, there is indeed only one name on the record tablet, Li Du. He wouldn't have soloed this copy, would he? Crap, how did he do that? Let's not talk about how he entered solo. Just based on his feat of being able to single-handedly brush a large-scale replica, I have a feeling that no one will be able to match him in 100 years. And at that moment, Li Du also came out from his copy. People immediately gathered around. Li Du is out. Li Du, how did you break the record? Looking at the people who had gathered in a full circle, Li Du frowned slightly, not paying attention to the people's questions. He just pushed through the crowd and left. Seeing Li Du like this, some people were jealous. What are you so proud of? You won't even say a word. So there's probably something unseemly going on. The words were immediately heard by Li Du. He looked back at the sarcastic man in silence. Say one more word. All of a sudden, the air around them went cold. The people who were still shady just a moment ago felt a wave of unexplained fear, and their bodies felt a bit like they were going to tremble. Seeing him do so, Li Du snorted coldly and turned around. At this point, the man actually sat down on the ground. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted around them. I thought how awesome you were. But you ended up being scared to death of your legs by a look from someone. Try one more word? Try it and die. Crap. You don't say. With that look in Li Du's eyes just now, I feel like it wouldn't be strange for him to kill someone in the next second. Maybe he did kill someone. After leaving the copy, Li Du went to the trading house and sold many of the materials and equipment obtained from the copy, leaving only the skill books behind. These ended up selling for over 100,000 points. In terms of value, it was surprisingly not as high as the Bloody Prison, but this copy was able to be entered at level 20 after all, and these gains were already high enough. Besides, this was only Li Du's harvest alone. If 50 people entered, these would still have to be divided into 50 portions, which is not actually particularly much. Now that I have nearly 600,000 points, even if I exchange it for an epic set, it's still enough. If a set can be assembled, it will be able to utilize extremely powerful extra effects, like the Desert Emperor set. It can enhance all attributes. The additional effect of an epic set was not even inferior to that of one or even two pieces of top-tier epic equipment. But Li Du was in no hurry. He planned to wait until he had saved up 100,000 years of life expectancy and changed his profession to an epic-level profession. Then he would unify the process. After returning home, Li Du rested for a while and started learning new skills. Use skill scrolls. Used successfully. You have learned the skill, Sand Soldier Summoning. Li Du immediately checked the skill effect. Sand Soldier Summoning, summon one Sand Soldier. It will inherit 60% of your attributes. Your level is not more than 50. If it is more than that, it will be inherited according to the attributes of the 50th level, and it will learn one of your single combat class profession skills. The Sand Soldier exists for an unlimited amount of time and will automatically disappear once it leaves your range of 5,000 meters. Skill consumption, 300 mana points. Cooldown time, 1 second. Skill limit, you can have up to 100 Sand Soldiers present at the same time. If the Sand Soldier encounters desert terrain, it will boost its full attributes by 20% and gain the Sanding skill. Since it's a group summoning skill, this made Li Du extraordinarily surprised. He had thought it was another single summoning skill, a group summoning skill that also inherits its own attributes and skills. Best of all, the cooldown is just 1 second. Li Du, on the other hand, was able to summon a full 100 of them. In the copy, all I need to do is summon the Sand Soldiers to full strength, and I don't even need to do it myself to clear the copy. Li Du suddenly felt that it was time to change his concepts. What's wrong with a strong warrior class or mage class? The summoning department is king. Chapter 106, a waste of effort. Ha ha ha, the effort is not enough. We made it. Cheers leapt up from the people of the King's Landing Academy. After more than 10 hours of hard fighting, they finally cleared the copy. I didn't get the Desert Heart, but at least I got to break the record. Where is the Desert Heart so good to get? It only drops once every 2 months, and the drop rate is extremely low. It's impossible to get it if you're not lucky. I remember that the purchase price of the Desert Heart from the trading house reached a terrifying 50,000 points, which already catches up to a purple suit. This time, King's Landing Academy entered the Desert Emperor replica for 2 purposes. One of them is a broken record, which has been reached. The second was to obtain the Tsar Crystal Core. also known as the desert heart. This was the main material for creating Tsar equipment, and with just one piece of desert heart, the main material for 5 Tsar sets was gathered. Therefore, it was particularly precious. Even though the Tsar suit had to be used in the desert to maximize its effect, the base attributes alone already exceeded quite a few purple suits. After all, there weren't many sets that could add full attributes at all. Su Zhen said, "It doesn't matter, we'll keep fighting tomorrow, we can always fight." He Xiao asked, "Senior Su Zhen, which senior actually needs the Tsar suit?" This time, when the King's Landing Academy organized this operation, He Xiao knew some insider information. The reason was that a certain bigwig in the academy needed a Tsar suit, but the trading house didn't have it. So he directly spent a large amount of money and asked Su Zhen to organize manpower to fight copies and get the desert heart so that he could build the suit. Even the purple suits of several main members were provided by him. Su Zhen said, "There's no harm in telling you. It's Senior Mo Xiaojun. He's about to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and the first location happens to be in the desert, and the Tsar suit is very suitable." When he heard the name Mo Xiaojun, He Xiao was instantly surprised. In the King's Landing Academy, this name was extraordinarily loud. It was rumored that the Junlin Academy was funded by his father, and Mo Xiaojun lived up to his father's expectations, awakening to the legendary rank profession at the age of 18. And just a month after entering the school, he single-handedly swiped several hell-level copies. During his sophomore year, he even passed the National Guild's test and received a certificate of strength. And after that, it was even more crazy to set numerous trial records. Being in the same legendary profession, he was able to surpass the others by a large margin. It made countless people say outright that he was simply a demon. Almost the entire senior year was very much recognized that Mo Xiaojun was the #1 professional. Back then, he had also passed the Cloud Ridge Academy examination with the best score in history. But in the end, he refused to go to the Cloud Ridge Academy and instead entered the King's Landing Academy. He even let slip, "From today onwards, King's Landing Academy is the #1 academy, because I'm coming." I didn't realize it was him who needed the Tsar suit, but He Xiao was very puzzled. "Isn't the Tsar set a level 20 set? I heard that Senior Mo Xiaojun is already level 40. Su Zhen said, "This is something you don't know. The set can actually be upgraded, and after upgrading, the Tsar set can reach level 40. Senior Mo Xiaojun has even prepared the materials needed for the upgrade, just waiting for the set." Hearing this, He Xiao was a little excited. Was he or she hitching a ride on Mo Xiaojun's line? This was an absolute fi. If one got on good terms with him, one's future would simply be a straight path. When he thought of this, he began to think about how to go about befriending Mo Xiaojun. The teleportation spell appeared and the people from the King's Landing Academy left the copy. The people from the King's Landing Academy have come out. They passed the copy too. At this point, there weren't many people left here. Su Zhen didn't care, but instead looked at the record monument. However, he was soon baffled. What's going on? At this moment, someone shouted out from the crowd of the King's Landing Academy, "Why didn't we break the record?" On the tablet of record, this line is recorded. Second place, King's Landing Academy. Time, 16 hours, 48 minutes, 28 seconds. 16 hours, surprisingly, is only second. Su Zhen frowned. Who is this person called Li Du? It only took 14 hours. What kind of people did he enter the copy with? At this time, someone who was watching shouted, "Li Du is soloing. He soloed the large copy. Single brush. Are you kidding me?" Su Zhen's face immediately went cold. Large replicas can't get in unless the number of people is met. That's common sense. Who doesn't know that? It's just a single brush. We all saw it. Yes, I can testify. I saw that too. He got in hours before you guys did. You can ask the others if you don't believe me. We saw it all. And believe it or not, he swiped it all solo. Hearing this, Su Zhen's face was gloomy. He felt humiliated, and at the drop of a hat, he was about to strike. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Senior Su Zhen, look, the desert heart has dropped." What? Su Zhen jumped and immediately looked at the stone tablet next to the replica. At the top of the stone monument, there was a red orb which was still glowing, but it was now extinguished. This meant that the most important prop in the replica, the desert heart, had dropped. He simply couldn't take it. He had been busy for so long, but as a result, the record for the copy had not been broken, and even the desert heart had been taken away. This prop will only drop once every 2 months. Once it was taken by someone else, they wouldn't be able to brush it out as many times as they could within 2 months. It's not just Su Zhen. He Xiao's face was a shade of red and a shade of white at the moment, staring at Li Du's name with a death glare, practically itching to eat him alive. It's Li Du again. It's still Li Du. Time and time again, He had caused him to be unlucky and spoiled his good deeds. From the trial until now, he simply hated Li Du. Originally, if he got the desert heart this time, he would find an opportunity to ask Su Zhan to give it to him so that he could take it to Mo Xiaojun. That way, he could take the opportunity to befriend Mo Xiaojun. As a result, the desert heart had surprisingly dropped. The good thing that was on the board was just spoiled by Li Du. He Xiao shouted. The desert heart must have been obtained by Li Du. His voice immediately drew a lot of stares. Su Zhan asked, "You know this Li Du?" He Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's him, designed to frame me during the trial and take away my trial credit." Hearing this, a wave of disgust appeared in Su Zhan's eyes. Another thought that Li Du had taken away the desert heart that should have belonged to them was an even greater burst of anger. Thinking that Li Du was just a freshman, Su Zhan immediately ordered a few people. "You two, immediately go find that person called Li Du. If he is sensible, let him hand over the desert heart. If he is not sensible, I will teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, several people immediately left. Chapter 107, Su Zhan's anger. After working for more than 10 hours in the copy, Li Du was also almost exhausted. After learning the skills at home, I went straight to bed. Even for a professional, continuously brushing copies without resting was extremely draining of energy. Seeing this, Xu Weisheng could not bear to disturb Li Du. It wasn't until almost noon the next day that Li Du got up. After washing up, he found that Xu Weisheng had already warmed up the meal. After eating, Li Du continued to head to the replica hall. Even though it was tiring to brush a large replica, such a rich harvest made Li Du simply unable to stop. But now that he had gained new skills, it shouldn't be that difficult to brush copies. You can have the sand soldiers explore the replica more, preferably looking for more desert fruits. This kind of fruit was very useful to Li Du. With it, it would never be but blue again. Just then, a voice interrupted Li Du's thoughts. "You're Li Du?" Puzzled, Li Du saw two youths wearing academy uniforms, though Li Du couldn't recognize which academy they were from. "Something?" The two men looked arrogant. "You're the one who got the desert heart?" "I'm the one who got it." "What's wrong with you guys? Hand over the desert heart. Our senior Su Zhan needs it." Hearing this, Li Du instantly let out a cold smile. "Nuts." With that, he turned and left. Li Du didn't even know who they were, and they opened their mouths and said they wanted the desert heart. Li Du had given them face by not making a move to teach them a lesson. He was in a pretty good mood right now, and he didn't want to be disturbed by these two. When the two men saw this, their eyes widened in anger. "How dare you refuse us? Do you know who Senior Su Zhan is? I don't care if he's a man or a ghost. If you want the desert heart, tell him to get his ass over here." Saying that, Li Du ignored them and directly entered the replica hall. Grass. The two men were so angry that their livers hurt. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Eventually, "You just have to leave. King's Landing Academy." Li Du, he refused? Those two had returned and spoke to Su Zhan about the situation. "Yeah, not only did he refuse, he even called you names. Senior Su Zhan. He's just too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't our Junlin Academy be laughed at by the others?" Su Zhan's face was also very gloomy, and in his heart, he held a grudge against Li Du even more. However, he was unable to strike at Li Du at will in school. In Yanguan University, the punishment for senior students bullying junior students was very severe. In serious cases, they would even be directly expelled from school. However, what gave Su Zhan an even bigger headache was that the desert heart had fallen. So how was he going to give Mo Xiaojun an explanation? One should know that Mo Xiaojun had directly provided them with 3 purple sets. No matter what, the desert heart must be taken back. Li Du was completely unaware of Su Zhan's thoughts and would not care at all. At this time, he once again came into the copy. A copy of Desert Emperor. Since he had already cleared the level, the copy went on cooldown. The cooldown was extremely long, surprisingly reaching 400 hours. Translated, it would take the better part of a month to be able to access it again. If you spend points, it takes up to 5,000 points to remove the cooldown. But the good thing is that Hourglass works for large copies as well, consuming just 2 refreshes. After refreshing the copy, Li Du entered it again. Off to the side, people were watching. When Li Du went in, there was a lot of discussion. Sure enough, he's gone in again. Still alone. Do you guys think he'll set a new record? That goes without saying? For sure it will be. Which copy has he been to that didn't brush the record several times before he stopped? Why does he get to solo though? I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of treasure. Enter the copy and it's the familiar desert again. After yesterday's pass, Li Du was already familiar with it. Various wild monsters kept appearing along the way, but they were all killed by Li Du in seconds. During that time, Li Du kept summoning sand soldiers and marching forward in all directions. This time, Li Du not only wanted to clear the copy, but also to look for more desert fruits. Along the way, all kinds of powerful monsters appeared everywhere, and many sand soldiers were killed, but Li Du didn't care. When one died, he summoned another one, and in the middle of the desert, sand soldiers were like fish in water. Li Du saw many hidden wild monsters in various places. There are even a number of hidden treasures. Even though the stuff wasn't particularly valuable, it was a surprise. Soon, Li Du encountered a sandstorm. This time, he didn't dodge, but let the sandstorm sweep by. Under the enchantment of hierarchy, despite the great power of the sandstorm, it could not hurt Li Du at all. The sandstorm was followed by the familiar siege of wild monsters. In all directions, countless wild monsters appeared, group by group. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Rumble. The fireball exploded, and endless flames shot up into the sky like a diffused mushroom cloud. Countless wild monsters died in it. Li Du continued to move forward. The second time he traveled, he was much faster. Under the sand soldier detection, Li Du also discovered many hidden elite monsters. It wasn't long before it was time to come to the oasis again. Take a short break and move on. Another visit to the cactus forest. Entering the center, the tallest cactus tree, Li Du did not see the desert fruit. Sure enough, it's not that easy to brush off. Li Du was a little disappointed, but it didn't leave it at that, but continued to brush forward. The longevity gain that this copy could provide was just too high, and Li Du didn't want to give it up. However, along the way, he began to cast Heaven's Fury Fireball extremely frequently. It was because through the detection of the sand soldiers, Li Du realized that there were a large number of wild monsters hidden underground in the sand in almost every place and everywhere. These wild monsters had been hibernating. If Li Du had been vigilant, they might never have appeared. But if you drop it, you might do it right away. Li Du didn't want to take any chances, so he directly released fireballs and cleared the field at every location. As a result, Li Du traveled an unknown amount faster. After about 7 hours had passed, Li Du arrived at the desert ancient city. This time, Li Du struck first. Before entering the ancient city, Li Du directly released the Heavenly Rage Fireball to take a shot at the ancient city first. And then, rolling explosions rang out. Numerous prompts appeared. It is the experience value, lifespan, and materials gained after killing a large number of sand soldiers. But one fireball was not enough to cover the entire ancient city, and Li Du refreshed it with an hourglass and released several more rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The rounds of fireballs were like a firework feast, killing an unknown number of sand soldiers. When Li Du walked into the ancient city, it was almost in ruins. The desert disk didn't rise either, and when Li Du walked into the palace, the desert emperor sat on his throne. It wasn't killed by the Heaven's Wrath Fireball and was still filled with majesty, its gaze carrying disdain. Li Du sneered, "If you have the ability, come after me." After saying that, Li Du released his skills against the desert emperor. Sand soldiers appeared and blocked the skill. The emperor of the desert was not harmed, and Li Du didn't hesitate to run away. Exactly as expected, the desert emperor had indeed caught up. Chapter 108, Gambling Battle. There was nothing to say about the fight after that, and after arriving at the oasis, Li Du made a direct move. Soon the desert emperor was once again crushed by Li Du. This time there were no equipment or skill books popping out, nor was there a desert heart, but many usual materials. The harvest was far less than when Li Du passed the copy for the first time. Not even half of that. It seems that by brushing the same copy multiple times, the returns will keep falling. But Li Du didn't really care. His longevity gains weren't going to diminish. On this copy trip, Li Du still gained 5,000 years of life. At this point, Li Du's lifespan was close to 20,000 years. Half a month to go. Epic level professions that required 100,000 years of life to redeem. Li Du was imperative. On the record monument to the side of the Desert Emperor's copy, Li Du's name was once again refreshed. First place, Li Du. Time to pass, 9 hours, 44 minutes, 38 seconds. Sure enough, he broke the record again. Crap, this one went straight to 9 hours? Who else can break this record? Unless a team is assembled that consists entirely of epic professions and everyone is fully leveled with epic equipment. I have a feeling that no one will be able to break this record at all. You don't say. That's the kind of team I'm still feeling pretty hungover. Isn't this team you're talking about? A little bit lower. The King's Landing Academy? As it turns out, they're not even close. Breaking the record again. Countless people admired Li Du. He didn't just break the record, he even swiped it solo. This is not an ordinary copy, but a large copy. When Li Du walked out, there was still a group of people surrounding him. Only, Li Du didn't feel much. He knew that these people were touting him like stars because his performance was strong enough. Once he failed one day, there would surely be countless people who would come forward to jump on his face and mock him. In the 3 years of high school, His experience of all this could be said to be the most profound. "You're Li Du?" A relatively stout youth with an arrogant expression came in front of Li Du. Looking at him, there was even a bit of hostility in his eyes. Li Du was a bit puzzled. "Something's wrong?" The youth spoke. "I'm Su Zhan. We know each other?" Li Du only felt as if he had heard this name somewhere, but really had no recollection of it. Hearing this, Su Zhan's face immediately turned gloomy. Regardless of whether Li Du was pretending not to recognize him or he really didn't recognize him, this was nothing short of a humiliation for him. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a school, he would have even wanted to do it right away. However, thinking about his mission, Su Zhan still suppressed his anger. "Come with me to the school's arena and we'll bet on a battle. If you lose, hand over the desert heart." Hearing this, before Li Du could say anything, the people around him immediately clamored. "Crap, shame on you, Su Zhan. You're a junior and Li Du is only a freshman. How can you say such a thing?" "Bullshit. I kind of know what kind of people are in the Junlin Academy. This Su Zhan really has no limits. Isn't that bullying? And betting on battles. Why should people bet on battles with you?" Li Du just looked at him with an idiotic face. It was simply inexplicable, and Li Du didn't even know how on earth he had provoked him. Sick. Li Du ignored it and crossed over Su Zhan and was directly about to leave. When Su Zhan saw this, he immediately became anxious and shouted, "You wouldn't dare, would you? You have the guts to single brush a copy, but you don't even dare to bet on a battle with me?" Li Du turned a deaf ear to his words. He still had to go to the trading house to deal with the loot, and after that he had to go rest and then proceed to brush his copy. What a mess of a betting war. Simply childish. He could brush 5,000 to 6,000 years of life in a day, and if he was disturbed by something like this, even if it was only for a minute, it would cause him to lose years of his life. Seeing that Li Du was about to leave the replica hall, Su Zhan immediately couldn't bear it anymore. "Stop right there." Su Zhan took out a large sword and unleashed his skill at Li Du. Immediately, a shockwave appeared on the ground, like the tip of a mountain rising from the ground, and rushed towards Li Du. Li Du felt a wave of threat and looked back, his gaze suddenly icy cold. However, his reaction speed was quick and he immediately dodged the skill. However, Su Zhan's behavior also completely angered him. "What do you mean?" Li Du's face was incredibly gloomy, ready to strike at any time. At this point, everyone around them was surprised. Su Zhan, is he crazy? How dare he strike here? Regardless, he won't get away with being disciplined today. I have a feeling he's getting antsy. Is it worth it for a betting war? When did Li Du provoke him? Isn't it just that he broke the record before King's Landing Academy? Su Zhan ignored the voices around him. He knew that once he made a move, there was absolutely no going back. Once the story got out, he would definitely be disciplined by the school. But if he got the desert heart, he could still go and beg Mo Xiaojun. With Mo Xiaojun's energy, even if he was disciplined, he should be taken lightly, at most on probation, not to say expelled from school. Either you bet on the battle with me, or I'll do it myself. You choose one. Li Du's face revealed a cold light. Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you. I accept your betting war. When they heard Li Du's words, the people around them were in an uproar. Crap, Li Du, you can't follow suit when he, Su Battle, makes a fool of himself. Why did you accept his betting war? Ha! Run while you can. Report the matter to the school, and Su Zhan will definitely not be able to eat it. That's right, can't figure it out. But for a gambling battle I feel that Li Du may not lose. Su Zhan is a level 30, or an epic level profession. How can Li Du fight? Li Du but single brush large copy. Su Warid has this ability? People are talking. Su Zhan, on the other hand, was delighted in his heart. As long as Li Du accepts the betting war, everything will be okay. Okay, we're going to the arena now. At this time, Li Du suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. If I lose, the desert heart is yours. If you lose, what's your bet? Su Zhan froze. He hadn't thought about this at all, as he hadn't even thought that he would lose. He laughed coldly at once. Do you think you can win against me? Li Du ignored his remark and repeated. I'll ask again. What's your bet? Humph, if I lose, whatever you want. Whatever you want. That's what you said yourself. Li Du sneered. If you lose, as many points as I have on me, you'll give me as many points as you can at that time. Afterward, Li Du and Su Zhan both entered the teleportation array and teleported to the arena. And then, the people in the neighborhood followed suit and teleported over. The story gradually spread. Many people knew that freshman Li Du was actually going to have a betting war with junior Su Zhan. It was important to realize that Li Du was only level 22, while Su Zhan was already level 30. Li Du actually agreed to a betting war? What does he think? Chapter 109. One move. 1 second. What's there to say? Even though only a short period of time had passed, news of this betting war was still flying around like it had wings. Soon the arena was packed. During this period of time, Li Du had almost become a symbol for the freshmen. There wasn't a single freshman who didn't know him. Even some of the older students are starting to hear about this record-breaking fiend. And today, he's actually in a betting war with a junior college senior. It was important to realize that there was a difference of 8 levels between Li Du and Su Zhan. I feel that Li Du will definitely lose. He's too conceited and deserves to suffer a bit. I'd like to think it's a dragon fight. Don't forget that Li Du is someone who can casually solo a nightmare level copy. It's just a low-level copy. Su Zhan is level 30. To a professional, level 30 is a qualitative change. Don't look down on Li Du. He can even solo a large replica. What is Su Zhan? I know that Su Zhan, posing as a veteran, simply looks down on the freshman. Li Du hurry up and beat him, rubbing his sharpness. People were talking and the arena was filled with spectators. Li Du and Su Zhan had already stepped into the ring. Su Zhan sneered, having gotten into this ring, now even if you want to back out, it's impossible. Li Du didn't reply, but just faintly said, make your move. This cold attitude once again angered Su Zhan. Don't think you're so powerful just because you can solo a copy. That's just a low-level copy. You have no idea how powerful the changes will be after a professional's level 30. You're bound to lose today. With that, Su Zhan took out his longsword. Li Du cast his abyssal pupil and saw his detailed information. Name, Su Zhan. Rank, 30. Profession, Rock Warrior, Epic. Skills, Pan Mountain Fist. Jin Mountain Sword Technique. Landslide. Raging Rage. Life value, 112. 600. Mana, 3800. Power, 2100. Spirit, 535. Body mass, 1800. Agility, 710. It had to be said that just by looking at the values, Su Zhan was still very exaggerated. With a life value as high as 110,000, it was already equivalent to a level 20 hell-level copy boss. His most powerful attributes were strength and constitution, which meant that Su Zhan's damage was extremely high, with a strength of up to 2100. Together with the equipment as well as the skills, Li Du estimated that Su Zhan could even deal 10,000 to 20,000 damage with one skill. If it was an epic skill, it wouldn't be surprising to deal 40,000 to 50,000 damage. Physique was even as high as 1800, which made Su Zhan extremely needy and highly defensive. However, Su Zhan also had the common problem of all warrior-type professions. His spirit and agility were both relatively low and very skewed. Li Du guessed that he had probably added all of his attribute points to strength and physique to do so. After coming to the ring, Su Zhan immediately made his move. Landslide. As a ripple spread the ring, followed by a violent vibration, and then, a spike unexpectedly drilled out of the ground. The people around them were surprised to see this scene. Crap! Su Zhan is opening the game with a big move, not wanting to leave Li Du alive at all. Even though landslide is a fine grade skill, in terms of power, it's even comparable to an epic grade skill. Most importantly, this skill cannot be dodged unless you can fly. It looks like Li Du is going to be in an unfavorable position to start the game. Su Zhan laughed out loud. Li Du, I have spread landslide to the entire ring. Unless you automatically admit defeat and jump down from the ring, you will definitely be injured by my skill. Also for your information, under level suppression, my landslide is capable of doing twice the damage. If you don't want to die, hurry up and admit defeat. However, Li Du's expression was calm beyond compare. Boom boom boom. A spike appeared from the ground and was about to stab Li Du. Right at this moment, Li Du suddenly leapt up and jumped into the air. People saw this and were immediately disappointed. It's useless even if you jump up. You'll still take damage if you fall. This move is definitely a fainting move. However, just when people thought that Li Du was going to fall down, they only saw a pair of crystalline wings suddenly appear behind Li Du. Li Du unexpectedly levitated in the air. This made Su Zhan's eyes go wide. How is this possible? Never. Flight skill. You need to reach at least level 40 to learn it. Li Du said coldly. Who told you that this is a flying skill? At that moment, someone shouted. It's not a skill. It's a prop. Look at Li Du's back. There's a pair of wings. I can't believe he has a flying prop. Su Zhan also saw it and his face was gloomy. He obviously did not expect Li Du to have this kind of advanced prop. However, do you think a flying prop will save you? With insufficient strength, even if you can fly, you definitely won't win. Yes? Li Du sneered. Afterwards, the rage of the living spirit was immediately turned on. In the next second, Li Du maneuvered his elven wings and charged towards Su Zhan. Thunderclap. Crackle. A large amount of thunder and lightning erupted, and Su Zhan immediately felt a wave of fear. The power contained in that lightning seemed as if it was capable of killing him instantly. Granted defense. He unleashed his skills and tried to block the attack. However, when the thunder fell on his body, he surprisingly found that his defense was as fragile as paper. Under Li Du's thunderbolt, no defense would work. Rumble. A large amount of lightning shocked and fell onto Sujan. An explosion arose, and Sujan flew out of the ring and fell to the ground. People were too surprised to say anything when they saw this. Some people felt that Sujan could easily defeat Li Du. Some people think it's going to be a dragon fight, but no one could have imagined that Li Du would have one skill and seconded Sujan. Level 22 beat level 30 and ended up seconding the other at level 22. It was unbelievable. Moreover, Li Du was still a fine grade profession, and Sujan was epic grade. No one would have guessed it. No one would have guessed it. Sujan's condition was very bad. The lightning caused his body to be scorched black, and coupled with the force of the heavy blow, he was spitting out blood, and had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries. The good thing is, no lives were hurt. The priests in the arena immediately stepped forward and treated Sujan's injuries. Li Du walked over to Sujan and condescended. You lost. He lost. It was only then that Sujan realized, his eyes widening as he simply couldn't accept the result. At that moment, the arena's management teacher came over. According to your betting agreement, Sujan needs to pay out the same amount of points as Li Du has. The total is 587. 682 points. Sujan jumped up at once, not even caring about his injuries. That's impossible. How can you have so many points? You guys are definitely mistaken. 580,000 points. He couldn't even afford to lose it if he was sold. Over the past 3 years, Sujan had fought to the death and saved only 100,000 or so points, which was only enough to pay out a fraction of a cent. The management teacher's gaze went cold. Student Sujan, your speech needs attention. The betting fight was carried out after you all agreed to it, and once it's carried out, it can't be reversed. Otherwise, the school has the right to expel you. Sujan didn't dare to speak at once. The management teacher continued. You currently have 163,460 points left on your card, which has been automatically allocated to student Li Du's card. For the remaining points, please transfer them to the appropriate account within half a year or suffer the consequences. As soon as the words fell, Sujan's face paled. There was no greater sorrow than death, and he could never have imagined that he would be faced with such an outcome. Not only had he lost the betting fight, he also owed Li Du more than 400,000 points. Wait! Right at this moment, a majestic voice rang out, and then, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. The arena's management teacher was surprised to see him. The other students were also surprised for a moment. Surprisingly, it's the vice president of the King's Landing Academy. Why is he here? The middle-aged man coldly said. Sujan and Li Du had already violated the school's rules before the betting fight. This betting fight is a violation of the rules, and the results will not be counted. Chapter 110, Expelling Li Du? I'll tear down your King's Landing Academy. When these words came out, the surrounding people immediately clamored. Crap, what does that mean? It means that Sujan's 580,000 points don't have to be paid out. Isn't this naked favoritism? Wasn't it just Sujan who violated the school's rules by striking out at Li Du? And what rules did Li Du violate? What's wrong with this guy? Shoo, he's a vice president. So watch out for comments. Sujan was pleasantly surprised to see the vice dean. He immediately shouted, I admit that I violated the rules by initiating the betting war, and I also asked the school to cancel the results of the betting war. The management teacher was immediately displeased and said, Vice Dean Han, whether the results of the arena are valid or not is a matter for the arena. Please don't interfere too much. Vice Dean. Han Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, this teacher, please also watch your words. It was Li Du and Sujan who violated the study rules first, and now I'm going to take them away for disciplinary action. The management teacher was speechless. Han Feng was the vice dean of Junlin Academy. His status in Yanguan University was not low. It was simply not something he could mess with as a small management teacher. Afterward, Han Feng looked at Li Du and coldly said, come with me. Li Du just looked at him, but didn't move. On what grounds? Just because I'm the vice president. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. If you don't go, I can simply expel you from the school. Li Du frowned as his gaze grew cold. It had been a long time. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Even though he knew that this person in front of him was absolutely powerful and incomparable, and that he couldn't defeat him no matter what, but Li Du still wanted to do it. At that moment, a cold heave came out, resounding throughout the arena. Don't you dare! Hearing this familiar voice, Li Du was instantly surprised. The visitor was an old man dressed in gray cloth, looking similar to an unusual old man on the side of the road. The look was very amiable, but now he was frighteningly cold. Elder Zhou? The person who came was none other than Zhou Ning. Seeing Zhou Ning, Han Feng frowned slightly. Despite his status, Zhou Ning was one of the few professors in the school who was ranked 90 or above. Even more so, he was ranked 99, only one step away from crossing over into the transcendent realm. Facing Zhou Ning, he didn't have much of a backbone. Han Feng, if you dare to expel Li Du from the school today, I'll dare to tear down King's Landing Academy. These domineering words were completely different from the Zhou Ning that Li Du knew. The people around them were also surprised. Crap, Elder Zhou would actually stand up and speak for Li Du. So overbearing, but this kind of Zhou Lao. I like it. Ha ha ha, I thought Professor Zhou Ning was always amiable. But it turns out that he would also say such things. Han Feng's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip, and he said stiffly, Elder Zhou, Li Du has violated the school's rules. I'm going to take him back for disciplinary action. Discipline my ass. Zhou Ning shouted. You think I don't know what's going on? Su Zhan violated the rules by forcing his hand on Li Du and forcing him to agree to a betting battle. If you want to say that you violated the school's rules, only Su Zhan is the only one. Li Du didn't violate it. Han Feng was still unconvinced. Even so, their betting war was forced by Su Zhan. This betting war is not in accordance with the rules and therefore does not count. Zhou Ning snorted. Out of line with which rule? As long as the arena recognizes the legality of the betting war, this betting war is in accordance with the rules. With that, he looked at the management teacher. This teacher, is this betting war legal? The management teacher glanced at Han Feng, then at Zhou Ning, and finally said, the betting battle between Li Du and Su Zhan is in accordance with the arena regulations. Hearing this, Han Feng's face became even more somber. He had actually come with a mission this time. The Monarch's Landing Academy was created by the Mo family, so the important people in the academy were actually people who had the Mo family's back. Mo Xiaojun had already heard about Su Zhan's matter. After learning that the Desert Heart had been taken, he told him to find a way. If this betting war was won by Su Battle, then everything would be fine. Subsequently but symbolically disciplined Su Zhan well, but the Desert Heart can be taken back. But I didn't expect Su Zhan to lose, and to lose in such an ugly way. He had no choice but to go down himself. He had planned to take Li Du away first. As long as Li Du was in his hands, he was not afraid that he would not give in. Anyway, it's just a student. A little coercion. How dare he resist? You still have to hand over the Desert Heart? But who knew that Zhou Ning had come? This made Han Feng instantly unable to get off the ground. Don't look at Zhou Ning's current amiable and harmless appearance, but in his younger days, this one was the one who was known as the Great Demon King on the battlefield, and the number of enemies who had died in his hands was already unknown. Even the Mo family didn't dare to offend such a character at will. Seeing that the situation was already like this, Han Feng didn't dare to completely offend Zhou Ning to death, so he could only say, but Su Zhan is a student of the Junlin Academy, so how to handle this must be decided by the Junlin Academy. Zhou Ning coldly said, there's no need for that. I remember that old Qin didn't give your Junlin Academy the power to deal with students privately. How does Elder Zhou plan to handle this? Zhou Ning snorted coldly. Let's deal with this according to the school rules. Within half a year, Su Zhan must repay the points he owes, or be expelled from the school. Also, Su Zhan privately struck out at the lower grade students. His behavior is extremely bad. According to the school rules, he should be disqualified from the academy and given one demerit. Hearing this, Su Zhan's face turned as white as paper. If he really handled it this way, then his life would basically be ruined. Being disqualified from the academy would definitely become a major stain in his career. In the future, there was absolutely no need to think about the various great guilds. If he was still expelled from school, his life would be over. Without the school, he could barely get into the guild and get no resources. At his level, he might not be able to break through level 40 in his lifetime. Han Feng's face was unpleasant. Handling it this way could be said to be a hard slap in the face to him. Even the Mo family would be disappointed in him because of this. How could he work with the Mo family when he couldn't even protect a student? This won't do, Han Feng shouted. This is too much to handle. Zhou Ning simply ignored it. It's a school rule that no one can break. Seeing this, Han Feng had no choice and gritted his teeth. Elder Zhou, do you really want to do this? Su Zhan is from the Junlin Academy. You know who's behind the Junlin Academy. Zhou Ning snorted. You're not qualified to say that to me. You go back and tell Mo Wenye to come talk to me. Han Feng was instantly infuriated and his face turned red. Good, I still hope that you won't regret it. Elder Zhou. After saying that, he didn't even look at Su Zhan and whisked his sleeves away. And after learning of this final result and experiencing great joy and great sorrow, Su Zhan finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Chapter 111, Career Evolution. Epic Sky Abyss Walker. When he saw Su Zhan, there was not a trace of pity in Li Du's eyes. It's a self-defeating situation for him. Zhou Ning didn't say anything after dealing with Li Du and left directly. However, word of Li Du's deed spread. A level 22 freshman betting on a battle to win over a level 30 junior, or an epic career with an elite level career below. This deed is so legendary that no one can believe it. But as the arena released the video of the fight, people were shocked. I can't believe there's a freshman like this. Is he really an elite level profession? It's incredible. The damage of that thunderbolt is already comparable to the skills of a legendary ranked profession. Sure enough, the freshmen are monsters. King's Landing Academy. Mo Xiaojun had just come out of his copy, and he had soloed another hellish copy. Now he is a senior in college and has reached level 40. At his request, his father had helped him get the qualifications to enter the 10,000 races battlefield to practice. That would be the starting point of his legend. So Mo Xiaojun wasn't going to take it lightly and had to be fully prepared. The Desert Emperor suit was one of his preparations. Where's Su Jun? Not back yet? Seeing that the time to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races was getting closer, Mo Xiaojun frowned slightly. At that moment, a man ran over and whispered something. Mo Xiaojun's frown grew tighter when he heard this. Su Jun surprisingly failed and didn't even get the desert heart. Bring me Li Du's information, Mo Xiaojun coldly said. At once, Li Du's information papers were sent up. After a few minutes, Mo Xiaojun revealed a mocking expression. So it's just a lucky guy. Abyssal class professions are generally strong in the early stages, but at a great cost. Before level 30, it's not surprising that he could defeat Su Jun, but after level 30, he would only be a waste. He won't survive until he's level 30. His gaze was very cold. Ever since he was a kid, no one has ever been able to put him at a disadvantage. He had already made a note of Li Du in his mind. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to prepare to travel to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he wouldn't mind giving Li Du a lesson. Humph. I hope you don't meet me in the wild, or you'll know what regret is. Mo Xiaojun then proceeded to enter the copy. He's just as invincible even without the Desert Emperor suit. Time has passed and a month has passed since the start of college. During this time, Li Du didn't encounter anything else. He had spent almost all of this month soaking in the replica hall, going around brushing all kinds of replicas and breaking all kinds of records. After a month of constant leveling, Li Du's upgrading speed was also soaring. Today, he has reached level 24. Various attribute boosts are huge. However, the further back you go, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Even with Li Du's speed of brushing copies, it still wasn't that easy to upgrade. In addition to leveling up, the various materials that Li Du had obtained from brushing copies had traded out a large amount of points at the trading house. Together with the points obtained from Su Jun, Li Du's points had already exceeded 1 million. Converted into divine power value, it was 10 million divine power value. He can finally say he's a multi-millionaire. In terms of lifespan, Li Du had actually brushed up enough for a 100,000 year lifespan 10 days ago. By now, his total lifespan had reached a terrifying 150,000 years. Almost there already. After coming out of the copy again, Li Du muttered, it was time to go to the Temple of Destiny. And after that, use the million or so points for a complete epic level set. The reason why I chose today was because Qin Yanguan sent a message. The formalities have been completed. Tomorrow you will come to my office and prepare to travel to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, 10,000 clans battlefield. A place where you can brush up on your country's contribution. It was bound to be very cruel, but it also contained great opportunities. Li Du would never miss it. Soon, Li Du arrived at the Fate God's Hall. It still looks and feels familiar. Li Du immediately checked the transfer book. Knight of the Holy Seal transfer book can be transferred to a Knight of the Holy Seal. Price, 100,000 years of life. Storm Summoner can be transferred to Storm Summoner. Price, 100,000 years of life. The transfer books for epic level professions commonly require a 100,000 year lifespan. However, Li Du didn't really want to choose these careers. He kept checking down to see if there were any abyssal type professions, preferably a 3-system career like Abyssal Emissary, because currently, Li Du's skills were very mixed. There were warrior system, law system, and summoning system. If he switched to a single system, many of Li Du's skills wouldn't be able to be used. It's just that, after looking at it for 10 minutes or so, there are quite a few abyssal type professions, but nothing in the 3 systems. This was a bit of a disappointment to Li Du. Does that mean giving up some skills? If I have to, which type should I give up? Li Du was a bit torn. For the legal system, there was the Heavenly Wrath Fireball. This was Li Du's main means of clearing the field at the moment, because as he leveled up, 10,000 swords returned was getting weaker and weaker, and even with the boost from the Wrath of the Living Spirit, he had begun to be unable to clear the monsters. The warrior line, Thunder Heavy Strike and Abyssal Strike. were Li Du's main single outputs. There are even more in the summoning department. He didn't want to give up either one. While hesitating, Li Du suddenly saw another column, career evolution. Spend a certain amount of life to evolve your profession and improve its quality. After evolving, your skills will change. Seeing this, Li Du was instantly delighted. Isn't that what he needs? Li Du immediately began to check it out. Your career is being detected. Detection successful. Evolution from fine to epic. With an evolution cost of 150,000 years of life. Evolution from fine to legendary. Evolution cost is 3 million years of life. Soon, Li Du saw the evolutionary costs. I can't believe it's so expensive. A lifespan of 150,000 years could be more expensive than many epic level professions. As for evolving to the legendary level, this was not something that Li Du could consider at the moment. At the very least, one needs to wait a year. Even though it was expensive, Li Du did not hesitate to choose evolution. With a ray of light covering it, soon, Li Du felt his entire body change. Evolution successful. The profession of Abyssal Emissary has evolved into Sky Abyss Walker. Walker of the Celestial Abyss, the legendary Forbidden Zone, where those who enter will be burdened with the sins of the world. You are an existence that walks in the heavenly abyss, which grants you extreme power, and the sins are destroying you all the time. Profession, transforming into a Sky Abyss Walker. Your full attributes will be far stronger than those of a professional of the same quality, and the power of your skills is enhanced by the power of the Sky Abyss, making them more powerful as well. However, your sins are even deeper, and your lifespan depletion rate is increased to 50 times. Moreover, every time you unleash a skill, you will squeeze vitality and consume a large amount of your lifespan. Despite being more powerful, life expectancy is depleted faster. 1 day for me is equivalent to 50 days for others, but there's no harm in it. As long as I'm strong enough, I'm not afraid of lifespan depletion. As the message of successful evolution appeared, Li Du couldn't wait to open the data panel. Name, Li Du. Rank, 24. Occupation, Skywalker. Equipment, Black Blood Wolf King's Kill, green. Paladin's Armor. Ring of Chaos, purple. Abyssal Scepter, purple. Skills, Wolf King's Claws, green. Extraction, white. Thunderstrike, blue. 10,000 Swords, purple. General's Summoning, purple. Hilly, purple. Word of Chaos, equipped. Ring of Chaos, equipped. Profession skills, Blue Pupil of the Heavenly Abyss. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Inferno Lord. Demon Abyss Imprisonment. Sin Plus. Ultimate Judgment. Life Value, 98,000. Mana, 16,750. Power, 1480. Spirit, 2120. Body Mass, 1600. Agility, 1250. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talent, Eternal Life. Beginner, you gain the Life Absorption skill. Killing wild monsters allows you to extract life. Currently at a rate of 1 year per wild monster. You can consume lifespan to restore your state. Depending on the magnitude of the restoration, the lifespan consumption varies. Gifted Experience, 58,920/3 million, in years. Lifespan, 4,467 years, 132 days, 13 hours, 38 minutes, 28 seconds. Chapter 112, Comprehensive Reinforcement. Sure enough, as expected of an epic level profession, Li Du's full attributes almost doubled. But looking at the attributes, he had even been comparable to the level 30 Suzhan, and in some ways even stronger. You know, Suzhan is also an epic level profession. According to this attribute, the value should double again when I reach level 30. Epic is just too powerful compared to elite level professions. Some of the original vocational skills have changed, and the effects are much more powerful. Abyssal Pupil and Abyssal Slash had all become Heavenly Abyssal Pupil and Heavenly Abyssal Slash. Inferno Summoning no longer summoned Inferno Demons, but Inferno Lords, with attributes even a few points stronger than Cayman Orc General. Dark Imprisonment became Magic Abyss Imprisonment, with a greater range, higher damage, and stronger effects. Occupational skills that had evolved from fine grade to epic grade. Not only that, but I've got 2 more skills. The first one is Sin-Addled. The Heavenly Abyss Walker profession had a very special effect. Every time you attacked an enemy, you could apply a layer of sins to them. For each layer of sins, it boosts all of Li Du's damage by 2%. The sin effect, which only gradually falls off if Li Du doesn't perform any offense for 30 seconds. As for Sin Plus, it could inflict 30 layers of sins on a wide range of enemies in an instant. And the duration of these sins reached 30 minutes. It was also the same as hooking up a damage boosting effect to Li Du for up to 30 minutes. The second is the Ultimate Judgment. This skill will instantly clear all of the enemy's sins, with each layer of sins dealing a large amount of damage. Combined with Sin Plus, You can achieve a clear in an instant. Moreover, since sins didn't have a tier limit, it made the upper limit of this skill, ultimate judgment, extremely high. As long as the layers were stacked high enough, Li Du could even deal hundreds of thousands or even millions of damage with one skill. This is what an epic level profession should look like. It was worthy of being a profession that took 150,000 years of life to evolve. It was really strong enough. In addition to his profession, Li Du's talent had actually been upgraded as well. 10 days ago, Li Du had dried up to 100,000 years of lifespan and had reached the talent upgrade condition. After upgrading the everlasting life talent, everlasting life became eternal life. Not only did he get a year's lifespan every time he killed a monster, but he could also consume his lifespan to regain blood in blue. Even, Li Du could feel that this effect could regenerate even severed limbs. Amputation rebirth consumes a great deal of lifespan, though, and probably involves bones. For example, if you break a limb, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of life to recover. The upgrade of the eternal life talent was also extremely large in consumption, requiring 3 million experience points. That's a lifespan of 3 million years. This was not something that Li Du could consider at the moment. Of course, in addition to talents, Raw Wrath can also be upgraded by spending a lifespan. In fact, this skill had long been able to be upgraded, costing a mere 1,000 years of life. However, Li Du had been obsessed with brushing copies and had forgotten about this matter. It was only a few days ago that Li Du remembered an upgraded Rage of the Living Spirit as well. The name didn't change after the upgrade. It was still Rage of the Living, but there's an additional, advanced, tag for the follow-up. With this additional tag, the effective Rage of the Living does not change in any way. But there was one more piece of information: the effective range of the skill was raised to level 40. It was only at this point that Li Du finally realized that there was an effective range for the Wrath of the Living Spirit. The lowest level of Life Strike could only take effect within level 20, while the effective range of Rage of the Living reached level 30, and with the advanced Rage of the Living, the effective range was then raised to level 40. Come to think of it, it should be. After all, Life Strike is only sold for a 10-year lifespan, and if there's no limit to its use, it's just too friendly to high-level professionals. In fact, many things in this world have a range of validity. For example, a level 40 professional wearing level 20 equipment would not be able to gain any effect. This is because the level of the equipment is too low and does not match the professional. And for the next upgrade of the Rage of the Living Spirit, the required lifespan was once again raised to 10,000 years. It wasn't much, but Li Du estimated that it was just a matter of boosting the effective range. No more upgrades are needed for now. Next, it's time to go change into an epic set. After leaving the Destiny God Temple, Li Du immediately headed to the trading house. In fact, the Temple of Fate was also able to buy epic level sets, but they were very expensive and required a good tens of thousands of lifespans. It's very uneconomical for Li Du. He had to save up his lifespan for a transfer book, and he wouldn't even come to the Temple of Fate next if he didn't have to. His current goal was to save up 3 million years of life within a year and upgrade his profession to legendary. Soon, Li Du arrived at the trading house. The people at the trading house were enthusiastic once they saw Li Du. During this period of time, Li Du kept selling all kinds of materials in the trading house, providing the trading house with a turnover of hundreds of thousands of points. Almost the entire trading house knew about him. Mr. Li Du, are you here to sell materials again? Li Du shook his head. I want an epic set. You guys show me. Hearing Li Du's demand, the people in the trading house were surprised. An epic level set. That was at least several 100,000 points. I didn't think that Li Du, a freshman, would be able to afford it. They didn't dare to be slow and immediately took Li Du to see it. Soon, Li Du arrived at the internal exchange of the trading house. Here were all the truly precious things of the trading house, some of which could even only be seen in auctions. However, Li Du was a VIP of the trading house and thus qualified to buy it directly. Depending on your profession, we have several sets to recommend. This is the Abyssal set, which can provide a large number of attribute bonuses and skill damage bonuses, but the side effects are also obvious. We recommend that you consider it carefully. This is the Magician's set, which is said to be created for legendary level magicians. It's capable of providing a large amount of spell skill bonuses, as well as spirit values. This is the Warlord set, with extremely high strength boost, defense boost, and resistance boost. It's one of the high-level sets of the warrior class. The guide recommended several kits, and I have to say, the attributes were all very good. Only, Li Du always felt that he was still not quite satisfied. Nowadays, his points were very sufficient, and to buy, Li Du wanted to buy the best. Is there anything better? Hearing Li Du ask this, the shopper hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Li Du, Our trading house has another set of legendary grade sets with attributes that are better than these sets, but may not be approachable in terms of price. The owner who built this set bit the bullet, and the set price is 1 million points, with no room for any price reduction. Hearing this, Li Du was a bit surprised. Still, he said, "Then show me the way." The guide nodded and then led Li Du into the deepest room of the trading house. Turn on the lights and the place is very empty. Only an epic set hung in the very center. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss and immediately viewed the information of this suit. Heaven's Punishment Kit, Chapter 113, Heavenly Punishment Suit. The details of the set appeared in Li Du's eyes. Heaven's Punishment Kit. Message: no one can judge me. I, that is, am the punishment of heaven. Forger: Shengtian Halfsun, Chi Tongwei. Set type: Law Profession Set. Set contents: Wrath of Divine Punishment, Hat. Descent of Divine Punishment, Cloak. Divine Punishment Eternal, Gloves. Divine Punishment Cataclysm, Staff. Divine Punishment Retreat, Boots. Set effect: gain the skill Heavenly Punishment. Heavenly Punishment, Epic Skill. No mana consumption. No release cooldown. After casting it, you will enter the field of Heavenly Punishment. The field of Heavenly Punishment will mark all your enemies. When you attack a marked enemy, your skill range is increased by 300% and your skill damage is increased by 500%. Duration 30 minutes. You must kill all those marked within the duration, or you will suffer the backlash of Heaven's punishment. Heavenly Punishment Backlash. Your life value is reduced to 10% and your mana is emptied. This state lasts for 24 hours. You cannot recover for the duration. The Heaven's Punishment Suit, created by a forger named Shi Tongwei. What surprised Li Du was that he possessed a seal. Some people who were strong enough would receive a title bestowed by the state. This was an affirmation from the state. Just like Qin Yangguan and Zhou Ning, they all had seals, which they had earned for their great feats on the battlefield. It was extremely rare for professions like forge masters to receive a seal. Not to mention, Shi Tongwei's title turned out to be half-son of Shengtian, so loud that one can't help but be shaken inwardly. And the line, "No one can judge me," is so deafening. And the effect of this suit is indeed worthy of the word Heavenly Punishment. The effect of the set will make one's skills have a greater range and increase the damage by 5 times. However, one had to kill all the enemies within half an hour, or the one who died might be himself. Even if the enemy escaped, he himself would suffer the backlash of Heavenly Punishment. Li Du could not help but continue to look at the attributes of the set. Wrath of God's Punishment, Hat. Wear level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 500 spirit, plus 100 strength. Extras, plus 200 points of mana restoration per second, plus 10% cooldown reduction for spell-like skills. The Descent of Divine Punishment, Cloak. Wear level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 600 constitution, plus 5000 max life value, plus 30% spell resistance. Extra effect. 1. Provides a shield that can withstand 30,000 points of spell damage, and if the shield is broken, deals 15,000 points of spell damage to enemies within 20 meters. The shield refreshes every 10 minutes. 2. Resist an opponent's skill once and you will not take any damage. Takes effect once every 1 hour. Heavenly Punishment Forever, Gloves. Wear level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 200 strength, plus 15% spell skill damage. Extra effect, 30% probability of boosting spell skill damage by an additional 30%. Divine Punishment, Boots. Wear level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 200 points of agility. Bonus effect, 25% chance to automatically dodge enemy skills, whether you have a gap or not. The Heavenly Punishment, Staff. Wear level, 24. Equipment effect, plus 600 points of strength. Additional effect, increases strength attribute by 30%, not to exceed 400 points. There were 5 pieces of equipment in total, and although the effect seems simple, the power was not simple at all. Each piece of equipment was able to provide a few hundred points of attribute bonus, and with 5 pieces added together, this enhancement was comparable to the enhancement of professional quality. Of these, the ones that caught Lito's attention the most were the hat, gloves, and staff. Hat has a very sick passive effect, Massive Blue Regan. Recovering 200 mana points per second meant that Li Du only needed a minute to be able to get his blue level almost back to full. Even though he released skills extremely frequently, this speed of blue recovery was definitely enough for him. In this way, Li Du's realization of unlimited skill release was just around the corner. Moreover, the hat has a very special effect, skill cooldown reduction. It can occasionally reduce the cooldown of skill release. Even though Li Du had Hourglass and didn't really need this effect, but in reality this effect was very precious. Equipment with this effect is priced an unknown amount more than its counterpart. After all, a lower cooldown results in a higher frequency of skill release, can do more damage. As for the gloves, They are very powerful in boosting skill damage. Needless to say, the god of output. The staff, on the other hand, was simple and brutal, directly providing 600 points of strength and an additional 30%. Despite the limitations, a staff, at most, was surprisingly capable of providing up to 1,000 points of strength. It is important to realize that the strength attribute is directly related to skill damage. The difference between 1,000 points of strength, converted to skill damage, could be tens of thousands. The boots were also very good, surprisingly able to automatically dodge enemy skills. Although the probability was only 25%, it was an extremely powerful life-saving skill. As for the cloak, unfortunately it only protects against spell damage, not physical damage, but being able to block the opponent's skill once, this effect is still very good. All in all, Li Du was very satisfied with the outfit. It had attributes that were quite a bit higher than the average epic level equipment, and the set effect is very perverse, almost equivalent to the Wrath of the Living, and casting it doesn't require a life expectancy. Li Du didn't hesitate and directly tapped, buying the outfit, despite selling for up to 1,000,000 points. It's well worth it. After swiping his card, Li Du's points were only a few tens of thousands left, so it could be said that he had become much poorer all of a sudden. But Li Du was very happy. When he got home, he immediately put on his gear. Check the properties. Name, Li Du. Rank, 24. Occupation, Skywalker. Equipment, Heavenly Punishment Suit. Life value, 133,000. Mana, 19,750. Power, 2,780. Spirit, 2,620. Body mass, 2,200. Agility, 1450. There is no doubt that this attribute is extremely perverse. 2007 strength, 2006 spirit, 2002 physique. Only agility is relatively low. It was not much higher than the level 30 Su Zhan. If he were to face Su Zhan again, Li Du was confident that he did not have to use the Heavenly Punishment skill or the Wrath of the Living Spirit. With his own abilities, he would be enough to completely crush Su Zhan. With this attribute of mine, I'm already on the verge of catching up to a legendary level occupation. Of course, it's just the attributes that catch up. If a legendary level profession wore equipment, Li Du's attributes would still be no match. This was, after all, the difference between the qualities of professions. The more top tier the profession, the more powerful the attributes were as well. Li Du had heard that the professions of the super grade and saint grade were so powerful that even legendary grade sets could not compensate for them. However, between epic level professions, Li Du was already invincible. Unless someone can get their hands on a legendary set, I don't have to use the Wrath of the Living Spirit, and there's no one left who's a match for me. Thinking of this, Li Du's heart was incredibly full of energy. For the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there was also more anticipation. Day 2. Li Du arrived at Qin Yanguan's office as promised. Chapter 114, Yingling Hall. Herald of Daxia. Zhou Ning wasn't in the office, only Qin Yanguan. When Li Du arrived, Qin Yanguan brought Li Du into the teleportation array. Then, enter the teleportation array. This time, the teleportation time was exceptionally long, and when he had entered the Nizhou Great Rift Valley trial before, the teleportation time was only 10 seconds or so. However, this time, after Li Du entered the teleportation array for 10 minutes, he still hadn't reached his destination. It wasn't until half an hour later that the exit of the teleportation array was finally visible. After exiting the teleportation array, Li Du was in a trance and his brain had a feeling of vertigo. This was the aftermath of a long period of teleportation, probably equivalent to motion sickness. Qin Yanguan patted Li Du's shoulder. It's already here. Cheer up. Li Du looked up and realized that he had arrived outside a city. Ahead of them were the magnificent city walls, as well as the huge city gates. The city gates were wide open, and countless people were lining up to walk in. A heavily armed, soldier-like person was maintaining order. Li Du carefully examined them and realized that the equipment they were wearing was a clear epic level set. Qin Yanguan led Li Du inside. As he was about to enter the city, a soldier chided, "Get in line for the city." Suddenly, he froze and looked closely at the badge on Qin Yanguan's chest, revealing a moment of respect. "Hello, Chief." The voice immediately attracted the attention of quite a few people, some of whom had respect when they saw Qin Yanguan. Qin Yanguan nodded without saying anything, then walked in with Li Du. Immediately after entering the city, an armored car drove over, and a middle-aged man dressed in a sergeant's uniform came down, said "Good day, sir," and picked up both of them into the car. The car then headed for the city. In the city, people were coming and going, and it looked as if there was no difference from the outside world, but Li Du could see that there was a ruthlessness in everyone's body, and without having practiced in the battlefield, it was absolutely impossible for this kind of temperament to appear. Obviously, those who were able to settle in this place were definitely veterans of this battlefield. The car drove for half an hour left before coming to a large hall. The two entered it. Along the way, many people saluted upon seeing Qin Yuan come to a front desk. The two had just arrived, and the person at the front desk immediately took out a certificate and a badge. Chief, the mission you explained has been completed. Qin Yuan nodded his head and held out the certificate and badge to Li Du. Keep your certificate and keep your badge with you. This is your sergeant's badge. Every wild monster you kill in the 10,000 races battlefield will be recorded in this badge. This is the only way for you to obtain contribution points. It's very important. Li Du nodded very seriously and put the badge on his chest, and then opened the certificate. It had a picture of Li Du and personal information, with a few words on the top line. Sergeant's license. In the rank column, Li Du was currently a private. Qin Yuan explained. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, you can accumulate merit honors by killing wild monsters, clearing copies, and doing quests. As long as you have enough merit honors, you can go here to level up your soldiers. The ranks, from lowest to highest, are Soldier 2, Non-Commissioned Officer 3, Lieutenant 3, Colonel 4, and General Officer 3. The badge colors are different for different ranks. The colors are white, green, blue, purple, and orange in that order. You are currently the lowest ranked private. Li Du glanced at Qin Yuan's chest and noticed that his insignia was red and did not belong to one of the several colors he had mentioned. Seeing Li Du's doubt, Qin Yuan laughed. The red badge is not acquired in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. If you want to obtain it, you have to go to a higher level battlefield. Where are the higher level battlefields? Abyss. Hearing the word abyss, Li Du stood in awe. The abyss was the most brutal battlefield, and only the best of the Great Xia Kingdom were qualified to enter it to fight. They had made great achievements for the Grand Xia Kingdom and guarded the peace of countless people, but almost no one knew of their existence. They were the most honorable group of people. If the battlefield of the 10,000 races was the Great Wall guarding the front line of the Great Summer Kingdom, then the abyss was the 1,000 miles of sands that defended the enemy from the gates of the country. Li Du had once read the relevant records, and when Qin Yuan was young, he had entered the abyss many times to conquer. There isn't much of a combat record about him, but it has a record of his battles over the course of a year. 3 abyssal demon kings were killed, 15 abyssal demon generals were killed, hundreds of abyssal lords were killed, and more than 100,000 abyssal demons were killed. I remember 100 years ago, there was once an abyssal demon general who climbed out of the abyss and invaded a city in the Great Summer Kingdom. A direct result of the havoc. Hundreds of thousands of people died, and more than 90% of the professionals died in battle. Later on, it was only after the Great Summer Kingdom urgently dispatched a whole 10 generals to surround and fight for 3 months that the demonic general was completely killed. And such demonic generals, Qin Yuan had killed 15 of them in a single year. What kind of brilliant battle record is that? However, how treacherous is it? The canonical record of Qin Yuan's reason for leaving the abyssal battlefield was extremely simple. Had to withdraw from the abyssal battlefield due to ill health. Behind the many years of campaigning and brilliant achievements, a body of scars may be the real military medal. Seeing that Li Du was in a trance, Qin Yuan patted his shoulder. Don't wander off. Li Du then came back to his senses. I'll take you somewhere else to look, and after that, you can enter the 10,000 races battlefield. The two then entered the depths of the Great Hall. Come to one of the palaces. After walking in, Li Du realized that there were many statues standing here. Looking closely at these statues, Li Du realized that they were so familiar. Qin Yuan said, "This is the Hall of Heroic Souls, and those who sleep here are all my Great Xia pioneers. This is Qin Shichuan. When the Abyss first stepped through the Great Wall and fully invaded the Great Summer Kingdom, it was he who led hundreds of thousands of occupier armies to force the Abyssal demons back. It was also from him that the Great Summer Country truly possessed the qualifications to compete with the Abyss. This is he Yuji, the first Abyssal warrior of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the first professional of the Great Xia Kingdom to kill the Abyssal Demon King. He fired the first shot against the Abyss in the Great Xia Kingdom. This is Hua Tsangbai. When the Abyssal warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom were trapped and surrounded, it was he who led the army to break through the siege, preserving countless warriors and leaving behind the blood to fight against the Abyss for our country. This is..." Qin Yuan introduced them one by one. "These people, they are all dead. They were the best of the best who stood out hundreds of years ago when the world was changing drastically. They were the heroes who protected the country in times of crisis. Each Yingling is a character that represents an era. It was their desperate fight to the death that brought about the present-day daxia." Coming to the deepest part of the hall, Qin Yuan saluted. "Qin Yuan, a descendant of daxia, implores all the sages to bless my descendants of daxia." At once, the light of the Hall of Valor grew, and then, It surged into Li Du's body. Chapter 115. Entering the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Li Duji felt his body warm. And then, it seemed to see some kind of scene. Tens of millions of Daxia generals fought. In the middle of the abyss, guarding the people of Daxia with their blood and lives. Qin Yanguan said, "This is the guardianship of the Hall of Valor. With this guardianship, even if you die in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, I have a way to bring you back to life." Hearing this, Li Du was surprised beyond measure. Surprisingly, it was able to bring people back to life. Is this the blessing of the Herald? Li Du was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. After leaving the Hall of Valor, Qin Yanguan continued to explain the battlefield of the 10,000 races to Li Du. The battlefield of the nations is an outpost of humanity's battle against the abyss. Countries have strongholds here. The stronghold of the Great Summer Kingdom is the Great Wall. After being invaded by the abyss once, in order to guard the people of Daxia, the first lord of the Daxia kingdom raised the strength of the nation to build the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. It was like a long dragon that stretched across the front of the abyss, blocking the abyssal demons. Every generation of generals, they are stationed on top of the Great Wall. It was because of the Great Wall's watch that the abyss could no longer step into the territory of the Grand Xia. The Daxia state has successfully realized the imperial enemy outside the country's gates. However, the price of peace is extremely harsh. Countless souls of the Great Xia elites lay here, and some couldn't even find their bones anymore. After speaking about the Great Wall, Qin Yanguan continued, "The battlefield of the 10,000 races not only has all sorts of wild monsters and copies, but also abyssal demons. Even some abyssal lords are able to enter this place through various means. The abyssal demons' methods are extremely vicious and more terrifying than any monster. If you encounter one, run if you can, and don't confront it until you have no choice." Hearing Qin Yanguan speak so seriously, Li Du was somewhat unimpressed. He had seen similar abyssal demons in the trials he had participated in when he first came to the school, but they didn't seem to be much different from wild monsters. Seeing this, Qin Yanguan explained, "The abyssal demons that you saw in the trial are actually not from the abyss. They are just wild monsters that have mutated under the influence of the abyss. Demons truly born from the abyss are 100 times stronger than you can imagine." Hearing this, Li Du got serious. In addition to that, you may be under pressure from other countries, the Lighthouse State, the Sakura State. Various countries around the world have strongholds here. What you're facing may not only be various monsters, but also sneak attacks from professionals from other countries, especially the Sakura country. They especially like to sneak up on our country's professionals, so you have to be careful. Li Du nodded very seriously. As a Daxia man, his hatred for the Sakura country was engraved in his bones. When you enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races, you will no longer be able to use any teleportation props, and if you want to come back, you can only walk back to the stronghold step by step, and it's hard to find places with supplies in the middle of a battlefield, so be sure to bring plenty of various supply items. It could very well be a lifesaver. Li Du asked, "If I want to buy something, where should I go?" "You can go to the exchange in this town." With that, Qin Yanguan explained the exchange. There is an exchange in the middle of the Daxia Kingdom stronghold. The exchange here is directly connected to the national exchange of the Great Summer Kingdom, and is capable of trading almost anything you can imagine. Even some things that are forbidden to be traded in the country are clearly priced here. However, the prices are all more expensive than those in the outside world. Also, there are things that only accept contributions, not divine power values. While there was a lot of stuff, there were also restrictions on buying it all. Those who were not ranked enough would not be able to buy much of anything at all. Just like Li Du, an ordinary ranked soldier could only buy basic supplies in the trading house, such as various potions, talisman paper, and ordinary equipment. Only by leveling up will you be able to unlock higher purchase limits. After the introduction, Qin Yanguan left. After Li Du bought quite a few supplies and made enough preparations, he headed to the city gates, intending to enter the 10,000 races battlefield directly. The soldiers guarding the city were very surprised after checking Li Du's message. "You're only level 24? In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, even the lowest ranked monsters have reached level 30. Do you really want to go in? It's just too dangerous. Why don't you go back? Practice more first, and come back in a year, okay?" The soldiers guarding the city were eager to persuade Li Du to go back, because Li Du was still young. Such a person was the future of the Great Xia Kingdom. He did not want to see such an outstanding young man die on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Li Du shook his head and said, "Thanks for your concern. I know what's in my heart." Seeing that Li Du insisted on going, the soldier could only sigh. After all, it was impossible for him to stop Li Du as he had all the formalities. "Then take care of yourself. I advise you to better just stroll around the periphery. Never go deeper." After that, it was released. He continued to sigh when Li Du left. "Ugh, Another little guy who doesn't know what he's doing. The soldier on the side said, "Old Hu, don't try to persuade. Some people won't understand until they experience the cruelty of the battlefield once." Old Hu shook his head. "I'm just sorry. Such a good seedling. It would be a real pity if he died." Every year, there were quite a few people who entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races at level 20 or so, and there was no shortage of epic and legendary level professionals among them. Many people have suffered setbacks in it. Even many heavenly pride perished here. Life went out before it could bloom. Most of the people who entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races were basically organized in groups of 3 to 5. This way, it would not be easy for things to go wrong, and even if they did, it would be good to escape. Most of those who act alone are extremely confident in their strength, but they are also the ones who have the most accidents. Sometimes you see so much that your heart gets cold and numb, because I know I can't be persuaded. After leaving the stronghold city, Li Du finally entered the 10,000 races battlefield. The place was shrouded in a mist, and the line of sight couldn't penetrate too far at all. Walking around, one might get lost. It was a good thing that the badge on Li Du's chest was always guiding the direction of the stronghold. Otherwise, it's likely that after going deeper into the battlefield, you won't be able to find your way back. Li Du walked very carefully. The pupil of the heavenly abyss is open at all times. Even though his attributes were extremely high nowadays, Li Du still did not dare to take it lightly when he thought of Qin Yanguan's description of the 10,000 races battlefield. Sasha. A sudden movement came, and Li Du was immediately alert. The heavenly abyss pupil swept through and immediately saw the source of the commotion. It's a couple of wild monsters. However, hidden in the mist, Li Du could not see what they looked like, but the pupil of the heavenly abyss had already analyzed the information of the wild monster. Cloud ghost. Type, common wildlife. Level, 30. Life value, 46. 800. Power, 2880. Characteristics, concealment, hidden in the mist. Undetectable to the naked eye. Physical immunity, immune to physical damage. Weakness, when the cloud dissipates, it becomes extremely vulnerable. Find a way to make the cloud it's hiding in dissipate. Seeing this, Li Du was very surprised. It was the first time he had encountered such a special monster. Not only are they able to hide, it's even immune to physical damage. Chapter 116, Killing in Anger. If it was someone else, especially a warrior-type professional who mainly dealt physical damage, bumping into a monster like the Cloud Ghost might be a headache, but that was nothing to Li Du at all. When the profession evolved to Heavenly Abyss Walker, Li Du's values were already comparable to that of a legendary level professional. Even without using the Wrath of the Living Spirit, Li Du was still able to kill the Cloud Ghost easily, even though it was hidden in the clouds. The effect of his occupational skill, the pupil of the Heavenly Abyss, was extremely powerful. Not only was he able to see through the attributes and weaknesses of wild monsters, he was able to see through the attributes, skills and even equipment of professionals, and he was even able to see through various hidden skills, even though he couldn't see the Cloud Ghost with his naked eyes. Using the pupil of the Heavenly Abyss, Li Du immediately discovered the existence of the Cloud Ghost. Lord Inferno. Li Du released his skill and summoned the Inferno Lord. Instantly, a demon that was nearly 3 meters tall and covered in flames crawled out from the ground. Compared to the Inferno demon, it was even bigger and looked even more terrifying. Moreover, there was no limit to how long the Inferno Lord could exist. As long as it didn't die, it would be able to exist forever. Kill the Cloud Ghost. Under Li Du's command, the Inferno Lord made a big jump and immediately jumped in front of the Cloud Ghost. Before the Cloud Ghost could react, the Inferno Lord suddenly breathed fire from his mouth, and the Cloud Ghost immediately burst into flames. Buzz buzz. The Cloud Mist Ghost let out a painful trill and tried to escape, but there was no way to do so. The Inferno Demon Lord condensed a fireball in his hand, and with a boom, it landed on the Cloud Mist Ghost. The fireball exploded and the Cloud Ghost was immediately dying. The Inferno Lord added another fireball, and the Cloud Ghost died completely. This damage, it's already much stronger than Cayman Orc General. Li Du was very surprised. Through this battle, Li Du estimated that an Inferno Lord was surprisingly equivalent to several Cayman Orc Generals. As expected of a profession that can only evolve with a lifespan of 150,000 years, the monsters summoned are indeed very powerful. The original skills that had evolved were all more than 10 times more powerful. Li Du was very much looking forward to what effect the newly acquired skills of Sin Plus and Ultimate Judgment would be able to exert. You have killed the Cloud Ghost, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained experience value of 1480. You have obtained the material, Cloud Mist Bead. After killing the Cloud Ghost, Li Du got a bead. It was completely transparent, and if one didn't look closely, one couldn't even notice it at all. Cloudy Mist Bead, excellent grade material, embedded in equipment, can make the equipment transparent, as if one is not wearing the equipment. the effect was somewhat ribbed, and Li Du threw it back into the space ring. Li Du moved on. In the neighborhood, the most numerous monsters were the cloud ghosts. They were hidden in the clouds and mist, and could attack at any time, leaving one defenseless. It was good that Li Du could ignore their hiding. After discovering the cloud mist ghosts, they directly let the Inferno Lords launch their attacks. Basically, it was 2 fireballs that would be able to take care of a cloud mist ghost. Some of the higher ranked ones might need a few more fireballs. It's a pity that this isn't a desert, or else summon the sand soldiers as well, and I basically wouldn't have to do anything. Non-desert terrain. Sand troopers are not very useful. Summoned, a single sand soldier might not even be able to defeat a cloud ghost. Even though Li Du could summon 100 of them, it was not necessary. After walking for some more time, the clouds gradually receded, and Li Du was beginning to be able to see further away. The battlefield of the 10,000 races was very wide and almost endless. Although there were many people who came to this battlefield, the number was actually very sparse when compared to the wide battlefield. Li Du walked for more than half an hour without running into anyone. If my direction is correct, I should be almost at the location of the first copy. Li Du took out a map and carefully recognized it. This map, which he had spent 5,000 divine power values to buy, recorded the locations of all the known copies of the 10,000 races battlefield, world bosses, all the major wild monster gatherings, as well as a rough view of the 10,000 races battlefield. Although the map is very crudely done, the information it contains is extremely important. Without a map, you could walk around for a week and not find where your copy is located. That was why the price of this map had reached an exaggerated 5,000 divine power values, like those maps that only sold for 1,000 or 2, or even a few hundred divine power values. You couldn't get any valid information at all. According to the map's labeling, the closest copy to the Great Summer Kingdom's stronghold was named Anubis. This is a hellishly difficult copy. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, copies could not freely choose their difficulty. The lowest difficulty was the Hell level, and above the Hell level, there was the Abyss level, and the Taboo level. This special difficulty classification was only found in the battlefield of the 10,000 races as well as the battlefield of the Abyss. It was also the only place where the influence of the Abyss was strong enough to give birth to a copy with a difficulty level of Hell or higher. After spending quite a bit of time, Li Du finally determined where he was currently located, and then he also identified the direction. Based on the map's scale, I'm about 15 kilometers away from the nearest copy. Rush over there immediately. Afterwards, Li Du put away the Inferno Lord and moved forward at full speed. Along the way, they also encountered some cloud ghosts, as well as the rest of the wildlife. However, Li Du was not in the mood to tangle with them. Straight away, some of the wild monsters chased after Li Du, but after chasing for a while and realizing that they couldn't catch up at all, they also gradually stopped. Just as Li Du was about to arrive at the copy, he suddenly heard a sound of movement, and then they saw 3 people, covered in blood and badly injured, fleeing in panic. Upon seeing Li Du, they hurriedly shouted, "Run, it's the Sakura people. They're ambushing us nearby. We've already lost 7 people." Rumble. Suddenly, a huge fireball was unleashed, and it landed on the 3 men at once. And then there was a violent explosion. The flames are spreading everywhere. A few people were simply unable to resist, and after a burst of screams, they died. At the same time, a few professionals from the Sakura country came over. Ha ha ha, the fools of the Great Summer Kingdom are no match for my great cherry blossom after all. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. We've already killed 10. If we keep killing, we fear that something will change. Ha, there's a bug? A few people were about to leave when they suddenly saw Li Du. A Daxia countryman? Kill him too. Li Du's gaze was extraordinarily cold, and his clenched fists were trembling. This was the first time he had seen his compatriots die at the hands of a Sakura Nation professional. Despite not knowing each other, seeing the scene made his heart ache as if it were cut by a knife. Anger surged uncontrollably. You deserve to die, Li Du bellowed, taking a step ahead of the Sakura Nation's people, and immediately rushed up. Ha ha ha, how dare you attack us, stupid Daxia people. Several Sakura Nation professionals immediately prepared to release their skills. However, they suddenly froze. A formation appeared in the sky, and afterward, a huge fireball was condensing, like a little sun. The extreme heat from the fireball caused the clothes of several Sakura Nation professionals to burst into flames. What? What kind of skill is this? The Sakura Nation's professionals panicked a bit. Rage of the living, 10 times stronger. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Rumble. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground. Fireball of Heaven's Fury. Landed. Chapter 117, Confrontation. Rolling fire rushed to the sky, and it was impossible to resist. The terrifying impact of the flames was such that the Sakura Nation's professionals didn't even have time to react. under tenfold reinforcement. The terrifying Heaven's Wrath fireball was no longer something an ordinary professional could resist. The moment the fireball landed, several Sakura Nation professionals were immediately burned to black charcoal. It was too late to even scream. Sort of a cheap shot for them. In fact, there was no need to use the wrath of the living spirit. These few people wouldn't be able to hold out. However, Li Du, who was in a state of rage, couldn't care less. The only thought he wanted at this moment was to kill these people. When the flames disappeared, the corpses of several Sakura Nation professionals were charred and blackened beyond recognition. I guess their own mothers showed up and couldn't recognize them. Only, Li Du's heart was still clogged. He couldn't calm down as he watched his compatriots being killed by the Sakura people. Old Zhao, Old Lu, Lao Zhang, where are you guys? We're here. Hello, anyone? Just then, a few shouts appeared, followed by several anxious and incomparable people. When Li Du saw them, he spoke. Are you looking for the three of them? At this time, several people immediately ran over, and when they saw the bodies of the three people on the ground, they were overwhelmed with grief. The priest immediately stepped forward, but after a few seconds, shook his head. We're too late. They are dead. Ah, damn Sakura people. I'm at war with you. Alas, put away their bones. One of the middle-aged men looked at Li Du and asked, Little brother, do you know where those Sakura people went? They're all dead. Li Du pointed to several charred corpses on the other side. Good death. A few people hated to be thwarted. In their grief, they were in no mood to say anything to Li Du. After collecting the bones of the three, he left. Looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Li Du's heart was in a bad mood. He thought back to when he was a young child, when he learned the news that his parents had died because of a mining accident. At that time, the sky seemed to have fallen, the whole world turned gray, and everything seemed to have no meaning. It was a feeling that he would never forget in his life. After a few minutes, Li Du shook his head and emptied his thoughts. Get on the road again. 10 minutes later, it came to the entrance of the replica. The huge portal was like a vortex, and in the vicinity, there were many people staying. There were not only Daxia people, but also Sakura people, Lighthouse Country people, and all kinds of professionals. Li Du's arrival drew attention. So young, looks like he's under 20. Look at the badge on the chest. It's a Daxia. Ha, it's only the columnist. He should be entering the 10,000 races battlefield for the first time. At this time, a stout middle-aged man walked over. The badge on his chest was also a soldier's badge, and he was likewise a private. However, the stars under the badge were 3 stars. These stars represent merits earned, and by collecting 5 stars, you can be promoted from private to first class. 3 stars meant that he had been conquering the battlefield of the 10,000 races for some time. Little brother, first time here? Want to team up for a copy? Li Du shook his head and politely refused. No need. Seeing this, he didn't say anything. Right at this moment, the light of a detection art suddenly landed on Li Du, wanting to detect Li Du's information. But soon, Li Du's figure seemed to flicker, and the detection technique fell short. It was Li Du's equipment, the passive of Heaven's Punishment Retreat that had been activated, automatically dodged the detection spell. Ha, I can't believe it didn't work. There's something odd about this Daxia man. I think he flashed just now. Li Du turned back, his face a bit grim. Using the detection technique at will without another person's permission could well be considered a provocation. The people who launched the detection spell were none other than a few professionals from the Sakura country. When they saw Li Du looking at them, the Sakura Nation's professionals scoffed. What are you looking at? Why don't the Daxia people get out of the way? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out? Li Du was instantly enraged. Just 10 minutes ago, he had just seen the people of the Sakura country kill their own compatriots. And now, they had come back to provoke. If this could be tolerated, Li Du would not deserve to be born in Daxia. Just as Li Du was planning to make a move, a light suddenly emanated from his side. The light turned out to be a huge rock that flew towards the Sakura Nation's location at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The boulder landed on the ground and immediately shook off several Sakura Nation people. Li Du took a look. It was the 3-star soldier who had just spoken to him. I cursed the cherry blossom people. Dare to provoke our great summer kingdom? The shit is beating out of you. At that moment, a few people on the side who were also from the great summer country immediately clapped their hands. Good job Lucian. I just don't like this behavior of their Sakura country. Don't worry little brother. Just go ahead and beat up these little cherry blossom devils. We'll all help you. Seeing this, Li Du felt a warmth in his heart. Baka pressure road, what do you mean? Daxia? Trying to start a war between 2 countries? The Sakura Nation immediately jumped up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. A few yin-yang masters were green-faced and ready to attack. Li Du suddenly spoke. Just on my way here, I ran into a few Sakura Kingdom professionals. They set an ambush on the passing Dasha people and have already killed 10 of our compatriots. What? The rest of the Dasha people were shocked to hear this. Doggone Sakura people. I'm grassed up. Fuck them, never let them get away with anything. Upon hearing this news, the people of Dasha were all filled with righteous indignation. The Sakura people, from the bottom of their bones, are a cheap race. They had once received countless favors from the Dasha people, and even their culture had been bestowed by the Dasha kingdom. And yet, ungrateful. In history, they had constantly harassed the great Xia kingdom and plundered the coastal people, causing countless tragedies in which wives were separated and families were destroyed. In recent times, it has caused immense and painful damage to the great summer state. Even when the world changes, they remain true to their nature. Numerous attempts were made to plot against Dasha. Li Du could not forget that at the time of the college entrance examination, it was the Sakura people who had launched an attack, causing the deaths of countless candidates. Little brother, how did you escape from their ambush? Where are those ambushed Sakura people going? At this point, someone asked. Li Du said, I killed them all. Hearing this, several Dasha people clapped their hands, and when the people of the Sakura country heard that, they were outraged. Baka Pressure Road, I told you why Fujiwara and the others didn't come back. They're even dead. Foolish Dasha people, you have succeeded in angering me. The Sakura nation's professionals rushed up. The great summer kingdom was undaunted, and a group of people were ready to unleash their skills as well. However, right at that moment, a man stopped in the middle of the two parties. It was a blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged man in a Marine Corps uniform. He looked at Li Du and the others, and then at the people from the Sakura kingdom. Gentlemen, I am Lighthouse State Marine Reserve, Jason Steve. Do me a favor and don't even fight. Chapter 118, Desert Again. Copy Anubis. Steve lit up with the orange glow of his legendary profession as he spoke. A few Sakura Nation people saw this, but they don't dare disobey when Dad gives the word. Humph, damn Dasha people. Count yourselves lucky, Li Du said. You, the Lighthouse Kingdom. What qualifications do you have to meddle in the affairs of my great Xia kingdom? Steve's face was cold and he looked at Li Du with a bad expression. Little one, I need to remind you, the Lighthouse Kingdom is the most powerful country in this world. And now, reserve member of the strongest army in the strongest country, the Marines, Jason Steve, tells you to back off. This is a notice, not a request. A few Dasha people had an unwilling face, but there was indeed still a gap between them compared to Steve. It couldn't be helped. Who made Steve a legendary profession? A man said, little brother, forget it. There are plenty of opportunities to clean up the Sakura people. No need to be too heroic. Li Du shook his head. After what had happened earlier, these Sakura people were already on the list of certain death in Li Du's mind. He gave Steve a look. I said, you're not qualified. Subsequently, Li Du released his skills and immediately summoned the Inferno Demon and came an Orc General. And then, the two summons immediately rushed up. Steve saw this and a few flashes of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Foolish Dasha people, you will pay for your behavior. With that, Steve was about to unleash his skills. However, two summons immediately blocked in front of him. If he wanted to launch an attack, he had to kill these two summons before he could attack Li Du. And by this time, Li Du had already rushed towards the Sakura nation amongst the several people. When the people of the Sakura country saw this, they were immediately delighted. Stupid Dasha people, coming up here to die. They then immediately unleashed their skills. All sorts of skills landed on Li Du, and immediately there was an explosion after explosion. However, Li Du rushed out of the explosion. He launched stolidly, and the skills didn't do much damage at all. What's going on? Why isn't this Daxamite hurt? Before they could think about it, Li Du had already launched his attack, Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. At once, strong chopping blows landed on several Sakura people. After evolving, the Heavenly Abyssal Slash not only did more damage, it also became a ranged skill. Moreover, at this moment, Li Du's Rage of the Living Spirit effect had not yet disappeared. A chopping blow fell, and several Sakura Nation people were instantly killed. Rumble. Meanwhile, an angry Steve finally used his full strength to send Li Du's two major summons flying, trying to stop Li Du. But it's too late. Everyone was surprised to see the several Sakura people who were dead. So powerful. Is he really just a private? This skill just now. I feel like I can't carry it no matter what. He shouldn't be a legendary rank profession as well, right? Steve grimaced at the sight of the dead Sakurian. Li Du was undaunted. If you want to make a move, just go ahead. In the end, Steve didn't do it. Humph, Great Xia Kingdom, I'll remember you. You will pay for your behavior today. With that, he turned around and walked away. Sakura Man was dead. He didn't need to make a big deal over a couple of dogs. Moreover, Li Du didn't look simple. so it was possible that he might not be weaker than him. Ha ha ha, little brother. You've done well. I didn't realize you were so strong. Little brother, can I use my detection spell on you? The Daxia people had gathered around and were very happy. They had been worried about Li Du, but they didn't expect Li Du to be so strong. Someone tried to use a detection spell on Li Du, who nodded. Soon, the light of several detection techniques fell on Li Du. After seeing Li Du's message, they were all surprised beyond measure. Crap, you're only level 24? Little brother, you're actually this awesome? Those Sakura Nation's professionals just now were all level 30, that were all killed by you in seconds. Sky Abyss Walker. What kind of profession is that? I don't think I've heard of it. Li Du's rank surprised several people. Level 24 was already so powerful. What would happen if it reached level 30? In the face of people's discussion, Li Du didn't say anything. He walked to the entrance of the replica and entered directly into it. The copy is called Anubis. There seems to be some sense of myth, but it's not good for Li Du to speculate too much. After entering the copy and seeing the environment in front of him, Li Du was very surprised. Surprisingly, a desert? Desert. In front of us was an endless desert, like a copy of the Emperor of the Desert. This will put my sand soldier summoning to great use. Li Du was very happy and immediately summoned a number of sand soldiers. While keeping a watchful eye on the neighborhood, he scouted in all directions. Soon, Li Du saw the wild monster. It was a huge-sized turtle, estimated to be over 2 meters long and nearly a meter tall. Its turtle shell was full of drills that were extremely sharp. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Shattered rock turtle. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 30. Life value, 78,000. Power, 4,800. Trait, shrinking shell, shrinking into a turtle's shell. Capable of resisting 95% of physical damage. Skill, drill crush. Seeing this value, Li Du was surprised beyond words. This was just a normal wild monster with almost 80,000 blood and close to 5,000 power. It was already equivalent to the enhanced elite monsters in the outside world. After seeing Li Du, the shattered rock turtle immediately attacked. It first crawled over at an extremely fast speed, and then its whole body shrunk into the turtle shell. The next moment, to Li Du's surprise, its turtle shell began to rotate rapidly. As the turtle shell rotated, countless dust and sand flew up. When a rock was touched by the rotating turtle shell, the sharp drills immediately turned the rock into powder. No wonder it's called the shattered rock turtle. We can't let its drill touch it, or I'm afraid I'll be injured even if I turn on the stiletto. Li Du stepped back and pulled away before immediately releasing the abyssal chop. A chopping attack impacted away in the form of light. However, it didn't hurt the shattered rock turtle at all. Yes, it has 95% physical damage immunity when it retracts into its turtle shell. Abyssal chop. Its physical damage. Li Du had forgotten about it. However, the sand soldiers' attacks are all magic damage. Li Du urged more than a dozen sand soldiers to attack the shattered rock turtle. Soon, the spinning shattered rock turtle had to stop, bruised and battered by the attack of the sand soldiers. 2 minutes later, total death. You have killed the shattered rock turtle and gained a lifespan of 1 year. You gain 1800 experience. You have obtained the material, tortoise sheet. Ordinary wild monsters. Even if it was a copy with a higher difficulty level, the experience value gained from killing them was pitifully low. Li Du had gotten used to it. The only ones that can really gain a lot of experience value are elite monsters and bosses. However, the number of elite monsters and bosses is extremely low and killing them is very difficult, which is still a drop in the bucket for upgrading. Why does upgrading become so slow after reaching level 20 in this world? The reason is exactly that. By the time you get to level 30, every time an ordinary person upgrades, it might take 2 or 3 months. After level 40, you may not get a level up for a year. Because of this, the Grand Guild is so important. There are all kinds of experience boosting props, experience copies, and all kinds of things to boost the experience of wild monsters in the Grand Guild. With the resources of the Grand Guild, upgrading won't be so difficult. Even the elite characters of some big guilds were able to rise from level 40 to level 50 in a year or two. Compared to ordinary people, this speed was more than 10 times faster. Li Du had heard that the top members of national guilds could even rise from level 40 to 60 in a year. There were Heaven's Pride who had joined the National Guild only 10 years ago and had directly worked their way up to level 80 or even 90. That's the difference between having guild resources to help or not. Collecting the materials. Li Du continued on. Chapter 119, The Thunderdogs. There are really a lot of shattered rock tortoises on this desert. Li Du was often able to see groups of 3 to 5 shattered rock turtles, which immediately shrunk into their shells after discovering Li Du, and then began to rotate. Their sharp drills make them fearless of all threats, be it rocks or trees. They will be reduced to smithereens under their onslaught. If a profession whose main damage is physical damage enters this copy, I'm afraid it's simply impossible to pass. The good thing was that there were a lot of sand soldiers, and they were able to deal extremely high damage when concentrated. Therefore, Li Du only needed to pay attention to the distance from the shattered rock turtle and was able to kill it without any injuries. Just then, a storm suddenly appeared and swept up dozens of sand soldiers. By the time Li Du realized it, the sand soldiers were already swept up in the storm. This storm brought up countless sands and formed an intense sandstorm. After sweeping through the sand soldiers, the sandstorm immediately impacted towards Li Du. This scene gave Li Du a familiar feeling. He had also encountered sandstorms when he was playing his copy of Desert Emperor. However, after checking with the pupil of the Heavenly Abyss, Li Du immediately realized that this was not a naturally formed sandstorm. Someone is maneuvering around. Li Du turned his head back and immediately saw that not far from the hill, there were several gray vicious dogs with unicorn-like horns on their heads. Several rays of light shot out from their horns, and after converging together they formed a sandstorm. Thunder Dog, type, common wildlife, rank, 30, life value, 82,000, power, 53,000, skills, Horn Blast, Dust Sweep, Thunderbolt Current. The attributes were fairly normal, but it was able to use a full 3 skills. The 3 evil dogs were still relatively far away from Li Du, and currently Li Du did not have the skills to be able to hit them. Lord Inferno. Li Du cast his skill and summoned the Inferno Lord. It was then ordered to launch an attack on several thunderbolts. Ho ho ho! The Inferno Demon Lord roared and raised one hand to the sky, immediately condensing a trident in his hand. With a wave of the Inferno Lord's arm, the trident immediately flew out at an extremely fast speed. Phew! Like lightning, a trident immediately stabbed a thunderbolt. Bark, bark, bark. The Thunderdog was run through by the trident and flew straight out. Only a few miserable barks could be heard, but there was no sign of where the Thunderdog had run off to. However, Li Du didn't see the confidence to kill Thunderdog. That trident still wasn't enough. Ho ho ho! The Inferno Lord's attack immediately angered the remaining few Thunderdogs. They showed their teeth and immediately touched the sharp corners of their heads together. Crackle! At once, intense lightning erupted. It slashed towards the Inferno Lord. Roar! The Inferno Demon Lord was unable to dodge and was hit by the lightning, immediately screaming out. The damage of this lightning bolt was extremely high, and the Inferno Lord was struck so hard that his entire body seemed to have rotted. When Li Du checked the Inferno Lord's status, he found that the Inferno Lord had lost nearly half of its blood. Shattered Rock Turtle followed by Thunderbolt Dog. All the wild monsters in this copy are so tough. Li Du had a serious expression. The Inferno Lord's attributes were absolutely super modular, equivalent to the leader-level monsters of a normal Hell-level copy. Even so, it couldn't carry the lightning from a couple of Thunderdogs. If there were more Thunderdogs, Li Du felt that the Inferno Lord could have been killed in seconds. Seeing that the Thunderdog was about to attack again, Li Du retrieved the Inferno Lord. It seems we can only rely on the Sand Soldiers. Li Du then summoned the Sand Soldiers. Hundreds of sand troopers dug into the sand at once, moving quickly and jumping out from near several thunderbolts almost in the blink of an eye. Woof woof woof! Thunderdog yelled, about to unleash lightning, but the sand soldiers had swarmed, one after the other, attacking in a desperate manner. Instantly, several of the Thunderdogs were battered and bruised by this attack. As powerful as their lightning is, they simply can't release it. Even if there's more blood, it's just a slower death. A few minutes later, Li Du saw several messages. You have killed the Thunderdog, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained an experience value of 2050. You get Thunderdog's horns. Yanguan Academy. Qin Yanguan had returned, and Zhou Ning was waiting for him. Well, seeing Qin Yanguan, Zhou Ning immediately asked. He was even more concerned about Li Du's situation than Qin Yanguan. This time he was going to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Qin Yanguan said, it's already been delivered, and he should have entered the first copy by now. Hearing this, Zhou Ning was kinda relieved. To be honest, when he heard that Qin Yanguan had asked Li Du to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he was startled. Because that place is really too dangerous. Not only is the copy dangerous and the monsters dangerous, but there is also the possibility of encountering ambushes from other countries at any time, like the Sakura Nation, which love to ambush the Great Summer Nation in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In retaliation, the Great Summer Kingdom had similarly killed countless geniuses from the Sakura Kingdom. At this time, Zhou Ning still complained a bit. Ugh, I still think it's just too early. Although he's level 24. This level is ultimately too low for the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The minimum level for the wilds in the battlefield of the nations is 30. In fact, the best level to head to is from level 30 onwards. Qin Yanguan laughed. No harm done. I trust him. Hearing this, Zhou Ning could not say anything else. Looking at Qin Yanguan's expression, he suddenly felt some emotion for a moment. I didn't expect that you would start training your juniors even now. When you first returned from the abyss, I remember you were very reluctant. Qin Yanguan smiled bashfully. It's all in the past. The past is the past. And the present is the present. That's right. After all, you've taken him to the inferno. What it meant to go to the Hall of Valor might not be understood by Li Du, but Zhou Ning knew it very well. The guardianship of the spirit of valor comes at a great cost. Despite Qin Yanguan's great achievements in the abyss, the number of times he was able to activate the Ying Spirit Guardian was only 3. For the sake of Li Du, he directly consumed it once. Zhou Ning suddenly thought of something. The materials you asked him to bring back can only be obtained by the seashore. Where is one of the most brutal places in the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Yuan. T want to thoroughly exercise him right at this time. Would you? There were a few places in the battlefield of the 10,000 races that were extremely cruel. Countless celestial pride died in them, their bones incomplete. The beach is exactly one of them. The monsters here are extremely aggressive and highly intelligent. One slip up and you might die before you even see the enemy. And that's just one. Seaside. By the influence of the ocean, professionals can be very severely weakened, and the seaside wilds will get an unprecedented boost. Even a legend-ranked professional wouldn't dare to stay there for too long. If those materials were to be gathered all together, he would have to stay at the beach for at least a month. Are you really not worried? Hearing this, Qin Yanguan sighed. I actually don't really want him to go there now, but time is running out and he has to grow up fast. With that, he was silent for a few seconds before finally continuing to speak. The rift in the abyss, it's gotten bigger. Chapter 120, steady as she goes. The Thunderdog's drops are a bit better, and the experience value gained is higher than that of the Shattered Rock Turtle, but still not much higher. The desert copy was actually very difficult, and even though Li Du's current attributes were already extremely high, it was a bit hard to get through. He was able to summon sand soldiers though. In the desert, sand soldiers are just too useful. After Li Du's attributes were raised, the sand soldiers he summoned were also much more powerful, although a single sand soldier was still relatively weak. With hundreds of sand soldiers united, there was hardly any wild monster that could resist. Through the sand soldiers, Li Du killed a number of wild monsters. This copy, too, passed with gradual ease. Unfortunately, this copy doesn't drop the materials I need. Li Du did not forget that he had entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races with a mission in mind. Heart of the Blood Scale, 5. Tears of the Mermaid King, 10 drops. Bloodthirsty Whale's Teeth, 15. Pincers of the Skyhorn Shrimp, 6. Augurs, mermaids, whales and shrimp. There is no doubt that the only way to find these materials is to go to the beach. Li Du had paid attention on the map, and the seashore was extremely far from the Dasha stronghold. Just by rushing, Li Du might even need to rush for half a month. During this time, there are a few mandatory stops: Black World Forest, Undead Hillside, Cursed Canyon. These 3 locations are areas specifically labeled danger on the map. Cross over before reaching the beach. The beach, on the map, is labeled Jedi. Thinking of this, Li Du smiled helplessly. The principal really looks up to me, assigning such a difficult task as soon as I arrive. Not only is the beach dangerous, the wildlife is extremely powerful. The Blood Jiao, King of Mermaids, Bloodthirsty Whale, and Skyhorn Shrimp were even the best of them. It was good that there was no time limit for this mission, so Li Du could go forward slowly. His intention was to stay at the battlefield of the 10,000 races for 2 or 3 months. Along the way, while killing monsters and attacking replicas, he would fight directly to the sea. He had already treated the battlefield of the 10,000 races as an outpost of the abyss. After adapting to this place, when it was time to run for Abyssal Warrior next year, Li Du would be more confident. Emptying his mind of thoughts, Li Du continued to move forward. There were only 2 types of wild monsters he had encountered so far: the Shattered Rock Turtle and the Thunderdog. The Shattered Rock Turtles are extremely numerous and can be found almost everywhere. The Thunderbolt Dogs are next in line, and most of them are hidden and sneak around the neighborhood. But Liddell sent the sand soldiers out, and there were Liddell's eyes in every direction. Most of the Thunderdogs were spotted ahead of time by Li Du before they could be spotted. Sneak attacks are naturally meaningless. Almost 200 wild monsters were killed along the way, and a lot of longevity was gained. There was Hourglass to refresh skill cooldowns, and Li Du's equipment could also significantly restore blue amount. As a result, Li Du's skills were simply all over the place and he didn't care about consumption at all. Boom! Just then, a vibrating sound resounded through the earth. In an instant, Li Du surprisingly perceived that dozens of his sand soldiers had been killed by the vibrating sound. The earth was shaken as a result, and Li Du even nearly fell over. He turned back and immediately saw a monster that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Extraordinarily large and extremely strong. He had a lion-like head, but a gray body and a huge hammer in his hand. Desert Miner. Type, Elite Monster. Rank, 33. Life value, 148,000. Power, 10,000. Trait, Hammer Guardian, immune to 70% physical damage. Skills, Earthshaking, Full Hammer Swing, Triple Strike. The life values are among those of normal elite monsters in this copy. Nothing to write home about. What caught Li Du's attention was its up to 10,000 strength and up to 70% physical damage immunity. It seems that the monsters in this copy are all extremely immune to physical damage. This is extremely unfriendly to fighters. If Li Du hadn't upgraded his profession, even if he turned on 100 times the wrath of the living spirit and unleashed 10,000 swords, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill a single desert miner. After the sand soldier died, the desert miner charged at Li Du. The huge hammer was dragging on the ground, and once it was swung, it was feared that it would be able to induce a sandstorm. Thinking of this, Li Du immediately had an estimate in his mind. Definitely can't fight him hard. Thinking of this, Li Du immediately summoned a few sand soldiers. Allow the sand soldier to burrow into the sand, while later appearing at the feet of the desert miner to save its feet. At once, the desert miner tripped and fell, and the hammer came out of his hand. Seeing this, Li Du immediately stepped forward to attack. Demon Abyss Confinement. At that instant, the ground below the desert miner unexpectedly changed, transforming into a bottomless abyss. Countless large hands drilled out from the abyss, firmly grasping the desert miner's body. The desert miner was suddenly immobile. It roared and tried to break free, but there were just too many of these hands, and the grip was too firm. After the career evolved, Li Du's dark confinement also evolved into magic abyss confinement. The black mist that would have appeared was no longer there, and in its place was the even more terrifying Murakumo. While the desert miner was imprisoned, countless demonic hands were sucking its attributes. After a few minutes, Li Du saw that the desert miner's power was only left at a pitiful 3,000 or so. At this moment, it could no longer break free from the devil's abyss, and the devil's abyss began to absorb his life points. After a few more minutes, the desert miner was reduced to a dry corpse, completely dead. You killed the desert miner, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained an experience value of 38,000. You get Miner's Iron Bone, Desert Iron. Upon death, the desert miner drops 2 materials. The experience value gained was upwards of 30,000. It took 10 minutes, but it's not bad. Until now, Li Du had not used the wrath of the living spirit. Therefore the speed of killing monsters was much slower, but Li Du was already very satisfied. When the profession was elevated, Li Du began to control himself and reduce the frequency of using the wrath of the living spirit. Li Du always felt that the power gained from the wrath of the living spirit did not belong to him completely. Once time passed, one would still return to his original state. Once he did not live long enough, Li Du would even be very dangerous. He must not rely too much on the wrath of the living. In the future, if the profession was upgraded to a legendary level profession, Li Du even planned to never use the wrath of the living spirit again, unless it really came to a moment of last resort. After killing the miners, there were quite a few more wild encounters. As they went deeper into the desert, the wild monsters in this area became more and more powerful, with higher and higher attributes. The subsequent elite monsters that Li Du encountered were even as high as 170,000 or 180,000 blood. The time it took for Li Du to kill the wild monsters was also increasing. More than 2 hours had passed before Li Du had killed a few hundred wild monsters plus a few elite monsters. There were even a few times in which Li Du used the Heavenly Rage Fireball. However, without the boost from the Wrath of the Living, the Heaven's Wrath Fireball could not achieve a clear. Although the number of monsters killed was small, Li Du was still enjoying himself. At that moment, Li Du saw a new monster. It was a large reddish-brown bird that looked like a bird, but didn't seem to be a bird, but some sort of dragon. Li Du used the pupil of the Heavenly Abyss. Beacon Song Dragon. Type, Reinforced Elite Monster. Rank, 33. Life value, 189,000. Power, 7,800. Characteristics, Flight, Flame Attack. Skills, Flame Blast, Fire Breathing, Gravel Hurricane, Fireball. Sure enough, it wasn't a bird, but a kind of dragon. When Li Du detected them, they also discovered Li Du. New Bee. The beacon dragon let out a shrill cry, much like a red-tailed hawk, and it was very imposing. The cries ended, and the entire body of several beacon dragons suddenly burst into flames, and then rushed towards Li Du. Chapter 121. Terrifying attributes never seen before. Seeing it rush over, Li Du did not panic. Lord Inferno. Instantly, the huge Inferno Lord blocked in front of Li Du. Also playing with fire, Let's see if the beacon song dragon is powerful or his inferno lord. Hoo. Several beacon dragons immediately crashed into the inferno lord. Violent flames burned, but the inferno demon lord was not the least bit afraid, and was even enjoying himself. The inferno, originally born from flames. The flames were not a disaster for the inferno lords, but rather a paradise. When the flames erupted, the inferno lord actually began to absorb the power of these flames. When the beacon song dragon saw this, it immediately wanted to leave, but the inferno lord was quick on his feet, one by one, and grabbed the beacon song dragon's legs. Although the beacon dragon's attributes were high, it was flying after all. Unable to fly after being grabbed by his feet, he kept fluttering his wings. But where does it hurt the wings? The other beacon dragon kept spewing out fireballs, trying to repel the inferno lord. But nothing happened when the fireballs landed on the lord. The several beacon dragons were sort of restrained to death by the inferno lords. At this time, Li Du also launched an attack from the sidelines. Abyssal decapitation. Thunder fury. Various skills had smashed onto the beacon song dragon. Shortly after, several beacon song dragons were completely killed. You slay the beacon song dragon, gaining 1 year of life and 45,000 experience points. You get Beacon Dragon's Claw, Beacon Dragon's Heart. After killing a few beacon song dragons, Li Du continued to move forward. Currently, it had been almost 3 hours since he had entered the copy. The wild monsters encountered were also clear of elite monsters that were not easy to kill. Li Du felt that it was likely that he was about to arrive at the location of the copy leader. Soon after, Li Du saw a huge hill. The hill was like a grave, and it was very spooky with no other wildlife around. In the center of the hill was a monster with a bearded wolf's head and a human body, dressed in pharaoh's garb. It was sitting in it and looked to be sleeping. Just as Li Du wanted to use his heavenly abyssal pupil to detect it, the monster suddenly disappeared. Li Du was startled and immediately sensed the danger coming. Just then, the monster unexpectedly appeared behind him and attacked him. Crap! Li Du secretly said that it was not good. The monster's attack was too swift. Li Du could not react in time. It was even too late to release the skill. Just then, the shoe's passive activated. Li Du's figure twisted in an extremely strange position, just in time to twist through the monster's attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Du immediately pulled away, while summoning countless sand soldiers to block the realm around himself. After a missed strike, the monster returned to the hill and walked around silently, looking at Li Du with eyes full of contempt. The pupil of the heavenly abyss. Soon, Li Du saw the monster's message. Anubis, type, copy chief, level, 35, life value, 358,000, power, 20,000, characteristics, instantaneous movement, can move instantly near a hill, with no less than 1 minute between activations. Magic immunity, immune to magic damage. Skills, earthquake, extreme storm, death punch, sweeping scythe. The monster's attributes are frighteningly high. 350,000 life value, 20,000 strength. I'm afraid that one skill's damage could knock out 1/3 of Li Du's blood. And, surprisingly, immune to magic damage. That means that skills like Inferno and Heaven's Fury Fireball can't hurt it, and Sand Soldier no longer works. So many of the wild monsters in this copy are immune to physical damage, and the chief is actually immune to magic damage. Who would have thought that? No wonder it was a copy of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It was indeed much more powerful than the outside world. With this attribute, Li Du wanted to use the wrath of the living spirit. To be honest, at this point, Li Du wasn't very confident that he could win. However, he still wanted to try. The general summons. Although the Inferno Lords and Sand Soldiers couldn't be used anymore, the Cayman Orc Generals were physical damage, and after Li Du's career evolution, the Cayman Orc Generals became stronger as well. Summoned. The attributes are not low. At this point, Anubis was still walking on the hill and had no intention of attacking. Li Du preempted the attack by sending General Cayman Orc to attack. Ho ho ho! The Carmen Orc General clutched his greatsword and immediately rushed forward, immediately jumping up into the air as he neared Anubis, while slashing down with all his might. Rumble! The greatsword slashed at the hill, cutting a huge crack and sending dust flying. Anubis, however, jumped straight up and dodged the slash of the greatsword, and that's when it finally attacked, only to see its figure suddenly disappear into the air, and when it reappeared, it had actually arrived in the sky above Li Du. Li Du had just raised his head when Anubis stomped down. Luckily, Li Du had already expected it when he saw Anubis disappear and immediately dodged away. Boom! The power of this kick was extremely powerful, and it even directly smashed a large pit out of the earth. The stones splashed around were even as fast as bullets. If he had not dodged, with this kick alone, Li Du felt that he was afraid that he would be beaten half to death. Not bad for a whopping 20,000 power. To be honest, Li Du had never seen a monster with such high power. Even when he was clearing the copy of the bloody prison, the leader of the 10th floor there still wasn't this powerful. The blow missed, and Anubis jumped backward, returning to the hill once more without continuing his attack. Li Du was very puzzled by this. He commanded the Cayman Orc General and attacked again. However, Anubis was so fast that the lumbering Cayman Orc General was too juggled to hit. Suddenly, Li Du thought of something. He's not waiting for instantaneous movement, is he? Anubis had the characteristic of instantaneous movement, and if it was used in conjunction with this characteristic to launch an attack, it would indeed be able to cause unexpected effects. Thinking of this, Li Du began to wait. Soon, a minute passed. Anubis did attack again. Li Du was about to dodge when he suddenly realized that Anubis' target for this attack was not himself, but the Cayman Orc General. Anubis rushed to the Cayman Orc General and a huge scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. It swung its scythe and immediately curved out a blood moon. And then, the Cayman Orc General, even with his armor, was actually directly cut off at the waist. The scythe being so sharp was something that Li Du could not have imagined. However, Anubis' offense was not yet over. With its scythe in hand, it quickly rushed towards Li Du to continue its attack. Abyssal chop. Although the Cayman Orc General was killed, Li Du was not afraid in the slightest and directly intended to go toe-to-toe with Anubis. Soon, strong chopping blows appeared, and Anubis swung his scythe and attacked. Boom! The two attacks clashed together, and Li Du instantly felt a shock of numbness throughout his body, and his hands were almost trembling. The power of Anubis is just too great. The power of 20,000 was simply not something that Li Du could resist. Soon the scythe swung down. Li Du immediately felt a burst of irresistible power, and his entire body was directly shaken out. Chapter 122 Skill Upgrade Material. Divine Crystal. The tremor was so violent that Li Du felt that his tiger's mouth was almost cracking and his arms were trembling. Sure enough, it's still very much a stretch. The battlefield of the 10,000 races was indeed not simple. The Anubis copy, the closest copy of the 10,000 clans battlefield to the Daxia stronghold, was not that difficult in the entire battlefield. Even so, Li Du still fought very hard. I'm afraid that only a true legendary rank profession, or the best of the legendary ranks, is capable of soloing this copy. After one blow, Anubis didn't continue his attack. When Li Du tried to attack, Anubis would dodge the attack by blinking with great speed. This made it very difficult for Li Du's attacks to hit Anubis. There's no choice but to turn on the wrath of the living spirit. For an epic level profession, making it this far was already pretty good. For fellow epic ranked Su Zhan, his level 30 performance was even far worse than level 24 Li Du. Although Li Du was unwilling to rely on the wrath of the living spirit too much, he still had to use it when he needed to. Rage of the living, 10 times stronger. Sins added to sins. Li Du didn't drag his feet, and after turning the rage of the living spirit on, he directly cast Sin Plus. Soon, several black swords appeared from above Li Du's head, and they all stabbed into Anubis. Even though Anubis kept dodging, the black swords' attacks were locked, and soon, all of them stabbed into Anubis' body. The number was extremely high, with hundreds of handles. However, these black swords do not cause damage on their own. Rather, it will inflict sins on Anubis. When Li Du used the pupil of the heavenly abyss, Anubis' information changed. Anubis, number of sin layers, 580. Damage gain, 1160%. With over 500 layers of sins, Li Du's damage gain against Anubis had reached a terrifying 10 times. Combined with the wrath of the living spirit, Li Du was able to deal 100 times the damage in a single strike. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Li Du rushed forward, swinging his staff and unleashing the Heavenly Abyssal Slash. The Black Moon-like chopping attack impacted out and instantly chopped towards Anubis. Boom! The decapitation surprisingly cut Anubis directly in the waist. The damage from the chop is just too much for Anubis to resist at all. Just one skill had killed it in seconds. This kind of damage could not be blocked even if Anubis' blood level was doubled. Upon seeing the effects of the damage, Li Du realized that he had somewhat underestimated himself. At the current damage, I'll be able to deal a lot of damage in a short period of time even if I don't use the wrath of the living spirit. Through Sin Plus, even 2 Heavenly Abyss chopping strikes can kill it. Missed the boat. Li Du didn't realize that he was already this strong. Previously, he had been using the wrath of the living spirit, making Li Du not have a clear understanding of his own strength. Once he didn't have the wrath of the living spirit, he would be instinctively uneasy. However, Li Du gradually realized that his own strength had unknowingly surprised himself. Congratulations, you've killed Anubis and successfully cleared the copy. You gain life expectancy, 100 years. You gain experience value, 180,000. You acquire Martyr's Sword, purple. Divine Crystal, purple. Title, Lone Wolf. After killing Anubis, Not many things were given, but both things were epic. And there was also something that Li Du had never gotten before, a title. Li Du immediately checked. Sword of Martyrdom, a sword with an aura of death that seems to be able to connect the worlds of yin and yang. Extremely powerful but must be used with great care. Suitable profession, dark profession. Wear level, 30. Effect, plus 500 spirit, plus 800 strength, plus 300 constitution. Extra effect, when attacking a non-boss target. All attacks have an additional 3% chance of instant death. Target level exceeds level 5, instant death. Probability of causing immediate death of the target. Extra effect, targets killed by this sword will drop martyr souls. Feeding this sword with martyr souls will improve the sword's attributes. When he saw the sword's attributes and extra effects, he had to say that Li Du was really impressed. But unfortunately, this sword could only be equipped by the darkness profession. The darkness profession, a very cold line, is as cold as the mechanical line. Most of the professions in this system seem to be very evil, with attacks often carrying all sorts of curses and evil spirits, either related to negativity or dead people or something like that. Just for example, professions like Dreadbringer, Necromancer, and Thespian are all of the darkness variety. Look at the next item. Divine Exotic Crystal, containing special power. It can enhance the power of skills and is one of the materials for skill upgrades. The introduction was very brief, but Li Du's gaze froze when he saw it. Skill upgrade. I didn't expect him to get materials related to skill upgrades. Skill upgrade. This knowledge was one of the top secret knowledge. If one knew it, they would be able to level up their skills. For example, Li Du's 10,000 swords returning to the father was originally only a level 10 skill, and even though it was of epic quality, by the time Li Du was level 20, the effect of this skill would become worse and worse. By the time Li Du reached level 30, the effect of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace was even less than a tenth of its original effect. When the time came, unless the skills were upgraded, Li Du could only go to the trading house to have the skills washed away and washed into skill scrolls. Otherwise, keeping low-level skills on his body was just an empty space, and was not useful at all. Almost all additional skills learned will face this result. Only exclusive vocational skills have skill effects that continue to improve as the level of the professional grows. For Li Du, 10,000 swords is an extremely powerful skill, and he really wasn't too willing to wash it away if he had to. Therefore, skill upgrades are necessary. The Divine Crystal is very important and must be preserved. It will come in handy when we enter the National Guild in the future and learn the method of skill upgrades. After putting away the Divine Crystal, Li Du checked the title again. Lone Wolf, one of the exclusive titles for the Battlefield of the Nations. How to get it? Single brush any copy of the Battlefield of the Clans. Title effect, when soloing a copy, your full attributes are increased by 1%. This title was still good, capable of boosting all attributes. Although the boost wasn't large, and it only took effect when soloing a copy, it was better than nothing. And as far as Li Du was concerned, he wouldn't team up with anyone else. Whenever you swipe a copy, it must be a single swipe. Does he wear the title Lone Wolf? Please note, a person can only wear a maximum of one title at a time. Seeing this prompt, Li Du did not hesitate and of course chose to wear it. After all, this was currently the only title he had. If and when you get a better title later on, just change it. After the title was worn, the trip to the replica was considered over. In terms of difficulty, this copy was actually no match for the bloody prison. However, the monsters inside were either physically or magically immune, which was very annoying. It was good that Li Du's profession was special. Whether it was physical damage or magic damage, Li Du was very powerful. After collecting his things, Li Du directly exited the copy. Baka pressure. When Li Du came out of his copy, he immediately heard a dog barking. Rumble. This was followed by the glow of skill after skill. Li Du checked his surroundings and realized that at some point, there were quite a few more Sakura Nation professionals. Chapter 123, Are all freshmen so scary? The sounds of skills clashing, shouting and killing, intertwined together, extraordinarily chaotic. All around, the professionals of the Great Summer Kingdom were resisting. Before Li Du could return to his senses, he heard a sound. That kid over there, don't just stand there, get over here. The one who spoke was a man wearing a knight's armor, and at this moment, he was opening his shield to resist the spells of the Sakura Nation's professionals. Get behind me, don't let them hurt you. Li Du immediately rushed over. There were several other professionals here, all unleashing their skills and blasting away at the Sakura Nation's professionals. What happened? A person replied in a very fast speech. Little cherry blossoms ghosts are blocking this neighborhood, indiscriminately attacking every single Daxia person. Several people who were about to enter the copies, or those who came out of the copies, were killed by their sneak attacks. Hearing this, a few points of killing intent flashed in Li Du's eyes. Cherry Blossom Country. Again. 3 times you look for trouble. 3 times you provoke and kill. The knight at the front anxiously said, my shield can't hold up much longer. You guys go first, I'll break off. A mage hurriedly said, what will you do when we leave? It's fine. I have thick blood. They can't kill me. You guys hurry up and go, or it'll be too late when my shield breaks. Not far away, the Sakura Nation's professionals were still releasing their skills. They had cruel gazes and seemed to take pleasure in it, constantly laughing as they unleashed their skills. Although the Dacia people were counterattacking, there were more professionals in the Sakura country, and with several people combining their efforts, it was difficult to achieve much effect with the counterattack. This was very stifling to a few of the Dacia people. Fuck the cherry blossom ghosts. If it weren't for the fact that we're outnumbered, we'd have beaten the shit out of them long ago. The priest on the side spoke up. This will have to do for now, or we'll all have to die here. Although they were upset, there wasn't much they could do. There are more people in the Sakura country, and they don't have an advantage. At that moment, Li Du said, let me do it. The knight looked at Li Du with a puzzled expression. You come? What are you coming for? Just then, Li Du unexpectedly stepped out of the shield range. This made a few people anxious. The knight shouted, hey, what are you doing? Don't get yourself killed. However, Li Du instantly turned on Hilly. The skills of countless Sakura Nation professionals landed on Li Du and did not cause half a bit of damage at all. This surprised several people. Crap, what's going on? The Sakura Nation's professionals also froze. At this time, Li Du immediately made his move. Demon Abyss Confinement. Instantly, a huge abyss appeared at the feet of several Sakura Nation professionals. Before they could react, countless hands crawled out of the abyss and firmly grabbed them. Baka Pressure Road, what's going on here? It's the damn Dacia man. He's up to something. Dacia people, hurry up and cancel your skills or we'll definitely let you die. Li Du's gaze was cold and unperturbed. Constantly casting mana strengthened the effect of the demonic abyss confinement. Soon, the Sakura Nation's professionals' entire body's attributes were sucked by the demon abyss, and their life force gradually disappeared. A few minutes later, under a whale, they all turned into dry corpses. Crap, bro, turns out you're so strong? A few people were excited. The knight stepped forward and patted Li Du's shoulder with great bravado. Looking young, I didn't realize he was a big shot. It was then that Li Du asked, why are these Sakura people doing this? Despite the war between the Great Summer Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom didn't dare offend the Great Summer Kingdom too much. Although they killed Dacia people, they almost only dared to engage in sneak attacks, and never dared to surround and kill Dacia country professionals on a large scale. After all, once the Great Summer Kingdom was angered, it was truly doable to destroy the Sakura Kingdom regardless. Even if the Lighthouse State stops it, it can't be stopped. Therefore, Li Du was a bit puzzled by the behavior of the Sakura Nation. The priest said, probably because their last team was all but wiped out here. I heard that there was a big guy who killed an entire team from Sakura country. The Sakura country's professionals couldn't take it before they went crazy and struck out at the rest of the Great Summer country. The knight hated it. Little Sakura is just like that. I really want to know where that big guy is. I can't sleep at night without getting to know a hero like that properly. The pastor said, I heard that the man's name was Li Du, and I have a friend who saw it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Li Du's expression was wonderful. I didn't realize that the ultimate source of the fuss was in myself? No, I shouldn't say that. Li Du only stepped in when he saw the Sakura Nation sneak up on the Dacia Nation's professionals. Any other Dacia person would definitely not be able to resist. Thinking of this, Li Du's heart became even more indignant towards the Sakura country. The knight said, brother, my name is Wang Bin, from Tianfang University, junior in college, level 31, occupation is guardian knight. Where are you from? Tianfang University, the best university in Tianfang province, was also one of the double first-class institutions. If Li Du remembered correctly, the ranking of this university should be around 20th in the country, occasionally ranking 17th or 18th. Li Du, Yanguan University, level 24, occupation is Sky Abyss Walker. Upon hearing Li Du's name, several people froze for a moment, but at first, they didn't think towards the Li Du they had heard about. After all, there were many people with the same name in this world, and Li Du's rank surprised a few people a little. I didn't expect you to come to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans at level 24. Brother, worthy of being Yanguan University, number 1 under the top 10 academies. It really lives up to its name, Abyssal Walker. It sounds like your profession is of the Abyssal line, right? I've heard that the professions in this series are very powerful. By the way, bro, are you a sophomore? Li Du shook his head and said, no, I'm a freshman this year. Upon hearing this, several people stared with wide eyes, filled with incredulity. Were the students of Yanguan University already this powerful? A new student, a freshman, has reached level 24. Is this human? Generally speaking, the grades for freshmen were commonly 13th and 14th, with the outstanding ones being 15th and 16th. In a school like Yuan University, freshmen were at best around grade 17, and no higher. Such freshmen, when they first enter the university, will definitely be taught a hard lesson by their older siblings, so that they will know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. And only then did college begin. After a year of study, it's already considered quite okay to be able to level up to 23 or 24. A legendary profession like Xiaishua was only level 28 in her sophomore year. So, a few of them rightfully assumed that Li Du was a sophomore. Who knew that this was even a freshman? Moreover, freshmen from Yanguan University would be able to come to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? They're so ahead of their time? I've heard that very few people in the 10 major academies have this treatment. There was a long silence before a few people finally slowed down. At this time, Wang Bin suddenly shouted, "Brother, your name is also Li Du. You can't be the fierce man who killed a team from Sakura Nation before, right?" Li Du said. "Unsurprisingly, it should be me. He did kill a lot of Sakura people." Hearing this, several people were even more surprised. "I thought it was just the same name, but I didn't think I'd run into the right person." Chapter 124, Meeting Fuming again. After a moment of surprise, several people were also impressed with Li Du. "I didn't expect you to be so awesome, brother. Teaching those little cherry blossoms a hard lesson. Good job. When will I get to kill a few Sakuras to help with the fun?" Surprise was surprise, but a few people had at least fought together, so they still quickly came back to their senses. The remaining few introduced themselves. The mage opened his mouth. "My name is Luo Ming. I'm also a junior at Tianfeng University. Profession is explosive mage. Level 31. The priest said, "My name is Qin Feng, just like all of them. Occupation is cleric priest, and my level is 30. Wang Bin walked over to the Sakura man's corpse and stomped on it a few times, crushing the bones and spitting on it before he felt better. "Good death, Sakura Oni," Luo Ming said. "It's a pity about those who were killed." Qian Feng said, "The battlefield of the 10,000 races is just like that. Didn't we prepare ourselves before coming here?" The battlefield of the 10,000 races was an outpost of the abyssal battlefield, and the deeper one went, the more dangerous the battlefield of the 10,000 races became as it was affected by the power of the abyss. Since the battlefield is so large, it has become a public battlefield for all nations. Those who died in this battlefield, many times it was impossible to tell if they died at the hands of wild monsters or at the hands of personnel from another country. In the neighborhood, there are many professionals from other countries. When some people saw what Wang Bin did, they immediately revealed either contempt or anger. However, Wang Bin didn't care. When they were under siege, none of the other countries lent a hand. Nowadays it's no one else's turn to tell him what to do. "Bro, where are you planning to go next? Want to team up and brush copies?" Wang Bin extended an invitation to Li Du. Li Du shook his head. "No need. I like to brush alone." Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately gave a thumbs up. "Bullish, worthy of being a high achiever from Yanguan University." Luo Ming snickered. "Come on, Wang Bin. You can't even carry a couple of little Sakura's skills for long. But they're direct seconds. Can that be the same? I'm a guardian knight." "Guarding, do you know what guarding is? Didn't I carry it for half an hour when brother Li Du came out?" After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Du planned to leave. Wang Bin said, "Brother, where are you going?" "A few of us have been to the 10,000 races battlefield a few times and recognize some of the roads, so we might be able to help you." "Seaside. Oh, so it's the beach ah. See? Crap, brother, you're going to the beach?" Hearing those two words, several people were shocked hard again, even though they had been shocked by Li Du several times today. "Brother, don't seek death. The seashore is one of the few most dangerous places in this battlefield, and you're only level 24, so you'll almost certainly die if you go there." "Yeah, that place is too dangerous. Why don't you go there at least at level 35? I think it's alright to go back at level 40. Their worry was not feigned. Seeing this, Li Du smiled and said, "Thanks for your concern, but you don't have to worry about me. I know what's in my heart." Seeing Li Du insist, several people did not know what to say. After all, it was impossible for them to influence Li Du's actions. Wang Bin said, "Since you insist on going, brother, I won't say anything. I'm going to go brush up my copy as well." "Motherfucker, you're only a freshman and you can go to the beach. I feel like I'm just a loser." Hearing this, Li Du smiled. Wang Bin is still quite interesting. Afterwards, Li Du planned to part here. Just then, a few noises caught Li Du's attention. "Oh, my goodness. It's an orange career aura. This is a legendary profession. Looking at the costumes, they should be from the Great Summer Kingdom. How come there are so many legendary level professions in the great summer country? We can't even see one in our country. Humph, what is this? Our great cold underworld kingdom is the #1 in the universe. When Li Du looked, he spotted a team. A few of them were wearing very striking costumes. A young man in the middle of the group unabashedly exuded an orange professional aura. Upon closer inspection, his clothes were actually the attire of Sky City University. Tianchang University, the #1 academy in the Magic City, was also the 4th-ranked academy in Daxia. It was the top academy after the 3 universities. This academy had produced countless strong people, and it wasn't surprising that there were legendary-level professions in it. Wang Bin said, "What a nasty envy. It's a pity that the heavens didn't allow me to awaken a legendary profession. Guardian Knights, just fine-grade professions." Although it was the top profession amongst the fine-grade professions, it was only fine-grade. Wang Bin's attributes were not even as good as Su Zhen's. Luo Ming said, "That's Tianchang University, the best of the top 10 academies, so don't even think about it." Li Du didn't listen to the clamor of a few of them, but watched the group carefully. One of the familiar figures made Li Du freeze. Surprisingly, it's him? A young girl in a light green dress was right in the middle of the group. Surprisingly, it was Fuming. Since the high school entrance exam, Li Du has not seen her again. When the team arrived, Fuming seemed to sense something and turned back. At once, the eyes locked with Li Du. For a moment, she was first a little confused, and then surprised and delighted. In the next moment, it even directly broke away from the team and trotted over toward Li Du. "Li Du, you're even here." Fuming was very surprised, and the smile on her face was extraordinarily bright. Ever since Li Du left for Yanguan Academy, she had even thought for a while that there would be no more chances of meeting between the two of them, and had been saddened many times. "I didn't expect to meet Li Du here." Li Du was also very happy. Very few people could get inside his head, and Fuming was considered one. During that period of time in the college entrance examination, Fuming was the maiden who had truly cared for him. Even, Li Du had once pondered whether he should just listen to her and go to Tiangue Academy. Despite finally choosing Yanguan University, Li Du still felt a pang of regret in his heart when he thought of Fuming. Now that they met, her smile was completely heartfelt. Li Du also said, "I didn't expect to be able to run into you here. It seems that we are quite destined for each other." Fuming raised his head. "That's for sure. I did say that I would surpass you." Hearing that she was still lingering on this matter, Li Du smiled, as if offering a treasure. Fuming stated his level. "I'm now at level 24. Surprised? Some sophomores might not even reach my level." Li Du did have a few moments of surprise. He had been living almost like an ascetic monk in order to brush up on his copies for a while, and it was only with great difficulty that he had reached level 24. Fuming surprisingly reached it as well. "How did you do that?" Fuming took out a card. "See, this is the 5 times experience card. As long as you have this, you'll be able to gain 5 times the experience when leveling in a copy. It's very expensive. A card can only be used 10 times, and it costs 100,000 divine power values, so it's not something that can be bought with money." Li Du was even more surprised. He had never heard that there were even such props. In the trading house, Li Du didn't even see any similar props. Just then, an orange light flashed by, and after that, there was a young man who was very richly dressed, with an expression that carried a bit of coldness. Ming Ming, who is he? Chapter 125 Deep Background. The one who spoke was none other than that legend-ranked professional. He looked at Li Du with an unkind look in his eyes, a pair of eyes as if he wanted to see through Li Du. Fuming said, "He's Li Du, my friend." The youth glanced at Li Du and spoke. "Wang Yu, Sky City University, level 28 Divine Soldier Fighter." Hearing Wang Yu's self-introduction, Wang Bin's few people revealed surprised expressions. Surprisingly, it's a Divine Warrior Fighter. This is one of the top few legendary level professions before level 60. Legendary level professions are also differentiated, with some specializing in combat, some specializing in support, and some specializing in control or having other functions, like the Divine Warrior Fighter. It's an extremely standard combat class occupation. Once this profession is awakened, it will automatically obtain a Divine Soldier. The attributes of the Divine Soldier would grow as the professional grew, and its attributes alone were comparable to several pieces of legendary grade equipment. Luo Ming looked at a long sword that Wang Yu was carrying behind his back and was very envious. That should be his divine weapon. A divine weapon that is even more powerful than legendary grade equipment. Li Du was not surprised. Legendary level professions. He had actually seen quite a few of them. Li Du, level 24, Sky Abyss Walker. Only level 24? A hint of contempt flashed in Wang Bin's eyes. In his opinion, coming to the battlefield of the 10,000 races at this level was a death sentence. "You're level 24 too?" Fuming was very surprised, pulling Li Du's arm and carefully sizing up Li Du with one pair of eyes. I didn't expect you to upgrade so fast, or be such a pervert. Also, how did you change your occupation again? Li Du laughed. This is my secret. Hearing the word secret, Fuming immediately raised her head. I'm not going to be curious about your secrets. Eyeing the increasingly intimate appearance of Fuming and Li Du, Wang Yu's expression gradually became gloomy. He spoke directly, interrupting the two. Alright, Ming, it's time to go. Don't waste the time brushing your copy. Wang Bin and a few others whispered on the sidelines. The man is definitely jealous. What's that got to do with it? They were very curious. What happened between Li Du and Fuming? And what happened between Wang Yu and Fuming? But they wouldn't ask indiscriminately. Wang Yu's words made Fuming a bit impatient and waved his hand. You guys go brush up. I won't be joining you. Then, she pulled Li Du and said, to punish you for keeping secrets from me. You can't refuse if you're going to take me to swipe a copy. It's still her nature. Though the mind is thinking one way or the other, the mouth won't be soft in any way. Li Du laughed. Good. Although it was said that he was going to the seaside, Xin Yanguan had not actually stated a time limit for the mission. Therefore, Li Du actually had a lot of time. And when Wang Yu heard Fu Ming's words, his face turned completely cold. When he looked at Li Du, his eyes also took on a bit of hostility. It was just that Li Du's gaze never noticed him, which made it hard for him to have a seizure. Moreover, thinking of Fuming's background, if he were to have a seizure here and cause Fuming's resentment, it would be more of a loss than a gain. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu asked, he's only level 24, not even as good as you. Are you sure he can take you to brush your copy? Fu Ming said impatiently. I've already said that Li Du will take me to brush my copy, so you guys shouldn't follow me. Wang Yu's face became colder. He was a legendary rank profession, and although his background was lowly before his transfer, the moment the light of the legendary rank profession lit up, Wang Yu felt that he should be a human being. From once being laughed at, all of a sudden he stood at the apex of many people's dreams, making Wang Yu very conceited. But ego often hides low self-esteem. When he met Fu Ming at Sky City University, he realized what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Although fuming was an epic level profession, the professor who taught her was surprisingly a level 99, a top powerhouse just one step away from transcendence. She went down to the copies and used 5 times experience cards. These experience cards couldn't even be bought with money. Even the professor who taught Wang Yu, who had already reached a strong level 80, was able to get a maximum of 10 experience cards a month to buy a share. However, there was no limit to Fuming's use of experience cards, just like drinking water. The equipment she wore looked ordinary, but Wang Yu had read that in order to break a record, Fu Ming had changed into a whole set of legendary equipment. He searched for information on Fu Ming and couldn't find much at all. At best, he knew that her father's name was Fu Shang and that he was the mayor. The rest of the family, however, was completely unheard of. After seeing how Fu Ming was treated, the hidden inferiority complex in Wang Yu's heart was tickled. But then he wondered, if he could marry such a girl, would everything that Fuming had become his? Therefore, when he saw that Fu Ming was actually so passionate about a man, Fu Shang felt as bad as if he had eaten his reply. Seeing that Fu Ming was getting impatient, Wang Yu felt that he should calm down. Maybe, they're actually just regular friends. Wang Yu tried his best to put on a calm expression and said, in that case, you must pay attention to your safety. If something happens, call me directly. I'll be at your beck and call. Okay, got it. Just hurry up. Seeing this, Wang Yu directly turned around and returned to the team. They wasted no time and all entered the Anubis copy. Wang Bin's few people also took their leave. Bro, we'll leave you to your date as well. Brother Li Du, make sure you protect the sister. Yo, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We're off. Bye. A few people's words caused Fuming to instantly blush. It's not what you guys think. Li Du and I just know each other. A few people laughed and ran straight away. Soon, only Li Du and Fu Ming were left here. Only then did Li Du ask, speaking of which, how did you come to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? And you're still with the people from Sky City University? If I remember correctly, Fu Ming should be from the Tiangue Academy. Fu Ming smiled cheekily. Although I'm from Tiangue Academy, I'm actually studying at Tianchang University all the time. This was arranged for me by my father. How about it? Envious? Li Du was indeed a bit surprised that there could still be such an operation. At this time, Fu Ming complained a bit. Back then, when I told you to go to Tiangue Academy, you just refused to go. If you had gone, I would have talked to my father, and maybe you could have gone to study at Tianchang University with me. What's it like to end up at a Yanguan University? Li Du smiled helplessly. But that's in the past. After all, Moreover, being at Yanguan University wasn't bad. At the very least, both Elder Joe and the principal took extra care of him. Such resources were not something that a schoolhouse could just compare to. In that case, your coming to the battlefield of the 10,000 races was also arranged by Uncle? Vermin nodded. Li Du suddenly became a little envious of Fuming. Her background is, indeed, beyond the reach of many. Her father was the mayor, and no one else in the family could even find out anything about her. Some are born in Rome. Some are born with a golden key. However, Li Du did not have the so-called hatred of the rich towards Fuming. Although his early years had been miserable, perhaps it was because of Shu Weixing's company that his heart had never fallen into gloom. People like Fuming, Elder Zhou, and the principal, people who cared about him, were actually rich when it was all said and done. Come on, I'll take you to brush up on your copy. Chapter 126, So You're a Rich Little Bitch. Meeting again after more than a month's absence, Li Du didn't want to think about any mission for the time being. With Fuming, he was actually quite happy. This one's for you. Fuming suddenly shoved a few cards into Li Du's hands. When Li Du took a look, it turned out that they were all 5 times experience cards. This made Li Du very surprised. Fuming laughed. He, take this and brush it. You can get more experience. You mustn't be distressed. I have plenty of this stuff left. Seeing this, Li Du did not say anything more. Soon, the two entered the Anubis copy again. It's hot. Fuming kept fanning the wind with her hand. The heat was getting to her. Quickly, she released a skill. A large tree unexpectedly appeared above the heads of the two, and the shade of the tree brought shade. The heat dissipated immediately, and it was as if the summer day had turned into a cool fall. That makes it comfortable. Fuming's profession was that of a nature spirit messenger, and summoning plants was just one of the most basic skills. Since he had already swiped his copy once, coming in again was a breeze for Li Du. He summoned inferno demons and sand soldiers and kept killing the wild monsters in the copy. With the 5 times experience card, every time you killed a wild monster, you would gain 7 to 8,000 experience value, which was already a lot in comparison. Seeing Li Du's skill, Fuming was puzzled. Isn't your profession a warrior class? How are you able to summon so many things? Li Du said. Why don't you see for yourself? Fuming immediately released his detection technique on Li Du, and was instantly surprised. You're actually a 3-system occupation. A 3-system career was much stronger than a single-system career of the same quality. Epic level 3-system professions were even comparable to legendary level professions. Fuming immediately punched Li Du's shoulder. This is to punish you for secretly hiding the 3-system professions from me. Li Du was helpless. They'd been separated for over a month. How will Li Du tell her? The copy went by relatively easily, and with so many summons around, Li Du and Fuming didn't need to do anything at all. The two then began to make small talk. Speaking of which, is there any task you need to do when you come to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Hearing this, Fuming immediately remembered. I forgot if you didn't mention it. My dad asked me to bring some materials back. Materials? Well, 30 pieces of turtle armor from the shattered rock turtle, 30 horns from the thunderhound, 15 pieces of desert fine iron, 15 pairs of claws from the beacon song dragon, and 3 pieces of divine crystals. Speaking of this, Fuming's face immediately fell. It would take at least 5 swipes of the replica to collect most of these things, and if you're not lucky with the divine crystals, you won't be able to get them even if you play the copy 10 times. So it's so troublesome. She sputtered and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. All of a sudden adorable. Li Du was very surprised. It didn't look like Vermin's mission was the same as his. However, all of these things drop from Anubis copies and are fairly simple to obtain. Li Du took out quite a few things from his space ring. Check it out. Fuming took a look and was very surprised. You've collected them all? Except for the divine crystal, which was only 1 piece. All the other materials, Li Du had already gathered. Li Du said, take it all. Then I'll be polite. Fuming smiled and immediately hugged the materials, just like a little fortune hunter. Although it was said that divine crystals were related to skill upgrades, since he knew that Anubis copies could drop them, Li Du wouldn't feel bad about giving them out. Moreover, Fuming had also given him a 5 times experience card. By the way, do you have a mission too? Isn't it also collecting these materials? Li Du shook his head. I need to collect something else. What is it? Li Du was suddenly a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should say it or not. After all, he had to go to the beach for his mission. The beach? It's just too dangerous. Li Du didn't even dare to guarantee his own safety. What would he do if Fuming pestered him to come along when the time came? Seeing that Li Du didn't say anything, Fuming suddenly became a bit puffed up. What, is even this a secret? You don't have to say it if you don't. Fuming twisted his head away, looking unconcerned. I wouldn't be curious about your mission. Seeing this, Li Du couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, Li Du was kinda going to say it. It's okay to tell you. Fuming turned around at once. Where could she still see the puffed up look she had just seen? Full of curiosity he urged. What is it? Li Du then spoke of the materials he wanted to collect. Hearing a few materials, Fuming was a bit puzzled. How come I've never heard of any of this? And what copy of these materials do you get out of them? Probably going to the beach. Strangely enough, Fuming wasn't as surprised as he thought he would be, but instead said with a calm face, oh, so it's the beach. At this point, it was Li Du's turn to be surprised. Fuming suddenly blinked and said, did you think I'd be surprised? The beach is dangerous, isn't it? Fuming took out a token-like object and handed it to Li Du as if offering it as a treasure. Look at what this is? Li Du took a look. Battlefield teleportation order, contains mysterious and unpredictable power. Effect, for use on the battlefield of the nations only. After use, force teleportation into the middle of the chosen stronghold. Up to 5 people can be teleported at the same time. If used in a copy, it will consume double the number of uses. Number of uses, 10 out of 10. Seeing Li Du's surprised expression, Fuming was instantly happy. How about it? Didn't expect it, did you? Fuming was very proud. He. With this thing, I'm not afraid of encountering danger here. Li Du snickered. I've realized you're really a little rich, having everything. Fuming raised her head. That's why you should listen to me. It's better to have me to protect you than to be alone. It's a deal. If you go to the beach, I'm going to the beach. I'm not concerned about you. I haven't passed you yet. You can't die on the beach. Li Du laughed. Good. With Fuming around, the trip to the copy suddenly became much more interesting. It was very boring for Li Du to brush the copies alone. After this feeling for a long time, one could easily become dead. But Fuming's arrival adds a little more life to the boring trip. At this time, the sand soldiers in Inferno had already cleared many monsters. Gradually, we walked into the depths of the replica. At this point, elite monsters had begun to appear. Ho 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 ho. The hulking desert miner swung his hammer, bringing up the hunting sands. Li Du said, be careful of the desert miner. It's very powerful. At that moment, Fuming gave a petulant cry. Poisonous thorns. Soon, a strip of extremely thick thorns began to appear on the ground, and they strung the desert miner up. The countless spikes were extremely sharp, and they actually pierced into the desert miner's skin. And then the desert miner yelled, trying to break free of the thorns. But it is difficult to realize. Moreover, the thorns contained a strong poison, and the desert miner became weak at once. The blood level is also dropping. A few minutes later, the huge desert miner was poisoned alive. Vermin's eyes cocked up. Well, I'm pretty good too. Right. Chapter 127, People are more angry than people. Fuming is certainly very good. Li Du remembers her performance in the entrance exam. It even overpowered a bunch of legendary level professions. Among the epic level professions, Fuming was actually already among the top group. 2 people brushing copies was much faster than Li Du alone. The wild monsters encountered along the way. Either Li Du made a move or Fuming made a move. And they were all resolved very easily and without much difficulty. Soon after, the 2 arrived at the location of the copy leader. Anubis was still asleep on the hillside and didn't seem to notice the presence of the 2. Li Du reminded, Anubis will do instant teleportation. Sometimes he may suddenly teleport behind you to release skills. Be careful. Fuming grunted. I'm not going to let it get the better of me. Just then, Anubis suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Fuming was startled and awed. Li Du shouted, watch out. Only then did Fuming realize that Anubis had actually teleported behind her. Moreover, swinging his huge scythe, he was about to chop at Fuming. Li Du was anxious and immediately blocked in front of Fuming. Hilly, when the scythe landed on Li Du, it was as if it had chopped into an iron plate, and it was immediately bounced off. Taking this opportunity, Li Du immediately picked up Fuming and retreated backwards. Although the stalwart blocked most of the damage, a wound still appeared on Li Du's body. Although Li Du hadn't suffered any injuries, the scene just now had caused Fuming to blame himself. I told you to be careful. I know. It's my fault. She was indeed startled just now. So much so that she didn't react. If it was a normal situation, even if Anubis instantly moved behind her, she would definitely be able to react. At this moment, she realized that she was being held tightly by Li Du, and her face turned red. Instinctively, she wanted to break free, but she hesitated and eventually let Li Du hold her like this. Li Du let go of her and looked at Anubis with a few cold glances. Seriously, it's time to fix it. Oh, Li Du released the skill. Sins are added. At once, countless black swords fell on Anubis. Vermin also attacked. All sorts of vines, and all sorts of plants appeared. constantly entangling Anubis and attacking it. Anubis tried to avoid it by blinking, but simply couldn't. Soon, after all of Li Du's black swords had pierced into Anubis' body, Li Du bellowed, "Ultimate judgment!" Boom! A black light erupted from Anubis' body. In an instant, Anubis' body unexpectedly shot out countless black rays. Upon closer inspection of these rays of light, they turned out to be the black swords that had just stabbed in. They didn't do damage when they stabbed into Anubis, but came out with a lot of damage. In an instant, Anubis' blood bar was directly emptied. Congratulations, you've killed Anubis and successfully cleared the copy. You gain life expectancy, 100 years. You gain experience value, 450,000. You have obtained, Earth Sword, purple, Divine Crystal, purple. After killing Anubis, with the 5 times experience card added, Li Du directly shared 450,000 experience value. The other half of the experience was split to Fuming. Sword of the Earth, a sword with an earthy aura. Very powerful. Suitable profession, law. Wear level, 30. Effect, plus 600 strength, plus 800 spirit, plus 400 physique. Extra effect, 10% increase in the power of nature-based skills. Extra skill, Earth Power, can only be activated on the ground. Absorbs the power of the earth. All attributes increased by 200. Duration 30 minutes. Not much was dropped, but it was all very valuable. Great. It's the Divine Crystal. Fuming was very happy. The drop probability of Divine Crystals in Anubis copies is very low. Luck was really good on this one. Li Du gave the Divine Crystal to Fuming. You take it. Fuming didn't refuse and directly took the crystal. Li Du asked, "Do you want this sword? It can boost the power of nature-based skills, so it should be useful to you." Fuming shook his head. Don't. You can't wear it until level 30. When do you have to wait? I have better ones." Hearing this, Li Du put away the Earth Sword. "Let's go out first, and brush up on the 3rd Divine Crystal later." Fuming revealed a bright smile. Yes, the two then left the copy directly. Outside the duplicate, several people, Wang Bin, had already come out first. Seeing Li Du and Fuming, they immediately greeted them. "Brother Li Du, good day." Li Du nodded his head in response and asked, "You guys passed the copy?" Hearing this, Wang Bin's expression immediately became frustrated. "Passing my ass. This copy is just too hard. It's just not something a person can clear." Luo Ming said, "Alas, our output is still not enough. The front is actually all smooth, but when we hit the replica leader, we always come up short. The replica leader is going to zoom in at the back. We can't carry it, so we can only run away. Then you guys cheer up." After resting for a little while, Li Du took out the hourglass and refreshed the copy cooldown time, and once again entered the copy with Fuming. When Wang Bin's few people saw this, they sighed. It's true that people are more angry than people. A few of us are still worrying about getting through, and the other Li Du brothers have already played the second time. Luo Ming was puzzled. That hourglass he just took out. Why does it look like a legendary great prop to me? Yes, not sure. Brother Li Du is so awesome. Even if he has a legendary great prop, it's still normal, right? The Anubis copy has a 10-hour long cooldown, and it goes on cooldown after exiting from the copy, whether it's cleared or not. The copy cooldown talisman was very precious, and like the experience card, it was something that money could not necessarily buy. Wang Bin's few people naturally wouldn't own one, and they could only silently wait for the cooldown to disappear. Little by little, time passes. Soon another 2 or 3 hours passed. The duplicate portal changed again, and Li Du and Fuming had come out. Great, now that's a good collection of materials. Fuming was very happy that this time, they had obtained another divine crystal. In this way, her father's task, she had accomplished. "I'm going to the beach with you next, and you can't go quietly without telling me." Looking at Fuming's expression, Li Du couldn't help but smile. "Of course not. Dude, you guys got through again?" Wang Bin came up again. Li Du nodded. Bull. What else could Wang Bin say? He could only give a thumbs up. That's when the portal changed again. Several people came out of it. The man at the head was conspicuous by the orange professional glow that shone on him. It was Yuan Yu and his group. After coming out, he saw that Li Du and Fuming were already outside the copy, and he immediately revealed a contemptuous gaze. Ming, I told you he couldn't do it, right? Did the copy fail to pass? No harm done. Let me take you through. Li Du didn't pay any attention to Wang Yu's words. Fuming was a bit impatient and was just about to say something when Wang Bin suddenly snatched his mouth open. Don't you dare get carried away. Just in the time you've been playing your copy. My brother Li Du has already cleared his copy twice. This is impossible. Wang Yu was filled with disbelief. Chapter 128 Abyssal Demons. Although the Anubis copy was a lower difficulty copy, Even the easiest copy in the battlefield of the 10,000 races was equivalent to the hellish difficulty of the outside world. Even if he was a legendary rank profession, it was impossible for him to single-handedly brush the Anubis copy. It was still possible to pass it by teaming up with others. There were only two of them, Li Du and Fuming, but they had cleared the copy, and even cleared it twice in the time it took him to play the copy. How could he not believe such a thing? Maybe he just stayed in the copy for a few hours and then came out and didn't clear the level at all. At this time, Fuming impatiently shouted, "Enough, Wang Yu, you're making too much noise. Can you shut up?" Wang Yu immediately felt a wave of humiliation. It was fine for Fuming to speak to him like this alone, but in front of Li Du, Fuming talking to him like this made him feel very humiliated. The gaze that looked at Li Du also gradually brought a few points of hatred. Li Du completely ignored him. "Let's go. This copy is no longer worth continuing to brush." Fuming instantly switched to a smiling face. Yes. Looking at the back of the two parks, Wang Yu only felt suffocated. He's a clown. A few moments of killing intent flashed through his heart with difficulty, but in the end, he still didn't dare to make a move in front of Fuming. Where do we go next? Along the way, Fuming was interested. Both of them were very powerful, and the nearby wild monsters were no threat to them at all. Li Du said, "Go to the next copy and just walk slowly to the beach." He had made the journey a trial. Taking out the map, Li Du checked the location of the next copy. The distance wasn't very far, about a few dozen kilometers from the Anubis replica. If you hurry a little faster, you'll be able to make it in an hour or two. It was just that the road to the battlefield of the 10,000 races was not a good one. Or maybe there are no real roads here at all. Many roads are, in fact, traveled by one individual. After walking for a long time, Fuming was really tired of it. However, she did not take the initiative to call a halt. When Li Du looked out, he suggested, "Why don't you take a break?" Fuming instantly showed joy on his face and nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, seeming to realize something, he coughed. This isn't me wanting to take a break, it's you proposing a break. I'm just agreeing with your proposal." Li Du smiled and said nothing. Fuming summoned a large tree and lay directly next to it. The long drive had made her sweat a lot. The light green dress was soaked, and the air was rather more attractive. Li Du was also a little tired. In addition to the ubiquitous threat of wild monsters in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, there was also the fatigue brought about by long hours of rushing. This kind of fatigue was very draining to one's spirit, because the distance between the two copies can easily be dozens of kilometers, and beyond that, there are large swaths of no man's land. At any moment, you may be confronted with all kinds of monsters. At that moment, a sound came, the sound of a vehicle traveling. Li Du looked back and saw a military vehicle approaching in this direction. Stopped when he came to one side of the two men. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a man in military uniform. "Where are you going, gentlemen? Hitchhiking?" Li Du looked at the man's chest, the same private badge, but the stars on his chest had lit up a 3-star private. Li Du looked at Fuming. Fuming raised her head and said generously, "You make the decision. I actually don't care a little bit law." Despite the words, Li Du could see the longing in her eyes. Li Du smiled and said to the people in the car, "Thanks a lot then." After that, Li Du and Fuming got into the car. The car looked small, but the space inside was vast and could seat many people. After Li Du and Fuming came up, they realized that there were two other people in the car, also wearing military uniforms. The man driving the car asked, "Bro, are we going to the next copy? Our next stop is there." "That's right, trouble." "Ha ha, no trouble no trouble. We are all Dasha people. This battlefield is a long way away. We happen to have a car, so we will help if we can." Introducing myself, my name is Gao Yang, this year's new recruit of the 10,000 battlefield stronghold, level 32. Occupation is Berserker Warrior. These two are my comrades, He Zhang and Lu Zhen. Li Du and Fuming also introduced themselves. Li Du, from Yanguan University, level 24 Sky Abyss Walker. Fuming, Tian Gue Academy, level 24 Nature Spirit Envoy. Upon hearing the rank of the two, several people from Gao Yang were very surprised. "Only level 24 and you guys came to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? That's really something." Gao Yang was obviously a chatterbox, and didn't stop talking along the way. On the contrary, He Zhang and Lu Zhen, neither of them said anything. Li Du didn't say much, and he listened to Gao Yang all the way, talking about how the new recruits in the Dasha stronghold were trained, how fierce the instructors were, how harsh the punishments were and so on. Occasionally, he couldn't help but laugh at the funny parts. With such a person around, the journey was not lonely. Before long, the next stronghold was coming up. Boom! At that moment, An explosion came out and the car immediately shook. What's going on? He Zhang and Lu Zhen immediately tensed up. Gao Yang's face was unpleasant. Damn it, we've run into an abyssal demon. Li Du hurriedly looked out the window and realized that there were many more monsters around. These monsters were horrible looking and fierce, completely different from the usual wild monsters. They all carried a few shades of black aura on their bodies and looked very scary. A large number of monsters that had surrounded the car. Gao Yang made an immediate decision. Hurry up and get off the bus to clear the demons, or we'll be trapped here. And then, he looked at the two Li Du. Brothers, you also hurry down. You guys are low level. Stand in the middle of the three of us and don't run around. These three were worthy of being soldiers and moved exceptionally quickly. Li Du and Fu Ming also followed them down. Li Du asked, what's going on with these monsters? He'd never seen a monster like it before. Gao Yang explained. You guys just came to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, so you still don't know. These things are all abyssal demons. Monsters that have been contaminated by the abyss and demonized. Not only are their attributes higher and their aggressiveness stronger, but when injured by them, the wounds will be extremely difficult to heal due to the power of the abyss. Lu Zhen worriedly said. Usually abyssal demons rarely appear. This time a group of them even appeared. Is something wrong somewhere? Huo Jiang said. With so many demons, it will be very difficult for us to clean up. Gao Yang shouted. Let's send a rescue signal first, and try to hold on as long as possible. Protect these two. He then took out a flare and fired it immediately. With a burst of fireworks bursting from the sky, the distress signal had been sent out. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss, wanting to check the information of these demonic creatures. However, he froze, because it prompts a line of information. Affected by the power of the abyss, cannot be viewed. The pupil of the heavenly abyss had unexpectedly failed, and at this time, the surrounding demons immediately attacked. They growled and charged. Chapter 129, The Abyssal Rift Widens. The abyssal demons were numerous. There were at least dozens of them. They surrounded several people and rushed in all directions. Gao Yang immediately drew his sword and unleashed his skills, and immediately, a powerful light chopped down on the abyssal demons. The strength of Gao Yang's sword was so great that it chopped down, even leaving traces on the ground, and many demons were directly chopped away. However, they were very tenacious and did not die even after being chopped flying. Climbing to his feet, he immediately rushed over. Of the remaining two, He Zhang was a priest and Lu Zhen was a mage. They were also constantly releasing their skills in fighting. The sounds of hacking and snarling gathered at once in confusion. Li Du shouted, let's help too. He couldn't watch others fight and do nothing himself. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Li Du immediately unleashed his skill, and an intense chopping strike swung out. After the occupation strengthening, Li Du's Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike had been strengthened into an epic tier skill that was extremely powerful. A chopping blow fell, and several abyssal demons were actually directly cut down at the waist. You kill the abyssal vicious dog and gain a lifespan of 1 year. You gain 5,800 experience points. You get Breath of the Abyss. You have killed the abyssal viper and gained a lifespan of 1 year. You gain experience value of 6,700. You get Breath of the Abyss. After killing the abyssal demon, Li Du did not obtain the materials on the demon, but obtained the Breath of the Abyss. Even though Li Du was puzzled, he was in the middle of a battle at the moment, and Li Du was unable to think about what this Breath of the Abyss actually was. Li Du struck out, and Fu Ming was not willing to show weakness, immediately releasing his skills. Countless vines appeared and entangled many abyssal demons. In conjunction with Li Du's attack, another batch of demons died. The three Gao Yangs were surprised to see this. It's possible. I can't imagine you guys are so powerful that you can even kill abyssal demons in seconds. Even though Gao Yang could also deal with abyssal demons, at the top of the day, he could only fight 3 at a time and was still hard to kill. Compared to Li Du, the difference could be too obvious. Li Du spoke. All of you retreat behind me. Hearing this, Gao Yang asked, what are you going to do? I'm going to release a ranged skill. You guys stand behind me or you'll be easily injured by mistake. Hearing this, several people immediately stood behind Li Du. Li Du then raised his staff. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Formations appeared and fireballs manifested. Like a small sun, it gradually became huge from tiny. An increasingly intense burning sensation came from the sky. Seeing this fireball, Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaim, crap, can't see it, so you're so awesome? At this time, the fireball had already coalesced. Li Du's staff swung down. The fireball fell at once, countless flames impacting down and explosions spreading in all directions. The terrifying damage immediately covered all the abyssal demons. A message appeared in Li Du's mind. Several people from Gao Yang were even able to feel the burning sensation that came to their faces. If they weren't standing behind Li Du, the damage from this skill wouldn't have fallen on them. and they even felt like they might have died under this fireball. After a few minutes, the fireball finally went out. On the ground, there were corpses of demons everywhere, and not a single living abyssal demon could be seen anymore. The three Gao Yangs were incomparably surprised. Are you really only level 24? This skill, even a level 34 professional can't hit it, right? Li Du's power really surprised him. In reality, Li Du hadn't opened the Wrath of the Living Spirit yet, and if he did, Gao Yang was afraid that he would be even more surprised. Lu Zhen laughed out loud. Good boy, worthy of being a student of Yanguan University. Senior students from famous schools are different. He Zhang admired. I didn't think we'd be saved by you this time. Suddenly, Gao Yang let out a growl. Aha, my car, the car, it's burned out. That's when people realized that getting the fireball fell and the flames covered the car. Their car, which was even connected to the abyssal demon, was directly destroyed by Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du burst into a blush. He didn't mean it. Lu Zhen said, alright, old Gao, don't act like a pussy. Isn't it just a car? We've been saved by our little brother this time. Isn't it worth this one car for you? Gao Yang couldn't be bored, but in the end, he didn't count. After all, what good is a car if it doesn't even kill you? At that moment, there was a sound of vehicles traveling around. Gao Yang turned back and was immediately excited. It's here. It's arrived. Someone is coming. What came were two military vehicles that stopped and immediately walked down 7 or 8 people. When Li Du checked, he found that the medal on the chest of one of them was actually a 5-star private. Obviously, this person must have been fighting in the battlefield of the 10,000 races for a long time. I'm Su Chong, squad leader of 127. Did you send the distress signal? Gao Yang immediately ran over. Yes, it's us. We've encountered a group of abyssal demons. However, when the few people looked around, they realized that the ground was littered with the corpses of abyssal demons. Lu Zhen said, we had thought it was dangerous. It was this little brother. He killed all the abyssal demons. Su Chong looked at Li Du. Such a face so young. I am afraid that it is not even 20 years old. This can kill so many abyssal demons? He was actually a little incredulous. But that's what a few people in Goyang said. Gao Yang was a soldier of the stronghold just like them. And Su Chong couldn't help but believe it. It's good that you guys are fine. The abyssal rift has recently widened and many magical creatures have escaped. You guys should stop hanging around here and come back to the stronghold with us first. Although Li Du still wanted to go and brush up on his copy, he also felt that this was probably not the right time anymore. So he nodded as well. Several people then got into the car. The car started for the stronghold. In the car, Li Du asked, what's going on with the widening of the abyssal rift? A person explained to him, the world of the abyss is very close to our world, especially the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, which is greatly influenced by the abyss. In the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, all sorts of abyssal fissures will appear, and from the fissures, many abyssal demons will run out. Sometimes, even abyssal demons. If the crack is small, it's okay to deal with it. Once the crack widens, many monsters from the abyss will come out. Once Lord-level monsters appear, I'm afraid the entire 10,000 races battlefield will suffer. Hearing this, Li Du's understanding of the abyss was considered deeper. Right at this moment, a loud horn sounded throughout the battlefield of the 10,000 races. And then, there was a thick, far-reaching voice. Attention all Daxia people. Return to the stronghold immediately. Attention all Daxia people. Return to the stronghold immediately. Attention all Daxia people. Return to the stronghold immediately. Hearing this voice, Li Du was a bit surprised. Su Chang's brows furrowed. It seems that something has really happened there in the abyss, and the stronghold has actually issued a call. Another person sighed. Alas, let's hope no one gets killed. Every warrior of the abyss is an absolute elite of my Grand Xia. With a few worries, the car moved quickly. Eventually, back to the stronghold of Daxia. Chapter 130 Recorded Military Merit. 5-star Private. After returning to the stronghold, the two of them, Li Du Fuming, separated from Gao Yang and Su Chong. Upon entering the stronghold, a call was heard. Brother Li Du. Brother Li Du. Here. The one who shouted was none other than Wang Bin. I didn't expect to meet here again. Wang Bin asked. Brothers Li Du. You guys have been called back as well? Li Du nodded. I heard that the battlefield is even more dangerous as the abyssal rift widens. Wang Bin said. This kind of thing comes up every once in a while. It's pretty normal. I heard that it appeared once a few years ago as well. But in the end, nothing major happened. Maybe if we wait a day or two in the stronghold, we'll be back to normal. If that's the case, that's fine. However, intuition told Li Du that this time, things might not be that simple. Wang Bin, however, didn't think too much about it as he proposed. Brother Li Du, You've cleared the battlefield of the 10,000 races so many times for copies. Aren't you going to report it for military service? When you return from the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, you have to go to the designated place to report your military achievements. This way, the stronghold will upgrade your medal based on military merit. If you don't go to the top, your medal's rank will just stagnate and you won't be able to enjoy the higher ranks. Li Du said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." Afterward, he and Wang Bin, a few others, headed to the military merit office. There weren't many people at the military merit office, only about a dozen or so. People were lining up to report their military service, passed the copy 2 times, gained 200 military merits, conditions are met, promotion is granted, and a 2-star private medal will be awarded. Passed 1 copy, killed 5 Sakura Nation professionals, killed 10 abyssal demons, gained military merit 380, granted promotion, and awarded 3-star private medal. Passing copy. A voice came out, and many people were very happy after the star ascension, despite still being a private. The star rating is different, and so is the treatment received in the stronghold. There are also more items that can be bought. Several of Wang Bin's men had gone forward to report their military achievements, most of which had been accumulated little by little before. Li Du and Fu Ming also went up to the line. Just then, an orange light flashed by, and then, a young man inserted himself in front of everyone and said to the person at the military honors office, "Give me a military credit." His behavior immediately aroused the displeasure of the people behind him. However, after seeing his high-profile orange professional aura, people are afraid to say anything more. Orange aura. This was the sign of a legendary level profession. This person, surprisingly, was a legend-ranked professional. The person from the military merit office frowned slightly, and was just about to shout for this person to get in line. Instead, the youth produced a badge. Seeing the badge, the person at the military merit office's face changed slightly, then said nothing more and gave him a military credit. Through the copy of, to obtain the military merit 980, the conditions are met, to be 5-star lieutenant medal. After the military star ascension, the youth turned around and glanced at Li Du with disdain. This youth was none other than Wang Yu. He waved a badge and said to Fu Ming, Ming, come with me, don't just stand in line here with him foolishly. I have the priority clerk badge, and I can get you military credit right away." This badge did not belong to Wang Yu, but was lent to him by the teacher who taught him. Fu Ming did not go over as Wang Yu had imagined, but instead revealed a revolting gaze. "What? You think this badge is high class?" Fu Ming sneered. "My father is able to take out 100 of these with a single word. What are you showing off in front of me?" Hearing this, Wang Yu instantly blanched. He hurriedly said as Fu Ming perhaps misunderstood his words. No, Ming, you misunderstood. I'm just making it easier for you. Don't you think it's a waste of time to stand in line here?" Fu Ming snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Wang Yu did not dare to be angry with Fu Ming, but instead became more cynical about Li Du. In his eyes, if it wasn't for Li Du, Fu Ming wouldn't even be talking to him like this. As a result, the gaze he looked at Li Du was getting colder and colder, filled with hostility. Li Du, however, didn't pay any attention to him at all. To Li Du, Wang Yu was nothing at all, even if he was a legendary profession. So what? The thing that Li Du was most afraid of was really the various legendary level professions. Seeing this, Wang Yu's face was so gloomy that it was practically dripping. "Humph, even if you pretend, it's useless without strength. I'm a 5-star private. Anyone who looks at me has to look at me with a high regard. You're not even a 1-star private, so you're still a piece of trash?" Just then, the team had taken their turn at fuming. Like Li Du, she had only entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races today. Once the medals were taken over, the voice of the military honors office came out. Passed 2 copies, killed 20 abyssal demons, gained military merit 680. The conditions are met, and promotion is granted. Awarded the 3-star private badge. Yay! After getting the badge, Fu Ming was very happy and grabbed Li Du's hand to cheer. "Li Du, the first time I entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races, I became a 3-star columnist. Is that awesome?" Li Du nodded and smiled. Very impressive. The people around them were also very surprised to hear this. Killing 20 abyssal demons for the first time entering the battlefield was already an impressive achievement. It was important to know that abyssal demons were much more powerful than normal monsters, and it was very likely that even a level 30 professional would not be able to defeat one of the weakest abyssal demons. This young girl is so powerful? At this point, it was Li Du's turn. When the people from the military merit office examined Li Du's medals, they suddenly let out a sound of astonishment. It seemed to take a deep breath before his voice returned to calm. Passed the duplicate 3 times, killed 23 Sakura Nation professionals, killed 118 abyssal demons, gained 1,580 military merits. Conditions met. Promotion granted. 5-star private's medal awarded. When the voice came out, the scene was in an uproar. Wang Bin was even more astonished. Crap, brother, you're so bullish? 5-star private, ah. You even directly became a 5-star private. The others were also surprised beyond belief. To have killed 23 Sakura Nation professionals, this is a ruthless man, and killed 118 abyssal demons. It's just too terrifying. I saw that he was young, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. At that moment, a voice came out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Yu shouted. He simply couldn't accept it. He had entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races many times and had cleared an unknown number of copies before he finally became a 5-star soldier after all his hard work. Li Du had only entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races for the first time, so what did he have the right to do? Definitely misremembered. It's impossible for him to have so much military credit. It must be that he cheated. Wang Yu's words immediately drew a lot of backlash. What did you say? You're questioning the level of the state when you can still cheat on military honors? Who is this person? Who can't see the good in others? Obviously a legendary profession. How can you be so narrow-minded? At this time, Fuming couldn't help himself and shouted. Wang Yu, what do you mean? Fuming was obviously angry and glared angrily at Wang Yu. Wang Yu had been sneering at Li Du, but Li Du hadn't said anything, so she had endured it. Now Wang Yu dared to question Li Du's military achievements. She couldn't bear it. Wang Yu's heart crossed and he gritted his teeth. He's only level 24. There's no way he could have gained so much military credit. Ming, he's a liar. Don't let him fool you. Fuming was just about to retort when Li Du suddenly walked over, his gaze grim. Seeing this, Wang Yu coldly said, what do you want? Say that again if you dare. Wang Yu was just about to continue, but Li Du's gaze caused him to tremble. It was clear that Li Du hadn't done anything, but it was as if he felt a tremendous amount of pressure. He's a legendary profession, but at this moment, in front of Li Du, there was actually a feeling of not being able to stand. Right at this moment, a burst of pressure came out from the military merit office. Wang Yu could hardly stand it and trembled all over. This comrade, are you questioning the state's sergeant's medal? Wang Yu's face went pale for a moment and he hurriedly said, no, I don't dare. The pressure gradually dispersed, and Wang Yu's heart was stifled. With a cold snort, he no longer had the face to stay here and immediately ran away. Chapter 131, The Onslaught of Devils. Wang Yu's behavior immediately caused a burst of laughter. Even though it was a legendary profession, Wang Yu had lost enough face today. In contrast, Li Du was the envy of countless people. A 5-star private is already a high honor. The military ranks of the battlefield of the 10,000 races were extremely strict, and it was absolutely impossible to be promoted with insufficient military service. Soldier 2, Non-Commissioned Officer 3, Lieutenant 3, Colonel 4, General Officer 3. Something like a soldier's level 2, which starts as a private and is followed by a private. Non-commissioned officers, on the other hand, are corporals, sergeants, and staff sergeants. The same is true for lieutenants, colonels, and general officers. Only the school officers have an extra major. Each time a rank is upgraded, a full 10 stars need to be accumulated. All of these stars require enough military credits to light up. Among them, the military honors for the lieutenants. From 1 to 10 stars, the military honors required are 100, 200, and up to 1,000. That is to say, a private needs to get a full 4,500 military honors before he can be upgraded to a private. And when the rank is raised to private, the military service required for promotion will be even higher. In the battlefield of the nations, the amount of military credit that can be gained from a single copy is very limited, with a minimum of 100. As the difficulty of the copy increases, the military credit will continue to rise, but not by much. However, if you accomplish the feat of soloing a copy, you will receive an additional bonus military credit, but you can only take it once. The most important sources of military credits are actually the stronghold quests as well as the abyssal demons. As long as you kill an abyssal demon, you will definitely be able to obtain military honors. As little as a few points, but as much as dozens or hundreds of points. And if you run into an abyssal demon or even an abyssal lord, the amount of military honors that you will obtain will be even more exaggerated. Killing a few more abyssal demons will top swiping a copy. It was just that the abyssal demons were very powerful, and some of them were even more difficult to kill than copy bosses. After completing their rank advancement, Li Du and Fu Ming were planning to leave. Just then, an announcement suddenly appeared in the stronghold. Attention all occupiers in the stronghold. The abyssal rift has widened and abyssal demons have appeared in large numbers and are storming towards the stronghold. Please, everyone, stay in the stronghold. If you are confident enough in your own strength, You can sign up for the Demon Extermination Operation. Those who excel in this operation will be rewarded with national contribution. Some people jumped at the chance to hear this broadcast. Others were worried. What's going on? The demons are actually storming the stronghold? I feel as if things aren't simple this time. We'd better hurry up and hide. The abyssal demons are too terrifying. They're not even human to fight. Hiding? Oomph, I can't do such a thing. I'm going to kill the enemy in front of the great enemy. Fuming asked. Li Du, what are we going to do now? Li Du didn't hesitate. I'm going to join the war. Not to mention whether or not it was a great enemy. The fact that this battle could be rewarded with contribution points was a great attraction to Li Du. The two then immediately rushed to the front. By this time, a lot of people had already gathered here. Coming outside the stronghold, everything looked very peaceful. However, when Li Du raised his head, he saw an incomparably huge pillar in the sky above him, which was like a watchtower, emitting all sorts of strange lights that constantly shot into the distance. At that moment, a voice appeared. This is the Demon Viewing Tower, which contains formations set up by Transcendence, capable of observing everything within 10,000 miles. Once there is an abnormality, the stronghold will be informed immediately. Turning back, Li Du realized that it was actually Su Chong. Looking at the badge on Li Du's chest, Su Chong nodded and showed an affirmative expression. Not bad, becoming a 5-star private. Li Du saluted. Greetings, sir. Although Su Chong was only a private, in terms of rank, he was higher than Li Du. Whenever he met someone with a higher rank than himself, he was called sir. Su Chong said, there is no need to be polite. Although you are young, you have the courage to come out. It's good. Li Du couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the situation this time? Su Chong said, it's not a big deal, just a normal demonic onslaught. Therefore, you are allowed to come out and fight within the stronghold. This is a rare opportunity, and if you perform well in such a battle, you can gain a great deal of military merit. At that moment, a slightly familiar voice came over. Brother Li Du, at last I've found you. Turning back, it was none other than Wang Bin's few people. They had also come. Wang Bin came to Li Du's side and naturally patted him on the shoulder. I told you, my brother Li Du is definitely going to come to fight. You guys coming too? Wang Bin immediately stood at attention. Of course, it's incumbent upon us to defend our country. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, loud noises appeared, and as everyone looked, they immediately realized that a group of black pressurized demonic creatures were rushing this way. A mist surrounded them, and a group of demons appeared as if a black mist was spreading. Meanwhile, the radio came on again. The demonic onslaught has arrived. Everyone, prepare for battle. Stronghold soldiers, prepare to strike. At this time, Su Chong had already left. He was a soldier within the stronghold, and at times like this, he must be at the forefront. Looking at the black pressurized demonic creatures, some of the people who had originally planned to fight were instantly a bit scared, but there were also many people who, instead, ignited a higher level of wariness. At this moment, a large number of shouts suddenly appeared from the side. Defend your country and fight to the death. Defend your country and fight to the death. Defend your country and fight to the death. It was the already organized soldiers of the stronghold who rushed out in extremely neat formation. The scene immediately infected a number of people. Someone else followed and shouted out as well. Brothers, let's go too. Fuck this group of demons. Damn it, we can't let others think that we Dasha people are soft. We can't do that as soldiers, but we have to show blood. The onslaught of demons has officially arrived. Ho 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 ho. All sorts of blackened monsters jumped over and tore into the professionals, or with extremely sharp claws, clawing people open. Some people couldn't react in time and were immediately killed by the demons. However, the Stronghold Legion blocked a large number of demons in front of them, and they cast various large-scale skills, killing a lot of demons at once. Those who were able to get inside the stronghold were only the ones who missed the net, and there weren't many of them. However, the powerful magical creatures still caused a lot of trouble for many of the professionals in the stronghold. Get out of the way, all of you. Just then, Li Du shouted. The people in front of them suddenly had a jolt, and they all dodged aside. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Afterwards, a powerful chopping attack was released, like a black moon, and rushed towards several demonic creatures. Boom! Chopper hits and brings about an explosion. In an instant, the demonic creature was directly killed by Li Du. This scene surprised many people. Crap! This brother is so strong. Who is he? The people's surprise didn't last long as another demon came in. Li Du shouted, "Don't all freeze, the guards are blocking the front, and the output is leaning back. Give good control. These demons don't have a brain. They're easy to fight." These words immediately calmed down the crowd in the chaos. Li Du's voice seemed to have an infectious power. Soon, the corresponding professions came to their positions. The guardian-type professions immediately cast shields and shields, blocking the onslaught of a large number of demons. Priests were returning blood on the side, while archers and mages kept outputting and repelling the demons. The control-type professions, on the other hand, were constantly holding back the demons. At the same time, Li Du was also casting skills: abyssal chopping, thunderous heavy strike, and magic abyss confinement. Various skills are constantly being released, immediately killing many magical creatures. After Li Du's command, it was obvious that people were dealing with the demons with much more ease, and they fought with more confidence. At this moment, Wang Yu, who was on the side, looked at Li Du with jealousy in his eyes. Chapter 132, Abyssal Demons. This position should be mine. I should be in command. I'm the one who should be the center of attention. Wang Yu's face was so gloomy that it was practically dripping. If it wasn't for Li Du, he should be the one commanding the others right now. He should be the one enjoying all the light. However, it was all snatched away by Li Du. He was especially jealous when he saw Fuming. What right did those eyes with adoration have to look at Li Du? Should have watched him. Should have just watched him. Damn it, Li Du. Why can't you just let the demons kill? Wang Yu kept cursing in his heart. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted at him. Brother, what are you doing? Don't be dumbfounded. Aren't you a legendary profession? A few people realized that Wang Yu had basically never moved, just watching the others fight. There was a moment of grumbling. Hearing these words, Wang Yu's heart grew even more hateful. He grunted. None of your business? Grass. Everyone else is fighting. And you're the only one standing here not moving. You're still lighting up your professional aura. Can you at least release a skill? At this time, another batch of demons rushed in, and people suddenly couldn't care less about Wang Yu, and went forward to fight. As for Li Du, Wang Yu had never been in his sights. I don't know how it was in other places, but at least, the area where Li Du was, the demons were quickly cleared. In this, Li Du alone even killed more than half of the demons. The others, under Li Du's command, had also killed quite a few demons. The people were very happy, and many of them came forward and thanked Li Du. Fuming was so excited that she directly came over and hugged Li Du. Li Du, we killed so many demons, Li Du said. The demons inside are pretty much cleared, but the battle outside isn't over yet. I'm going to go out and fight. Hearing this, Fuming immediately said, I'll go with you too. Li Du said, it's too dangerous. You stay inside. There was no telling how many abyssal demons there were in the outside world, and Li Du didn't dare to let Fuming take the risk. After saying that, without waiting for Fuming to agree, he directly rushed out. When Fuming saw this, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Humph, trying to be strong again. Am I that weak? However, thinking that Li Du cared about himself, his heart was still a little warm. Hey, man, where are you going? When people saw this, they were a bit puzzled, and then they were surprised to see Li Du directly go out of the stronghold. Crap, what's he doing out there? He's not going to go out of his stronghold to fight, is he? The number of demons outside is 1,000 times that inside. Can he really do it? It'll definitely work. I see this dude is so awesome. How can it not work? Soon, Li Du arrived outside the stronghold. Unlike inside the stronghold, the demons outside were simply overwhelming. A large number of armies resisted in front, but there were still countless demonic creatures impacting. Ho 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 ho. Li Du's appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless abyssal demons. At once, batch after batch of demons rushed over. Look out! At that moment, someone nearby shouted at Li Du. However, Li Du did not retreat. Instead, he raised his staff and immediately released his skills. Demon Abyss Confinement. Large swaths of demonic abyss appeared, and then, countless demonic hands grabbed one abyssal demon after another, dragging them to their deaths. In order to kill the enemy quickly, Li Du immediately turned on the wrath of the living spirit. Under 10 times the damage, these abyssal demons couldn't hold out for long at all, and were directly decimated by Li Du. Subsequently, Li Du continued to go deeper and deeper, continuously releasing his skills and killing batch after batch of demons. Li Du's slaughter was very efficient, almost able to kill dozens of abyssal demons with a single skill. With Li Du's help, the nearby abyssal demons were rapidly decreasing. The others in the battlefield were also gradually attracted to Li Du. Crap, this brother is so strong, killing a batch of abyssal demons with a single skill. He's trying to make an army out of one person. Who is he? How come I don't recognize someone so strong? At this moment, Su Chong, who was commanding the battle not far away, also discovered Li Du and was equally surprised to see his performance. You know, Li Du is only level 24, but his performance was even more exaggerated than that of a level 34 professional. These abyssal demons, each one of them was over level 30, and it would take a lot of effort for an epic level profession to kill one. but they were like paper mache in front of Li Du. Not only the people in the battlefield, the abyssal demons also noticed Li Du. From within a cloud of black gas stepped out a bloody, terrifying figure, surrounded by black mist. It was him that killed a great many of our minions. An equally bloody, terrifying monster on the side, surrounded by black mist, spoke. I'll go kill him. Then it moved. The speed was so fast that it almost took a few seconds to cross the long distance and jump to the center of the battlefield. Boom! The earth even trembled a little when it landed. At that moment, someone shouted. Surprisingly, it's an abyssal demon. Oh no, the abyssal demon has come out. Quickly block it. The destructive power of one abyssal demon is stronger than 1,000 abyssal demons. Don't let it enter the stronghold. The armies moved and began to surround the abyssal demon. However, the abyssal demon ignored the army and charged directly towards Li Du. Its purpose was clear, to kill Li Du. Ho ho ho! Suffer death. The speed at which the abyssal demon ran was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Du. People were horrified to see the scene. Get out of the way. It's over. He's being targeted by the abyssal demon. Li Du was also very surprised. However, he was at least battle-hardened. Even though the abyssal demon was extremely fast, he still reacted. Immediately dodged the abyssal demon's attack as it fell. A counterattack was then launched. Sins added to sins. As Li Du shouted, countless black swords immediately surged into the abyssal demon's body. Ah! What is this? It's inside me. It's so hard. Unexpectedly, when the sword of sin pierced into the abyssal demon's body, it unexpectedly caused the abyssal demon to suffer a great deal of pain. This was something that had never occurred before. Who are you? This kind of power. It's not something a human can possess. Ah dash. Before Li Du could make his next attack, the abyssal demon was already rolling on the ground in pain. Although he was very surprised, Li Du immediately returned to his senses and unleashed ultimate judgment. The sin then took effect, and a burst of explosions immediately occurred in the abyssal demon's body. Boom! After the explosion, the abyssal demon died completely. Li Du directly killed an abyssal demon. It left people speechless. I didn't see it wrong, did I? He actually killed the abyssal demon. What is he? So young. Not even a level 40 professional can guarantee that he'll be able to kill the abyssal demon, right? How many levels is he? The death of an abyssal demon caused a huge change in the battlefield. The abyssal demons that had been continuously attacking suddenly weakened quite a bit. The army immediately launched a counterattack, and in an instant, countless abyssal demons died as a result. The abyssal demons, which were originally still showing an encircling trend, were actually counter-encircled by the human side at this moment. The other abyssal demon in the battlefield looked at Li Du with hatred in its eyes. Kill you! I will kill you! Human! You must die! At this moment, Li Du also noticed the abyssal demon in the distance. He actually charged straight up. Swing your staff and gather your strength. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The intense fireball carried unrivaled power, and Li Du surprisingly wanted to ride on the victory and continue killing another abyssal demon. The fireball's cohesive power was so powerful that the entire battlefield seemed to feel the searing heat. Strengthened by 10 times. The Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Li Du didn't even know how high the damage was. Hoo. After the fireball was condensed, Li Du waved his hand, and the Heaven's Fury Fireball suddenly rushed towards the abyssal demon. There were still countless abyssal demons there, preparing to continue their attack. Chapter 133 End of Battle. 18-year-old Corporal. Rumble. Fireballs erupted and the entire battlefield was filled with flames. The army prevented being affected and immediately opened their shields. The countless abyssal demons weren't so lucky, as they were impacted by the sea of fire and instantly died. The Heaven's Wrath Fireball that had been strengthened to deal 10 times the damage dealt was simply not something that anyone could resist. Even the abyssal demons could not resist it. When the flames ended, people looked to the ground and realized that lying there was body after body. It's all from the abyssal devil. Among the countless corpses, a bloody, horrifying body filled with black mist was particularly conspicuous. Obviously, it was another abyssal demon. The two abyssal demons, both died in Li Du's hands. There were also countless heads of abyssal demons. When the fireball ended, the black fog finally faded away, and there were no more abyssal demons. This fight, it's kind of over. People were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, the gazes they looked at Li Du were filled with respect and admiration. Originally, all of their battles were relatively difficult, but when Li Du stepped in, everything became easier. A large number of demonic creatures were almost all slaughtered by Li Du alone. Su rushed over and unceremoniously patted Li Du's shoulder. Good boy, it turns out that you are actually this strong. In a moment, when we record the military honors, it's not likely that I'll have to call you sir. Hearing Su Chang's jibe, Li Du also laughed. Li Du. At this time, a figure rushed out of the stronghold. It was none other than Fuming, who was overjoyed. I saw it all, you really are too strong. Li Du killed 2 abyssal demons by himself, and the countless abyssal demon figures made Fuming look almost mesmerized. Do you still have the confidence to pass me? Humph, even so, I'll still surpass you. I'll show you that I'm the best. Fuming pouted with a defiant look, but the excitement in her eyes couldn't be fooled. Su Chong said, I'll leave you to spend time with your little girlfriend. We're going to clean up the battlefield next. With that, he left. Fuming immediately blushed. What the hell? We are not in this kind of relationship. Not far away. Wang Yu's body trembled when he saw this scene. Trash abyssal demon, why are you so trashy? You can't even kill Li Du. When the abyssal demon struck, he was so happy that he almost cheered, thinking that Li Du was about to die. As long as Li Du died, Fuming still belonged to him, and everything that Li Du had should belong to him. The one who enjoys the light of a million suns is still him. 2. Taking over the abyssal demon was surprisingly killed by Li Du. Wang Yu was so angry that he almost fainted. Looking at Li Du and Fu Ming's intimate appearance, the more he looked at them, the more upset he became, and he couldn't wait to kill Li Du. Soon, a voice appeared in the sky. The battle is over, and we will now begin to distribute the military honors. The stronghold army blocked a large number of abyssal demons from entering the stronghold, defending the safety of countless people in the stronghold. Meritorious. All members of the Stronghold Legion who participated in the battle will each receive 300 military merits and 30 national contributions. This battle, along with countless other professionals, was an excellent performance. Anyone who participates in the battle will receive 100 military merits and 5 national contributions. Those who kill up to 5 abyssal demons will receive an additional 10 points of military merits for each additional kill, and an additional 1 point of national contributions for each additional 5 kills. As the voice fell, countless people cheered. The military honors gained from this battle were still secondary. Most importantly, they also gained national contribution. National contribution, which can be much more expensive than military service really. In Daxia, as long as you had the national contribution, you could even get a saint-level professional to be your teacher. The importance of the national contribution can be seen. In this battle, Wang Yu looked at Li Du, who was angry there the whole time, completely unable to replace the interest in fighting. However, because he was a participant in the battle, he still gained 100 military merits and 10 points of national contribution. Glancing at Li Du from afar, he sneered, "What's the use of fighting so hard? How much military credit can you get? A few hundred military honors at best, and almost losing your life. It's just stupid. I got military honors for doing nothing. Isn't that much better than you?" Thinking of this, Wang Yu's mood was finally a bit better, but at that moment, the voice in the sky reappeared. In this battle, Professional Li Du, one person killed 986 heads of abyssal demons, killed 2 abyssal demons. The contribution is particularly outstanding. After the decision of the stronghold headquarters, a special reward of 12,000 military merits for Li Du, 500 national contributions. Li Du's military service has been sufficient, and he is hereby upgraded to the rank of corporal. Hearing the rewards for Li Du, people were impressed. Compared to the others, Li Du's reward was too high. However, there was no one who was unconvinced. Everyone had seen Li Du's performance. Without Li Du, this battle could never have ended so quickly. It may even be more dangerous. Li Du, almost alone, turned the tide. Only Wang Yu, when he heard about Li Du's military achievements, he couldn't hold back any longer. He would have even growled out if it weren't for the fact that there were so many other people in the neighborhood. Why does he get so much military credit? 12,000 military honors and a direct rank upgrade to corporal. Wang Yu was so jealous that his heart was about to explode. He hated even the abyssal demons along with him at the moment. Why are abyssal demons so sketchy? Couldn't even kill a Li Du. However, no matter how jealous he was, he couldn't change the outcome. He didn't even dare to question it at all. As the words fell, a ray of light fell onto the badge on Li Du's chest. The badge immediately appeared to change. The stars on it kept increasing, and after increasing to 10 stars, it changed from a private to a superior. And then the stars of the upper class increased again. Soon, the 10 stars were complete. Li Du's rank, which directly crossed that of a private, became that of a corporal. At only 18 years old, Li Du became a sergeant of the Great Summer Kingdom. No one can fail to admire this rank. Fu Ming was also very happy, looking at the rank on Li Du's chest and smiling extraordinarily brightly. "Li Du, congratulations, I'll be calling you sir from now on." Li Du laughed. "Now why don't you call out for a listen?" Fu Ming instantly blushed. "Humph, I'm not going to scream. I don't believe you dare to punish me." The battle was over. and the attack of the abyssal demons had receded. It was only when Li Du and Fuming returned to the stronghold that they learned that this time, the abyssal demons had not attacked just one place. In fact, almost everywhere throughout the stronghold, there were countless abyssal demons attacking. The Daxia stronghold, which was divided into 10 regions. The area where Li Du is currently located is the 10th district. The higher the ranked area, the more powerful the troops stationed there. The 10th district, also known as the novice district. There were very few soldiers stationed here, and accordingly, it was very safe. If the abyssal demons wanted to attack the 10th district, they needed to pass through the layers of defenses of the countless districts in front of them. In the end, the abyssal demons that were able to enter this place were already of such a low level that they could barely pose much of a threat. Li Du had heard that a few of the top-ranked regions had even encountered abyssal lords. Even the big boys at level 80 and 90 came out to fight. The battle was fierce. That's where the real battlefield is. It was only because between the various regions, there were barriers set up by the Transcendents. Therefore the battles there would not affect the other regions. The battles between humans and the abyss had always been incomparably tragic. Li Du had heard that quite a few high-level professionals had even died. Upon learning these news, Li Du was overwhelmed with emotion. He suddenly remembered a saying, "What kind of years are there? It's just that someone carries the weight for you." Chapter 134 Cultivation. The abyssal rift expanded, affecting more than just the Great Summer Kingdom. The strongholds of the rest of the countries suffered an onslaught. A large number of abyssal demons crawled out of the cracks and ravaged the abyssal battlefield. According to the news coming out of the rest of the strongholds, other than the Lighthouse Country and the Hairy Bear Country, the rest of the countries were in a bad situation, especially the Cherry Blossom Country. With more than half of the dead and wounded in the strongholds, it could be described as disastrous. There are some small countries whose strongholds have even been completely wiped out. In the whole world, there are only a few really powerful countries. The abyssal demon. Not anyone can resist it. However, abyssal demons come and go quickly. Under the combined efforts of countless human powerhouses, the abyssal rift was finally suppressed. The abyssal demons, after all, were unable to leave the abyss in large numbers. But all of that is an afterthought. News had been released within the stronghold that within 3 days at the latest, the 10,000 races battlefield would be open again. At that time, everything will return to normal. After hearing this news, Li Du breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he was with Fuming, wandering around the stronghold. Li Du also made a trip to the trading house to see what was available. But even corporals are limited in what they can purchase. Not many of them caught Li Du's eye. Moreover, Fuming had a deep background and there were really a lot of good things. There was no need for Li Du to travel to the trading house. It was also during this time that Li Du's performance when facing the abyssal demons gradually spread out. Within the stronghold of the 10th district, some people were discussing Li Du. Although the discussion wasn't much, it was still considered a minor celebrity. Yanguan University. Principal's office. Qin Yanguan and Zhou Ning sat down to drink tea as usual. Whether it was Qin Yanguan or Zhou Ning, both of them rarely needed to personally deal with school matters. They were both old enough to have young people fighting for their lives, and their days were still quite free. Zhou Ning looked into the distance and said, "That kid Li Du has been in the 10,000 races battlefield for a while now. How has he been performing lately?" At that time, he was the one who brought Li Du to Yanguan University, and his concern for Li Du was not less than Qin Yanguan's at all. You might be shocked to say it. Qin Yanguan was surprised himself when he learned of Li Du's performance. He didn't expect that Li Du could rise to prominence so quickly. Zhou Ning instantly became interested and quickly asked, "Did you do something big again?" Qin Yanguan then spoke of Li Du's performance in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, especially with the invasion of the abyssal demons and Li Du's excellent performance in the demon extermination operation. Zhou Ning was astonished when he heard this, and then, harumphing, "Ha ha ha, I was right. This kid is a talent. It's only been a few days, he's been promoted to corporal. Won't he be a colonel next year?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered Qin Yanguan's performance when he was young. "I still remember that you were in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans back then. Or you fought for most of the year before you became a corporal." This comparison, the later generations are fearful. Qin Yanguan's eyes were full of relief. He was already planning to train Li Du, so the better Li Du performed, the happier he was. When he was young, he was indeed a genius as well. He was promoted from soldier to sergeant in just half a year. And then, after more than a decade of campaigning, he rose through the ranks, and at the age of 35, he even became a major general. At that time, he was the youngest major general of the Great Summer Kingdom, and his popularity was unrivaled. Nowadays, looking at Li Du's performance, there was even the possibility of surpassing him. Qin Yanguan said, "If this kid can really surpass me, then the Great Xia Kingdom will really have a successor." Zhou Ning asked, Really? You're willing to let him go into the abyss? Both of them had entered the abyss to fight, and knew the horror of the abyss. Even though Qin Yanguan had now entered the transcendent realm, the injuries he received in the abyss were still constantly tormenting him to this day. Otherwise, Qin Yanguan would not have run out and founded Yanguan University. Every transcendent would never appear in the eyes of the world unless they really had a very serious problem. They have more important things to do. A level 99 professional like Zhou Ning was the pinnacle of the world's perception. Qin Yanguan's gaze was very deep. There's always something to go through. And experiencing it earlier is always better than being at a loss when you're actually faced with it. 3 days passed, and the battlefield of the 10,000 races was once again open. Li Du and Fu Ming embarked on their journey. The battlefield of the 10,000 races was simply too far away, and rushing on both feet was a bit overwhelming even for a professional. For this reason, Li Du bought a military motorcycle directly. You can't buy this kind of car out there, but with the rank of Corporal Li Du, he just happens to be qualified to buy it. After riding on the motorcycle, Fu Ming sat on the back. Li Du directly turned on full power, and the motorcycle was like flying, directly rushing out. This motorcycle had been modified by the mechanic, and was able to reach a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour, and it took even less than 10 minutes to rush between the two copies. Moreover, the motorcycle was enchanted with a special formation inside and was so sturdy that even a level 40 professional would not be able to destroy it easily. Riding on it, Li Du was even able to turn on his shield and immunize himself from the attacks of others. Not only that, it only needed to consume divine power value to be able to convert it into energy without having to bring along gasoline. Shortly after, Li Du and Fu Ming arrived at the location of the second copy. The appearance of the pulling motorcycle immediately attracted some people's attention. Oh, my goodness! Who is this young man, and with a girlfriend and a motorcycle? He's so loaded. Shoo, be silent, don't ever mess with him, this man is not to be messed with. My David, why do you look like a pussy on rat poison? It's not like this guy is some kind of Jesus. Why shouldn't he be messed with? Let me put it to you this way. He killed dozens of Sakura Nation professionals. Upon hearing this, those who were still a bit disgruntled suddenly didn't dare to speak. Some people were surprised when they noticed the badge on Li Du's chest. I can't believe it's a corporal. That young? I don't think he's over 20. Is he? No wonder you can buy that motorcycle. So the motorcycle was good? Nonsense. This motorcycle is expensive as hell. 300,000 divine power value apiece. And it can only be purchased with the rank of corporal and above. Crap, so expensive? 300,000 divine power values, converted into a few points, was 30,000 points. That's already half the price of epic level equipment. Only Li Du, who had earned tons of points in school, could afford such a motorcycle. The two of them didn't pay attention to the comments of the people around them, but instead headed directly to the duplicate portal. Just then, someone asked, "Two of you, are you going to brush your copies?" Li Du nodded. The man immediately reminded, "Currently, the Sakura Kingdom's people have surrounded the copy, preventing others from entering. I advise you to leave quickly. They have several level 35 professionals." Hearing this, Li Du's gaze turned cold. Cherry Blossom Country. Again. After coming to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Li Du had heard of the Sakura country more than once. Fuming's face also sank, revealing a hateful gaze. For the Sakura country, her hatred was higher than everyone else's. Li Du said, "There's no need. I'm fighting Sakura Nation." Chapter 135, The Broken King. Afterwards, Li Du and Fu Ming immediately headed to the teleportation portal. Soon, a number of Sakura Nation professionals were seen surrounding the area. Rough sounds are heard when someone tries to get close. Baka Pressure Road, no one is allowed in here. Get the hell out of here. A group of people surrounded in front of a copy, preventing people from other countries from entering. In the battlefield of the nations, the Sakura Nation loved to do this kind of thing. In reality, there were many copies of the battlefield of the 10,000 races, so even if one was surrounded, it wouldn't affect much. It doesn't do much good for the Sakura Nation professionals, but they are just very keen to do this sort of thing. Damage to the people. Maybe it's in the bones of this country. Li Du didn't say anything, but directly took out his staff. He had already gained experience from fighting the Sakura Nation professionals. Just then, a voice shouted, "It's you?" Li Du's gaze was slightly flabbergasted. There were still those in Sakura country who knew him? Yamamoto-kun. You know him? The Sakura Nation man known as Yamamoto immediately spoke. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Li Du from the Great Summer Nation. We've been rude. We'll get out of the way now. Hearing the name Li Du, the nearby Sakura Nation professionals were fearful and angry. The fear was that Li Du had killed many Sakura Nation professionals, angry that Li Du had killed many Sakura Nation professionals. However, Yamamoto seemed to be the leader of the group, and even though the others were not happy about it, they left immediately after he gave the word. Soon, a path gave way in front of the duplicate portal. Seeing this, Li Du also put away his staff. As much as he hated the Sakura Nation, he wouldn't attack other people for no reason like the Sakura people did. The others were astonished to see this. Crap, the Sakura people have turned this around? They actually backed down. Who is this young man? I know him, he's Li Du. He killed so many demons and abyssal devils during the resistance against the demonic invasion a few days ago that he was directly promoted from private to major general. I heard he also killed dozens of Sakura Nation's professionals. No wonder, ha ha ha, the little cherry blossom ghost knows fear too. Afterwards, Li Du and Fu Ming directly entered the copy. This copy is called the Broken King. When the two entered the replica, what caught their eyes was a ruin, an extremely grand ruin. It seems to have been preceded by a kingdom, but the kingdom has disappeared, leaving only a wall written in history and a building struck down for decay. Standing on the ruins, there is dust and ashes everywhere. Fuming complained, "It's so desolate here." Just then, a movement attracted the attention of the two, and then, they saw several monsters in tattered armor, with only bones wrapped in rags, heading this way. Li Du immediately cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Soldier of Decay, type, common wildlife, rank, 30, life value, 56, 800. Power, 5800, very usual wildlife. After seeing that, Li Du directly struck out. Cast abyssal chopper. As a chopping strike fell, a few decayed soldiers were instantly shattered. There were still a few that were stubbornly staying down, but they still fell when Li Du released another chopping strike. You kill the decayed soldier and gain a lifespan of 1 year. You gain 4,800 experience points. You have acquired rotten iron. The 4,800 experience value was because Fuming's 5 times experience card was in effect. As they went deeper into the ruins, they saw a number of more decaying soldiers. None of these soldiers are hard to deal with. Together, Li Du and Fu Ming were able to kill in almost seconds. As such, the two of them were not traveling too slowly among the copies. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the copies were usually very large. Passing through a copy would almost always take 7 or 8 hours. This is not the same as an outside copy. Outside, some copies have a short process and are able to be cleared in less than half an hour. As the two went deeper, they gradually saw a decaying city wall. It looked as if it was going to be inside the ruins. Outside, Yamamoto-kun, why are you letting them in? Don't you know Lord Mitsui's orders? This time, they had surrounded this copy for a reason. A copy of the Broken King will drop a very precious item, the Tears of the Broken King. This material has a very special role, washing points. After using it, you are able to wash away some of the attribute points on your body, and then re-add them. If combined with other similar materials, it was even able to create a point washing potion, being able to completely reshape one's attribute points. It was important to realize that the later a professional got, the more important the attribute points became. In the early years, when I didn't know any better, I would always add the wrong attribute points that I would regret in the future for nothing. As a result, wash point potions are often able to fetch astronomical prices. It was just that the Tears of the Broken King would only drop 3 drops per year. Now that it had been exactly 1 year since the last time this material had dropped, it was only natural for the Sakura Nation's professionals to hit upon this copy. They would never let anyone else enter the copy until all the Tears of the Broken King had dropped. Yamamoto sneered, stopping him from going in. Can you do that? You have to know that we don't have many experts who have died at his hands. As soon as these words came out, someone on the side immediately chimed out. Yamamoto-kun, you're a samurai of the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Is it possible that you're going to back down? Others were also very upset. Yamamoto taunted. A samurai of the Sakura Kingdom must not only have strength, but also wisdom. I let him in, not to retreat, but to wait for the chance to kill him completely. Hearing this, the others immediately showed joyful faces. There were questions about what Yamamoto should do. Yamamoto said, there's no rush. Wait for Lord Mitsui to come and I'll explain. So they had to wait. About half an hour later, a young man arrived with a hideous-faced gargoyle on his feet. Upon seeing this, several of Yamamoto's men saluted. Greetings, Lord Mitsui. All around, people were astonished to see this. I can't believe it's him. How did he get here? Who is he? His name is Mitsui Pestle Shang, the third young master of the Mitsui family in the Sakura Kingdom. I've heard that he has awakened the legendary profession, the Goshin Envoy, and is considered to be the hope of the next generation of the Sakura Kingdom. Crap, so awesome? What's he doing here if he's not staying in Sakura country? Upon seeing Mitsui Pestle Shang, Yamamoto immediately stepped forward and told him about Li Du and Fuming. Lord Mitsui, we did everything we could to stop it, but that Daxia man was just too strong. We had no choice but to let them in order to leave the bodies to continue contributing to the Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom. I also asked Lord Mitsui to sanction that Daxia person. The others saw this and bowed. I also asked Lord Mitsui to sanction that Daxia man. Hearing this, Mitsui Pestle Sang's face was very cold. Humph, how dare a person from Daxia flaunt himself in front of my Great Cherry Blossom Kingdom? He just hasn't met a true genius. No need to worry. I'll make him regret coming into this world. Chapter 136, Twisted Tree Spirit. Li Du didn't know what the Sakura Nation was thinking, and even if he did, he didn't care. He was confident enough. More than 2 hours had passed, and Li Du and Fu Ming had already entered the interior of the Broken King's copy. At this moment, they came above a square. There's a 3-meter-tall soldier here, and a number of decaying soldiers nearby. This is one of the elite monsters in this copy. This soldier was not only tall, but also powerful, with a strength of up to 15,000. The life value had broken through 100,000 and the armor was extremely high. However, in front of Li Du and Fu Ming, it was still of little use. Fu Ming's vines and Li Du's demonic abyss confinement were all able to trap the soldier to death. Shortly after, with a skill from Li Du, the soldier fell down at once. You have killed the corrupted general, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained an experience value of 168,000. You obtained General's Shield, blue, corrupted fine iron X20, armor of breach, blue, finally dead. Fuming was very happy. This decayed general had extremely high armor and a thick blood bar. There will also be a constant stream of decayed soldiers nearby to provide support. The two of them had spent a lot of time trying to kill this monster. After collecting the loot, Li Du said, "Currently, we are almost halfway to the distance of the copy. 3 more hours at the most, and they would surely be able to clear the copy." After a short rest, the two continued on their way. All along the way, they encountered quite a few elite monsters. Since Li Du did not use the Wrath of the Living Spirit, these elite monsters were not easy to kill. However, both of them had high strength, so they were able to kill the elite monsters even if they were grinding blood. Time, which takes a lot more time. However, the copy of the battlefield of the 10,000 races is very special, and there is no record-breaking rewards, so how much time it takes doesn't matter. Whether or not you can pass the copy is important. After almost 2 more hours of killing, the two finally came to a dilapidated palace. On one side of the palace, there was a very tall, twisted tree. The tree exuded a shadowy aura, as if it could move at any moment. Li Du, what are you looking at? Let's hurry inside. Vermin is hyperventilating. The palace in front of you is undoubtedly the room of the replica. As soon as you enter it, you will be able to see the copy leader. After killing it, you will be able to pass this copy. However, Li Du didn't move. Do you see something strange about this tree? Fuming was a bit surprised that she didn't see anything. Li Du directly opened the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Shoo! Just then, a rattan cane suddenly lashed towards the two. Li Du was taken aback and immediately pulled Fu Ming to the side to hide. Snap! The rattan cane struck a large pillar next to the palace that 3 or 4 people could hold. And surprisingly, it directly broke the pillar at the waist. This caused Fuming to be startled as well. This tree is a monster as well. Take care of it first. Though taken aback, the two reacted. Immediately get ready for battle. Li Du simultaneously cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Twisted Tree Goblin. Type, Reinforced Elite Monster. Rank, 34. Life value, 178,000. Power, 18,000. Features, Natural Immunity, Immunity to Nature-Based Damage. Natural Absorption, Nature-Based Damage that will enhance its attributes. Skills, Thorns and Brambles. Vine Whip. Sapling Throw. Forest Wrap. Special note, it can't move. You just need to be far enough away to avoid it. But if you want to enter the boss room, you must defeat it first. After seeing the information about this wild monster, Li Du immediately spoke to Fu Ming. For this battle, you should not attack. This tree spirit is able to immunize and absorb nature-based powers. It's very much restraining you. Even though Fu Ming's major system of occupation was that of the law system, it was broken down to belong to the nature category therein. Many of her skills were related to nature. Hearing this, Fu Ming nodded although she was a bit unhappy. She then immediately moved away from the battlefield. Shoo! Just then, a vine lashed down like a long whip to stop Fu Ming from leaving. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Without any hesitation, Li Du directly released his skill and chopped off the vines of the big tree. Seeing this, the big tree immediately turned its attack target to Li Du, only to see it shaking its body, and then countless thorn spikes like bullets were shot at Li Du. Lord Inferno! Li Du immediately summoned the Inferno Lord. As the massive lord appeared, it immediately condensed a wall of fire. The moment these spikes entered the wall of fire, they were directly incinerated and could not hurt Li Du in the slightest. Then the Inferno Lord struck. Boom! A fireball landed on top of the tree, instantly burning the branches therein. Boom boom boom! The Inferno Lord rode the wave and continued to unleash fireballs. Soon, the large tree was surrounded by a number of flames. The situation is great. However, the flames didn't seem to be able to construct much damage to the tree, only to see the big tree shaking, unexpectedly shaking the flames down directly. Where it had been burned, there was no trace to be seen, as if nothing had happened. This big tree doesn't seem to be afraid of fire? Li Du couldn't help but guess. Then try it. He then ordered the Inferno Lords to fire on all cylinders. Hoo. Immediately, large swathes of flames surged out from the Inferno Lord, inflaming the large tree like a tidal wave. Not only that, the Inferno Lord rushed towards the big tree on the occasion and kept releasing skills. The Inferno Lord's skills were all related to flames, and with the release of one skill after another, a large fire once again roiled on the big tree. This time the fire was even bigger than earlier, and the tree was almost completely ablaze. This time, the tree finally reacted. Whoosh! The big tree twisted its body crazily, shaking down countless flames, but the Inferno Demon Lord's speed of releasing flames was even faster. As the big tree shook down a ball, it released 2 balls. Gradually, there were more and more flames on the big tree. The big tree was furious and kept twisting, while also continuously attacking the Inferno Lord with vines and spikes. However, none of these attacks caused much damage to the Inferno Lord. The Inferno Lord grimaced the great tree to death. Seeing that it didn't work, Big Tree tried to switch targets again and attack Li Du. But how could Li Du let it succeed? All the attacks launched by Big Tree were neutralized by Li Du. Soon, all the major parts of the tree were ablaze with flames. This time, it couldn't shake any more flames. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss and realized that the state of the great tree was already declining drastically. If it was a tree, it would be afraid of fire. Even if it was a reinforced elite monster, it was no exception. In the end, under the constant burning of the Inferno Lord, the tree finally collapsed. You kill the Twisted Tree Goblin and gain a lifespan of 1 year. You gain 187,000 experience points. You get Twisted Branch, Nature's Gem. After killing the big tree, a total of 2 items were dropped. This was all related to nature-type professionals, with nature gems being able to strengthen nature-type equipment. Fuming has come over. Li Du handed these 2 things to her. Take these materials. They should be somewhat useful to you. Chapter 137, Killing the Broken King, Cleansing Materials. Fuming didn't refuse, and after taking their things, the 2 of them headed towards the room of the copy. The copy room, an extremely dilapidated palace. Walking into it, everything seems to be rotten. The King of Brokenness, sitting right on top of the throne. In his hand, he held a large green-colored sword that looked even taller than him. Li Du immediately cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. The Broken King, type, copy chief, rank, 35, life value, 468,000, power, 28,000, traits, corruption, he corrupts your teammates and turns their skills to his own use. Hatred of the Broken King, 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, Broken King slash, Broken King's impact, Sword of Hate, Sword of Decay, Broken King's Despair. There was no doubt that this monster's attributes were much higher. Moreover, it possesses the property of decay. This was the first time Li Du had ever encountered a trait that could turn an enemy's skill into its own. As the 2 entered the palace, the eyes of the King of Brokenness looked at them. It slowly rose from its throne. The world has ruined me mercilessly, and now I will repay it with pain. At the end of his words, he raised his large green-colored sword and swung it towards the 2 Li Du. Every living thing is a vassal. Boom! The strong chopping attack, as if it was going to split the entire palace in 2, was instantly released. In the face of this kind of chopping attack, even Fu Ming was astonished at the moment, and for a moment he didn't even react. Look out! Li Du bellowed, then came to Fu Ming's front. Hilly, a golden light flashed. Li Du carried the chopping blow hard. However, the power of the chopping blow was still too great, and even after carrying it off, Li Du was still in a bad way. It only felt like his chest had been heavily hammered, and it was as if his bones were about to shatter. Cough, cough. Li Du kept coughing. It was the first time he had felt so uncomfortable after casting Stalwart. It was evident that that sword was powerful. If there was no Stalwart motionlessness, Li Du was afraid that he would have been beaten half to death with one sword. Li Du, worried. Fu Ming hurriedly supported Li Du. Are you alright? Li Du shook his head. Don't worry. This is nothing. Don't you freeze. Watch out for his attacks. Vermin nodded. The Broken King, the most powerful alpha they had ever encountered. With over 400 000 blood and nearly 30,000 strength. A legendary level professional. I'm afraid, would have difficulty dealing with it. What's more, Fuming was only an epic level professional. Gotta use the wrath of the living. Li Du mused. The damage of the Broken King was too high, and if you were not careful, you were afraid that you would be killed in seconds. It would be fine if it was just Li Du himself, but with Fuming around, Li Du didn't dare to take any chances. Afterward, Li Du immediately cast the Rage of the Living Spirit. You be careful, I'll take care of him. Vermin nodded, and for once, she didn't make a fuss. Despite his usual defiance, Fuming knew exactly what to do when it mattered. The King of Brokenness stood, a true king, his entire body surrounded by green flames. When ordinary people encountered it, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist submitting. The one I've killed the most, though, is the king. Li Du then launched an attack. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Boom! A strong chopping attack, even more powerful than that of the Broken King's chopping attack, was returned directly. This was an epic level skill, and after being strengthened tenfold, the damage was incomparably terrifying. As the chop fell, the King of Brokenness immediately let out a roar, and his entire body directly flew backwards, knocking over the throne and palace. At the same time, an extremely deep wound appeared on his body. Blood was still coming out of it. That chopping blow just now almost directly cut the King of Breakers at the waist. Such terrifying damage caused the Broken King to reveal deep scorn. However, he didn't retreat, but held up his greatsword and gathered his strength. Ouch! It hurt so much. An incomparably terrifying power was about to arrive, and Li Du even had a feeling of death. However, Li Du would not give him the chance to release it. Demon Abyss Confinement. Instantly, the demonic abyss descended and countless magical beasts dragged the Broken King down. His process of casting skills was directly interrupted. Even as strong as the Broken King, he couldn't break free from the wraith. All of a sudden, under the countless magical beasts sucking on it, the King of Brokenness became incomparably weak. In the end, Li Du made up an attack and killed him completely. Congratulations! Kill the King of Breakers. Successfully pass the copy. You gain a lifespan of 100 years. You gain experience value of 480,000. You obtain Tears of the Broken King, Blade of the Broken King, Epic Skill Scroll, Decaying Descent. Slaying the King of Brokenness had gained a total of 3 things, 1 material and 1 piece of equipment. To Li Du's great surprise, he had even obtained an Epic Skill Scroll. Tears of the Broken King, purple. The King of the Broken King has suffered the loss of his beloved, and weeps a teardrop of remorse. The teardrop is infected with strong remorse and has a remodeling effect. After use, you can reshape 50 skill points and refill them. Can be combined with other materials to create a point-washing potion. Blade of the Broken King, purple, a weapon used by the Broken King, an immense blade containing a powerful aura of decay. Applicable professions, warrior. Darkness, wear level, 30. Effect, plus 1000 strength, plus 800 constitution. Bonus effect, attacks have a decay effect attached to them. Decay, each time an attack or skill hits an enemy, it can apply 1 layer of decay. Each layer of decay cuts the opponent's full attributes by 0.2%, up to a maximum of 100 layers. After a full layer, you can steal the opponent's most powerful skill for 1 hour. Skill Scroll, Decaying Descent. After using it, you can learn the skill, Decaying Descent. Decay Descent immediately applies 100 layers of decay to your opponent, and the decay effect cap is raised to 200 layers, and you can now steal 2 of your opponent's skills. Learning level limit, 30. Study profession restriction, darkness. When he saw the equipment and skill scrolls, he had to say that Li Du was really very surprised. Surprisingly, he was able to steal his opponent's skills. Furthermore, applying a decay effect also cuts the opponent's full attributes, up to even 40% direct cuts. Almost half of the opponent is wasted. Unfortunately, Decaying Descent was limited to darkness professions to learn, and neither Li Du nor Fuming were suited for it. As for the Tears of the Broken King, Li Du didn't care too much. Currently, all of his attributes were high, and he didn't need to specifically allocate attribute points. However, Fuming cried out happily. Surprisingly, it's a material that can wash points. Li Du, we're so lucky. Seeing her excited appearance, Li Du was a bit surprised. Is this material precious? That's for sure. The higher the level of the professional, the higher the bonus provided by attribute points. But attribute points can only be obtained by upgrading. And when many people upgrade, the first thing they do is use up their attribute points. By the time they try to redistribute attribute points in the future, they won't be able to do it anymore. In this way, the materials for point washing are very important. Moreover, if you gather several kinds of point washing materials and make a point washing potion, it's worth even more. Those high-level professionals are even willing to spend millions of divine power values to buy wash point potions. Hearing this, Li Du was astonished beyond measure. A few million divine power values translated into hundreds of thousands of points. It's already enough to buy a whole epic set. Washing point potion. It's so precious? Looks like a real find. Li Du was also happy. Tears of the Broken King. Although it was not a cleansing potion, it was one of the materials that could make a cleansing potion. Fuming said, let's see how many more times this copy can drop Tears of the Broken King while we're out. Why don't we just brush them all? Li Du nodded. And then, he and Fuming left the copy. The moment he walked out of the portal, Li Du suddenly had a very dangerous feeling. The vision had just been restored when suddenly a red light was seen, enveloping the area. Li Du was instantly surprised. Immediately, he held Fuming in his arms and protected him under his body, while turning on the Hierophant. Boom! A strong explosion appeared in front of the duplicate portal, engulfed Li Du completely. Chapter 138 Kill. Hundredfold Enhancement. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The powerful explosion came too suddenly. Even though Li Du had turned on the stiletto, the momentary impact still caused Li Du to feel a sharp pain. The good thing is, Hilly blocked the vast majority of the damage. Li Du merely had his clothes torn a bit and didn't suffer much damage. As for Fuming, nothing happened to him as he was protected by Li Du in the first place. As the explosion dissipated, the smoke cleared. The two men rose slowly. Baka, surprisingly not dead? Several voices appeared. Li Du and the two of them also finally got a good look at the few people who attacked. And they were none other than the people from the Sakura Kingdom. In addition to the original Sakura Nation, there were a few more people. Standing in the center was a young man with a hideous, evil spirit at his feet. Beside him, there were several yin-yang masters in uniform, emanating a very dangerous aura. The moment he saw them, Li Du's anger instantly surged up. It was just too dangerous just now. If Li Du hadn't used the Hierophant, that explosion would have even put Li Du's life in danger. The youth at the head revealed a sarcastic smile. The people of Daxia, are they all turtles? Let me introduce myself. I, Mitsui Pestle Shang, the third young master of the Mitsui family. This copy is my private copy for the time being. You have trespassed on my private copy, and should be executed according to the law, but I am kind and allow you to live. Hand over the Tears of the Broken King, and kneel down to kowtow and apologize. Don't resist, and you can live. Even though that strike just now did not kill the two Li Du, Mitsui Pestle Sang was still very confident. He's a legendary profession, the future star of Sakura Nation. His family, moreover, was one of the great families of the Sakura country. The Li Du in front of me. What's a small epic level profession? How dare he defy him? What's more, he was even surrounded by several level 40 yin-yang masters, who were all epic level yin-yang masters, ready to listen to his orders. Li Du's eyes were so cold that they were about to freeze, and his killing intent had almost condensed into substance. Ming, hide behind me. Fuming froze. Li Du's tone was not to be denied. He'd never talked to her like that before. At this time, even though she was equally furious and couldn't wait to kill these Sakura people immediately, but she still stood behind Li Du. Li Du swung his staff and gathered his power. Fireball of Heavenly Fury. The voice was very calm, but it contained thunder. As the sky formation appeared, the fireball continued to expand, and the scorching heat spread all around at once. A few of the Sakura Nation's professionals immediately revealed expressions of fear. However, Mitsui Pestle Sang still sneered. What? Are you planning to resist? Ha. You don't think that this fireball of yours can be effective, do you? No matter. I can play with you. A few of you, turn on the shields. I want to see that look of profound despair on his face when he realizes his attacks aren't working. Ha. Afterwards, a few level 40 yin-yang masters immediately cast spells and opened a protective shield. Mitsui Pestle Shang shouted, Fools of the Great Summer Kingdom, my shield is capable of blocking a full 500,000 damage. If you are able to break it, I will be merciful and spare you. Li Du's gaze was cold. The fireball was still expanding. Like the sun. Finally, it expanded to the point where it could no longer expand. Kill. At this moment, Li Du finally roared. His face even became a bit grim from anger. The ball of Heavenly Fury fire instantly impacted. The huge fireball landed on the shield and instantly there was a big explosion. Rumble. Strong explosions followed one after another, and the surrounding professionals were all horrified when they saw the scene. They immediately ran off into the distance, fearing that they would be affected by the fireball. Some professionals were even scared shitless. Even the Sakura Nation professionals who were in the protective shield. At this moment, it was as if they felt the incomparable burning heat. Their legs softened, and they even directly sat down on the ground. Mitsui Pestle Sang was very confident at first. even laughing maniacally. But soon, he couldn't stop laughing. Ka-chow. The shield cracked under the tremendous impact of the Heaven's Wrath fireball. Hoo. A stream of fire poured in, instantly burning several professionals. They were screaming and jumping and rolling all over the place in a pitiful manner. In the end, it was only with great difficulty that the flames on their bodies were extinguished, but the whole person was burned like a piece of black charcoal. Just then, bang! The shield finally couldn't hold out and shattered. Without the shield, the stream of fire was unimpeded and immediately surged in. Countless Sakura Nation professionals were instantly surrounded by flames. Wayawa dash. Baka, damned fire. Dacia people. Baka pressure. A ghostly cry came out of the flames. The people of Sakura Nation couldn't resist the damage of the flames at all, even if that damage had been cut down by countless amounts. Eventually, the flames spread and faded. When it was over, there were several bodies of Sakura Nation professionals lying on the ground, obviously burned alive. But nothing happened to Mitsui Pestle. Around him, a few level 40 Yin-Yang masters once again opened their shields to protect him, but he was still grimy, and he was very messed up by the flames. Mitsui Pestle Sang's face was grim. Great Xia people, you've angered me. I will break you into pieces. You don't stand a chance. Li Du bellowed. As soon as the hourglass of time came out, Li Du refreshed the cooldown of Heaven's Wrath fireball, and then, once again, it was reinforced. It made the reinforcing effect of the wrath of the living spirit reach 100 times. At this moment, his body was constantly consuming a large amount of lifespan, almost days of lifespan every second. Once he unleashed his skills, this consumption would also increase by hundreds or thousands of times, but Li Du couldn't care less. At this moment, he only wanted to completely kill these Sakura people in front of him. Heavenly Fury Fireball. Hoo. Fireballs appeared in the sky once again. This time, they were fireballs that had been strengthened 100 times. Its power was no longer something that could be stopped by anyone present. It burned, and even before it landed, it caused a sharp pain. At this moment, Mitsui Pestle Sang finally felt fear. The fireball, it seemed, was really capable of killing him. Stop him now! Mitsui Pesselman yelled. Several Yin-Yang masters immediately made their moves, trying to stop Li Du from casting the spell. But it's too late. Li Du's fireball was instantly released. The fireball wasn't strengthened to its strongest state, but it was enough. Boom! The fireball fell. The Undertaker scrambled back and opened his shield again. This time the shield was even more powerful than the one from earlier. Enough to resist 1,000,000 damage. However, under the Heaven's Wrath fireball, it was like paper, instantly shattering. And then, countless flames poured in. Both Mitsui Pestle Shang and Yin Yang Shi were surrounded by countless flames. The power of these flames was just too strong. Even if Mitsui Pestle Sang used all his means, he could not resist. The flames whirred and poured, and the screams of the Sakura people could not even be heard. Eventually, the flames dissipated. Only a few charred bodies could be seen on the ground. All props, items, and equipment were destroyed by the flames. 100 times the Heaven's Wrath fireball was just so powerful. Even a level 40 Yin-Yang master would be just as unable to resist. It was only then that the professionals from the rest of the countries dared to slowly appear, looking at Li Du as if they were gods. The flames, if they hadn't been far enough away, they would have even been affected. A few unlucky guys didn't have time to escape and are even dying now. Is he really human? That fireball, oh my god, I felt like I was going to meet Allah in that moment. Remember what he looks like. This man should never be messed with. He's too scary. Are all Dacia people such monsters? No, he's the only one who's a monster. The rest of the Dacia people are still normal. Wait, guys, look, what's that dash? Suddenly, someone pointed to one of the charred bodies. The corpse actually emitted a glow, and then the light wrapped around a silhouette and left. That silhouette, vaguely surprisingly visible, was actually Mitsui Pestle Shang. Chapter 139 Background. This scene instantly brought to the attention of Li Du. Immediately, Li Du resounded the words that Qin Yanguan had spoken to him in the Hall of Valor. The blessing of the Hall of Valor would allow Li Du to have a chance to be resurrected even if he died in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Could it be that they also have this kind of tactic? Abyssal Chop. Li Du immediately released his skills, trying to cut through the light. His heart was filled with killing intent, absolutely unable to endure the fact that Mitsui Pestle Shang even had a chance to resurrect. Instead, the chop passed through the light and did no damage. Unwillingly, Li Du continued to unleash his skills, but all to no avail. Eventually, the light dissipated and the silhouette of Mitsui Pestle Sang left. Grr! Li Du shouted angrily. He had rarely been this angry. The gaze was grim. Looking in the direction Mitsui Pesselman left, he clenched his fists tightly. Just then, Fuming suddenly held Li Du's hand. Li Du, don't worry, she'll definitely die. Fuming gritted his teeth. Filled with anger, Li Du could feel that her hand holding his was trembling a little, just as Li Du was puzzled. Fuming continued, even if he is a member of the Mitsui clan and messes with me, I will definitely make the Mitsui clan regret it. Afterward, without waiting for Li Du to speak, she unexpectedly used the battlefield teleportation order. As the light flashed, the two were directly teleported back into the stronghold. Li Du, wait for me at the stronghold. When I come back, that man will be dead. After saying that, Fuming directly ran away. For the first time since birth, Fuming felt so angry. It wasn't anger for herself, but for Li Du. After coming out of the copy, he was suddenly attacked, and that attack was so powerful that Fuming almost felt certain that he would die in that moment. Then, there was a chest that held itself in place. It was Li Du who blocked that attack and they were fine. But in that moment, Fuming almost thought that Li Du was going to die. Gradually, she somewhat realized that she couldn't accept Li Du's death. And even more so, she couldn't accept Li Du's death for her. Although Li Du was fine later, her emotions erupted like a volcano. She must do something. Compared to Li Du, she was not strong enough, but her greatest advantage was that she had an extremely powerful background. She practically used the various teleportation talismans as scraps of paper, tearing apart one after another. These teleportation talismans could casually fetch a high price of hundreds of thousands of divine power values in the outside world, but Fuming had no heartache. She left the stronghold and kept teleporting again, returning to Gue province, and then, back to Tianhai City. Today, it was a day of rest. Fu Shang was planning to take a nap, when suddenly, a violent knock sounded at the door, and then a familiar voice could be heard. Dad! Vushan was a little puzzled and thought he was hallucinating. Hasn't my daughter already traveled to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans? However, the knocking on the door continued. With suspicion, Vushan opened the door and saw his daughter. She seemed to have tears in her eyes. Fu Shang was taken aback. His daughter was aggrieved? Who can make her suffer? Ming Ming, why are you back? What's the matter? Fu Shang hurriedly let Fuming in. Fuming bit his lip and spoke to Fu Shang about what happened on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. After hearing that his daughter had been attacked, Fu Shang's face turned icy cold. Little cherry blossom Oni. Fu Shang grunted coldly as he immediately recalled the pain he had felt. In the beginning, the death of her wife, Fuming's mother, was also unrelated to the Sakura people. And now, the cherry blossom man even tried to kill her daughter. If it wasn't for Li Du, even they would have succeeded. For so many years, Fu Shang did not remarry. The only thing he can't worry about is this daughter. This move by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could be considered to have moved his scales. Ming Ming, don't worry, no one can bully us, even if he's from the Mitsui family. A magnate of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is a beggar when placed in our great summer kingdom. Daddy will help you get your revenge. With that, Vushan left the room. The Mitsui family, a powerful family in the Sakura country. There were quite a few level 90+ professionals in this family. Even though there were no transcendents in the Sakura country, it was still not enough to rely on the strength of Fu Shang alone. But it doesn't matter. He made a phone call. As the sound of a successful call appeared, a muffled voice came from the phone. What's the matter with calling me, Velodia boy? If Li Du could hear this voice, he would be very surprised. Wasn't this the voice of Qin Yuan? The voice on the phone was silent for a few seconds as Volt Merchant said a few words, and then a few words were said. I know. After calling one, the ambush merchant proceeded to dial another number. Another pale voice. This time, the two words that came out of Vashang's mouth were, Chief. After 2 phone calls, Vushan went back to waiting. Cherry Blossom Country. The Mitsui family. Ah, as if it were a nightmare, Mitsui Pesselman stepped through a hatch filled with liquid. Daxia people, I will never let you go. The memories in his mind were so profound that Mitsui Pessel's body was constantly trembling from anger. At this moment, the people on the side hurriedly shouted, Third young master, you've just awakened. Don't be too emotional. Despite being killed by Li Du, Mitsui Pessel Sang is resurrected. However, after being revived, Mitsui Pessel Sang's level went straight to 0, and he had to start upgrading all over again. Thinking of this, his hatred for Li Du grew even more. I don't care. If those 2 Daxia people don't die, I'll let you die. Mitsui Pessel's face was twisted with rage, and it looked horrible. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. My son, there's no need to worry. Those 2 Daxia people, they definitely won't live long. Seeing the middle-aged man, Mitsui Pesselman finally calmed down and called out, Father Sama. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the current head of the Mitsui clan, Mitsui Pessel Shang's father, Mitsui Momiji. Looking at his son, Mitsui Hyakuji was furious beyond measure. No one had ever dared to mess with his Mitsui family like that. My son, my father has already issued a hunting order in the international darknet, offering a reward of 10 million divine power values. Must take the lives of these two. You just have to wait. Hearing this, Mitsui Pessel's expression finally looked better. Father, I want to live. Mitsui Pessel Sang's eyes were filled with malice. I want to torture them with my own hands and let them know what life is worse than death. As long as you're happy. Mitsui Hyakuji didn't care, whether it was Li Du or Fuming. In his eyes, they were both small bugs that could be crushed at any time. Just then, a violent vibration suddenly spread throughout the entire Mitsui family. And then, two silhouettes appeared above it. One of them was none other than the president of Yenguan University, Qin Yenguan. The other person, wearing a military uniform, had a withered face and looked old. But between his eyebrows, there was a hidden horror of killing. They spoke at the same time. Mitsui clan, tie up Mitsui Pessel Sang here to die. Chapter 140, Hegemonic Murder, the Might of the Transcendent. A voice filled with anger resounded throughout the Mitsui family. Countless people were shocked and appalled. What kind of person dares to come to my Mitsui family to sow their wild oats? Baka Pressure Road, don't you want to die? Many of the Mitsui family's guards flew up into the sky, their faces filled with anger. As a powerful family in Sakura country, they were never the only ones who were arrogant and domineering, who dared to be wild in their family. Each guard was raging, like a mad dog. However, when the person in charge saw Qin Yenguan and the old man on the side, his face turned white with fear. One of them came out and asked, "What is the purpose of coming to the Mitsui clan? Two adults." Some people are puzzled. Why is Lord Watanabe so respectful? Aren't we from the Mitsui family? Lord Watanabe is too soft, isn't he? There's no samurai spirit at all. Just then, a person on the side immediately reminded, "Are you crazy? Do you know who those two are? Who is it? They're all transcendents from the Great Summer Kingdom." People were horrified when they heard the word transcendent. Transcendent was the qualitative change that a professional would go through after reaching level 100. At this stage, the limits of human beings have been surpassed and the level of life has changed, hence the name transcendent. The energy contained in every transcendent was incomparably terrifying. With a lift of his hand, he was able to destroy a city, or even a country. Only countries with transcendentalists could be called great powers. In the entire world, there are only 5 countries with transcendence: the Lighthouse State, the Woolly Bear State, the Great Summer State, the Sunset State, and the Gallic Empire. Sakura Nation is not one of them. A country without transcendence would never be able to fight against transcendence, even if it lifted the entire country's strength. This is the suppression of the life level. There is no need to mention Qin Yen Pass. Although he had withdrawn from the position of senior leadership of the Great Summer Kingdom, it did not mean that he was not strong. He killed in the abyss and created countless battles when he hadn't become a transcendent, establishing a great reputation. The number of abyssal lords, abyssal demon generals, and even abyssal demon kings that had died in his hands could not be counted. Once, in order to kill Qin Yenguan, the Lighthouse country had united with several major countries and dispatched a dozen or so top-level professionals of level 95 or higher to set up a heavy ambush. That battle was so shocking that it even created a huge storm in the center of the ocean, almost causing the whole world to be plunged into a torrential downpour. A dozen or so professionals died and were injured under Qin Yenguan's killings, and no one was able to retreat in one piece. And Qin Yenguan hard dragged his severely injured body back to the Great Summer Kingdom, or even a leap into the Transcendent. The world will never dare to forget his mighty name. It was also because of his ferocity that Qin Yenguan was also known to the world as the Great Summer Killing God. At that moment, Mitsui Momochi also rushed out. When he saw the two, his face suddenly paled. Immediately step forward and salute. Both of you. I am the Mitsui clan's family head, Mitsui 100 ruler. The two of you have arrived. But has my Mitsui clan done something wrong? If so, we immediately bow and apologize. Mitsui Hyakuji completely lost any pride of the gentry and immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. The two men in front of him, he dared not fail to recognize. This is a transcendentalist. Even if all of the Mitsui family were added together, it would be impossible for them to be their opponents. In any case, the head must be bowed first. Qin Yenguan said coldly, "Hand over Mitsui Pessel Shang. We want him dead." Hearing this, Mitsui Hyakuji was startled. Mitsui Pessel Shang, the only son of the Mitsui family to have awakened a legendary rank occupation, had even awakened the top of the legendary rank occupations, the Goshen Envoy. He was even called the future star of Sakura Nation. If he died, it would definitely be a very heavy blow to the Mitsui family and to the Sakura Kingdom. Thinking of this, Mitsui 100 Feet gritted his teeth and said, "Both of you, I don't know how my son has offended you. My Mitsui clan can make amends, as much as it takes, no matter what." he had to keep Mitsui Pestle alive. For that, he was even willing to be blackmailed hard by the other side. Qin Yenguan, however, ignored his words and held out a finger. I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. I'm only giving you a minute, and when that time is up and I don't see anyone, the Mitsui family, there's no need for it to exist. Transcendentals, they speak with such dominance. Even the Mitsui family didn't dare to have any rebuttal at all. Once refuted, destruction is ushered in. Mitsui Hyakuji knew that Qin Yenguan was not joking with him. Transcendents that really do have the ability to exterminate the Mitsui family, even among the most powerful level 90 or above professions in their family. In front of the Transcendentals, they were like infants and would not be able to put up any resistance at all. A cold sweat had covered Mitsui Hyakuji's forehead. The two Transcendents stood as if they were statues, not moving at all, but it was like a huge mountain that pressed down on everyone. Time passes by. Soon the minute was up. Qin Yenguan said, "It seems that your Mitsui family wants to be buried with him, so that's fine." Then, a spell gradually appeared above his head. This spell formation was incomparably huge and was even able to cover the entire Mitsui family. Within the spell formation, countless terrifying killing intent coalesced, as if countless evil ghosts of the abyss were active within it. Soon, the spell formed a large mountain that was about to fall. Everyone in the Mitsui family felt like they couldn't breathe at the moment. That's when Mitsui Hyakuji finally couldn't hold out any longer. I'll bring the people out, and your honor will please stop immediately." After saying that, he didn't even dare to stay and immediately returned to the Mitsui family. When Qin Yenguan saw this, the power of the spell formation did not continue to coalesce, but waited. But it didn't dissipate. It could fall again at any time. Soon enough, Mitsui Pestle Sang was brought out. At the moment, he was still very confused and didn't know what was happening. When he came out, looking at the huge phalanx in the sky, for some reason, Mitsui Pestle Sang actually had a feeling of death. "What's going on, father? What happened?" Instead of speaking, Mitsui Hyakuji took him up into the sky and brought him in front of the two Qin Yenguan. Qin Yenguan glanced at him. "You're the one who, with a few level 40 profession mediums, sneaked up on my students in front of the copy portal?" Hearing this, Mitsui Pesselman froze for a moment, and then there was a pang of fear. I didn't." Mitsui Pestle Shang still wanted to argue, but Qin Yenguan suddenly glared. At once, several rays of light shot towards Mitsui Pestle Sang, and then, a picture appeared in the sky. It was the image of Mitsui Pestle Sang sneaking up on both Li Du and Fuming. At the sight of this image, Mitsui Pestle Sang trembled with fear, and Mitsui Hyakuji couldn't have imagined that his own son had messed with these two big shots because of this matter. Confirmation is complete and the screen disappears. Qin Yenguan's gaze swept to Mitsui Pestle Shang, and then, his body suddenly expanded as if it was a balloon. Bang! The balloon exploded, and Mitsui Pestle Sang immediately turned into a puff of blood. Couldn't even make a scream. When the people below saw this scene, their legs went limp and they couldn't say anything. Mitsui Momochi said hoarsely, "That should do it, my lords?" Qin Yenguan didn't say anything and suddenly looked towards the Mitsui family's headquarters. It was then that he spoke. "People can still be resurrected after death. It seems that you have items within the Mitsui family that are capable of branding the soul." And then, the sky spell formation operated, and a black light immediately rushed there. Boom! Strong explosions appeared, and the Mitsui family's headquarters was unexpectedly instantly reduced to rubble. Countless facilities, countless people in them, have simply died without even realizing anything. Mitsui Hyakuji's body was trembling. The destruction of the headquarters meant that the shrines within the Mitsui family were also destroyed. Those shrines contained the branding of countless important figures of the family, and with the branding, they could be resurrected even if they died. But now the branding was completely destroyed. This means that once they're dead, they're really dead, and there is no way that Mitsui Pestle Sang will ever be resurrected. The Mitsui family, as a result, was destroyed by at least a large portion. This is just a warning. I don't care about the struggles of the younger generation, but if anyone bullies the younger generation by bullying the bigger ones and the more by bullying the lesser ones, the next one to be annihilated will be the whole of your Mitsui clan. At the end of the sentence, Qin Yenguan and the other talent gradually left. By the time they had left, Mitsui Hyakuji was limp and unable to get up. Master of the house. A few elders in the family immediately came to serve Mitsui Hyakuji. Looking sad, one of the relatively young elders shouted, "Baka Pressure Road, family master. They are too arrogant. We must not let it go like this." At this time, Mitsui Hyakuji suddenly drank. "What do you want to do? Do you want the entire Mitsui clan to be destroyed? We still have the Lighthouse Kingdom. If we go and beg the Lighthouse State, they'll definitely help us get revenge." Ridiculous. Mitsui Momochi was very sober. You give the entire Mitsui family to the Lighthouse Kingdom, and they won't even go against two transcendents for us. This is despite the fact that the countries of the world have friction with each other and have even caused many wars at one time. But the World War was never fought, all because of the Transcendentals. Relying on the backing of the Lighthouse country, the Sakura country was able to provoke the Great Xia country many times. It was even able to sneak in from time to time and cause trouble for the Great Summer country. However, all of this is actually under the control of the Great Summer state. Once they rose to Transcendent, if the Great Summer Kingdom wanted to destroy the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, there was no way the Lighthouse Kingdom would be able to stop them. Mitsui Hyakuji's voice was trembling. Don't forget what these two have done before. They've already been merciful by not exterminating my Mitsui family. And, this time, they didn't do it for no reason. The Lighthouse state couldn't find too good a reason to make trouble even if they wanted to. This time, for the first time, he began to hate his youngest son. Mitsui Pestle sang, if he hadn't messed with the wrong person, the Mitsui family would never have gotten into this mess. Hearing this, the others were angry, but to no avail. They didn't dare to spread their anger on the two transcendents, so they had to blame Mitsui Pestle sang for everything. Blame it on Mitsui Pestle sang. If it weren't for him, would the Mitsui family be like this? Chapter 141 Bloodthirsty Island. After killing so many people, the two were not in a heavy mood when they went back. On the contrary, very relaxed. Elder Chin, this isn't like your temper, that you didn't wipe out the entire Mitsui family. It was the other transcendent who spoke. Qin Yenguan laughed. People are old. Their hearts are tired. They don't want to create too much killing. They need to build up some virtue. Destroying half is enough. Shaking his head, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, Zhou Lao Lu, why did you come along this time? This transcendent was surnamed Zhou, and his name was Zhou Ru. When he was young, he ranked 6th in the family, so he had always been called Zhou Lao Lu by his peers. Once upon a time, he and Qin Yenguan were the same batch of abyssal warriors. The two were comrades in arms for a long time. Later, Qin Yenguan retired, while Zhou Ru entered the top echelons of Dixia. Hearing Qin Yenguan's words, Zhou Ru let out a cold snort. You can stand up for your students, but I can't stand up for my niece? Hearing this, it was Qin Yenguan's turn to be surprised. Your niece? Which one? Zhou Ru immediately blew his beard and glared. You Qin Lao Air, are you pretending not to know or you really don't know? Who do you think called you? It took Qin Yenguan a moment to remember. So your niece is actually the daughter of that kid from the Fu family. That kid isn't thick. I remember that Elder Fu is not bad either. Why did he call out to you? Zhou Ru snorted coldly. It's good that you know. That brat, on the basis of being my niece's father, there are things to find me. The two bickered and laughed and went back. Soon, a week had passed. During this time, the news that the Mitsui family had suffered a great disaster had spread throughout the world. After learning that it was a transcendent who had struck, no one dared to let out a single fart. The Lighthouse Kingdom did look for the Great Summer Kingdom to make a claim, but after learning the cause of the incident, it was not good for them to say anything else. After all, in the end, the fault for this was that the Mitsui family had messed with the wrong person. The Lighthouse state couldn't help if they wanted to. Instead, it was the Sakura country that had been protesting, reportedly rewriting the protest many times because of formatting issues before handing it over to the diplomatic office of the Great Summer. Then it took several days to get a reply. The resulting reply letter had only 2 words scribbled on it. Read. It was said that the incident became an international joke, and Sakura country was ridiculed by countless countries as a result. For all this, Li Du didn't care. Fuming didn't care either. Mitsui Pestle is dead, and they're comfortable. Over the past few days, the two had been in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, constantly attacking the various copies, and were also gradually approaching the seashore. Although there were a number of dangers along the way, none of them ended up causing too much trouble. If it was not possible, Li Du was still able to turn on the wrath of the living spirit. Thanks to the motorcycle, the journey, which had been predicted to take a month, was cut much shorter. In just 1 week, the two were at the beach. The salty sea breeze brings a very cool feeling. Finally, the beach. Fuming was very happy and opened his arms to the sea breeze. The graceful curves create their own scenery. Lido said, yeah, it's not easy. A week's journey was not really long to say the least. But this was the battlefield of the 10,000 races. During this period, the two had experienced countless battles and an unknown number of copies. Suffice it to say, it's been a very full and tiring week. Li Du, what materials are you going to collect? At this point, Fu Ming was already a bit impatient. She wanted to hurry and collect the materials with Li Du and leave in a hurry. The battlefield of the 10,000 races was really not a place for people to stay. If she wasn't with Li Du, she would have wanted to leave long ago. Let's see. Li Du immediately took out the list. Heart of the Blood Scale, 5. Tears of the Mermaid King, 10 drops. Bloodthirsty Whale's Teeth, 15. Pincers of the Skyhorn Shrimp, 6. After reading the list, Li Du took out the map again. And then, Li Du immediately locked onto one of the copies. All these materials, they are all produced in the same place. Li Du pointed to the map Bloodthirsty Sea Island. It's a small island off the coast. The island is home to countless vicious sea monsters. Among them, the bloodthirsty whale, skyhorn shrimp, and blood jiao were the most vicious. And there are copies deep in the island King of the Mermaids. After determining their bearings, the two of them hoofed it and immediately rushed over. The beach has been much less crowded compared to other places. All those who dared to come here were also the elite of the elite. Basically, a whole set of epic level suits were standard. And Li Du was even able to see a few legendary level professions that were still wearing a few pieces of legendary level equipment. And most people are in groups of 5 or 5. The two of them, Li Du and Fuming Kai, were instead anomalies on the beach. Soon after, the two arrived in front of a teleportation array. Here you can teleport to various nearby islands. Entering the teleportation array, the two immediately teleported to the island. The whole island is large and sprawling. Immediately after the two arrived, a noise was heard. And then, a huge lobster with horns on its head was seen coming this way. Li Du immediately cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Shrimp in TN Coke. Rank, 36. Type, common wildlife. Life value, 98,000. Power, 7,800. Seeing this attribute, Li Du couldn't help but be surprised. At only level 36, he had nearly 100,000 blood and close to 8,000 strength. This attribute, in the rest of the 10,000 races battlefield, could not even be reached by elite monsters. No wonder they say the beach is dangerous. This place is indeed quite dangerous. If this is true for regular wildlife, I wonder how it is for other wildlife. But despite the high attributes, it still wasn't much of a threat in front of the two. Li Du directly turned on the wrath of the living spirit and made a quick battle. Soon, the skyhorn shrimp was killed. You killed the skyhorn shrimp, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained 6,800 experience points. You have obtained the material, shrimp shells of the skyhorn shrimp. Seeing the dropped materials, Li Du was a bit puzzled. Why didn't you drop the pliers? Picking up the shrimp shells. This was a fine-grade material with a very hard texture, capable of being used to create decent armor. But that wasn't what Li Du needed. Fuming said, maybe the pincers have a probability of dropping? Li Du thought about it, thought it was possible, and didn't say anything. The two continued on their way. On the outskirts of the island, the most abundant shrimp is the skink shrimp. Most of these skyhorn shrimps were level 36, and a few had level 37 with even higher attributes. They come in 2s and 3s, move suddenly, and may even be sneaked up on if they are unguarded. Luckily, Li Du was very vigilant along the way. Killed quite a few skyhorn shrimps along the way. I'm afraid there are 40 or 50 of them when you do the math. However, what puzzled Li Du was that all they had harvested were the shells of the skyhorn shrimp, and no pincers had fallen off. This made Li Du very puzzled. Is his luck that bad? Unfortunately, Li Du's heavenly abyssal pupil was unable to view the dropped items of the heavenly horn shrimp. Otherwise, Li Du really wanted to know if these shrimps would drop their pincers or not. More than half an hour later, the two came to a swampy clearing. An extraordinarily large skink shrimp was seen, probably twice the size of a normal skink shrimp. Li Du immediately used the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Shrimp in TN Coke. Type, reinforced elite monster. Rank, 38. Life value, 268,000. Power, 19,000. Characteristics, infinite strength, when attacking. Double strength. Skills, reloading, horn bludgeoning, dominating tentacles. The attributes are surprisingly high. The power of this heavenly horn shrimp surprised Li Du. This was already fully in the category of alpha-level wild monsters. Even if it was a legend-ranked professional, I'm afraid that against this heavenly horn shrimp, it would be a tough fight. Ming Ming, back off. Li Du opened his mouth. When the heavenly horn shrimp attacked, its power would double. Fuming was only an epic-level profession, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to carry a blow from a heavenly horn shrimp. Fuming nodded and immediately stepped back. Along the way, a lot of the time it was actually Li Du alone who killed the monsters and took her to practice leveling. The further they went, the stronger the wild monsters they encountered, and the role that Fuming could play became smaller and smaller, so much so that when she encountered a powerful wild monster, she could only hide behind Li Du. At first, she was a little disgruntled, but after what happened to Mitsui Pestle Sang, Fuming became willing to hide behind Li Du. She didn't want to do nothing, though. During this period of time, she didn't know how many 5 times experience cards she had consumed. The experience value of the two had increased by leaps and bounds during this period. It's getting close to being enough for an upgrade, including countless potions and countless supplies, all of which were actually prepared by fuming. Li Du was still in the duration of the rage of the living. Even though the heavenly horned shrimp was very powerful, it was still no match against Li Du, who possessed the wrath of the living spirit. Abyssal Chop. Li Du releases his skills. A simple battle cry immediately cracked the shells of the heavenly horned shrimp. The skyhorn shrimp screamed miserably, and then it collapsed. A life value as high as over 200,000 could not stop Li Du's chopping attack. You kill the skyhorn shrimp, elite, gaining a lifespan of 1 year, and you gain an experience value of 45,000. You have obtained reinforced shrimp shells. Pincers of the heavenly horned shrimp finally dropped the pliers. Lido was very happy to get the pliers. At this time, he also finally understood. It turns out that the pincers need to be dropped by an elite monster level skyhorn shrimp. No wonder so many heavenly horned shrimps were only dropping shrimp shells after killing them before. After killing the elite skyhorn shrimp, the two of them continued on their way, looking for other skyhorn shrimps. However, wandering around, one could only see some ordinary skyhorn shrimps. After killing them, no pincers would be dropped. Fuming said, Li Du, there might only be one elite level skyhorn shrimp nearby. We'll have to wait for its next refresh. As it should be, Li Du was somewhat helpless. Although the hourglass of time was able to refresh the copy cooldown, Li Du and Fu Ming did not enter the copy, but instead came to the island. He couldn't use the hourglass of time at all. Therefore, it will have to wait as well. Li Du said, keep going, go to other areas and brush other materials. Since you can't find the elite skyhorn shrimp, go find other wild monsters. Soon, the two left the area. Meanwhile, come to another part of the island. It's a body of water with lakes everywhere. In the vicinity of the lake, there were a number of huge monsters inhabiting the area, which looked like pythons and dragons, and their bodies were filled with the color of blood. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss, which was none other than the blood Jiao. Chapter 142 Advanced Water Avoidance Ring. Li Du opened the pupil of the heavenly abyss to check the status of the blood scale. Blood scale. Type, common wildlife. Rank, 35. Life value, 126,800. Power, 8,200. Characteristics, aquatic creature, fighting in water increases all attributes by 10%. As expected, the values were still very powerful, even stronger than the skyhorn shrimp. Moreover, as a normal wild monster, it surprisingly possessed traits as well. The island by the sea is really very sick. Even a random wild monster was not something an ordinary professional could deal with. However, it was still nothing to Li Du. With a life value of 120,000, if it was an ordinary epic level professional, it might still be very difficult to deal with. But to Li Du, even if he didn't use the wrath of the living spirit, it was just a matter of spending a few more minutes. After using the wrath of the living spirit, these wild monsters were not a threat to Li Du at all. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Li Du unleashed his skills, and the chopping attack was as harsh and terrifying as a black moon. Soon, several blood skulls were directly cut down at the waist by Li Du. You have killed the blood scale, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained an experience value of 7,200. You have obtained the tendon of the blood scaly dragon. Seeing the materials obtained, Li Du thought to himself that it was true. It seems that ordinary blood scrolls don't drop their hearts at all, no matter how many we kill. I'm afraid that only elite level blood scaly scales would drop their hearts. I just don't know where the elite blood scrolls are. A few blood Jiao were killed, and the nearby blood Jiao raged and rushed towards Li Du. With another abyssal chop, Li Du killed the blood Jiao completely. With some disappointment, Li Du and Fu Ming wandered around the neighborhood. This was the territory of the blood Jiao, and there were quite a number of blood Jiao, but none of them were a threat. In a short while, dozens of blood Jiao died. These blood augurs were red in color, very demonic, and the blood that flowed out when they died was also red, blending in with its skin, looking at it with an inexplicable feeling. After walking for about half an hour until Li Du's living spirit's wrath duration was about to end, Li Du finally saw an extraordinarily large-sized blood Jiao. Blood scale. Type, reinforced elite monster. Rank, 37. Life value, 329,000. Power, 28,000. Characteristics, a dragon in the water. Fighting in the water increases all attributes by 15%. Skills, twisting and twisting, destructive water ball, water arrow, auger beam. Just by looking at the attributes, the elite blood Jiao was even more powerful than the elite skyhorn shrimp. The 15% increase in all attributes from fighting in the water made the values of the blood augur far exceed even boss-level wild monsters. Not only the life value and strength, but the rest of the attributes, including various resistances. The blood augur was extremely high. Li Du estimated that even a legendary profession was afraid that it would be difficult to kill the blood scale alone. After all, it's too powerful. Roar! After the elite blood Jiao discovered Li Du, it immediately surged out of the water and hissed at Li Du. And then, it immediately attacked. Several water arrows appeared beside the elite blood Jiao's body. As the blood Jiao's body surged, the water arrows immediately shot towards Li Du. Seeing this, Li Du directly used Hilly. Snap! A few water arrows landed on Li Du and immediately splashed down into splashes. With the stalwart deflection, the water arrows didn't do much damage to Li Du. The water arrows were useless, and the blood Jiao twisted its body and hissed. And then, once again, the attack was launched. It coalesced an intense ball of water from the top of its head. The water ball looked soft, but Li Du immediately detected the terrifying energy contained in it through the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Seeing this, Li Du no longer stayed his hand. Heavenly Fury Fireball. The sky spell formed and the fireball immediately coalesced. Li Du then released it straight away. Although the power of the fireball was not intensified to the maximum due to the instantaneous release, but it was enough for Li Du. Boom! The fireball landed on the blood scroll's body and immediately vaporized the water ball. The blood Jiao was also surrounded by a sea of fire as a result, letting out a miserable cry. Nowadays, Li Du's attributes were too high, especially with the enhancement of the rage of the living spirit. There were not many wild monsters that could block one of Li Du's fireballs. Hoo! The firelight evaporated a large amount of the lake. When the flames were extinguished, the blood augur was dead. You kill the blood scale, gaining a lifespan of 1 year, and you gain an experience value of 58,000. You have obtained strengthened blood scaly tendon, blood scaly heart. Seeing the blood red heart, Li Du finally revealed a smile. As expected, only elite monsters could drop the corresponding materials. Next, it's time to find the elite monsters of the bloodthirsty whale. 3 materials: the pincers of the heavenly horned shrimp, the heart of the blood Jiao, and the teeth of the bloodthirsty whale, which could all be found on the bloodthirsty sea island. The only thing you have to do is enter the King of Mermaids' copy of Tears of the King of Mermaids. It was just that the island was huge, and to reach the territory of the bloodthirsty whales, it would take some effort to find it. Li Du's map only recorded most of the locations of the copies, and did not record much specific information about the copies. And the beach is really dangerous. Not many people dare to come here. There are even fewer people who are still able to make maps when they come. As a result, maps of the seashore are often extremely valuable and have a price tag. At this moment, Li Du's rage of the living spirit was already on cooldown. But with the hourglass of time, Li Du was not worried. During the period of time on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Li Du didn't know how many materials he had collected and how many copies he had cleared. Nowadays, his spatial ring was filling up. You know, this is a 10 by 10 by 5 size. A full 500 cubic meters of space. So much space, it's all going to be underfilled. It can be seen that Li Du has killed exactly how much during this time. Li Du was already thinking about getting a ring with more space. The best is the kind of 20 by 20 by 20 size. A full 8,000 cubic meters. Not only can hold a lot of things, but also can withstand extremely high strength impact. It is difficult to be damaged. However, the more space the ring has, the higher the price. Li Du's current spatial ring was actually only a few tens of thousands of divine power value in terms of price. But once the specification of the space ring came to 1,000 cubic meters, this price could multiply several times. As for the 8,000 cubic meters, I'm afraid it would require millions of divine power values, more expensive than epic gear. As far as longevity is concerned, it's not as good as it could be. As Li Du's occupation carries sins, it will greatly increase the degree of life expectancy consumption, especially when Li Du unleashed his skills, or even when he used the wrath of the living spirit. The rate of depletion increased geometrically. It resulted in Li Du harvesting a large amount of lifespan while consuming a large amount of lifespan at the same time. After so many days, Li Du's lifespan had actually only accumulated more than 20,000 years. And the lifespan required to evolve a profession into a legendary profession was a full 3 million years. It's a long way to go. After wandering around the island for more than half an hour, the two of them were able to find the territory of the bloodthirsty whales. This is already the edge of the island. Bloodthirsty whales live in an atoll. The traffic circle encloses the ocean and creates an interior. The sea is extremely deep and bloodthirsty whales live in it. If you want to kill a bloodthirsty whale, you have to enter the sea. But Lido was in a difficult position. He had never been into the sea to fight. Fuming said, "Li Du, use this." With that, he handed Li Du a bracelet. Advanced Water Avoidance Ring, purple. After using it, you can fight in water as if you were walking on water. Maximum combat water depth 1000 meters. Full charge duration 600 hours. Seeing this prop, Li Du was a bit surprised. There are such props? Fuming smiled cheekily. Haven't seen it before, have you? I've got a lot of good stuff left. Every time she saw this kind of expression on Li Du, she was very proud. In terms of combat, she was far inferior to Li Du. But in terms of wealth, Li Du couldn't catch up with her. This was sort of complimentary in a way. Li Du laughed. Trading houses don't sell this kind of thing. At least, Li Du hadn't seen it. Fu Ming explained. The water avoidance ring is a special prop. It is only sold in special trading houses. You are not qualified to buy it now law. It's like a 5 times experience card. It's hard for the average person to buy these things. But Fu Ming was able to come up with a whole bunch of them casually. People really can't be generalized. After putting the water avoidance ring on, Fu Ming said, this is a gift for you. However, charging it requires spending divine power value, 10,000 divine power value, and it will be able to be fully charged. Now, the 2 high-level water avoidance rings that Fu Ming had taken out were both full of energy. Li Du also brought along. The 2 then jumped into the sea on the occasion. The moment the 2 approached the seawater, the water avoidance ring immediately gave birth to a transparent shield that wrapped the 2. The 2 who entered the water were thus cut off from the sea. Li Du tried to move his body and found that it was completely unaffected by the resistance of the water. It is amazing to move through the water as if flying through the sky. Turning his head, he found Vermin smiling at himself. You can try releasing the skill without being affected at all. Despite being in the water, Li Du was still able to hear Fu Ming's words clearly. Li Du tried releasing the skill and realized that the water-avoiding shield would not block the action of the skill at all. Accordingly, I'm afraid I can't stop the enemy's attack. What it does, it probably does, is also avoid water. After familiarizing themselves with the water for a while, the 2 immediately reached into the sea in search of the bloodthirsty whales. The further into the depths you go, the darker the light around you becomes. However, Li Du realized that the water avoidance ring was actually able to glow and illuminate the path in front of him. A water avoidance ring is capable of realizing sea battles without any repercussions. Soon after, Li Du saw some wild monsters, but they weren't bloodthirsty whales. Thorny octopus, type, common wildlife, rank, 36, life value, 148,000, power, 8,800, characteristics, toxin attack, spikes all over the body. Once stabbed, will be injected with toxin and fall into a paralyzed state. The wild monsters in the sea are more powerful than on land. And another normal wild monster with its own traits, or a toxin attack. There was not just one thorn octopus, but several. They had already discovered the 2 of them, Li Du and Fu Ming. Spikes. Li Du refreshed the skill of Biorage and directly cast Biorage. And then, unleashed the skills. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Shoo. Chopping slashed through the seawater and rushed out, immediately killing several octopuses. You kill the thorn octopus and gain a lifespan of 1 year. You gain an experience value of 7,200. You have acquired paralyzing toxin. After killing the octopus, the 2 continued on. It wasn't long before a behemoth was in sight. The whole body was pitch black and looked like an orca. As soon as it opened its mouth, it revealed shark-like jagged teeth and a cruel gaze. Bloodthirsty Whale. Chapter 143, Traveling to the Depths of the Island. The bloodthirsty whale was extremely large, with a body length of over 10 meters, much larger than the average orca. Moreover, the look was extremely vicious. Even looking at it from afar gave one a feeling of numbness. Li Du opened the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Bloodthirsty whale, type, reinforced elite monster, rank, 38, life value, 429,000, power, 36,000, characteristics, like a fish in water, fighting in water increases all attributes by 20%, skills, whale swallowing, pressure burst, infrasound shock, death tumble. Surprisingly, it's an elite monster straight away? Li Du couldn't help but sigh that he was so lucky that he didn't expect the first bloodthirsty whale he encountered to be an elite monster. However, when he saw its value, Li Du couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 420,000 blood, 36,000 strength. This was the first time that Li Du had ever seen a wild monster with a blood count of over 400,000. Compared to the island, the sea is rather more dangerous. At this moment, this bloodthirsty whale had already swum over, opening his bloody mouth. He was about to swallow both Li Du and Fu Ming. Seeing this, Li Du immediately released his skills. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. At once, a chopping attack was released. Perhaps the chopping was a little slower due to the resistance in the water. Just as the Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike was about to girdle the bloodthirsty whale, the bloodthirsty whale rolled over and actually dodged it. However, due to the bloodthirsty whale's huge size, the Heaven's Abyss Chopping Strike still struck its fin. The huge fin was sliced straight through, and instantly, a large amount of blood gushed out, staining the area red. Woo! Woo hoo hoo! The bloodthirsty whale immediately let out a mournful cry. At the same time, there was instant outrage. It rushed forward at once, shaking its huge body, and began to roll over and over. Boom boom boom! The seawater was stirred up by the tumbling of the tumbling bloodthirsty whale, and Li Du immediately felt his body rocking around uncontrollably. Not only that, the countless seawater lapping and squeezing all around brought about an extremely intense pressure, and almost in the next moment, Li Du felt that his body was going to be crushed. Hilly, Li Du released the stalwart and instantly stabilized his stance. Li Du! Just then, Fuming shouted. Li Du turned his head, but he saw Fuming, who was in a very bad condition at the moment. Because of the tremendous pressure, her body was constantly being pushed and shaken and squeezed by the seawater. Her expression was incomparably painful and she nearly fainted. Ming Ming! Li Du immediately shouted and pulled him through, but Hierophant could only protect Li Du alone, but not Fuming. Seeing this, Li Du looked at the bloodthirsty whale and a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Sins added to sins. As Li Du shouted, countless black swords immediately surged towards the bloodthirsty whale. You were able to dodge my heavenly abyss chopping strike. Let's see how you can dodge this. The bloodthirsty whale tried to dodge by rolling, but the black sword was locked. At once, hundreds of layers of sins were all added to the bloodthirsty whale's body. Ultimate judgment. As Li Du bellowed, the body of the bloodthirsty whale unexpectedly appeared with the silhouettes of countless sharp swords. They ran through the bloodthirsty whale's body from the inside out. By the time the sharp sword void ended, the bloodthirsty whale was already riddled with holes. Woohoo! It wailed, and then collapsed. You kill the bloodthirsty whale. The target's attributes are detected to be too high, and you gain a lifespan of 50 years. You gain an experience value of 68,000. You get Bloodthirsty Whale's Conch, Blue, Bloodthirsty Whale's Tooth X3. After seeing the 3 bloodthirsty whale teeth dropped, Li Du finally revealed a smile. Not only that, but a prop was dropped. Bloodthirsty Whale's Conch. Introduction. When blown, it is able to make the sound of a bloodthirsty whale. Through different sounds, you can attract the bloodthirsty whales to come or drive them away. Effect, blowing sound waves as infrasonic waves of bloodthirsty whales, which have a very powerful killing effect on low-level sea creatures. It can actually be used to attract bloodthirsty whales? Seeing the introduction of the conch, Li Du was very surprised. As for the effect of killing marine life, Li Du did not care. Currently, he did not lack the means to kill monsters. Picking up the conch, Li Du immediately blew. Woohoo! A rhythmic tone rang out. Lido tries to blow different tunes through different techniques. Indeed, soon after, the sea water around them gradually surged. Li Du immediately saw that several bloodthirsty whales were coming this way. It really works. Li Du cast his heavenly abyssal pupil to check, and surprisingly, he found that these bloodthirsty whales were all at the elite level. 4 heads in all. If you kill them all, you will be able to get 12 teeth. In this way, the bloodthirsty whale's teeth were collected. Seeing this, Li Du was overjoyed. This was followed immediately by refreshing skills through Hourglass. Sins added to sins. Instantly, countless black swords flew towards the 4 bloodthirsty whales. Worried that the sins weren't high enough, Li Du refreshed his skills again and put in another sin plus. And then, the ultimate trial. At once, the 4 bloodthirsty whales were similarly killed in seconds. You kill the bloodthirsty whale and gain a lifespan of 50 years. Gained experience value 68,000. You get Bloodthirsty Whale's Heart, Bloodthirsty Whale's Tooth X3. Several bloodthirsty whales with varying material drops, but each end is fixed to lose 3 teeth. In this way, 15 teeth have been collected. Yes, Li Du was very happy. After collecting the materials, the two left the seabed. Although it was said that with the water avoidance ring, movement wouldn't be too restricted, the water was ultimately no better than the ground. Moreover, the light was dim and could easily bring about depression. Upon disembarking, Fuming let out a long breath of relief. Phew, it's fresh air. Fuming's little nose twitched slightly. The sea is so hard. I never want to go in the water again. Lido snickered. I thought you were going to say no to going down. Hearing this, Fuming immediately puffed up her little face. You're the one going down to the sea? No, even you can't go down to the sea. Rarely in a good mood. Li Du accompanied her to joke. Why? Because you're No, because you're the one I invested in. Investments? Right, I'm very rich. I'm investing in you now. And in the future, even if you become stronger, you won't be able to get rid of my label for the rest of your life. Speaking of this, Fuming seemed to have thought of something happy and burst out laughing. She had a very bright smile and light dimples. Unlike her nature, she has a very cute smile. Li Du couldn't help but smile as well. In that case, you can't swing my label for the rest of your life. Oh. Fuming held her head high, I'm not going to have you tagged. Only I can tag you. The two laughed and joked around while looking like two young lovers in hot love. Vermin might not have realized it yet. Although Li Du realized it, he nevertheless purposely did not point it out. Even so, Li Du was willing to watch Fuming be like this. The girl's nature was such that if she had to describe it in one word, it might be arrogant. Like this, she looks the most beautiful. Once on the island, the two men looked around. After walking for most of the day, he finally found the rest of the elite-level heavenly horn shrimp and blood jiao. After a day of killing, Li Du had already collected most of his materials. At night, the two camped directly on the island. Fuming took out a spear from his spatial ring and stuck it in the ground. This was the demon avoidance spear, a very special prop. When inserted into the ground, no wild monsters would be found within a 300-meter radius. It was effective against wild monsters below level 40. It was with this demon-avoiding spear that the two could sleep peacefully at night. Otherwise, the ubiquitous wildlife makes the night not safe at all. After eating, the two rested. The next morning, he got up early and continued to go forward to kill the monsters. After killing for most of the day, Li Du finally gathered the remaining materials. That leaves only the tears of the King of Mermaids. This is the final ingredient. Only copies deep in the island will be available. Nowhere else. The two traveled directly to the depths of the island. The bloodthirsty sea island was actually not too big to say, but not too small to say. At least, not as easy as it could have gone. Especially if there are quite a few wilds along the way. By the time the two of them, Li Du and Fuming, arrived in the depths of the island, it was already afternoon. There were quite a few people gathered here, all of whom were attempting to pass their copies. Some people swept the two of them, Li Du and Fuming, and they were instantly a little surprised. Anyone who dared to come to the beach was an absolute genius. There is no doubt about that. But even so, the vast majority of people came in groups, and it took at least 4 or 5 people before they dared to come here. Teams below 4 are almost non-existent. As for Li Du and Fuming, there were surprisingly only 2 of them. They're so confident? Although they were curious, no one took the liberty of using the detection technique on the two without authorization. After all, no one knew if the person in front of them would be any of the geniuses. The two were just about to enter the copy when someone called out to them. Wait a moment. Li Du and Fuming turned back. Anything? This person was a 25 or 26-year-old youth, looking very ordinary. However, the expression was very confident. Do you two need information if you want to fight the King of Mermaids copy? For only 1,000 divine power values, I'll be able to provide you two with very detailed information. Not only does it have the background and origin of the copy, but it also contains various passage points, monster information, and the price is absolutely affordable. Hearing this, Li Du and Fuming exchanged glances. Li Du said, "Tell me about it then." Li Du then paid the divine power value. After receiving the divine power value, the youth immediately began to speak. First of all, the King of Mermaids is a special replica on this island. Originally, this island didn't have this replica, but in a change of events, a group of powerful mermaids came to the island and occupied an area. Eventually, this area then formed the copy. Because of this, there is only one type of monster within this copy, the mermaid. Based on strength, they can be divided into ordinary mermaid soldiers, elite mermaid soldiers, and mermaid commanders. As you can tell from the names, elite mermaid soldiers are elite monsters, and mermaid commanders are reinforced elite monsters. But the strength of the monsters in the replica is much higher than the outside world. Let's put it this way. Ordinary merfolk soldiers and elite merfolk soldiers are about 1.5 times as strong as the wild monsters in the outside world. The mermaid commander has to be stronger. As for the King of Mermaids, it has very special attributes. If you want to fight it better, you have to destroy as many mermaid monsters as possible. Because the more mermaid monsters remaining in the copy when you fight the King of Mermaids, the higher the attributes of the King of Mermaids will be. This is the most important news about the copy, and I would never have said anything if you two hadn't been so generous. Chapter 144, The Mere People. Hearing this, Li Du was still rather surprised. Another new mechanism. The attributes of the King of Mermaids would change according to the changes in the surviving mermaid soldiers. A special mechanism that Li Du had never heard of before. If you don't know anything about it, you're just looking for a quick pass. By the time you enter the leader's room and see the attributes of the King of Mermaids, there's no chance you'll fall into despair. And right now, it does help to know that ahead of time. The youth continued. On top of that, these mermaid soldiers are very good at wheel-to-wheel combat. They tend to send a few soldiers first, and after depleting your skills, they then proceed to show up with more soldiers until they exhaust you before delivering the killing blow. Therefore, when you beat the mermaid soldiers, your hands must be hard. It's best to kill them before they can react and deny them the chance to consume you. said that for about 10 minutes. Finally the various points in the copy were covered. Afterwards, Li Du and Fu Ming entered the copy. After going through the portal, the two came to an island. It's pretty much the same as the island outside, as if you didn't enter the copy at all. But the difference is that the air is very humid and there are puddles everywhere. The two had just entered when they saw several fish-headed monsters with spears or tridents in their hands, the very same mermaid soldiers. Seeing this, Fu Ming instantly looked disgusted. It's so ugly. How do these mermaids look like this? Li Du also felt a little funny. After all, the mermaids he remembered should be fish-tailed. It was said that such mermaids were very handsome and were able to mesmerize humans with their songs. A monster like this fish-headed person had never been seen by Li Du. Or is it not a mermaid at all? Li Du immediately used the pupil of the heavenly abyss. Fish soldiers, type, common wildlife, rank, 37, life value, 148, 000, power, 13, 000, feature, swarming, when fighting in a group. Gain a 5% increase in all attributes and a 10% increase in damage. Sure enough, reading the description, this is actually a fishman, not a mermaid. It's just a little bit backwards, but there's a world of difference in nature. That youth wasn't wrong. The monsters here did have high attributes. Even ordinary wild monsters were comparable to the elite monsters in the outside world. Li Du did not hold back and directly used the wrath of the living spirit. At this moment, the fishmen soldiers discovered Li Du and rushed up. They wield their spears with great agility. However, Li Du immediately released his skills. As the light from the heavenly abyssal chopping strike cut away, the fishman soldier was instantly cut at the waist. You killed a fishman soldier. Gain a lifespan of 1 year, and gain an experience value of 6,200. You get enhanced fish scale. After a few fishman soldiers died, Li Du immediately took out the hourglass of time and refreshed the cooldown time for the heavenly abyssal slash. At this point, he looked at the hourglass of time again and realized that it was almost out of energy. So, Li Du had to recharge again. I seem to be relying on the hourglass of time too much these days? As he continued to move forward, Li Du suddenly thought, with the hourglass of time, as long as there were enough divine power values, Li Du was able to release his skills almost infinitely. However, this situation caused Li Du some concern. What if one day, the hourglass of time didn't work anymore, or he didn't have enough divine power value? In fact, during the period of the bloody prison copy, Li Du had experienced it once. That one was a conflict with the Holy Warriors Guild. At that time, the Guild of Holy Warriors left under his watch. In fact, if he used the hourglass of time, Li Du was confident that he could leave those people behind. However, at that time, he wouldn't have much divine power value, and would be able to recharge the hourglass of time at most once. Therefore, Li Du did not make a move in the end. This was one of the few times that Li Du did not completely retaliate back when he was provoked. When we return from the battlefield of the 10,000 races, let's prepare more skills. The number of skills I have is still a bit low. Currently, Li Du only had 4 main output skills: Heavenly Abyssal Chop, Heavenly Fury Fireball, Sin Plus, Ultimate Judgment. In reality, Sin Plus and Ultimate Judgment were both bound, so there were technically only 3 main output skills for Li Du. Like 10,000 swords returning, due to the low skill level, it was now difficult to be able to clear the field unless Li Du opened 100 times the Wrath of the Living Spirit. Thunder Heavy Strike, which was only a fine great skill, even if it was strengthened tenfold, it might not be enough in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Sky Abyssal Chopper is sort of a top-down replacement for Thunder Slam, so this skill has very little to do. As for Wolf King Sharp Claws, let's forget about this one. This kind of skill, even if it is strengthened 100 times or even 1,000 times, it is still painless. Level 10 or even before level 15 it was still a little bit useful. By now Li Du is almost forgetting about it. If you count Magic Abyss Confinement, it's 4 skills at most. However, if Magic Abyss Imprisonment wanted to kill someone, it needed a longer period of time to suck the opponent's lifespan. Moreover, once the opponent was too strong, the Demonic Abyss Imprisonment might not even succeed in imprisoning the target. The Hierophant is a defensive skill. As for the others, General Summoning, Inferno Lord, and Sand Soldier Summoning, are all summoning classes. There was a drawback to summoning type skills, and that was that the power or lack thereof of the summon was related to one's own attributes. Summons can be an excellent beater, but hardly the key hand that decides a win. The summons are absolutely excellent when fighting both normal wild and elite monsters, but once you deal with the alpha, the summons are very limited. This is why, in general, summoning professions are somewhat weak. Even for a legendary ranked profession like Xia Ishui, the performance was still somewhat inferior compared to other legendary ranked professions. Li Du planned to get more small range output skills. the kind that works well for hitting a single and several enemies, like the Tenchi chopper. As for the large range, Li Du believed that it would be hard to come up with a more powerful skill than the Heavenly Rage Fireball. The skills opened from the Omnipotent Scrolls are all absolutely top-notch within the same quality. Whether it was 10,000 Swords or Heaven's Fury Fireball, the performance was far stronger than normal epic level skills. As long as you have enough skills, you don't have to worry about cooldowns anymore. At this time, the two had officially entered the island. In the Mermaid Sea Island, there are rivers and lakes everywhere. The water area is extremely vast, and the land is instead an uncommon landscape. At this point, the two finally saw the impressionable mermaid. They are constantly swimming and frolicking in the water. As far as the eye could see, the mermaids were all female, and their looks were absolutely beautiful. If this wasn't a copy, many people might not even be able to lay a hand on them. Li Du cast the pupil of the Heavenly Abyss. Mermaid Soldier. Type, Common Wildlife. Rank, 38. Life Value, 168,000. Power, 8,200. Characteristics, Clarity of Mind. Gain 90% immunity to mental damage. For the Queen, inactivated. When the Queen of the Mermaids is present, inspires a desire to fight, increasing all attributes by 20% and damage by 30%. The attributes of these mermaid soldiers were quite a bit higher than the previous fishmen, and their characteristics were also very powerful. Only, somehow the power is relatively low, but 8,200 is a very powerful force. As the two approached, the mermaid soldiers had spotted them. At once, they immediately put on their icy expressions. Several mermaid soldiers immediately raised their tridents. Humans, kill. With a cold end, a few mermaid soldiers actually turned their fishtails into legs and rushed up. Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike. Even though the mermaid soldier looked very beautiful, Li Du would not take pity on her. The Heavenly Abyss Chopping Strike chopped through and immediately killed them. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, once you are soft-hearted, you don't even know when you will die. You have struck a fish soldier, gained 1 year of life, and gained 7,000 experience points. You get beautiful fish scales. The kill haul is pretty average, but pretty normal considering it's a normal wild monster. After opening the Rage of the Living Spirit, Li Du's damage was directly increased by 10 times. The Heavenly Abyssal Slash was originally an epic level profession skill, and the damage was quite a bit higher than normal epic level skills. After being strengthened tenfold, the damage that could be dealt was simply incalculable. Continuing on, they encountered a number of mermaid soldiers again. Li Du didn't even hold back. The two were in no hurry to head into the depths of the replica. After all, the attributes of the King of Mermaids were related to the surviving mermaid soldiers. If he could, Li Du wanted to kill all the mermaid soldiers in this place first, and then fight the King of Mermaids afterward. If the King of Mermaids' attributes were too high, so high that Li Du's 10 times the amount of living wrath couldn't deal with it, then it wouldn't be funny. Nowadays, Li Du didn't have much life expectancy and had to save up his life to upgrade his profession to legendary level. If he could, Lido wanted to squander less. After strolling around the periphery and confirming that there were no more mermaid soldiers to be seen, the two of them continued on their way. Entering the depths of the island, new mermaid soldiers were seen, but these mermaid soldiers were not only wearing armor on their bodies, the tridents they were holding looked even more refined. Elite Merfolk Soldiers. Type, Elite Monster. Rank, 38. Life Value, 386,000. Power, 28,000. Features, Elite Combat, 10% 30% increase in all attributes when fighting. For the Queen, not activated. Skills, Powerful Strike, Water Bomb, Sound of Waves, Righteous Bombardment. The attributes are really not low. The life value reached a terrifying 380,000, though the strength was still relatively low at less than 30,000. However, they also have the property of having their entire attributes boosted during combat. That alone is powerful. Humans, kill. Slaughter the humans for the Queen. The elite mermaid soldiers immediately rushed up. They cried out while releasing their skills towards Li Du. Soon, several water balloons rushed over. Don't look at it as just water balls, but Li Du's heavenly abyssal pupil was able to sense that these water balls were able to easily shatter even rocks. Moreover, the flight speed of the water balloon was very fast, so even if it was dodged, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to avoid it. Hilly, Li Du directly released his skills, and after that, it took a few water balloons hard. Pop pop pop. The water droplets splashed down nearby, surprisingly punching holes right through the ground. You can see how much damage the water balloon does. However, with the stalwart dissolution, Li Du didn't suffer much damage. A few elite mermaid soldiers were surprised to see this. Finished your skills? Li Du sneered. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 145, Queen of the Mere People. Even though the attributes of the elite merfolk soldiers were so high, it was not to the point that Li Du was afraid. It wasn't as if Li Du hadn't seen anything with higher attributes than this. Tian Yuan chopping strike. It was still a flat and uninteresting heavens abyss chopping strike, and when the chopping strike landed, a few elite mermaid soldiers died instantly. You have struck an elite soldier of the Killer Fish clan, gained a lifespan of 1 year, and gained an experience value of 68,000. You get Mermaid's Tears. After killing it, you get a few tear-shaped gems. Li Du took a look. Mermaid's Tear, a teardrop that falls from the mermaid race, containing the strong spiritual power of the mermaid race. Only the elites among the mermaid race can drop it. Effect, boosts immunity to psychic damage by 10%. Other effects can be used to build and strengthen corresponding equipment. Not bad material. After collecting the materials, Li Du released his skills again and killed the remaining elite mermaid soldiers. Still as before, Li Du and Fuming searched for wild monsters in the neighborhood until they had killed almost all of the wild monsters here before continuing to the next place. It's just that it takes a lot longer to do so. Shortly after, Li Du's rage of the living spirit effect had disappeared. However, the two encountered the elite merfolk soldiers again. There was nothing he could do. Li Du had to recharge the hourglass of time and continue to turn on the wrath of the living spirit. The attributes of these wild monsters are too high. Even though Li Du was now an epic level profession, and even his attributes were comparable to those of a legend level profession, it was still not easy to deal with these monsters, though still able to kill. However, with the current strength of the two of them, I'm afraid that killing these few mermaid soldiers would take an hour or two. If they engaged in a wheel battle, the two would be in danger. Therefore, Li Du had to keep the rage of the living spirit turned on at all times. After another half hour or so of walking, it was finally determined that even the elite merfolk soldiers had been killed. The two then proceeded to enter deeper into the island. When he came here, Li Du saw even more powerful mermaid soldiers. It was already heavily armed, more well-equipped than the elite merfolk soldiers. Moreover, there were quite a few elites that were circling around such a merfolk. Mermaid Commander. Type, Minor Leader. Rank, 39. Life Value, 386,000. Power, 40,000. Features, fully armed, gain 30% damage immunity, 30% damage boost. Elite of the elites, when fighting, all attributes are boosted by 20% 40%. For the Queen, inactive. Skills, Desperate Strike, Super Water Bomb, Voice of Despair, Follow Me to the Battle. Although the life value of the Mermaid Race Commander was the same as the Mermaid Race Elite, all other aspects of his attributes had received a huge boost, especially his strength, which had been directly raised to 40,000. Moreover, the characteristics possessed are also very perverse. The 30% damage boost in damage immunity allows the Merfolk Commander to have a very high self-defense while having a very powerful output. Moreover, the full attributes will also be increased by at least 20% when fighting. Li Du's expression finally became grave. If the Mermaid Clan Commander is this powerful, how strong should the Mermaid Clan Queen be? This copy is, indeed, very perverse. In fact, if others knew Li Du's rank, I'm afraid they would think that Li Du was even more perverted. Since the copies of the Battlefield of the Nations do not have a lower entry-level limit, many lower-leveled professionals can actually challenge the higher-leveled copies. However, the copy of the Battlefield of the Nations has a very cruel mechanism. Once you enter, you cannot exit at will. If you want to exit, you can only walk to the copy portal and walk out yourself. Not like some copies where you can teleport out anytime, anywhere. Therefore, copies of the Battlefield of the 10,000 races are actually very dangerous. Many people who want to challenge the high-level copies often falter or even die in the process. By now, almost no one would challenge a copy across levels at the Battlefield of the 10,000 races. Like the King of Mermaids replica, professionals tend to level themselves up to level 39 before taking on the challenge. This is because once this copy is over level 40, it is not allowed to enter. For someone like Li Du to dare to challenge a copy when he was only level 24 was simply unprecedented. Even a team of legendary profession would not dare to challenge this copy before level 30. It was said that the best score for this copy was still set by a legendary team. Every member of that team was only level 30, and all they wore were epic level sets, without a single piece of legendary level equipment. Surprisingly, they were able to pass this copy, and it was a great deal of fun for people to talk about. It's a shame there's no record tablet here, otherwise you'd still be able to see a copy of the record. The Mermaid Clan Commander was indeed powerful. During the battle, Li Du realized that the Mermaid Clan Commander's attacks were very powerful and had a huge range. For this reason, Li Du even kept Fuming away from himself. Li Du wasn't worried about himself, he was mainly worried about Fuming. However, Fuming himself had many means of preserving his life. Sometimes, When the mermaid commander shifted his target to try to deal with Fuming, he only saw Fuming take out a piece of talisman paper, and after tearing it open, her person unexpectedly disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she had already reached the far other side. Therefore, Fuming did not become a burden to Li Du. Li Du also concentrated on fighting the mermaid clan commander as a result. Despite the fact that the mermaid commander's damage is extremely high, however, Li Du was still able to carry it off after he turned on the stiletto. While Li Du's attack was a fatal blow to the mermaid clan's commander, despite the fact that the merfolk commander had 30% damage immunity, Li Du killed the merfolk commander after releasing 2 abyssal slashes. Soon after, the alert message appeared. You have struck the Killer Fish clan commander and detected that the target's attributes are too high. You gain a lifespan of 50 years. You gain experience value of 80,000. You get Mermaid's Tier, Commander's Trident, Blue. After killing the mermaid clan's commander, Li Du directly received 50 years of life. Sure enough, this wild monster's attributes are really high. By now, Li Du's attributes were extremely high. Few wilds have attributes that far exceed his. As a result, it was difficult for Li Du to trigger the extra bonus of the talent. However, after killing the mermaid clan commander, it was able to trigger it. It could be seen that the mermaid clan commander was powerful. By killing the king of mermaids, I should be able to eat the full reward and get 100 years of life. Thinking of this, Li Du was instantly motivated. Phew, finally killed it. This monster is pretty sick. At this point, Fuming was finally relieved. When it came to this, she could not play any role at all. Even if she didn't have a lot of props, she might have turned into a liability for Li Du. Despite not admitting it on his lips, Fuming knew in his heart that the gap between himself and Li Du was getting wider and wider. Li Du laughed. It's still because our level is too low. According to the current strength, Li Du believes that when he reaches level 30, passing this copy will be as simple as drinking water. At that time, there was no need to even use the wrath of the living spirit at all. Fuming looked up at Li Du, suddenly froze for a few seconds, and then puffed up her little face. Li Du, even if you're very powerful now, you must not take it lightly. I will definitely surpass you. I'll wait. Humph, just you wait. Fuming is very confident. In fact, there was one thing, or rather a secret, that she hadn't told Li Du. This secret was the key to her surpassing Li Du. However, at the moment she is not able to realize it. I'm in no hurry. Just wait until level 30. I'll definitely surprise Li Du then. When he thought of Li Du's future expression, for some reason, Fuming felt in a good mood. The two continued on their way. There weren't many mermaid commanders, only 3. After killing them all, Li Du and Fuming finally arrived at the deepest part of the copy. They pushed the door open and walked in. La la, la 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 la, la la, la 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 la. Before you see them, you hear them. A marvelous singing voice came over and entered Li Du and Fuming's ears. It seemed like beautiful celestial music that made the two men instantly freeze in place. A head, a throne. On the throne sat a woman. She looked beautiful, a coquettish smile and beautiful eyes. It's like a bright, stunning, swimming dragon. One knitted brow and a cluster of 10,000 splendor. Fuming was instantly mesmerized and slowly walked towards the woman, muttering under his breath, "It's beautiful." Just then, Li Du instantly came to his senses and bellowed out in a calendar, "Wake up, don't be mesmerized by her." With a jolt, Fuming finally woke up, while breaking out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, it was as if she had seen heaven, the most beautiful scenery in the world. She couldn't help but walk towards it, wanting to plunge into it. The spirit is about to be lost and fall into the abyss. Good thing Lido pulled her back. Li Du was also a bit scared, not to mention Fuming, even she was almost mesmerized. It was fortunate that Li Du had an unusual state of mind, and his heart was incomparably firm. Woke up the moment he sensed something was wrong. Be careful, her singing has a strong mesmerizing effect. Vermin nodded, wary. At that moment, the woman let out a light laugh. Nice human, able to escape my song. However, you will still die. And then, her gaze turned ice cold. At the same time, the whole person changed dramatically. Rumble, rumble. It's amazing how the whole room is about to collapse. The earth fell and countless seawater gushed out. Seeing this, Li Du hurriedly shouted, "Quickly put on the water avoiding ring." As soon as the words fell, the earth completely sank. The entire room, unexpectedly, turned into a large lake. Luckily, both Li Du and Fuming had prepared for this in time and put on their water avoidance rings. At this moment, Li Du was somewhat fortunate that he had bought the strategy first and knew what would happen here in advance. Otherwise, once the battlefield changed from the ground to underwater, without a water avoidance ring, Li Du was afraid that it would be difficult to escape death. At this point, the king of mermaids had changed. She became extraordinarily large. From its original human appearance, it turned into a huge mermaid. Her body, draped in golden fins, looked like a yellow robe. Li Du cast the pupil of the heavenly abyss. King of the mermaids. Type, copy chief. Rank, 40. Life value, 450. 000. Power, 50. 000. Features, Lord of the Peoples. The more mermaids survive in the copy, the more attribute boosts you get. Up to 200% of all attributes. Commander, orders all mermaids. Sea Emperor, fights in the sea. Gets 30% damage boost. Skills, Imperial Strike. Raging Sea Waves. Absolute Water Arrow. Voice of Heaven. Clan Sacrifice. Seeing the attributes of the King of Mermaids, especially the characteristics, Li Du could not help but take a deep breath. Again, I'm glad I read the guide ahead of time. The King of Mermaids was surprisingly able to boost his attributes by up to 200%, which worked out to be a triple boost. According to the current attributes, boosted 3 times, the King of Mermaids would have a whopping 135 million blood and 150,000 strength. With this power, as long as a skill was unleashed, even if Li Du possessed a stalwart, he would definitely be injured. At that time, even if he turned on the 100-fold rage of the living spirit, Li Du was afraid that it would be difficult for him to kill the King of Mermaids in seconds. And now, although this attribute was still high, it was still within the range that Li Du could accept. Chapter 146, Another Holy Warriors Guild. The Mermaid Queen immediately attacked. Since he had already made a strategy beforehand, it was quite easy for Li Du to fight the various skills of the Mermaid Queen. Li Du had ways to deal with them. On the other hand, Fuming was careful to protect herself. She had a lot of props, so as long as she wasn't careless, she basically wasn't in danger. Outside, although there were quite a few people gathered in front of the copy portal, no one entered the copy. People were very aware of the horrors of the King of Mermaids replica. Unless it was a team that all consisted of legendary level professions, there was simply no one who dared to say that they would be able to clear the copy. As for Li Du and Fuming, the two of them did cause a commotion when they entered the copy. People were very surprised that they were so confident. Of course, there are those who think it's kind of stupid. After all, there aren't a lot of arrogant people in this world, but they often don't end up well. Now, not many people mentioned Li Du and Fuming anymore. It was taken for granted that they were bound to fail, and at that moment, the line was walking towards the copy. The people in the neighborhood were surprised to see this. This was because the few people at the head of the group had an orange professional aura flashing on their bodies. Incredibly conspicuous. Legendary level professions. There are actually 3 entire legendary level professions. They were surprised to see this configuration. It's not just legendary profession. Look at their equipment. There are actually several pieces of legendary equipment. Look at the insignia. It's a dasha. My goodness, do the dasha people have so many geniuses? That's 3 whole legendary rank professions. Are they coming to attack the King of Mermaids copy? Then there's no need to say. With 3 legendary level professionals out, I'm afraid a copy of the King of Mermaids would be a handful for all of them, right? Geez, look at this guy. Is that equipment he's wearing heart steel? Crap, this equipment is very rare, and he even owns it. There were a total of 5 people coming. 3 legendary level professions and 2 epic level professions. Each of them had very luxurious equipment. Several legendary grade professionals possessed a minimum of 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment on their bodies. In particular, the person in the lead actually possessed the steel of the heart. The effect of this piece of equipment is to drastically increase the amount of blue, gaining an extremely sick blue recovery speed and immunity to all negative statuses. It is very famous legendary equipment. As long as you wear it, you can achieve almost unlimited skill release. With this configuration, even if there were quite a few legend-ranked professionals around, they all made way. Someone paid special attention to the insignia on the chests of the men. The badge of the person in the lead was surprisingly a 5-star staff sergeant. The remaining few legend-rank professions, their badges were all sergeants as well. There were only 2 epic-level professions whose badges were still sergeants, but they were all 9-star upper-class soldiers, 1 step away from becoming a sergeant. That's even more surprising. Most of the people who practiced in the battlefield of the 10,000 races had the rank of soldiers, and very few were able to become sergeants. Once they appeared, they were almost always geniuses among geniuses. But most non-commissioned officers are also only corporals, and further up the ladder, the amount of military service required is extremely high, and simply not achievable by ordinary people. And here comes a surprising staff sergeant. It is evident that this person is powerful. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, Aren't these people from the Holy Warrior Guild? The Holy Warriors Guild? Upon hearing about this guild, many people were a bit puzzled. The man explained, The Holy Warrior Guild is a guild in the Central Plains province that was said to have been founded by a graduate of Yuan University. Since that graduate's profession was a legendary saint warrior, the guild was named the Saint Warrior Guild. In the Central Plains province, this guild is very famous, and there is no stronger guild of the same level than this one. Upon hearing this, many people came to a realization. The Central Plains province, but it's a big province. In such a large province, the number of guilds was extremely high. Even though this guild was founded by a college graduate, the fact that it was able to be the strongest in the province at the same level showed the strength of this person's abilities. Guilds across the country are divided into different ranks based on the average rank of the president as well as the members. Among them, the dividing lines are 0 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, 61 to 80, and 80 to 99, which are labeled as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5 guilds, respectively. Like the Holy Warriors Guild, it's a third-level guild. It's also the most numerous guild. As for the big guilds that college students longed for, they were usually Level 4 or even Level 5 guilds. Such guilds would rarely recruit members below Level 60, and it was extremely difficult to enter. Only graduates with extremely good qualifications could be favored by such guilds. The people from the Holy Warrior Guild didn't pay attention to the people's comments. These few people walked straight towards the duplicate portal. One of them stepped forward. Several people. But do you need to enter the King of Mermaids copy? I have the most detailed strategy here, and it only requires 1,000 divine power values. Oh, this person was none other than the youth who had just sold raiders to Duel and Fuming. At the moment, the same people from the Holy Warrior Guild are selling the raiders. Upon hearing his words, one of the legend-ranked professionals directly used a detection spell on him. Name, He Xiao. Level, 34. Occupation, Dark Knight Ghost, Purple. This action instantly caused He Xiao's expression to chill. What do you mean by that? Using the detection technique on others without their permission was a provocation. But anyone with a bit of temper would not endure this. You're just an epic level profession and you dare to sell strategies? This taunt instantly caused He Xiao's face to turn red. What profession do I have? And what does it have to do with me selling cheats? Are you going to buy the strategy guide or not? If not, I'll just leave. Although she was holding back her grievances, He Xiao still didn't dare to snap. After all, these guys were a full 3 legendary level professions. If Li Du was here and saw the provocative person, he would definitely recognize him immediately. This was none other than Wang Jin, whom he had encountered while clearing his copy of the bloody prison. In the beginning, he was also the one who provoked Li Du. Wang Jin was still about to say something when the youth in the lead suddenly spoke. Alright, don't be nosy. Wang Jin didn't dare to speak at once. The man at the head came before He Xiao. I'm the badge of the Holy Warrior Guild. Jiang Shang. What happened just now? It was my men who were unintelligent, so don't mind it. Hearing this, He Xiao's expression finally looked better. My cheats are consolidated through the personal experiences of countless people who have entered in the copies, as well as many messages from those who have passed. Every single cheat is 1,000 times true. Do you guys want it? Jiang Shang looked at a person, and that person instantly understood and immediately paid He Xiao the divine power value. After receiving the divine power value, He Xiao immediately began to explain the various points in the copy. It was exactly the same as what he had told Li Du. 10 minutes later, it was finally spoken. Jiang Shang said, Alright, you can go now. The voice was impolite, but He Xiao didn't dare to say anything and left directly. Walking away, he was still muttering in his mind. Isn't it just a 3rd level guild? Too rude. Next time I see someone from this guild, I'll never come up to them again. Chapter 147 Passing the Copy. Conflict. Despite already knowing the strategy, it was impossible to develop everything according to the strategy when fighting. As a result, Li Du still experienced some twists and turns. However, he was strong enough. Moreover, the mermaids here had already been killed by Li Du, and the attributes of the mermaid queen would not be improved at all. In the end, under Li Du's ultimate judgment, the mermaid queen closed her eyes unwillingly. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared your copy by hitting the mermaid queen. You gain a lifespan of 100 years. You gain experience value of 580,000. You get Mermaid King's Tears, Purple, times 2. Supreme Purity Crystal, Purple, times 5. Queen's Scepter, Purple. You level up. Current level, 25. Your teammate Fu Ming levels up. Current level, 25. After striking the Mermaid Queen, a total of 3 epic items were obtained. Among them were the Tears of the King of the Mermaids, and 2 drops were obtained at once. If this copy is fixed to drop 2 Tears of the King of Mermaids, then it only needs to be beaten 5 more times to be able to collect them all. And what surprised Li Du the most was that during the trip to the battlefield of the 10,000 races these days, Both he and Fuming had actually upgraded. One must know that less than half a month had passed since they had arrived at the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In other words, it only took Li Du half a month to successfully upgrade. This is a speed that is already extremely fast. If it wasn't for Fuming's 5 times experience card, there was no way Li Du could have upgraded so quickly. Great, Li Du, I can't believe we actually cleared the level. Fuming was very happy, and the joy of clearing the level even overshadowed the joy of upgrading. She disregarded her reserve and even directly hugged Li Du. The King of Mermaids copy was one of the hardest copies in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and the level of the copy leader had even reached level 40. They were only at level 24, and the level difference between the two sides was a full 16 levels. That was it, and they had even cleared it. Hurry up and see the loot, Li Du said and looked at the loot. Tears of the King of Mermaids, a teardrop formed by the King of Mermaids under extreme sadness, containing the purest mermaid power. Effect, plus 500 spirit, ignores mermaid spirit spells. Note, it is one of the auxiliary materials for the legendary equipment Sacred Crown. Surprisingly, it's a material for creating legendary grade equipment. Seeing the description of this material, Li Du was very surprised. Even though it was only a secondary material, it was still quite something. After all, the main materials of legendary grade equipment were definitely all legendary grade materials. The purest crystals, absolutely pure crystals without any trace of impurities. Effect, no effect of any use. Note, this is the main material used to create skill scrolls, which can create epic skill scrolls. Queen's Scepter, purple, the scepter used by the Queen of the Mermaids, containing the great power of the mermaid race. Wearing profession, mage system. Wear level, 35. Effect, plus 1,500 spirit, plus 1,000 strength, plus 300 physique. Extra effects, plus 20% spell-like damage boost, plus 100% mana recovery speed, plus 30% merfolk suppression. Merfolk face you with a 30% reduction in all attributes. If the opponent's level exceeds yours, this effect is greatly reduced. This effect does not work on chiefs. Both the crystals of the most pure and the Queen Scepter work extremely well. Among them, the Supreme Purity Crystal was surprisingly able to be used to create skill scrolls. However, regarding the method of making skill scrolls, it was a technology that only the state had mastered. Even if he possessed the materials, Li Du could not know about it. And the Queen's Scepter is, without a doubt, a great weapon against the mermaids. On top of that, it's extremely effective against mages. Unfortunately, it's not available until after level 35. Li Du is not even close, and there is no need to keep this equipment. By the time he's level 35, he'll probably have changed his profession to a legendary one. At that time, his goal also became legendary equipment. Collecting the loot, Li Du was in a good mood. After staying in this place for a few days and brushing enough materials, the trip to the battlefield of the 10,000 races could be considered over. And I wonder how much military credit I've accumulated this time? During this period of time, both Li Du and Fuming had cleared countless copies. During this time, they had also encountered quite a few abyssal demons, and had killed quite a few of them. I'm afraid the number of military honors accumulated is already large. Unfortunately, Li Du didn't pick up the assignment in order to fulfill the principal's mission. Therefore, I'm afraid I won't get any contribution. If you want to gain national contribution in the battlefield of the nations, you have to pick up the national quests in the strongholds. These quests varied. Some were extremely difficult and some were very tedious, but none were that easy to complete. Once completed, the rewards are also very generous. Currently, Li Du only had 500 national contribution points. This was still gained from defending the stronghold against the abyssal demon invasion. However, these contributions were already enough for Li Du to enter the Cloud Ridge Academy. By paying only 50 points of national contribution, Li Du was able to gain direct entry into the Cloud Ridge Academy, without having to go through the tedious trial quests. After all, many of the trial missions are actually not very difficult, but they are time-consuming. Compared to these quests, Li Du wanted to go through a few more copies. After collecting the loot, Li Du said, "Let's go. Go out and take a rest while we continue to brush the copies." Vermin nodded. This time, they had leveled up to 25, and their attributes had all gained quite a bit of boost. It will surely be easier to brush this copy. Soon, the two left the copy. The portal fluctuated and the two men emerged from their copies. Then he saw a few people, flashing orange professional auras and wearing legendary grade equipment. They had arrived in front of the replica door and were about to enter the replica. "It's you?" One of them cried out at once, alarmed and angry. Li Du was a bit puzzled as he looked at these people and suddenly saw a familiar face. The expression went cold. The Holy Warriors Guild? Seeing Wang Jin, Li Du immediately understood what was in front of him. It was really a narrow road. Being able to run into the Holy Warrior Guild even here, Jiang Shang burst into a frown. Wang Jin. What's wrong? Wang Jin gritted his teeth. That's him, I remember him. He's Li Du. Li Du? Jiang Shang immediately remembered. A month or so ago, he had dispatched a few of Wang Jin's men to brush up on a copy. That copy was called Bloody Prison, and the props dropped after clearing it were able to be used to build Heartsteel. However, when they went forward, they unexpectedly suffered a great loss. Not only did he fail the pass and drop one level straight away, but he was also scared off by one person. That person was none other than Li Du. Later on, it was Jiang Shang who organized additional manpower and died to level Wang Jin before he was brushed back to level 30 again. As for the copies, it was also Jiang Shang who had sent another person to clear them. After all, his own rank was too high to enter the bloody prison anymore. Wang Jin coldly said, Brother Jiang, make sure you teach him a good lesson. We, the Holy Warrior Guild, can't take this kind of loss. Chapter 148 Amazing Background. Holy Warrior Guild retreats. Jiang Shang's gaze narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura. Even though Li Du and Fuming were walking out of the copy, they had never thought that it was possible for these two to pass the copy. To Jiang Shang, these were just two weaklings of level 25, epic level professions. Thinking of this, Jiang Shang sneered, how do you plan to compensate our Holy Warrior Guild? When Li Du heard this, he just laughed coldly. He had been through this situation quite a bit, not to mention that Wang Jin wanted to do it. Li Du himself actually wanted to do it. If you want compensation, you'll get it yourself. Try and see if you can get it. Hearing this, Jiang Shang snorted. Courage is commendable, but it's stupid to the extreme. Then, an intense aura erupted from Jiang Shang's body. The legendary Saint Warrior's professional aura was outwardly released, and it was instantly gorgeous. There was an extremely dangerous message hidden within this light. It's as if it's a sharp knife that goes right to the tip of one's heart. Li Du said, Ming Ming, hide behind me. With that, he was about to pull Fuming behind him, but Wu Ming stood still. When Li Du turned his head back, he saw that Wu Ming had a very angry expression. Fuming spoke, Jiang Shang, if you have the guts, try making a move. I guarantee that you will absolutely regret it. Before Jiang Shang could speak, Wang Jin laughed. Ha ha ha, you're just a little girl. What a big mouth. How dare you talk to Brother Jiang like that? With that, he said to Jiang Shang, Brother Jiang, can I teach her a lesson for you? Jiang Shang, however, revealed a few moments of suspicion. Fuming's behavior was simply too calm, not at all like the appearance of a young girl. Moreover, Fuming's appearance surprisingly gave him a slight sense of familiarity. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Out of caution, Jiang Shang did not strike immediately. However, that didn't mean he was intimidated by Fuming. You say I'll regret it? Then I'd like to hear how you can make me regret it. Even Li Du was looking at Fuming. Even though Fuming had a lot of props, in terms of strength, she was absolutely no match for Jiang Shang. However, Li Du did not stop her. After all, Li Du was confident that if Jiang Shang wanted to make a move, he could block it in the first place. Fuming shouted, What? You don't dare to make a move? If you don't make a move, then I will. Fuming said and took out a card. The card glowed with a golden light and carried an extremely strong aura that contained a powerful energy. After taking it out, Fuming immediately threw Fuming towards Jiang Shang. At once, the card blossomed with light. Jiang Shang was instantly surprised. The energy contained in that card was extremely unusual. It was simply not something that an ordinary person could take out. Fortunately, Jiang Shang was a legendary profession after all. A card, even if it contained powerful energy, would be nearly impossible to injure him. Boom! The card's energy erupted and a large explosion was created. However, a shield blocked the damage from the explosion, and these few people from the Holy Warrior Guild did not suffer any injuries. As the guild's president, Jiang Shang naturally had quite a few means. Soon, the explosion dissipated. No one was harmed. However, Jiang Shang stared at Fuming dead in the face and drank coldly. Who are you? The card just now. Jiang Shang recognized it. It was a skill card, similar to skill rune paper, but with a higher effect. This card is capable of coalescing very powerful skills that are released once rolled. In this way, even a low-level professional was able to rely on the card to kill strong enemies in seconds. However, such cards are not easy to obtain. Skill talisman paper, which you are able to buy at the trading house. Skill cards, however, require qualification if you want to buy them. Moreover, this qualification is not small. Judging from the card that Li Du used, it was probably a certain skill from a level 35 epic level profession. Cards like this had higher conditions for wanting to purchase them. It's like experience cards. You simply can't buy them without qualifications. Instead of answering, Fuming said, Aren't you arrogant? The president of the Holy Warrior Guild can be so arrogant in front of me? Fuming's gaze was ice cold. Do you think that I really don't dare to make a move against you? Skill cards, he was also qualified to purchase them. In terms of background, he wouldn't even necessarily be lower than Fuming. Fuming sneered. Try it, I have many more skill cards like this. Saying that, Fuming laid out a few cards as if offering them as treasure. This is the skill of a level 35 Heavenly Horse Rider Holy Light Beheading. This is the skill of a level 35 Flame Mage Field of Fire. This is the skill of a level 40 Ultimate Gunner Desperate Blast. This is the skill of the level 50 Legendary Profession Holy Mage Holy Canopy, a skill card that was taken out. At first, it was only a level 35 skill card, and although Jiang Shang was surprised, his face was still very calm. However, as Fuming took out more skill cards, especially when the level reached above level 40 and even took out skill cards for legendary professions, Jiang Shang could no longer remain calm. The difficulty of obtaining skill cards for legendary level professions was almost unimaginable, because skill card crafting is actually a detriment to a professional. To be able to ask a legendary level professional to make skill cards for you, it was simply impossible to have money alone. Even if it was Jiang Shang, it was simply impossible for him to do it. Even counting to the entire Yanguan University, there were only a handful of people who could do this. Fuming must have a big background. Jiang Shang's expression was completely gloomy. Who exactly are you? At this moment, not only was Jiang Shang surprised, Li Du was actually surprised as well. He didn't even know that Fuming actually had so many powerful props. Fuming raised his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Don't you guys love to use your detection techniques on others without authorization? Why don't you just come and find out who I really am? As soon as Fuming finished speaking, Jiang Shang used the detection technique on her. However, when the light of the detection technique fell on Fuming, it was blocked. They simply can't continue probing. All that could be seen was a vague word. Volt. Seeing this word, Jiang Shang's face changed. The surname Fu was very rare, but in the Great Summer Kingdom, those who were truly capable and had status definitely knew the gold content of this word, and the changes that appeared in the detection technique had completely confirmed Fuming's identity. Let's go! Jiang Shang shouted. Wang Jin and the others were very surprised. What exactly did their boss see that he was planning to leave? Not even a copy? Wang Jin carefully said, Brother Jiang. This. Jiang Shang didn't say anything and just gave him a cold look, and then he left. With the boss gone, there's no point in the other guys staying here. Facing each other, they all left as well. The others were even more surprised to see this. Isn't the Holy Warriors Guild arrogant? Why have they gone soft today? Some people looked at Fuming, puzzled and surprised. Could it be that this girl was actually some extraordinary character? Only after the people from the Holy Warrior Guild had all left did Fuming turn back to Li Du and shed a smile on him. Alright, Li Du, they're all gone. Now no one will bother us to brush our copies. Chapter 149, The Professional Competition. The lively expression was as if nothing had just happened. However, if Fuming himself didn't say anything, Li Du wouldn't ask much. With a smile, he did not say anything else. Soon after, Fuming used the copy cooldown talisman to refresh the copy's cooldown. The two continue into the copy. Since they had already entered once, it was already a breeze to enter again this time. The two of them continued to brush the wild monsters of the replica, following the method they used to fight the replica just now. The process, which hasn't changed much from the last time. However, the outside world is also being discussed about vermin. The Holy Warrior Guild, even though it was said to be only a third-level guild, the strength of its president, Jiang Shang, was simply not to be underestimated. Moreover, the other party also possessed legendary grade equipment, Heart Steel. Even so, it still flinched. There was constant discussion about Fuming's background, but no one could discuss anything. Soon, the day passed. In 1 day's time, Li Du and Fuming would be able to brush their copies about twice. In that case, there was still a need to stay here for a few days. This copy, after brushing it a few times, they were all familiar with it. There is no difficulty at all. And the Qinyan Pass experience was about to come to an end. 3 days passed in a flash. After Li Du and Fuming had swiped the King of Mermaids copy 5 times, they had finally gotten all the materials together. Now, it had also been a month since they had stayed at the 10,000 Races battlefield replica. Originally, Li Du thought that it would take at least 3 months to collect all the materials, but this speed was indeed beyond Li Du's expectations. Using the battlefield teleportation order, the two returned directly to the stronghold. Phew, finally back. Fuming let out a long sigh of relief. These past few days had exhausted her. The two of them took a short rest and headed directly to the military merit office, ready to register their military merits. After lining up, Vermin handed over his medallion first, passed the duplicate 68 times, killed 136 abyssal demons, gained 6,780 military merits. The conditions are met. Permission to upgrade, awarding a 6-star private medal. A trip to the replica had directly upgraded Fuming from a private to a superior private, and a 6-star superior private at that. The personnel who registered the military industry were even more surprised when they saw Fuming's face. A girl so young was able to acquire so much military labor? This is extremely surprising no matter where you are. Great! After getting the medal, Fuming was very happy. Straight away, he came over and wrapped his arms around Li Du. Li Du, I'm a private now. Li Du was also happy for her. During this period of time, Fuming had indeed worked very hard as well. Even though the main force behind many of the copy passes was Li Du, Fuming's role could not be ignored. At the very least, Fuming's 5 times experience card was responsible for Li Du being able to upgrade so quickly. After Fuming finished registering, Li Du also handed over his medal. Soon a voice came out. Passed the replica 64 times, killing 326 abyssal demons, gained 12,800 military merits. Condition passed, promotion granted. 2-star Staff Sergeant medal awarded. 2-star Staff Sergeant. After seeing Li Du's message, the people at the military merit office were incredibly shocked. Li Du's age today was only 18 years old, yet he had already received so many military honors that even his rank had been raised to Staff Sergeant. This was a phoenix-like existence when placed in the entire Great Summer Kingdom. Looking at Li Du, the people in the military merit office were overwhelmed with emotion. Others who were waiting to register for military service were also shocked. Crap, this guy's even a staff sergeant? He's so young. How did he do it? Maybe it's some kind of unearthly genius, or at least a legendary profession. It's a real people pleaser. After registering their military service, the two left. However, people looked at their backs for a long time. At this time, Fuming was somewhat silent, because she knew it was time to part ways. In reality, her mission of staying at the battlefield of the 10,000 races had already been completed a long time ago. The reason why she was still here was all because of Li Du. However, when Li Du's mission was also completed, there was no more reason for her to stay here. Since the high school entrance examination, the two people a goodbye. Now meet and then parting, do not know the next time to wait until when to meet. As soon as she thought of this, Fuming's nose was actually a little sour, and tears were almost about to fall. However, she still held it back. After all, her character also did not allow her to show weakness in front of Li Du. Even if she was sad, she still had to act like she did not care. This is her. After all, it's Vermin. Li Du could see the emotion in her eyes, but it was with a snicker. What? Can't bear to part with me? Fuming was almost subconsciously about to nod her head, but quickly stopped and puffed up her face. Not at all. I'm going to surpass you. Seeing this, Li Du smiled and touched her head. Rarely, Fuming did not break away from Li Du's hand. Fuming suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Li Du, the professionals competition. You'll be participating, right? The Pro AM? Li Du was a bit puzzled. He had never heard of this competition. Seeing that Li Du didn't know, Fuming explained to him. The professionals competition, a competition of a global nature. It was jointly organized by 5 empires, namely the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Great Summer Kingdom, the Woolly Bear Kingdom, the Gallic Empire, and the Sunset Empire. Young professionals under the age of 25 from all over the world were able to participate, and those who scored well in the competition were able to receive generous rewards from the 5 major countries, which even included a full set of legendary grade equipment. If they were able to win the competition, they would even have a chance to be tested by the National Guild. Listening to Fuming speak, Li Du was surprised, because he had never heard of it before. It's actually normal that you haven't heard of it. This contest only allows professionals under the age of 25 to participate, and the target is almost exclusively college students. However, not many college students are qualified to participate in this competition. This is because one of its entry requirements is that the level should be 25. It's almost as if this condition blocks the way for most college students to participate. After all, if it wasn't a double-tier university, many ordinary college students wouldn't necessarily be able to reach level 25 even by their senior year. Even if they reach it, I'm afraid their teachers won't advise them to take it. After all, in order to get the rewards, you have to get into the main event. As for the professionals competition, there are tens of thousands of participants every year, but very few places in the main competition. It's almost like 1,000 horses crossing a single bridge. Those who are able to go over there must be geniuses among geniuses. Even, there was no shortage of level 40 geniuses. In this state of affairs, is there any need for the average college student to participate? We've reached the level now. Fuming pulled Li Du. a light shining in her eyes. At this point, the fight was back in her gaze. Li Du, you must participate. If we meet, don't be defeated by me then. Chapter 150, Zhou Ning's Identity. There was no need for Fuming to say more. When it was known that the professionals competition was coming, Li Du would never miss it. The rewards from the 5 joint powers even boasted a full set of legendary grade sets, and even higher level items. Who could be unmoved by such a reward? So generous? Even. There is the most important point in it, the chance to get a test from the National Guild. Although it was impossible to join the National Guild directly through this competition, to Li Du, this was an unparalleled opportunity to get in touch with the National Guild. The National Guild, the most famous and mysterious guild in the Great Summer Country. The geniuses who were able to enter inside were at the very least legendary rank occupations. It was even possible for a legendary rank occupation to not even have the qualifications to touch it. Only the absolute elite, the genius of geniuses, could enter the National Guild. These people, although they were not well known in the world, those who were qualified to know of their existence were none of them absolute big shots in the eyes of the world. In any case, Li Du will absolutely sign up. After talking about the pro contest, the two parted ways. Although it was said that Li Du had become the youngest staff sergeant in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, this was actually just the starting point. The battlefield of the 10,000 races served as an outpost of the abyss, and the people who entered this place to practice were generally no higher than level 40. This was because the only areas below level 40 were those that were less affected by the abyss, and with a higher level, it was possible to come into contact with the true abyss. Humans can't survive in the abyss. They have to have special equipment. A person would be able to become a sergeant in roughly 10 years if he or she kept on fighting in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. 20 years, and if there's still some talent left, lieutenants aren't too hard to come by. As for further up, the military merits of the battlefield of the 10,000 races would not be enough. At this point, it's time to enter the battlefield, which is extremely affected by the abyss. There, even though it wasn't a true abyss, the difference wasn't really that big anymore. Through the teleportation array, Li Du returned to Yanguan University. He first went to the trading house and sold most of the loot he had acquired on the battlefield. The loot from the battlefield of the 10,000 races was quite a bit better than the school copies, and after selling it, Li Du directly gained over 2 million points. Today, he's almost considered rich. These points were converted into divine power values, which was over 20 million divine power values, and that was just his income from less than a month in the 10,000 main battlefield. After selling his stuff, Li Du went to the principal. Soon after, Qin Yanguan sent a message, "Come to my office." When he came to the principal's office, Zhou Ning was also here. Seeing Li Du, both old men smiled cheerfully. "Baka, did you encounter any trouble in the battlefield of the 10,000 races?" Zhou Ning asked with concern. After all, it had only been a month since Li Du had taken the mission. According to their estimation, it would take at least nearly half a year for Li Du to complete his mission. Qin Yanguan also laughed. "The materials I asked you to collect are all extremely difficult, so you don't have to be too stressed. If there are difficulties, just say so." Li Du shook his head and said, "Headmaster, I'm done." "Oh, done with the mission? You dash." Suddenly, Qin Yanguan froze. Zhou Ning also froze. They stared at Li Du and watched, their gazes deadly, almost looking through Li Du, and it was only then that a look of incredulity appeared. "You finished the mission?" Neither Zhou Ning nor Qin Yanguan could believe that Li Du had accomplished his mission. How long has it been? Less than a month. It was less than a month since Li Du had traveled to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It's amazing that he actually finished the mission. You should know that the copy of the Tears of the King of Mermaids required at the end of the quest that dropped was a level 40 copy. What kind of concept is that? This meant that the King of Mermaids was level 40, a level 40 alpha, and Li Du was only at level 24 when he traveled to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In Qin Yanguan's conception, he was planning to let Li Du get in touch with more of those top-tier teams, get on good terms with them, and borrow their strength to pass through the duplicates as a way to complete the mission. Could it be that Li Du had found the top team in this 1 month's time? At this moment, Li Du took out all the materials. The two of them looked at it, and Qin Yanguan confirmed once again that all the materials, without any discrepancy, were all collected. Qin Yanguan immediately asked, "How did you accomplish your mission?" Zhou Ning added, "Did you find a top-tier team that's willing to take you on?" "There's no need to worry. Old Qin didn't stipulate how the mission should be accomplished. And if you find a team, that's also your ability." Li Du shook his head. "No, I passed it on my own." With that, Li Du took out a gemstone. This gemstone was a special prop of the battlefield of the nations, the copy record stone. Inside this stone, the detailed information of passing the copy was recorded. Even though the record was formed with textual information, It was so detailed that it was completely possible to restore what happened in the copy through this stone. Taking the copy record stone, the two immediately looked at it. Although Li Du was not soloing all the copies, however, the characters in the group were not top-notch. Xin Yenguan was not surprised by Fu Ming's appearance, and from the beginning, he knew that Li Du and Fu Ming were together. Among the records of the record stone, in fact, most of the copies were cleared by Li Du alone, and Fu Ming's role in striking out a lot of the time wasn't very big. After reading the recordings on the recording stone, both Zhou Ning and Qin Yenguan took a deep breath. The latter is a great thing. Qin Yenguan made a rare exclamation. Li Du's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Zhou Ning also nodded frequently. When he first pulled Li Du's hand and dragged him to Yenguan University, at first he only intended to make an idle move, wanting to see how this young man was doing, but unexpectedly, Li Du's performance far exceeded people's imagination. According to this, Li Du, you should be able to gain the approval of those old men. Between you and Ming Ming, the obstacles shouldn't be big. Zhou Ning's words made Li Du a little puzzled. At that moment, Zhou Ning suddenly revealed an amiable smile. Qin Yenguan snickered. This old man has been hiding something from you. In fact, Fu Ming, that girl child, is his niece. Hearing this, Li Du was surprised. He had never thought about that because Li Du had never met Fu Ming's mother or heard Fu Ming mention it, not to mention any grandfather. For a while, Li Du surprisingly did not know how to speak. Zhou Ning shook his head and lost his smile. You old thing, what are you talking about? Li Du, don't worry about that. I'm not preoccupied here. Whatever you called me originally, that's what you call me now. Hearing this, Li Du shouted Zhou Lao. It was then that Zhou Ning said, Ming Ming's mother died early and was lost for a while in her early years. Although her father is only the mayor, her mother's status is not low. There are a lot of old things looking at you, and it won't be easy for you to gain the approval of those old things if you want to be with her. Hearing this, Li Du did not say anything about the two not being in this kind of relationship. In fact, over this period of time, the relationship between Li Du and Fu Ming was just about broken. Although, Li Du did not know much about Fu Ming's background, Qin Yenguan said, alright, let's talk about parental words, and don't chat about those old things. It's time to get down to business. Hearing the main event, Li Du also became serious. Qin Yenguan spoke. Do you know about the professionals competition? Chapter 151, The Great Game. Hearing this, Li Du immediately became serious. Sure enough, the principal was going to talk to him about it, too. Li Du nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Qin Yenguan nodded his head, and then he also talked about the professionals competition. Aside from some of the information that was all the same as what Fu Ming had said, there were others that Fu Ming hadn't talked about. The professionals competition. Even though it was said to be jointly organized by the 5 major countries, this actually contained a game between the 5 major countries. In this world, there were only 5 countries that possessed transcendence. The 5 major countries, almost dividing up all the resources of the world. Once the 5 powers start a war with each other, the whole world may be destroyed as a result. Therefore, they need a window of struggle. The Pro AM is one such window. Each of the 5 major countries would put up different resources as bets. In addition to rewarding the winners of the professional competition, these stakes will also be distributed according to the results achieved by the 5 countries in the competition. Since it is an interstate resource, the amount is extremely scary. Once most of the resources are acquired, it could even support the country's rapid development for the next year. For this reason, the state attaches the utmost importance to the professionals competition. When he heard this, Li Du was surprised. He did not think of the game behind the professionals competition. He only thought that it was an ordinary competition at first. Even though it was said that the 5 major countries were co-organizing the competition, it was still just a competition. But with that extra layer of context, the Pro AM is a bit intriguing. Qin Yenguan continued. Last year, the winner of the professionals competition came from the lighthouse country, and it was also the lighthouse country that had the best overall results. Our great summer country only took third and lost a lot of resources. For this reason, the country has gone through countless preparations during the year, with the sole goal of winning the professionals competition, as well as first place overall. As a result, this time around, the country's top management has purposely limited the entry requirements for the professionals competition. The minimum enrollment requirement is that of an epic level occupation with a level of 25. Even if you meet the enrollment requirements, you still need to pass an examination if you want to enroll. You just happen to meet the minimum requirements. Want to sign up? Hearing this, Li Du almost didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head. I want to enroll. Even if Qin Yenguan didn't say anything, he would have looked for a way to enroll on his own. After learning about the professionals competition, Li Du would never let go of this opportunity. It was pretty much his shortcut to the top of the pyramid. Zhou Ning said, "You don't need to be in a hurry. You are only 18 this year. The age limit for participation in the professionals competition is under 25. It's not too late for you to wait until next year to participate." Xin Yuan also said, "My opinion is also that you wait until next year to participate. Next year, you go and run for Abyssal Warrior. And if you succeed, you can just take part in the professionals competition when you come back. Moreover, after practicing in the abyss, you'll also have a good chance of achieving good results in the professionals competition when you return." Until now, Xin Guan and Zhou Ning still didn't think that Li Du possessed the possibility of winning the professional competition. After all, they had truly seen just how strong those top-tier professionals really were. Take last year's Lighthouse State winners. It was the same legendary profession, but when the Lighthouse Nations winners fought, they defeated their opponents by crushing them in almost every single fight. Even the top geniuses of the Great Summer Kingdom that had been cultivated through countless resources would not be able to last more than 10 minutes in his hands. In that competition, although the Great Summer Country had won the silver medal in the competition, not a single person could be happy about it, because the gap between the two sides is too big. It's so big that you don't need to see it to be able to know the outcome of the game. Even though Li Du was strong and could even kill a level 40 alpha, it was nothing. Li Du asked, "Headmaster, the professional competition, can a person only participate in it once in their lifetime?" Xin Guan said, "That's not true, but a person can only participate twice at most." Zhou Ning added, "This year, the situation is special. Many of the contestants are last year's contestants. They have all achieved very good results and are extremely powerful. Among them, there is no shortage of professionals who have already reached level 40. Your level is too low, your age is too young, and the advantage of competing is too small." There was one more thing he hadn't said. If he achieved too poor a result, it would be tantamount to wasting this opportunity to compete. They didn't expect Li Du to get a superior win, but they very much hoped that Li Du would get a good result. In fact, many professionals are stuck in the age to participate in the professional competition, so that the advantage is greater and it is easier to get good results. Li Du thought for a moment and said, "Headmaster, I still want to participate in the professionals competition." There was no doubt that Qin Yanguan and Zhou Ning's suggestions were more reasonable, but Li Du really didn't want to miss such an event, not even once. Despite his great disadvantage, Li Du was still confident. Even if he doesn't get the win this year, the win next year is definitely his. Li Du just has that kind of backbone. Seeing Li Du's insistence, Qin Yanguan did not say anything more. "Since you've decided, I won't advise you, but I will advise you that in the professionals competition, everyone is a supreme genius. Even if you meet a powerful opponent, you must never lose your confidence." Li Du nodded very seriously. Afterward, Qin Yanguan handed a sign to Li Du. "This is your identity card for the battlefield of the 10,000 races. With this, you can enter and exit the battlefield of the 10,000 races at any time. Any more questions?" Receiving the identity plate, it was very ordinary, and it simply recorded Li Du's information on it. After inputting mana, he was able to see Li Du's detailed information, as well as his military rank. After putting away his identity card, Li Du asked, "Headmaster, at what time does the professional competition begin, and how do I have to participate in the examination?" Qin Yanguan said, "The professionals competition will open 2 months later, and as for our country's examination, it will be held in the near future. Prepare yourself well and I will notify you when the time comes." Li Du nodded. Then, it left. After leaving the office, Li Du took a long breath. Nearly a month of experience in the battlefield of the 10,000 races had made him a bit tired. However, the rewards were immense. Only, the easy days didn't last long. In 2 months, it's the Pro AM. When he thought about this match, Li Du instantly felt a lot of pressure. However, there is both pressure and motivation. Brush up on your skills a bit more in the meantime. Thinking of this, Li Du couldn't wait to head straight to the replica hall. However, after being away for a long time, "I don't know how Shu Weisheng is doing." Li Du went home first. "Shu Weisheng, I'm back." Returning to his long-lost home, Li Du finally felt a few moments of warmth, shouting as before, and then a sound of surprise came from the house. "Brother, you're back?" Shuisheng ran out excitedly. Chapter 152, Buying a new skill scroll. In a month's time, nothing had changed for Shuisheng. However, perhaps the quality of life had become better and better, and nowadays she had come out even more beautiful. When Li Du looked at it, he even froze. The body flopped onto the body. Warm and soft. Suisei still looks the same. Li Du stroked her head. "Did anything happen while I was away? Sister Zhong came to look for you a few times, as if she said she wanted to go to the trial with you, but you didn't come back." So, speaking of Zhong Shangyue, She also helped herself a lot at the beginning of the school year. Contact her later. The siblings had never been apart for such a long time before, and while a month wasn't that long, Xu Weisheng still missed it. At home, Li Du cooks while Xu Weisheng helps out. The two of them chat while they are busy, just like back in the old days. What was different was that nowadays, both Li Du and Xu Weisheng would no longer feel the pressure they once did. Li Du suddenly remembered. In the past though he would always try his best to come home with an upbeat demeanor, as if things were actually going exceptionally well at home, but the worry under his eyes was impossible to hide in any way. A person who has no bottom in his heart can never be really calm, no matter how much he pretends to be calm. Once upon a time, Lido was like that. He wondered what his future held. A large portion of the chances of the awakening of a profession stems from the parents. With both parents being professionals, it is almost impossible for the child to be a civilian. However, with both parents being civilians, the chances of the child awakening to their profession will become extremely low. For 3 years in high school, even if Li Du was no longer excellent in his studies, as long as they knew about Li Du's family situation, other people either despised or pitied him. At that time, Li Du's heart was constantly wandering in the midst of unwillingness and low self-esteem. It's not often that Suisei laughs from the heart, either. The poor man's child is an early starter. No one understood the connotation of this sentence better than Li Du. When I look back now, I am merely sentimental about what I experienced, and there are even a few bad memories. Some people, after they become violently rich, will say that their happiest times were when they were poor. People like that either have never been poor, or they talk like shit. Wash the vegetables, put down the pot, skillful movements, skillful fire. After a few minutes, the aroma of the dish bubbled up. Li Du and Fuming ate dinner together, and then the bath. At night, the two did not go to bed early. Li Du took Fuming to the night market of Yuan University and had a good time. The family already has the money to have more fun when they can, so they don't have to save anymore. Eat well, dress well. By full reckoning, Xu Weisheng is only 14 years old this year. It is the most youthful and lively age of a girl, the flowery age. She's only a junior. It didn't matter if her grades in school were good, even if they weren't good enough. With the principals and Zhou Lao's connections, Li Du was perfectly capable of having her guaranteed a place in the affiliated high school of Yuan University. In the future, you can even enter Yuan University directly without taking the college entrance exam. All that was needed to stumble over was to have Liddell alone. Xu Weisheng had a great time until almost midnight, when the two went back to bed. The next day, Li Du arrived at the trading house. Nowadays, he is burdened with a huge sum of 2 million several cents, which is perfectly good enough to be traded for a good enough skill. Please help me wash away these skills. Wolf King's Sharp Claws, Extraction, White, Thunder Strike, General's Call. Upon hearing Li Du's request, the person from the trading house did some calculations and said, "Sir, the cost of washing a skill is 4,500 points. If you intend to sell the washed skills, you can get 3,000 points after deducting the cost." Sold it. These were a few skills that were currently of little use to Li Du. Although General Summoning was said to be an epic skill, it was after all a lower level, and the Summon Cayman Orcs would be useless with their near attributes being suppressed by the Inferno Lords on all fronts. Soon, the person from the trading house took out a machine and cast a spell on Li Du, and then, immediately, he felt as if he had lost something in him. "Sir, the skills have been washed away." 3,000 points were then credited to Li Du's card. Li Du nodded and continued to talk about his purpose. He wants to buy skill scrolls. They then brought Li Du to an area, the very area where skill scrolls were sold. Li Du looked around and realized that most of them were green and blue quality skills, and there were very few epic levels. As for the higher ones, there was not even a single one. Then he went on to ask the people at the trading house if there was a higher one. "Sir, would you like an epic skill scroll? It would be better if there was an epic level all-powerful scroll, or a legendary level skill scroll." At the moment, Li Du is not short of money. Once he achieved good results in the professionals competition, Li Du's gains would be even more immeasurable. Therefore, right now, Li Du had to use every means possible to improve his combat power. The man from the trading house showed a difficult look. "Sir, your request is too high. Our trading house branch isn't very large and it's almost impossible for us to have legendary items. Items like legendary grade items were almost only available at the provincial head office of a province's trading house, and they were still priced to sell." Li Du asked for epic skills again. The trading houses did have some, but none of them were very satisfactory to Li Du. Compared to Heavenly Abyssal / or Ultimate Judgment, the power of these epic level skills was really a bit lacking, not to mention a top-tier skill like Heaven's Wrath Fireball. It's a total hangover. It seems that ordinary epic level skills are completely incomparable to omnipotent scrolls and vocational skills. Li Du was disappointed. the trading house didn't sell it. He only has two ways to go at the moment. One is to go into the province's trading head office and take your chances, but it's not always available. Even if they do, such items will almost always be sold through the auction route for an undetermined amount of time. Even if the time is right, Lido may not always be able to buy it. After all, there are some tycoons who like to buy some things at a very high premium. Lido's 2 million points, converted into the value of God's power, is only 20 million. Compared to those tycoons, it's a total egg on the face of a stone. The second way is to enter a large copy, or a variety of extremely difficult copies, and see if you can drop them. But it's a lot of luck, and even if it drops, it's not always suitable for Lido. If the careers don't match, it's all for naught. Thinking of this, Lido fell into hesitation. No, there's another place. Suddenly, Lido realized something. The Temple of Destiny. He'd almost forgotten about the Temple of Destiny. This is a place where you can buy almost anything if you have the life expectancy. His profession, which he bought in the Temple of Fate. In the Temple of Destiny, there were definitely suitable skill books. I wonder if I'll live long enough? Because, Lido's heart was big. He wanted to win the professionals competition. It wasn't enough to rely on living wrath alone. After all, Lido's living wrath could only be opened up to 100 times at most. If the skill was not powerful enough, 100 times the damage might not be able to kill the person. What's more, the opponent might possess all sorts of means to dodge Lido's skills. What good is high damage if it doesn't hit anyone? Lido wanted to buy legendary skills. Better have a few more. Soon, Lido arrived at the Fate God's Hall. Chapter 153, Legendary Skill, Archangel's Discipline. The Temple of Destiny hasn't changed in any way. When you walk into it, there is a wide array of items that can be traded for lifespan. In the column of skill books, Lido saw countless skill books. There are different grades with different qualities. The higher the level and the higher the quality of the skill book, the higher the price. Even, Lido saw the transcendental skill books. However, the price of even a white quality transcendent skill was not something that Lido could currently imagine. With 40,000 lifespans, he had to be smart about it. I need to stay alive for at least 1,000 years to keep myself safe. Suffering from occupational backlash, Lido's lifespan depletion was extremely terrifying. 1,000 years of lifespan would probably only ensure that Lido could brush his copy 2 or 3 times. If there are not many copy wilds, Lido's longevity gain from painting copies is even negative. Lido immediately checked the skill books corresponding to his level. Level 25 Mage, Warrior, and Summoner skill books. Various qualities are available. Of these, the white quality is usually priced at around 100 years. Green quality is 200 or 300 years. Blue quality, on the other hand, starts at 1,000 years. Most of the purple qualities are 5,000 years and up. There's more further up. There were even skill books of super grade and holy grade. But the price of skill books of these two qualities and their lower qualities is literally sky high. The cheapest ones, surprisingly, had reached 1,000,000-year lifespan. This was simply not something that Lido could consider at the moment. Moreover, there was another limitation to the skills of the super grade and holy grade. They were limited to use only at the corresponding grade. Therefore, it was actually useless for Lido to buy it. Most of the legendary grade skill books cost more than 30,000 years, and the best kind even requires 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan. It's currently unaffordable to consume for the time being. According to Lido's current means of brushing his lifespan, for a lifespan of 200,000 years, he would need to brush it for 2 or 3 months. By then, the Pro AM will have kicked off and it will be too late. Currently Lido has 2 programs. One is to just buy several epic skills to win in quantity. The other is to spend almost all of your lifespan on a legendary skill. After thinking about it, Lido finally chose the latter. Epic skills, it's hard to find any stronger than Heaven's Wrath Fireball, Sin Plus and Ultimate Judgment. The only thing left to do if you want to raise the cap is to have a legendary skill. Lido browsed through the merchandise. The skill books that he was able to purchase, and that were more appropriate, were eventually determined to be the following 3. Yuan Dragon Shadow, the dragon rises up in the clouds and rain, changing all things, containing infinite power that can overthrow the earth. Occupation restriction, law. Learning level, 25. Skill effect, 9981 true dragon shadows are manifested from the sky, and each true dragon will soar through the clouds and spit out the breath of the true dragon. The true dragon's breath will clear all enemies in your field of vision. At the same time, it will also leave a dragon's breath afterburn on the earth that lasts for 3 hours, constantly burning. Price, 35,000 years of life. Archangel's Discipline, the Archangel will send a night of holy light to punish those who have committed unforgivable sins, causing them to be dispersed from their souls. Occupation restrictions, warrior. Learning level, 25. Skill effect, unleashes a punishing light that deals irresistible punishing holy light damage to the target. This damage goes straight to the soul, ignoring armor and resistance, and can only be resisted by those whose spirit is strong enough. Bonus, this skill comes with a 50% floatable instant death effect. The probability of instant death floats with the target's level and attributes, up to 90%. If the target's level exceeds yours by 10 levels, this effect will not work. Skill effect, transformable skill that expands the range of disciplinary rays to be used on everyone within the range. However, it will cause the power of the holy light to be weakened. Price, 35,000 years of life. Battle split, I am me, you are me, whoever is me. Me, fighting without stopping. Occupation restrictions, summoning. Learning level, 25. Skill effect, releasing a combat doppelganger. The doppelganger inherits all of its own attributes and skills, and has the exact same combat awareness as itself. Note, the doppelganger has only combat instincts, no self-awareness, cannot move away from itself, cannot inherit its own status effects, and can only exist for 1 hour. You can only have a maximum of 1 doppelganger at the same time. Price, 35,000 years of life. 3 skills, all worthy of being legendary skills. Just by reading the descriptions, Li Du was able to feel how powerful they were. Cloudy Dragon Shadow is needless to say, an extremely powerful group damage skill. Not only was the damage stronger than the Heaven's Wrath Fireball, the range was also greater. What's more, its damage surprisingly ignored armor and resistance. It's almost equivalent to real damage. Archangel's Discipline, equally powerful, can be used against a single, can be used in groups. However, its most powerful aspect is still the extremely high single damage, which also comes with an instant death effect. Moreover, its damage likewise ignored armor and resistance. If you wanted to resist it, surprisingly, you could only add spirit power. Combat detachment, again, is extremely useful. An identical doppelganger that inherits all of one's attributes, skills, and combat awareness. It was completely equivalent to the exact same self, only without the self-awareness. When cast in battle, a single versus single can immediately become a single versus double. Still, Li Du had to pick one of these skills. After thinking about it for a moment, he first ruled out the combat diversion, because the battle doppelganger couldn't inherit its own state, which meant that it couldn't inherit the state of the rage of the living. In this way, its help to Li Du was limited, and after that, it's a twofer between Clouded Dragon Shadow and Archangel's Discipline. After thinking about it, Li Du finally chose Archangel's Discipline. First of all, he already had the Heaven's Wrath Fireball for the group damage skill. Currently, Heaven's Wrath Fireball was in a strong state, and an additional group damage skill was just icing on the cake for Li Du. Secondly, Li Du's single output is rather lacking. Almost all of it currently relies on Abyssal Chopper. Archangel's Discipline, on the other hand, is an extremely perverse single output skill. Moreover, the instant death effect it came with was useful as long as the opponent's level didn't exceed his by more than 10 levels. Not only that, but Archangel's Discipline is able to be converted into a group output skill. This is a 2-for-1 deal for Li Du. Soon, Li Du bought the Archangel's Discipline. As a message appeared, Li Du's lifespan was suddenly deducted by 35,000 years. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Archangel's Discipline, Legend. As a burst of information appeared in his own mind, Li Du successfully learned the Archangel's Discipline. This way, I'm considered to have a legendary skill. Even though this skill was considered to be on the lower end of the medium range amongst the legendary level skills. But no matter what, it was a legendary skill. The quality was increased, and the damage dealt would definitely be countless higher than the Heaven's Wrath Fireball. Li Du couldn't wait and immediately left the Destiny Gods Hall and rushed to the replica hall. He was going to try his skills immediately. Chapter 154, 40,000 years in a day. Terrifying efficiency. Once again, the replica hall was still a familiar place. Many people nearby recognized Li Du and greeted him. Li Du only nodded in response and did not say anything before immediately entering the grand hall. Various areas, quite a few portals, various copies available. Li Du directly entered the Desert Emperor copy. Even though Li Du could currently enter a level 30 copy. After experiencing the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Li Du had already somewhat looked down on the copies in the school's copy hall. The intensity of these copies is not even on the same level as the battlefield of the nations. It was too simple for today's Li Du. It's also the only copy of the Desert Emperor that still has some entry value. After entering, Li Du made his way forward and soon encountered many wild monsters. However, nowadays, Li Du's attributes were too high, and none of these wild monsters posed much of a threat to Li Du. Soon the storm arrived, bringing with it countless wildlife. There were so many of them, you couldn't tell how many there were at a glance. Archangel's discipline. As Li Du shouted, countless holy rays of light appeared all around him. These rays of light enveloped the desert surroundings at an extremely terrifying speed, encircling countless wild monsters. Almost instantly, the encircled wild monsters were directly killed by holy light. There was absolutely no resistance. Moreover, the holy light surrounded an enormous range, much more than the heavenly wrath fireball. It was almost centered on Li Du and extended to a distance of thousands of meters in all directions. Even the wild monsters that were hidden were all found and killed by the holy light, and they were not spared at all. When the holy light ended, Li Du looked around and there was a field full of wild monster corpses. Countless hit messages appeared in his mind, so much so that Li Du was surprisingly unable to receive it for a while. It wasn't until almost 10 minutes had passed that Li Du was able to sort out all the information. This skill just now had killed more than 3,000 wild monsters, bringing him an income of 3,000 lifespans. This is just too powerful. Li Du was overwhelmed with emotion. In the past, he had only been able to harvest so many lifespans when he had cleared the duplicates, but this skill found all the wild monsters that were hidden nearby. After all of them were killed, Li Du was in a bit of disbelief. At this rate, won't I be able to reap tens of thousands of years of lifespan by clearing the copy? If he really had this speed, Li Du would even be able to redeem his profession again in less than half a year. It's worthy of being a legendary profession. This efficiency in killing monsters was completely incomparable to the Heaven's Wrath Fireball. I'm afraid that if it was replaced with a Heaven's Wrath Fireball, it would be less than 1/3 as efficient. And this skill isn't even the main group damage. I wonder how powerful the Yuan Dragon Shadow should be again. It was a pity that Li Du didn't live long enough at the moment, or else he would have been able to buy them all together. But there was no harm in it. At this rate, in a week at most, Li Du would be able to purchase another legendary skill. My current direction should be to focus on legendary skills, and if I can, it would be best to get 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment as well. All of these things were hard to buy, but as long as he lived long enough, Li Du was able to obtain them at the Fate God's temple. Even though this would slow down his evolution of his profession into a legendary level profession, it was all worth it. If he could get the champion of the professionals competition, the gain he would get would be much stronger than a mere hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. Li Du made his way forward while subconsciously using the hourglass of time to refresh the skill cooldown time. But surprisingly, it suggests not enough energy. Li Du was very surprised. And then, it was immediately discovered that, due to being of the same legendary quality, the cooldown refresh of Archangel's discipline actually consumed all the energy of the hourglass of time. The drain is surprisingly in the same bracket as refreshing spawning wrath. Having no choice but to fill up the hourglass with energy first, Li Du could only do so. However, he didn't refresh the skill cooldown immediately. The cooldown of Archangel's discipline isn't long, only half an hour. During this time, Li Du was perfectly capable of using other skills. He summoned Inferno and Sand Soldier and kept clearing the wild monsters around him. With his profession evolved, Li Du's speed in brushing copies was unknown how much faster. It's barely been 3 hours and I've already walked to the ruins. And then, once again, he encountered the Emperor of the Desert. After killing the Desert Emperor, the copy was officially cleared and the record was broken at the same time. Outside, people were surprised to see that the Desert Emperor copy record had been broken again. Look at that! Sure enough, the record is broken. I told you that Li Du would surely break the record. Crap, it's too counterintuitive, isn't it? This time, the record has actually been shortened by a huge amount from the last time. It was less than 4 hours. How did he do it? Is this really a freshman? I'll believe you when you say he's a graduating senior. Li Du didn't pay attention to other people's comments, and after coming out and refreshing his copy to cool down, he entered it again. The harvest from this trip to the Desert Tyrant copy was truly incomparably huge. Li Du had harvested more than 23,000 years of lifespan. If you continually brush your lifespan here, twice a day, that's over 40,000 years of life. With a little more effort, it's 50,000 a day. In this way, in less than 3 months even, he would be able to save up 3.5 million years of life. Soon, when the sky was dark, Li Du came out again. After a day of brushing copies, he was covered in sweat. But the takeaway from today was really immense. Deducting the backlash of occupational sins and the doubled backlash of unleashing skills, Li Du's copy trip today had a positive gain of more than 40,000 years. The reason why it is so efficient is all because of the Archangel's discipline. This skill, which is able to find and kill all hidden wild monsters. Originally, when Li Du brushed his copies, he would miss countless wild monsters. But with this skill, those wild monsters could no longer escape. Li Du's earnings naturally went up. However, doing so also caused Li Du to have to constantly recharge the hourglass of time. and in doing so, he consumed countless divine power values. On this trip to the replica today, Li Du had recharged the hourglass of time at least 30 times. Converted into divine power values, it was 1,000,000 divine power values. That's 100,000 points. 100,000 points a day. So when I do the math, my 2,000,000 points are only enough to spend for 20 days? Li Du instantly felt the difficulty of making money. Legendary level skills were good, but they consumed too much, and Li Du was somewhat unable to carry them. Either find a way to make money fast, or don't use legendary skills anymore. Currently, Li Du was faced with a choice, but he chose the former almost without hesitation. After experiencing the efficiency of brushing his lifespan by 40,000 years a day, Li Du could never go back. There was no way he wouldn't use a legendary grade skill. This leaves only quick ways to make money. Just, what's it gonna take? If he was brushing copies step by step, unless Li Du went to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, or went to the kind of extremely difficult and extremely rare copies, it would be almost impossible to earn 100,000 a day. At that time, the bloody prison, Li Du was down to make $600,000. But that's just a special case. It was because Li Du was entering the copy for the first time and only had the benefit. By entering the same copy multiple times, the rewards will be gradually weakened. And at the end of the day, you may not even get any rewards at all. Li Du would like to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, but the professional competition was about to start. In the near future, the national examination would be held at any time, and Li Du did not dare to leave at all. Once he missed it, Li Du would surely regret it. At once, Li Du felt a pang of difficulty in doing so. Just then, someone suddenly called Li Du. At a glance, it was Zhong Shangyue. After Li Du answered, Zhong Shanyue's big grinning voice came from the phone. Li Du, you're finally back. Honestly, what have you been doing this month? Chapter 155 Zhong Shanyue's Invitation. Hearing this kind voice again, Li Du couldn't help but smile. To Zhong Shanyue, Li Du didn't hide anything and told her about traveling to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Hearing this, Zhong Shanyue was instantly surprised. You've actually managed to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Li Du, I didn't expect you to have become so strong without even saying a word. The two men exchanged pleasantries and chatted. Zhong Shanyue also seemed to have forgotten about business, and was just talking to Li Du. It wasn't until after Li Du left the replica hall that she finally spoke. Oops, I almost forgot. I have something to find you. Li Du, hurry home, I'm going up to your house. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Li Du went back home. After returning home, Li Du took a shower and cooked. Just after cooking, Zhong Shanyue arrived. Li Du invited her in. Hello Sister Zhong, Aquatic greeted very warmly. Is Suisei all this pretty? Come, sit next to me. Zhong Shanyue seemed to like Xu Weisheng, and Xu Weisheng didn't reject him. Last night, I heard Xu Weisheng say that during the month that Li Du was away, Zhong Shanyue would come over from time to time. When Li Du was away, she played with Xu Weisheng. A month was enough time for them to build up their bromance. After eating, Xu Weisheng went back to his room while Li Du asked about Zhong Shanyue's reason for coming. Have you heard of the Pro-Am? Hearing about the professionals competition again, Li Du was a bit surprised. He wasn't surprised by the professionals competition, but he was a bit surprised that this was something Zhong Shanyue had brought up. Li Du remembered that Zhong Shanyue's rank didn't seem to be high. It is unlikely that she will be able to meet the entry requirements for the professionals competition. Still, Li Du wanted to hear what she had to say, so he nodded. It's good you've heard of it so I don't have to explain it to you. Li Du, do you want to participate in the professionals competition? Li Du was puzzled. The entry requirements for the professional competition seem to be rather harsh, don't they? Not only the conditions of the professionals competition itself, but also the additional conditions that the Great Summer Kingdom had added in this year. This year's professionals competition seemed very different from previous years. Zhong Shanyue instantly laughed. I knew you were going to ask this. What if I said that there is a way to be able to ignore the conditions to compete? This instantly made Li Du freeze. There is such a thing? Zhong Shanyue said. The professionals competition has held a trial since all the years, and the purpose of the trial is to screen the professionals whose conditions are not up to the standard, but are very strong, giving them a place in the competition to prevent true geniuses from being buried. Those who have earned a place after the trial can directly participate in the selection rounds of the competition without entry requirements. This was a big surprise to Li Du. He had never heard of such a trial, but the trial must have been brutal, right? Of course. Zhong Shanyue's expression instantly became serious. This trial will have professionals from all over the world, and we have to compete with them. Since the trial does not restrict killing, this trial will even kill a large number of people every year. Hearing this, Li Du instantly felt the cruelty of the trial. But Zhong Shangyue was very optimistic. But it's okay. Li Du, you and I will definitely be able to take the quota by joining forces and pairing up men and women. At that time, we'll make an appearance at the professionals competition and give those foreigners a bit of a shock. Li Du asked. How many levels are you now? It's only level 23, but in a month at the most, I'll be able to upgrade, and by then it'll be level 24. This is still fast, if not exceptionally fast. It was obvious that Zhong Shangyue had definitely worked very hard during this period of time. Li Du suddenly had a feeling of heartache. Seeing that Li Du didn't say anything, Zhong Shangyue asked, Li Du, don't you want to participate in the professional competition? Li Du smiled and spoke, but, I've already met the enrollment criteria. When these words came out, Zhong Shangyue froze. A few seconds later, I'll look at you. And then, she immediately cast the detection spell. Soon, Li Du's information appeared in front of her eyes. Level 25. Li Du's current level was 25. After keeping confirming it several times, Zhong Shangyue was still a bit in disbelief. You're actually level 25? She was really surprised. How did Li Du upgrade? Is the battlefield of the nations upgrading that fast? But, surprised, she was a little lost. That would be me interrupting. Zhong Shangyue revealed a few reluctant smiles. It's fine. I can pass the trial myself. When the time comes for me to compete, don't refuse my invitation to form a team. I don't know if it was a bit awkward, but Zhong Shangyue, who had always been big-headed, actually felt a few moments of consternation. In fact, Zhong Shangyue was both happy and lost in her heart. In this month, in order to fight for a place in the trial, she had really done too much and worked too hard. Looking back on this month, she didn't even want to imagine it. Now, finally, 2 spots have been secured. It felt like it was all worth it when Li Du surprisingly upgraded so quickly, and had gotten so close that he didn't need the spot anymore. Happy and lost, 2 different emotions that made her very complicated inside. Seeing her in this state, Li Du probably guessed what was going on. I'm afraid that she has paid a lot in order to earn the qualification to participate in the trial. Li Du didn't want to let her pay for it just go down the drain. Why don't I take you practicing? I'll take you to practice and get to level 25 before the start of the professionals competition. Instead, we'll participate in the professionals competition together. Zhong Shangyue at this time instead did not know what to say. This is very inconsistent with her character. Li Du snickered. What? Embarrassed? Where? Zhong Shangyue instantly recovered. In that case, I won't let you off the hook in the next few days. You have to be prepared to be squeezed hard by me. Feel free to come. You're welcome. At this moment, the atmosphere had finally returned to its original state. For some reason, the corners of Zhong Shangyue's mouth always involuntarily surfaced a smile, but as if she was afraid that Li Du would find out, or as if it was for some other reason, the smile always quickly returned to calm. After talking about the matter of the professionals competition, Li Du and Zhong Shangyue exchanged a few pleasantries and she went to find Fuming. She was in a better mood, it seemed, than the time of her arrival. The next day, Li Du and Zhong Shallow arrived at the replica hall. There are several types of replicas in the replica hall, one of which is the experience replica. Experience copies have wild monsters with higher experience values than the rest of the copies, making them a great place to level up. But because of this, such copies do not drop any items. However, the wild monsters in the experience copies were also able to provide life expectancy for Li Du. Soon, Li Du and Zhong Shangyue entered the grand hall. Scarlet Moon, the moon in the sky becomes incomparably scarlet. The aura of the demon god Gario spreads across the land, and all creatures become furious. Copy type, experience copy. Entry level, 30. Level 30, after using the strongman's certificate, was just the level that Li Du was able to enter. As long as Fuming and Li Du teamed up, Fuming was also able to bypass the level restriction and enter the copy, because it was Li Du who led the practice. The school does not restrict higher-level students from taking lower-level students to practice. The two were just about to enter the copy when suddenly a man stopped them. It was a youth who looked at Li Du. His gaze filled with anger. As soon as Zhong Shangyue saw him, she immediately revealed an expression of disgust. Chapter 156 Lessons Learned. Li Du didn't recognize this person, so he looked puzzled. He shouted, Why are you with another man? Zhong Shangyue instantly said coldly, Luo Bin, don't shout so intimately. Also, it's none of your business who I'm with. At this point, everyone around them looked over. What's going on? Hey, isn't that Junior Robin? Robin, who is it? It's an outstanding student of the junior year, whose level has reached 33, and in the entire junior year, it's said to be the #1 person under the legendary profession. Crap, is that so awesome? Luo didn't pay any attention to the people's doubts, and when he saw Zhong Shanyue's attitude, he shouted, "How is it not relevant? You're my fiancé." Hearing this, Zhong Shanyue's face sank. Luo, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. The marriage between you and I was annulled a long time ago. I have nothing to do with you. This conflict immediately made the people around them curious. Some people were especially surprised when they recognized Li Du. Everyone's running over to see what's going on. Li Du was a bit puzzled. He had never heard Zhong Shanyue talk about this matter. Luo shouted, "The marriage contract wasn't voided if I never admitted it. You are my fiancé, destined to be my woman." Zhong Shanyue also erupted, shouting angrily, "Luo, just die. You're worse than a dog on the side of the road. And you're delusional? You can't bark any more than 1,000,000 times." She was really so angry that her chest kept rising and falling. At this time, a warm palm suddenly held her hand. It was Li Du. Li Du's hand seemed to have a kind of magic power that made her anger surprisingly begin to ease. It's just a wild dog barking, so why bother with him? Li Du's eyes were full of disdain. Zhong Shanyue also turned her anger into a smile and said, "You're right, Li Du." But this scene completely angered Luo. "Kid, let go of your dog paw. Do you want to die?" At that moment, Luo's aura exploded. The aura of a level 33 profession brought about a strong sense of oppression. The people around them even felt a wave of oppression and backed away. Even Zhong Shanyue was a bit grave. Luo's strength was undoubtedly powerful. However, Li Du had seen too many existences that were stronger than him. Today's Luo was even just an elite monster in front of Li Du. At that moment, Li Du took the lead. Demon Abyss Confinement. Phew! An abyss appeared from beneath Luo's feet. Luo had just reacted when countless demonic hands surged out from the demonic abyss and grabbed him to death. Luo lost his balance and fell down, before being directly imprisoned by countless demonic hands. Not only that, the devil's abyss was unleashed, sucking the attributes from Luo's body. "What's this? What's this? Get off me!" Luo immediately panicked. Even though Li Du was only level 25, his attributes were simply too high. Even level 33 Luo could not compare to Li Du. Even if Li Du didn't use the wrath of the living spirit at all, Luo kept struggling, trying to cast his skills, but the demonic abyss's confinement was just too solid for him to break free. It just felt as if something was being sucked out of his entire body. At once, a great sense of fear spread throughout Luo's body. Since the devil's abyss was simply too dark, bloody, and depressing, Luo felt a deep sense of death. The constant struggling deepened the feeling. After a few minutes, Luo's spirit was somewhat broken, crying out, Let me up, don't grab it, I beg you." The current Luo completely lacked the arrogant look he had just had. The people around them were shocked to see this. Fake, right? Luo is a junior. Isn't Li Du only a freshman? My god, Li Du is too strong, isn't he? Isn't Luo too weak? I see this Luo completely incapable of resisting. Stupid, Luo's grades are all true if you can check them. If he's weak, wouldn't the entire junior year be a waste? Luo really isn't weak. Li Du is too strong. Zhong Shanyue had a burst of relief. She'd long ago gotten fed up with Robin. Luo's family and her family were considered to be family friends, so his grandfather and Luo's grandfather had engaged them at an early age. But Zhong Shanyue did not want to be bound by these marriages, so she was extraordinarily disgusted. After his grandparents had all passed away, his father came to his door and finally broke off the engagement. However, after Luo saw her, he was dead set on taking the marriage contract and kept coming close to her. No matter how much Zhong Shanyue refused, Luo continued to stick to her like a dog's skin. In response, Zhong Shanyue could be said to be disgusted with Luo to the extreme. Even when she was in her senior year of high school, there were constantly classmates coming to ask her, "Is it true that Luo from Yanguan University is engaged to you?" Even many people once thought that she and Luo were a couple. Even if she and Luo had never even touched hands, Zhong Shanyue was even more disgusted as a result. However, seeing that Luo was about to be killed, Zhong Shanyue was still a bit worried. She wasn't worried about Luo, but about Li Du, because killing was not allowed in school. If Li Du had killed someone, the consequences would have been very serious. Zhong Shanyue reminded, "Li Du, don't kill him, this time it will involve you." Only then did Li Du withdraw his hand. On the ground, Luo was already in a sorry state, but the bottom of his eyes still contained deep hatred, but he didn't dare to show it in front of Li Du. Li Du coldly said, "If you dare to harass Shallow Moon again in the future, I will beat you once I see you. Got it?" Luo gritted his teeth. Not daring to speak, Li Du snapped, "I asked you a question." Luo was startled, and immediately nodded his head. I know. And then, immediately, he rolled and fled. Okay, let's get into the copy. Zhong Shangyue revealed a rare gentle smile. Just now, Li Du hadn't let go of her hand that he was holding, and he just wanted to let go, but she held it tighter instead. Soon, the two entered the copy. Difficulty choice. Naturally, is held difficulty. In held difficulty, the experience value provided by an experience copy was a full 3 times that of normal difficulty. This copy is very dimly lit with no sun. A scarlet moon hangs in the sky like blood-red eyes, and looking at the moon, one seems as if one's anger has been ignited, and one's emotions can't help but become tyrannical. This is the copy, Scarlet Moon, Zhong Shangyue reminded. Don't look at the moon for a long time. People with low mental power will easily become crazy once they look at the moon for a long time. Li Du nodded. Although his spiritual power was high enough to withstand most of the red moon's impact, Li Du would not take any chances. The Scarlet Moon replica is very empty all around. Under the conspicuous red moon, it was as if everything was empty. Soon, however, a movement appeared. A footstep. Not long after, the two saw a group of black and wild monsters that were coming this way, almost drowning everything out.